transported into the world of Demon Slayer. Shy-Eye had been quietly going through the motions as an ordinary member of the Demon Slayer Corps when he suddenly unlocked a role-playing system. The more his words, mannerisms, and bearing matched the original character, the greater the power he would obtain. Right from the start, the very first character he was required to play was Madara Uchiha. Have you seen me at the height of my power? You've got guts to challenge me. That's impressive, but that's the only praise I can give you. Would you like to dance as well? But just as Shy had only just begun playing Lord Madara, he was expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps by Kaigaku for progressing too slowly in breath style training. Breath styles. Even a dog wouldn't bother learning that crap. As Shy's role-playing progress climbed higher and higher, the Demon Slayer Corps could no longer sit still. Wasn't he supposed to be incapable of using breath styles? How is he this strong? Even upper-rank demons aren't his match. Who was it that threw him out of the Demon Slayer Corps? The story begins here, a dimly lit room, an oil lamp flickering on and off, sitting amid the mess of the tatami. Shy-Eye stared at the scene before him, frozen in a daze for a long while. Only after that did he reluctantly accept the fact that he had transmigrated into the body of an ordinary Demon Slayer Corps member. So he had really transmigrated, just like that. This wasn't some dream, was it? As he touched the lingering warmth left on the tatami, the tangled memories in Shy's mind began to sort themselves out and grow clearer. The body Shy had transmigrated into was also named Shy. The original owner had barely scraped through the final selection by sheer luck. But because his talent for cultivating breath styles was abysmal, he had been ostracized and mocked by the other members. But that alone shouldn't have been enough to make the original owner suddenly lose his life. So what exactly was the reason again? The moment that thought surfaced, Shy's head throbbed painfully, and at the same time, a faint ache spread through his chest. Shy-Eye pulled open his clothes, and, by the lamp's glow, reached toward his chest. Beyond the sharp pain, Shy-Eye also felt something sticky under his fingertips. He withdrew his hand, and in the oil lamp's light, saw clearly what that sticky substance was. The vivid scarlet blood was like a floodgate in his mind being thrown open at last. In an instant, Shy's vision swam. Huff, huff. Only after taking 2 heavy breaths in a row did Shy-Eye finally wrench himself free from the dizzy spell. He remembered now. The original owner had died because of today's spar with Kaigaku. That's right, the very Kaigaku who had once led demons up the mountain, sent the stone Hashira to prison, and later turned around and joined the demons, driving the former Thunder Hashira to suicide. Because Kaigaku had apprenticed himself to the former Thunder Hashira, Jigoro Kuwajima. Even though he had failed to master the first form of thunder breathing, he was still far stronger than the other members of his class, not to mention cannon fodder like Shy, who hadn't even fully grasped breath styles in the first place. During today's spar, Kaigaku had already been in a foul mood after being ridiculed by the other members for failing to learn the first form. So when he sparred with Shy, he had genuinely lost his temper and struck Shy across the chest with a wooden sword, wounding him. Faced with the injured Shy, Kaigaku not only felt no guilt at all, he merely cast him a cold glance and said, "You're too weak, otherwise I wouldn't have lost control." Knowing he was no match for him, and with no background to rely on, the original owner could only swallow down that grievance and return alone to bandage his wound. Then, right in the middle of treating the injury, he suddenly died on the spot, giving Shy the chance to transmigrate. What rotten luck. Shy-Eye clicked his tongue. The intermittent stabbing pain in his head kept him from truly empathizing with the original owner's experiences, leaving him with little more than a quiet sigh, enduring the throbbing pain in both his chest and head. Shy-Eye braced himself against the tatami and forced his body upright. Damn, what the hell is this now? A hallucination? Shy-Eye shook his head, then fixed his gaze straight ahead, only to find that the strange hallucination before him had not vanished in the slightest. If anything, it had become even clearer. Role-playing across the heavens. Host Shy. Available characters to play none. Character role-playing progress 0%. Owned characters none. Number of character draws for role-playing across the heavens 1. This was the cheat ability that came with his transmigration. Shy-Eye focused his consciousness on the panel before him, and the relevant information immediately flowed into his mind. Role-playing across the heavens, just as the name suggested, meant playing characters from countless different worlds. The more faithfully he played them, and the higher his progress rose, the more strength he could draw from that character. If his role-playing progress reached 100%, he could even obtain power that surpassed the character himself. It sounded pretty good, but Shy didn't celebrate too early. Sure, this role-playing system sounded like a pretty decent cheat, but that all depended on drawing a worthwhile character to begin with. If he ended up drawing something like SpongeBob, then he'd be better off just training on his own. One chance to draw. Shy's gaze dropped to the bottom of the panel, his eyes flickering slightly. Perfect time to test whether this thing in front of him was real or fake. Would you like to use your chance to draw a character from across the heavens? Yes. The instant Shy confirmed it, the panel before his eyes transformed into the glowing outline of a human figure. The silhouette kept shifting and cycling before finally stopping on a figure dressed in black battle attire, draped on the outside with layered red armor. Long black hair covered most of the figure's face, leaving only one eye exposed, but just from that single eye alone, Shy couldn't help sitting up straighter. The eye was a vivid crimson, with 3 hollow black tomo circling within it. This was Lord Madara. Shy held his breath. There was no way he could fail to recognize the figure now frozen before his eyes. The strongest of the Uchiha clan in the world of Naruto. A figure like the final boss of the 4th great ninja, or Madara Uchiha. At this point, Shy was no longer wondering whether this draw was a good one. What he was thinking instead was how much of Lord Madara's power the Demon Slayer world could even withstand. Was Muzan Kibutsuji strong? Of course he was, but that depended on who you compared him to. Within the world of Demon Slayer alone, Muzan was indeed overwhelmingly powerful, second only to Yoriichi Tsukikuni, but in front of Lord Madara, he simply didn't amount to much. Their power levels weren't even on the same tier. A fully intact Lord Madara, even without being in his 6 paths Madara state, could absolutely pin Muzan down and beat the hell out of him. Ding! Congratulations, host, on drawing the roleplay character Madara Uchiha. Would you like to begin role-playing? Hearing the system's confirmation, Shy suddenly felt like the wound in his chest didn't hurt nearly as much anymore. His very first role was Lord Madara. Then why the hell would he bother learning any damn breath styles? The Manjio Sharingan, Susanoo, Chibaku Tensei Wech, one of those wasn't stronger than breath styles. Yes, the moment he confirmed it, Shy felt an itching sensation spread through his eyes, while strange sounds began to emerge from within his body. Madara Uchiha's life experiences also began to flash before Shy's eyes like scenes from a lantern reel. In his youth, he and Hashirama had founded the first ninja village in the history of the shinobi world. Later, due to clashing ideals with Hashirama, he was manipulated by Black Zetsu. Then, just as he believed he had realized his dream, he was struck down by Black Zetsu's sneak attack, and Madara Uchiha's performance came to an end. Lord Madara was one of the very few villains Shy genuinely liked, and witnessing those flashing memories only made that fondness settle deeper in his heart. Rubbing his eyes, which had finally stopped itching, Shy slowly opened them. Current role-playing progress, 0.1%. Through the reflection in the window, Shy caught sight of what he looked like now. His face hadn't changed, but his eyes were a solid crimson, with a single black tomo slowly turning within them. So it starts with a 1 tomo Sharingan. Shy leaned closer to the window, peering at his reflection as he muttered to himself, "No, that wasn't right." With just the slightest movement, Shy realized it wasn't only his Aisha's body seemed to have undergone quite a change as well. It wasn't a change in build, but a strengthening from deep within. Taijutsu, Shy tried moving his body a little. The moment he did, it was like striking a Fusia's body, let out a rapid string of sharp sounds. The wound on his chest had healed, and his strength had grown by quite a bit too. On top of that, there were now many combat techniques in his mind that had never been there before, as if they had been born into him from the very beginning. A 1 tomo plus my current physical condition. No clue if that's enough to beat Kaigaku. When he had sparred with Kaigaku today, it was obvious the other boy hadn't gone all out, so Shy couldn't really gauge his exact level of strength. Still, Shy figured that even if he couldn't beat Kaigaku in his current state, he could at least trade blows with him evenly. Once his roleplay progress climbed a little higher, Kaigaku definitely wouldn't be a match for him anymore. But if he wanted to completely deal with Kaigaku, that was still going to be troublesome. That was right, completely deal with Kaigaku. setting aside the fact that in the original Demon Slayer story, Kaigaku was a bona fide beast who deserved to die anyway. He had also mistakenly killed Shai's former self. No matter how he looked at it, Shai felt it was necessary to send Kaigaku on his way. The only problem was that Kaigaku hadn't joined the demons yet, and Shai had no proof that Kaigaku was the child who had led demons up the mountain. If he wanted to get rid of Kaigaku, he would need not only the right opportunity, but the right reason as well. Just as Shai was weighing whether he should quietly take care of Kaigaku during the next mission, a voice rang out from the courtyard. "Shai, get out here." The shout, edged with anger, instantly drew the attention of the squad members living in the same courtyard as Shai. "What's going on? Isn't this supposed to be rest time? Kaigaku, did Shai piss him off or something?" "I don't think so. Didn't he beat Shai up during the day? I saw it myself. Shai could barely even stand. That bad. Nobody stepped in." "Step in? For what? This is the Demon Slayer Corps. If someone gets beaten up, then they get beaten up. With strength like Shai's. What difference is there between him staying in the Corps and wasting resources?" Creak. Shai pushed open the door and frowned as he looked at the furious Kaigaku. "What now?" He actually came knocking. The moment Kaigaku saw Shai come out, he shot him a glare. Then he pulled out a somewhat crumpled sheet of paper and began reading aloud. "After observation, Corps member Shai, rank Mizunoto, has shown slow progress in breathing technique cultivation and has already failed 2 assessments. Taking into account his current strength and safety concerns, member Shai is hereby advised to withdraw from the Corps." After reading it out, Kaigaku seemed to vent some of his anger and sneered as he threw the paper down in front of Shai. What happened today, when he injured Shai, had somehow made its way to their master through someone's gossip. As a result, their master had personally reprimanded him and even told him to go apologize to Shai himself, as if he would ever apologize to some squad member who hadn't even mastered breathing techniques. Besides, Shai was a piece of trash to begin with. He never should have been in the Demon Slayer Corps in the first place. After thinking it over, Kaigaku had pretended to apologize while secretly joining forces with the squad member in charge of assessments to pull this stunt instead. By driving Shai out of the Corps, not only would he avoid apologizing, he would also get the chance to beat Shai up one more time and vent his frustration. The person in charge of the assessment had initially felt that doing this was somewhat inappropriate, but in the end, he still agreed. After all, Shai's condition was plain for everyone to see. Offending a reasonably talented Kaigaku for Shai's sake just wasn't worth it. Advised to withdraw. "That's serious. Aren't you only supposed to get that after failing 3 assessments? Shai's only failed 2 so far." Kaigaku definitely pulled some strings, but whatever. Shai getting pushed out was only a matter of time anyway. Shai really got the short end of the stick. They call it advising him to withdraw, but it's basically no different from being kicked out of the Demon Slayer Corps. What's so tragic about that? His breathing technique already doesn't meet the standard. Leaving earlier is a good thing, if anything. The Demon Slayer Corps has already been generous enough, letting him stay for several extra months, and our Dayu are pretty generous as it is. As for what had happened to Shai, some pitied him, but most people didn't have much objection. Shai's strength was right there, in plain sight. In ordinary sparring, he was always dead last, even against newly joined squad members. Shai might not necessarily win. The Demon Slayer Corps existed to exterminate demons. Their generous Dayu were not going to be wasted on someone who couldn't even cultivate breathing techniques. Listening to the chatter all around him, Shai glanced at the notice, lying only a few steps away. He didn't bother picking it up. Since Kaigaku dared to announce it in front of so many people, that meant he had already made more than enough preparations. Besides, the procedures for advising someone to withdraw weren't complicated. With Kaigaku's connections, pulling this off wasn't difficult at all. "I understand," Shai said it lightly, then turned around, ready to head back to his room. Kaigaku's little scene had reminded him of the assessment issue. He had already failed the breathing technique progress check twice. After 3 failures, the Demon Slayer Corps would advise him to withdraw. The next assessment should be about 3 days from now. After taking on Madara's role, his progress in learning breathing techniques had sped up quite a bit. If Shai really put in the effort for these 3 days, passing the assessment 3 days later definitely wouldn't be a problem. But now that he was role-playing Lord Madara, who the hell would still bother practicing breathing techniques? Even a dog wouldn't learn that stuff. Since he had no intention of practicing breathing techniques, Shai had no plans to pass any so-called assessment either. If he got kicked out of the Demon Slayer Corps, then so be it. After all, Role-playing Lord Madara was the real priority, and Lord Madara's personality was never one to put up with this kind of petty restraint. Roleplay progress 0.5%. Looking at the information on the panel and the power surging through his body. The corner of Shai's lips curled upwards slightly. His roleplay progress had gone up by 0.4%, just like that. Maybe this wasn't all that hard, after all. Shai's calmness fell into Kaigaku's eyes, and Kaigaku froze for a second. This wasn't how he had imagined things would go at all. Wasn't Shai supposed to look full of regret or rage and accuse him of acting before the assessment date had arrived? What was with that utterly indifferent, calm tone? Did he even understand what being advised to withdraw meant? Frustrated that things hadn't gone the way he wanted, Kaigaku strode up to Shai and blocked his path. Move out of the Demon Slayer Corps before tonight. Kaigaku's words made the people watching the spectacle around them frown slightly. The Demon Slayer Corps was never this harsh about when someone advised to withdraw had to leave. Generally speaking, 3 days was enough. If something came up and delayed matters, it could even be extended to 7 days. Kaigaku ordering Shai to leave today made it obvious to anyone who wasn't an idiot that he was targeting Shai on purpose. Move. Shai stopped walking and quietly looked at Kaigaku. When his roleplay progress had only been 0.1%, Shai might still have had some doubts about whether he could handle Kaigaku. But now that his progress had risen to 0.5%, things were different. At this point, Kaigaku hadn't been using thunder breathing for very long. No matter how strong he was, there was a limit to each 0.5% was more than enough. What did you just say? The moment he heard Shai's words, Kaigaku could hardly believe it. Had already been told to back off, and this guy still dared talk to him like that. Idiot. Seeing that Kaigaku had no intention of stepping aside, Shai stopped wasting time and strode straight toward his room. Kaigaku flew into a rage, his large hand shooting out toward Shai, intent on teaching him a lesson. But before Kaigaku could so much as lay a finger on Shai, the hand he had thrust out was seized by an overwhelming force. Then a dark blur swept through the corner of his vision and slammed into his face. Get lost. As they watched Kaigaku get smacked off to the side, the chatter in the yard died in an instant. The squad members who had been watching for entertainment stood there utterly dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Kaigaku had been slapped to the ground by Shai. No way, they had to be seeing things. No, wait, had Shai's movements just gotten faster? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? How had none of them even seen him make his move? Could it be that Shai had learned breathing techniques? That wasn't just what the squad members present were thinking, it was also what Shai, who had been following behind Kaigaku and was in charge of the next breathing technique assessment, was thinking. If Shai had learned breathing techniques, did that mean he could pass the next assessment? Then wouldn't that mean he himself was covering for Kaigaku? Shai's gaze grew a little complicated. Knocked to the ground, Kaigaku was stunned for a moment before he immediately understood what had happened. Shirya had actually slapped him in the face? His blood rushed up at once, and his face turned bright red. At this moment, Kaigaku no longer had the mind to think about why Shirya had moved so fast just now. There was only one thought in his heart. He was going to teach Shirya a brutal lesson and vent his anger. Kaigaku climbed back up somewhat awkwardly, staring at Shirya as his right hand rested on the hilt of the practice wooden sword. Anyway, this trash Shirya was about to be expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps. If he hit a little harder, that wasn't too much, right? Just as Kaigaku was about to draw his wooden sword and charge at Shirya, Shirya's figure suddenly vanished from before his eyes. In its place came intense pain from his right hand. The wooden Nichiren sword Kaigaku had just drawn was kicked back by Shirya in one strike. If you don't get lost now, I'll twist your hand off. Shirya stood in front of Kaigaku, looking at him coldly. The increase in his acting rate had brought another significant change to Shirya's physical strength. Some information related to taijutsu had even surfaced in his mind as well. Right now, Shirya only wanted to check the changes in himself. He had no time to stay here and play out this farce with Kaigaku. Being completely suppressed without any power to resist gave Kaigaku, whose reason had been clouded by rage, a sliver of clarity. Was this really the same trash he had sparred with in the morning? Back then, Shirya couldn't even use breathing techniques. In Kaigaku's eyes, every move he made had been full of openings. So what was going on now? He hadn't even seen Shirya's movements clearly before being suppressed? And this strength too. If Shirya had possessed this kind of power in the morning, how could he have been defeated by Kaigaku so easily? Was this brat pretending to be weak to hide his true strength? But in the Demon Slayer Corps, where strength reigned supreme, what benefit was there in pretending to be weak? Somewhat stunned, Kaigaku raised his head, wanting an explanation from Shirya. But all he saw was Shurya's back as he turned and walked away. Creak. As Shurya gently shut the door, the other core members in the courtyard could no longer stay silent. Is that really the Shurya we know? Did any of you see Shurya's movement just now? I only blinked, and then I saw him kick Kaigaku's sword back. Can Shurya cultivate breathing techniques now? Otherwise, how did his strength suddenly become this great? Even if he can cultivate breathing techniques now, his strength shouldn't improve this fast, right? Even Kaigaku isn't his opponent? Exactly. Kaigaku cultivates thunder breathing, which is known for speed, but Shurya was actually even faster than him. Listening to the discussion of the surrounding core members, Kaigaku, standing in the middle of the courtyard, felt like a clown who had humiliated himself. He clenched his fists tightly, glanced at the tightly shut door not far in front of him, snorted coldly, then turned and left. Although he didn't know what had happened to Shurya, the goal of driving Shurya out of the Demon Slayer Corps had already been achieved. There would be plenty of time to deal with him later, no matter how much Shurya changed. Once he left the Demon Slayer Corps and lost the support of the core resources, it would all be useless. As long as Kaigaku was given a little time to completely master thunder breathing, dealing with Shurya would be effortless. When he reached the entrance, Kaigaku looked at Shinya without saying a word and walked out of the courtyard with his head lowered. Shinya also had no mind to pay attention to Kaigaku right now. Instead, he frowned as he recalled the movements Shurya had used to teach Kaigaku a lesson just now. As a Kino rank core member responsible for assessing breathing techniques, he considered himself knowledgeable about every breathing technique. But when he observed Shurya making his move just now, Shinya was unable to detect any trace of a breathing technique at all. There were only two possibilities for such a situation. Either Shurya had created a new branch of breathing technique, or the strength Shurya had displayed just now was entirely his own natural physical power. Compared to the former, Shinya was more willing to believe the latter. After all, if Shurya could create a breathing technique branch on his own, his progress in other breathing techniques wouldn't have been so slow. But if it was the latter, then that meant Shurya's body possessed some kind of talent. For core members with talent, the breathing technique assessment could be relaxed to some extent. In other words, there was a very high chance Shurya could pass his third breathing technique assessment. Thinking of this, Shinya couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Originally, he had only wanted to avoid offending Kaigaku, who had the backing of the Thunder Hashira, but he hadn't expected that he would end up pushing a Shurya with possible hidden talent out of the Demon Slayer Corps. Standing at the doorway and hesitating for a moment, Shinya still decided to leave. He wanted to try to persuade Shurya to stay, but when he remembered Shurya's cold gaze earlier when hearing the order to withdraw, his feet simply would not move. Forget it. Since he had chosen to stand on Kaigaku's side, then he shouldn't act like a fence-sitter now. Shurya might have talent, but when compared to the Demon Slayer Corps, Shinya still knew very well which side was stronger and which side was weaker. Seeing that the key figures had all left, the other core members sighed a few times and returned to their own rooms as well. The courtyard fell silent once more. D-rank body flicker technique? Based on the memories surfacing in his mind, Shurya figured out the changes brought by the increase in his acting rate. First was the more vigorous power within his body. That went without saying. Second was this body flicker technique, a taijutsu technique that greatly increased speed by gathering chakra in the feet. Shurya didn't need to deliberately cultivate chakra. As his acting rate increased, the chakra inside his body would naturally increase as well. With Shurya's current strength, using the body flicker technique to deal with Kaigaku was definitely no problem. But if the opponent were a bit stronger, like Shinya, who had been standing at the door observing the whole time, then it would be somewhat difficult. Shurya estimated that he would need to raise his acting rate to 2% before he could confidently deal with Shinya. But right now was not the time to think about dealing with trash like Kaigaku. Now that he had the acting system, Shurya's sights naturally had to be set farther ahead. In the world of Demon Slayer, the greatest danger was none other than Muzan. As long as Muzan was dealt with, no one else would pose much of a threat to him. And if he wanted to deal with Muzan, the key was raising his acting rate. As long as his acting rate increased fast enough, dealing with Muzan would only be a matter of time. Shurya estimated that to deal with Muzan, an acting rate of around 30 to 40% would be enough. But thinking about it was easy. Actually doing it was another matter entirely. How exactly was acting rate supposed to be raised? Shurya still couldn't quite figure it out. It only said that the more his words and actions resembled the role, the higher the acting rate would be. But there was no clear definition of the exact scope of those words and actions. Do you also want to dance? Shurya recalled Madara's first famous scene after kicking open the coffin lid and awkwardly tried to imitate it out loud. Why did it feel completely different saying it himself compared to watching it in anime? When Madara said that line in the anime, it had been overwhelmingly domineering. So why did it sound so off when it came out of his own mouth? Looking at the completely unchanged progress bar, Shirya rubbed his nose. It seemed raising it wasn't as easy as he had imagined. He probably needed the right situation to say something like that. And if he wanted the right situation, then battle was unavoidable. Most of Madara's life had been spent fighting in pursuit of his dream of creating the infinite Tsukuyomi world. Battle? Go look for demons? What if he ran into an upper rank or Musen? No. At this point in time, Sanemi and Abanai still hadn't become Hashira yet, and Musen's movements weren't that frequent. As for the upper ranks, during this period, they were still somewhat traceable. As long as he stayed careful, it should be fine. After thinking it over, Shirya settled on the target for battle that would raise his acting rate. The snake demon in Abanai's clan. At this time, Big Bro still hadn't become the Flame Hashira. The Flame Hashira in the core right now was Big Bro's father, Rengoku Shinjiro. Shia hadn't received any news that Shinjiro had brought little Abanai back to the core, which meant little Abanai was still trapped within his clan, and that snake demon still hadn't been dealt with. The reason he chose that snake demon was because its strength was just right. It wasn't too weak, but it also wasn't strong enough to reach the level of a lower moon. It had a blood demon art, but it probably wasn't that strong either. After all, in the original story, Rengoku Shinjiro had taken it down with just one breathing form. Its strength probably couldn't be that impressive. For Shia in his current state, it was a pretty good whetstone for raising his roleplay percentage. After sorting out his next goal, Shia immediately found himself looking forward to the days ahead. The kind of life where you could see the end at a glance had been far too dull. The next day, as dawn was just beginning to break, Shia packed his things and left the courtyard. From the moment the order came down to expel him from the Demon Slayer Corps, he no longer had anything to do with the Corps. He also no longer needed to follow the Corps training and patrol rules. After passing through a large stretch of wisteria trees, Shia saw the afterglow coming from the horizon. Gotta say, this feeling of freedom really wasn't bad. After enjoying the feeling of being reborn for a while, Shia followed his memory to the train station. Little Abanai's clan was on Hachiho Island, and the branch Shia was at was quite a distance from Hachiho Island. Even by train, it would take around 7 to 8 hours. After buying a ticket and boarding the train, Shia looked at the scenery outside the window and began thinking through a concrete plan for dealing with the snake demon. The snake demon should be much stronger than Shinya. After all, over the past 200 to 300 years, it had eaten quite a few children through the Iguro clan's sacrifices. If Shia wanted to kill it, his roleplay percentage would have to be at least above 2. Before fighting it, the key was how to raise his roleplay percentage. He could start with the snake demon's subordinates and raise his roleplay percentage through combat. Once his roleplay percentage had gone up, he could take care of the snake demon in one fell swoop. The train crossed the coastline and slowly pulled into Hachiho Island. Hachiho Island wasn't very large. There was only one road in and out. But what puzzled Shia a little was that when the train stopped at Hachiho Island station, there were only a handful of people getting off. Including Shia, there were no more than 5 people. Not only that, Shia also noticed that the other passengers getting off the train all looked full of disgust, as if they had only come here because they had no choice. After leaving the platform, aside from Shia, who stayed where he was and observed his surroundings while figuring out the area, the passengers from the same train glanced around warily before hurrying away. Looks like the infamy of that snake demon in little Abanai's clan wasn't limited to the island alone. Shia rubbed his chin. It wasn't hard to tell what Hachiho Island was like just from those people's reactions. Little Abanai's clan dominated Hachiho Island alone, and with the snake demon backing them, they acted tyrannically and without restraint, making anyone who came to the island on business unwilling to get involved with them. Sir, is this your first time on Hachiho Island? Do you need a guide? A dirty-faced, disheveled child hesitated for a while, then finally gathered the courage to walk up to Shia and ask, "HM?" Seeing Shia's gaze fall on him, the child quickly lowered his head. "If you need one, I can help you." The child fidgeted with the corner of his clothes and spoke in a tiny voice. "Sir, let me do it instead. I know Hachiho Island much better than he does." Just as Shia was sizing up the child, a somewhat sharp female voice came from the side. Shia turned his head. A young woman with single eyelids and narrow eyes walked up beside him and spoke. After speaking, the young woman shot an unhappy glare at the child in front of Shia. But the moment she noticed Shia looking at her, she immediately switched back to a smiling expression. Another new face on Hachiho Island. Though he wasn't a small child, his looks were by far the finest she had ever seen. If she offered him to Lord Snake Demon would definitely be very pleased. The child shuddered at the sight of the young woman's gaze, then lowered his head and left. "Looks like I'll have to go hungry again." Hachiho Island was the Iguro clan's territory. It wasn't worth provoking the Iguro clan just to fill his stomach. Seeing how sensible the child was, the woman nodded in satisfaction and turned around, preparing to continue luring Shia. Where did he go? Staring at the empty platform in front of her, the woman froze, then quickly turned her head to look for Shia. The moment she turned around, she discovered that at some point, Shia had already walked past her and gone over to the child. Alright, you it is. Hearing the voice from above his head, the child froze. The look of delight on his face hadn't even fully appeared before he saw the vicious glare the woman shot at him. Can't guide you. You should ask her instead. The joy in the child's heart was instantly extinguished by the woman's single look. Having grown up on Uchiha Island since childhood, he was more mature than others his age. He knew that once he agreed to this man's request, what awaited him afterward would be the Iguro clan's frenzied retaliation, and Shia might even get dragged into it as well. Thinking of this, the child pressed his lips together and prepared to slip past Shia's legs. On the other side, the woman had her arms folded across her chest, as if she was certain the child wouldn't dare guide Shia. You clearly said just now that you could guide me. Are you worried I can't pay you enough? Shia tilted his head as he pressed a hand onto the child's shoulder. Hearing Shia's words, the woman wasn't stupid. She knew Shia was deliberately ignoring her, so she stopped pestering him and left with a cold sneer. Asking her to guide Shia had only been a way to save a little trouble. Since he didn't know what was good for him, there was no need for her to shamelessly keep offering. Seeing the Iguro clan woman leave, the child raised his head and gave a bitter smile. Now he had truly fallen out with the Iguro clan. With their influence on Uchiha Island, getting rid of him wouldn't take much effort at all. He really didn't know whether the man before him was genuinely naive or only pretending not to understand. My name is Aoki Rin. Thank you for choosing me, sir. Aoki Rin gave a bitter smile. The only reason he could still smile now was probably because he would at least get to eat a full meal. Just call me Shia. You seem very afraid of that woman just now? Rin shook his head and said, It's not just me. As long as you're not from the Iguro clan, everyone on Uchiha Island is afraid of them. They want to reason with you. Can you tell me more specifically? The reason Shia chose Aoki Rin was because he had noticed Rin's difficult situation. There was no way someone who had ended up like this on Uchiha Island could possibly be a member of the Iguro clan. Only through people oppressed by the Iguro clan could Shia better understand the Iguro clan's current situation. Hearing Shia's question, Rin looked a little surprised. It was hard to tell whether he was surprised that Shia didn't know about the Iguro clan, or surprised that Shia was curious about them. The Iguro clan has stood on Uchiha Island for more than 300 years. At first, the Iguro clan's influence wasn't as great as it is now. Some people had never even heard of them, but from some unknown point onward, the Iguro clan suddenly began seizing the wealth and land around them on a massive scale. Other clans were dissatisfied and wanted to get rid of the Iguro clan. But no matter which clan it was, as long as it made an enemy of the Iguro clan, the entire clan would be slaughtered the very next day. As time went on, there was no longer any clan on Uchiha Island capable of rivaling the Iguro clan. By now, the Iguro clan is already the only major clan left on Uchiha Island. As he led the way, Rin told Shia everything he knew about the Iguro clan, most of it likely passed down from stories told by the island's older generation. The older generation also said that the Iguro family had secretly raised a snake monster, and that they relied on it to wipe out one family after another that stood against them. But that sounded far too absurd, so Rin hadn't told Shia about it. Shia nodded at that. It was more or less what he had expected. It was just that. Why hadn't he heard anything related to snakes? Had the Iguro family really kept the matter of the snake demon that tightly sealed up? Glancing at the street around them, where more and more people were starting to appear, Shia lowered himself slightly and asked in a low voice, Is there anything else? Like something about the Iguro family and snakes? Hearing Shia's words, Rin suddenly raised his head and looked at him in surprise. Wasn't Shia from out of town? How did he know the Iguro family was connected to snakes? Could the rumors actually be true? My lord, where did you hear that from? I heard it through rumors. Rin let out a breath of relief, then looked at Shia and continued. There is such a rumor. Because the people eliminated by the Iguro family all had snake bite marks on their bodies, there ended up being rumors that the Iguro family raised a snake monster. But whether it's really true or not, I don't know. Got it. Come on. Take me around and help me get familiar with the situation on the island. If he wanted to raise his roleplay percentage through fighting the snake demon, then understanding the situation on the island was absolutely necessary. At the very least, he had to figure out the Iguro family's location and how their influence was distributed. Otherwise, going in blind would put him in far too passive a position. That wasn't Madara's style either. With Rin leading the way, It took less than 1 hour for Shia to get a clear grasp of the situation on Hachiho Island. The inhabitable area inside Hachiho Island was limited, and the Iguro family just happened to be located right at the center of the island. And compared to the Iguro family's compound, the civilian residential areas and streets were obviously much more shabby. From time to time, Shia could smell foul odors drifting out from street corners and alleyways. Grr. Hearing the noise from his stomach, Rin scratched his head a little awkwardly. Let us go eat. I've pretty much figured out the situation on the island. Demon Slayer Core Branch. A family on Hachiho Island is colluding with a snake demon? Rengoku Shinjiro, with his pair of large golden eyes, confirmed the report with the squad member kneeling on one knee before him. Yes. According to the message sent back by the member stationed on Hachiho Island, that demon has entrenched itself on Hachiho Island for 200 to 300 years and feeds on young children. 200 to 300 years? Why am I only receiving this news now? Shinjiro's brows drew tightly together. Over 200 to 300 years, who knew how many children had died in its jaws? If they had received the news earlier, they definitely could have saved many lives. Hachiho Island is in a remote location, and the Iguro clan's influence has grown quite strong in recent years. The snake demon rarely takes action, and we only learned of the collusion between the snake demon and the Iguro clan by chance. I understand. Shinjiro had no intention of blaming the squad member. He simply waved a hand to show that he understood. Please book the earliest possible ticket to Hachiho Island. I'll go there personally and take a look. A demon that had survived for 200 to 300 years, even Shinjiro didn't know whether the other side was one of the 12 Kazuki. Sending ordinary subordinates over to investigate would be far too dangerous. It was safer for him to make the trip in person. That way, even if the other side really was one of the 12 Kazuki, he would still have the strength to fight it. Yes. The squad member accepted the order and withdrew, leaving Shinjiro alone in the room as he looked through the intelligence on the snake demon. At the same time, in the Iguro family estate, inside the luxurious courtyard residence, the woman who had wanted to guide Shia that afternoon was now kneeling on the floor, reporting to a plump, richly dressed woman with an air of elegance and wealth. "Aunt, I saw a pretty good food source at the platform today." "Food? How old?" "My lord is very picky about food." Hearing that, the plump woman became somewhat interested. She stopped what she was doing and turned her gaze toward the woman. Lord Snake Demon had only eaten 2 days ago, but suitable young children on the island were not easy to find now. It was very necessary to prepare the next meal for Lord Snake Demon in advance. Lord Snake Demon was the foundation of their survival. Anything related to Lord Snake Demon had to be handled with the utmost care. The age isn't all that suitable. 16 or 17. But the looks are absolutely top-notch. 16 or 17. Are you joking with me, Mickey? The plump woman's face instantly darkened when she heard Mickey's words. In all these years, when had Lord Snake Demon ever eaten someone aged 16 or 17? And besides, since when did 16 or 17 count as a young child? As for the looks Mickey mentioned, the plump woman didn't care in the slightest. In her view, the reason Lord Snake Demon liked eating children was because it liked tender meat, not appearances. Just as the plump woman was about to continue scolding Mickey, suddenly, the entire room seemed to tremble slightly. The hanging decorations on the wall swayed faintly, and a light vibration came from the floor beneath their feet. The plump woman was jolted in shock. Before she could react, pale-patterned pythons began poking their heads out from every crack in the room. Their bodies coiled as they slowly slithered out from the gaps in the windows, the cracks in the floor, and even the shadows in the corners of the walls. Their scales reflected a cold sheen under the dim light, their skin smooth like flowing water and carrying a chilling touch. At the sight of this, the plump woman's expression changed drastically. The composure and authority she had just displayed vanished in an instant, replaced by fear and reverence from the bottom of her heart. She dropped to her knees, lowering herself as much as possible, both hands braced against the floor, her head almost pressed against the cold boards, her whole body trembling slightly. From behind the folding screen, a sweet young woman's voice leisurely drifted out. "Top-notch looks? Now I'm really a little curious. Bring him over and let me have a look. I'd like to see just how good-looking he is to make our Mickey this enchanted." When the plump woman heard that voice, she hurriedly responded, "Yes, yes, my lord. I'll give the order right away." She didn't dare raise her head and only stayed prostrated on the floor, a slight tremor in her voice. The pythons in the room seemed to sense something. One after another, they stopped moving and quietly coiled where they were, as if waiting for some kind of command. The plump woman slowly stood up, took a deep breath, and did her best to steady herself. Walking over to Mickey, who was likewise still prostrated on the floor, she said in a low voice, "Go. Bring that person here." A trace of secret delight flashed across Mickey's lowered face. Sure enough, Lord Snake Demon wasn't interested only in young children. She had already sensed that from the day Lord Snake Demon tore little Abanaya's mouth apart. Hearing her aunt's words, Mickey pretended to hesitate for a moment before raising her head and saying, "That person is carrying a sword. It doesn't matter. You only need to bring him back. You don't need to consider anything else." With Lord Snake Demon's assurance, Mickey no longer had any doubts. She got up and walked out of the courtyard. At the same time Mickey left, several pale-patterned pythons hidden in the shadows of the room disappeared at some unknown point as well. Inside the room, the plump woman once again fell to her knees, expressing endless reverence and obedience to the presence behind the folding screen. She knew that at this moment, Lord Snake Demon's interest had already been stirred by Mickey's description, and the fate of every one of them was held in the hands of that existence, whose voice sounded sweet and lovely, yet was incomparably dangerous. The voice behind the folding screen rang out again, carrying a trace of laziness. "I don't like waiting. Mickey had better move a little faster." At those words, fine beads of sweat appeared on the plump woman's forehead. Inwardly, she prayed that Mickey would complete the task smoothly and bring back food that would satisfy Lord Snake Demon. "Are you full, Rin looked at Shia gratefully. All he had done was show him around, yet the other party had no need to spend so generously. Shia called over the owner to settle the bill. He didn't care much about the cost of this meal. The treatment he received in the Demon Slayer Corps was enough that, for more than half a year, he wouldn't need to worry about expenses at all. As he walked out of the shop, Shiryi looked at the dim sky, anticipation in his eyes. Night was a ghost's home turf. Right now, he still hadn't figured out the snake ghost's exact strength, so he couldn't make the first move. He could only wait for an opportunity. He had embarrassed that woman this afternoon. She would probably come looking for him very soon. When that time came, he could first use that woman to probe the snake ghost situation and raise his acting progress while he was at it. "My lord, do you need me to find a place for you to stay?" "No, Rus. Let's keep walking around a bit. They should be here soon." Shiryi shook his head. It had already been almost 3 hours since he got off the platform. That woman had probably already brought news of him back, and might even already be on the way here. If he went to find a place to stay now, it would be inconvenient if a fight broke out later. Better to keep wandering and find a more remote place. Rin froze for a moment. Who did they refer to? On Hachiho Island, other than the Iguro family? Who else could it be? Shiryi casually said after glancing at the passerby, who had been watching them ever since he and Rin started eating. Being watched was a good thing. At the very least, it meant that woman from the afternoon hadn't forgotten what happened. And that was exactly what Shiryi wanted. The Iguro family? Hearing that, Rin's eyes instantly widened. Wait for the Iguro family to come? Hadn't they only just offended them this afternoon? At a time like this, shouldn't they be hurrying to find somewhere to hide? The people of the Iguro family were already arrogant enough outside the island, let alone here on their own turf. Wait, Rin suddenly realized she seemed to have overlooked a problem. That was Shirye's purpose for coming to Hachiho Island, as well as the way he was dressed. Along the way, Shirye had never said what he came here for, so Rin had subconsciously assumed he was here on a business trip for work. But now, her thoughts had changed a little. What normal person brought a sword while traveling for work? Even though blades were fairly common at this time and regulations were lax, that didn't mean you could just bring one onto a train, right? Thinking of that, an idea so absurd that even she found it ridiculous rose in Rin's mind. Could it be that Lord Shirye had come to the island specifically to deal with the Iguro family? The moment that thought appeared, Rin shook her head. Impossible, impossible. The Iguro family had stood on this island for 200 or 300 years. How could Lord Shirye possibly be here to pick a fight with them? He was probably just trying to resolve what happened this afternoon, right? But if it was because of what happened this afternoon, then there was no need at all for Lord Shirye to clash with the Iguro family. Wouldn't it have been enough to just let that woman lead the way? The more Rin thought about it, the less she could understand why Shirye was doing this. Noticing Rin staring blankly at his Nichiren blade, Shirye patted her on the shoulder. Let's go. The Nichiren blade was the only thing he had brought out from the Demon Slayer Corps. The Demon Slayer Corps did not require dismissed members to return their Nichiren blades. After all, no matter how weak a dismissed member was, they were still much stronger than ordinary people. With a Nichiren blade on hand, if an unexpected situation happened, could still serve as a source of strength. And besides, before his Madara acting progress rose high enough, the Nichiren blade was still quite useful to Shirye. Right now, relying on taijutsu and physical strength alone, it was still somewhat difficult for Shirye to suppress a ghost's regeneration. But once Shirye's acting progress rose higher, that would be a different story. Can't die unless your head gets cut off? If Chibaku Tensei blasted even your ashes into the air, let's see whether you die or not. Not long after Yi and Rin continued strolling around, Mickey, the woman who had wanted to guide Yi this afternoon, walked out from a nearby alley. "We meet again, sir." There was another woman behind Mickey, the very person who had been following them all afternoon. When Rin saw the woman appear, she subconsciously took a step back. The Iguro family was notorious on the island. Don't be fooled by the smile on this woman's face right now. Her hands were definitely stained with plenty of blood. "They've finally come," Yi muttered in a low voice. Judging from the woman's smug attitude, the snake ghost probably hadn't come. Otherwise, this woman wouldn't dare act so high and mighty. Not hearing clearly what Yi had said, Mickey frowned and continued, "Sir, since you've come to Hachiho Island, then as the hosts of this island, it's only natural for us to welcome you. Would you honor us with your presence? If I honored you with my presence, wouldn't they have nothing to do?" Yi's gaze turned toward the shadow beneath the eaves above Mickey's head. Inside the shadows, two almost imperceptible glints were slowly writhing. If Yi didn't have the Sharingan, he might not have been able to see them clearly. Hearing that, Mickey narrowed her eyes. He could detect Lord Snake Ghost's subordinates from this far away. This man really was suspicious. Good thing she had come prepared. At that thought, Mickey felt a little smug. Maybe the man in front of her had some skill, but in front of Lord Snake Ghost's subordinates, he was nothing to fear. She had seen with her own eyes how they had swallowed several strong, full-grown adults whole. "Then what do you mean, sir? That fake, hypocritical look on your face really makes me sick." Yi placed a hand on the hilt of his sword. The moment he finished speaking, his figure suddenly shot forward. Seeing Yi move, Mickey's expression didn't change. Some people just refused a toast only to drink a forfeit. There was no helping it. As Yi closed in on Mickey, the glints under the eaves stopped hiding and suddenly burst out from the shadows. Two mottled pale pythons opened their blood-soaked jaws and lunged straight at Yi. Their scales reflected an eerie sheen under the faint moonlight, and a fishy stench filled the air. Yi's charging body paused, and he lifted his eyes. In an instant, his eyes turned completely blood-red. Only a single black tomo slowly revolved within them. That abyss-like, bewitching gaze made the two mottled pythons shudder mentally, and their biting attack hesitated for the slightest moment. And it was precisely that tiny moment of hesitation that Yi seized. He abruptly exerted force, and the Nichiren blade in his hand flashed from its sheath. The blade light was like lightning, tearing through the air and carrying a sharp whistle of wind with it. With one slash, it cut toward the vital 7-inch point of one of the mottled pythons. The blade cut into the snake's body with perfect accuracy, as though slicing through soft silk, meeting almost no resistance. Before that mottled python could even let out a scream, it was cut into two with a single stroke. Blood gushed from the severed body like a fountain, splattering across the ground. The snake's body twitched a few times, then rapidly lost all signs of life. Seeing this, the other python's vertical pupils suddenly contracted in fear. But driven by the instinctive desire in its body, the python did not think too much about it and twisted its head to continue biting toward Yi. Yi lightly dodged aside, then swung his blade again. With the same motion, he killed the second python as well. Other than being larger in size, there was nothing especially worth mentioning about these two pythons. To ordinary people, these two pythons might have been deadly, but for a Demon Slayer Corps member, dealing with them was actually not difficult. Acting progress, 15%. Looks like besides changes in thought and speech, battle also gave a considerable boost to acting progress. Just taking care of two small fry had raised his acting progress by 1%. Feeling the power flowing into his body, surprise flickered in Yi's eyes. The increase brought by 1% seemed much greater than he had imagined. 1% seemed to be some kind of threshold. After reaching 1%, Yi felt that not only had his taijutsu improved by more than half, even the power of his Sharingan had been strengthened quite a bit. He even now had some vague impressions of information related to ninjutsu. Once it rose to 2 or 3%, the Sharingan might not evolve yet. But using some ninjutsu should probably be no problem. Recalling the fire-style ninjutsu Madara had displayed, Yi couldn't help feeling a faint excitement in his heart. One fire-style ninjutsu had required an entire squad of the Shinobi Alliance using water-style ninjutsu just to hold it back. Although with his current roleplay progress, the fire-style ninjutsu he used definitely wouldn't be anywhere near as exaggerated as Madara's. Dealing with a snake demon shouldn't be a problem, right? Yi had originally estimated that only at 2 would he be able to fight Shinya to a draw, but now it seemed his current self might already be enough. While Yi was sensing the changes in his roleplay progress, Mickey had long since been scared stupid. Dead? Snake Demon-sama's subordinates just died like that? Could everything just now have been her hallucination? That kid was clearly skinny and weak-looking, So how could he possibly cut a python nearly as thick as her body in half with one slash? Thinking that, Miki trembled as she reached out and touched the liquid that had splashed onto her when Shirya killed the two snakes. The sticky sensation made her fingers tremble uncontrollably. It wasn't an illusion. They were dead. Really dead. Those mighty pythons that had seemed incomparably fierce to her had now been chopped into two pieces by a somewhat immature-looking boy. Do you still need me to do you the favor? No need. Please spare me. Seeing Shirya slowly walking toward her, Miki's whole body shook like a sieve. Having grown used to the privileges brought by her status in the Iguro family, she had never felt death so close as she did at this moment. Too late. Shirya raised his blade and brought it down, killing even the woman hiding behind Miki in the same stroke. After dealing with the two of them, Shirya stood where he was and took a deep breath. If someone looked carefully at that moment, they would notice that when Shirya sheathed his sword, his fingers were trembling slightly. It was his first time killing someone. Saying he felt nothing would be a lie. The intense physical discomfort made Shirya feel like he wanted to retch. But fortunately, that feeling only lasted for a moment, and Shirya quickly recovered from it. From the moment he came to the world of Demon Slayer, Shirya had known this day would come. It was only a matter of sooner or later. He wasn't some saint. If he didn't kill others, others would kill him. He understood that much. As the feeling from killing for the first time slowly faded, what came after was a restless stirring from deep inside his heart. Roleplay progress, 2. Looking at the roleplay progress that had increased by another 0.5, Shirya grinned. It seemed that the change in his attitude toward killing had once again increased his compatibility with Madara a little. This was only after he had barely overcome the discomfort, and it had already increased by 0.5. Once Shirya could kill those who deserved death without any psychological burden at all, his roleplay progress would probably rise by quite a bit more. Lord Shirya's strength is so powerful. Watching Shirya turn around and walk toward him after sheathing his sword, Rin's eyes were wide and round, his mind in total chaos. The moment he saw people from the Iguro family appear earlier, he had wanted to tell Lord Shirya to run. But before he could even figure out where to escape to, he saw Lord Shirya charge up with his blade. Then he saw the two giant pythons suddenly burst out. In that instant, Rin immediately understood that the rumors about the Iguro family raising snake beasts were not rumors at all, but the truth. Those pythons were so huge. No wonder every family that had opposed the Iguro family had completely disappeared. But just as Rin was terrified by the flower-white giant pythons, the light around Lord Shirya's blade flashed. Then those two giant pythons that had made him feel despair turned into chunks of flesh, twitching weakly on the ground. The clean, decisive movement even made Rin suspect the two giant pythons were made of paper and only looked scary. You can go now. I'll find a place to stay later by myself. This place wasn't far from the Iguro family, and the snake demon had probably already sensed the deaths of the two pythons. He didn't know whether the other party would come personally. If he did, Shirya might not be able to look after Rin. Rin also knew that leaving now was the safest choice, but his feet simply wouldn't move. He had a faint feeling that the sky over Hachiho Island was about to change. It was going to change because of Lord Shirya. The situation of being oppressed by the Iguro family for more than 200 years might be changed because of this. Rin didn't want to lose the chance to witness it with his own eyes. My lord, I want to stay with you. Shirya frowned. Looking into Rin's eyes, he could more or less guess what he was thinking. Then stay far away and don't come out. Rin hurriedly nodded, afraid Shirya might change his mind. Shirya found a clean stone stool and sat down cross-legged. Before the snake demon arrived, he wanted to get familiar with the changes brought by roleplay progress at 2. Meanwhile, the back wall of the Iguro family's dungeon suddenly shook once, and the stone bricks let out a low grinding sound. The wall seemed to be pushed by some invisible force. Immediately after, one grayish-brown brick after another began to loosen, bulging outward slightly before suddenly collapsing. They shattered into pieces and scattered across the ground with dull thuds. A hole about the size of an adult's thigh appeared. The broken stones around the edge of the opening were still trembling slightly, as if the wall was still adjusting to the sudden damage. The appearance of the hole was like a tear ripped through the silent night. Cold wind whistled in through the opening, carrying with it the darkness outside the dungeon and the icy air. The surroundings instantly fell into dead silence, as if even the air had frozen solid. A moment later, a snake head no bigger than a thumb cautiously poked out from the hole, its eyes gleaming with wary light. The little snake head looked around, and only after confirming there was no one nearby did it carefully stick more of its body out. It was a small snake, around 1 meter long, its whole body covered in pure white scales that gave off a cold sheen in the dim light. The little white snake crawled carefully, quickly scanning the surrounding environment. Kaburamaru, How is it? Is there anyone outside? A boy's voice came from inside the hole, carrying a trace of urgency and tension. Kaburamaru looked around, then quickly pulled back into the hole and lightly flicked his tongue, conveying that it was safe outside. Then a dirty-faced, thin and small boy crawled out of the hole. His eyes were different from ordinary people's. One was emerald green while the other was golden yellow. His heterochromatic eyes stood out especially clearly in the darkness. His face was covered in dirt and sweat, but after confirming it was safe, a look of relief appeared in his eyes. The boy was little Abanai. He gently stroked Kaburamaru's head and said in a low voice, "Thank you, Kaburamaru." Kaburamaru flicked his tongue, as if responding to Abanai's thanks. Abanai looked around, and after confirming there was no more danger, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He turned back to look at the gloomy, terrifying dungeon, and a wave of bitterness surged in his heart. That place had trapped him for far too long. Every minute and every second had been agony. He never wanted to come back here again for the rest of his life. "Let's go, Kaburamaru," Abanai said softly, his gaze turning toward the world outside. Kaburamaru nodded, slid down from Abanai's hand, and swiftly slithered along a small path. While Abanai had been preparing to escape, Kaburamaru had already figured out the layout of the Iguro family grounds clearly, so there were no obstacles on the way out. When Abanai ran out of the Iguro family's territory, what came into view was a vast wilderness. Abanai picked up Kaburamaru and let the cool wind brush against his face. The horrifying shadows that had haunted his mind every night would finally end today. Abanai suddenly felt relieved, but also a little lost. He didn't know where he should go. Kaburamaru gently rubbed his head against Abanai's face, and Abanai forced out a small smile. "No matter where, let's leave this place first." As for the arrangements outside the Iguro family, Kaburamaru didn't know anything, so Abanai could only rely on himself. Abanai didn't know either, but he did know one thing: he just had to run toward the courtyards farther away from the Iguro family. Along the way, Abanai avoided places close to bright lights and jogged down the remote mountain paths. Not long after Abanai's figure vanished into the night, one of the Iguro family guards suddenly noticed something wrong with the hole and let out a sharp scream. Abanai ran away. That scream tore through the quiet of the night and spread across the entire Iguro estate. The originally dim courtyards were lit up in an instant. Countless torches blazed in the darkness, illuminating the surroundings. People in the rooms everywhere were quickly jolted awake and rushed out in panic. Holding torches and weapons, they ran all over the courtyards like headless flies, their eyes full of fear and anxiety, as if the sky were about to fall. "Find him! Hurry and find him!" A woman who seemed to be the leader shouted loudly, her voice filled with barely restrained tension and anger. The firelight shone on her face, reflecting the fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Everyone understood that if they couldn't quickly bring Abanai back, they would face unimaginable punishment. If it had been some other child who ran away, it might not have mattered as much. But Abanai was different. He was food that Lord Snake Demon had been waiting several years for. Now that Abanai had escaped, Lord Snake Demon would definitely punish them, and that punishment would be terrifying beyond measure. They knew very well that no one could withstand Lord Snake Demon's wrath. It would mean disaster for the entire family. And it wasn't just the people inside the Iguro family. The other Iguro clansmen elsewhere on the island also received the news. Their expressions changed at once, and they hurried back to the family without caring about anything else. Inside the luxurious manor at the very center of the Iguro family estate, the plump woman knelt on the ground, prostrating herself. Her lowered face was deathly pale. She had received the news the moment Abanai escaped. And naturally, Lord Snake Demon behind the folding screen also knew. Lord Snake Demon said nothing, but that very silence placed enormous pressure on the plump woman. It was precisely because she had served Lord Snake Demon since childhood that she understood even better how moody and unpredictable the one behind the screen was. The fear in the plump woman's heart kept growing along with Lord Snake Demon's silence. Every second felt as long as a century. Finally, unable to endure the strange silence any longer, she suppressed her fear and said in a trembling voice, "My lord, they'll bring Abanai back very soon. Please give us a little more time." There was still no movement behind the screen. Only a section of snake tail exposed beyond it swayed back and forth. Sweat had already begun to bead on the plump woman's forehead. She knew that if this dragged on any longer, the consequences would only become more severe. Suddenly, the swaying snake tail froze, as if the snake demon had sensed something. The next moment, the folding screen exploded apart, wooden splinters scattering everywhere. "Time? Who's giving me time?" Lord Snake Demon's voice was full of fury, as though his roar echoed through the entire room. "Not a single one of you can even handle something this small." At those words, The plump woman trembled even more violently, cold sweat continuously running down her forehead. She was just about to open her mouth and beg for mercy when she suddenly felt a shadow loom over her. She raised her head blankly, only to see a huge, blood-filled maw above her, radiating endless terror. Ah! The plump woman let out a scream as Lord Snake Demon suddenly sucked her over. Her hands desperately clawed at the ground, her nails digging into the wooden floorboards, but it was all useless. The giant mouth snapped shut, and the plump woman's voice was cut off abruptly. Her entire body was swallowed whole. The snake demon chewed a few times, then spat out a pile of minced flesh, her face full of disgust. As expected, once you get old, your meat gets old too. The minced flesh was devoured by several pythons that had appeared at some unknown point. Watching the flesh be eaten clean, the snake demon stretched her body and said, "It's been a long time since I've acted personally. Looks like some interesting food has come to the island again." She could barely suppress her anger over Abanaya's escape. After all, she had raised this bunch of trash for 200 or 300 years. Even dogs would grow on you after that long. As long as she gave them some time to capture him and atone for their failure, that would be enough. But when she sensed that her 2 precious children had been killed, she could no longer sit still. Anyone who could kill her 2 children within just a few seconds was most likely one of those annoying demon slayers who had found the island. The snake demon was not afraid of demon slayers. She had eaten them before. But this time, the demon slayer's strength seemed far from ordinary. Driven by a serpent's instinctive wariness, the snake demon turned her gaze toward the flickering shadows outside. Although the flesh of the Iguro family trash was somewhat hard for her to stomach, this was not the time to be picky. Opening the door, the snake demon pushed half her body out through the somewhat narrow doorway. When the Iguro clansmen outside, frantically searching for Abanai, saw this, their bodies stiffened suddenly, and they quickly dropped to their knees to show respect. Not every member of the Iguro clan had seen Lord Snake Demon's true appearance. But why the Iguro family had prospered so brilliantly until now was something they all understood without saying. Quite a lot of them. Good, that's enough. The snake demon looked at the crowd prostrating before her and smiled gently. Hearing Lord Snake Demon's gentle voice, everyone was stunned for a moment. Abanai had run away. Wasn't he Lord Snake Demon angry? And where was Lady Makoto? Wasn't she Lord Snake Demon's spokeswoman? Before their confusion could deepen any further, they saw several mottled pale pythons pour out from behind Lord Snake Demon. The pythons surged toward the kneeling Iguro clansmen at astonishing speed and quickly wrapped themselves around them. Terrified screams rose one after another, and the air filled with the scent of fear. Watching the scene before her, Lord Snake Demon's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Her gentle smile looked especially bizarre against the bloody backdrop. The pythons tore into the Iguro clansmen's bodies without mercy. Blood splattered everywhere, instantly staining the entire courtyard red. Those clansmen struggled desperately, trying to escape the nightmare, but it was all in vain. Lord Snake Demon slowly walked out the door, admiring the slaughter before her. Every step she took made the ground tremble slightly. "And no, my lord, spare me." One clansman struggled as he crawled toward the Snake Demon, trying to beg for mercy, but before he could finish, a giant python had already wrapped around his neck and dragged him back to the ground. His shrill scream was quickly drowned out by the sound of flesh being torn apart. The unceasing screams made passers-by near the Iguro family turn their heads one after another. And on the distant mountainside, Shiryi, who had observed this scene, frowned slightly. "I only killed 2 snakes. There's no way that should cause this much commotion, right?" Judging from the faint screams drifting over, it seemed that this snake demon was slaughtering and devouring the people of the Iguro family. Just because he had killed 2 snakes? No, that wasn't he, right? If losing only 2 snakes was enough to drive the snake demon this mad, then how could the Iguro family have survived for more than 200 years? They would have already been eaten clean by her long ago. Could it be that Iguro Abanai escaped today? What a coincidence. While Shiryi was guessing at the situation within the Iguro family, Rin, who was hiding in the distance, suddenly shouted loudly, "My lord, here's a person. There's a snake around his neck." Rin straightened up and pointed somewhat nervously at the shadow beside a tree. He had been hiding there just fine a moment ago, but then this person suddenly stepped on him, making him instinctively stand up. As a result, the already flustered person instantly lost his balance and fell onto the ground with a thud. But fortunately, Rin had just seen pythons not long ago. So when she saw the snake around the person's neck, she was still able to suppress her fear. Hearing that, Shirya immediately sprang toward Rin's position in a series of quick leaps. Passing through the shadows of the trees, Shirya got a clear look at the person Rin was pointing at, and his expression froze slightly. Wasn't this Abanai? He really ran out? No wonder that snake demon suddenly erupted. So that was why. That familiar face, along with those highly distinctive heterochromatic eyes, let Shirya identify the figure in front of him at a glance. Iguro Abanai, one of the 9 Hashira in the later story of Demon Slayer, and his strength ranked among the upper tier even among the Hashira. He had a crush on the love Hashira, Kenroji Mitsuri, and had a seriously love-struck mindset. At this moment, little Abanai was sitting on the ground, holding Kaburamaru, his eyes somewhat panicked. Abanai had been locked in the dungeon for a long time, so his physical condition was poor to begin with. On top of that, he had been running non-stop, and Rin's sudden appearance had knocked him over, leaving his body weak for the moment. Right now, forget running, even standing up was difficult. My lord, he has a snake on him. That snake's color is the same as those 2 from this afternoon, just a little smaller. Is he from the Iguro family too? With Shirya by her side, Rin instantly grew much bolder and voiced her guess. Hearing Rin recognize who he was, the fear in Abanai's eyes deepened even more. He knew the Iguro family's status on the island. If he was recognized, they would definitely tell his family, and then he would be caught and taken back. The moment he thought of being dragged back into that sunless dungeon, Abanai ignored the soreness in his calf and forced himself to endure the pain as he tried to stand. Just as Abanai moved, he heard the boy who had arrived later speak. He's different from that pack of beasts. Abanai froze, his body stiffening as he looked toward the young man. The other party stood tall, with handsome features and a chill in his aura. But Abanai didn't find that coldness piercing. Instead, it gave him an inexplicable sense of safety. In the Iguro family, although those so-called older sisters and aunts always wore smiles, Abanai could always sense their hypocrisy. Especially after learning why he had been kept in the dungeon. That feeling of falseness had become even stronger. They had never treated him as blood family. To them, he was nothing more than food offered to flatter the snake demon. Can you still move? Shirya looked at Abanai's somewhat misshapen ankle and reached out, wanting to examine it. Hiss! Kaburamaru opened its mouth and flicked its tongue at Shirya. Although it wasn't even as thick as Shirya's arm, Shirya still stopped his outstretched hand when he saw that. Kaburamaru was one of the few salvations Abanai had in order to keep living. Shirya could understand its urgent need to protect its master. Abanai was pulled back to his senses by Kaburamaru's threatening display, and quickly comforted it in a low voice. Yeah, me fine. Your foot's twisted this badly and you're still saying you're fine? Shirya raised an eyebrow. Abanai's current green and shy appearance was really hard for Shirya to connect with the sharp-tongued Abanai he would become later. Your ankle is badly sprained. If it isn't treated in time, it'll leave hidden problems later. I can help you. Can you control it? Shirya pointed at Kaburamaru, which was still flicking its tongue at him. Hearing Shirya's reminder, Abanai glanced at his red and swollen ankle. After hesitating for a while, he said yes. Abanai didn't know why the person in front of him was willing to help him, but under the current circumstances, he had no better option than to trust him. If the other party wanted to capture him, there was no need to put on an act. With his current physical state, he wouldn't be able to run far anyway. Right now, Kaburamaru could only barely communicate with Abanai, but it couldn't understand what Shirya was saying. It only saw Shirya's mouth moving as he muttered something. Couldn't understand it, but being fierce definitely couldn't be wrong. Suddenly, Abanai grabbed Kaburamaru's head in one hand. Kaburamaru. Without Kaburamaru getting in the way, Shirya began treating Abanai's foot. The original owner of this body had spent some time in the Demon Slayer Corps. His record in killing demons might not have been all that impressive, but he was quite skilled at dealing with injuries. A minor injury like a sprain was as easy to handle as everyday routine for him. While Abanai was distracted, Shirya set the foot back in place, then did a simple bandage wrap, and that counted as finished. This didn't completely heal it. It would still need further treatment later, but Shirya didn't have time for that right now. Abanai's escape had caused the snake demon to go berserk. Snakes already had extremely sharp senses of smell to begin with, much less a snake demon whose senses had been enhanced. After devouring the Iguro clan, the snake demon had 2 choices. Either follow the lingering scent to look for Abanai, or come find Shirya and avenge the 2 pythons. And now, with Iguro right beside him, the snake demon's next choice had gone from 2 options down to 1. Shirya only needed to wait here quietly for her to come. Abanai's unexpected appearance had not only sped up the time for Shirya to meet the snake demon, but had also given him a fallback option. In the original story, Abanai was saved by Rengoku Shinjuro, which meant the current flame Hashira, Rengoku Shinjuro, was also on the island right now. That meant even if Shirya still couldn't match the snake demon after raising his roleplay percentage, his safety would still be guaranteed. But unless absolutely necessary, Shirya didn't want to use that guarantee. With the help of the role-playing system, If he still couldn't even deal with a snake demon cannon fodder, that would be far too pathetic. Madara could lose, but he absolutely could not lose to trash like this. Rin, take care of him. After settling Abanai and Rin in place, Shirya jumped down from the mountainside. The commotion over at the Iguro family had already gradually died down. The snake demon had most likely finished dealing with things and was now heading this way. Sure enough, after Shirya had waited no more than 2 or 3 minutes, streaks of gray-white pythons began slithering out with rustling sounds from the surrounding grass, cracks in the rocks, and roof eaves, surrounding Shirya layer upon layer. Amid the swarm of snakes, the snake demon slithered out. Her upper body was that of a human woman, while her lower body was a serpent's body. The instant she appeared, the air around them turned oppressive. The snake demon's face was ferocious, and in her eyes were a pair of exaggerated vertical pupils that sent chills down one's spine. The corners of her mouth stretched all the way to her ears, revealing rows of sharp teeth, as if she were ready to tear apart prey at any moment. And there was also that long, pointed tongue hanging from her mouth, lightly swaying with each breath and making a hissing sound that caused anyone who heard it to feel their hair stand on end. Not bad. You're actually still together. That saves me the trouble of running back and forth. The snake demon glanced at the tree shadows behind Shirya, a trace of satisfaction in her tone. What a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing. The same thing? Not understanding what Shirya meant, the snake demon frowned, but her hand didn't stop moving. With a wave of her clawed hand full of sharp nails, the snakes surrounding Shirya lunged at him like trapped beasts released from a cage. Seeing that, a trace of delight appeared in Shirya's eyes. Not attacking personally, and instead letting her underlings farm his roleplay percentage? How embarrassing. Please, send more. Role-playing percentage, 23. Role-playing percentage, 25. Role-playing percentage, 26. As he kept killing the little demons under the snake demon's command, Shirya could clearly feel the speed of his roleplay percentage rising begin to slow down. But it was enough. At the very least, the outline of the B-rank ninjutsu, fire release, majestic destroyer flame, had already taken shape in Shirya's mind, and it was becoming clearer and clearer. Shirya felt that as long as his roleplay percentage rose just a tiny bit more, using this ninjutsu would become part of his bodily instinct. Role-playing percentage, 28. Enough. A slight smile rose at the corner of Shirya's lips. Right now, what he felt was not just the chakra surging inside his body, but also a faint sense of the fire element around him. In the distance, the snake demon that had originally been waiting quietly for Shiryi to be devoured frowned deeply. What a strange brat. Why does it feel like his movements are getting more and more relaxed? At the start, he had clearly been struggling a bit, looking like he could get hurt at any moment if he slipped up. So how did he get stronger after just this little while? Getting stronger in the middle of battle? Are monsters like that really real? The snake demon's tail swayed lightly, unease rising in her heart. No, this kid really does look like the type to grow stronger the more he fights. She couldn't wait any longer. The moment that thought flashed through her mind, the snake demon's vertical pupils suddenly contracted. Killing intent spread out as her body shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, making even the surrounding air tremble. The moment Shiryi saw the snake demon rushing toward him at high speed, he immediately cleared out the snake monsters in front of him to make room. The blade in his hand glimmered coldly under the moonlight. His knees bent slightly and his center of gravity lowered as he prepared himself to face the snake demon head-on. Blade and snake claws clashed in midair, sending sparks flying everywhere. The snake demon's sharp claws were as keen as blades, carrying fierce force as if they wanted to tear Shiryi into pieces. Shiryi gripped the hilt tightly with both hands and blocked the snake demon's assault. The man and the snake remained locked in place. Shiryi was waiting for the snake demon to reveal more of her abilities so he could kill her in one strike. And the snake demon was also observing Shiryi. Suddenly, the snake demon revealed a charming smile. That smile was strangely eerie. Blood demon art, snake shadow. The instant those words left her mouth, the snake demon in front of Shiryi suddenly vanished as if she had never existed at all. The next moment, as though she had appeared out of thin air, the snake demon suddenly flashed behind Shiryi. Her movements were unbelievably fast. Shiryi only felt a cold aura behind his back, and the hair all over his body stood on end in an instant. At that exact moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out from the distance. Watch out! Shiryi had no time to look at the golden owl that had suddenly appeared in the distance. He had already made guesses about the snake demon's blood demon art, so he was not surprised at all when she suddenly appeared behind him. A stream of heat rolled through Shiryi's throat. Fire style. Great fire annihilation. The moment he spoke, the snake demon saw a glow of fire rapidly expanding before her eyes. A sea-like wave of flames burst from Shirye's mouth. Scorching heat instantly filled the entire space, and the light of the flames reflected off the snake demon's horrified face. The snake demon's pupils suddenly shrank, revealing panic she had never shown before. At this moment, the snake demon no longer cared about continuing her attack on Shirye. Her instincts told her that retreating was the wisest choice now. But the surroundings had already been engulfed by blazing flames, and every path of retreat had been completely sealed off. Like a merciless beast, the flames carried the ferocious force to devour everything and instantly swallowed the snake demon whole. Her body twisted violently within the fire, letting out screams that made one's scalp crawl. The flames mercilessly scorched her skin, and the searing heat made her feel as if she had been thrown into the fires of hell. Her body struggled non-stop inside the flames, producing bursts of miserable crackling sounds, the noise of skin and scales being burned by the extreme heat. The snake demon's tail lashed around wildly, trying to drive back the flames surrounding her, but every struggle only made the fire surge even more violently. Seeing this, the gray-white giant pythons that had originally been circling Shirye and waiting for a chance to attack quickly scattered in all directions. Not to mention the instinctive fear of fire carved into their bones. Even just watching the snake demon get burned into something like charred coal was enough to make them not dare have any more thoughts of attacking Shirye. The two little ones hiding in the tree's shadow behind Shirye, with only their eyes showing, were also completely dumbfounded. Was this really a power a human could use? Staring at the flames that were still raging fiercely, Rin swallowed hard. Having grown up on Hakajajima since childhood, he had never seen such an exaggerated battle before. Towering flames blasting out from a person's mouth, something he would have once thought was pure fantasy, was now happening right in front of his eyes. Compared to Lord Shirye's attack, Rin suddenly felt that the Iguro family colluding with a humanoid snake monster was not all that impossible to accept. Beside Rin, little Abanai had almost the exact same expression on his face. It was just that the bandages covered his slightly parted mouth. Why had the Iguro family stood strong on Hakajajima for 200 or 300 years? Wasn't it because of the snake demon right in front of them? Countless families had tried to replace the Iguro family over the past 200 years, but without exception, all of them had failed. That alone showed just how powerful this snake demon was. It was precisely because little Abanai understood how powerful this snake demon was that he had never once thought about killing her. He had only wanted to run as far away from her as possible. But now, as little Abanai watched the snake-shaped figure being devoured by flames, a trace of understanding suddenly rose in his heart. So that snake demon wasn't invincible after all. Person could kill her. Kaburamaru, coiled around little Abanai's neck, shrank back the moment he saw the snake demon's miserable state. Half of his snake head hid by little Abanai's neck as he secretly peeked out. If you'd said earlier that you could breathe fire, then it wouldn't have bared its fangs just now. Fine, it'll behave now. After the flames finally dispersed, the snake demon stood stiffly in place, staring straight ahead. The scales covering her body were charred black, making her look as if she had turned into a lump of burnt coal. The air was filled with the nauseating stench of burnt flesh and blood, enough to make anyone feel sick. Seeing this, Shirye walked step by step toward the snake demon, his Nicaran blade ready to strike. He knew very well how powerful Great Fire Annihilation was. It could heavily wound the snake demon, but killing her in one shot was still somewhat unrealistic. At the very least, his roleplay percentage would need to rise to around 8 or 10 before that became possible. Sure enough, just as Shirye approached, the snake demon's charred body began to tremble slightly. A moment later, the blackened skin began to peel away, revealing the muscles and scales beneath that were gradually regenerating. The snake demon's breathing slowly steadied, and the vicious light in her eyes ignited once more. The moment the snake demon felt her condition improving, her heart immediately filled with rage. She had lived for hundreds of years, only to be tricked by a little brat. A vicious gleam flashed in her vertical pupils as she prepared to vent all her fury on Shirye right then and there. But just as she was about to attack, those stunned vertical pupils suddenly caught a blurred flash of cold light appearing before her eyes. It happened in an instant. The cold light cut through the night sky and came straight at her. The snake demon only had time to widen her eyes slightly before she felt her body suddenly come to a halt, as if it had been bound by some invisible force. Her movements turned stiff, and even her control over her own body rapidly faded. The snake demon's body began to tremble weakly. She desperately tried to break free from the restraint, only to find that everything was futile. After that flash of cold light, her body seemed to lose all strength and gradually turn numb. Her vision began to blur, and everything before her eyes became hazy and unreal. Roleplay percentage, 4%. looking at the roleplay percentage flashing before him, and feeling the energy inside his body fill up once again. Shiryi let out a soft breath, as expected of a demon with a blood demon art. After killing her, his roleplay percentage had increased by 1.2% directly. If he killed a lower moon later on or even an upper moon, then no matter what, the roleplay percentage should be able to increase by 7 or 8%, right? Now that his roleplay percentage had risen to 4%, Shiryi felt a lot more ninjutsu information appear in his mind. Fire style, great fire spears, dust concealment technique, shadow clone technique. He could even feel another type of chakra pulsing inside his body. It was just that because his roleplay percentage was still too low. Shiryi had no idea what that pulsing chakra actually was. Also, there were the changes in the Sharingan. His vision was becoming clearer and clearer, and Shiryi felt like it could evolve into a Tutomo Sharingan at any moment. He estimated that even 5%, maybe even 6%, acting progress would be enough to push the Sharingan to the Tutomo stage. After Shiryi finished digesting the changes brought by the increase in acting progress, he waved at Abanai and the other child, signaling that they could come out now. Then he turned to look at the source of the voice that had warned him to be careful during the battle just now. His gaze stopped on a man not far away. That man had a head of bright yellow hair, with red at the tips, like blazing flames. His eyes were sharp, his eyebrows thick and black, like two swords, giving off an unwavering aura. His eyes were bright and full of spirit, radiating a light that was impossible to ignore. Damn, those eyes really are huge. No wonder he's called an owl. Looking at Rengoku Shinjuro, the flame Hashira, who was standing there staring at him with wide eyes, Shiryu couldn't help smacking his lips. At this time, Rengoku Shinjuro still hadn't given up on himself. He was practically carved from the same mold as Kaijuro. Those big eyes, who wouldn't freeze for a second after seeing them? While Shiryu was sizing up Shinjuro, Shinjuro was also staring wide-eyed at Shiryu. But Shinjuro wasn't looking at Shiryu's face. He was thinking about the process of Shiryu using fire release just now. What was that just now? Flame breathing? Impossible. As the flame Hashira, he knew every form of flame breathing like the back of his hand, and what Shiryu had used just now didn't match any breathing form in his memory. Besides, didn't breathing forms all require a Nichiren blade as a medium to be used? How did this boy spit it out from his mouth? Could this be a demon pretending to be human? That didn't seem right either. There was no demonic aura on him. Then what exactly was going on? Judging from the flames this boy had used just now, if not for the limits of his own strength, the power would have been comparable to Shinjuro's own flame-breathing fourth form. A flame ability that didn't exist within flame breathing? Shinjuro's huge eyes were full of confusion. Breathing fire from the mouth was a bit beyond the scope of his understanding. Wait, is that a Nichiren blade in his hand? Is he a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Strange. With strength like this, why did Shinjuro have no impression of him at all? He had arrived when the snake demon used its blood demon art, so he knew clearly how strong it was. Although it wasn't comparable to one of the lower moons of the 12 Kazuki, it already had the potential to grow into one. If that snake demon had just been given a little more time to eat a few more people, becoming a lower moon would only have been a matter of time. And yet a demon like that had been defeated in a single move by the boy in front of him, and judging from the clean, decisive way he killed the snake demon afterward, it was definitely not something an ordinary corps member could do. As for a boy like this, Shinjuro didn't know about the other Hashira, but he himself was absolutely willing to take him in as his Tsuguko. Is this a newly recruited member? What's his name? As Shinjuro watched Shiryu walk over with Abanai and the other child, he asked the corps member accompanying him. The corps member had just recovered from the shock of seeing Shiryu kill the snake demon, and his eyes were still a little dazed. What was his name? He didn't know either. The matter of the Iguro family on Hakajajima had only been discovered recently. There should have only been one corps member on the island responsible for monitoring the Iguro family's movements. So where had this person come from? This member should be from another branch. I don't know his information either. Once we know his name, go check. Shinjuro wasn't surprised that his subordinate didn't know Shiryu's identity. The Demon Slayer Corps had many branches, so it was normal for members not to know each other. I'll leave the matter of Hakajajima to you, Flame Hashira. After walking up to Shinjuro and greeting him, Shiryu prepared to leave right away. His purpose in coming to Hakajajima had been to raise his acting progress. Now that his acting progress had gone up, it was naturally time to leave. As for the mess on Hakajajima, he might as well leave that to the Demon Slayer Corps. Why aren't you bowing when you see Lord Flame Hashira? Seeing Shiryu's casual attitude, the corps member accompanying Shinjuro couldn't hold back and instinctively questioned him. Shinjuro didn't really care about such things, But he also found Shurya's behavior a little strange. Most people who joined the Demon Slayer Corps hated demons to the core, so the members all held the powerful Hashira in exceptionally high respect. But Shurya's attitude in front of him seemed somewhat different. Hearing that, Shurya's steps paused. He turned his head and said calmly, Demon Slayer Corps members need to bow to the Hashira, but I'm no longer a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Then where did the Nichiren blade in your hand come from? The Corps member froze for a moment after hearing Shurya's words, then subconsciously asked, Oh this? I was persuaded to leave the Demon Slayer Corps, but according to the rules they didn't take the blade back. Persuaded to leave? Rengoku Shinjuro and the accompanying Corps member both froze. Persuaded to leave? What a strange term. Someone with strength like this had been persuaded to leave the Demon Slayer Corps? For a moment, the accompanying Corps member couldn't help feeling ashamed. If someone with the strength of the person before him had been persuaded to leave, then he himself should have been persuaded to leave long ago. Shinjuro was equally puzzled. In his impression, someone being persuaded to leave the Demon Slayer Corps meant one of two things. Either their breathing technique was inadequate and their strength wasn't enough, so they were persuaded to leave, or they had committed a major mistake and were persuaded to leave. Shinjuro hadn't heard of any Corps member committing a serious mistake recently, but the explanation of being persuaded to leave for lacking strength clearly didn't match Shurya's situation either. So what was going on here? Shinjuro frowned. Why was everything that happened today so hard to understand? Alright, Flame Hashira, you can handle these two. I still have things to do, so I'll be going first. Shurya wasn't too sure about Rin's talent, but since Abanai would later become one of the 9 Hashira, his talent was definitely not bad. Lord Shurya. Rin softly murmured Shurya's name. At that moment, he suddenly realized that he was about to part ways with Lord Shurya, and his heart felt complicated. Abanai was even more direct. Seeing that Shurya was about to hand him over to 2 complete strangers, he limped forward and grabbed the corner of Shurya's clothes. When Shurya's gaze fell on him, Abanai only looked at Shurya and shook his head. Compared to these 2 strangers, he would much rather follow the Shurya who had saved him. Seeing the panic in Abanai's eyes, Shurya pressed a hand on the boy's head, which had already grown to chest height on him. They're good people. They can help you become stronger. In the future, if you run into that kind of monster again, you'll be able to deal with it yourself. Abanai shook his head and said nothing. He only tightened his grip on Shurya's clothes. Seeing that, Shurya scratched his head helplessly. He couldn't take Abanai with him. He improved his strength through acting progress, and he wasn't skilled in the breathing techniques that could help Abanai grow stronger. So right now, Abanai joining the Demon Slayer Corps was the best choice. It was just that Abanai seemed to have become a little dependent on him. Since proper persuasion wasn't doing much, Shurya could only change the way he said it. Abanai, what do you think of your current strength? If we run into a monster like that again, can you help me? Or would I have to split my attention to protect you? If that's the case, then what's the difference between bringing you along and bringing a burden? Shurya's voice was very gentle, but his words were very realistic. So realistic that Abanai's hand loosened a little. If he ran into a monster like the snake demon again, then just like Shurya said, he probably really could only hide in the back and watch. Kaburamaru might still be able to help a little with his sharp sense of smell. But what about himself? He had even twisted his ankle while trying to run away. Maybe he really was useless. Thinking that, Abanai slowly lowered his head. Kaburamaru sensed Abanai's depression. His vertical pupils glanced at Shurya. He wanted to flick out his tongue and menace Shurya, but when he thought of the snake demon's miserable death, he hesitated for a moment and shrank back. Abanai! It's all your fault. You're the one who got Big Sister and the others killed. Suddenly, a shrill female voice came from the distance. Shurya, who had originally been about to pull the corner of his clothes out of Abanai's hand, narrowed his eyes and stepped forward, shielding Abanai behind him. When Abanai heard the voice, he subconsciously raised his head. Sister? It was the older sister who had brought him food before. Her voice was sharper now, but he shouldn't have heard wrong. If you hadn't run away, how could Big Sister and the others have died? It's all your fault. All your fault. They didn't have to die in the first place. You ruined everything. The disheveled woman ignored the still bleeding wound on her face and ran in front of the group, trying to grab Abanai behind Shurya. Through the gap by Shurya's arm, Abanai glanced at the woman. It really was his female cousin. The piercing words and frightening appearance made Abanai's body tremble. He lowered his head even more. It's all your fault. Everyone was killed because you ran away. As a sacrifice, all you had to do was obediently let yourself be eaten, wasn't it? His female cousin's words were like an incomparably sharp steel needle stabbing viciously into Abanai's heart. Every single word was like a blade, striking deep into his soul and tearing his heart to pieces. Abanai felt a suffocating tightness in his chest. At this moment, even breathing had become difficult. His hand rose involuntarily to clutch his chest, as if doing so could ease that suffocating pain. It wasn't that he had never thought about what kind of disaster his clansmen would suffer after he escaped, but he had still run away. Those relatives from before had perhaps already become lingering resentful souls, wandering through his mind, blaming him, hating him. Sure enough, as the descendant of a trash family, he himself was trash too. The reason for all these sins was himself. This thought coiled around Abanai's heart like a venomous snake, gnawing at every inch of his nerves until he was almost unable to bear it. Abanai's eyes gradually grew wet. Tears slid down soundlessly and dripped onto the ground, as if mourning the sins he could never atone for. At that thought, the hand clutching the corner of Shurya's clothes unconsciously loosened as well. His fingers trembled slightly, as if they had lost the strength to keep holding on. He lowered his head, his eyes filled with endless sorrow and despair. He still hadn't finished atoning for his sins, so how could he go with Shurya? Abanai felt an irresistible guilt pressing down on his heart, leaving him unable to raise his head and face either Shurya or his female cousin. He could only murmur in a low voice, "I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Shurya ignored Abanai's self-blame. Instead, while grabbing hold of the frenzied Iguro clanswoman, he turned his gaze toward Makijuro. He was waiting for Makijuro's attitude, but when he saw the hesitation and difficulty on Makijuro's face, Shurya smiled. Fire style. Hiding in ash and dust technique. Shurya spat a fist-sized clump of ash and dust at the crazed woman. "It's all your." The moment the high-temperature heat generated by the ash and dust touched the woman's body, her blaming and questioning voice abruptly stopped, replaced by a shrill scream. The instant Makijuro sensed the high-temperature energy, he flashed in front of Shurya and yanked the woman away in one motion. "What are you doing? How can you attack an ordinary person? An ordinary person colluding with demons?" Shurya sneered. So this Makijuro wasn't a blockhead after all. Then when the woman had been making unreasonable accusations just now, what had he been doing? Abanai was only a few years younger than himself. Why should he be forced to bear this fabricated crime? Makijuro stared fixedly at Shurya, his eyes full of shock and incomprehension. In his eyes, ordinary people were those they were supposed to protect, not targets to attack. According to the Demon Slayer core rules, anyone who colludes with demons to harm others, kill. Don't tell me the Flame Hashira doesn't know even that? After saying that, Shurya looked at the woman behind Makijuro, and his eyes sharpened. In the next instant, the ash attached to the woman violently exploded. Bang! A dull sound replaced the woman's scream. Hearing the commotion behind him, Makijuro turned around. When he saw that only several chunks of flesh and severed limbs remained of the woman, his pupils shrank. It wasn't that he had never seen scenes more tragic than this. He just found it hard to accept that an ordinary person had died right under his nose. Makijuro slowly, stiffly turned his head back bit by bit. Blood vessels appeared in his eyes. What are you doing? Killing someone who deserved to die. Shurya looked at Makijuro calmly, not feeling in the slightest that he had done anything wrong. With his current roleplay percentage, defeating Makijuro wasn't very realistic. At the very least, it would have to be above 13, but Shurya still did it anyway. What Shurya pursued was being true to his own heart, not some worldly sense of fairness. Besides, anyone who colluded with demons should have been killed in the first place. The number of human lives on their hands was no less than a demoness. Makijuro was so furious for no more than two reasons. First, he did not fully understand the darkness of the Iguro family. Second, because of his steadfast devotion to the Demon Slayer core duty, he could not understand why Shurya would attack an ordinary person. Makijuro fell silent for a moment. He tried to understand the logic behind Shurya's actions, but deep down, he felt profound unease toward this kind of private judgment over life and death. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, he had always upheld the belief of protecting the innocent. Even if she deserved to die, the Demon Slayer Corps should have judged her. Why did you act on your own? If I didn't act on my own, was I supposed to stand there like you and watch her pin all these crimes on a child too powerless to defend himself? Makijuro was speechless for a moment. He glanced at Abanai, who still had his head lowered in self-reproach, and the imposing aura around him faltered. At this instant, the anger and confusion in his heart seemed to find a slight balance. But he still could not fully accept what Shurya had done, nor could he deny Shurya's motive and the facts. The situation left him feeling extremely complicated and conflicted. The duty of the Demon Slayer Corps is to protect the innocent and punish evil demons, Makijuro finally said, his voice carrying a trace of helplessness and fatigue. But we also need to follow rules and procedure. Otherwise, How would we be any different from those evil demons who know only how to devour people? Shirya looked at Makajuro and shook his head. Rules and procedure? Sometimes. It's precisely because of these so-called rules and procedures that the people who truly deserve to die escape punishment. You can keep your faith, but I have my own principles. Seeing that his beliefs were fundamentally different from Shirya's, Makajuro clenched his fists and let out a sigh. The two of us hold different views. Let us wait until we return to the Demon Slayer Corps and hear the judgment of the Master. Go back? I'm no longer a member of the Demon Slayer Corps now. Even if I were to be judged, it wouldn't be the Demon Slayer Corps place to do it. The most important thing for Shirya right now was to raise Madara's roleplay percentage. How could he have time to go back to the Demon Slayer Corps with Makajuro? At those words, Makajuro's large eyes flickered. The only reason he hadn't attacked Shirya immediately was because he had restrained himself again and again. But now the other party wouldn't even agree to return for judgment? No, you must come back. Makajuro flashed forward and blocked Shirya's path. Shirya lifted his eyes. You want to fight? If I wanted to fight, you wouldn't have had the chance to keep talking. He admitted that Shirya's repeated use of fire-related abilities was excellent, but that still depended on who he was being compared with. As the Flame Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, these abilities of Shirya's could only make his eyes light up for a moment. But if Shirya wanted to be his opponent, he was still far from qualified. Want to try? Shirya looked at the performance rate that had risen to 5 and raised an eyebrow. When he had just killed the woman and spoken with Makajuro, Shirya had already noticed that his performance rate was rapidly increasing. Did that mean his actions and thoughts had resonated somewhat with Madara? Or did Madara also approve of what he had just done? Shirya wasn't clear on the exact reason, but he knew the increase was definitely related to Makajuro in front of him. Although a performance rate of 5 was still nowhere near enough in front of the Flame Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, there wasn't the slightest sign of retreat in Shirya's attitude. Try? Fine. As long as you can withstand one slash from me, you need to come back to the Demon Slayer Corps with me. Makajuro bared his teeth, as if he had been amused out of anger by Shirya's words. Shirya said nothing. He only slowly drew his Nichiren blade. In Makajuro's eyes, Shirya's strength was the strength he had shown when killing the snake demon just now. But at that time he had only revealed half of his strength. What's more, his performance rate had now increased too. Aside from the enhancement to his ninjutsu and taijutsu, there was another change. Shirya opened his eyes again. The originally black and white clarity in them was instantly replaced by a blood-red color. Two tomo quietly spun within them. The moment he felt Shirya's gaze from those eyes, Makajuro's hand paused. Looking at Shirya's eyes, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. A sense of danger? A sliver of danger actually appeared in his heart. Makajuro was somewhat stunned by that feeling. Could it be that he was mistaken? In only an instant Makajuro understood that this was instinct born from years of battle. It wouldn't be wrong. Shirya's current state had truly given him a faint sense of danger. Makajuro no longer dared to look down on Shirya. Gripping the Nichiren blade in his hand tightly, he said in a deep voice, "Flame breathing, first form. Unknowing fire." As the words fell, Makajuro's blade ignited with blazing flames. The fire danced on the edge as if it were tangible, releasing a terrifying heat. He leaped up violently, and the blade drew a dazzling arc of flame as it slashed toward Shirya. Seeing this, Shirya formed a hand seal with one hand. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, several figures appeared behind Shirya at the same time. Every shadow clone had the exact same expression and movements as the original. Fire release. Majestic destroyer flame. Towering flames erupted from several directions at once like pillars of fire, quickly converging into a gigantic fire dragon. Roaring, the fire dragon carried an irresistible heat and force, as though it would devour everything standing in its path. The fire dragon and Makajuro's flaming slash collided head-on in midair. In an instant, the blazing flames intertwined, like two giant dragons tearing into each other in the sky. The collision of flames erupted with tremendous energy. Scorching waves of fire swept outward, and the surrounding trees were instantly set ablaze and reduced to ashes. Performance rate, 53. Just exchanging one move with Makajuro raised it by 3? Was this the strength of a Hashira? Watching Makajuro walk out of the impact of majestic destroyer flame completely unharmed, Shirya's expression sharpened. The gap between himself and a Hashira was still somewhat large. Makajuro looked at Shirya with a complicated expression. He hadn't used his full strength in that slash just now, but it had been a level of power he would use when killing a lower-ranked demon. Yet he still hadn't defeated Shirya? Not only had he failed to defeat him, Makajuro could even tell that Shirya still had plenty left in reserve. And what were those figures that had appeared behind Shirya just now? Was it his imagination? But why did every one of those figures feel like a living person to his senses? How had he done that? One powerful ability after another that Makajuro had never seen before made it hard for him to see through Shirya. Right now, he was very curious why someone like Shirya had been expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps. You can go. Shirya glanced at Makajuro and said no more. The moment he saw that Makajuro had used the first form, Shirya knew just how badly the other man had underestimated his strength. He had originally planned to rely on the newly evolved Tutomo Sharingan to copy Makajuro's breathing form and use it against him. But it seemed that wasn't necessary. Shirya walked over to Abanai. Abanai still had his head lowered. Abanai, lift your head. Abanai didn't respond. His eyes were empty as he thought about something. Abanai, I said lift your head. Shirya's voice turned somewhat stern. Abanai wiped away his tears and slowly raised his head in a daze. There were still a few teardrops trembling on the verge of falling from his eyes. Do you think they died because of you? Abanai gave a slight nod, and his eyes filled with moisture once more. Why would you think that? They were using you as a sacrifice, do you know that? They traded your life for their own pitiful survival. If you died, they wouldn't feel the slightest guilt. They would only thank that demon for showing mercy. They wouldn't feel any pity for your death. So why are you shedding tears because they died? Shirya reached out and wiped away the tears on Abanai's cheeks, looking at him seriously. Hearing that, Abanai sniffled, and tears began streaming down again like broken beads. But if I hadn't run away, they wouldn't have died. Wouldn't have died? Do you think you alone would been enough to satisfy that demoness hunger? They could never tame that snake demon. They would only keep offering one sacrifice after another just like you, understand? You did nothing wrong. They deserved to die in the first place. It has nothing to do with you. Shirya let out a breath. The blood-red color in his eyes gradually faded, returning to their original black and white clarity. He gently patted Abanai on the shoulder, and his tone softened somewhat. Makajuro, who stood behind Shirya, wore a somewhat stiff expression. He knew the Iguro family had colluded with the snake demon, but he only had a vague understanding of the details. He had never expected that this child in front of him had actually been a sacrifice meant for that snake demon. A family that strengthened itself by sacrificing children? Thinking back to the accusations the woman had hurled at the heterochromatic boy just now, Makajuro's mind went blank for a moment. What had he just been doing? Had he been allowing a guilty evildoer to continue doing evil? At that thought, Makajuro's hand trembled slightly. Really? Abanai raised his head and looked at Shirya through tear-filled eyes, wanting a trace of affirmation. Of course, Rin. Do you think the deaths of the Iguro family have anything to do with Abanai? Seeing that Abanai had improved somewhat, Shirya looked toward Rin. During their time together just now, Rin had already learned Abanai's identity. After finding out that Abanai had lived in an underground cell since childhood, all of Rin's prejudice toward Abanai because of the Iguro family had long since vanished. The ones who did evil were that bunch of beasts. It has nothing to do with Abanai. No, they were all scum. They deserve to die, and it has nothing to do with Abanai. Hearing the agreement of the two of them, a trace of light appeared in Abanai's eyes. Although Abanai still couldn't completely separate himself from the deaths of his clansmen for the time being, at least he would no longer place all the blame on himself. Even if he hadn't escaped, someone else would eventually have escaped. The destruction of the Iguro family had only been a matter of time. If I go with them, can I become as strong as you? After gradually getting his emotions under control, Abanai raised his head and asked Shirya eagerly. Rin was equally curious about this question. He was full of longing for the strength Shirya had displayed. If there were a place that could let him gain the same strength as Lord Shirya, then of course he would be willing. After hesitating for a moment, Shirya nodded. If his current strength was used as the standard, Abanai would probably be able to match him after staying in the Demon Slayer Corps for less than a year. But if it was measured against Madara at a higher synchronization rate, then let alone Abanai, even Muzan wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Okay. Abanai silently nodded and walked over to stand beside Makajuro. At first, he had thought Shirya disliked him, which was why he didn't want to take him along. But after Shirya comforted him just now, Abanai understood that Shirya acknowledged him. For a feeling he had never experienced in the past dozen years, Abanai treasured it immensely, so he hoped that one day he would have enough strength to follow in Shirya's footsteps. Makajuro looked at Shirya's departing back. Then at the two little ones beside him, his expression complicated. After learning about what Abanai had gone through, he had gained a new layer of understanding toward Shirya. That understanding leaned in a positive direction, but if Makajuro had to choose, he would still protect that Iguro clansman without the slightest hesitation. This was a fundamental difference in beliefs. Was this also why Shirya had been expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps? Go investigate his information. See why he was expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps. Makajuro waved his hand. After receiving the order, the people accompanying him immediately left. On the remote open ground, only Makajuro, Abanai, and Rin were left. Abanai lowered his head and said nothing. Right now, there were only two thoughts in his heart. Grow stronger. Kill every monster like that snake demon. Seeing Abanai like this, Makajuro shook his head guiltily. He had neglected Abanai's feelings. Rin, meanwhile, walked to Makajuro's side and looked at the woman's corpse that Shirya had blown apart as he said flatly. The woman Lord Shirya killed was named Iguro Haruna. Since I was old enough to remember, she directly or indirectly killed 6 people on the island, and 2 outsiders. She once forced a bankrupt boss to offer up his child, and she also forced women on the island into prostitution. I can't even count all the evil things she has done, big and small. She deserved to die. Lord Shirya did nothing wrong. If you really have to say there was a problem, then maybe Lord Shirya hesitated. If it had been anyone else on the island who suffered under the Iguro family, they wouldn't even have given that woman a chance to open her mouth. Those calmly stated words made Makajuro freeze, and he stared absent-mindedly at Rin's dirty side profile. How old was this kid? How could he speak of life and death so calmly? No, it wasn't calm. It was numbness. The numbness of someone oppressed to the extreme. Just what unforgivable things had the Iguro family done to make a teenage boy hate them so much? Did he really know enough about the Iguro family? Not a single word in the boy's speech expressed dissatisfaction toward him. But Makajuro could still hear his confusion over why he had gotten angry. In the eyes of the boy before him, that woman simply deserved to die. After boarding the train leaving Hachiho Island and watching the shadows of trees retreat through the window, Shirya opened his panel. Roleplay rate, 53. At his current roleplay rate, the strength it granted him was roughly comparable to the fodder lower moons among the 12 Kazuki. And this was only the level of the lowest-ranked lower moon. If he wanted to fight lower moon 1 or the lowest-ranked upper moon, there was still quite a gap. Tutomo Sharingan. As he watched the train enter a tunnel, the crimson reflection in the window made his eyes flicker. The Tutomo state gave Shirya a very useful ability. Copying. When he had fought Makajuro, Shirya had copied Makajuro's flame breathing, first form, unknowing fire. Aside from still being somewhat unfamiliar with the flow of breathing through his body, in every other aspect, Shirya felt that when he used flame breathing first form, he wasn't much worse than Makajuro. Once his strength rose, the power when he used it might even surpass Makajuro by quite a bit. After the Sharingan evolved into Tutomo, that feeling of nearing another evolution had weakened a lot. But it hadn't completely disappeared. Shirya could still faintly sense it. He estimated that once his roleplay rate rose to around 11%, the Sharingan would evolve again into a 3-tomo Sharingan. At that point, his strength would rise quite a bit again. Besides that, there was also the improvement in taijutsu and ninjutsu. On the ninjutsu side, there was now information on one more fire release ninjutsu, and another kind of energy had appeared within Shirya's body. Would release energy. The moment he sensed it would release energy, Shirya almost couldn't keep the smile off his face. After all, Madara himself did not originally possess wood release. Then the source of this wood chakra nature was obvious. Hashirama cells. Although Shirya was currently limited by his roleplay rate, so no would release ninjutsu had appeared in his mind yet, would release innate regenerative power had greatly increased the speed at which his body recovered from exhaustion. In other words, Shirya was much tougher now. With his current state, even if Shirya took that snake demon's claw strike head-on, it wouldn't take long before the injury rapidly healed on its own. That kind of change instantly made Shirya feel full of security. And Shirya could feel that he wasn't far from mastering would release ninjutsu either. At most, once his roleplay rate reached 10%, he would unlock wood release techniques. Just imagining the scene of wood release, deep forest emergence made Shirya's heart stir. Once he learned that technique, he could kill every lower moon he came across. Even against upper moons, as long as they weren't the top 3, he could still fight them. After sorting out the changes in himself, Shirya turned his attention to the most important matter at hand. Increase his roleplay rate. Shirya recalled the first time his roleplay rate had increased. His way of thinking had changed and overlapped somewhat with Madara's, which led to the rise in roleplay rate. This time, when speaking with Makajuro, Shirya's thinking had also changed somewhat. Back when he left the Demon Slayer Corps, he thought it was because of Kaigaku because he looked down on breathing techniques. But after what happened with Abanai, Shirya suddenly realized that his beliefs were also somewhat incompatible with the Demon Slayer Corps. The Demon Slayer Corps pursued teamwork and sought to kill Muzan. But what did that have to do with him and Madara? What he wanted was to survive better in this world. As for Madara, there was even less need to say it, he wanted to create a world of infinite Tsukuyomi. If Shirya wanted to roleplay Madara better, Then he had to change his way of thinking and understand what kind of world he wanted to create in Demon Slayer. Roleplay rate 7. Just as Shurya was starting to get some ideas, his eyes lit up when he saw the roleplay rate information on the panel. As expected, his line of thought was correct. Creating a world in Demon Slayer that matched his ideal was the key to increasing his roleplay rate. Aside from thought and certain timely actions and mannerisms, there was also battle. Although Shurya's strength had improved quite a bit now, it was obviously unrealistic to roam around recklessly everywhere. If he randomly ran into an upper moon, he'd better behave himself. As Shurya recalled the major events in Demon Slayer from his memory, his gaze sharpened slightly. Within the next 2 years, there really would be one more event. Doma killing the flower Hashira, Kane. Going there to get involved with his current roleplay rate carried a bit too much of a death wish. But Shurya felt it wasn't completely impossible to work with. First of all, there was still plenty of preparation time before the death of the flower Hashira, Kane. During that time, Shurya could raise his roleplay rate by fighting some low-level demons. In 1 year, no matter how bad things went, Shurya should still be able to raise it by around 10. By then, with the 3 Tomo Sharingan and high-level ninjutsu in hand, Shurya felt he should be able to fight Doma head-on. Besides, the flower Hashira Kane was no weakling either. From the original story, just the fact that she could fight Doma bitterly until dawn already said a lot. Even among the later 9 Hashira, her strength would still rank near the top. Joining forces with a Hashira of that level, Shurya felt that using a battle against Doma to raise his roleplay percentage was definitely not impossible. Compared to other ways of quickly increasing his roleplay percentage, Shurya felt Doma offered much better value. A single exchange with Makajuro had already raised his roleplay percentage by 0.3. Then if he fought Doma, whose strength far surpassed Makajuro's, the increase in roleplay percentage might be higher than all the gains from these past days combined. Maybe, with Doma's help, he might even awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Shurya estimated that to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan, his roleplay percentage would need to be at least 25 or higher. Relying on Doma alone, Shurya felt that might still be a bit risky. Still, this was only Shurya's rough plan. When it came to actually carrying it out, there would probably be other unpredictable changes. 2 days later, at a Demon Slayer core branch, Makajuro stood in the courtyard, holding 2 reports handed over by a core member. One was about everything the Iguro family had done over the years. The other was detailed information about Shurya being expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps. Makajuro had already learned some things about the Iguro family from Rin. He had thought he was mentally prepared, but the moment he opened the report about the Iguro family, he realized he had still not prepared enough. Using young children as sacrifices, harming others, embezzling wealth, a vile clan completely devoid of shame. Looking at the report in front of him, Makajuro let out a self-mocking laugh. Shurya had been right not to come back with him. For Iguro clansmen like these, even if they were brought back to the Demon Slayer Corps for judgment, the sentence would definitely be death. There would not be even the slightest room for leniency. Was he being too stubborn? Makajuro's gaze wavered a little. He had to admit that, in a matter like this, that young man who refused to follow procedure seemed to have handled it better. After sighing, Makajuro opened the other report. The moment he saw the first line, he could no longer remain standing still. He looked up at the core member in shock. Failed the breathing technique assessment? How is that possible? Makajuro had thought Shurya was expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps because he was too unconventional in the way he acted, or because he had violated some core principle of the Corps. But he had never imagined that Shurya was expelled because he failed the breathing technique assessment. That was simply too absurd. Someone who could use flame abilities that even he himself could not fully understand had failed something as basic as a breathing technique assessment? Was the breathing technique assessment difficult? For ordinary people, maybe, but for Demon Slayer Corps members who had already passed final selection, the difficulty was pitifully low. Over the years, the number of Corps members who had been forced to leave because of the breathing technique assessment was so small Makajuro could count them on one hand. Shurya being expelled for this left Makajuro unable to understand. According to the gathered information, Shurya had indeed been persuaded to leave because he had failed the breathing technique assessment. Not just the flame Hashira, even the moment he got this report, he himself was stunned. As someone who had personally seen Shurya kill the serpent demon, he also did not believe Shurya would be expelled because of the breathing technique assessment. Someone who could wield flames powerful enough to exchange blows with Lord Flame Hashira. Wouldn't cultivating flame breathing be effortless for him? How could he possibly fail even the breathing technique assessment? Wait, wasn't this year's last breathing technique assessment yesterday? What's going on here? Makajuro suddenly frowned, and his gaze turned sharp as he looked at the core member. The branch said that because Shurya had failed the first 2 breathing technique assessments, and because there had been no obvious progress in his breathing technique, He was persuaded to leave early. Persuaded to leave early? Nonsense. Makajuro widened his eyes and shouted. Although after the matter with little Abanai, there had been some friction between him and Shirye, that was because of a difference in values. As for Shirye's own strength and talent, Makajuro acknowledged both. For someone like that to be expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps because of a breathing technique assessment, Makajuro felt there was clearly something wrong. Go and investigate carefully why Shirye was persuaded to leave. I've never heard of forcing a member out early because of breathing technique. Yes, sir. Elsewhere, at the Demon Slayer Corps branch where Shirye had once been stationed. Looking at the Corps member in front of him, Shinya felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. The other party was a trusted subordinate of Lord Flame Hashira, and within the Corps his position was 3 ranks above Shinya's. If it were only because of the man's status, it would not have made Shinya this uneasy. What truly unsettled him was that the man had not come to deliver any order. He had come to investigate Shirye's information. The Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps were overwhelmed with work every day. So why would one of them care about a low-ranking member with the lowest position in the Corps? Could it be that Shirye was backed by the Flame Hashira? No, that couldn't be right. Leaving aside that the Flame Hashira was upright and impartial, not the kind of man who would pull strings, even if Shirye really was backed by the Flame Hashira, then how could he have failed even breathing technique? This sudden investigation made Shinya uneasy. Had what he and Kaigaku colluded on been discovered already? Sir, didn't you already investigate Shirye's information yesterday? He was persuaded to leave because of the breathing technique assessment. Why are you here again today? Persuaded to leave because of the breathing technique assessment? Are you sure? Shinya, I suggest you think very carefully. Lord Flame Hashira is paying close attention to this matter. Shinya's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. Lord Flame Hashira is paying close attention? Could something really have happened? His expression struggled for a moment, but in the end Shinya still decided to stick to his original story. After all, Shirye's slow progress in breathing technique was something everyone had seen. It was because of the breathing technique. Fine. Even if it really was because of the breathing technique, why did you persuade Shirye to leave early? Shirye's progress was too slow. Even by the time of the assessment, he still wouldn't have been able to pass. So, before Shinya could finish, the trusted subordinate interrupted with a cold laugh. Wouldn't have been able to pass by the time of the assessment? A man who can kill a demon whose strength is close to a lower moon, and you're saying he couldn't pass a breathing technique assessment? Hearing that, Shinya felt as if an iron hammer had smashed straight into his forehead. Shirye killed a demon nearly as strong as a lower moon? How was that possible? With his strength, if he ran into that kind of demon, all he could do was flee. How could Shirye possibly have done it? Could this man just be making things up to bait him into talking? He glanced up at the subordinate's expression and swallowed hard. That look did not seem fake at all. Had Shirye really killed a demon nearly as strong as a lower moon, and only after a few days? You'd better give Lord Flame Hashira a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, you know very well what happens when you falsely frame a Corps member. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 1.5 years quietly passed. Neatly finishing off the ox demon, who was staring at him in absolute terror, Shirye opened the roleplay system. Roleplay percentage, 17.4. TCH, killing trash like this can't raise my roleplay percentage anymore. Using the little bit of cloth left on the ox demon's body, Shirye wiped his Nichiren blade clean and muttered. During this more than a year of waiting, Shirye had spent nearly every day thinking of ways to fight demons. At the start, his roleplay percentage had still been rising at a speed visible to the naked eye, but by now, ordinary demons were no longer enough to make it budge. Right now, the only thing that could raise Shirye's synchronization rate was the 12 Kazuki. But without intelligence support from the Demon Slayer Corps, finding the 12 Kazuki would not be easy. On top of that, during this period, aside from Doma on the Flower Hashira's side, the other members of the 12 Kazuki had almost completely vanished from Shirye's memory. Sheathing his blade, Shirye glanced around him. The scarlet Sharingan in his eyes gradually faded away. The Sharingan had now successfully evolved into the 3-Tomo stage, and both his ninjutsu and taijutsu had improved dramatically. Every time he activated the Sharingan, Shirye could feel the surging power filling his body. Though Shirye had not fought any of the 12 Kazuki over the past year, his experience sparring with the Flame Hashira had given him a rough estimate of his current strength. He could fight Rengoku Makajuro, the Flame Hashira, to a draw, or even defeat Makajuro. Shirye was not exaggerating or looking down on Makajuro. It was simply that his current strength really made that possible. The 3-Tomo Sharingan, advanced fire release and would release ninjutsu, along with scattered genjutsu and sealing techniques. If they really fought, an unprepared Makajuro would not stand a chance against him. But compared to an upper moon, Shirye did not dare speak too confidently. After all, The fact that one upper moon could match 3 Hashira was a lesson the Demon Slayer Corps had paid for in blood. After finishing today's battle, Shuria's figure flashed and vanished into the night. Sendai City, a remote city by the sea. At this moment it was immersed in darkness, with only a few scattered lights flickering through the night. Along the horizon, stars were sparsely scattered, and the sound of the waves was like a low nocturne, echoing through the silent streets with the wind. As Shuria walked, he lightly brushed the dust off his clothes from traveling, then finally arrived at the door of the house he was renting. Suddenly, his expression sharpened, and he slowly turned his head. Not far away, a little girl was secretly peeking around a doorframe, cautiously sticking out her small head to look at him. The little girl looked about 8 or 9 years old. Her black hair was tied into a high ponytail, and the bangs hanging down on both sides of her cheeks neatly covered her forehead. At her temple was a striking butterfly hairpin, its pink wings looking especially beautiful in the dim light. Her eyes were clear and bright, like stars, carrying a liveliness that did not belong to someone her age. She wore a clean kimono with a white cloak draped over it, making her stand out in the night. When she saw Shuria looking at her, the little girl hurriedly pulled her head back in panic, leaving only the half-open door swaying slightly in the wind. The corners of Shuria's mouth lifted slightly. Seeing this little girl, it was impossible not to mention why he had appeared in Sendai City. Sendai City was one of the cities under the Flower Hashira's watch, and also where the Flower Hashira was stationed most of the time. Shuria did not know when Doma would make his move, so he could only use the dumbest method and wait in Sendai City for the prey to come to him. During this time, because he needed to fight demons to raise his synchronization rate, Shuria came to know the Flower Hashira Kane, Shinobu Kocho, and Kaneo. When Kane learned that Shuria had been expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps because of the breathing style assessment, she had even apologized to him and invited him to rejoin the Corps. But Shuria, whose heart had long since left the Demon Slayer Corps, refused. After being rejected again and again, Kane understood what Shuria meant. She stopped pressing him and only kept a close eye on his movements. Keeping track of Shuria was not out of malice, but out of worry that something might happen to him while he was slaying demons. And the one acting as the medium for this observation was Kaneo, who was once again secretly poking her head out now. Realizing she had already been discovered, Kaneo lowered her head and looked at the coin in her hand. That person had already returned. Should she keep observing him or not? Better flip a coin. If it landed flower side up, she would keep watching. If it landed text side up, she would stop watching and go back to tell her sister that he had returned. Seeing the silver flash pop up above Kaneo's head, Shuria shook his head. It had happened so many times already. Even a dog would know to go back and report to Kane by now. And yet Kaneo still followed the normal procedure like some kind of NPC. Sigh. Used to Kaneo's coin-flipping routine, Shuria let out a sigh and returned to his room. Steadily catching the coin, Kaneo moved her little hand away. Flower side. Go tell sister and the others. Turning around, Kaneo ran all the way back to the room without even closing the front door. He's back? Seeing Kaneo hurry in, the Flower Hashira smiled gently. Hearing that, Kaneo's eyes widened slightly. She had not even said anything yet, so how did sister already know? Seeing Kaneo nod stiffly, Shinobu Kocho, who was sitting across from the Flower Hashira, could not help complaining. Sister, look at her. She probably flipped the coin again before coming back. I told you coin flipping isn't reliable. It's fine this way too. At the very least, Kaneo can make decisions for herself. The Flower Hashira beckoned to Kaneo and, once she came closer, gently patted her head. Shinobu pursed her lips and did not continue talking about Kaneo. Because of what Kaneo had gone through when she was little, she had always lacked her own will. The fact that she had become like this already was not easy. After teasing Kaneo enough, Shinobu shifted the topic onto Shuria. Shuria left her with a very strange impression. Every night, he just went out to find demons and kill them. He looked like someone who held a bitter, deep hatred for demons. But when sister invited him to join the Demon Slayer Corps, he refused. Sister, how strong do you think Shuria is now? At that, the smile on the Flower Hashira's face faded slightly. He should be no weaker than me. He might even be a little stronger. Hearing her sister's words, Shinobu immediately sat up straight. No weaker than sister? Wasn't sister the Flower Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps? How could someone expelled from the Corps possibly be stronger than a Hashira? Although there had been interference from others, many members had witnessed Shuria failing the breathing style assessment the first 2 times. And this was the very same person sister was saying was no weaker than her? Based on what? Shinobu, who rarely discussed this topic with her sister, looked completely confused. Stronger than sister? Shinobu could not help repeating it, wanting confirmation from her sister. Kane nodded. Her concern over Shuria did contain some personal care on her part, But even more than that, it came from the master's attention toward Shirya. More than a year ago, the flame Hashira Rengoku Makajuro had submitted materials to the master regarding Shirya being persuaded to leave the core. That was the first time Shirya entered the master's field of vision. After learning that Shirya had single-handedly dealt with a demon whose strength was close to a lower moon, the Demon Slayer Corps ultimately carried out a detailed internal investigation into Shirya's expulsion. The final result was that Shinya was dismissed from his post, while Kaigaku, who had been implicated in the matter, was placed under confinement. Even Kaigaku's master, the Thunder Hashira, felt so ashamed because of it that he stepped down early. Thus, the matter of Shirya being expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps was brought to an end. The master tried many times to invite Shirya back, but all ended in failure, and so the relationship between the Demon Slayer Corps and Shirya was left there for the time being. Of course, if that were all, it would not have been enough for Kanae to pay Shirya so much attention. The real reason she focused on him was the strength Shirya later displayed when the two of them happened to meet during a demon-slaying mission. Without using a Nichiren blade, he had forcibly burned a demon whose strength was nearly on par with a lower moon into ashes with flames alone. Even now, whenever Kanae recalled those flames that had filled the sky, she could still faintly feel their scorching heat. How could someone with that kind of strength be expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps over something as trivial as a breathing technique assessment? Not to mention anyone else, even Yuzui Tengen and Takedo Machiro, who became Hashira during this period, were only about that much, right? More than that, Kanae could clearly feel it. Every time she met Tokiya, his strength had grown in a way visible to the naked eye. Although it wasn't quite as fast as the missed Hashira Takedo Machiro's growth within the core, the gap was absolutely not big. The key point was that after Takedo Machiro became a Hashira, his strength entered a stage of steady, gradual improvement. But Tokiya was different. From being someone whose presence was barely noticeable at first, he had now reached the point where simply standing there gave off a sense of pressure. Tokiya had only used a little over 1 year to achieve that. Seeing the flower Hashira confirm it, Shinobu's eyes widened slightly. So it was real? That Tokiya's strength was actually greater than her sister's? She really hadn't been able to tell usually. He was like a stuffy gourd every day, always tagging along quietly and hardly speaking. After her shock, Shinobu felt confused. If he's already stronger than sister, then he shouldn't need us to look after him, right? If Tokiya's strength was really as Kanae said, then why were they still paying him so much attention? If Tokiya was stronger than her sister, then any demon Tokiya couldn't handle would be something her sister couldn't deal with either. It's not looking after him. It's keeping an eye on him. Kanae gently rubbed Kanae's head and emphasized the point to Shinobu. Mr. Tokiya did not accept our invitation, and he's still slaying demons every day. So at least for now, his position is neutral but leaning toward us. But no one knows what may happen in the future. The reason we keep an eye on Mr. Tokiya is to observe whether his stance might change. If someone with his level of strength were to join Musen's camp, then for us it would be no different from gaining one more upper moon. You're close to becoming a Hashira too, Shinobu, so you should understand what an upper moon represents. An upper moon? Sister, are you saying that if Tokiya became a demon, he'd be able to become an upper rank demon? Shinobu froze for a moment. She knew very clearly what those 3 words, upper rank demon, meant. In the past 100 years, she had only ever seen Hashira die at the hands of upper rank demons. She had never heard of any Hashira killing one. Was Tokiya really that strong? If he became a demon, he could rival an upper moon? Wasn't sister exaggerating a little too much? Yes. Even if Mr. Tokiya didn't directly become an upper rank demon, challenging one of the upper moons to a blood battle for position would only be a matter of time. Kanae, who had watched Tokiya grow over this past year, was extremely confident in that. Shinobu nodded. No wonder sister, no, not just sister, even Oyakata-sama had been paying so much attention to Tokiya, so that was why. Shinobu, the reason I'm explaining things about Mr. Tokiya to you so clearly now is because you're also about to become a Hashira. When you do things, you need to think them through. For someone like Mr. Tokiya, since we can't recruit him into the core, then we absolutely must not push him onto the side opposing us. Understand? Kanae spoke softly and gently. Shinobu only needed a few more demons before she could be promoted to Hashira, so she couldn't keep being as jumpy and impulsive as usual. Shinobu nodded. Luckily, Kaneo had been the one observing Tokiya most of the time, so Shinobu herself hadn't done anything too outrageous. Alright, the day after tomorrow I'm going to carry out a demon-slaying mission. I'll leave keeping an eye on Mr. Tokiya to you and Kaneo. A demon-slaying mission? Can't I go with you? At this point, Shinobu was not yet as independent as she would later become after attaining the position of Hashira. She still depended somewhat on Kanae. The mission location is a bit far. If I take you with me, then there'll be no one left to handle things on the Sendai City side. And this mission seems to be related to some kind of cult. Nothing should happen. Okay then. If anything happens, sister, remember to have your Kasugai crow tell me. After one night passed, the sky had only just begun to turn pale with the first light of dawn. The flower Hashira Kane simply packed her things and set off toward the mission location. At the same time, inside a wooden cabin deep in the Momoyama forest, a gloomy feeling hung in the chilly air. The room was simply furnished, and the walls all around were covered with training weapons and various cultivation tools. At the center of the room, Kaigaku stood there silently. He stroked the Nichiren blade in his hand, the blade reflecting a cold glint beneath the dim candlelight. He slowly sheathed the sword, his expression dark. 1 year of confinement. Very good, Tokiya, Kaigaku muttered to himself, full of hatred. Ever since the matter of him colluding with Shinya to get Tokiya expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps had been exposed, he had become like a monkey on display within the Corps, the laughingstock of everyone. Every time he walked through the Corps grounds, someone would cast mocking looks at him. Those gloating smiles made Kaigaku grit his teeth every time he thought back on them. Even the old man, the Thunder Hashira who had originally thought highly of him, had become deeply disappointed in him. He no longer placed high hopes on him, only told him to focus on training, and rarely asked about him anymore. Instead, he put all the attention that should have belonged to Kaigaku onto that yellow-haired brat who only knew first form. Kaigaku knew he had been completely neglected. That beautiful dream he once had, soaring straight to the top and quickly becoming a pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps, had instantly become a distant illusion. With his talent, after becoming the disciple of a Hashira, he should have risen in one leap and quickly become one of the most respected Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps. But now, not only had he failed to become a Hashira, his rank was still stuck at Kano, the 4th lowest rank. To him, this situation was an enormous humiliation. All of this was thanks to that useless trash Tokiya. As for the so-called rumor that Tokiya had single-handedly killed a demon whose strength was close to a lower moon, in Kaigaku's eyes it was complete nonsense. He refused to believe that with the strength Tokiya had before being expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps, and without the support of the Corps resources, he could possibly kill a demon as strong as a lower moon all by himself. The Flame Hashira had to be getting old and seeing things. This time, he was going down the mountain personally to let the old man and those upper-level people in the Demon Slayer Corps know just how wise it had been to expel Tokiya from the Demon Slayer Corps. He was the one the Corps should truly value, not that waste Tokiya who couldn't even pass a breathing technique assessment. After waking up, Tokiya opened the door to let in some fresh air. He glanced at Kaneo, who was peeking out to observe him. Seeing nothing unusual, he began his daytime training. Training was another method he had discovered for increasing his synchronization rate, aside from changes in thought, behavior, and combat. Although training didn't raise synchronization as noticeably as those first 3, Tokiya still persisted without fail. To him, every little bit of synchronization mattered. No matter how small the increase, it was still worth fighting for. After all, no matter how tiny a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. He walked to the middle of the courtyard, his eyes narrowing slightly. Then his gaze suddenly changed. Immediately after, the scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan slowly appeared, like a pair of shining crimson gems set into his pupils. His gaze swept across the several wooden stakes placed around the courtyard, and his figure flashed. Almost in the very next instant, Tokiya appeared among the wooden stakes. Flower breathing, 2nd form, honorable shadow plum blossoms. As soon as the words fell, 4 arc-shaped slashes suddenly burst out around Tokiya. Their paths were like falling plum blossom petals, agile and elusive. The slashes shot toward the surrounding wooden stakes at high speed, like rapidly fluttering petals, and also like 4 sharp bolts of lightning, flashing along unpredictable trajectories. Bang! The slashes struck the wooden stakes directly, sending wood chips flying as if they had been torn apart in an instant. Not bad. Counts as one more defensive method. Once he mastered Susanoo, he wouldn't need it anymore. Flower breathing, 2nd form. Honorable Shadow Plum Blossom was something Shirya had copied from the flower Hashira Kane. He rarely used it. It wasn't just breathing styles either. If it weren't for convenience, Shirya rarely even used his Nichiren blade. The main reason he used Honorable Shadow Plum Blossom was to train the speed and proficiency of the Sharingan's copying ability. Over this past year or so, Shirya had more or less figured out the range of breathing styles the Sharingan could copy. Simply put, as long as Shirya possessed the corresponding chakra attribute, he could quickly copy it and use it, and Madara's chakra attributes were completely maxed out. Fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, yin and yang, he had everything. Not to mention flower breathing, which was derived from water breathing. Even if Shirya saw sun breathing, learning it would be no more than the blink of an eye. However, The Sharingan-esque copying ability in the world of Demon Slayer was basically limited to breathing styles. Shirya had also tried copying blood demon arts. But because his body itself hadn't been altered by Muzin's blood, even if he copied them, he couldn't use them. After training his Sharingan-esque abilities, taijutsu, chakra control and so on, Shirya spent almost the entire day training. By night, Shirya picked up his Nichiren blade and prepared to begin tonight's demon-slaying journey. After locking the door, he glanced at Kaneo, who was blankly watching him, and shook his head. Just when exactly was Doma going to make his move? It had already been almost a year, so why was there still no sign of anything? Could it be that his appearance had changed the plot? A butterfly effect? All he had killed were some minor demons, right? Logically, that shouldn't have affected the plot development. Could it be he still had to wait another year? Looking at the head that had withdrawn behind the doorframe, Shirya was just about to pull back his gaze, when suddenly his eyes narrowed sharply. The lights weren't on. At this hour, the light in Kane's room still wasn't on. Kane hadn't come back? Had she gone out on a mission? Going out on a mission at this time? Shirya couldn't help but think more about it. He recalled what things had looked like when he came back after finishing his own work. At that time, the light had still been on, which meant the flower Hashira had only gone out on a mission today. No, this was bad. These next 2 days were probably when the flower Hashira and Doma would clash. He had to ask. Kaneo was spacing out behind the door. He should be left by now, right? Maybe she should take another look? The moment she poked her head out, Kaneo saw a clear face appear right in front of her. Her eyes instantly widened, and she stared at Shirya in a daze. How did he get here? Where are your sisters? Shirya was a little anxious. He didn't know when the flower Hashira had left, and he didn't know if there was still time to catch up. He had waited here for more than a year. He absolutely couldn't let it be for nothing. Kaneo stared blankly at Shirya without saying a word. After a moment, she stretched out her small hand and took out a brand new silver coin. If it lands flower side up, she would talk to him. If it landed text side up, she would go look for her sister. Seeing Kaneo pull this again, Shirya took a deep breath. At a time like this, she was still flipping a coin? Her sister was about to die. Die? Got it. Just as the coin fell from the air and was about to drop into Kaneo's hand, Shirya grabbed the falling coin and threw it aside. Don't look at that. Hurry up and tell me where your sister went. At a time like this, Shirya had no interest in gambling on flower side or text side. If he guessed wrong, was he supposed to just stand here staring at Kaneo forever? When Kaneo saw her coin get thrown away, her brain instantly froze. She stared at where the coin had landed, her face full of panic. The coin was thrown away. What now?
Urgent.
Waiting online. Her sister had never told her what she was supposed to do if the coin got thrown away. Seeing Kaneo enter a full system crash state, Shirya immediately felt a headache coming on. This was what a real human NPC looked like. Turning sideways, Shirya looked toward Shinobu Kocho's room. The light was off. Kaneo was the only one in the house right now. With no better option, Shirya could only place his hopes on Kaneo again. Listen to me, Kaneo. I know what you're struggling with right now, but that isn't important. What's important is telling me where your sister Kane went. This is very important. Your sister is in mortal danger right now. Do you understand what I mean? Hearing that, Kaneo looked at Shirya, and her mind began processing what he had said. Blah blah Kane's sister is in mortal danger now.
Mortal danger?
Big sister is in mortal danger? Kaneo's pupils contracted, as if a keyword had been triggered. She raised her head, looked at Shirya and said word by word, "There's an evil cult in Chiba City. Sister is there." Hearing Kaneo's answer, Shirya's heart tightened. If earlier he still wasn't completely sure whether something had happened to the flower Hashira during her mission, now Shirya could be certain. This was the mission where the flower Hashira ran into trouble. Among the upper moons, the only demon connected to an evil cult was Doma. The eternal paradise faith founded by Doma taught people to live happily with a calm attitude and not force themselves to do things that made them unhappy. Was the paradise faith in Chiba City? Or had Doma just happened to pass through there while handling affairs? Shirya shook his head. Now was not the time to think about why Doma had appeared in Chiba City. He had to find the flower Hashira as soon as possible. The distance from Sendai City to Chiba City wasn't that far. By train, 3 hours would be enough. Hopefully he could make it in time. Watching Shirya's departing back, Kaneo froze for a moment, then picked up the coin he had tossed aside. She was about to flip it to decide whether she should go find Shinobu Kocho and tell her about this. Just as she raised her hand, Kaneo's heart trembled, and Shirya's voice echoed in her ears. Don't hesitate. Your sister is in mortal danger right now. Kaneo immediately clenched the coin and ran toward the area where Shinobu Kocho was carrying out patrol duty. Kaneo, why did you run all the way here? Didn't Ti tell you to keep an eye on Mr. Shirya? Shinobu Kocho, who was on patrol, froze when she heard the sudden shout. Looking at the slightly panting Kaneo, she felt confused. This was Kaneo's first time going out alone, wasn't it? Shinobu thought to herself that, in the past, Kaneo always went out with either her or her sister. So why had she suddenly come out alone today? Could something have happened? Maybe something had happened on Shirya's side? Sister had just left, and then something happened to Shirya? This string of questions flashed through Shinobu's mind. An unease surged in her heart. Standing in front of Shinobu, Kaneo sorted through what she had heard and said, "The person I pay attention to said Sister Kane is in mortal danger." The person she paid attention to? Sister was in mortal danger? Shinobu froze for a moment and instantly understood who Kaneo meant by the person she paid attention to. Shirya said Kane was in mortal danger? What did that mean? Wasn't he her sister just carrying out a mission involving an evil cult? How had she suddenly ended up in mortal danger? Where is he? Unable to understand, Shinobu asked urgently. She needed to find Shirya immediately and get a clear answer. This was not something to joke about. Kaneo looked at Shinobu blankly for a moment and said, "He left. He went to find sister." He already left? That fast? When Shinobu heard that, the unease in her heart grew even stronger. Shia left Sendai City very rarely during this year, and the only few times he did were also when they were carrying out missions. Suddenly, Shinobu Kocho sharply realized something strange. Whenever they went to other cities on missions, Shia would also leave Sendai City at the same time. But thinking back on it, this phenomenon was not limited to every time they went out. Rather, every time her older sister left, Shia would definitely make some kind of move. So Shia was also constantly paying attention to her sister? Could it be that Shia liked her sister? This bold guess flashed through Shinobu Kocho's mind, then was quickly denied by her. The number of times Shia and her sister had met could be counted on one hand. If he really had such thoughts, he would not have refused her sister's invitation to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Could it just be a coincidence? Or am I overthinking it? Shinobu Kocho frowned and stopped sinking into endless thoughts, immediately shifting her focus. What mattered most right now was her sister's situation. Shia had always been laid back. Other than killing demons, he acted indifferent toward everything else. Yet this time he was actually this tense. That meant the matter was absolutely not baseless. Something might really have happened on her sister's side. Shinobu Kocho looked toward the street. The gradually fading traces of human bustle around her calmed her uneasy mood a little. She gritted her teeth, her mind made up. Let us go, Kaneo, to Chenyang City. Before she and her sister arrived, public order in Sendai City had once been in complete chaos, and quite a few demons had nested there. But over the past year or so, not to mention Sendai City, even if a single demon appeared within dozens of li around it, Shinobu Kocho would find it surprising. This was absolutely not because she and her sister were that powerful, but because of one person, Shia. Over this past year or so, Shia had almost completely wiped out the demons in Sendai City. Every night when Shia went out to slay demons, most of his time was spent traveling rather than fighting. His exaggerated record had made him a famous demon nightmare in this area. The nearby demons might not know who the flower Hashira was, but they definitely knew Shia's name. Thinking of this, Shinobu Kocho could not help but sigh. In truth, Shia had already shown his strength long ago. She just had never compared him with her sister. Let us split the narrative in two and speak of each side separately. On Kane Kocho's side, she had already begun investigating the evil cult. Based on the currently gathered information, several girls had gone missing in Shenyang City. And in the end, the source of all the disappearances pointed to a sect that had only recently appeared in Shenyang City, the Eternal Paradise Faith. A core member had reported seeing people inside the sect escort girls into rooms within the sect's compound, and after that, the girls never came out again. Holding the information in her hand, Kane came to a remote village in Shenyang City. As she drew closer to the village, the surrounding environment became increasingly gloomy. Dusk gradually shrouded everything. Looking ahead, Kane saw faint candlelight leaking from some of the village's shabby houses. It was somewhat strange. Even though the sky had already been dark for quite a while, quite a few people were still active in this remote village. Normally, that kind of situation would only be seen in a bustling city. A poor and isolated place like this should have gone to rest early. And that was not even the strangest part. The strangest part was that although these people were sallow and thin, their mental state was surprisingly good. The smiles on their faces were incredibly genuine, without the slightest trace of disguise. To maintain that kind of spirit while barely having enough to eat, perhaps those with extremely high spiritual cultivation could do it. But it was absolutely not something a group of impoverished villagers could achieve. Have they already become followers of that evil cult? The flower Hashira did not hurry to speak with the villagers. Instead, she blended into the night and headed toward the sect compound in the deepest part of the village. I understand your pain now. Don't worry. Everything will get better. Inside a dim room in the sect compound, flickering candlelight cast unsteady shadows. A ragged villager was prostrating himself on the ground, his posture humble and reverent, and the one he was bowing to was none other than Doma, the leader of the Eternal Paradise faith. Doma lounged lazily against a soft couch in the center of the room. Those dazzling rainbow-colored eyes, like stars twinkling in the night sky, gave off a dreamy glow that made people sink into them instinctively. His long silver-white hair hung loose at will, soft as moonlight, paired with that exquisitely handsome face, sharp as if carved by a blade. He looked both enchanting and dangerous. Doma's attire matched his aura perfectly as well. He wore a red robe, with dark patterns interwoven across it into mysterious designs, while the cuffs and collar were embroidered with exquisite detail. At this moment, Doma was resting his chin on one hand, smiling as he looked at the villager crawling before him. That smile carried a kind of warmth that made one shiver, as if a beast were pretending to be gentle. But the villager did not notice in the slightest. His body trembled faintly. He was not afraid. He was excited. In his world, Doma was undoubtedly the god who controlled everything. Thank you, great leader. Thank you for granting me paradise, for granting us peace. Doma smiled. Very soon, paradise will descend to your side. His tone seemed to be soothing the villager before him, yet also seemed to be mocking the villager's despair. Thank you, great leader. Doma's kindly smile pierced through the last line of defense in the villager's heart, and the wrinkled face began to twist along with it. Watching the villager get led away by his subordinates, Doma adjusted the crooked tall hat on his head. Boring. I wonder how Akazadano is doing. Doma suddenly raised a brow, and his rainbow eyes lit up slightly. Someone else here? After stepping out from a narrow alley, Kane had just figured out the sect compound's rough layout. Then a sudden voice sounded behind her. This beautiful miss, are you looking for something? I can be of service. Kane's body tensed, and she sharply turned toward the source of the voice. An Iceman, and a miniature one at that. In Kane's field of vision, a miniature Iceman was sitting upright on the eaves, tilting its head as it looked at her. A faint blue glow radiated from its body, making it look like a translucent ice sculpture under the moonlight. If one ignored the bizarre fact that the Iceman could speak, that playful tone really would make it seem like it had come to help. No, that aura. One of the 12 Kazuki? It had to be one of the 12 Kazuki, not a lower moon either. An upper rank demon. Feeling the dense demonic aura coming from the miniature Iceman, Kane made the judgment immediately. She had killed a lower moon before, and its aura was on a completely different level from the Iceman in front of her. This Iceman could utterly crush any lower moon she had ever seen. And judging from the situation, this was not even that demon's true body. Just a clone alone had managed to appear beside her without her noticing in the slightest. One could only imagine how powerful its true body was. Kane's heartbeat quickened slightly. With an upper rank appearing here, the nature of this mission had completely changed. The strength of a single upper rank demon required at least 3 Hashira to contend with. Kane's brows knitted tightly. It was not that she was afraid. She was just thinking about how to send the news that an upper rank demon was in Shenyang City back to the Demon Slayer Corps. Within the 12 Kazuki, the lower moons had changed again and again, but the upper ranks had remained unchanged for nearly 100 years. Every single one of them was an unfamiliar existence to the Demon Slayer Corps. If they could send news of this upper rank back, it would definitely be of great help to the Demon Slayer Corps. The little ice figure on the roof still wore that harmless, playful look, but Kane didn't dare relax in the slightest. Upper moon? You can sense my presence? Your perception is pretty sharp. You're a Hashira, aren't you? Wonderful. As he spoke, the little ice figure happily clapped his hands. You're so beautiful, and you're even a Hashira among demon hunters. How interesting. Would you be willing to be my friend? If I had a beautiful girl like you by my side, I'm sure I'd be in a good mood every single day. The ice figure looked full of yearning, as if he were truly imagining the life he would have after being with Kane. Seeing the ice figure lost in thought, Kane's eyes flickered. A good chance. Given the other party's status as an upper rank, an opening like this would vanish in an instant. Flower breathing, 4th form, Crimson Hanagoromo. Kane drew the pink Nicaran blade at her waist, and her figure vanished from where she stood. When she appeared again, she was already right in front of the ice figure. In the blink of an eye, she slashed out 2 curved strikes. The blade light was like a blooming crimson flower, tracing elegant arcs through the air as it cut straight toward the ice figure's neck. The ice figure's gaze remained dreamy, as if he were still immersed in a fantasy where Kane had agreed to him, completely unaware of her attack. But just as Kane's slash was about to hit, the ice figure's well-defined fingers moved slightly, as lightly as if plucking a string. Immediately afterward, several sharp ice spikes suddenly appeared out of thin air around him and crashed down toward Kane's attack. These ice spikes gleamed with a cold light. Every one of them was as sharp as a blade, unbelievably fast, as if they could freeze the air itself. The slash and the ice spikes collided, and a bone-piercing chill instantly exploded from the spikes. The ice spikes easily neutralized Kane's attack. Kane frowned and quickly adjusted her posture, preparing to deal with the remaining force of the spikes. But when the icy fragments produced by the explosion reached her, they unexpectedly turned into a cloud of ice mist and vanished. I don't want to fight you. Can you think about what I said? Hearing the ice figure's words and seeing the white mist before her eyes, Kane stared at him, her delicate brows tightly knit. What a strange upper-rank demon. Why did it really seem like he wanted to be her friend? A demon and a Hashira becoming friends? Sounded absurd. Where are those girls? Oh, you came looking for them? Then you probably made this trip for nothing. What do you mean? I already ate them. Oh right, there's one girl you should still be able to find in my room. Her. When Kane heard Doma's words, rage surged through her. Ate them? How could this demon talk about eating people so casually? According to the information she had received, no fewer than 7 girls had gone missing here. That was 7 living human lives. What happened to her? I put her head on a jade pot a friend gave me. Honestly, that terrified little face looked rather pleasing displayed on it. Doma rested his finger on his chin, looking thoughtful, completely unaware of how horrifying what he was saying would sound to any normal person. At that, Kane could no longer suppress the fury in her heart. Her eyes instantly turned sharp. Her haori fluttered as she leaped high into the air. This time she was even faster, and the ice figure had lost the casual air from before. Flower breathing, 5th form, peonies of futility. As the words fell, a streak of cold light flashed from Kane's blade and scattered around the ice figure, closing in on him like peony petals. Seeing Kane's furious expression, the ice figure became somewhat excited and reached a small hand toward her. Several ice vines bearing ice lotus flowers condensed into shape in the blink of an eye and swiftly wrapped around Kane's body. Kane seemed to have expected it. Facing the incoming ice vines, she bent backward with agile grace. Her waist twisted at a bizarre angle no human should have been able to achieve, narrowly avoiding the vines. Then she swiftly twisted her body, and with the Nicaran blade in her hand, she thrust a single strike into the ice figure's neck. Before the ice figure could even react, it felt a powerful force pierce through its body. The ice figure instantly exploded, countless ice fragments scattering through the air before slowly turning into cold mist. Looking at the shattered ice all over the ground by her feet, Kane's gaze remained vigilant. This ice figure was only a clone of that upper-rank demon. Killing one of them did not mean the battle was over. At the same time, in the room, Doma withdrew the consciousness he had placed in the ice clone. Broken? Not bad. If I could make her my friend, that would definitely be interesting. Doma propped up his chin, showing no annoyance at all over the destruction of the ice clone. Instead, he became even more interested in Kane. In that case, let us take it slow. On the other side, Shurya listened to the station announcement on the train and let out a slight sigh of relief. 2 more stops. In about half an hour, he should be able to reach Qianyang City. Adding in the time needed to gather information on the evil cult, he estimated that he could find Kane by midnight. At that time, there would still be around 4 hours until dawn, so he should be able to make it. Since he could make it in time, then right now he needed to seriously think about fighting Doma and raising his roleplay percentage. The Doma in Shurya's mind was based on Doma during the Infinity Castle period, while there were still about 4 years left before the final battle at Infinity Castle began. For someone like upper rank 2 Doma, his strength probably would not increase all that much over 4 years. But because Doma's death in the Infinity Castle battle had been far too absurd, he had actually died because of his own gluttony, allowing Shinobu Kocho, who ranked near the bottom among the 9 Hashira in raw combat power, and Kaneo, the 2 little ones, to finish him off. Because of that, Shurya did not have an accurate estimate of Doma's true strength. Still, it was not as if he knew nothing about Doma's strength. Doma's strength was hard to estimate directly, but he could roughly infer it from Akaza. Since Doma had defeated Akaza in the blood battle for rank and had firmly held the position of upper rank 2 ever since, it was not hard to see that there was indeed a gap in strength between Doma and Akaza. And it was not the kind of gap that could be made up in a short time. But if one insisted on asking just how large that gap was, it was not to an outrageous degree either. Otherwise, with Akaza's personality of revering strength above all else. He would not have casually blown off half of Doma's head during the meeting. As for Akaza, there were plenty of reference points for his strength. In the Mugen Train incident, he killed Kaijiro Rengoku. Then in Infinity Castle, he fought Water Hashira Tomioka Ju and Tenjiro, who had unlocked the transparent world, to a standstill. In the end, if Akaza had not regained his memories, Ju and Tenjiro might not necessarily have been able to kill him. So, all things considered, Akaza's strength sat right around the level between what 3 Hashira working together could handle. And since Doma was stronger than Akaza, then if Hashira were used as the unit of measurement, it would take at least 4 Hashira. Of course, the Hashira being used here referred only to average strength Hashira, like Shinobu Kocho or Kaijiro's father, Rengoku Shinjiro. With Shuria's current roleplay percentage, his strength was definitely above that of a Hashira. But if you asked exactly how many Hashira he could fight, probably around 2. Then, together with the fairly capable Flower Hashira, dragging the battle out safely until dawn should not be much of a problem. But Shuria's goal was not just to stall the battle. He also wanted Madara's roleplay percentage. The more he fought Doma, and the longer it lasted, the more beneficial it would be for increasing that percentage. So as long as Doma did not go all out from the very start, Shuria would have a chance to build up Madara's roleplay percentage. And even if Doma realized what was happening, Shuria would not lose his composure all at once. After all, Doma's mist-like ice crystals were especially effective against Hashira, whose strength was rooted in breathing techniques, but they were useless against him. If breathing would poison him, then he just wouldn't breathe. Wouldn't that solve it? Once his roleplay percentage went up, then even if he couldn't kill Doma, Doma wouldn't be able to do anything to him either. As the night deepened, the train finally arrived at Shenyang City Station. Shuryi pulled his thoughts back. At least for now, as long as Doma's fake, pretentious personality didn't change, then his roleplay percentage this time was definitely guaranteed to rise steadily. After getting off the train, Shuryi didn't hesitate and quickly found the nearest izakaya. For Shuryi, who had no intelligence network like the Demon Slayer Corps, a mixed crowd izakaya was an important place for him to gather information. Most of the information on the many evil demons that had died by his hand had been obtained by Shuryi from this dimly lit, smoke-filled place. And this time, Shuryi still planned to start with the izakaya. After all, the Demon Slayer Corps' main duty was still killing demons. If a cult could stir up enough trouble to alarm the Demon Slayer Corps, that meant this cult had already caused quite a commotion in Shenyang City. Inside the izakaya, the noise of shouting and the clinking of cups were woven together. Shuryi ordered a cup of shochu, swept his gaze around the room, and found a seat in the corner. Before long, Shuryi heard the information he needed. Did you hear? A new religion showed up over in West City. A middle-aged man lowered his voice as he spoke. A religion? Isn't that stuff all a scam? People still believe in it? The person talking to him clearly wasn't too fond of religion. This one's different. A lot of people who went there to make wishes had them come true. I even heard some guy was seriously ill that same day. But the moment he came out from there, he was completely cured. Seriously? That sounds creepy as hell. Why would I lie to you? I'm already planning to go try it tomorrow. But didn't I hear it was an evil cult? Something about women going missing there. Another man at the table suddenly cut in. That can't be it. Maybe some temples made that up because it was stealing their business. The middle-aged man waved his hand, unconcerned. This kind of thing happens all the time. When a tree stands tall, the wind always hits it. That could be true. But if that sect is really so amazing, then why open it in some poor backwater place like West City? No idea. Anyway, I'm gonna check it out tomorrow. I heard joining their religion isn't easy. Joining isn't easy? Aren't religions supposed to welcome everyone? Sitting in the corner, Shuryi took a sip of shochu, his eyes flickering. Why in West City District? Shuryi glanced at the night outside the window. Of course it was because of a demon's nature. They liked shady places. As for joining being difficult, Shuryi sneered inwardly. Doma definitely wanted to expand the Eternal Paradise faith, but Muzan wouldn't allow it. And Doma didn't dare disobey Muzan. Pa. Who the hell drinks this shochu? Tastes awful. Shuryi spat out the shochu in his mouth and looked at the cup on the table with a twisted expression. He hadn't clashed with Doma yet, but this shochu had already struck first. Still, the good thing was that Shuryi had already gotten the information he wanted. Doma was in West City District of Shenyang City, and at this moment, in West City District, Kane was staring solemnly at the shattered ice by her feet, her breathing a little uneven. This was already the 5th ice doll she had killed. Under normal circumstances, that should have been something worth being happy about. But right now, no matter what, Kane couldn't feel happy, because even now, she still hadn't seen the one controlling these ice dolls from behind the scenes. The other party didn't seem to be in any hurry to kill her directly. He had been playing with her the whole time. Every time an ice doll appeared, it would ask her in a mocking tone whether she was willing to accept his suggestion, never taking the initiative to attack. Tired already? Beautiful lady, can you seriously consider my suggestion now? A familiar voice, yet slightly different from the earlier ice dolls, appeared by Kane's ear. The slightly chilly breath made Kane's heart tighten. Without the slightest hesitation, she shifted the position of her Nichiren blade and fiercely stabbed backward. Ooh, looks like you still have plenty of stamina. Kane's attack missed, and a figure appeared before her eyes. This time it was no longer an ice doll, but a man enlarged to the same proportions as the ice dolls. He held a golden folding fan in his hand. His figure was slender, and his face was handsome. His rainbow-colored eyes stared at Kane with deep affection. While Kane felt a chill run down her spine, she also noticed the words in those rainbow-colored eyes. Upper rank 2. Sure enough, not only was the other party an upper moon, he was also one ranked extremely high among the upper moons. Kane's heart sank. His personal appearance meant the real battle was only starting now. Let me introduce myself. Upper rank 2 Doma. Doma gave Kane a bow, carrying himself like a graceful young noble. I sincerely invite the beautiful lady before me to come with me to my room. The person you're looking for is there. Hypocrite. Kane suddenly said coldly, staring at Doma. A flash of cold light passed through Doma's eyes, and he smiled as he said, "Why would you say that about me? I truly do feel very comfortable when I'm with you. There was once a woman who also made me feel comfortable, but she saw me eating people. She couldn't accept it, so I killed her. Can you accept it? What do you think?" Hearing Doma speak of eating people in a tone that didn't find anything wrong with it at all, Kane's expression turned cold. Why? I only liked them, so I let them become a part of me forever. Doma looked somewhat puzzled. Why was it that these beautiful people could never understand his way of thinking? Wasn't he being with him something worth being happy about? Looking at Doma's expression, Kane said nothing more. Arguing with a demon whose views were this twisted would only waste her breath. Kane gave her Nichiren blade a shake, and countless phantom flower petals appeared around her. In the next second, Kane appeared right in front of Doma. Her body spun through the air like silk, and the petals danced with her movements. She swung the Nichiren blade in her hand. Light flickered, and the blade reflected the figures of one human and one demon. Doma stood silently in place, his eyes seeming to carry a bit of regret and helplessness. He closed the golden fan in his hand and gave it a light shake. Golden light flickered. Since you refuse, then I can only do it myself. Doma's eyes gradually turned sharp. Having invitation after invitation rejected had already made him somewhat impatient. Kane still said nothing. Her figure suddenly sped up, closing the distance between them. The Nichiren blade in her hand slashed out horizontally. A bright halo of flower petals spread outward, unfolding and dyeing the space around Doma in the colors of flowers. Doma raised a brow and opened the golden fan to block in front of himself. Golden light and the halo of flower petals intertwined. When the two collided, a faint vibration rang through the air. Then the flower shadows and golden light crossed around the two of them like the shifting colors of a kaleidoscope. The clash lasted only a moment before Doma passed by Kane's side in a blur. Poochie, with a soft sound, the sharp edge on Doma's golden fan cut a shallow wound across Kane's left shoulder. Kane froze for a moment, then her figure flashed as she jumped back several steps, staring at Doma with a grave expression. What terrifying speed. At the instant his attack clashed with hers, he had vanished without a trace. If her reaction had been even a little slower, it wouldn't have been as simple as getting cut once. There was a very high chance her entire arm would have been sliced off. Not only that, the upper moon in front of her was no worse with the fan than she was with a Nichiren blade. So this was the strength of an upper-rank demon? Truly terrifying. A casual strike from him was enough to injure her. Can you feel the gap in strength between us now? Noticing the shock and uncertainty in Kane's eyes, Doma lightly shook his fan. You can still change your mind, you know. After all, beautiful ladies have privileges. Doma's face was full of anticipation. Even though no Hashira had ever accepted his invitation because of this, he still stubbornly asked Kane. Staring at Doma's face, Kane suddenly smiled. You're so pitiful. The expression on Doma's face froze. He didn't understand why Kane would suddenly say that, but her strange attitude made him instinctively uncomfortable. Was Kane actually pitying him? The moment that thought rose in Doma's mind, he immediately rejected it. The one about to die was her, not him. A person who has to fake even his own emotions. Don't you think that's pitiful? Hearing that, Doma's eyes narrowed as he stared blankly at Kane. How did she know? Were his emotions still not vivid enough? No, he could clearly feel emotions. He just couldn't resonate with them. Doma tried to convince himself, but the sympathy in Kane's gaze made every word he used to numb himself feel utterly useless. The smile that had always been lifted at the corners of Doma's mouth slowly fell away. What you said really makes me unhappy, does it? Pretending you can feel emotions must be exhausting, right? Kane kept provoking Doma while observing the changes in his expression. With her current strength, the chance of defeating Doma was practically zero. So provoking him, making him angry and reveal an opening, was the only way she had any hope of defeating him. I've changed my mind. Your existence can't bring me any joy, so let me embrace you instead. The lively emotion in Doma's rainbow-colored eyes vanished completely, leaving only indifference. He had tried to understand Kane's emotions, but not only did she reject his goodwill, she had even exposed his disguise. A person like that neither deserved nor was worthy of being with him. With a casual wave of his golden fan, several lotus-shaped ice crystals rushed toward Kane. The ice crystals shone with a faint blue light in the air. Every single one was carved so vividly that they looked like real lotus flowers. Seeing this, Kane quickly retreated. Although her stamina had already been drained quite a bit, she could still dodge an attack of this speed. Her body spun through the air like flower petals, avoiding the incoming ice crystals. The crystals swept past her side, bringing threads of piercing cold that left faint icy marks across her cheek. Kane had only just landed, not yet able to make her next move, when Doma's indifferent voice rang out again. Blood demon art. Frozen clouds. The moment the words fell, Kane saw a massive expanse of cloud-like ice crystals sweeping toward her at close range. The cloud mass carried a bone-deep chill, like a heavy icy mist enveloping her whole body. At this point, relying on footwork alone to evade it was no longer realistic, so Kane could only raise her blade to meet it head-on. Her Nichiren blade collided again and again with the ice crystals in the cloud, producing crisp, ringing sounds. Under the sharp edge of the Nichiren blade, the ice crystals shattered and turned into countless tiny shards dancing through the air. But the attacks from the cloud came in endless waves like a tide, forcing Kane to retreat again and again. Only after the cloud finally dispersed did Kane get a chance to catch her breath. Looking at the thin layer of frost forming on the Nichiren blade in her hand, Kane narrowed her eyes. It wasn't hard to tell from his movements that his emotions had indeed wavered because of her words. But even now, she still hadn't found any opening he had revealed. Was it because the gap in strength between them was simply too great? No. If this kept going and she stayed on the defensive, it wouldn't solve anything. She had to close the distance with him somehow. Just as Kane was about to look for an opportunity, her body suddenly stiffened. The breathing technique that should have been circulating normally at this moment felt as though something was blocking it, making it move extremely slowly. The ice crystals were poisonous? Can you feel it? Your reaction was pretty fast. So what are you going to do now? Doma continued waving his golden fan, and this time another huge mass of condensed ice crystals surged toward Kane. Now Kane only had two choices. Either she used her breathing technique and continued inhaling his ice crystals, worsening the poison in her body until her alveoli necrotized, or she kept holding her breath. But holding her breath meant her speed would drop, and there was no way she could completely dodge all of his ice crystal attacks. One choice meant actively inhaling his ice crystals. The other meant passively inhaling his ice crystals. No matter which choice Kane made, it would be a slow death. Thinking of this, the emotions Doma had been stirred up into by Kane earlier eased slightly. After all, fussing with a dead person would be beneath his dignity. Just as Doma watched with keen interest, ready to see how Kane would choose, his gaze suddenly sharpened. A blinding flame suddenly burst out from behind Kane. The fire was like a fire dragon breaking free of its cage, radiating a dazzling orange-red glow that instantly lit up every corner around them. The ice crystals collided with the flames, and those once sharply defined crystals rapidly turned into droplets under the scorching heat. The droplets fell onto the ground with sizzling sounds. Then they quickly evaporated, turning into wisps of white steam that vanished into the air. Even after completely vaporizing the ice crystals, the flames showed no sign of dispersing. They coiled in midair, forming a wall of fire that shielded Kane behind it. As she felt the surrounding temperature suddenly rise, the blocked feeling in Kane's breathing eased somewhat as well. The flames filling the air brought a trace of warmth to her lungs. But at this moment, Kane had no mind to pay attention to her body's improvement. Someone had come to help her? Who was it? The Demon Slayer Corps? Flames? The newly promoted Flame Hashira, Rengoku Kaijuro? This mission had only been an ordinary mission. No one knew there was an upper-rank demon here. Logically speaking, having one Hashira come was already the highest level of response. Another Hashira too? No, even if a Hashira had come, it would still be useless. This was the demon ranked upper rank 2. It would take several Hashira attacking together to deal with him. 2 Hashira would only do nothing more than delay death a little longer. Wait, these flames? They seemed a little familiar? It seemed that aside from the flame Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps, there was one other person who could also use flames, and he didn't even need to use a breathing technique. A vague guess rose in Kanea's heart as she turned her head. All she saw was a figure slowly walking forward through the night. Oh, interesting. So it's not just one Hashira? Doma's eyes flickered as he looked at the figure. His tone remained calm, but inwardly he couldn't help feeling somewhat startled. When had this person gotten close? How had he not noticed at all? Logically speaking, the area around the cult headquarters was all within the surveillance range of his disciples. He should have sensed the moment anyone entered. Just like Kane, no matter how careful she had been, he had noticed her the instant she stepped into the grounds. So what was going on with this person? A Hashira skilled in stealth? No. Looking at the raging flames before him, Doma found it hard to connect stealth with someone like that. Mr. Shurya. Seeing the figure step out from the shadows and gradually become clear under the moonlight, Kanea's face filled with shock. Why was Mr. Tokiya here? Shouldn't he be searching for demons around Sendai City at this time? How had he ended up in Shenyang City? The surprise on Kanea's face only lasted for a moment before it turned into worry. Even though she didn't understand why Mr. Tokiya had appeared here, this was definitely not a good place to be right now. The demon before them was nothing like the demons Mr. Tokiya usually fought. Upper rank 2 of the 12 Kazuki. That title alone was enough to intimidate every evil demon Mr. Tokiya normally battled. Even if the demon in front of them ordered other demons to kill themselves, they probably wouldn't dare disobey. Mr. Tokiya might be slightly stronger than her, but in front of this demon, that still wasn't enough. She had to get Mr. Tokiya to leave this place and send the news about upper rank 2 back to the Demon Slayer Corps. An enemy like this was not something the two of them could handle alone. But just as Kane was about to speak and tell Tokiya the identity of the demon before them, Tokiya's figure flashed, and he appeared directly in front of Kane. Looking at the surging battle intent in Tokiya's eyes, so intense it was almost overflowing, Kane froze for a moment in confusion. The words at her lips were swallowed back down. What was going on with Mr. Tokiya? It was her first time seeing him show this kind of expression. Switch out. Tokiya stepped forward. The flames that had been circling in the air dissipated along with his stride like obedient pets. As the flames scattered, the scorching heat in the air weakened as well, but the fighting spirit only continued to rise. Hearing Tokiya's voice, Kane didn't know if it was just her imagination, but she actually felt a little reassured. He's one of the 12 Kazuki, an upper rank. I know. Kane was a little dazed. From Mr. Tokiya's tone, why did it feel like he hadn't come to save her, but had come specifically for this Doma? The flame Hashira. Huh? Not bad looking, but unfortunately you're a man. Tisich. Doma waved his golden fan as he sized Tokiya up, but before he could finish speaking, some unfamiliar memory fragments suddenly surfaced in his mind. They came without warning, like a flood crashing into Doma's thoughts. Feeling a piercing pain in his head like needles stabbing into it, Doma subconsciously tapped his temple with the golden fan, trying to ease the pain. Within those memory fragments, scene after scene flashed by. Most of them were images of the man before him, Tokiya, killing demons. Every scene was incomparably clear, as if he had seen them with his own eyes. Tokiya? Doma frowned. He could say with certainty that the name was completely unfamiliar to him, but why had it appeared in Lord Musen's memories? Doma knew clearly that these memories could not have appeared out of nowhere. They were Lord Musen's memories. Memories Lord Musen had transmitted to him. At the end of the fragments, a low and authoritative voice sounded by Doma's ear. It was a voice that belonged to Lord Musen alone. Kill them both. He's interfering with the search for the blue spider lily. Not a Hashira? Yet he's drawn that Lord's attention? Doma looked at Tokiya, his interest piqued. If he could kill the man before him, wouldn't that earn him Lord Musen's favor? Doma did not lower his voice at all, and Tokiya's heart tightened when he heard it. That lord? The only ones Doma would call that were Kokoshibo and Kibutsuji Musen. Combined with the change in Doma's gaze just now, it wasn't hard to guess that Musen had probably transmitted some memory fragments to him moments earlier. Musen had noticed him? Then again, over the past year, he really had killed quite a few demons. He had almost forgotten that Musen could read the memories of the demons under him. Thinking about it that way, Tokiya suddenly felt that Musen really was patient. For more than a year, he hadn't sent the 12 Kazuki after him. Normally, I'm not interested in men. Men not only taste bad, but eating them doesn't help much with increasing my strength either. But you're different. You actually made Lord Musen speak personally. Tokiya curled his lip. Then should I feel honored? Being noticed by Lord Muzan is, of course, your honor. As Doma recalled Lord Muzan's noble visage, his body trembled with excitement. Since Lord Muzan had personally named Tokiya as someone who had to be killed, naturally he could not disappoint him, as he thought that another golden fan appeared in Doma's hand. To approach me silently, and on top of that, this is Lord Muzan's task. I should take this a little more seriously. Tokiya looked at Doma's suddenly serious stance and blanked for a moment. This wasn't quite how he had imagined it. Wasn't Doma supposed to grin and mess around with him for a bit first so he could raise his roleplay percentage, then only get serious after realizing something was wrong? Why was he serious right from the start? Whatever. First, raise the roleplay percentage. No matter how strong Doma was, he couldn't one-shot him in a single move. Right? As long as he didn't get instantly killed, he still had a chance to turn the battle around by increasing his roleplay percentage. Ready? I'm making my move. The moment the words fell, Kane saw Doma's figure vanish from where he stood. That speed was far beyond what he had shown earlier, and Kane was startled. If Doma had been moving like this just now, would she even have been able to dodge? Maybe if her stamina hadn't already been drained, she could have barely evaded it. But in her current condition, the chance of dodging was practically zero. Would Mr. Tokiya be able to react in time? Kane looked toward where Tokiya had originally been standing, and her expression froze. He had disappeared too? When? Hadn't Mr. Tokiya just been standing in front of her a moment ago? Boom! The very next moment, while Kane was still stunned, a towering storm of flames suddenly exploded overhead. Then she saw Doma's figure flash out of the storm, his eyes full of shock. What fast reaction speed. He had clearly moved first just now. Yet Tokiya had reached him a step ahead of him. But that wasn't what shocked Doma the most. What shocked him most was that Tokiya's flame ability was not achieved through breathing techniques. He was breathing it out from his mouth. What kind of ability was that? Something a human naturally possessed? How was that possible? If it were a demon, gaining the ability to manipulate flames through a blood demon art wouldn't be surprising. But for a human body to wield the power of flames, that was much harder to understand. No wonder even Lord Muzan was paying attention to this man. He really did have something special. As the flames dispersed, Tokiya's figure slowly emerged. Unlike Doma's surprise, there was only gravity in Tokiya's eyes. One move. Just one move, and Doma had nearly slit his throat. Tokiya raised a hand and touched his collarbone. Feeling the warm liquid on his fingers, his heart sank. Doma's strength really was terrifying. If he hadn't relied on the body flicker technique and fire release ninjutsu just now, Tokiya really might not have been able to withstand it. Still, danger and opportunity came together, and this wound had not been without gains. Roleplay percentage, 18. Including the first time when he had helped Kane resist the ice crystals, in only 2 exchanges, Tokiya's roleplay percentage had gone up by 0.6. Under normal circumstances, that might have been the result of fighting for over half a month. Now he had done it in only a few minutes. Doma had just been about to ask Tokiya why he could use flame abilities without relying on breathing techniques when he suddenly noticed Tokiya raise his head and stare straight at him. The confusion lasted only for an instant before Doma sensed that something was wrong. A chill from beneath his feet shot straight up his spine to the top of his head. But his reaction was still a step too slow. The moment Doma saw Shuria's eyes suddenly change from distinct black and white to crimson red, he knew things had gone bad. The next moment, Doma discovered that he had returned to the time when he was little, when he had been worshipped as a divine messenger. His father and mother stood on both sides, and below them was a crowd of devout worshippers praying sincerely for their wishes. Because of his lack of emotional perception, Doma immediately realized that he had most likely fallen into Shuria's illusion. Instinctively, he tried to break free, but as his consciousness resisted, the scene before him not only did not become blurry, but instead grew even more vivid. After a brief struggle, Doma suddenly smiled. Interesting. But you still underestimate me too much. After saying that, Doma grabbed a handful of incense used for prayer and, under the horrified gazes of the believers and his parents, stabbed it straight into his own eyes. The piercing pain instantly brought Doma's consciousness back. Without any pause or discomfort, he directly snapped open the golden fans in both hands. Blood demon art. Frozen lotus garden. Countless ice crystals poured out at an angle along the path traced by Doma's golden fans, colliding head-on with Shuria's fire release ninjutsu, Dragon Flame Song technique. This time, the fire dragon's Shuria unleashed did not evaporate the ice crystals all the way through like before. Instead, they were wrapped up by the ice crystals and frozen in midair. The 4 fire dragons were only an arm's length away from Doma. But that single arm's length became an insurmountable gulf the fire dragons could not cross. More and more ice crystals accumulated, gradually freezing the fire dragons completely in midair. Flames thrashed endlessly within the ice crystals, but they could not break through the restraints of that layer of frost. The frozen fire dragons looked like enormous ice sculptures suspended in the air. The scorching flames were utterly confined, unable to advance even half a step further. My, you were just a little short. Doma tapped the fire dragon frozen into ice crystals in front of him with his golden fan and spoke to Shurya with a look of regret. His tone was playful, but the seriousness in his eyes toward Shurya was unmistakably real. Not only could this boy spit out flames of tremendous power, but even his eyes were bizarre beyond measure. Despite such a great distance between them, he had still been dragged directly into an illusion. If he had not noticed the existence of the illusion, then if he had met those fire dragons head-on, it would not have killed him, but it definitely would not have felt good either. This brat was seriously strange. Faced with Doma's mockery, Shurya smiled too. Looking at Doma standing on the rooftop, Shurya said softly, "How do you know those fire dragons weren't just there to distract you? A distraction? Those weren't Shurya's real attack?" Doma's pupils shrank, and alarm bells instantly rang in his heart. He swept his gaze around, trying to find the so-called real attack Shurya was talking about. At that moment, he saw Shurya mouth a single word. That mouth shape was boom. Doma immediately realized something was wrong, but it was already too late. The instant Shurya's lips closed, Doma felt a sensation erupt across the surface of his skin that was 100 times hotter than the previous flames. Right after that, the dust that had somehow attached itself to half of Doma's body suddenly exploded. That dust was precisely Shurya's fire release ninjutsu, hiding in ash and dust technique. With a deafening boom, the dust ignited like explosives, instantly unleashing terrifying heat and impact. Doma only felt half his body being swallowed by a searing wave of heat. That heat instantly pierced through his skin and sank into his bones, as if it wanted to burn his entire body to ashes. The exploded dust transformed into countless fragments of flame that scattered wildly in every direction. Each fragment carried blistering heat, as if countless miniature explosions were going off around Doma at the same time. In that moment, half of Doma's body was engulfed in fierce flames. His clothes were burned away completely, and scorched black marks rapidly spread across his skin. The air was filled with the smell of burning flesh. The intense pain made the veins on Doma's face bulge, but he did not cry out. Instead, he flipped the golden fan in his hand. Ice crystals condensed and covered half of his body. The frigid cold spread rapidly, suppressing the blazing flames with a sizzling sound. Ice crystals and flames intertwined, forming a shield that froze the fire over the surface. The flames gradually faded, and in the end, they turned into wisps of black smoke that dispersed into the air. Doma's injuries had been contained, but the way he looked now was extremely miserable. Half of his body was covered in thick ice crystals, and his charred black skin looked especially jarring against them. His originally tight red clothes had already been burned into tattered ruin. A good portion of the ends of his white hair had been scorched as well. Looking at Doma's wretched appearance, Kane at the side was dumbfounded. He crippled half the body of upper rank 2 of the 12 Kazuki just like that? Then what had her bitter struggle just now even been for? From start to finish, in the hands of this man calling himself Doma, she had been like nothing more than a toy. The other side had not even used his full strength, yet she had already found herself barely holding on. But now, in front of Mr. Shurya, the man was clearly serious, and yet he was still injured the moment they exchanged blows? Why had Doma frozen in place just now? Was that because of Mr. Shurya too? So Mr. Shurya was actually this strong? It seemed her earlier misjudgment of Mr. Shurya's strength had been rather severe after all. Doma straightened his body, brushed aside the long hair before his eyes, and stared sharply at Shurya. Good. Very good. I really did underestimate you. There was a trace of praise in Doma's voice, but even more than that was a horrifying killing intent. Looking at Doma, whose body had already recovered by more than half in just a few short breaths, disappointment flashed through Shurya's eyes. Doma had broken free from the Sharingan Genjutsu too quickly. Getting the hiding in ash and dust technique onto half of his body had already been the speed limit Shurya could manage right now. He had not expected Doma to forcefully endure it. Before his Madara roleplay percentage rose further, that absurd recovery ability was genuinely troublesome. Still, fortunately, there had been gains in his roleplay percentage. Roleplay percentage, 19, a full 1% increase, had directly restored all of the chakra Shurya had just consumed, with quite a bit left over besides. And it was not just chakra. There were also changes in the power of his ninjutsu. At his current roleplay percentage, if Doma wanted to freeze his Dragon Flame Song technique again, he would have to put in some real effort. Shurya could also feel the Sharingan's evolutionary trend growing clearer and clearer. If this kept going, Doma might really be able to help him evolve his Sharingan into the Mangekyo. Only Doma seemed a little heated right now. What came next would be his turn to suffer. The moment that thought rose in Shuria's mind, he saw Doma sweep the golden fan in his left hand upward. The cold in the air began to condense, and an icy aura spread around Doma. A gigantic ice statue appeared behind him. The ice statue was tall and imposing, a bodhisattva with both palms pressed together, its expression solemn and compassionate. Shurya looked at Doma, the three tomo in his Sharingan spinning rapidly. He tried to use Genjutsu again to create an opening for himself. But Doma only dazed out for a brief moment before commanding the ice crystal bodhisattva to bring one palm slashing down at Shurya. That kind of trick is enough after one time. He admitted that Shurya's Genjutsu was good. But for him, it had only been effective the first time he encountered it. As long as he had grasped the key to breaking free from Genjutsu, at most, Shurya could only make his mind waver slightly. Seeing how little effect the Genjutsu had on Doma, Shurya frowned. Wasn't the gap between the control durations of those two illusions way too huge? The first illusion at least gave Shurya a chance to get close to Doma. But the second one was over after just a brief daze? No, it wasn't that the illusion was too weak, but because of Doma himself. His lack of perception combined with his monstrous reaction speed was what made Shurya's illusion run into a wall. Since illusions were useless, then he de-stalled for time. The moment the ice crystal bodhisattva's knife hand slashed onto Shurya's body suddenly exploded. Seeing this, Doma narrowed his eyes. The sleeping lotus bodhisattva's knife hand was indeed powerful, but for it to kill Shurya that easily felt a little too unreal. And besides, why was there no blood when Shurya's body exploded? Only smoke? When the smoke cleared, Doma was stunned as he looked at the piece of wood beneath the sleeping lotus bodhisattva's knife hand. Wood? Substitution jutsu? Wasn't that a ninja ability? Was this Shurya guy a ninja too? Over here. Shurya's voice rang out from behind Doma, but Doma didn't even turn his head. The Shurya behind him was frozen by the ice crystals spat out by the sleeping lotus bodhisattva. Watching Shurya turn into a puff of smoke and vanish again from inside the ice crystal, Doma's brows knit tightly. Wasn't this substitution jutsu a little too realistic? He genuinely couldn't tell any difference between the substitute and the real Shurya. What are you doing? This time, 4 voices sounded at the same time from 4 different directions around Doma. Doma, who had been keeping his emotions restrained the whole time, couldn't help feeling a little dazed now. He could still barely understand substitution jutsu as some kind of ninja method. After all, it could be explained as some unknown blinding trick. But what was this now? Clone jutsu? Or multiple shadow clone jutsu? Are we fighting or not? Was this really something a ninja could do? Or was it just Shurya's ability alone? Roleplay progress. 195. Unable to understand it, Doma let out a breath. Forget it. Rather than getting hung up on Shurya's abilities, it would be better to kill him as soon as possible. There wasn't much time left before dawn. More clones? Then he'd kill them all together. Doma leaped up and landed steadily on the palm of the ice lotus bodhisattva. As if sensing Doma's will, the ice lotus bodhisattva slightly raised both hands, palms facing outward in all directions. An endless chill began to gather. The ice lotus bodhisattva's lips parted slightly, and under Doma's guidance, a vast torrent of freezing air blasted from its mouth, instantly turning into countless sharp ice crystals. Like innumerable flying arrows, those ice crystals swept toward Shurya's clones in every direction with deadly cold. The ice crystals danced in the air, forming a domain of ice centered around Doma. Every shard radiated bone-piercing cold. Wherever the ice crystals reached, grass and trees instantly froze solid. Even the moisture in the air was frozen into fine icy dust, scattering in the wind. Under the pressure of that frigid aura, the ground let out cracking sounds as frost rapidly spread across it. Under the assault of the ice crystals, Shurya's clones collapsed one after another and vanished into nothingness. And at this moment, the real Shurya had nowhere left to hide and revealed himself. Seeing that only one Shurya remained, a faint smile rose at the corner of Doma's lips. Fancy tricks were worthless in the face of absolute power. With that thought, Doma directed the sleeping lotus bodhisattva to slash toward Shurya's position. Now that there were no clones left to draw attention for him, Shurya simply stopped dodging altogether. The sleeping lotus bodhisattva looked huge and clumsy, but with Doma's overwhelming strength supporting it, that little bit of clumsiness was hardly worth mentioning. Planting his feet and facing the incoming knife hand, Shurya's eyes sharpened. His fingers flew through hand seals. Fire release. Great fire annihilation arrow. As the words fell, Shurya opened his mouth and spat out a meteor-like fireball. though it was also a fire release ninjutsu. Great Fire Annihilation Arrow was much more powerful than Great Fire Annihilation. When Lord Madara first displayed this technique, combined with Deep Forest Emergence, it had severely wounded the 5 Kage in a single blow. That showed just how terrifying its power was. The fireball shot out like a meteor and collided fiercely in midair with the Sleeping Lotus Bodhisattva's knife hand. A violent explosion thundered through the silent night sky, deafening to the ears. The fireball burst apart, turning into blazing flames that rapidly spread across the ground into a burning sea of fire. Orange-red flames surged into the sky, reflected in Doma's astonished rainbow-colored eyes. Why did this brat's flame ability feel like it had gotten a lot stronger again? Was it just his imagination? The flames clearly hadn't been this powerful just now. The heat of the flames spread rapidly, waves of scorching air rolling outward. The surrounding ice crystals were instantly devoured by the fire, and the Sleeping Lotus Bodhisattva's knife hand also began melting rapidly in the high heat of the firestorm. First, the fingertips of the knife hand began to melt, the ice turning into water and dripping from the palm. Then the edges of the knife hand began to blur as well, slowly disappearing. As the flames continued to sear it, the knife hand grew shorter and shorter. By the time it reached Yi, that once imposing knife hand was left with only a thin, twisted segment of finger joint. This finger joint's attack was obviously much easier to dodge. Yi only needed to shift slightly to the side to avoid it. Although he could have shattered the finger joint with a single punch, Yi was wary that Doma might have done something to it. If he could avoid contact, then he would avoid contact. But Yi had still underestimated Doma's methods. When Doma saw Yi dodge to the side, the corner of his lips lifted slightly. Some attacks still dealt damage even if you dodged them. Then the ice crystal finger joint that Yi had dodged suddenly exploded. What burst apart was not chunks of ice crystal, but sparkling ice dust. Poison? Without even thinking, Yi immediately held his breath. But holding his breath only kept the ice dust out of his lungs. Contact with the surface of his skin was unavoidable. Looking at his skin rapidly turning bluish-green and festering, Yi frowned. These ice crystals couldn't just not be inhaled. They couldn't even be touched? Your reactions are still as fast as ever. Doma shook his fan, his body relaxing a little. Although contact with the skin wasn't as powerful as directly inhaling the ice crystals, it would still have a considerable effect on the body. As long as the ice crystals kept seeping into Yi's body, Yi's movements would only grow slower and slower. Even that flame ability would probably be greatly affected. Thinking of this, Doma lifted his head and glanced at the sky again. There was enough time. Now, only by ending the fight quickly could Yi seize a sliver of life. If this dragged on, the festering caused by his ice crystals would only keep spreading. But in the face of Yi going all out, was Doma afraid? Doma wasn't afraid. What he was actually afraid of was Yi continuing to stall with that bizarre clone technique. Seeing Yi's panting appearance, Doma's eyes grew even brighter. He directed the Sleeping Lotus Bodhisattva, whose hand had already regenerated, to raise its knife hand once more and slash at Yi. This time, the knife hand was even more solid. Doma was clearly convinced that Yi's flames would not be able to withstand the second knife hand strike. Right at that moment, Kane, who had been looking for an opportunity off to the side, suddenly moved. Her figure appeared behind Doma like a light breeze, and a flash of blade light cut through the air. Flower breathing, fourth form, Crimson Hanagoromo. Kane's blade traced a beautiful arc through the air, carrying scarlet petals as it aimed straight for Doma's vital point. The crimson flower blooming from her blade rapidly closed in on Doma, the petals dancing along with the sword's edge like a grand feast of flowers. The blade flashed through the air, carrying bursts of sharp wind-breaking sounds as it aimed straight for Doma's neck. However, Doma reacted extremely fast. He almost instantly sensed Kane's killing intent from behind him. He turned to the side and blocked Kane's attack with the golden fan in his hand. The golden fan collided with the blade, producing a crisp sound like metal striking stone, sparks flying everywhere. Kane's blade scraped across the golden fan, leaving behind a deep mark, but it failed to pierce through. Looking at the beautiful face before him, Doma smiled gently, a hint of teasing in his eyes. I almost forgot about you. Don't rush. One at a time. There was a faint playful tone in his voice, as if he were enjoying a good show. Before his words had even fully fallen, two lotus maidens appeared behind Doma. The girls had graceful figures, but their icy faces looked eerie and beautiful. Their eyes were closed, fake smiles hanging from their lips as they exhaled a massive amount of freezing air toward Kane. The freezing air spread rapidly. It was as if a thin layer of cold mist had appeared in the air, and the temperature plummeted. Wherever the freezing air passed, The grass and trees on the ground were instantly frozen over, and the air filled with bone-piercing cold. Seeing her sneak attack blocked, Kane prepared to retreat. However, under the assault of the freezing air, her body became stiff, and her movements slowed. Although she avoided most of the freezing attack, she still inhaled some of the ice crystals mixed within it. The moment the ice crystals entered her body, she felt a wave of piercing cold. Breathing became difficult, and even the flow of her breathing technique turned sluggish. Kane gritted her teeth. She still had to keep fighting. She quickly adjusted her breathing and tried to dispel the ice crystals inside her body. Meanwhile, Shurya was struck by the sleeping lotus bodhisattva's hand blade for the second time. Because Kane had drawn Doma's attention, the sleeping lotus bodhisattva's hand blade had lost some accuracy. Relying on 2 consecutive fire release ninjutsu, Shurya barely managed to withstand Doma's second hand blade. Roleplay progress, 209. Almost there, just a little more. At this rate of increase, even without opening the Mangekyo, Shurya could still rely on the wood release ninjutsu he had been hiding all along to drag this battle out until dawn. Compared to fire release, wood release might be lacking somewhat in explosive power. But when it came to being troublesome and controlling the battlefield, saying it was streets ahead of fire release would not be an exaggeration. Based on Shurya's several exchanges with Doma, using wood release at his current roleplay progress to resist Doma's ice crystals was still somewhat forced. His roleplay progress needed to rise to around 220 before Shurya could be 100% confident in resisting Doma's ice crystal attacks. These 2 times that Doma had directed the sleeping lotus bodhisattva to use handblades had increased his roleplay progress by 14. On the surface, it seemed as though Shurya only needed to withstand 2 more of Doma's attacks to raise his roleplay progress to the level he wanted. But things were not that simple. As Shurya's roleplay progress rose and his strength increased, the amount of roleplay progress he gained from fighting Doma would start to decline. Maybe in the next 2 exchanges with Doma, the increase in roleplay progress would not even exceed 1. Still, Shurya was not so nervous because of that. If 2 exchanges were not enough, then 3. 3 exchanges would be more than enough to raise his roleplay progress to 220. At the same time, Shinobu and Kaneo arrived at Shenyang City Station. The moment they got off the train, the 2 of them rushed to the Demon Slayer core branch in Shenyang City to obtain Kane's location information. And just after the 2 of them left the core branch, Kaigaku arrived at the entrance. Shurya of Shenyang City, you'd better not make this trip of mine a waste. Shurya held a rather special position within the Demon Slayer Corps. He was clearly not part of the Corps, yet all the members had at least heard of him. On top of that, the Master had ordered the intelligence department to keep track of Shurya's movements at all times. That was why, after Kaigaku came down from the mountain, it had been very easy for him to obtain information on Shurya. At first, Kaigaku had planned to go to Sendai City to settle things with Shurya, but by the time he got there, Shurya had already left. So he could only follow the members' guesses about Shurya's movements and come to Shenyang City. Not long after, Kaigaku walked out of the branch, a cold smile on his face. Shurya really is in Shenyang City. Good. Just thinking about finally venting the humiliation of this past year made the corners of Kaigaku's mouth rise uncontrollably. Tonight would be the start of changing how the Demon Slayer Corps viewed him. What nonsense about not being allowed to offend Shurya. Right now, forget demons whose strength was only close to a lower moon. Even against a true lower rank of the 12 Kazuki, Kaigaku felt he could fight one. The perspective returned to Shurya's side. Roleplay progress, 217. About what I expected. He and Kane had joined forces to block 2 more of Doma's attacks after the second Ice Blade. His roleplay progress had reached 217, and the 2 exchanges had only increased it by 8. Although Kane was part of the reason, Shurya could easily tell that the roleplay progress gained from fighting Doma was dropping at a visible rate. But none of that mattered now. The next exchange would be the key to this battle. If he could withstand Doma's next attack, then Shurya would be able to use would release ninjutsu to counterattack. If not, he and Kane could still drag the fight on, but they would suffer serious injuries. Looking at the roleplay progress on the panel and the surging energy constantly pouring out through his body, Shurya straightened up once more and stood in front of Kane. Kane had inhaled quite a lot of ice crystals during the last 2 exchanges, and her movements were already starting to stiffen. For Doma's next attack, he could only rely on himself. Kane looked at Shurya's back, her expression complicated. Mr. Shurya was so strong, truly so strong. It looked like she and Shurya had worked together to block the Upper Moon Demon's attacks during those last 2 exchanges. But Kane knew very clearly in her heart that the only role she had played in this battle was helping Shurya divert some of Doma's attention. Shurya had handled all the direct fighting. And even so, she had been seriously injured before Mr. Shurya. That alone showed the gap between her and him. Now, There was still some time before dawn. She had to create an opening for Mr. Shurya. In Kane's mind appeared the final form of flower-breathing, equinoctial vermilion eye. By putting pressure on the eyeballs, it pushed dynamic vision to the limit, making the movement of objects in her field of view appear slowed. However, because using it overloaded the eyes and caused bleeding that stained the scara red, it could lead to blindness. Between going blind and creating an opportunity for Mr. Shurya, Kane's gaze became firm. Standing opposite Shurya, Doma's eyes were filled with confusion. Just what was going on with Shurya's body? Hadn't his skin been touched by my ice crystals earlier? Aside from the initial ulceration, how had the ice crystals made no further progress in seeping in? Even if he was forcibly suppressing it, it shouldn't be possible for there to be no effect at all, right? Looking at the current condition of Shurya's skin, Doma felt that after a little more time, forget any effect. Even the ulcerated part caused by the ice crystals would be directly digested by Shurya's body. What kind of terrifying recovery speed was this? And it wasn't just that strange recovery speed. There was also Shurya's strength. How could it be increasing this fast? Earlier, my solidified ice crystals could still swallow up Shurya's flames. But now he can actually contend with me? Doma had simply never heard of strength increasing at such a terrifying rate. If this kept going, Doma even had the absurd illusion that he might no longer be Shurya's match. This kind of ridiculous illusion was something he had felt for the first time since becoming an upper moon. The playful smile at the corner of Doma's mouth faded. He had to go all out now or he really might stumble here. He spread open his golden fan and gave a grand sweep with his hand. In an instant, several childlike figures in Doma's image, formed from condensed ice crystals, appeared around Shurya. Each of these little figures was lifelike, a miniature version of Doma. They wore wicked grins, and cold killing intent shone in their eyes. Then, behind these little figures, several sleeping lotus bodhisattvas rapidly took shape. Compared to the enormous and overwhelming sleeping lotus bodhisattva summoned by Doma's main body, the ones summoned by these little figures were much smaller. But there were many of them. The shadows of several sleeping lotus bodhisattvas completely covered the night sky above Shurya's head without leaving a single gap. The sleeping lotus bodhisattvas all raised their hands high at the same time, their movements perfectly synchronized, and together slashed their hand blades toward Shurya. Shurya swept his gaze around. The assault from the ice crystal dolls and the sleeping lotus bodhisattvas was flawless. He turned back to glance at Kane behind him and thought to himself, there's no dodging this. Then let us see just how powerful fire release is now with a 22.7% acting rate. Shurya quickly formed a series of complex hand seals, his hands moving so fast they dazzled the eye. With the final seal completed, Shurya suddenly drew in a deep breath, and his chest rapidly expanded. In an instant, four blazing fire dragons burst from Shurya's mouth, as if they wanted to burn the entire space to ashes. The fire dragons roared through the air, charging straight at the ice crystal dolls and the sleeping lotus bodhisattvas with unstoppable force. At the same time, endless waves of fire continued pouring from Shurya's mouth. The fire surged out like a world-swallowing tsunami, crashing violently against the ice crystal assault. When flame and ice crystal met, deafening explosions erupted. Scorching white mist spread through the air, and the entire battlefield seemed to fall into chaos. The searing heat of the flames and the freezing cold of the ice crystals clashed against each other, while violent shockwaves of energy scattered in all directions. The fire waves and ice crystals continuously wore down each other's power. The surrounding temperature rose sharply, then dropped just as sharply, as if the world itself were freezing and burning in this very moment. As the aftershocks of the collision gradually faded, Shurya's figure slowly emerged from the white mist. Most of his clothes had been frozen stiff with frost, giving off a chilling aura. At this moment, Shurya was breathing heavily, and his face had visibly gone pale. But even so, Doma saw that Shurya's eyes were frighteningly bright. It was as if after suffering such a heavy blow, not only had Shurya not grown tired, he had instead become excited. This bizarre situation made Doma feel a little uneasy. Acting rate, 22. Very good. Though he had taken some injuries, he had still endured it. Now, it was time for him to take control of the battlefield. He blocked it. Kane's mind went a little blank, and even the motion of preparing to pressure her eyes and use flower breathing, final form, came to a halt. Mr. Shurya actually blocked it? Judging from that upper moon-esque expression just now, the other side should have used his full strength. But Mr. Shurya still blocked it alone? Didn't that mean that, in a certain sense, Mr. Shurya's strength was comparable to an upper moon? And one of the stronger upper moons at that? Mr. Shurya could rival 3 Hashira? Once that thought appeared in Kane's mind, it became impossible to stop. The Demon Slayer Corps had driven out someone equal to 3 Hashira because of a breathing style assessment? Just thinking of it made Kane herself feel that it was a little absurd. Fortunately, though Shurya had been maliciously forced out of the Demon Slayer Corps, Mr. Shurya had not chosen to stand against them. Otherwise, Kane did not even dare imagine how much pressure the Demon Slayer Corps would face if they had to kill Muzan while also dealing with Shurya. If Lord Muzan hadn't specifically ordered your death, I'd really be a little reluctant to kill you, Shurya. Doma sighed with emotion. It was his first time seeing a human this hard to kill. If it were someone else, even a Hashira would have died beyond all doubt from any one of his attacks. But Shurya had forcibly endured it. Not only had he endured it, but judging from Shurya's eyes, it seemed he still had some trump card left to use. Had Shurya still not reached his limit even now? Seriously? Doma felt that his own guess was a little absurd, but Shurya's current state truly did not look like that of someone on the verge of death. Those crimson eyes shining as they looked at him made even him, an upper moon who controlled ice, feel a faint chill down his back. So, Shurya adapted to the changes in his body brought by the increase in acting rate, while his Sharingan felt slightly itchy. This was a sign that it was nearing evolution. The control and power of his ninjutsu had both improved. If Shurya used fire release ninjutsu to fight Doma again now, then no matter how solid Doma's ice crystals became, he would still not fall behind. So, do you want to become a demon? Doma's eyes lit up. With Shurya's strength, once he became a demon, he would definitely rank among the upper moons. He might even press close to the top 3 upper moons. Maybe even Akazadano would not be Shurya's match. Just imagining Akaza being pushed 1 rank lower among the upper moons by Shurya made Doma a little excited. It had been a long time since he had seen the furious Akazadano. Hearing Doma's attempt to recruit him, Kane's heart jolted. Become a demon? No way. Putting aside Mr. Shurya's current strength, his growth speed alone was already terrifying enough. From killing demons whose strength was close to the lower moons to fighting an upper moon head-on, Mr. Shurya had only used 1 year. If he became a demon too, and was given a little time, wouldn't that mean another Kibutsuji Muzan for the Demon Slayer Corps? Shurya. But Kane's worry was clearly unnecessary. The moment she had just opened her mouth and called out Shurya's name, she heard Shurya say, "Become a demon? Trade away the chance to ever live under sunlight just to become as weak as you? Why?" Doma was stunned when he heard that. Being rejected by Shurya was within his expectations. After all, he had invited many Hashira before, and every single one had refused. But what did Shurya mean by what he said after that? Become as weak as him? How could Shurya even say something like that? The one being beaten into a sorry state wasn't him. Half of Shurya's body was still frozen by his ice crystals. As he thought that, Doma glanced at the part of Shurya's body that had been frozen. And with just that one glance, Doma's eyes suddenly shrank. The golden fan in his hand lowered slightly, as if he feared his eyes were playing tricks on him. Recovered? The skin on Shurya's body that had been frozen by his ice crystals had not rotted away. It had actually recovered? How was that possible? As long as even a tiny patch of skin came into contact with his ice crystals, the body would suffer major effects, let alone an area as large as half the body. How was this kid's body even more outrageous than after becoming a demon? You noticed? Shurya sensed Doma's gaze and had also finished digesting the changes brought by the increase in acting rate. His body gave a shake, and the ice crystals that had formed on him fell to the ground in a clatter. The wood release chakra inside his body had already been able to accelerate the recovery of some minor injuries when his acting rate had not even exceeded 10. Now that it had reached 22, his recovery ability had naturally become even stronger. Though he could not become completely immune to Doma's ice crystals, taking some time to recover from them was hardly a problem. Doma folded up his golden fan and tapped it against his palm. Looks like I underestimated you again. But this can't go on. If I can't finish the mission, Lord Muzan is going to be angry. Dawn is almost here too. It's time to end this. There's also a beautiful young lady waiting for me. After saying that, Doma glanced at Kane behind Shurya. It really was time to end this. Shurya let out a long breath. His fingers flew as he rapidly formed hand seals. Would release. Advent of a world of trees. At the exact moment Shurya's voice rang out, a figure suddenly appeared diagonally across from him, at Doma's back left side. The moment he appeared, the figure shouted, "I finally found you, Shurya. Today I'm gonna kill you and make them." The instant Kaigaku saw Shurya, he started yelling arrogantly, but the scene unfolding around Shurya made his voice grow softer and softer until, in the end, it was no more than a whisper only he himself could hear. In Kaigaku's field of vision, the moment Shurya finished his hand seals, the ground began to let out deep, rumbling roars. It was as if some enormous thing was surging beneath the earth. The ground around Shurya split apart at terrifying speed, and green vines shot out from underground like furious dragons. The vines rolled and twisted through the air with frightening force. Then, guided by the vines, trees began to grow at an astonishing rate. It was as if the trees had been ripped up by the roots, bursting from the ground in a single instant. The trunks were tall and thick, the branches lush and dense, spreading rapidly into an impenetrable forest. The enormous canopy blotted out the sky and sun, shrouding the entire cult compound in shadow. The clear moonlight was blocked outside, only able to spill through tiny gaps in scattered flecks, giving the place a secluded and eerie stillness. Inside the forest, roots and trunks twisted together, while branches and leaves interwove into a complex network. Every tree seemed to come alive, its branches stretching flexibly, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Doma avoided the trees spreading beneath his feet and looked up at Shirya, who stood atop the head of a wooden dragon above the forest. The smile on his face gradually froze. Was this Shirya's true strength? Then why hadn't he used it from the start? Feeling the immense energy contained within the surrounding forest, Doma's eyes held nothing but gravity and shock. He truly couldn't understand it. If Shirya had this kind of power, why had he waited so long to use it? With this dense forest, Shirya clearly wouldn't have needed to let himself be contaminated by his ice crystals. And what was that wooden dragon? Wasn't that Hantengu's ability? Why could Shirya use it too? And without relying on a breathing technique? Breath of wood? He had never heard of such a breathing technique. Using a human's own power to control flames and trees? Doma's heart slowly sank. The mission Lord Musen had given him might really end in failure. Although he didn't know the exact effect of the force Shirya had summoned, its absurd scale alone made it impossible to underestimate, right? Hadn't someone just shouted about killing Shirya? Let him test what this ability could do. Since he dared to say he would kill Shirya, his strength shouldn't be that far off, right? Thinking that, Doma turned his head to look at Kaigaku and lifted his chin at him. The meaning was obvious. Didn't you say you were going to kill Shirya? Go on. I'll leave it to you. Not only Doma, but even Kane, Shinobu, and Kaneo, who had arrived later, all looked toward Kaigaku. Kill Shirya? Well, he's right there on top of that wooden dragon. Go ahead. Feeling everyone's gaze on him, Kaigaku's expression stiffened. Who? Me? You want me to fight someone who made an entire forest and a wooden dragon in a single instant? Are you serious? He had come looking for the Shirya whose strength was comparable to a lower moon, not this person. Aside from looking the same, this guy had nothing in common with the Shirya he knew. Did Shirya hear what he said just now? Probably not, right? Kaigaku swallowed hard. Was this really a power a human could use? This wasn't one tree. This was a whole forest. Shouldn't this kind of mighty power belong in the hands of a god? How could it appear in the hands of a human? And the key point was that it belonged to Shirya. The former flame Hashira wasn't presbyopic. Not only had he not overestimated Shirya's strength, Kaigaku felt he had severely underestimated it instead. Just looking at the scene in front of him, even that old man, the Thunder Hashira, would probably be dumbfounded if he came, right? Kill Shirya and get revenge? Who said that? He had clearly received a mission to come provide support. The next moment, Doma saw the direction Kaigaku's sword tip was pointing slowly shift from Shirya to himself. Doma? 6. He had actually expected a piece of trash like this to test Shirya's strength for him? He really was laughable. Forget it. He'd just have to see for himself how strong this so-called advent of a world of trees really was. Doma waved his fan, and the lotus bodhisattva behind him solidified once more. Several dozen lotus maidens also gathered around him. With their eyes closed, the maidens exhaled cold air. In an instant, the chill spread rapidly along the trees beneath Doma's feet and began extending through the entire forest. The forest covered a wide area, but his attack range was not small either. As long as he froze the entire forest, then no matter how vast it would be useless if it couldn't move. The cold surged outward like a tide. Wherever it passed, the trees were rapidly covered in ice crystals, letting out crisp freezing sounds. The temperature inside the forest plummeted sharply, as if the place had entered a frozen wasteland. As long as he kept increasing the output of cold air, it wouldn't be long before the entire forest was completely frozen. But how could Shirya not know what Doma knew? The instant the ice crystals began to form, Shirya started controlling the forest to surge and move. His mind merged as one with the forest. Protected by the lotuses, Doma was hard to attack directly, so Shirya decided to start with the lotus maidens first. Before the freezing spread had even covered 1/10 of the forest, Doma saw several branches rapidly grow as if they were living things. As though they had no limit to their length, they pierced through the restraints of the cold air and lashed toward the lotus maidens. Several lotus maidens were shattered in an instant. Seeing this, Doma frowned. He had already been dissatisfied with the freezing speed of the ice crystals, and now several of them had even been destroyed. At this rate, freezing the whole forest was simply impossible. The trees in the forest began to grow wildly, and the branches kept stabbing at Doma, the attendant children around him, and the lotus maidens like sharp swords. Doma was forced to keep waving his fan to defend himself, but the area covered by the cold could no longer continue expanding. The current situation was already extremely unfavorable for Doma, and he knew it clearly in his heart. He was preparing to erupt with full strength and settle things with Shirya, but when he saw the light on the horizon, his face changed. Trying to decide victory or defeat with Shirya now was definitely not something that could be done in a short while. The overall situation was already lost. He had to leave before the sun rose. Otherwise, if Shirya dragged things out until sunrise, the one who would die would be him. After sorting out the current situation, the Lotus Bodhisattva behind Doma and the Ice Crystal Maidens exploded one after another. The exploding ice crystals scattered in all directions like sharp blades at a speed too fast for the naked eye to catch. The branches wrapping around Doma and preparing to attack were violently blown apart by the impact of the ice crystals. With cracking sounds, the branches shattered into countless icy fragments. The branches attacking afterward were also frozen by the sudden burst of cold, instantly losing all threat and turning into ice sculptures suspended in the air. Taking advantage of the opening, Doma leaped out of the encirclement of branches, his figure flickering like a ghost. In just a few breaths, they arrived at the edge of the forest. Stopping in his tracks, Tongma looked up at Shirya, who stood calmly atop the wooden dragon, and gently shook his fan. My Shirya-kun really got one over on me. But I suppose this is your full strength, right? Next time I'll let you see my full strength. See you next time. As soon as he finished speaking, Tongma turned into a shadow and vanished into the far end of the mountains and forest. Standing atop the wooden dragon, Shirya did not give chase. Instead, he muttered in a low voice, "Full strength? A mere upper rank too thinks he is worthy?" Even Musen Isnt qualified to witness Madara-sama's full power. The moment that thought rose in Shirya's heart, the obsession he had relied on to raise his roleplay progress through Tongma suddenly dispersed. Roleplay progress. 245 before Shirya could even be shocked by the absurd increase in his roleplay progress. An extreme stabbing pain in his eyes forced him to shut them. Covering his eyes, Shirya tried to control the changes happening within them through the pain. The agony did not come from outside, but from the changes deep inside his eyeballs. It was a sensation that sank into the bone marrow itself, as if countless needle tips were moving around inside his eye sockets. Shirya could feel a fierce energy surging from the deepest part of his eyes. This power ran wildly in every direction, out of control, tearing through his nerves and making it nearly unbearable. Fortunately, the feeling came fast and went fast as well. Very soon, the intense pain began to ease and became manageable. Shirya clenched his teeth. The moment he saw his roleplay progress rise to 245, he had already known the Sharingan was about to evolve. As long as he endured this wave of pain, he would welcome a whole new qualitative transformation. When the pain finally weakened to a tolerable level, Shirya slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, everything in front of him was blurry, as if the whole world were spinning. After a moment, the sensation gradually faded, and then Shirya saw a brand new world. Within Shirya's eyes, the pattern that had originally been 3 black tomo began to change. The original 3 tomo gradually fused together, forming a new pattern. It looked like 3 ripples meeting on the surface of water, slowly rotating. Around those ripples were complex and delicate markings. They were as hazy and mysterious as a nebula. Every line was filled with energy and flickered with a faint red glow, giving the entire pattern an indescribable sense of oppression. At this moment, Shirya felt his field of vision expand even further. This expansion was not merely physical, but also a sharpening of spiritual insight. While Shirya was feeling his power transform, the sunlight gradually rose and spilled over his forest world. This should have been a vibrant and relaxing scene full of life, but Kane and the other 4 had no mind to appreciate it at all. Kaneo looked at the somewhat holy figure suspended in midair under the sunlight, and her gaze flickered. No wonder he could snatch away her coin. His strength seemed even greater than her sister's. As for Shinobu, who stood beside Kaneo, she had long since been stunned speechless. She and Kaneo had arrived just as Shirya was using would release ninjutsu, and they had happened to witness the entire process. Ever since those overwhelming trees had appeared, her mouth had never closed. Was this really a power a human could use? Shinobu had always held doubts about the way her sister evaluated Shirya, because in her eyes, her sister was the most outstanding swordsman she had ever seen. Even looking across the entire Demon Slayer Corps, aside from that newly promoted Miss Tashira, her sister could be considered the most talented person in the Corps. But now, this scene before her, like a divine miracle, was laid out right in front of her eyes. That tiny bit of doubt had long since vanished without a trace. This was no longer just a matter of being stronger than her sister. It was no exaggeration to say that Shirya and her sister were on completely different levels. No wonder both her sister and Oyakata-sama valued him so highly. It wasn't he without reason. That was an upper rank just now. Kaigaku had only just recovered from the shock of the descending forest world when he saw Tongmara's hurried figure flash past, and his mind went blank once again. An upper rank? An upper rank 2 at that? Shirya could fight upper rank 2 to this extent? He even managed to force him back? How was that possible? Could he have seen wrong? Wasn't it said that at least 3 Hashira were needed to contend with an upper rank of the 12 Kazuki? Could it be that Shirya's strength was equivalent to 3 Hashira?
Impossible, impossible.
Kaigaku subconsciously shook his head, but as he looked at the forest world that had yet to fully fade away, his head gradually stopped moving. It didn't seem entirely impossible. Someone who could create a giant forest in the blink of an eye. Saying his strength was comparable to 3 Hashira actually sounded reasonable. But why did that kind of power have to appear on Shirya? Why him? He had clearly already been expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps. Without breathing technique training and without the core resources, what right did he have to be this strong? A heaven-blessed genius? Kaigaku was unwilling to admit that fact. Because once he admitted it, it would be no different from admitting that driving Shirya out of the Demon Slayer Corps had been his fault. But the scene before him gave him no choice but to admit it. With this kind of strength, forget one more year of training, even if he trained for a lifetime, he might still never reach this level. A deep sense of powerlessness and jealousy wrapped around Kaigaku. He clenched his fists, glanced at Shirya, then turned to leave. With Shirya's current strength going to take revenge on him? That would just be asking for trouble. He could only suppress the hatred in his heart for now and wait for another opportunity to settle things with Shirya in the future. Only the idea was good, but reality was cruel. Just as Kaigaku turned around, a sudden burst of urgent cracking earth sounded by his ears. Several thick giant trees burst out of the ground beneath his feet. The huge trees grew rapidly, branches crisscrossing, and in moments formed a wooden prison around Kaigaku, trapping him inside. Kaigaku froze, his eyes widening as cold sweat instantly poured out across his back and slid all the way down his spine. In this place, there was only one person who could control giant trees to trap him. Shirya. Did he hear what he said just now? Kaigaku swallowed. The reason he had shouted earlier that he would kill Shirya was because he had thought he could crush him whenever he wanted. But after witnessing the process of Shirya's forest world descend, the thought of killing Shirya had long since been buried in the deepest part of his heart. At that moment, a cold voice came from above the wooden prison. I never said you could leave. Kaigaku suddenly raised his head. The wooden dragon coiled and wound through the air, carrying Shirya as he stood high above. The moment Kaigaku's eyes met Shirya's, his mind exploded with a roar, and he had the illusion that his brain was about to burst apart. Were those still human eyes? Kaigaku was horrified beyond belief. They were crimson eyes with a bizarre black pattern in the middle. With just one look, Kaigaku felt as if he had sunk into them and could no longer pull himself free. It was as though his entire soul had been dragged into that bottomless darkness. Just now, you said you were going to kill me? Shirya's voice was like an icicle stabbing straight into Kaigaku's heart, making him shiver with fear. Kaigaku trembled and hurriedly denied it. No, that's not it. I was just saying it casually. I didn't mean it. Shirya's gaze was indifferent. He had originally been thinking of finding a chance to get rid of Kaigaku himself. He had not expected Kaigaku to come knocking on his own, and he had even shouted about killing him. That meant Kaigaku was definitely not leaving Chenyang City alive today. Shirya shook his head, looked at the terrified face visible through the gaps in the wooden prison, and said flatly, I only believe what I heard. After saying that, Shirya raised his hand, and the giant trees surrounding Kaigaku began to tremble. Sensing Shirya's killing intent, Kaigaku instantly panicked and shouted with hollow bravado, You can't kill me. I'm a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, and also the former Thunder Hashira's disciple. So what? Do you think I'd be afraid of them? Hearing that, Kaigaku's voice choked off. If Shirya had said something like that before, he would have probably laughed himself sick at Shirya overestimating himself. But now, the master was doing everything he could to recruit Shirya back into the Demon Slayer Corps. Become enemies with Shirya over his death? Just thinking about it, Kaigaku knew that possibility was close to zero. After all, he had been the one shouting first that he wanted to kill Shirya. The flower Hashira and those 2 women had heard it with their own ears. As for the old man, it was possible that he would come to Shirya and demand an explanation because of him. But what use would that be? Shirya could even drive back Upper Moon too, let alone the old man. He didn't believe the old man could compare to Upper Moon 2. Could it be that he was really going to die here today? Kaigaku felt some regret. It wasn't that he regretted wanting to kill Shirya. He regretted blurting out those words before he had clearly seen Shirya's strength. Looking at the tree prison above him that was constantly closing in, Kaigaku drew his Nichiren blade and swung it madly. No, he couldn't die here. He hadn't become a Hashira yet. Thunder breathing, second form. Thunder breathing, fourth form. Kaigaku practically used every form except thunder breathing's first form. But aside from leaving scorched black marks on the tree prison, it did not slow its shrinking in the slightest. Don't, Mr. Shirya. Just as the tree prison had shrunk to a size that could only hold 2 or 3 people, Kanae dragged her heavily injured body and walked up in front of it. Mr. Shirya, Kaigaku only spoke without thinking for a moment, so that's why. Kanae had wanted to plead for Kaigaku, but when she met Shirya's gaze, her voice involuntarily stopped. Shirya's eyes had changed again. Kanae had seen Shirya use the 3-tomo Sharingan before. Even back then, she had vaguely felt that Shirya's eyes were unusual. But now, Mr. Shirya's eyes had changed again. They had become even more complex. Kanae didn't even need to think to know that this kind of change had to be a good one. Wait, before Mr. Shirya drove Doma back. His eyes didn't seem to have changed. They changed only after the sun rose and Mr. Shirya suddenly covered his eyes. In other words, even before his eyes changed, Mr. Shirya's strength had already been enough to contend with an Upper Moon? Then now, Mr. Shirya's strength. Kanae's mind went blank for a moment, and she almost forgot that she had come to persuade Mr. Shirya. Suppressing the terrifying speculation in her heart, Kanae continued, "Please show mercy, Mr. Shirya." Spoke without thinking for a moment? This isn't just one moment. This is already the second time. Shirya's gaze swept over Kanae. His eyes remained cold as his outstretched hand suddenly clenched. The tree prison instantly contracted with it, and the sounds of Kaigaku's resistance abruptly stopped. Seeing Shirya's movement, Kanae's heart shook, and she hurriedly turned to look at the tree prison trapping Kaigaku behind her. But at this point, how could there still be any sign of Kaigaku struggling? There was only bright red blood seeping out through the gaps in the tree prison. It dripped onto the ground and gathered into a small pool of blood. Kanae's breathing instantly became hurried, and her legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move. She stood there in a daze, then turned back and looked at Shirya with a complicated expression. The Mr. Shirya before her felt unfamiliar. Those indifferent eyes made it impossible for her to connect him with the usually lazy and casual Mr. Shirya. Under normal circumstances, as a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, if Kanae saw a Corps member being killed, she should have drawn her blade and demanded an explanation. Yet, at this moment, looking at the Shirya before her, Kanae realized she had no urge at all to draw her sword. Her fingers trembled slightly, but the hand gripping her sword hilt did not move for a long time. Putting aside the fact that she wasn't Mr. Shirya's opponent, just the fact that Shirya had saved her from the hands of an Upper Moon earlier meant she had no right to raise her blade against him. Kanae took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the complicated emotions in her heart. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Shirya. I will truthfully report Kaigaku's matter to the master." On the words truthfully report, Kanae deliberately put extra emphasis. She wasn't trying to pressure Shirya. On the contrary, what Kanae meant was that she would tell the master everything Kaigaku had done, so that the master would understand that Shirya had not killed out of malice. Shirya nodded without saying more and turned to leave. He didn't care how Kanae reported Kaigaku's matter. With his current strength, even Doma would have to fall if he came, much less the Demon Slayer Corps. As he was leaving, Shirya saw Shinobu and Kaneo on the road. Seeing him approach, Shinobu bent slightly at the waist. "Thank you, Mr. Shirya." Shirya raised a brow, a little surprised by the respect and gratitude in Shinobu's eyes. The other party didn't seem to have any bad thoughts about him because he had killed Kaigaku. Noticing Shirya's surprise, Shinobu continued, "I don't think Mr. Shirya did anything wrong. Besides, Mr. Shirya, you also saved my sister. She might act impulsively, but she wasn't stupid. That demon just now was Upper Moon too. The only reason her sister could still be alive had to be because of Shirya. As for that Kaigaku, he had already been expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps because of breathing techniques, even though Mr. Shirya was someone like this. She had never had much of a good impression of him to begin with, and now he had even declared that he wanted to kill Mr. Shirya. Shinobu felt his death was not undeserved. Her sister was simply too gentle. If it were her, maybe Shirya wouldn't even have needed to act. Shirya nodded. Compared to the Shinobu in the original story, who kept forcing a fake smile while suppressing her anger after the flower Hashira's death, he liked the straightforward Shinobu before him more. And Kaneo, who was hiding behind Shinobu, tightened her grip on the coin in her hand when she saw Shirya look over. She wanted to flip a coin to decide whether or not to thank Shirya for saving Sister Kane. But remembering that the person in front of her would throw away her coin, she thought about it and decided to forget it. Seeing that, Shirya shook his head. The matter on Doma's side was settled, and his roleplay completion had also increased quite a bit. It was about time to go back, pack up his things, and leave Sendai City. After hurriedly thanking Shirya, Shinobu didn't forget that her sister was still seriously injured. She quickly took Kaneo with her and ran toward Kane. When she reached her sister's side, Shinobu began examining her body. Her blade couldn't cut off a demon's neck, so she could only rely on poison. And the process of using poison naturally meant exposure to poison, so when it came to detoxification, Shinobu could be considered an expert. Little Shinobu, you shouldn't have said that just now. It's not for us to judge Kaigaku. It should be left to the master to decide. Shinobu said nothing, but as she examined Kane's body, the look of shock on her face grew stronger and stronger. Her sister's body didn't seem to have any problem? Had she examined her wrong? Her arm that had been holding the Nichiren blade had clearly rotted away by more than half, so why did it feel like there was no effect inside her body at all? Was it only external wounds? Uncertain, Shinobu checked again. Touching Kane's arm, Shinobu was directly stunned. The injury had recovered a little more? How was that possible? How could a person's recovery speed be this fast? Seeing the strange expression on Shinobu's face, Kane no longer cared about lecturing Shinobu. What's wrong? Has the ice crystal spread very seriously through my body? After saying that, Kane carefully sensed her own body, puzzled. She felt like her physical condition was still pretty decent right now. What was with Shinobu's expression? It didn't seem serious. Maybe after a little while longer it would heal on its own. Shinobu had a strange look on her face. This was the first time she had run into a situation like this. There seemed to be a certain energy inside her sister's body, dispersing the ice crystals and speeding up her recovery. Heal on its own? How was that possible? Has Nei-san eaten or come into contact with anything recently? She had treated her sister's injuries before, but no matter which time it was, none of them had ever recovered this fast. No, the things I ate were all ordinary food, and I didn't come into contact. When it came to contact, Kane suddenly froze. During the battle, Mr. Shirya had sent a stream of unfamiliar energy into her body. It had felt warm. Could it be? Thinking back to the time that energy had entered her body and the time her injuries started improving, Kane stood there in a daze and revealed a bitter smile. Not only had Mr. Shirya saved her life, he had even dispersed the ice crystals too. Seeing Kane lost in thought, Kochu Shinobu did not dwell too much on her sister's injuries. As long as she was recovering, that was enough. She turned back to the topic her sister had just brought up. What is there to hesitate over when judging that Kaigaku? If I were Mr. Shirya, I would killed him too. Kaneo, tell me, was Nei-san's way right, or was Mr. Shirya's way right? The moment Shinobu asked, she regretted it. Kaneo was the kind of person who needed to flip a coin even to go outside. Asking her this, wouldn't that make her struggle to death? Nei-san, let me tell you, Mr. Shirya is right. Kaneo suddenly spoke without warning. Shinobu stared at Kaneo in shock. That was Kaneo talking just now, right? This time, Kaneo actually didn't flip a coin? Kane, who had also gone blank for a moment, looked at Kaneo in surprise as well. Ever since she and little Shinobu had saved Kaneo, Kaneo had rarely spoken, and when she did things, she had no ideas of her own. That situation had improved somewhat after she taught her the method of flipping a coin. But whenever it came to making her own decisions, Kaneo had to rely on a coin. This was the first time she had seen Kaneo make a choice by herself without relying on one. Even Kaneo was standing so firmly on Mr. Shirya's side. Had she done something wrong? Under the two of their gazes, Kaneo blankly lowered her head. Was Mr. Shirya right? She didn't know. But she did know that Mr. Shirya had saved Nei-san. And if that was the case, then Mr. Shirya was right. Shenyang City, in an alley not far from the residence of the Eternal Paradise Faith. A figure paced in the shadows. I didn't complete Muzan-sama's task. And I didn't even get to eat that beautiful woman. A whole night wasted for nothing. Doma adjusted the tall hat on his head, his face full of regret. If he had gone all out earlier and had not let Shirya mislead his judgment, he should have been able to take both of them down before dawn. I'm gonna get scolded by Muzan-sama again. Doma muttered in a low voice, and a trace of anticipation flashed through his eyes. Getting scolded was hardly a good thing, but at least it meant he would be able to see the Muzan-sama he deeply worshipped once more. Standing in the shadows, Doma looked at the light so close at hand, his rainbow-colored eyes somewhat empty. What happened in Shenyang City had been forced to an end. If it were only about that beautiful woman, Doma would not have lingered here. If he failed to eat her, then so be it. Other than him, no other demon would care about such a thing. But Shurya's mission was different. He had failed to kill the person Muzan-sama had personally named, which meant he had to prepare himself to receive Muzan-sama's summons. Scattered sunlight spilled into the alley, and the slick stone slabs reflected sparse points of light. Just as Doma was wondering when Muzan-sama would summon him, suddenly, a crisp biwa note sounded by his ear. The sound of the biwa seemed to come from some distant place, yet also like a whisper right beside his ear. The sound waves spread through the air like tangible threads, stirring up bursts of fine dust. The space around Doma rippled. In the next moment, the scene before his eyes changed abruptly. The original alley flashed past like blurred light and shadow. What replaced it was a classical, silent space. The surrounding walls and floor were all made of still wooden boards and paper doors, giving off the aged fragrance of history. Golden light adorned every corner of the place, bathing the entire space in a mysterious halo and illuminating every wooden board and paper door. The whole space was like a gigantic wooden palace, layered upon layered, intricate and complex. Wooden stairways twisted upward, and corridors crisscrossed like a spiderweb. It could not help but make one think of an exquisite architectural work of art. Beyond that, each platform level was carved with delicate patterns, and the walls were painted with fine designs. The light reflected between the glazed tiles, casting a soft radiance. Doma was briefly dazed, but not the least bit surprised by the change in scenery before him. Since the last upper moon meeting, he had not come here for more than 100 years. Judging from the staggered space, Miss Nakaime's strength seemed to have improved again. He wondered when he would be able to have dinner together with Miss Nakaime. Doma raised his head, his gaze following the towering central platform upward. There stood a figure he was incomparably familiar with and fanatically devoted to, Kibutsuji Muzan. Muzan stood in front of a complicated laboratory table, wholly focused on adjusting the reagent in his hands. The liquids glowing with red light swayed faintly inside the bottles, and the rose-red eyes reflected on the glass walls swayed with them. Muzan's movements were precise and smooth. Even when Doma entered, not the slightest pause appeared in his hands. It was as if he had not noticed Doma's existence at all. Doma's heartbeat accelerated at that instant, and worship and obsession flickered in his rainbow-colored eyes. Muzan-sama, it has been a long time. His reverent and gentle voice was completely different from how he had sounded when facing Shurya and Kane. The red reagent in Muzan's hand swayed faintly in the dim light, the ripples in the liquid winding around the glass wall like little snakes. Hearing Doma's voice, Muzan did not even raise his eyelids. Give me a reason. The cold voice sounded through the space in Doma's ears. Hearing that, no panic appeared on Doma's face in the slightest. Instead, he showed a trace of innocence, and his voice carried a bit of helplessness. I didn't expect that Shurya to have so many bizarre and strange abilities, one after another without end. I was a little careless. Muzan set down the reagent bottle in his hand, lowered his eyes, and looked at Doma coldly. Careless? Is that your reason for failing this mission? His tone was icy, like a bone-piercing winter wind, penetrating Doma's eardrums. And along with Muzan's voice, an invisible, terrifying force immediately bound Doma's body tightly like iron shackles. That sense of pressure spread rapidly, as if billions of nails were stabbing into every inch of Doma's skin at the same time. Bulging veins quickly rose across the surface of Doma's skin, hideous and savage, like enraged snakes swimming beneath his flesh, as if they could burst out at any moment. Doma's body trembled violently, and the pain sliced through his nerves like sharpened blades. Yet that eerie smile on his face did not change in the slightest. Instead, it grew even brighter and more sickly. He tilted his head back slightly, and a fanatical light flashed in his rainbow-colored eyes, as if he were enjoying every inch of pain Muzan-sama inflicted upon him. Muzan-sama, let me feel your power, he murmured in his heart, almost immersed in this terrifying worship and enjoyment. Seeing Doma like this, Muzan frowned and extended his hand. His finger slowly rose like the blade of judgment, then slashed casually through the air. Space seemed to freeze for an instant. Then, as everything flowed again, the upper half of Doma's head above his nose was cleanly sliced apart like a sheet of paper. The whole process was fast and precise. Blood burst out like a surging spring, spraying everywhere. Doma's exquisitely handsome face was instantly drenched in bright red. As an upper moon, what I want is actual usefulness, not a piece of trash who can't even handle one small task. Understand? With half his head cut away, Doma's exposed skull gleamed white through blood-red muscle. The horrific sight was enough to make anyone shudder. And yet, the smile at the corner of his mouth still remained, like a poisonous flower. Even after losing half his head, Doma still spoke with what was left of his mouth. The next time I meet Shurya, I won't disappoint you, my lord. Muzan narrowed his eyes as he looked at Doma, whose injuries had yet to recover. He was somewhat displeased with Doma's attitude. What he wanted was Doma's fear, and his determination to go all out the next time he faced Shirya. Not this expression of pure enjoyment while being punished. Leave. I still want to talk with Muzan Zheng. Before Doma could finish speaking, Nakeim, who had been sitting quietly below Muzan's side the whole time, lightly plucked a string. Along with the sound of the biwa, Doma vanished from the Infinity Castle. The Infinity Castle immediately fell silent. Nakeim sat upright on the platform, completely still, like a statue. Shirya. Muzan stared at the drop of blood dripping into the test tube, his gaze flickering. In the past, if an upper moon had failed a mission, a severe punishment would have been unavoidable. It would never have ended as casually as it had this time with Doma. But even he had to admit that this Shirya was strange. The moment Shirya appeared before Doma, Muzan had already begun paying attention to him. At the beginning, his strength had clearly been so lacking that even defending against Doma's ice crystals was difficult. Yet by the end, he had managed to suppress Doma. He clearly didn't use any breathing technique, yet he could wield the powers of flame and wood. Doma believed that Shirya had hidden his true strength from the start, revealing it bit by bit to drag the fight out until dawn. But Muzan knew very well that Shirya had not been hiding his strength. Every move he made had been with his full power, and it was precisely because of that Muzan found Shirya so strange. Throughout those several hours of battle, Shirya's strength had been increasing every single moment. From barely being able to contend with Doma, to becoming someone even Doma could no longer ignore, he had only needed a few hours. That terrifying rate of growth made Muzan see the shadow of that man. Even now, the shadow that man had cast over him still lingered in his heart, refusing to disperse. Another Yorichi Tsujikuni? Muzan shook his head.
Impossible.
This world could not possibly give birth to another monster like Yorichi Tsujikuni. Still, this Shirya could not be ignored. Either he would be turned to his side, or he had to be eliminated as early as possible. As he thought, Muzan passed the information about Shirya to the upper moons. As for the lower moons and the other demons, Muzan never even considered them. If even Doma had to treat him seriously, then if the lower moons or other demons ran into him, there would only be one outcome: death. If not for the urgency of the blue spider lily matter, and the shadow Yorichi Tsujikuni had left behind, Muzan would have wanted to personally meet this Shirya himself. Muzan set down the reagent in his hand and glanced at Nakeim. Understanding his meaning at once, Nakeim plucked the biwa again. With Muzan's departure, the Infinity Castle sank into darkness. Abushiki Estate. Lord Oyakata-sama. This is the list of members who died this year. A squad member knelt on one knee and handed a list to Abushiki Kagaya. Kagaya looked at the black words on the thin sheet of paper before him, and pity showed in his pure white eyes. Behind every single one of those names was a living, breathing life. His own physical condition had also started getting worse. At the current speed of the curse's spread, in a few more years, he too would become one of the names on that paper. Kibutsuji Muzan. All of this is because of you. Taking the list from the member's hand, faces corresponding to the names flashed through Kagaya's mind. They were all still so young. Make sure the follow-up arrangements are handled properly. The consolation payments should be distributed generously. Yes. After respectfully bowing to Kagaya, the squad member slowly withdrew. Only Kagaya and his wife, Amain, remained in the courtyard. Let us go back, Amain. Sensing the drop in Kagaya's mood, Amain felt a little worried. The weather was very good today, and coming out for a walk was beneficial in slowing the spread of the curse within Kagaya's body. But it just so happened to coincide with the reporting of the death list. Amain sighed softly and patted Kagaya on the back in comfort. Just as the two turned and prepared to head back inside, a black shadow flew over from the distant sky. The rushing figure made Kagaya pause, surprise flickering in his eyes. It was his Kasugai crow, Shota. Why was he flying so urgently? Shota was in the prime of middle age for a Kasugai crow. His personality was steady and meticulous, and he rarely flew in such a hurry. Could something major have happened? Shota rushed toward Kagaya, then abruptly slowed down when he was about 2 or 3 meters away, landing on Kagaya's raised arm. While carrying out the cult mission in Shenyang City, the flower Hashira Kane encountered Upper Moon 2, Doma. Shota's very first sentence made both Kagaya and Amain tremble. An Upper Moon had appeared? And it was Upper Moon 2 one of the highest-ranked ones? Then what about the flower Hashira Kane? Kagaya did not know exactly how strong the Upper Moons were, but he did know that it was impossible for a single Hashira to deal with an Upper Moon demon. In fact, forget defeating one. Just surviving after encountering one was already something with an extremely low probability. Had the flower Hashira Kene also met with disaster? Thinking of the death list that had just been reported, and adding the death of another Hashira on top of it, Kagaya suddenly felt his mind go blank, nearly fainting. When Amain saw Kagaya's steps turn unsteady, she quickly supported him. Shota also noticed Kagaya's condition and realized that Lord Oyakata-sama had misunderstood what he meant, so he hurriedly explained what happened next. After the flower Hashira Kene battled him for a long time, Mr. Shirya arrived, fought him until dawn and drove him away. For now, the flower Hashira Kene is not in serious danger. Hearing that, Kagaya's eyes widened involuntarily. Drove him away? Kene is fine? Shirya's current strength can contend with an upper moon? For a moment, Kagaya did not even know which part of it had shocked him more. Mr. Shirya fought upper moon 2 by himself? Or? Kagaya asked Shota to confirm it. In truth, whether Shirya had fought upper moon 2 alone or together with Kene, either possibility was terrifying. If the two of them had joined forces and forced back an upper moon, then Shirya's strength was absolutely no weaker than any Hashira in the core. If anything, he was much stronger. But if it had been Shirya alone, then that would be truly horrifying. To fight an upper moon demon through an entire night without falling behind, and even force it to retreat, this was already beyond comparison to the Hashira within the core. Not to mention that it had been such a highly ranked upper moon demon. Together with the flower Hashira Kene, but Lady Kene said that during the battle, she mainly played a supporting role. She will personally report the specific details of the battle to you. A supporting role? Kagaya's eyes showed contemplation. The dignified flower Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps could only play a supporting role in that battle? Then just how intense had that fight been? And just how strong were Shirya and that upper moon demon? In just a little over a year, had Shirya already grown this much? Thinking of this, Yaozai felt even more regret for Shirya. A Hashira who could stand shoulder to shoulder with an upper moon had actually been expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps because of an evaluation on a breathing technique. Such an absurd thing had actually happened during his time as master. Yaozai sighed. Ever since Shirya's incident happened, he had started strictly cracking down on disciplinary issues surrounding breathing technique evaluations within the Corps, but it was already too late. No genius comparable to Shirya had appeared again. In addition, at the end of the battle, Corps member Kaigaku appeared at the scene and declared that he was going to kill Mr. Shirya. After Mr. Shirya drove Upper Moon 2 back, Kaigaku was killed by Mr. Shirya. Hearing Shota's addition, Yaozai's expression shifted several times. Kaigaku? That disciple of the former Thunder Hashira? The one truly responsible for driving Shirya out of the Demon Slayer Corps? He went to find Shirya again, and even declared he was going to kill Shirya? Abuyashiki Yaozai's fingers trembled slightly. The emotions in his heart right now felt strange. This was the first time he had heard of a Corps member's death and felt only a slight trace of sadness. And even that sadness came only from the fact that Kaigaku, as a person, had died. After a moment of silence, Yaozai spoke. This matter is Kaigaku's fault. Mr. Shirya will bear no responsibility. Also, when reporting Kaigaku's cause of death to former Thunder Hashira Kawajima Jigoro, explain the full course of events in detail. Shota nodded, circled once in the air and then flew away. As for Yaozai, standing in the courtyard, excitement gradually rose in his eyes. If someone could contend against an upper moon, then that meant there was a chance to deal with the upper moons. The situation that had remained unchanged for 100 years had finally begun to loosen. Had the gears of the Ubuyashiki family's fate finally started turning once more? Momoyama. Zenitsu was tiptoeing down the mountain, glancing back over his shoulder from time to time. When he saw that the figure he had expected still had not appeared behind him, Zenitsu felt both excited and puzzled. Could it be that Grandpa hadn't he noticed he skipped training today? Did he wake up late? Or was he waiting somewhere on the road to catch him? Zenitsu felt the latter was more likely, so his movements became even lighter. But all the way until he reached the foot of Momoyama, Grandpa still had not appeared, and Zenitsu was left dumbfounded. Looking at the distance ahead, where just a few more steps would take him out of Momoyama, Zenitsu scratched his head. I actually made it out? So does that mean I really skipped today's training? Zenitsu felt a little excited, but the smile on his face quickly faded. Sneaking down the mountain to avoid training was only fun when Grandpa was there trying to stop him. Without Grandpa interfering, it didn't feel nearly as enjoyable as he had imagined. What's going on with Grandpa today? Why isn't he coming to catch me? Why isn't he looking for me either? Nothing bad happened, right? Zenitsu hesitated in place for a while, then silently turned around and walked back the way he had come. If training was hard, then so be it. Grandpa absolutely couldn't let anything happen to him. By the time Zenitsu rushed back to Momoyama, he finally let out a sigh of relief when he saw Grandpa standing blankly in the courtyard. Wasn't he fine? Then why didn't he do anything even when I skipped training? Normally, forget skipping training, so long as he dared run, a beating was guaranteed. No, something's wrong. Why does Grandpa's face look so awful? Although Grandpa normally looked fierce enough, it wasn't usually this bad. There was a Kasugai crow on Grandpa's shoulder. Was it something from the Demon Slayer Corps? Zenitsu quietly crept closer. He wanted to know what kind of message had made Grandpa's face look so grim. I understand. I will handle Kaigaku's matter properly. Please thank the master for me. Just as Zenitsu got close, Grandpa said only that one sentence, and the Kasugai crow flapped its wings and flew away. Senior brother Kaigaku? What happened to him? Did Grandpa find out I sneaked down the mountain? No, that can't be it. Didn't Grandpa find out about that ages ago? Was Grandpa's face this ugly because of senior brother Kaigaku? Grandpa? Zenitsu stretched his neck and carefully called out to the absent-minded Kawajima Jigoro. The Kasugai crow had already flown far away. Why was Grandpa still standing there in a daze? What exactly happened? Zenitsu. Kawajima Jigoro turned around and looked at Zenitsu, his eyes somewhat unfocused. Kaigaku was dead. Killed by Shurya after gonna find him twice in a row. As his master, had he failed too badly? Back when Kaigaku drove Shurya out of the Demon Slayer Corps, he had already severely scolded him. So how had it still come to this? Would Zenitsu become like this too in the future? Was there something wrong with the way he taught them? Was he too strict? Seeing Grandpa leaning on his cane and looking at him with such a complicated gaze, Zenitsu froze. Strange. Everything that happened today was strange. First, he had run down Momoyama without any trouble at all. Then Grandpa hadn't urged him to train. And now Grandpa was even looking at him with such a gentle gaze. What exactly had the Kasugai crow told Grandpa? Did something happen to senior brother Kaigaku? Kaigaku is dead. Dead? Killed by a demon? Hearing that, Zenitsu's eyes widened. First, he had guessed Kaigaku had caused some kind of trouble again and made Grandpa angry. But he had never imagined Kaigaku was actually dead. If he remembered correctly, senior brother Kaigaku had only secretly gone down the mountain 2 days ago, right? So how had he suddenly died? No, Shurya killed him. Impossible. Big brother Shurya would never kill him unless senior brother Kaigaku did something again. The moment he heard Grandpa's words, Zenitsu denied it outright. Big brother Shurya? Kawajima Jigoro raised his eyes slightly. Zenitsu seemed to trust Shurya a lot. Did the two of them know each other? Seeing the surprise in Grandpa's eyes, Zenitsu lowered his head, but he still muttered in a small voice. Senior brother Kaigaku must have done something that crossed big brother Shurya's bottom line. Otherwise, big brother Shurya would never kill him. After Zenitsu had been brought back to Momoyama by Kawajima Jigoro, when he would go down the mountain for daily training within the Corps, Shurya was the only one who accepted and acknowledged his cowardly personality. Most of the others, like his senior brother, often mocked him. Although the two of them didn't have much contact later on, Zenitsu believed he still understood what kind of person big brother Shurya was. It was precisely because of that, when he learned Kaigaku had deliberately driven Shurya out of the Demon Slayer Corps, he had even worked up the courage to have a huge argument with Kaigaku. Their relationship had only grown worse from that point on. If not for the fact that Grandpa desperately wanted to pass down thunder breathing in its complete form, Zenitsu wouldn't even have wanted to call Kaigaku his senior brother. Kaigaku went to find Shurya, declared he was going to kill him, and was then killed by Shurya. Kawajima Jigoro stated it frankly, with no joy or anger in his tone. Hearing that, Zenitsu revealed an expression that said, "Just as I thought." But then he remembered that Kaigaku was still Grandpa's disciple no matter what, so what was Grandpa thinking now? Was he going to avenge Kaigaku? At that thought, Zenitsu was startled. Grandpa had once been the Thunder Hashira. Even though one of Grandpa's legs was gone now, and his strength was much weaker than in his prime, he was still a Hashira. And Zenitsu knew very well that when Grandpa had still been active, he had been the strongest swordsman in the Demon Slayer Corps. If he really went to cause trouble for Big Brother Shurya, then wouldn't Big Brother Shurya be in serious danger? Grandpa, are you going to kill Big Brother Shurya? It was clearly Kaigaku. Zenitsu was just about to defend Shurya when he saw Grandpa give a bitter smile and cut him off. Kill Shurya? No. Forget the current me, even when my leg wasn't broken, I still might not have been able to kill the current Shurya. Kawajima Jigoro shook his head. Back when he had still been a Hashira, although he had never encountered an upper moon himself, he knew how terrifying they were. Among the Hashira of his generation, 2 had died at the hands of the upper moons. His peak strength was above those 2, but only by a limited margin. Although they still didn't know whether the one who fought Shurya was the same upper moon who had killed 2 Hashira, the fact that Shurya had forced it back was already enough to prove his strength from the side. Huh? Grandpa isn't Big Bro Shurya's match? Zenitsu stood there with his mouth open, staring at his grandfather in shock. Did Grandpa say that backwards?
Wasn't he Grandpa a former Thunder Hashira? How could he not be Big Bro Shuria's match? He knew Big Bro Shuria had gotten stronger after being expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps, but he had never imagined he had grown this much stronger. Not even Grandpa could beat him. He drove back an upper moon and even saved the flower Hashira, Kene. Zenitsu suddenly felt his mouth go dry. He had no concrete concept of just how strong the upper moons were. He only knew that upper moon demons were terrifyingly powerful. But he did know that the flower Hashira was on the same level as his grandfather had once been. If Big Bro Shuria could save the flower Hashira, then his strength definitely had to be above hers. How long had it even been? Big Bro Shuria was already this strong? For the next 2 days, train by yourself. I'm going down the mountain to find Shuria. Grandpa, didn't you say you're not Big Bro Shuria's match? I'm not his match, but I'm Kaigaku's master. I have to go ask for an explanation. Kaigaku was the one in the wrong. He couldn't bring himself to shamelessly go avenge Kaigaku, but he also couldn't just act like nothing had happened. Alright then. As long as you can't beat Big Bro Shuria. Zenitsu muttered under his breath. Hearing his quiet grumble, Kawajima Jigoro couldn't help glaring at him. Whose side are you on? 3 days later, Sendai City. Shuria looked at the tidied-up room and raised a brow. Was Kawajima Jigoro actually coming or not? He had already considered this question when he killed Kaigaku. In the original story, there was very limited information about Kawajima Jigoro, the former Thunder Hashira, so Shuria could only infer his personality from Zenitsu's recollections. According to Shuria's guess, Jigoro should be able to understand why he did it, but Kaigaku was still his disciple after all. A fight between the two of them was unavoidable, and when it came to fighting, Shuria could be said to welcome anyone. After all, his sync rate now seemed welded in place at 245. Forget ordinary demons, even lower moons among the 12 Kazuki might not necessarily be able to raise his sync rate anymore. But Hashira were different. Their strength fell right between the upper moons and lower moons. They should be able to provide him with at least a little sync rate. Although Jigoro would probably give very little because of his leg, something was still better than nothing. The reason Shuria was still staying in Sendai City was precisely to make it easier for Jigoro to find him. But this was already the 3rd day. If Jigoro still didn't show up today, he wasn't planning to wait any longer. 2 hours later, Shuria let out a sigh and slowly closed the door. It was time to leave Sendai City today. Suddenly, Shuria's hand paused. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. His guess had been right. Jigoro had still come. From outside the courtyard came the voice of the flower Hashira. Kene. Mr. Kawajima, I still hope you'll think this over carefully. Mr. Shuria had no other choice. Kene, do I really look that much like an unreasonable old man? Jigoro's expression turned somewhat helpless. Kene had been nagging him the whole way here. Wasn't she tired? Besides, in his current condition, it was hard to say who would beat up whom between him and Shuria. At those words, Kene sized Jigoro up, then silently nodded. You! Jigoro shook his head and used his cane to move Kene aside. At that moment, Shuria also opened the door at the right time and looked calmly at Jigoro. The two stared at each other in silence. Seeing the frankness in Shuria's eyes, Jigoro let out an almost imperceptible sigh. Just from the very first glance at Shuria, he knew Kaigaku's death was entirely of Kaigaku's own making. The other man showed no emotional fluctuation whatsoever over having killed Kaigaku. That meant that even if time were reversed, Shuria would still kill Kaigaku all the same. Kaigaku's master, Kawajima Jigoro. Shuria. As for Kaigaku, I'll apologize to you here, MHM. But as Kaigaku's master, there are still some things I have to do for him. I understand. With tacit understanding, the old man and the young man walked to the center of the courtyard. Jigoro carried no Nichiren blade, only a cane. As for Shuria, there was no need to mention him. After his eyes evolved into the Mangekyo, he had already thrown away his Nichiren blade. If he could burn something to death directly, why bother going up and slashing it? Besides, in this fight with Jigoro, Shuria was completely aiming for sync rate. Any increase was better than none. Otherwise, if they really fought seriously, a single Susanoo from Shuria could smack Jigoro to death on the spot. Seeing that Shuria had brought no blade, Jigoro frowned. Although he knew Shuria's strength allowed him to fight without relying on breathing techniques. Still, seeing Shuria face him empty-handed gave him a faint sense of being looked down on. The instant the two took their positions, there was no need for anyone to announce the start of the battle. In the very next moment, Jigoro's figure appeared right in front of Shuria. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash. Using his cane as a sword, Jigoro thrust straight at Shuria. This little old man's pretty fast. Shuria muttered, forming a seal with one hand. A massive tree suddenly burst out of the ground in front of him, like a fortress stretching between him and Jigoro. Jigoro's cane slammed violently into the giant wood, yet failed to advance even an inch. The force of the collision shook the giant wood violently, and the huge impact sound echoed across the battlefield. Seeing this, Jigoro's brows drew tight. This brat could control trees too? Setting that aside, what was with the hardness of this wood? Even if using a cane as a sword reduced the power somewhat, it still shouldn't have been possible for him to hit this wood without leaving even the slightest mark, right? Even in his surprise, Jigoro had no intention of giving up. He tightened his grip on the cane and braced it against the giant wood. A fierce burst of lightning erupted from the cane. The current crackled violently, and the flashing arcs of electricity slithered like venomous snakes. Everything they touched was instantly scorched away. The lightning struck the giant wood with explosive force, creating a shocking spectacle. It was like the wrath of thunder crashing down from above, making even the surrounding air tremble faintly. The point where it struck the wood had been blasted black by the lightning. Black smoke rose, and the air filled with a sharp burnt smell. Yet despite the thunder's ferocious power, it only managed to drill the cane a few inches into the giant wood. There was still a difficult distance left before he could completely break through this hard wooden barrier. At the sight, Jigoro's expression changed slightly. He knew Shirya would be strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. Not even 2 consecutive breathing form attacks from him could break through the other man's defense. Sync rate, 247? Seriously? Jigoro had already attacked twice and it only went up by 0.1? Are you kidding me? At this rate, what the hell was the point of expecting any more sync rate later? Could it be that the gap between him and Jigoro was just too wide, to the point that Madara didn't find it interesting at all? Still unwilling to believe it, Shirya let Jigoro attack several more times, defending the whole way without retaliating. Sync rate, 249. Great, great, great. So the amount it increases is getting smaller and smaller too, huh? After 2 consecutive tiny increases, Shirya instantly lost interest in Jigoro. The sync rate gain was far lower than he had expected. Shirya had originally thought that with Jigoro's strength, no matter what, he should at least be able to raise his progress by 4 points. But judging from the situation in front of him, he'd be lucky if Jigoro could raise it by 15. He still had to find a truly strong Hashira, like the stone Hashira or an upper moon demon. Shirya had already lost interest in the fight, but Kane and the other 2 beside him were a different story. They stared fixedly at the scene in the courtyard, their eyes somewhat blank. Kaneo was fine. She looked blank even when there wasn't a fight. But Kane and Shinobu were different. They knew exactly who the person madly unleashing lightning at the giant tree was. The former Thunder Hashira, the strongest Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps during his time in office. And yet someone like that actually couldn't even break a casual layer of defense. Mr. Shirya had thrown up? Mr. Shirya seems even stronger than he was that night. Watching the flashing lightning in the courtyard, Kane murmured softly. As for Shirya's strength, Kane had already made some guesses that night when she saw the change in his eyes. But she had never expected Mr. Shirya's strength to have changed this much. Mr. Jigoro had launched 2 consecutive breathing form attacks. Even the upper moon demon from that night should have had to put in some effort against them. But now Mr. Shirya could casually summon a single tree and easily block them? More importantly, Kane had seen something 100 times more outrageous than this tree. That endless forest was what Mr. Shirya looked like when he truly went all out. Right? If Mr. Shirya used that against Mr. Jigoro, Kane didn't dare think further. At the side, Shinobu's expression was almost identical to Kane's. She had only seen the part where Shirya forced Doma to retreat. She hadn't seen the process of Shirya, Kane, and Doma fighting bitterly through the night. So her understanding of an upper moon demon's strength came mostly from her sister's descriptions. That kind of imagined strength, without seeing it with her own eyes, felt too vague. But what was happening in front of her now was completely real. That position she was about to inherit, the rank of Hashira. The image of absolute power she had once held in her heart now showed a crack. So Hashira weren't all-powerful after all. In the face of even greater strength, they were just as fragile as infants. The dignified former Thunder Hashira couldn't even break Mr. Shirya's casual defense. Then just how strong was the upper moon who had fought Shirya and her sister until dawn? Seeing that even 2 consecutive breathing forms had failed to break the other side's defense, Jigoro immediately understood just how terrifying the young man before him was. No wonder he could force an upper moon to retreat, and make even someone as strong as the flower Hashira Kane only able to play a supporting role in battle. Strength like that truly did qualify. However, strong as Shirya was, Jigoro had no intention of admitting defeat just like that. If he were the type to give up just because his opponent was powerful, he would never have come here alone. Jigoro withdrew his cane, then slammed it hard against the ground. A powerful energy instantly gathered at the tip of the cane. Thunder breathing, sixth form. Rumble and flash. The moment the words fell, streak after streak of golden lightning burst from beneath the cane like thunder dragons churning through the air. Electric light scattered and darted everywhere, illuminating the entire battlefield. The violent lightning rapidly gathered in the air, quickly condensing into several sharp arcs of electric slash attacks that shot straight at Shirya. The giant tree in front of Shirya had already been mostly destroyed by Jigoro's two breathing forms just now. Now it could no longer hold. Faced with the electric slashes, it was instantly split in half by the lightning. As the giant tree collapsed, fragments scattered everywhere, giving off a scorched, burnt smell mixed with the scent of earth. The golden lightning slashes were overwhelmingly destructive. Even after the giant tree fell, their momentum didn't weaken in the slightest, and they continued hurtling fiercely toward Shirya. Shirya's expression remained calm. His role-playing progress had now jumped to 253. Even with Jigoro going all out, it only rose this little? What a shame. Shirya formed hand seals again. This time it wasn't he would release, but fire release. He took a deep breath, and a massive fireball shot from his mouth. The flames spread rapidly, crackling as they surged into the air, burning the oxygen and making a sharp, piercing sound. Like a fire dragon, the fireball rolled forward, growing rapidly with every passing second, as if it would devour any force standing in its way, before colliding with the golden lightning. Lightning and fire intertwined, and the dazzling brilliance stabbed painfully at the eyes. The violent crash was deafening, and the fierce shockwaves spread in all directions, making even the air feel heavy. But almost in an instant, the fireball easily swallowed the lightning's power. The flames crushed through with unstoppable force and continued sweeping toward Jigoro. The heat came crashing over him like blazing waves, making the ground hiss and sizzle from the burn. Jigoro's pupils suddenly shrank, and he reacted at once. Thunder breathing, fifth form. Heat lightning. An even more blazing radiance of lightning erupted from Jigoro's cane as it clashed head-on with the massive fireball rushing toward him. The explosive collision boomed like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. Driven back again and again by the immense impact, Jigoro's feet rang harshly against the ground. His legs sank deep into the earth, dragging out a long trench behind him. At last, the fireball's force gradually dispersed and vanished into the air. Jigoro panted heavily, leaning on his cane to support his somewhat weakened body. The way he looked at Shirya was as if he were looking at a monster. From how calm and unhurried Shirya had been just now, it was obvious the other side hadn't used his full strength at all. But if he hadn't used his full strength, then what the hell was that terrifying fireball supposed to be? If he hadn't exploded with power to the point of nearly collapsing, that single fireball alone would have been enough to ruin him. This was a former Demon Slayer Corps member who had been expelled during the breathing technique assessment. Then what was he? A Hashira who couldn't even beat an expelled member? For a moment, a thought even flashed through Jigoro's mind. Kaigaku really hadn't died unjustly. Supporting himself with his cane, Jigoro prepared to continue this battle he had no possibility of winning. But before his bent body could even straighten fully, Jigoro discovered that two sharp wooden spikes, as keen as blades, had somehow appeared right in front of his throat. The spikes were only 2 or 3 centimeters away from his neck. That's enough. A fight like this is pretty boring. Shirya glanced at the role-playing progress frozen at 257 and shook his head. This was pretty much the limit of what fighting Jigoro could get him. If they kept going, then unless Shirya let Jigoro hit him without fighting back for an entire day, his progress would be very hard to raise any further. Hearing the disdain in Shirya's words, Jigoro instinctively wanted to refute him. But when he saw that Shirya had merely taken a single step forward, yet directly crossed dozens of meters and appeared right in front of him, his throat seemed to go mute, and no sound would come out no matter what. That speed? How did it feel even faster than the speed of his full-power thunder breathing, first form? Without relying on breathing techniques, a human body could reach this kind of speed? This kid wasn't he really a monster, was he? Mr. Shirya. Seeing Shirya's movement, Kane was startled and hurriedly called out. If Mr. Shirya killed Mr. Jigoro, then his relationship with the Demon Slayer Corps would completely turn hostile. Although Mr. Shirya didn't seem to care about that, Kane was different. Unless it was absolutely unavoidable, she didn't want to take action against Mr. Shirya. I lost. Thank you for showing mercy. Letting out a sigh, Jigoro now also understood just how huge the gap in strength between himself and the young man before him really was. From beginning to end, he had never once forced the other side to fight seriously. The only reason the fight had lasted until now was because the other side had shown mercy. For Kwatek to die at the hands of someone like that, he had nothing to say. Old. He was really old. Jigoro shook his head. Ignoring Kane's attempt to stop him, He walked toward the door. His departing back seemed even more hunched than when he had arrived. Seeing that, Shirya also turned around and picked up the bundle he had packed in advance. Now that his spar with Jigoro was over, everything on Sendai City's side was completely settled. It was time for him to find the next target who could raise his Madara roleplay percentage. I'm leaving too. If fate allows it, we'll meet again. Hearing Mr. Shirya's voice as he passed by, Kane lowered her brows and eyes, feeling a little down. Even though she knew Mr. Shirya had only stayed in Sendai City to wait for Jigoro, when the moment really came for him to leave, she still felt reluctant to part with him. Kaneo stared blankly at Shirya's departing figure, her mind spinning rapidly. Leaving? Then does that mean I don't need to keep observing him anymore? Do I still need to flip the coin? After saying goodbye to Kane and the other two, Shirya walked down the road toward the station, his thoughts in a whirl. After the matter with Doma ended, his current strength could be said to have undergone a qualitative leap. His Sharingan had evolved into the Mangekyo, and he now had the support of two powerful ninjutsu, Amaterasu and Kagetsuchi. On top of that, he had also grasped Susanoo, that Gundam-like ability. If Shirya were to run into Doma again now, then it would be Doma's turn to think about how to survive. As for Kokushibo and Muzan, who were even stronger than Doma, Shirya still wasn't completely sure. Against Kokushibo, he should be able to pin him down and beat him if he unleashed Susanoo at full power. But as for Muzan, with his current roleplay percentage, it was probably still far from enough. He estimated that he would need a roleplay percentage of 35 to be 100% certain of killing Muzan. But right now, for Shirya to keep raising Madara's roleplay percentage through battle alone was no longer very realistic. Other than the Upper Moons, Muzan, and outstanding Hashira like the Stone Hashira, the rest of the demons and Hashira could barely raise his roleplay percentage anymore. That meant he could only start from Madara's words, actions, and ideals. At the end of his battle with Doma, Shirya had said something similar to, "Have you seen me at my peak?" And his roleplay percentage had shot up by 0.25. Even now, Shirya remembered it vividly. Still, words and actions depended on the occasion. When Shirya had said those lines, it had been completely instinctive. At that moment, Shirya had been able to feel Madara's dominance much more deeply. If words and actions weren't easy to make use of, then he could only return once more to the topic of Madara's ideals. Madara wanted to create a world of infinite Tsukuyomi in order to achieve the peace in his heart. But in reality, the infinite Tsukuyomi plan had been a scheme by Black Zetsu to revive Otsutsuki Kagaya. Infinite Tsukuyomi could not achieve ideal peace. So, for Shirya to try to greatly raise his roleplay percentage by casting infinite Tsukuyomi was unrealistic. And with Shirya's current strength, even if he wanted to use infinite Tsukuyomi, he couldn't. However, it wasn't hard to see from Madara's purpose in using infinite Tsukuyomi. Madara wanted to create a peaceful world that matched his own ideal. That gave Shirya room to work with. If he wanted to create ideal peace in the Demon Slayer world, then he had to resolve the root cause that had thrown it into chaos. Kibutsuji Muzan. As long as he got rid of Muzan, all demons would disappear, and the Demon Slayer world would naturally fall into a brief period of peace. But if he wanted to eliminate Muzan, he had to raise his roleplay percentage. And that brought things right back to Shirya's original goal. He still had to slowly build it up little by little. If there was no opportunity, then he would create one. A few years later, once the plot began and the Upper Moons started appearing one after another, that would be the time to raise his roleplay percentage. It was just that Shirya didn't know the exact timing in between, so he could only take things one step at a time. He would see whether he could raise it a bit by bringing peace to a specific region. The demons around Sendai City had already been beaten so badly by him that they didn't dare show themselves. That barely counted as peace. He would have to change places and try somewhere else. Amori, Miyagi, Akita. Shirya's figure appeared in city after city. Time also flew by as Shirya kept trying to create ideal regional peace. 4.5 years passed in the blink of an eye, swift as a white colt flashing by a crack. Kyoto City. You ran Izakaya. Shirya leaned against the sofa in the corner, one hand propping up his chin, listening in boredom to the bits of information people were discussing in the tavern. TSK, I sent this roleplay percentage rising way too slowly? I've at least stayed in 4 different regions already. Roleplay percentage, 2.65 in more than 4 years. Shirya had changed locations 4 times to realize this so-called regional peace. But the roleplay percentage had crawled forward like a turtle. Altogether, it had risen by less than 1%, so Shirya decisively gave up on the regional peace plan. Looks like only by completely uprooting the scourge that is Muzan can the roleplay percentage rise significantly. With the ideal peace plan still far out of reach, Shirya could only set his sights on battle and words and actions. Both of those required clashes with the Upper Moons, or even Muzan, to be achieved. Muzan's most recent appearance should have been when he killed Tanjiro's family. Logically, Shirya should go look for Tanjiro's family. But then came the key problem. First, Shirya didn't know the exact time the plot began. In other words, when Muzan would kill Tanjiro's family. Second, he didn't know where Tanjiro's family lived. So his plan to look for Muzan could only be put aside for now. After the plot started, Tanjiro would gradually come into contact with the Hand Demon, the former lower rank 6 Kyogai, and lower rank 5 Rue. Shirya wasn't interested in those pieces of trash. But the demons Tanjiro would encounter later were worth Shirya's attention. Upper rank 3 Akaza, upper rank 6 siblings Jutaro and Daki, upper rank 4 Hantengu, and upper rank 5 Gyako. These were all important targets for Shirya to raise Madara's roleplay percentage. The first to appear would be upper rank 3 Akaza, who would kill the current Flame Hashira, Rengoku Kaijuro, during the Mugen Train incident. Although Shirya also didn't know when the Mugen Train incident would happen, he had found out where the Mugen Train was located. It was in the Kyoto city where he was currently staying. Now that he had the location, Shirya had once again returned to the same state he had been in back in Sendai City, waiting for the Mugen Train incident to happen. This feeling of things developing outside his control really was unpleasant. Hearing that the conversations around him still didn't contain the information he wanted, Shirya let out a sigh. He picked up the shochu that had been sitting on the table for quite a while and took a sip. But even after 4 years, I still can't get used to this crap. Giving up on trying, Shirya paid the bill and left. But just as he reached the entrance, he suddenly saw a man rush in a fluster. Shirya's steps slowed slightly. Since he often came to this izakaya to gather information, he was somewhat familiar with the people there. This man was named Zhengji, one of the taverness servers. With such a panicked expression, something must have happened. Although Shirya didn't have much hope, he still wanted to know why Zhengji was so flustered. What if? Zhengji ran up to the counter and said to the tavern owner, "Boss, we didn't pick up Mississippi. The people at the platform said something went wrong over by the train. More than 40 people have gone missing." "What? Miyuen is missing too? When did this happen?" The drinkers around the counter instantly fell silent. For them, something like this made for excellent conversation material. As Zhengji and the owner exchanged one line after another, Shirya's eyes gradually lit up as well. After more than 4 years, it had finally begun. Who knew how he had managed to get through these 4 years? After dealing with small fry every day, he was practically numb to it. Finally, he was about to run into something strong. Shirya rolled his shoulders. Even though he hadn't heard whether the missing people Zhengji mentioned were on the Mugen train, the fact that more than 40 people had vanished at once was enough to make it easy to tell this was most likely the Mugen train incident. As for the rest, he would have to confirm it himself in person. Leaving the izakaya, Shirya headed for the station. Before long, Shirya arrived at the station. At this moment, the station was filled with noisy commotion. A group of people were surrounding uniformed railway staff, demanding answers about something. Shirya walked past them as if nothing was happening. From the scattered bits of conversation, he roughly figured out the current situation at the station. The train where more than 40 people had gone missing was exactly the Mugen train he had been thinking of. The Mugen train had already been sent off for inspection, and the relatives of the missing passengers were demanding an explanation from the staff. But none of that was what Shirya wanted to focus on. Wandering around at an unhurried pace with the Sharingan-S Genjutsu, Shirya thoroughly explored the entire station. The Mugen train had probably only been sent for inspection not long ago. The plot had likely only just begun. According to how the plot developed, Kaijuro should be coming here soon to investigate the situation. All Shirya needed to do was wait quietly for him to appear, and then he could smoothly enter the plot. Akaza, Upper Moon 3? A glint flashed through Shirya's eyes. Even though in these 4 years his roleplay progress had only increased by less than 1%, his prior strength was still there. Dealing with someone like Akaza definitely wouldn't be a problem. It was just that simply killing Akaza wouldn't let Akaza's value be brought out to the fullest. He needed to use another method to make Akaza increase his roleplay progress. What Akaza was best at was close-quarters combat, and improvement in taijutsu was also one part of increasing roleplay progress. So Shirya planned to fight Akaza using only taijutsu and see how much roleplay progress he could gain. Even if pure taijutsu alone wasn't enough to beat Akaza at that time, Shirya could just summon Susanoo and kill him directly. "Mister, would you like to buy a boxed meal?" While Shirya was thinking, a young girl's voice suddenly came from beside him. Hearing that, Shirya turned around. The one speaking was a little girl wearing round glasses, with a large wooden box hanging in front of her chest. The little girl looked a bit nervous, but after hesitating for a moment, she still raised her head and looked at Shirya. Things at home were really bad right now. She had to do something. Seeing the little girl's appearance, Shirya raised a brow. Wasn't this the little girl Kaijiro met before the Mugen train incident began? If he remembered correctly, Kaijiro first saved this girl and her grandmother from the slasher demon, and only after that did the Mugen train officially resume operations. Since the little girl was here, her grandmother was probably not far away either. Shirya glanced around and spotted a food stall near the edge of the platform. The little girl's grandmother was peeking over from there toward his side, seemingly worried about the girl. Right, that matched up. He just had to wait here for Kaijiro to come. Give me two. Seeing that the plot was finally getting back on track, Shirya's mood improved quite a bit. It just so happened that he could try what kind of taste this boxed meal had that made Kaijiro praise it again and again. Hearing Shirya's words, the little girl smiled. It seemed she had done some good after bravely working up the nerve to sell boxed meals. After taking 2 boxed meals, Shirya sat down on a stool in front of the food stall and opened them. The moment he opened them, the appearance of the food made his eyes light up. Just from looking at it, it didn't seem like it could possibly taste bad. This money was well spent. After finishing 2 boxed meals in a row, Shirya shifted his gaze to the little girl. From her conversation with her grandmother, he learned that the little girl's name was Xiaofu. Because of the recent Mugen train incident, her father's noodle shop and the station food stall were both doing very poor business, so Xiaofu had thought of coming out to help. But without any customer traffic, no matter how much Xiaofu shouted to attract buyers, it was useless. After a long while, Xiaofu came back carrying a big box, her face full of disappointment. Other than this big brother by the pavilion buying a few boxed meals, none of today's meals had sold. But it was strange too. Because of the Mugen train incident, the inside of the platform had clearly been sealed off. Logically, no one should have come over here. Earlier she had been too focused on selling the meals and hadn't thought of that. How had this big brother gotten here? And after buying the boxed meals, he didn't seem to have any intention of taking a train or leaving either. He was just sitting in front of the food stall, eating his meal at a leisurely pace. Was he waiting for someone? Xiaofu thought about it for a moment, but her attention was quickly distracted again by the pile of unsold boxed meals in front of her. If the boxed meals didn't sell, there would be no way to ease the situation at home. Sigh. Xiaofu, stop sighing and hurry up and eat your red bean bun. There really aren't any customers today either. Xiaofu sounded very down, but her grandmother remained calm, as if she didn't care much about the poor business these past 2 days. Her grandmother looked at the food booklet in her hand as she spoke. I've told you many times it's dangerous after dark. Come help tomorrow at noon instead. At night demons come out. Hearing that, the movement of Shirya's hand paused. Was the plot about to begin? It seemed Kaijiro arrived here at exactly this time. There's no such thing as demons, Grandma. You're talking nonsense again. We need to work hard selling boxed meals right now. Mama's belly is big now, and Dad's restaurant isn't doing well either. As she spoke, Xiaofu's voice grew lower and lower. This is the kind of thing adults should worry about. In the mornings and evenings, Grandma can come alone. If Grandma, you got attacked by the slasher, what then? Hearing her grandmother's words, Xiaofu got a little agitated. If I could take that misfortune in your place, then it would be worth it. Grandma. At this moment, Shirya lifted his eyes. The owl had arrived. Good evening. What a bright moonlit night this is. I am searching for a demon. Have you seen a demon? With the flame Hashira being this direct, the core member and Kasugai Crow following behind Kaijiro were instantly stunned. Lord Kaijiro, that's way too straightforward. Ma'am, do you know anything? Xiaofu's grandmother stared at the spirited Kaijiro and froze. The same hairstyle, the same tone. Was it that person? Demon? Talking about something so ridiculous. What are you trying to do? Don't come any closer. Looking at the big-eyed owl, Xiaofu's face was full of tension, but she still spread her arms and shielded her grandmother. Dangerous. If you keep standing like that, your precious red bean bun is going to fall. Seeing Kaijiro step forward again, Xiaofu directly smashed the red bean bun into Kaijiro's face. Don't come over here. Kaijiro took the bun off his face and bit into it in one bite. Umai! Watching from the side the whole time, the corner of Shirya's mouth twitched. What flame Hashira? He was obviously the food Hashira. I really don't know anything about demons. How could something like that possibly exist? Looking at the strange owl of a man in front of her, Xiaofu became even more nervous. What a weird person. Don't make trouble. He definitely doesn't seem like a bad person. The grandmother, having come back to herself from her memories, pressed a hand on Xiaofu's shoulder. Xiaofu glanced at her grandmother, and her emotions calmed somewhat. Sorry, because of the slasher lately, I've been on edge the whole time. From what I just heard, you made boxed meals for us before dawn and then brought them here to sell, correct? I am truly very grateful. Good people like you absolutely must not be harmed. Don't worry. I will deal with the slasher. Looking at Kaijuro, who was brimming with righteous energy, Xiaofu was a little dazed. Who exactly are you? Farewell. Could I ask you to buy a boxed meal for me? Watching Kaijuro's departing figure, Kafuku spoke hesitantly. I see. In that case, then I'll take all of them. Seeing Kaijuro buy up all the boxed meals just like that, Shirya could no longer sit still. He still wasn't full yet. I'll take 2 more as well. Shirya's abrupt voice instantly drew everyone's attention. Shirya-sama? The Kasugai crow standing on Kaijuro's shoulder was startled the moment it saw Shirya's face, nearly falling off his shoulder. Why is Shirya-sama here too? Is he also paying attention to the Ripper case? Then is there even any need for the Flame Hashira to handle this? This was a fierce man who had even forced an upper moon to retreat. Ever since the matter of Shirya saving the flower Hashira came out, Shirya's reputation within the Demon Slayer Corps had only grown higher and higher. Part of that was also because the master had deliberately encouraged it, because only by letting the Corps members know how powerful Shirya was could they be prevented from rashly provoking him, and causing Shirya's stance to change. Hearing this, Kaijuro looked toward Shirya. Shirya? The person father mentioned? The one who had fought Upper Moon 2 and driven him back? He must be someone very impressive. Looking at those wide eyes staring straight at him, Shirya froze for a moment. Yes, really not blinking at all? A moment later, Kaijuro nodded heavily. Of course you can. Aside from his 2 portions, wrap up all the rest for me. Kafuku's eyes lit up when she heard that. Today's box meals were all sold out just like that? That big-eyed guy really was a good person, and so was that big brother. Kafuku found some silk cloth for wrapping and packed up the boxed meals before handing them to the accompanying Corps member. Flame Hashira-sama. That way, there will be gifts to give to the other Hashira in the Corps. Next, I can go alone. You've worked hard. Goodbye. Kaijuro turned and left, the cloak behind him flying freely, and the Kasugai crow standing on Kaijuro's shoulder kept staring at Shirya the whole time. The master had always paid close attention to Shirya's movements. The news that Shirya had appeared here had to be delivered to the master as quickly as possible. Shirya picked up his own 2 boxed meals and continued sitting quietly. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. Before long, Kaijuro would return here while chasing the Ripper. So all he needed to do was wait peacefully for the Ripper to arrive. After the day's boxed meals were sold out, Kafuku helped her grandmother start cleaning up the food stall and preparing to close. After the stall had been tidied up, Kafuku was still muttering about the Kaijuro she had just met. Who exactly was that? I'm happy he was willing to buy the boxed meals. But still hurry and go back. Kafuku, I have a very bad feeling. Even my back is starting to feel cold. Grandma's voice trembled slightly. Grandma? Grandma said nothing more. After locking the door, she pushed Kafuku to leave. Don't rush, Grandma. That big brother still hasn't left yet. Hearing that, Grandma glanced at Shirya and walked up in front of him. Sir, it's not safe here at night. You should head back early. Got it. I'll wait a little longer and then leave. Shirya patted the boxed meals beside him as he spoke. Looking at Shirya's action, Grandma recalled the name that Talking Crow had called out earlier. Shirya-sama? Then he probably wasn't a bad person, right? She silently nodded and loaded the stall's supplies onto a pushcart. First, they had to transport the food stall materials back to the platform, then come back to close up the shop. That would mark the end of today. Grandma pulled the cart while Kafuku pushed from behind. Going there and back, they quickly hauled the food stall materials away. When the 2 of them returned, they were a little puzzled to see Shirya still sitting at the entrance of the stall. But they didn't interfere too much. Kafuku hung up the sign showing the stall was closed. Just then, a black shadow appeared in the passage to Kafuku's right. The lighting was limited, and the shadow's face was hidden in darkness, making it look especially eerie. Sensing something was wrong, Kafuku turned her head and asked in confusion, Staff? Why would there still be station staff here at this hour? Could it be that he forgot something? The black shadow let out a sneer, his voice low and hoarse.
I smell it, I smell it.
Your body is covered in the stinking odor of boxed meals. As he spoke, the shadow slowly stepped into the range of the light, revealing a face covered in strange patterns. Kafuku's heart trembled. That face was far too bizarre. Combined with that unpleasant voice, it was hard for Kafuku to associate him with the word good person. Her body unconsciously stepped back, and the recent incidents at the station flashed through her mind. Could this be the Ripper that had caused such a huge uproar around the station lately? The Ripper's eyes were vicious, and a cold smile hung at the corner of his mouth. As he pressed closer to Kafuku, he said, I have no grudge against you. If you want to blame someone, blame that demon hunter. Kafuku's mind was in complete chaos. She had no idea what to do. At that moment, Kafuku's gaze suddenly caught the big brother who had been sitting at the entrance of the food stall the whole time. He suddenly stood up and walked to her side. Shuria's action eased Kafuku's heart a little, but her expression was still tense. This Ripper didn't look easy to deal with at all. Could this refined-looking big brother in front of her really handle him? Seeing this, the Ripper's smile widened a little more. So there's another person here too. Perfect. I'll let that demon hunter know what kind of consequences come from angering me. Shuria yawned and looked at this so-called Ripper. His strength was average. He was probably about as strong as that snake demon he had met on Hachihojima. Trying to raise his roleplay percentage with a demon like this was completely unrealistic. Better finish this quickly and go back to rest. Sensing Shuria's disdainful attitude, the Ripper froze for a moment. Was this brat being a little too arrogant? Couldn't he tell what was about to happen? Fine. Since that was the case, then he'd let this brat experience what true despair meant. The Ripper's figure flashed, and his extremely high movement speed dragged a blue afterimage behind him. This was the speed he was most proud of. No one could see his movements clearly. Looking at Shuria, whose expression had not changed in the slightest, the Ripper's lips gradually curled upward. This brat probably wouldn't even have time to react, right? Standing behind Shuria, Kafuku's heart tightened when she saw the Ripper's figure disappear. Kafuku, Grandma, who had rushed out from inside the food stall, could do nothing more than cry out anxiously. But in the very next moment, Kafuku saw the Ripper's ferocious face appear before her eyes, his sharp nails only 1 centimeter away from her. Yet within that 1 centimeter distance, the Ripper's fingers simply could not touch Kafuku. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Kafuku saw the Ripper's eyeballs bulge slightly outward. The arrogance on his face was gone, replaced by shock and terror, as if he had run into something unimaginably horrifying. Kafuku's gaze moved downward and saw a leg positioned between the Ripper's stomach and herself. That leg was like a guardrail forged from refined iron, directly kicking the Ripper's body into a U-shape. Kafuku's mind went blank, and just as her chaotic consciousness regained the slightest bit of clarity, she saw the Ripper fly backward at dozens of times the speed he had come in with, like a cannonball launched at high speed. The entire process had happened in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Kaijuro, who had been chasing the Ripper, arrived at just that moment. Standing at the edge of the passageway, he saw a black shadow flying backward at nearly the speed of sound. It was so fast that it even dragged a long afterimage through the air. Kaijuro's pupils shrank slightly. He moved his body to the side almost purely on instinct. With a thunderous boom that sounded like a clap of lightning, accompanied by the screech of metal being smashed through, the Ripper's body slammed heavily into a coal carriage. The tremendous impact instantly caved in the sturdy iron-plated car and punched a huge hole straight through it. The surrounding chunks of coal scattered like an explosion had gone off, and dust filled the air. The Ripper's body was embedded in the carriage, half buried under the scattered coal and debris around him. His face was covered in blood, and his eyes were dull and vacant. It was obvious he still hadn't recovered from the attack he had just suffered. That original arrogance and savagery on his face had completely vanished. In its place was only despair and emptiness. Reflected in his dazed eyes was Shuria's figure. In his mind, there were only 2 words: monster. A real monster. He hadn't even seen how that man had lifted his leg before a massive force crashed into his stomach. It felt like being hit by the front of a train. In that instant, it wasn't even pain anymore. It was pure shock. His brain had directly gone dead. Seeing the destruction caused by the Ripper being blasted away, Kaijuro's already large eyes widened even more. If he hadn't dodged to the side on instinct just now, he probably would have been seriously injured too. What was going on? What had just happened? Were there other Demon Slayer Corps members here too? To send the slasher demon flying that far, at the very least it had to be a Hashira, right? Was there another Hashira in Kyoto City? Right, Mr. Shuria. The person his father always mentioned. Was that person still here? Was it him? Following the opposite direction from where the Ripper had been sent flying, Kaijuro looked over and saw Shuria standing there with one hand in his pocket, slowly lowering his leg. The moment he saw Shuria's movement, Kaijuro froze in place. A leg? The Ripper had been kicked out by Shuria's leg? Was that even something a human could do? If he used breathing techniques and the like, Kaijuro felt he could do it too, and maybe even cause more destruction than this. But doing it with just a leg alone, that was a completely different concept. Kicking a man weighing dozens of kilograms to the speed of sound had already far exceeded Kaijuro's understanding. Could someone really reach this level without relying on breathing techniques? Remembering how highly his father had praised the man before him, Kaijuro suddenly felt those praises had actually been restrained. At this moment, he didn't even know how to describe what he was feeling. I'll leave the rest to you. Yawning again, Shirya stretched his body and turned to leave. That left behind 3 people and 1 demon, all still frozen in place, unable to recover from the shock. Thank you so much. Grandma Xiaofu was the first to come back to her senses. She repeatedly bowed toward Shirya's departing figure in gratitude. She had never imagined that someone with such a face could be so terrifying when he made a move. That coal carriage was made of thick iron plating, and he had actually kicked straight through it with a single leg. For an ordinary person who had lived more than half her life, the impact of seeing something like that was simply overwhelming. Xiaofu also snapped out of it and followed her grandmother in thanking Shirya. But by then, Shirya's figure had already gone far away and disappeared from sight. Hearing Shirya's words, Kaijuro had no time to dwell on his shock and turned to look at the Ripper. A demon's recovery ability was extremely strong. As a Hashira, how could he afford to stand there in a daze at a time like this? What if he gave the demon an opportunity to take advantage of? But when Kaijuro turned around and saw the Ripper's current state, the self-reproach in his heart came to an abrupt halt. Could he really still recover from this? At this moment, the Ripper's stomach was severely caved in, to the point that its original shape was almost completely gone. It was as if his entire abdomen had been compressed by some massive force and twisted beyond recognition. A mangled, bloody wound was exposed to the air. Blood kept pouring out, flowing between the chunks of coal and forming a horrifying pool of blood. The rest of his body was swollen and engorged with blood, his muscles and skin showing an unnatural reddish-purple color. It was as if some invisible power had forcibly crushed him. The blood vessels beneath his skin stood out with terrifying clarity, like they could burst at any second. Most horrifying of all was his chest. Large sections of skin could no longer withstand the pressure from within. Blood sprayed out wildly from the split-open wounds like a faucet that had been turned on, droplets scattering everywhere. The rupture and displacement of his internal organs had turned his chest cavity into something like a burst air sac, continuously spilling blood and fragments of tissue. His limbs sprawled limply to the side, utterly lifeless. The muscles that had once looked somewhat sturdy had now shriveled into useless lumps of flesh. Every now and then, his fingers twitched as if trying to grab onto something, only to fall weakly once more. Even though the Ripper's body was trying to regenerate, the damage was simply too severe. Every time one part of his flesh showed signs of healing, another part of his muscles and bones would collapse, trapping him in an endless vicious cycle. Every attempt at self-healing was accompanied by even more severe internal bleeding and tissue damage. His entire body was like a volcano on the verge of erupting, constantly struggling in the midst of self-destruction. The Ripper's eyes were full of panic. The sensation of nearing death left him filled with despair. No, that couldn't be right. The other party clearly didn't even have one of those damned demon hunters' Nicaran blades. His neck hadn't been cut off either. He couldn't die. But that thought gradually faded along with his body, which not only failed to recover, but kept growing worse. He really seemed like he was going to die. Seeing the Ripper in his current state, even Kaijuro was slightly moved. The power of a single kick had directly driven a demon, one that specialized in regeneration, to the brink of death? He couldn't even recover? So this was the kind of strength possessed by someone who could force upper rank 2 to retreat. Wasn't this power a little too terrifying? Walking up to the Ripper, Kaijuro raised his blade and brought it down, thoroughly ending the life of the slasher demon, whose struggles had already begun to weaken. Seeing that, Xiaofu, whose body had been tense the whole time, suddenly went limp and dropped to her knees. I'm sorry, Grandma. I even said things like demons don't exist. No, that's fine too. To never know demons, never encounter demons, and live out your natural life peacefully. That is the best kind of life, Kaijuro said with a hearty laugh. Lord Flame Hashira, are you alright? The Demon Slayer Corps members finally arrived late. I'm fine. The demon was already dealt with by Mr. Shirya. Mr. Shirya? He was here the whole time? The Corps member was stunned. He was a newly joined member and had already heard the name Shirya, a figure that existed almost like a legend, countless times. Good thing he was here. You've worked hard. In that case, the Mugen train. The maintenance will be finished tonight, and service will resume tomorrow. That's good. Then that means everything has been settled, right? No, this isn't over yet. A demon that could devour 40 people definitely wouldn't be this simple. You mean, there are other demons on the train too? Maybe. No matter what, the demon on the Mugen train is someone else. Then tomorrow's Mugen train. Of course we're getting on. After returning home, Shirya rested for a while and moved around a bit in the courtyard. It had been a long time since he moved around. His body had gotten quite a bit stiffer. Last night, he clearly should have been able to blow that Ripper demon apart with a single sweeping kick, but in the end, he had still fallen a little short. He couldn't be like this tonight. If he ran into Akaza in this condition, he'd be the one getting beaten up. After moving around in the yard for quite a while, Shirya went out for another walk. Word had already spread that the Mugen train was back in operation. Today was the first day it had resumed service. After tidying up a little, Shirya came to the station and bought a ticket for the Mugen train. From now on, he wouldn't have to keep waiting in one place like this for years at a time. From the Mugen train to the final battle at Infinity Castle, it seemed like only a little over a year, not even 2. Just thinking about how his performance progress would finally stop crawling forward like a turtle made Shirya unable to suppress his excitement. The Mugen train was scheduled to depart in the late afternoon, close to evening. Shirya waited in the departure hall for a while, then heard the boarding announcement for the Mugen train. Sir. Just as Shirya stepped onto the platform and was about to board, someone suddenly called out to him. He turned around. It was Xiaofu, and Xiaofu's grandmother was there too. We really don't know how to thank you for what happened last night. Please accept this. It's the only thing we have to give you. Xiaofu's grandmother handed over 2 boxed meals. Shirya's eyes lit up. He still hadn't had dinner, so this worked out perfectly. Without refusing, Shirya took the boxed meals from her hands. Actually, even without me, that Kaijiro would be saved you too. Be careful on the road. If you ever pass by again, feel free to come sit down at our food shop. Shirya nodded and said goodbye to Xiaofu and Xiaofu's grandmother. He boarded the train, and just after finding his seat and sitting down, he heard a powerful shout coming from outside the carriage. Charge ahead. Boar style. Right after that yell, Shirya felt the carriage shake slightly. Shirya opened the window and saw Inosuke, still wearing his boar head, slamming into the Mugen train again and again. He was still shouting, "A duel! I'm going to duel this monster! Don't crash into it! This is so embarrassing, you stupid pig!" Zenitsu clung to Inosuke while awkwardly glancing around at the people nearby, practically on the verge of tears. What the hell was wrong with this damn pig? Had he never seen a train before? Somebody help him. He was about to break down. Tanjiro! Where's Tanjiro? Suddenly, Inosuke froze in the middle of his yelling and thrashing, then turned and stared fixedly at one of the carriages behind him. Zenitsu let out a breath of relief, though he was also confused. This damn pig didn't seem like the kind of person who'd be talked down with just a few words, so why had he suddenly calmed down? Following Inosuke's gaze, or rather, the gaze of the boar head, Zenitsu's eyes widened. Brother Shirya? What's Brother Shirya doing here? That instinct was pretty sharp. Shirya raised a brow. Just from being watched, Inosuke had managed to notice him observing. That kind of instinct wasn't any worse than a Hashira's. Having discovered the gaze on him, Inosuke proudly planted his hands on his hips and lifted his head. 2 streams of white air puffed out from the boar mask. As expected of the god of the mountains, no observation can escape my keen senses. Zenitsu instinctively wanted to go greet Shirya, but after glancing at the damn pig beside him who was acting all high and mighty for no apparent reason, his face twitched. Forget it. Better bring this damn pig along too. Zenitsu grabbed Inosuke by the waistband and dragged him toward Shirya. Brother Shirya. Long time no see, Zenitsu. Seeing the cheerful Zenitsu, a smile appeared on Shirya's face as well. Although his predecessor had been pretty hopeless when it came to breathing techniques, his character had been beyond reproach. Otherwise, he wouldn't have earned Zenitsu's approval. Why are you here too, Brother Shirya? I heard something happened with the Mugen train, so I came to take a look. Brother Shirya really does care about demon-related matters as much as ever. How about rejoining the Demon Slayer Corps? That way Grandpa might nag you a little less. Jigoro? What's wrong with him? Ever since he went looking for you, he has been muttering about you from time to time, saying all kinds of weird things. Stuff like, how is that even possible? And how did that brat train? By the way, Brother Shirya, what exactly did you do to Grandpa? Every time I ask him about it, he gets all worked up and refuses to tell me. Nothing much. We just had a simple spar. Shirya twitched the corner of his mouth. He couldn't exactly say that he hit too hard and left Jigoro emotionally shattered. Could he? Alright then. Let me see. Brother Shirya, you're in carriage 8. That's not far from us. We're in carriage 7. I'll come find you later. The moment Zenitsu finished speaking, Inosuke behind him swaggered forward and shoved him aside, crossing both arms over his chest. Heh, I caught you, didn't I? Talk. What are you plotting against me? Shirya fell silent for a moment, then turned to look at Zenitsu. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. Has this pig always been this fearless? Seeing that, Zenitsu immediately grabbed one of the ears on Inosuke's boar mask and yanked it down to his mouth. Cut it out. Brother Shirya is even stronger than a Hashira. What are you doing? Stop yelling nonsense. Inosuke froze for a second, then became even more excited and shook off Zenitsu's restraint in one motion. Stronger than a Hashira? Then that makes him even more qualified to be my opponent. Shirgao Bataro, was it? I'm challenging you to a duel. Right now. Hearing Inosuke's words, Zenitsu's head spun. Stop messing around. Seriously, stop messing around. Where was Tanjiro? Get over here already. He couldn't hold on much longer. He seriously couldn't handle the way this dead pig-s brain worked. A duel. A duel. I want to duel him. Yeah. A duel. I'll let you duel brother Shiryu later, alright? You mean it? After much coaxing and persuasion, Zenitsu finally managed to drag Inosuke away. After waiting for a while, Tanjiro came back too. In order to distract the damn pig and make him forget about the duel, Zenitsu hurriedly dragged Tanjiro along and rushed onto the train. Sure enough, the moment Inosuke learned they were about to enter the body of the steel beast, he immediately got fired up. He looked all around at the train's internal structure. When the train started moving, he even threw himself against the window and shouted, So fast. I'm going down there to race it and see who's faster. No, have you had enough yet? Get over here, idiot. Zenitsu's face turned red as he hurriedly wrapped his arms around Inosuke's waist and dragged him away. Why was this damn pig so full of energy every single day? So fast, really fast. Even while being dragged away, Inosuke kept waving his arms. The slightest slackening of Zenitsu's grip and he would plaster himself against the window again. Tanjiro, that Mr. Rengoku is a Hashira, right? Yeah. His hair is really eye-catching, and I remember his scent too. As long as you get close to him, you'll definitely recognize him as well. Ooh my! Listening to the repeated shouts coming from the next carriage over, Shiryu took out the boxed meal Xiaofu had given him. Akaza wouldn't make a move until well past midnight, so he might as well fill his stomach first. As for the perverted lower rank one Enmu, he could leave that to Tanjiro and the others. With his current strength, trying to raise his performance progress through Enmu, who was only temporarily boosted by force, was unrealistic. Even until his death, Enmu never fully devoured all the people on the train. His strength simply couldn't be compared to an upper rank. But that was only Shiryu's own thought process. If Enmu didn't know his place and delivered himself to Shiryu's door, that would be a different story. By the time Shiryu had slowly finished chewing and swallowed the last bite of the first boxed meal, a conductor in uniform entered through the door and began checking tickets. His eye sockets were sunken, and his dark circles were heavy. Checking tickets from the back toward the front, muttering that to himself, Shiryu lifted his head and glanced at the conductor who had walked up beside him to inspect his ticket. A red light flashed in his eyes. Immediately after, the conductor's body paused for a moment. Then he simply passed Shiryu by as though he hadn't seen him at all. Whether Enmu knew of his existence or had arranged for a child to tie a rope to him, Shiryu didn't know. But he had no interest in getting dragged into that whole mess. After the conductor finished checking tickets and headed toward carriage 7, not long passed before Shiryu lifted his head and looked toward the carriage where Zenitsu was. The scent of a demon? Was it already starting? Hopefully, Enmu would have enough sense not to come interfere with him. Scorching air currents and bursts of evil ghostly roars came from the car where Zenitsu was. The train lights began to flicker. Flame breathing. First form. Unknowing fire. After a loud shout, the people in car 7 quickly began evacuating to the other cars. When the people in car 8 heard that a demon had appeared in the carriage, they hurriedly joined the evacuation as well. In just a little over 10 minutes, all the passengers in car 8 had evacuated, leaving only Shiryu behind. Shiryu carefully savored the shrimp in his mouth, feeling its tender, silky texture, and couldn't help admiring Xiaofu's thoughtfulness. The 2 bento boxes had different flavors, and every bite brought a different kind of surprise. The food inside was simple, yet because of the careful cooking, it had a unique flavor. However, the quiet inside the carriage didn't last long. The lights suddenly flickered once, the glow dimmed, and Shiryu's brows furrowed along with it. Just my luck? Shiryu thought to himself, his mood turning a little sour. There were only 2 demons Enmu had thrown out as cannon fodder, and the other one just happened to appear in the very carriage he was in. As the lights flickered, a demon with unusually long limbs, like some kind of arthropod, appeared in the carriage. Its limbs clung to the seats like a spider's as its body twisted in a bizarre way and slowly crept toward Shiryu. Its appearance was enough to ruin anyone's appetite. It had short white hair, for eyes flashing with chaotic and eerie light in the darkness, and 2 horns growing from its head. Those yellowed teeth, combined with the foul breath coming from its mouth, made Shiryu feel like the whole carriage was being drowned in a filthy stench. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door at the carriage connection was slammed open. Rengoku Kaijiro rushed in with Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke right behind him. When Tanjiro saw that only one person was left in the empty carriage, and that person was extremely close to the long-limbed demon, So close it was practically within arm's reach. His heart clenched and his eyes filled with worry. At that distance, that person had almost no chance of escaping. And there was no way Tanjiro himself was fast enough to save him. He could only place his hopes on Rengoku-san. Huh? Why isn't Rengoku-san moving yet? If he still didn't make a move now, that young man was going to die at the demon's hands. What was going on? No, wait, that person's expression. Why was it so calm? It was like he hadn't even seen the demon. At a time like this, he was still unhurriedly closing the lid on the bento box? Could he be blind? Tanjiro grew even more tense, his hand resting on his Nichiren blade, ready to act himself. Sherchuan? That's Sherchuan? I almost forgot. I have to duel him. Inosuke drew his Nichiren blade and shouted at Shirya. Is big bro Shirya? Then it should be fine. Zenitsu let out a breath of relief. He didn't know how strong this demon was, but if even his grandpa had been forced to suffer against Shirya, then no matter how dumb he was, Zenitsu knew this demon definitely wasn't big bro Shirya's match. Let's go. We'll head straight to the next carriage and see if there are any other demons. Kaijuro was even more direct. He turned around on the spot and was about to run for the next carriage. This demon was at most about as strong as the Ripper. She could kick the Ripper half to death with one leg. So how could he possibly not handle this one? Instead of wasting time here, they might as well go check whether there were any remaining demons in the other cars. From just a few exchanges, Tanjiro was dumbfounded. A duel? Duel with who? With that person. Inosuke knew him? Zenitsu knew him too? Why were the names the two of them said different? What did it should be fine mean? That demon was about to eat the guy called Shirya. And what did Rengoku-san mean by going to the next carriage? What about this one? What about the one right in front of them? That man looked like he was in serious danger. Could it be that he was the only one who could see the demon in front of him? No, he couldn't just stand there and watch someone die right in front of his eyes. Just as he drew his Nichiren blade, Tanjiro saw the man, who had been calmly putting the lid on the bento box, lift his head. He glanced at the vicious-looking demon beside him. Then, in the next instant, black flames suddenly erupted across the demon's face and swept over its whole body. The sudden appearance of the flames brought the demon a pain that sank into its very bones. Its face twisted instantly, its eyes widening like bronze bells, and a heart-rending scream tore out of its mouth. The hands that had been gripping the backs of the seats no longer cared about supporting its body as it frantically slapped at its burning flesh. But very quickly, the demon realized that the black flames clung to it like maggots on bone. The more it tried to beat them out, the fiercer the flames became. Its body began to struggle violently, as if it were bound by invisible chains, every inch of its skin suffering the agony of being scorched. The temperature of the flames was absurdly high. Even Tanjiro and the others, watching from the other end of the carriage, could feel the oppressive heat pressing at them. The demon's skin charred within moments, giving off wave after wave of nauseating burnt stench. Its voice changed from a sharp scream to a low wail, and in the end, only painful whimpering remained. Tanjiro's eyes widened, and the hand gripping his Nichiren blade trembled slightly. He had never seen such terrifying flames before. Even the temperature in the air seemed warped by them. His body unconsciously stepped back once, his gaze locked tightly onto the demon within the flames. What kind of ability is this? Was that person the one using it? There was no Nichiren blade and no sign of breathing techniques either, so how had he used a power like this? These black flames were not only unbelievably destructive, they had also appeared with extreme suddenness, as if they had been born out of thin air. What exactly was going on? The black flames devoured the demon's body at an astonishing speed, spreading from its cheeks to its whole body. In the blink of an eye, the demon was completely wrapped in black fire. Tanjiro only had time to hear one shrill, miserable scream before the flames suddenly contracted and burned the demon's entire body away to nothing. Just as Tanjiro thought the flames would keep spreading, the black fire abruptly turned into a cloud of thick smoke in the air, then vanished without a trace. The entire carriage fell quiet once more, as if everything that had just happened had only been an illusion, as if no demon and no black flames had ever appeared at all. Tanjiro stood there in a daze, the Nichiren blade in his hand slowly lowering. And that was it? Wasn't it supposed to be that demons had to be decapitated with a Nichiren blade to be truly killed? Then what was this? Tanjiro stared blankly at the young man. The words he wanted to say all stuck in his throat. The young man Zenitsu had called Big Bro Shirya calmly turned his head and slowly opened the bento box again, as if the dangerous scene just now had never happened. The moment he turned his head, Tanjiro met his gaze. Those scarlet eyes sent a chill straight up Tanjiro's spine. Were those really human eyes? And what was with the change in his scent? When they had first come in, the aura Shirya gave off had been no different from an ordinary person's. But the moment Shirya's eyes turned toward that demon, His entire presence had changed. It was like a perfectly calm sea had suddenly erupted into a tsunami capable of swallowing heaven, earth, and all things. This person was stronger than the flame Hashira. That was Tanjiro's very first instinct. Kaijuro, who had been about to turn and leave, also stopped in his tracks and stared fixedly at Shirya as he enjoyed his bento. What was up with those black flames? After training in flame breathing for so long, he had never seen flames of that color before. More importantly, that color wasn't just for show. Even from a whole carriage away, whenever he saw the black flames, he would feel a chill run down his spine. What bizarre flames! And how were those flames even produced? He knew that Shiryi could spit fire from his mouth without using a breathing technique. But just now, Shiryi hadn't even opened his mouth, had he? He had only calmly glanced at that demon, and the demoness body had suddenly burst into flames on its own? What kind of ability was that? Had Mr. Shiryi already reached the point where he could control flames with just his gaze? Zenitsu stared blankly at the vanished demon, then reached out and nudged Inosuke beside him with the back of his hand as Inosuke held his dual blades high. Weren't you going to duel? Well, go ahead. I won't stop you anymore. Inosuke shot Zenitsu a glare when he heard that. He might be wild, but he wasn't stupid. The moment those black flames had appeared, every hair on his body had stood on end. Back when he lived in the mountains, that only happened when he was facing a life-or-death crisis. And now, he had only taken one look at those black flames. They hadn't even been aimed at him, yet he still got that feeling. That alone showed just how terrifying they were. If he really went up to duel now, what if Shiryi used those black flames to set him on fire? Inosuke didn't think he could withstand those eerie black flames at all. Let us go. On to the next car. After nodding to Shiryi, Kaijuro spoke to the three kids beside him. With Shiryi in this car, then for now, this car could be said to be the safest place on the train. Tanjiro nodded dazedly. He still hadn't fully recovered from what he had just seen. But now wasn't the time for him to zone out. Following Kaijuro, the four of them inspected the entire train once, and after confirming there were no other demons, they returned to car 7. Tanjiro looked at Kaijuro beside him, who was still full of energy and staring who knew where, then hesitated before asking, Flame Hashira-sama, do you know the person in car 8? Hearing Tanjiro's question, Inosuke, who was clinging to the window nearby and itching to make a move, perked up his ears. A duel was definitely happening sooner or later, but the great me had to figure things out first. Zenitsu looked at the motionless pink ears sticking out from the boar head mask, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Did this stupid boar seriously think his eavesdropping was subtle? His name is Shiryi. He is a very formidable person. That's it? Tanjiro looked at Kaijuro with a face full of expectation, but Kaijuro was like a robot that had finished executing its program. There was no follow-up at all. Big brother Shiryi is amazing. 4 years ago he was already able to fight an upper rank and force it to retreat. Even Grandpa isn't his match. Just as Tanjiro was about to try prying more information out of Kaijuro, Zenitsu excitedly spoke up from the side. He can use such incredible black flames. No wonder Grandpa isn't his opponent. Big brother Shiryi is so strong. Zenitsu, you know him too? Of course. Since we're from the latest batch of final selection participants, we don't know that much about Big brother Shiryi. But the older members all know his name, because Big brother Shiryi is very strong. Even the Demon Slayer Corps has to treat him with courtesy. Not only that, Big brother Shiryi is also the only person who can kill demons without using a Nichiren blade. Seeing Zenitsu getting so worked up that he was starting to wave his arms around, Tanjiro's eyes flickered. Zenitsu was usually terrified whenever he ran into demons, but when he saw that long-armed, long-legged demon earlier, the fear in Zenitsu's scent had faded away within only a few seconds. Was it because he had seen Mr. Shiryi? Was that fire just now also Mr. Shiryi's ability? Probably. I haven't seen Big brother Shiryi in a long time either, so I don't know exactly how strong he is now. If Mr. Shiryi is that strong, why didn't he join the Demon Slayer Corps? The moment Tanjiro finished asking, he noticed the excited expression on Zenitsu's face stiffen. Not just Zenitsu. Tanjiro also caught the righteous aura around the flame Hashira beside him tightening ever so slightly. What was it? Had he asked something wrong? Zenitsu secretly glanced at the flame Hashira, and seeing that he had no intention of stopping him, he lowered his voice and said, Big brother Shiryi was actually a member of the Demon Slayer Corps before, but because of the breathing technique assessment, he was expelled from the Corps. The breathing technique assessment. Tanjiro froze for a moment. Wasn't that assessment basically just going through the motions? How could Mr. Shiryi possibly fail something like that? It's a long story. Anyway, Big brother Shiryi was targeted, and then maliciously driven out of the Demon Slayer Corps. Later, the Demon Slayer Corps invited Big Brother Sure Yi back several times, but he refused every time. Hearing that, Tanjiro suddenly understood. So he had been targeted. I see. If he had really been expelled because of the breathing technique assessment, Tanjiro truly wouldn't have been able to understand it. After all, how could someone who could casually eliminate a demon with a single glance possibly have a problem with breathing technique training? Zenitsu and Tanjiro continued chatting about some of Shurye's other past experiences, while Inosuke listened from the side with his ears tilted toward them. Meanwhile, on top of the locomotive, the freezing wind howled past, and the rumbling of the train was especially clear in the silent night sky. Logically speaking, if anyone were standing on top of the locomotive at a time like this, the cold wind should have blown so hard that they wouldn't even be able to stand steadily, and they would be at risk of falling off at any moment. And yet, there really was a figure standing before the front of the train, facing the fierce gale from the speeding train without moving in the slightest. The figure was tall and slender, dressed in a black suit jacket that whipped loudly in the wind, as if it had merged with the night itself. His skin was somewhat pale, almost as if he had never seen sunlight, giving off a cold and eerie impression. His features were somewhat delicate, and his androgynous face made it hard to tell his gender at a glance. His hair was on the longer side, black as ink, yet mixed with a few vivid streaks of red. That clashing color combination gave off a chilling sensation. The bangs on one side hung down, covering most of his face and revealing only a pair of eerie eyes. On the whites of those eyes were clearly etched the characters for lower rank 1. His identity was obvious at once. Lower rank 1. Enmu. An unexpected person has appeared too. Enmu's voice was like a breeze brushing across one's face, carrying excitement and madness that he could hardly conceal. It was as if even the air itself was filled with his voice. That child came without any extra preparations. In that case, I'll personally make my move later. After saying that, Enmu spread his arms and revealed an excited, twisted smile. His neck tilted back slightly, exposing a slender, fragile throat. His whole posture looked as though he were reveling in some ceremonial sense of ecstasy and anticipation. Even under the intense wind pressure of the speeding train, his bearing remained graceful and unrestrained, like a hunting beast. After tonight, he would obtain more of Muzan-sama's blood, and then he could challenge the upper ranks, unchanged for 100 years, to a blood battle for a change of position. At the thought of entering the 12 Kazuki's upper ranks and moving one step closer to Muzan-sama, his body trembled uncontrollably with excitement, and his expression became even more fanatical. He let out a low laugh, faint yet spine-chilling, like a venomous snake winding through the air, while a frenzied light flickered in his eyes. As long as I wipe out all the prey on this train, Muzan-sama will definitely reward me with more blood. When that time comes, a place among the upper ranks will belong to me, Enmu. Time quietly slipped away amid Enmu's beautiful dream, and the owl's large eyes finally began to grow tired, slowly closing. Nearby, Tanjiro and the other two also gradually drifted off to sleep. When the conductor making his rounds saw this, a faint glimmer finally appeared in his eyes. They fell asleep. They're asleep. Now I can fall asleep too. The conductor gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat, and ran toward another car. His steps were messy and frantic, as if a wild beast were chasing him from behind. He yanked open the carriage door and dropped to his knees with a thud, tears all over his face, looking utterly helpless. As you ordered, I already punched their tickets and made them fall asleep. Please, make me fall asleep too. Quickly, let me go see my dead wife and daughter. The conductor's face was full of desperate urgency. Tears mixed with sweat and kept streaming down his cheeks. A faint trace of hope flickered in his eyes, as if something as ordinary as falling asleep was an unimaginably extravagant thing to him. Please, I'm begging you, please. All right. As that voice rang out, a severed hand suddenly dropped in front of the conductor. Blue veins bulged all over the surface of the severed hand. There was a mouth on the back of the hand, and a cyan eyeball at the base of the thumb. The character for Dream was even carved into the finger joints. Sleep. As the mouth on the back of the severed hand closed, the conductor's body jolted as if struck by lightning, then immediately went limp. Have a good dream of being reunited with your family. Excuse me, what should we do? While Enmu's severed hand was putting the conductor to sleep, a voice came from behind it. The hand turned its fingers and looked back. For children were staring at it with empty eyes. The one who had spoken was one of the girls. Before long, the sleep will deepen. Until then, wait here first. A keen-sensed demon slayer might wake up from killing intent or a demoness presence. When you get close to the ropes, be careful not to touch their bodies. I can't leave the front of the train for now. Before the preparations are complete, you all have to do your best. That's the only way you'll have happy dreams. Yes. After the severed hand finished instructing the four in front of it, the cyan eyeball on it flashed once, as if thinking about something. And that person too, carriage number 8, right? Let me first see what's different about you compared to this group of demon slayers. Using its nimble palm, it silently crossed through the carriages and arrived at carriage number 8. At this moment, the people in carriage number 8 had already gone back and all fallen into a deep sleep. Even breathing and faint snores echoed through the carriage. Like a ghost, the severed hand lightly passed through the aisle and noiselessly slid to the place where the ghost under its command had been killed. The cyan eyeball at the base of the thumb stared straight ahead, carefully searching for that person's position. The severed hand moved slowly, and along the way, it did not make even the slightest scraping sound. Right here, that person is in the row ahead. The fingers of the severed hand trembled slightly for an instant. It slipped past the seat blocking its view and slowly moved forward. When it finally saw that person clearly, the eyeball at the base of the thumb suddenly shrank. That person was sitting there quietly, watching the scenery flashing past outside the window. Awake? This person isn't asleep? How is that possible? The conductor had already punched everyone's ticket. Given how much the conductor longed for beautiful dreams, Enmu didn't believe he would dare disobey him. That meant this person hadn't been affected by his dream at all? How could that be? Just as the severed hand was shocked, an extremely cold voice came from above its head and interrupted its thoughts. Get lost. I'm not interested in you. The words sounded as if they were spoken right next to its ear, and the severed hand felt as though it had been struck by lightning. The muscles and tendons in its hand stiffened for an instant, and the cyan eyeball stared fixedly at the awake person ahead. That person did not look at it and still kept his posture of looking out the window. But that cold, merciless voice was like a blade. The severed hand was not only pierced by the indifference in those words, but also shaken by this completely unexpected turn of events. The silence in the carriage stood in sharp contrast to that low, harsh warning. The snores and breathing around them seemed to become distant and blurred at that moment. Across several train cars, Enmu felt a pressure he had never felt before. The sensation seemed strangely familiar. It was something he had once felt from Lord Musen. The moment that thought arose, the veins on the severed hand became even more distinct. A wave of inexplicable anger swept through Enmu's heart. How could he possibly be the same as Lord Musen? No one could ever be the same as Lord Musen. A bluff. He actually got scared by this brat for a second. Damn it. The mouth on the back of the severed hand opened slightly and shouted in a low voice. Sleep. The sound was like a snake's hiss, full of hypnotic power, as if it could erode a person's will and drag them into an endless nightmare. However, Shiryi only shook his head. Kind words can't persuade a ghost that wants to die. When Enmu's severed hand saw that Shiryi still wasn't affected at all, even after the dream had been activated, it froze on the spot. Not being affected by the ticket punch was one thing, but even when he personally made a move, the other party was still completely fine. What the hell was going on? Had something gone wrong with his dream? Or was the power in his severed hand too weak? That shouldn't be the case. Although the severed hand's dream power was far weaker than when he used his dream with full strength, it shouldn't have had no effect at all, right? The severed hand was bewildered, as if it had fallen into a vortex of self-doubt. At that moment, the cyan eyeball at the base of the thumb caught Shiryi's head slowly turning toward it. Crimson. Patterns. The instant those two impressions appeared, the severed hand suddenly exploded on its own, as if it could not withstand that overwhelming pressure. Far away at the front of the train, Enmu abruptly clutched his head and let out a pained groan. His mind went blank, and endless roaring filled his ears. It was an indescribable agony, as if even his soul were being torn apart. What kind of eyes were those? Just from meeting that gaze through the severed hand for a single moment, Enmu felt like his brain was about to explode. Who exactly was this person? Why did he know absolutely nothing about him? Enmu's eyes were full of shock. The impact brought by those eyes was simply too great, so great that he could barely think. After a while, the stabbing pain in his mind gradually faded. Enmu looked down at the metal floor beneath his feet in terror, gasping for breath, as if he had just broken free from a nightmare. His heartbeat pounded inside his chest like war drums. He tried to calm himself down, but his thoughts were still in chaos. So from the very beginning, had he focused on the wrong target in this mission? Compared to that so-called Flame Hashira, Enmu now felt that the person he had been ignoring all along was the truly terrifying enemy. Those crimson pupils, covered in strange patterns, seemed able to stare straight into the deepest fear in one's soul. Just through that exchanged glance with the severed hand, he had felt an unprecedented pressure and threat. Enmu's breathing gradually steadied, but the fear in his heart still refused to fade. I have to speed up the fusion with the train. That Lord S mission cannot be allowed to fail. He muttered to himself, his voice carrying a trace of chill. Originally, Enmu had wanted to fuse with the Mugen train while also observing the dreams of the Hashira and those three brats. After all, what he loved most was seeing people sink into beautiful dreams. But after that brief clash with that person, he no longer had the mind to observe anything. If he didn't speed up the fusion with the train now, sooner or later he would die at that person's hands. Have Kaijuro and the others already fallen into the dream? Shuryi looked at the severed hand that had exploded into several chunks of flesh and vanished into black smoke as he muttered to himself. The fact that Enmu had dared to show himself so openly meant that in his plan, everyone should have already fallen into the dream by now. Staring at the night outside the window, Shuryi did not move at all. He had no plans to rescue Tanjiro and the others ahead of time. In the more than 4 years that had passed, while his synchronization rate crawled upward at a turtle-s pace, Shurya had also carefully considered Madara's personality. Since he was going to act like Madara, then his personality was something he couldn't avoid. Shurya asked himself honestly, if it were Madara instead, would Madara save them? No. In Madara's heart, aside from Hashirama, his younger brother, and his own ideals, he was indifferent to everything else. Their relationship to people was different, so Shurya couldn't possibly be exactly the same as Madara, but when it came to whether or not to interfere with Tanjiro and the others, the choice would definitely be the same. Even when Akaza appeared later, Shurya had his own thoughts. He had gone looking for Akaza in order to stimulate Madara's inner desire for battle, thereby raising his Madara synchronization rate. So when it came to Akaza, Shurya was nowhere near as aggressive as the Demon Slayer Corps. If possible, he could even pull Akaza into his own camp. However, how exactly that would be carried out would still depend on the situation. The night was deep, and moonlight spilled through the train windows onto the metal surface of the Mugen train, flashing with a cold silver glow. As Enmu's consciousness spread through the train, a strange power began to stir inside the cars. The train's outer shell gradually started to change, and large patches of pink flesh began to emerge from the metal surface. At first, those fleshly masses were only tiny spots, like newborn blood vessels quietly growing inside the metal. As time passed, those spots rapidly expanded and became more and more obvious. They were like some living organism slowly writhing, as if drawing strength from the train itself. The flesh spread at an eerie speed, covering the surface of the cars. Its texture was soft and sticky, glimmering with a faint sheen. The surface of the flesh was covered in tiny capillaries, faintly pulsing. Each piece of flesh seemed to be devouring the hardness of the metal, turning the cold steel into soft tissue. As the flesh spread, the train's internal metal structure also began to change. The originally hard walls of the cars gradually softened, as if they were being assimilated by the flesh. The glass in the windows was gradually covered as well, and the transparent panes turned into semi-transparent flesh-like tissue, making the scenery outside look blurred and distorted. The seats, floors, and walls inside the cars were all covered by the pink flesh without exception. It writhed, slowly but firmly assimilating all the metal and plastic. Every inch of space was being occupied by that flesh, and the once neat train cars gradually became bizarre and horrifying. Even the air inside the train turned thick, carrying a faint smell of blood. The lights in the cars were blocked by the flesh and became dim and claustrophobic, as though the train had entered a completely unfamiliar world. Enmu sensed these changes, and a smile appeared on his face. The unease he had felt from Shurya was greatly eased, and this sense of swelling power was an important foundation for the shift in his mentality. But the good times didn't last long. Standing against the wind, Enmu suddenly frowned and looked toward the 8th car. From his perception, the fusion process had been going smoothly the entire time. If things continued at this pace, then even if those 4 children failed to destroy the spiritual cores, it wouldn't affect his plan. As long as he fused with the entire train, then the people inside would be nothing but lambs awaiting slaughter, free for him to butcher as he pleased. But when Enmu tried to push the fusion into the 8th car, he felt a strange and powerful force. That power was like an invisible barrier tightly wrapping around the 8th car. It was as if an unseen shield had formed, completely blocking the flesh and consciousness under his control from penetrating it. Enmu's brows drew together. He focused with all his might, trying to trace the source of that power. But no matter how hard he pushed, that force remained as solid as a rock, showing not the slightest sign of wavering. Is it the car where that person unaffected by my dream is? Enmu narrowed his eyes, and those scarlet pupils involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The coldness and indifference revealed in those eyes seemed to reach deep into his soul, making him feel an indescribable threat and fear. Though Enmu was unwilling to admit it, the pressure brought by those eyes truly made him deeply uneasy. He stood atop the train as the night wind howled past his ears, the icy air seeming to mock his helplessness. Enmu narrowed his eyes again. The image of those eerie eyes surfaced in his mind, and after hesitating for a moment, he still decided to give up on the 8th car for now. Although after fusing with most of the train cars, his strength had already increased greatly, the shadow those scarlet eyes had cast over him was not something that could be dispelled in a short time. To make sure nothing went wrong, it was better to fuse the other cars first. That was what Enmu thought to himself, but there was still some unwillingness on his face. The 8th car had the most people. If he could devour them, his strength would undergo a small qualitative change. Wait, something's wrong. Enmu's thoughts suddenly halted. Before boarding, he had clearly observed the situation in each car. The 8th car definitely did not have the most people. The train hadn't stopped at all during the trip either, so where had all the people in the 8th car come from? In Enmu's mind flashed the scene of the 2 demons he had sent out as decoys being slain. Was it that Hashira? Did he know the person in the 8th car, so he evacuated the passengers there? After a brief recollection, Enmu understood why there were so many ordinary people in the 8th car. But at the same time, he became even more alarmed and suspicious of the identity and strength of the person in the 8th car. A person who could earn such trust from a Hashira, never mind who he was. Just in terms of strength alone, that Hashira must have believed this person was stronger than himself. Otherwise, he would never have placed so many people in the 8th car. Thinking of this, Enmu sped up his fusion of the other cars even more. "HM? You're already awake?" Hearing footsteps behind him mixed with the sound of the wind, Enmu turned around. "Morning. You could have slept a little longer. Why not sleep a little longer? I specially gave you a beautiful dream. As long as I want to, I can also give you a nightmare where your whole family is brutally slaughtered." As Enmu chatted with Tanjiro as if talking to a friend, he also watched the progress of his fusion with the train. The longer it dragged on, the more advantageous it was for him, so Enmu was in no hurry to fight Tanjiro in front of him. "But you definitely wouldn't want that, right? After all, it would be very painful. So then, how about I let you dream of your father coming back to life?" After saying that, Enmu covered his mouth and laughed softly, and Tanjiro, standing opposite him, was successfully enraged by Enmu's words. "Don't trample on people's hearts so casually. I absolutely won't let you off so easily." As soon as the words fell, Tanjiro drew his Nichiren blade and charged at Enmu. The two immediately fell into battle. Because Enmu had fused with the Mugen train ahead of time, his strength had increased enormously compared to the original story. His control over dreams had also become much more skillful. Several times, Tanjiro tried to get close and cut off Enmu's head, but each time, he was dragged into a dream by the mouth on Enmu's left hand. However, Tanjiro already had experience from the first time, and ordinary dreams could no longer control him. He fell into a dream, killed himself, fell into a dream again, killed himself again, and the cycle repeated. But even killing himself required reaction time. Tanjiro was already very quick at distinguishing dreams from reality, but trying to use that to get close to Enmu was simply unrealistic. What should he do? If he couldn't get close, then he couldn't cut off Enmu's head. And if he couldn't cut off his head, then he couldn't kill this demon. Enmu saw the irritated look on Tanjiro's face, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly upward. You can break free from an ordinary dream, but what about a nightmare? When your family accuses you of selfishly surviving alone, what kind of agonized expression will you make then? Let me enjoy it. Enmu raised his left hand, and the mouth on the back of it opened once more. Sleep. In car number 8, Tokiya, who was sensing the situation at the front of the train, noticed this and immediately shook his head. As expected, trash like this was still useless even after fusing with the train ahead of time and boosting his strength. His increased power was already enough to leave Tanjiro helpless, yet he still insisted on trying to force out Tanjiro's potential. Did the protagonist's potential ever have a limit? Sigh, what an idiot. But it was fine if he died early. That way, Akaza could come on stage sooner too. Sure enough, just as Tokiya had expected, Tanjiro was driven into a fury by Enmu's dream. Water breathing suddenly erupted, catching Enmu completely off guard. Even after Tanjiro cut off his head, Enmu still made sure to mock him once before disappearing. After hearing Enmu's words, Tanjiro immediately panicked. What do I do? What do I do? By himself, he could at most protect 2 cars. Any more than that, and he had no way to guarantee the safety of the other passengers. Rengoku-san, Zenitsu, Inosuke, wake up already. Tanjiro shouted loudly, and suddenly a figure flashed through his mind. Mr. Tokiya. There was still Mr. Tokiya. If Mr. Tokiya was awake, then maybe he could save everyone on the entire train. After all, even Rengoku-san had said that Mr. Tokiya was very strong. If he could wake Mr. Tokiya, then he would definitely be able to save more people. Thinking of this, Tanjiro hurriedly ran toward car number 8. Bang bang bang. He had only just reached car number 7 when he saw that Inosuke had woken up as well, and the tightly wound tension in his heart eased slightly. Inosuke, there's nowhere safe left on this train. We have to protect the people who are still asleep. The whole train has turned into a demon. Got it? This train itself is the demon. Hearing that, a wise light flashed through the eyes behind Inosuke's boar mask. Just as I thought. Exactly as expected of me. Your boss. Beast breathing, fifth thong. Crazy cutting. With a leap, Inosuke jumped into the train. The two serrated Nichiren blades in his hands glinted coldly as they shredded the ugly, sticky pink tentacles into pieces. Tanjiro kept running toward car number 8. He jumped down from the top of the carriage, and the moment he landed, he rushed forward at once. When he reached the door to car number 8 and looked inside through the glass, Tanjiro could not help but freeze. What was going on? Why were there no signs of fusion? Tanjiro's eyes widened, his face full of confusion. The car number 8 before him was completely different from the others. The outside of the other cars had already been covered in pink flesh, like layers upon layers of disgusting coating, wrapping the entire carriage tightly. Inside, they had turned into breeding grounds for flesh as well. The seats, floor, and ceiling had all been invaded by those horrifying masses, as if the place had become the nest of some evil creature. But car number 8 showed a completely different scene. The inside of the carriage was peaceful. The dim yellow light shone softly over the passengers, giving off an atmosphere of calm. All of the passengers were sleeping soundly, peaceful expressions on their faces, their breathing steady, as if they had not been affected at all by the chaos outside. What was this? Had Enmu lied to him? No. He had clearly seen from the roof earlier that the surface of every car had been wrapped in flesh. Only car number 8 had not. Why? Was it because of Mr. Tokiya? Time was running short, so Tanjiro had no time to stand there in a daze. He opened the carriage door and hurried inside. The peaceful sight of everyone sleeping soundly gave Tanjiro the strange feeling that he had fallen back into a dream again. Compared to the chaos in the other cars, car number 8 was like a paradise cut off from the world. Tanjiro hurried to Tokiya's seat. He looked at Tokiya, who was leaning against the back of his chair, calmly gazing out the window. Tanjiro's mind went blank. Mr. Tokiya hadn't he fallen into the dream? Then why wasn't he outside saving people? At a time like this, he was still sightseeing? If Enmu fused with the entire train, everyone would be in danger. Could it be that he had really fallen into a dream again? Otherwise, why was Mr. Tokiya showing no reaction at all? With Mr. Tokiya's strength, noticing the commotion outside should have been easy, right? After repeatedly confirming that what he was experiencing now was not a dream, Tanjiro cautiously spoke up. Mr. Tokiya? Tokiya turned his head and looked at Tanjiro. There's a lower rank demon outside. He's fusing with the whole train. If he completes the fusion, everyone on board will be in danger. So, if this had been him from the first 2 years, when he was trying to achieve regional peace in order to raise his Madara roleplay percentage, Tanjiro would not even have needed to say a word. Tokiya would have crushed Enmu to death before the train had even started moving. But Tokiya was different now. After several years of practice, he had already understood something. If he wanted to realize Madara's ideal world, then he had to kill Muzan first. Otherwise, so-called regional peace was nothing more than a stupid method that treated the symptoms but not the cause. So now, Tokiya did not care about things that could not bring about that ideal world. Those 3 simple words made Tanjiro's anxious expression freeze. What did he mean? So, after hearing what he had said, shouldn't Mr. Tokiya have gone out with him to save everyone? Why was his reaction like this? It was as if the life and death of everyone else on the train had nothing to do with him at all. Tanjiro could not understand it. Mr. Tokiya, why won't you go out and help everyone? Help? You think this entire packed carriage isn't enough? Tokiya had long since noticed that the number of people in car number 8 was abnormal after the evacuation. He simply chose not to say anything about Kaijiro's intentions. That did not mean he did not know. Tanjiro turned his head and looked at car number 8, which was practically full, and was stunned for a moment. Since when had there been so many people in car number 8? Had Rengoku-san done it during the evacuation? But even so, Tanjiro still could not understand Tokiya's actions. He clearly had such great strength. He clearly could have saved more people. So why would he rather sit here quietly and look at the scenery than go out and help them? Tanjiro stared deeply at Mr. Tokiya, who had already turned his head back to keep watching out the window. His mouth opened slightly, but in the end he swallowed his words. Now was not the time to hesitate here. Nezuko and the others were still waiting for him outside. He could not understand Mr. Tokiya's thoughts. But from another angle, car number 8 had the most people, and with Mr. Tokiya stationed here, it would be hard for Enmu to devour this carriage. They did not need to worry about the safety of the passengers in car number 8, which was also a way of easing their burden. Running out of car number 8, Tanjiro hurried off to support the other assimilated cars. As he entered another assimilated carriage and looked at the windows and floor, both of which had already been mostly overtaken by flesh, the slight resentment Tanjiro had been feeling toward Tokiya instantly disappeared. Judging from how far the assimilation had progressed in this carriage, Mr. Tokiya really had protected car number 8 extremely well. Not only had the passengers suffered no harm, even the carriage itself had not been affected. Maybe he had misunderstood Mr. Shurya. Protecting a whole carriage full of people was probably already his limit. Thinking that way, Tanjiro instantly felt that Mr. Shurya's image had improved quite a bit. Meanwhile, Shurya, who was in carriage number 8 enjoying the night view, rubbed his nose. Why is my nose suddenly itchy? Is someone cursing me? On the other side, Enmu, who was gradually fusing into one with the train, was feeling the surge in his strength. These damn demon slayers are really causing a ruckus inside my body. But no matter how much you destroy, I can still regenerate. By the time you've exhausted yourselves, I'll eat every single passenger on this train one by one. And that annoying guy too. At that thought, Enmu immediately felt anger rising, and even the train he was fused with began to tremble. If it weren't for that annoying guy, he would have already been able to start controlling the changes in part of the carriages by now. But because of that guy, carriage number 8 still couldn't be fused. And carriage number 8 happened to be at the very end of the train. That meant he couldn't fuse with a key part of the train, making it hard for him to fully control the train's transformations. No, I have to try fusing with carriage number 8. Otherwise, I'll never be able to completely control the Mugen train. Enmu's consciousness sank into the Mugen train, directing layers upon layers of pink flesh to wrap toward carriage number 8. The outer wall of carriage number 8 was instantly covered with sticky chunks of flesh. As if alive, the flesh spread rapidly, trying to devour the entire carriage. For a moment, the outer wall of carriage number 8 was completely covered in flesh, creating an eerie sight. Seeing that the fusion was having an effect, Enmu was delighted. As expected, with my strength having grown, even that person can't resist my fusion with the train anymore. However, just as Enmu was about to go a step further and completely seize control of carriage number 8, his expression suddenly changed. In Enmu's perception, the chunks of flesh that had been smoothly assimilating carriage number 8 suddenly burst into flames. It was a pure crimson fire, burning every inch of the flesh from the inside out. The flames spread rapidly, as if they had found the deadliest weakness in Enmu's flesh, leaving no room at all. In the blink of an eye, the flesh wrapped around carriage number 8 was burned completely clean, leaving only a few wisps of ash drifting in the air. That flesh was only a tiny part of Enmu's body, but the searing pain from the high heat made him feel extreme discomfort and agony. The pain was brief, but it left a very deep impression on Enmu. What exactly is going on with that person's strength? My power has clearly increased by this much already. So why can't I even fuse with the defense he casually left behind? A new Hashira? No, if he were a Hashira, why wouldn't he go help the other carriages? Then who exactly is he? Enmu was getting agitated. He had prepared for so long. Everything should have been under his control. Yet someone like this had suddenly appeared. Unwilling to accept it, Enmu tried several more times, then silently shifted his attention to the other small parts that had yet to be fully fused, as well as the demon slayers. He behaved now, truly behaved. Anyway, this guy didn't seem to have any intention of attacking him, so they might as well stay out of each other's way. After he finished eating the people on the train, he could deal with that guy later. Before Enmu could indulge in too many fantasies, he felt a long streak of fire appear inside his body and pierce straight through him. This flame was different from the one on the surface of carriage number 8. Though it wasn't as painful as that one, its destructive range was enormous. It directly shredded the fused flesh of 3 carriages. Recovering from that would probably take some time. So this is a Hashira? What terrifying strength. Emu's heart immediately sank. But thankfully, he still had the people in several carriages as hostages. As long as they couldn't spare any attention to interfere with his fusion, he still had a chance. While Enmu was doing his utmost to fuse with the Mugen train, Kaijiro found Tanjiro. When I came here, I diced the demon up very thoroughly. It should take him quite a while to recover. But there's no time to waste, so I'll keep it brief. This train has a total of 8 carriages. I'm protecting 5 carriages. Mr. Shurya is protecting 1, and the blonde boy and Kamadu's younger sister are protecting 1. You and the boar-headed boy need to keep an eye on the 2 carriages where your sister is, while also searching for the demon's neck. His neck? But this demon, no matter what form a demon takes, as long as it's still a demon, it definitely has a neck. I'll look for his weakness while fighting. You need to get fired up too. Tanjiro nodded, then hesitated for a moment, wanting to ask Kaijuro about Mr. Shurya's situation. Mr. Shurya, you don't need to worry about his carriage. At times like this, at the very least, you can trust him unconditionally. Watching that figure vanish from before his eyes in a blink, Tanjiro grew even more puzzled by Shurya's actions. No. Finding that demon's neck is the most important thing right now. Tanjiro called out to Inosuke. The wind was too strong right now, and the scents were in chaos. So his nose was useless. Inosuke's self-created breathing form might have a miraculous effect. Listening to the sounds of fighting coming from overhead and from the front of the train, Shurya continued waiting. Enmu's strength had improved far more than in the original story, but because of Shurya's presence in carriage number 8, he had never been able to fully fuse with the Mugen train. That meant Enmu couldn't freely shift the location of his neck. So, as long as Inosuke used beast breathing, 7th form, spatial awareness to detect the location of Enmu's neck, then Enmu's ending was already decided. Unable to move, and with Tanjiro's protagonist Halo erupting as he used Hinakami Kagura, Enmu was doomed to die. The intense sounds of battle continued without pause, and the entire train shook from time to time as if it could derail at any moment. The fighting inside and outside the carriages had pushed the Mugen train to the brink. Every collision, every strike, made the train let out trembling groans. After about a little over 10 minutes, a sudden sharp sound of metal breaking rang out. The sound was like it tore through the night sky, echoing throughout the entire train and beyond. Immediately after, the whole train lost control and began to shake violently, while the connections between the carriages let out piercing screeches of friction. Hearing it, Shurya raised his eyes. What a pain. He didn't want to deal with Enmu's mess, but he was still standing on the train after all. He couldn't exactly just watch it overturn. He extended both hands, his fingers moving rapidly. Would release. Deep forest emergence. As the words fell, several massive trees burst out from both sides of the violently shaking Mugen train. Seeing the giant trees suddenly appear all around, Tanjiro, who had just cut off Enmu's neck, immediately became alert. Didn't we already cut off his neck? What's going on now? Beside him, Inosuke tilted his head and stared at the giant trees in confusion. Why do these trees smell so human? They don't have any of the scent nature should have at all? The giant trees rapidly burst from the ground on both sides of the shaking Mugen train, growing and spreading at an astonishing speed. Thick trunks and dense branches instantly covered both sides of the carriages, like an enormous hand steadily supporting the tottering train. As the giant trees continued to grow, their branches crossed and twisted together, forming a sturdy natural barrier. The trunks were like the spines of giant dragons, curving around to enclose the train within. Dense layers of branches and leaves covered the outside of the carriages, as though a green ocean were surging along both sides of the train. The violent shaking of the train gradually weakened, as if it had been firmly fixed in place by that gigantic palm. The harsh scraping sounds between the train cars also gradually died down, replaced by the rustling of leaves in the wind. The sound was like nature's whisper, bringing an indescribable sense of peace. And Tanjiro, who had already realized that the giant tree before him meant no harm, stared blankly ahead. It stopped? The derailed train had stopped. Tanjiro's dazed murmur became the only sound beneath the silent night sky. The shock this scene brought him was so great that he even forgot about his heavily injured body. When he had cut off Enmu's neck and Enmu began struggling, he had actually started to panic a little. After all, if the train derailed and overturned, the damage done to the passengers would be impossible to predict. But with the sudden rise of this enormous tree, all his worries vanished in the blink of an eye. What replaced them was shock and bewilderment. There was no need to say more about the shock. Tanjiro believed that anyone who witnessed this scene with their own eyes would be stunned. What this towering giant tree brought was not merely visual impact, but spiritual impact as well. But why had this giant tree appeared at this exact moment? Whether it was the timing of its appearance or the speed of its growth, Tanjiro could clearly tell that this giant tree had absolutely not appeared through the power of nature. And it was precisely because he understood that he felt even more shaken. Anyone or anything that could wield such immense power, whether human or demon, had to be a terrifying existence. Judging from the way it had intercepted the train, it probably wasn't a demon. Demons did not care about human death. On the contrary, human death would only make them more excited. Then who else could it be? Was there another Hashira near the train? Why hadn't Rengoku-san mentioned it? Shurya-san? A figure sitting quietly and watching outside the train surfaced in Tanjiro's mind. Probably not. Shiryu-san used flame abilities. This wasn't a wild guess on Tanjiro's part. But in his understanding, no matter how strong a person was, being able to possess one kind of elemental power was already incredible enough. It was hard for him to imagine a single person controlling two kinds of power at the same time. And while Tanjiro was lost in thought, Inosuke walked up to the giant tree with a face full of confusion. This tree smells wrong. Is this even a proper tree? Feeling the texture of the bark, Inosuke took a careful sniff through his boar mask. A tree shouldn't, at the very least, have no tree smell at all, right? How come this is completely different from the trees on my mountain? As he kept sniffing, Inosuke suddenly jolted and straightened up. This human smell is kind of familiar. I think I've smelled it somewhere before. And not that long ago either. That guy called Yetaro? Yeah, that's right. It's Yetaro's. Did he make this? If he can make this many trees, then if I bring him back to my mountain. Hehe. A duel. I absolutely have to duel Yetaro. Turning around, Inosuke was just about to share his discovery with Tanjiro. But when he saw Tanjiro collapsed on the ground, curled up into a ball, his boar brain paused for a moment. Now didn't he seem like the best time to think about dueling? During the earlier battle, Tanjiro had been stabbed in the stomach by the conductor while protecting him. On top of that, Enmu, whose strength had increased drastically, had attacked again and again, leaving Tanjiro already on the verge of collapsing unconscious from critical injuries. The only reason he hadn't fallen immediately just now was because the appearance of the giant tree had drawn away his attention. Now that he had come back to his senses, the intense pain surging through his body immediately made him go limp. Are you okay, Santaro? Pull yourself together. Is your stomach okay? The place where you got stabbed. Inosuke grabbed Tanjiro by the collar and shook him hard. I'm fine. What about you, Inosuke? Never been better. I don't even have a cold. I can't move for now. Hurry and save the others. Check if anyone is hurt. What about that driver, the one by the neck area? I think it'd be fine if he died. No, that would be a problem. Didn't he stab you in the stomach? Right now he's pinned down by the tree made by Shihataro, so he can't move. His leg is pinned down, so he can't move. He'll die soon enough. That punishment is already harsh enough. Please save him. I'm begging you. Ugh. Fine, I'll go. Who told me I'm the boss? After I save him, I'm gonna rip all his hair out. You don't have to do that. Although Inosuke didn't understand, he still went off while grumbling curses under his breath. Lying there, Tanjiro's mind was in complete chaos. Shihataro? Did Inosuke just say the giant tree was made by Shihataro? How did Inosuke know that? And who was Shihataro? Hiss! Before Tanjiro could think deeply about who exactly this Shihataro was, the pain in his body swept over him like blades scraping against bone, twisting his face in agony. Even though they had found Enu's neck, the constantly intensifying dreams and attacks had still forced both him and Inosuke to expend a great deal of effort. Luckily, because Shiryu-san had guarded Car 8, Enu had not been able to fully fuse with the train. Otherwise, something truly terrible would have happened. Breathe. Adjust your breathing quickly. Dawn is almost here. I have to recover from my injuries as fast as possible and go save the others. Nezuko and the others will definitely be fine. I have to trust them. I just hope everyone is okay. In the shadows not far from Tanjiro, a dark red lump of flesh covered in eyeballs stared at Tanjiro's figure. Its eye filled with unwillingness and regret. My body is breaking down. I can't regenerate. Actually lost? Am I going to die? How is that possible? How is that possible? I clearly hadn't even used my full strength yet. I didn't get to eat even a single person. In order to fuse with the train and devour a huge number of humans in one go, I willingly turned myself into this state and spent so much time and effort. Enmu raged inwardly, recalling the enormous price he had paid for this plan. It's all because of him. It's all his fault. I had already fused with nearly half the train cars, yet he still suppressed me completely. Who exactly is he? Why was he on the train? If it weren't for him, I would have completely fused with the train. How could I possibly have had my head cut off by these bratty kids and a Hashira? It's all because of him. The surface of the dark red flesh twisted hideously. Boundless anger and despair seemed to take on physical form, causing a deformed arm to extend once more from Enmu's nearly dissipated flesh. That arm twisted like a ravaged vine, dragging the lump of flesh as it struggled toward Car 8. Every tiny bit of movement was like a hopeless struggle, leaving behind a sticky trail of blood. However, this was only a brief deathbed struggle. After the lump of flesh had moved only a few dozen centimeters, the shadow of death still spread forward unstoppably. Every inch of the flesh began to collapse, cracking apart into ashes. The arm's strength gradually gave out, and in the end, it dropped limply to the ground. Its body slowly turned into gray smoke and faintly vanished into the air, as if it had never existed at all. Just before the only eye on the lump of flesh disappeared as well, those eyes, the ones Enmu hated more than anything, vaguely appeared in his fading vision once more. Those eyes were sharply black and white. They were no longer crimson, nor did they have any strange patterns. There was only deep indifference. The reason Enmu could instantly tell that these eyes belonged to the person he hated was because the indifference within them had never changed from beginning to end. The other side had never taken him seriously. Just like he had said, this person simply had no interest in him at all. Those eyes seemed to silently declare, "You're nothing more than an ant I can crush whenever I want. Why? I'm lower one. Muzan-sama clearly gave me so much blood. I'm supposed to replace an upper rank." Enmu roared soundlessly in his heart. Unwillingness, fury, and madness surged through his mind, as if they were about to devour him whole. However, those emotions could not change the indifference in those eyes. Instead, they only sped up the dissipation of what little remained of Enmu's body. Gray smoke rose bit by bit from the chunk of flesh, gradually drifting apart into the air. As his body dispersed, Enmu's consciousness also slowly blurred, until it completely vanished into endless darkness. What a truly terrifying nightmare. Those cold, emotionless eyes became his final memory, forever carved into his soul just before it was erased. Huff, huff. Over on Tanjiro's side, he was breathing heavily, adjusting the condition of his body. He did not notice the movement in the nearby shadows at all. The state inside his body had improved somewhat, but it was still far from enough for him to stand up and go help. Looks like you can already maintain total concentration breathing constantly. Not bad, not bad. A sudden, resonant voice rang out above Tanjiro's head. Rengoku-san. Constant total concentration breathing is the first step toward becoming a Hashira, though there may still be 10,000 steps left after that. I'll work hard. There's severe bleeding in your abdomen. Focus more. Increase the precision of your breathing, and extend your control to every corner of your body. Control the blood vessels. Control the blood vessels that were pierced. Focus more. Following Kaijuro's guidance, Tanjiro quickly stopped the bleeding inside his body. Good. The bleeding has stopped. Judging from your injuries, you two must have gone through a very difficult battle. You and the boar-headed boy have worked hard. Tanjiro let out a turbid breath and shook his head slightly. If not for Shiryu-san, the situation we faced might have been even more dangerous. Yes. After saying that, Kaijiro raised his head and looked at the train that was still wrapped in giant trees, the shock in his eyes completely undisguised. As a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, he knew more detailed information about Shiryu. He knew Shiryu could control trees, but knowing it and seeing it with his own eyes were two completely different things. To raise up a whole sea of trees out of thin air, such mighty power had actually appeared in a single person? Father had never exaggerated Shiryu's strength. It was just that what he had seen was only the tip of the iceberg. Shiryu-san's strength had already far surpassed the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Even he had to admit that after witnessing such power descend with his own eyes. By the way, Rengoku-san, do you know who made that giant wood that suddenly burst out of the ground at the end? I want to meet him. Kaijiro gave Tanjiro a surprised look. Tanjiro, didn't he know? Then what had they just been talking about? When Tanjiro said it was all thanks to Shiryu-san, wasn't it because the giant wood had stabilized the Mugen train? Whatever. As long as everyone is safe, that's what matters. Meet him? Haven't you already met him? Already met him? When? At the Hashira meeting? Tanjiro was a little dazed. He didn't seem to have seen any of the other Hashira on the train. Just as Tanjiro was about to continue asking, bang! A sudden explosive sound rang through the night sky out of nowhere, like a meteor crashing down, kicking up a cloud of smoke behind Kaijiro. The dust burst open like a suddenly exploded cloud, instantly obscuring the entire field of vision. The gust it stirred made the surrounding grass and trees sway along with it. It was as if this patch of the world itself had been shaken by that abrupt force. Kaijiro immediately turned around, his gaze as sharp as a blade drawn from its sheath. He gripped the hilt of his sword steadily, the muscles all over his body tightening slightly. The air around them seemed to freeze. Time itself seemed to stretch in that instant, every tiny sound magnified countless times. The dust slowly spread through the air, like a corner of a painting being lifted, gradually revealing what lay within. That figure was vague at first, then slowly became clear. The figure radiated overwhelming power. He was half-crouched on the ground, his muscular body covered in dark-colored stripes. A head of short dark red hair burned like blazing flames. He wore a sleeveless short vest, exposing his solid chest and powerful arms. A belt was tied around his waist, and his entire appearance gave off an air of confidence. Because of his injuries, Tanjiro could only hunch over with all his strength, barely supporting himself as he looked toward the source of the huge disturbance. His chest rose and fell violently. Every breath came with stabbing pain, yet he still endured it, his eyes fixed tightly on the direction where the smoke was clearing. What is that person? No, not a person, a demon. The terrifying, dense aura coming from that figure made Tanjiro reach that conclusion in an instant. His heart pounded violently, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and deep unease showed in his eyes. Upper rank 3. Tanjiro almost muttered it on instinct, his voice filled with disbelief. A demon even stronger than Enmu. How could it suddenly appear here? The battle isn't over yet? Anxiety surged through Tanjiro's heart. In his current condition, there was no way he could help Rengoku-san at all. At this moment, inside the train car, Shirya slightly straightened his body, a trace of anticipation appearing in his eyes. Finally here. Hadn't he waited all night for Akaza? But Shirya did not move in a hurry. He still wanted to watch a little longer. Watching the fight in the story and experiencing it in person were still very different things. He wanted to get a clear grasp of Akaza's actual combat strength. Kaijiro definitely was not Akaza's opponent. There was no doubt about that. But as someone for Shirya to observe Akaza's combat power through, he was an excellent choice. He really had no idea where Akaza had hidden that soundtrack of his. Did it just come built in? Akaza slowly stood up, full of confidence as he swept his gaze around, as if measuring the strength of his opponents. Without a single extra word, Akaza's figure vanished from where he stood in an instant, so fast that even the air itself seemed not to notice his movement. The next moment, his figure appeared above Tanjiro's head. His fist tore through the air, carrying surging power as it smashed straight down at Tanjiro. Tanjiro had almost no time to react. He could only watch as that fist grew larger and larger in his vision. His eyes began to lose focus, but at that very instant, a flash of fire flickered in from the side. Flame breathing, second form. Rising scorching sun. Kaijuro's voice rang out like rolling thunder. His Nichiren blade, wrapped in crimson flames, carved a blazing arc through the air and slashed upward at Akaza's fist. Akaza's fist collided with Kaijuro's blade, and flames rapidly spread along Kaijuro's Nichiren blade. The blade cut in through the gap between Akaza's knuckles, smoothly splitting his fist into two. Seeing his attack blocked, Akaza did not force it any further. He flipped backward and pulled some distance away from Kaijuro. What a fine blade, but why is it flame-breathing? Akaza's gaze shifted back and forth between Kaijuro and the train wrapped in giant wood. At a glance, the trees surrounding the train were clearly man-made, and the strength of the one who used such an ability was definitely not weak. Even within the Demon Slayer Corps it would be at the Hashira level. Yet in his field of vision, the only one whose refined fighting spirit matched that standard was Kaijuro alone. But why is he using flame breathing? Could there be another Hashira here too? At that thought, the delight on Akaza's face grew thicker. One Hashira wasn't enough to satisfy his thirst for battle. Two would at least make things a little interesting. Why would you attack the injured? I can't understand it. The flame Hashira held his sword with both hands and looked at Akaza, his bright, spirited eyes full of incomprehension. The injured are weak. I just felt he would get in the way of my conversation with you. What could there possibly be for you and me to talk about? Even though this is our first meeting, I already hate you. Is that so? I also despise weak humans. The moment I see the weak, I feel like vomiting. It seems our standards for judging things are very far apart. Then I have a very good suggestion. Do you want to become a demon? Those words weren't only for you. They were also for the other one who refuses to show himself. Akaza rested one hand on his waist and extended the other toward Kaijuro in invitation. Judging from the range of growth of these giant trees, the Hashira who still hadn't shown himself was likely even stronger than the one before him. But he couldn't sense any other concentrated fighting spirit. It was truly strange. Could these giant trees have appeared out of thin air? Impossible. Kaijuro knew the other side had noticed Shirya's existence after seeing the giant trees, but he said nothing. First, because Shirya was no longer a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Second, because over the past year, Shirya had seemed like a different person. He was no longer passionate about slaying demons. He was no longer proactive even in places where demons ran rampant, instead allowing them to wreak havoc. So even Rengoku wasn't sure whether Shirya would make a move in this incident. In Kaijuro's view, the fact that Shirya had protected the people in one carriage and pulled the train back onto the tracks already counted as doing all he could. I could tell at a glance that you're strong. You're a Hashira, right? The fighting spirit on your body has been refined to the point that it's already close to the supreme realm. I am the flame Hashira, Rengoku Kaijuro. I am Akaza. Kaijuro, let me tell you why you cannot step into the Supreme Realm. Because you are human. You will age. You will die. Become a demon Kaijuro. If you do, then 100 years, 200 years, you can keep training as much as you want and become even stronger. Kaijuro remained unmoved. To age and to die, this too is the beautiful part of humanity's short life. It is precisely because humans age and die that they are so lovable and so noble. Strength is not a word used only to describe the body. This boy is not weak. I will not allow you to insult him. I'll say it again. Our values are too different. No matter the reason, I will never become a demon. Is that so? Hearing that, Akaza's narrow eyes tightened slightly. Technique deployment. Destructive death. Compass needle. The moment Akaza finished speaking, he stepped sideways and slammed his foot down, instantly cracking the ground beneath him. Under his feet, a complex and exquisite snowflake pattern emerged. Since you want to become a demon, then I'll kill you, Akaza said coldly, killing intent surging from him. The instant his words fell, Akaza's body shot forward, so fast it was as if even time itself were being dragged along by him. The moment he left his original spot, the ground suddenly exploded, and a huge crater appeared where he had been standing. Stones and dirt were blasted outward by the powerful recoil, scattering in all directions as if the earth itself had been shaken by that force. Akaza's figure flickered through the air, and in the blink of an eye, he had already closed in on Kaijuro. His fist carried a biting chill as it struck straight at Kaijuro's face. Under the pressure of the fist wind, the air let out a sharp screech, as if it were about to tear everything apart. Kaijuro showed not the slightest fear. The Nichiren blade in his hand came crashing down from high above. This time, unlike before, it did not easily split Akaza's fist apart. Instead, it felt like striking metal or stone, and a long string of fine sparks burst out. Watching from the train the whole time, Shirya nodded. There was nothing to complain about when it came to Akaza's speed and power after deploying his technique. The only thing was, he didn't know exactly how much strength Akaza was using right now. Suppressing the battle lust stirring restlessly in his heart, Shirya narrowed his eyes and observed Akaza. As the man and the demon exchanged blows, the way Shirya looked at Akaza grew more and more appreciative. Very strong. Every time Kaijuro's attacks advanced another step, Akaza adapted quickly and suppressed Kaijuro once again. That meant Akaza still hadn't used his full power. He still wanted to persuade Kaijuro to become a demon. After estimating the strength Akaza was currently displaying, and the full power he had yet to reveal, Shirya's eyes gradually lit up. If he went all out, Akaza could hold him off for at most 3 exchanges. But purely in terms of hand-to-hand combat, Akaza would definitely make a pretty good training partner for him. And besides, Akaza trying to recruit Kaijuro into becoming a demon had reminded Shirya of something. Could he recruit Akaza instead? Akaza's beliefs were a bit extreme, but his obsession with fighting the strong-suited Madara-sama's tastes perfectly. Shirya himself also admired Akaza's personality quite a bit. On top of that, with Akaza joining him, he would also be able to determine Musen's location. That way, whether he chose to take the initiative or stay on the defensive, he would be fully prepared. The more Shirya thought about it, the more feasible this method seemed. Akaza worshipped strength above all else. As long as the power Shirya revealed was strong enough, even if he couldn't persuade Akaza all at once, it would definitely shake him internally. There was also one key problem with recruiting Akaza, and that was that Musen could sense Akaza's inner thoughts through his blood. If Musen noticed even the slightest intent of rebellion in Akaza, then with how cautious Musen was, he would never let Akaza live for long. However, since Shirya had this idea, he naturally had his own countermeasure. Transcription seal was a technique Shirya had mastered when his role-playing progress reached 16, and Shirya intended to use it to carry out his plan. By planting a genjutsu into Akaza's mind through the transcription seal, the moment Musen tried to observe Akaza's condition, the transcription seal would automatically activate. It would drag Musen into an illusion where everything on Akaza's side appeared completely normal. This was Shirya's preliminary idea. Whether it would work or not still depended on how cooperative Akaza would be. As for how the Demon Slayer Corps would react after he recruited Akaza, he had stopped caring about that when his role-playing progress reached 20, let alone now. The battle outside the train grew more and more intense. In the span of a blink, the man and the demon had already exchanged dozens of blows in succession. Tanjiro was already trying his utmost to speed up the circulation of his breathing, but severe injuries were not something that could recover in an instant. Tilting his head up to watch Kaijuro's white-hot battle, Tanjiro's face was full of anxiety. No, if this keeps going, Rengoku-san will also fall into danger. Don't move. If your wound tears open, it'll become a fatal injury. Stay where you are and await orders. Hearing that, Inosuke instantly stood at attention, and Tanjiro's struggling also came to a halt. He couldn't move. Feeling the state his body was in now, Tanjiro knew that even if he managed to stand up, entering the battle between Rengoku-san and that demon would only make him a burden. Only someone stronger than them could help now. But who else was there? Mr. Shurya? Right, there's still Mr. Shurya. Now that Enmu was no longer a problem, Shurya no longer needed to protect carriage number 8. If he could make a move, he would definitely be able to help Rengoku-san ease this crisis. Tanjiro twisted his body and turned his head toward carriage number 8. Through the gaps between the giant trees, Tanjiro saw Shurya inside the train window. His eyes widened slightly. Why did he still look like that? If he had to point out any difference, Tanjiro felt that at this moment the look in Mr. Tokiya's eyes wasn't as indifferent as before, but instead revealed a trace of interest. That's right, interest. Interest in watching Mr. Rengoku fight Akaza. Aside from that, there was no other emotion at all. Mr. Tokiya wasn't going to make a move? If something happened to Mr. Rengoku, then what was the point of them saving everyone on the train? Didn't Mr. Tokiya know what the demon in front of them represented? Upper rank 3. If Mr. Rengoku couldn't hold him off, then their situation wouldn't be optimistic either. Why? Tanjiro truly couldn't understand Tokiya's actions. Only at this moment did he clearly realize that Mr. Tokiya might not be the person he had imagined him to be. Mr. Tokiya hadn't acted because he wanted to protect the people in car number 8, but because Mr. Tokiya himself was in car number 8, and Enmu had disturbed him. When Tanjiro understood this, a look of despair immediately appeared on his face. He didn't understand, but he also couldn't force Mr. Tokiya to do anything. Mr. Rengoku's eye was already injured, and the balance of the battle was beginning to tilt toward Akaza. Then who else? Inosuke? No, that wouldn't work. With their current strength, joining a battle like this would do nothing but hold Mr. Rengoku back. Then what should they do? No, that's not right. There was still one more person. The one who had used giant trees to pull the train back onto the tracks. With his strength, he would definitely be able to help Mr. Rengoku. What did Inosuke say his name was again? Sure Hachitaro? What a strange name. Inosuke, do you know where Mr. Sure Hachitaro is? Get him over here to help Mr. Rengoku. Sure Hachitaro? Who's that? The eyes inside Inosuke's boar mask shifted around. Such a familiar name. Had he heard it somewhere before? Tanjiro froze when he saw Inosuke's expression. At a time like this, he was pulling this? It's the person who summoned all these giant trees. Don't you remember? You were the one who mentioned him earlier. Hearing that, Inosuke suddenly understood. Oh, you mean Kawatoki? Why didn't you just say his name? Sure Hachitaro. Who would know who Sure Hachitaro is? Inosuke raised the Nichiren blade in his left hand and pointed toward car number 8. They're over there. Looking in the direction Inosuke's blade was pointing, that familiar location gave Tanjiro a bad feeling. No way. Surely it couldn't be the same person, right? Following the direction of the blade, the familiar figure and familiar posture made Tanjiro's eyes shrink. The person controlling these giant trees was also Mr. Tokiya. But didn't Mr. Tokiya use black flames? Wait, it seemed no one had ever told him that a person could only have one ability. He had just always assumed that himself. No wonder when he asked Mr. Rengoku about it, Mr. Rengoku said he had already seen it before. So that was it. Mr. Tokiya? Tanjiro turned and stared blankly at Inosuke. Even though he already had the answer in his heart, he still couldn't help but ask Inosuke to confirm it. After all, this was currently the only way to ease the pressure on Mr. Rengoku. His name is Tokiya? He changed his name? Inosuke was stunned. Had he remembered it wrong? Seeing this, Tanjiro let out a sigh. Now they could only place their hopes on Mr. Rengoku dragging the battle out until dawn. Destructive death. Flame breathing. Fifth form. Flame tiger. Flames blazed fiercely along the Nichiren blade in Kaijuro's hand. The edge of the sword carved a scorching arc through the air, and the flames rapidly gathered into a ferocious flaming tiger. The flames dragged out a long tail of fire, like a river of flames churning in the sky. The surrounding air twisted under the intense heat, and the dust on the ground was swept up and scattered everywhere. Chaotic type, Akaza refused to be outdone. His fists, wrapped in blue energy, moved rapidly, forming wave after wave of blue power ripples. The two forces collided violently in midair. Flames and blue energy intertwined, fused, and exploded without end. The shockwave from the clash tore the surrounding ground apart, sending massive chunks of stone flying in all directions. The light of flame and blue energy illuminated the entire battlefield as if it were broad daylight. The energy dispersed, and the aftershocks gradually faded away. Looking at Kaijuro, who was gasping for breath with his battle spirit visibly weakening. Akaza showed a look of regret in his eyes. No matter how painfully you struggle in battle, it's useless, Kaijuro. Become a demon. As long as you become a demon, these injuries will recover in the blink of an eye. To a demon, this is nothing more than a scratch. No matter how humans struggle, they can never defeat demons. Kaijuro looked at Akaza with unwavering eyes, and the aura around him began to rise. I will fulfill my duty. I bang. Before Kaijuro could finish speaking, an explosive sound rang out behind him. Then Akaza saw a rectangular black shadow appear before his eyes even before the sound had fully reached him. The suddenly appearing object made Akaza unable to react for a moment, let alone dodge. The black shadow slammed into Akaza and directly smashed him into the dense forest. The sudden turn of events caused the surging aura around Kaijuro to stall. What was that? That black shadow that flashed by just now? Recalling the black shadow that had swept past him, Kaijuro vaguely made out its shape and color. A train door? Kaijuro's mind went a little blank. Why would a train door suddenly appear on the battlefield? And why had it flown out here? The material of the train door was heavy. No matter how one looked at it, it wasn't something an ordinary person could throw. Even a Hashira would need to rely on a powerful breathing form to do something like that. Akaza, who had been smashed into the forest, remained motionless for a long time, and the scene instantly fell into a strange silence. Only the wind could be heard brushing through the leaves, making rustling sounds. Tanjiro and Inosuke still hadn't recovered from what had just happened. In the blink of an eye, Akaza was just gone. After the brief silence, Kaijuro and the other two came back to their senses and turned to look in the direction the black shadow had come from. They saw Tokiya twisting his ankle where he stood, then suddenly showing a slightly surprised look in his eyes. Roleplay progress. 27. Looking at the suddenly popping up roleplay progress in front of him, Tokiya's body, which had just been about to move, froze. What was going on? Why had it suddenly gone up by 0.5? Hadn't the fight not even started yet? He carefully thought back over what had just happened. Seeing Kaijuro preparing to burn his life away and go all out, Tokiya couldn't sit still anymore. If Kaijuro really gave it everything, then Tokiya's plan to fight Akaza himself would go down the drain. But the conductor was gone, and he couldn't open the door, so left with no choice, he had kicked it open. Was there anything different about what he had done compared to usual during that whole process? Kicking a train door? Something similar to acting out kicking a coffin lid? After thinking it over and over, that was the only possibility Tokiya could come up with. You should have said so earlier. If he had known kicking train doors could raise his roleplay progress, then not a single door on this train would have escaped him. A thought was just a thought, though. Tokiya knew that wasn't realistic. The reason he could gain roleplay progress now was entirely because the current situation happened to resemble Madara kicking open a coffin lid. If he deliberately went around looking for train doors to kick, he had no idea whether the roleplay progress would rise or not, but it would definitely look pretty stupid. Seeing the three of them focus their gazes on him, the corners of Tokiya's lips lifted slightly. He patted his pants, looking somewhat casual. But his eyes gradually turned sharp. Shuryi raised his head. In the darkness, his eyes flickered, and a crimson color surged up like a sea of blood, quickly spreading through his pupils. Next, switch people. The moment his words fell, an invisible pressure suddenly erupted from Shuryi, like a formless storm rapidly spreading around him. The air filled with intense battle intent. Dust on the ground was swept up by his soaring aura and scattered in all directions. Shuryi's aura surged out of the train like a tsunami. So strong a scent. Tanjiro stared blankly at Shuryi. At this moment, he once again forgot about his injuries. He could no longer keep up his breathing technique. But the pain from his wounds was far less gripping than the scene before his eyes. The scent coming from Mr. Shuryi right now was terrifyingly strong. He had seen the Hashira before and clearly knew how powerful they were. But precisely because of that, he understood just how outrageous the aura Shuryi was unleashing was. Compared to the Shuryi before his eyes, the scents of those Hashira were on a completely different level. So this was Mr. Shuryi's true strength? Kicking the train door away together with Akaza upper rank 3, in a single kick. Just how strong would someone have to be to do that? Beside Tanjiro, Inosuke's whole body was tense. The sound of swallowing came from under the boar head mask. Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. That was Inosuke's first impression after sensing the aura coming from Shuryi. What a terrifying wide forehead. Just the aura bursting from his body made Inosuke feel as if he could be crushed to death by it at any moment. Did I say I wanted to duel him before? Cough, cough. No need to rush something like a duel. Bang! A black shadow suddenly shot into the air from the dense forest where Akaza had fallen. Then Akaza leaped out from the forest. carrying an intense pressure as he slammed heavily onto the ground. Boom! The instant Akaza landed, a huge crater was smashed into the earth. The enormous impact shook the surrounding trees, sending leaves rustling down. A heavy smell of dirt spread through the air. At this moment, Akaza's face was full of excitement, and his eyes shone with a crazed light. He curled his lips into a savage grin. As expected, there really is someone even stronger here. This is the true meaning of why I appeared here. Akaza shouted loudly, his voice filled with barely restrained fervor and battle intent. His gaze was locked straight on Shiryu at the train door. As if he had found new prey, the anticipation in his eyes was chilling. When Kaijuro saw Akaza return to the battlefield, alarm bells rang in his heart. He took a deep breath, tightened his grip on his Nichiren blade, and his expression turned grave as his blazing aura began to rise again. The battle intent gradually spreading through the air made the entire battlefield tense and oppressive. However, right at that moment, a calm voice cut through his aura. Move aside. Shiryu pressed a hand onto Kaijuro's shoulder. The motion looked relaxed and casual, but it carried an irresistible force. His palm was as steady as a boulder. Kaijuro instinctively tensed his body to resist and planted his feet hard against the ground. Yet he still could not resist that overwhelming force, and without any suspense at all, he was pushed several steps to the side. The owl-eyed man stared at Shiryu in shock and suspicion. Leaving aside how Shiryu had crossed more than 10 meters in an instant to appear beside him, what was with this strength that completely suppressed him? In the Demon Slayer Corps, the only person who could claim to overpower him in pure strength was the Stone Hashira, Himejima Gyomii. But even Mr. Himejima Gyomii could not possibly suppress him this effortlessly. Was Shiryu's physical strength actually greater than the Stone Hashira's? How was that possible? The Stone Hashira had trained his body to that level through monk-like cultivation day after day, so what was going on with Shiryu? That slender body didn't look like it could contain strength even greater than the Stone Hashira's. Dawn is almost here. Stop wasting time. After pressing Kaijuro down, Shiryu stepped forward and stood face to face with Akaza. If Kaijuro kept fighting, he wouldn't have time to farm his role-playing progress. Looking at the delicate face before him, Akaza's eyes showed a slight trace of surprise. A person who could send a train door weighing dozens of kilograms flying at that speed actually looked this thin and weak? Though surprised, the seriousness in Akaza's eyes did not lessen in the slightest. His frame might look frail, but the aura constantly pouring off him was anything but weak. You? Shiryu? Akaza was just about to ask for Shiryu's name when a sudden stab of pain hit his mind, and then he muttered Shiryu's name himself. Muzan-sama's memories? This person in front of me is the one who beat up Doma? So should I go a little easy on him? No, that's not right. Someone who could drive Doma back. How could he possibly need me to go easy on him? You know me? Then that saves me the trouble of introducing myself. The moment Shiryu finished speaking, Tanjiro, who was watching from the side, discovered that Shiryu's figure, which had been right in front of him, suddenly vanished. In its place came the sound of impact from outside his field of vision. What's going on? What happened? Tanjiro turned his body slightly and raised his head a little. Shiryu and Akaza were already fighting in a tangled clash. They were so fast that the eye could hardly follow them. Tanjiro could only barely catch two blurred shadows crossing and colliding in midair. Every collision stirred up a blast of air, shaking the surrounding trees non-stop and sending fallen leaves fluttering everywhere. Powerful pressure filled the air. Every clash between the two of them felt as if it could trigger a small earthquake. Shiryu's movements were as fast as lightning. Every punch and kick dragged out an afterimage. His figure flickered through the air as if he were constantly teleporting. Every move was clean and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. Akaza was no worse. A storm of attacks poured toward Shiryu like violent wind and torrential rain. Role-playing progress, 271. Role-playing progress, 273. The power brought by the long-awaited increase in role-playing progress, combined with the flesh-on-flesh exchange of blows, made Shiryu's eyes grow brighter and brighter. Feeling the power surging endlessly through his body, Shiryu's lips curled slightly upward into an excited smile. This was the kind of battle he had longed for all this time. A true clash between the strong. Every punch, every collision, made Shiryu's heartbeat quicken and his blood boil. Shiryu could feel his power constantly rising. The increase in role-playing progress brought endless momentum, making every move sharper and every strike stronger. His muscles stayed taut throughout the battle, and every movement seemed so natural and fluid. The power inside him felt inexhaustible. The thrill of battle flooded every nerve in his body, making Shiryu unable to stop. Akaza's state at this moment was much the same as Shiryu's. Mad battle intent flashed in his eyes, and a fervent smile spread across his face. To encounter such a powerful opponent was exactly what he had dreamed of. Every attack gave him an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Every collision brought him an unprecedented thrill. His heart pounded wildly. His blood rushed through his body, and he felt himself growing stronger as well. The passion of battle intoxicated him. That's it. Akaza laughed loudly, his voice filled with excitement and madness. Every punch he threw was fiercer than the last, every strike more violent. The thrill of battle filled his entire body with power. He craved this kind of life and death struggle, craved a showdown with the strong. Each of his punches crashed down like thunder, every attack carrying endless frenzy and strength, as if he wanted to completely crush Shirya. The battle between the two swept outward like a storm. Kaijuro stared from the side with his eyes wide open. Strong. Both Shirya and that upper rank 3, Akaza, were so strong that Akaza was like a completely different person compared to when he had faced Kaijuro and Shirya before. When fighting him, Akaza had hidden far too much of his strength. If the Akaza he had just faced had been this strong, then even if he burned his heart and soul, he still might not have been Akaza's match. Only by stalling until dawn would he have had the slightest hope of victory. And yet, even against such a terrifyingly powerful Akaza, Shirya was actually not at a disadvantage at all. Not only that, Kaijuro could even sense that Shirya's power seemed to still be gradually increasing. The battle between the man and the demon slowly shifted from evenly matched to Shirya suppressing Akaza. Without using that strange black flame or his power to control trees, could Shirya really fight Akaza to this extent with just his physical body? Then how terrifying would Shirya be if he went all out? Even Kaijuro felt this way, let alone Tanjiro and Inosuke, who were standing behind him in a daze as they watched. They might not be able to sense things in as much detail as Kaijuro could. But the intense battle intent and endless killing intent radiating from the man and the demon were things they could clearly feel for themselves. So this was what a battle between the strong looked like? Upper rank 3, Akaza and Mr. Shirya, whose name they were hearing for the first time. As the shockwaves from their collisions blasted toward them, the gates to a new world slowly opened before the two boys. Roleplay progress, 289. Roleplay progress, 29. At this moment, Shirya had no mind to observe the quietly rising roleplay progress, but the power filling his body told him one thing. He was getting stronger, soon, just a little longer. Once he completely suppressed Akaza in taijutsu, the increase in roleplay progress would no longer be this fast. Still, it was worth it. Compared to fighting Doma, Shirya appreciated an Akaza who fought with his full strength much more. Only an Akaza like this was worthy of being recruited by him. Sensing that the situation was gradually starting to go wrong, Akaza narrowed his eyes. The other side's strength was constantly increasing, and wasn't this rate of increase a little too fast? The reason he loved fighting the strong was because battling the strong could also raise his own power. But even growth needed a process. This guy's rate of improvement was completely unreasonable. Each move was heavier than the last. He had barely been able to match the previous attack evenly, but by the next one he was already starting to struggle. What the hell was this supposed to mean? Had the Shirya been hiding his strength from the start? No, that was not right. Shirya had not known his strength. So how could they have started off fighting on equal footing if he had been hiding power? Shirya's strength was growing during the battle itself. No wonder someone with this kind of growth rate had been able to force Doma back. This could not continue. Dawn was almost here. He had to finish this in one burst. After another exchange with Shirya, Akaza used Shirya's force to flip backward and open up some distance between them. I like the feeling of fighting you, but time is limited. I'm ending this now. As he spoke, Akaza spread his feet apart and lowered his body slightly, like a ferocious beast poised to pounce. One hand clenched into a fist at his waist, while the other pointed a palm at Shirya, the fingertips trembling faintly. Destructive death. Final form, blue-silver chaotic afterglow. Akaza let out a low roar, his voice echoing through the air. Along with Akaza's movement, the snowflake technique under his feet instantly burst with light. Brilliant radiance spread across the ground, forming a dazzling sea of light. The compass needle technique twisted and slithered like a living thing, gathering around Akaza's body and granting him enormous power. At that moment, time itself seemed to freeze. Centered on Akaza, several hundred projectiles exploded out from around his body. The projectiles shot out like a torrential storm. Every point of light carried destructive power, tearing through the air and triggering waves of shrill sonic booms. They were fast as lightning, dragging long tails of light behind them as they cut through the dark night sky like countless silver meteors. Seeing this, Shirya also stopped moving. His crimson eyes flickered. You used your blood demon art first, so then come on. Roleplay progress, 305. Wood release. Wood dragon jutsu. The moment the words fell, a gigantic wooden dragon burst from the ground in front of Shirya, like a divine beast awakening from an ancient slumber. Its body was enormous, its scales like hard tree bark, glimmering with a deep brown sheen. Every segment of its body was like an ancient, heavy tree trunk, carrying the weight of countless years as it coiled forward section by section. Its massive body was like an indestructible wall, shielding Shirya completely behind it. As if it intended to tear through the air itself, it charged head-on toward Akaza's projectile attack. Yet, the moment the projectiles struck the wooden dragon, they did not explode as expected. Instead, like drops of water falling into the sea, they were rapidly absorbed by it. The light of the projectiles flickered across the dragoness scales for a brief moment, then vanished as though it had merged into them. After absorbing the power of the projectiles, the wooden dragoness body seemed to grow even larger. Its scales gave off a faint glow, as if it had undergone a baptism, becoming even tougher and more imposing. Like a greedy giant beast, the wooden dragon devoured Akaza's attacks one by one, until every last projectile had been completely absorbed. The scene looked like a painting frozen in time. Every scale of the wooden dragon, every line on its body, gleamed with light. Seeing this, the movement of Akaza's hands halted, the confidence on his face cracking slightly as a trace of disbelief flashed through his eyes. What was this thing? A wooden dragon? Didn't Hantengu seem to have this ability too? But was Hantengu's wooden dragon this strong? Could a wooden dragon really be this outrageous? The answer was obviously no. Otherwise, Hantengu would not have been stuck at upper rank 4. This man in front of him could control a wooden dragon too? Wait, could those winding trees beside the train have been his doing as well? But wasn't this man's strength supposed to be close combat? Ever since this man had appeared, Akaza had never once connected him with the person controlling the giant trees by the train. It was too jarring. And since he clearly had such a powerful ability like controlling a wooden dragon, why had he not used it from the beginning? Judging from the size and pressure of that wooden dragon, even he would have to spend quite a bit of effort to deal with it. While Akaza was still standing there in a daze, the wooden dragon suddenly shot forward. Its massive body was like a swift giant python as it tightly coiled around Akaza. Akaza tried to break free, struggling desperately with both arms. But by now, the wooden dragon had already absorbed the vast energy within those projectiles and had become far stronger than when it had first been summoned. The dragon's scales pressed tightly against Akaza's body. The pressure was like a mountain, making it hard for him to breathe. His struggling did not loosen the wooden dragon's coils in the slightest. Instead, it only made the dragon tighten its grip even more. Not only that, as the wooden dragon made more and more contact with his body, Akaza discovered that this wooden dragon was actually absorbing the fighting spirit from his body? A wooden dragon that could absorb another person's power to strengthen itself? How was he supposed to fight this? Had this man not used his full strength from the very beginning? Seeing Akaza bound by the wooden dragon from the ground, Tanjiro's mouth went dry. Now he was sure whose doing that massive wood that had stabilized the train was. Compared to casually summoning a giant dragon like this, the huge wood wrapped around the train suddenly didn't seem like such a big deal anymore. Was this Mr. Shirya's strength? That Akaza in front of them had been able to suppress Rengoku-san earlier without even using his full strength. But now, even after Akaza had gone all out, he was still suppressed by Mr. Shirya within just a few short breaths? No wonder Zenitsu had always been so hung up on Mr. Shirya being expelled because of the breathing style assessment. For someone like this to leave the Demon Slayer Corps over a problem with breathing styles really was a huge regret. But thankfully, Mr. Shirya had still stepped in at the final moment. Was it because of the Demon Slayer Corps? Or because of hatred toward demons? It didn't matter anymore. The sun was about to rise. This upper-rank demon was about to die. At last, everything was finally over. Kaijuro, who shared the same thought as Tanjiro, clenched his fists tightly at this moment. This was upper rank 3. If they could kill him, then it would mean the unchanging state of the upper ranks for 100 years had finally begun to shift. Although he would not die by Kaijuro's hand, it was enough to prove that upper rank demons were not invincible. They could be killed too. If even the upper ranks could die, then how far away could killing Kibutsuji Musen be? If Oyakata-sama learned this news, he would definitely be very happy, wouldn't he? For a moment, Kaijuro's mind was overflowing with thoughts, to the point that he wished he could take Shirya's place and cut off Akaza's head with a single slash. Just then, Shirya appeared before Akaza. Looking at the figure before him, Akaza's eyes narrowed. There was not the slightest trace of fear in them, only astonishment. Clearly not a demon, yet his strength was actually even greater than Akaza's after becoming one. Even within the Demon Slayer Corps, someone like this would be an existence far above the Hashira. Akaza even found it a little strange. Why had Doma only been repelled when facing someone like this, instead of being directly beaten to death? Could the gap between him and Doma really be that large? Seeing the look in Akaza's eyes, Shirya grew even more satisfied. If he could recruit him, it would probably be a considerable help in carrying out his plan. Now it depended on whether the transcription seal could interfere with Muzin's surveillance. Noticing Shirya's gaze, Akaza did not avoid it in the slightest. Even if he might not be his opponent, he absolutely could not lose in terms of presence. Those blood-red eyes with patterns in them? Could this brat be a demon who broke away from Lord Muzin's control? No, the scent on him didn't match a demoness. Then what was with those eyes? Was he born with heterochromia? While Akaza was thinking, his mind suddenly went hazy. The dazed feeling came quickly and went just as quickly. If he hadn't been so sensitive to his own condition, he might have thought he had just gotten dizzy. What was going on? Why would something like that happen now? What did you do? Akaza quickly reacted and narrowed his eyes at Shirya. Normally, other than receiving memories from Lord Muzin, he almost never experienced something like this. Right now, the only difference from usual was this Shirya in front of him. Was it an illusion? Or some kind of dream? Akaza sensed the preparations he had secretly been making to break free from the wooden dragon. Just a little more. So it wasn't an illusion or a dream. Then why had he gone dazed just now? As Shirya sealed the illusionary transcription seal into Akaza's eyes, he carefully sensed the result. It worked. As long as Muzin did not deeply inspect Akaza's memories, it would be hard for him to discover Shirya's illusion. Akaza, do you want to become even stronger? Akaza froze for a moment and said nothing, only staring coldly at Shirya. Become stronger? Wasn't that a stupid question? Of course he wanted to become stronger. The fighting spirit within his body condensed once more. Although this wooden dragon could absorb his fighting spirit and continuously grow stronger, Akaza knew that everything had a limit. As long as the power he unleashed in one instant exceeded the amount this wooden dragon could draw in over a short period of time, breaking free from it would not be difficult. There were still roughly a few minutes before sunrise. That was enough. Join me. How about it? I'll let you see the world of true powerhouses. Mr. Shirya. Shirya did not bother lowering his voice, and Kaijuro and Tenjiro on the ground both cried out in shock after hearing him. Join him? Join what? Let a demon join him? Were they crazy? Or was Shirya crazy? That was an upper-rank demon. Those things ate people. How could Mr. Shirya invite him to join him? Tenjiro's eyes were full of disbelief. He had never imagined the situation would develop into something like this. Humans and demons coexisting, he could understand that because he and Nezuko were exactly such a case. But Nezuko had never eaten a human, and he had always been working to turn Nezuko back into a human. Could it be? Tenjiro's body, lying on his side, suddenly stiffened as if struck by lightning. Could it be that the reason Mr. Shirya had made his move was not what Tenjiro had thought? Not because of the Demon Slayer Corps, or because he hated demons or anything like that, but because he wanted to invite Akaza to join him? The moment that thought appeared in Tenjiro's mind, it began spreading uncontrollably. That was the only way to explain why Mr. Shirya had delayed taking action and simply watched from the side. After his initial shock, Kaijuro raised his head to look at Shirya, his gaze turning complicated. Changed. He really had changed. Oyakata-sama had already noticed Shirya's changes a year ago, and had even instructed all the Hashira about it. Shirya is no longer the Shirya he used to be. In his eyes, there is only himself. He kills demons not because he hates them, but because he is obsessed with becoming stronger. With Shirya's current state, it is impossible for him to return to the Demon Slayer Corps. Likewise, it is impossible for him to join the demons, because Kibutsuji Muzin would never want to see someone this powerful turned into a demon and become a threat to his own position. So what all of you need to do is continue doing your best to exterminate demons. If you encounter Shirya, just keep a normal attitude and avoid becoming enemies with him unless necessary. Recalling how Oyakata-sama had said those words, and how the flower Hashira, the insect Hashira, and the serpent Hashira had tried so hard to defend Shirya, Kaijuro shook his head. Whether the flower Hashira and the other two believed it or not, Shirya had truly changed now. Inosuke tilted his boar-masked head. This wooden dragon sure is huge. Standing atop the dragoness head, Shirya glanced at Kaijuro and Tenjiro when he heard them. Do not interfere with my decision. That calm tone, paired with the gaze of those scarlet eyes, sent a powerful pressure sweeping over them. The owl-eyed Kaijuro's pupils shrank. So this was what it felt like to be directly targeted by Shirya's aura? It felt as if he were sitting in a tiny boat that could be overturned at any moment by a violently surging sea. Was Akaza fighting Shirya under this kind of pressure the whole time? After warning Kaijuro and Tenjiro, Shirya turned his gaze back to Akaza. He was waiting for Akaza's answer. Hearing Shuria's words, Akaza's eyes flickered. The world of true powerhouses. What kind of world was that? The brief wavering of his mind made Akaza's body tense at once, and he hurriedly dispelled the thoughts that had arisen in his heart. What was he doing? The thing Lord Muzan hated most was betrayal. That demon named Tamayo, who had once betrayed Lord Muzan, was still being hunted by Muzan even now. If he found out that Akaza had even the slightest wavering thought, he would never spare him lightly. Don't worry about Kibutsuji Muzan. Right now, he can't perceive your vision or memories. Seeing Akaza's body tense up, Shurya spoke as if he had expected it all along. Akaza froze. How did this person know what he was thinking? Wasn't that supposed to be something only Muzan-sama could do? Shurya could do it too? How was that possible? Muzan-sama couldn't sense what he was thinking right now? Was that real or fake? Because of Shurya's words, Akaza's heart wavered once again. The world of the strong. Muzan-sama. He carefully checked his body's condition. Nothing was wrong? Was it because Muzan-sama simply wasn't paying attention to him right now? Or could this Shurya really block Muzan-sama's awareness of him? Akaza couldn't judge for the moment, but he already believed 3 parts out of 10 of what Shurya had said. Light from the horizon swept rapidly across the earth. The sun was about to rise. At this point, Akaza had no time to keep thinking about whether Shurya's words were true or false. The battle spirit accumulated inside his body suddenly exploded, forcing apart the body wrapped by the wood dragon. When he saw the part of the wood dragon he had split open, Akaza was stunned for a moment. Then, after giving Shurya a thoughtful glance, he leaped into the dense forest. Roleplay progress, 315. That was the final roleplay progress after Shurya fought Akaza. With Shurya's current roleplay progress, he could easily suppress Akaza with taijutsu alone. That was without even mentioning ninjutsu and the mangekyo. The reason he let Akaza go was, first, to recruit him and second, to make use of his greater value. Otherwise, did Akaza really think he could escape just by relying on that little bit of battle spirit gathered inside him? Impossible. The wood dragon slowly lowered its head and landed on the ground. Shurya stepped down at an unhurried pace and casually waved his hand, dispersing the wood dragon. He quietly walked past Kaijuro and the other 2. Once the matter of the Mugen train was over, next should be Upper Moon 6 in the entertainment district. Although using that to raise his current roleplay progress would be a bit difficult, it was still an Upper Moon after all. 2 or 3% should still be possible, right? If that really didn't work, he could beat up that sound Hashira too. It was just a convenient extra. Thank you for helping the passengers on the entire train and for helping us. Kaijuro bowed to Shurya. Although he couldn't understand Shurya's values, nor why he would let a demon go, the fact that Shurya had saved him and the passengers of the Mugen train was something that couldn't be ignored. He should say these words of thanks. Shurya didn't stop walking. He knew better than anyone what his purpose in coming here was. It was to raise his roleplay progress. As for protecting the train, that was entirely because he himself had been on it. Whether it counted as saving people or not meant nothing to him. Thank you. Cough cough. Mr. Shurya. Tanjiro thought the same as Kaijuro. He couldn't understand it either, but he still expressed his gratitude to Shurya. As he spoke, Tanjiro also tugged at Inosuk's pants beside him. Feeling the pull, Inosuk turned his head and looked at Tanjiro in confusion. What are you doing? Tanjiro, meanwhile Akaza, who had hidden in the dense forest, did not immediately go far. Instead, he stayed on the shaded side of a thick oak tree and watched Shurya's back. His eyes were full of thought. In the eyes of Kaijuro and the other 2, he might have escaped through a sudden outburst. But only Akaza himself knew just how laughable that outburst had been against the wood dragon. The instant his battle spirit erupted, the wood dragon really had been pushed open a little by him. But after that brief contact, Akaza realized something was wrong. The opening simply wasn't large enough for him to break free. The only reason he had been able to tear through it completely was because Shurya had weakened the wood dragon's power. In other words, Shurya had been fully capable of killing him under the sunlight. But he had not done so. Did he really want him to join him? Why? Could humans and demons really coexist? Judging by the way Shurya treated that flame Hashira, it seemed his relationship with the Demon Slayer Corps was not as good as one might imagine. So Shurya's invitation to him was very likely genuine? The world of the strong? He had to admit, his heart really had wavered a little. Most importantly, Muzan-sama really did seem unable to perceive it. Under normal circumstances, a demon who entertained thoughts like his would have died who knew how many times already. Even in Upper Moon, Muzan would never tolerate betrayal. Come see me. While Akaza was thinking over Shurya's words, a low voice suddenly rang out in his mind. That voice was like a ghost hidden in endless darkness. as if it had always been lurking in the deepest part of Akaza's mind. Only at this crucial moment, as though some mechanism had been triggered, it suddenly reacted intensely. The moment he heard that majestic voice, Akaza felt his heart tighten violently, as though an invisible hand had instantly clenched around it. What he had been thinking just now was definitely not something presentable. Betrayal, such a rebellious thought, was absolutely unforgivable to Muzan-sama. But judging from the meaning carried by that voice, Muzan-sama still seemed not to have noticed that dangerous thought in his heart. Akaza wasn't entirely sure, but inwardly he had mostly concluded that Muzan probably had not noticed what he was thinking. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as sending him a voice transmission. More likely, he would have been made to explode and die on the spot. What that Shirya said was true. He really had made him break free from Muzan-sama's observation. Then what he said about that matter. Akaza's eyes flickered. He said nothing and leaped in the direction his blood sensed Muzan-sama to be. After traveling for quite a while, by the time Akaza arrived at the mansion where Kibutsuji Muzan was staying, it was already afternoon. If it had been night, Akaza wouldn't have needed nearly this much time. But during the day, the sun's coverage affected his speed too much, so he could only avoid direct sunlight by taking detours. Dusk was dim and heavy. The afterglow of the sun shone over the roof of a luxurious and imposing villa. Akaza arrived in front of the villa and raised his head. This was the place. Kibutsuji Muzan-sama was here. As a breeze passed by, Akaza's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood, leaving behind only an empty night. In the blink of an eye, the curtain on the second floor was lifted by the breeze, and Akaza quietly appeared inside the room. Akaza didn't look to see who was in the room. Instead, he directly dropped to one knee and lowered his head. The thoughts he had been having about Shirya's words were instantly cleared away. He did not deny that he was very tempted by the world of the strong that Shirya had spoken of, but now was obviously not the time to be tempted. The aura in this room was far too familiar to him. Even if the other party was only a child not even as tall as his leg, Akaza had not the slightest doubt about the other's identity, because he knew that, aside from Kibutsuji Muzan, there was no one else in this world who could give him this kind of trembling that reached the depths of his soul. Inside the room, Muzan in the form of a child stood quietly before a bookshelf. He held a thick book in his hands and was carefully reading what was written inside. Under the dim yellow lamplight, Muzan's figure looked very warm, but that cold aura constantly reminded Akaza that this seemingly refined child was the demon king, Kibutsuji Muzan. Akaza has come to report, Muzan-sama. The child form Muzan in the room seemed not to have noticed Akaza at all, and still carefully read the book in his hands. After a brief silence, Muzan turned one page back and calmly said, "How did that Shirya feel?" Muzan's voice was cold, as if it were surging in from all directions, striking straight into Akaza's heart. Akaza's body tensed. It looked like Lord Muzan already knew what had happened. Then, what about the thoughts in his heart? Very strong. Much stronger than the flame Hashira among the demon slayers. Even you weren't a match for him? There was no emotion to be heard in Muzan's voice. Hearing that, Akaza parted his lips, wanting to say something, but the scene of Shirya controlling the wood dragon rose in his mind. The words at his lips were silently swallowed back down. What could he even say? Refute it? If this had been before Shirya had the wood dragon, then with Akaza's competitive nature, there was no way he would have admitted he wasn't Shirya's opponent. But when Shirya summoned the wood dragon, and even held back at the very end, the last trace of luck in Akaza's heart had already vanished completely. From Shirya's final movements alone, Akaza felt that the wood dragon was most likely not even Shirya's full strength. Against someone like that, was he really a match? The answer was obvious. Not hearing Akaza's reply, Muzan slowly closed the book. Shirya, that Shirya again. He hadn't expected that after only a few years apart, Shirya's strength would have grown to this extent. First, that bizarre flame ability. Then the power to control trees. And now, even his eyes seemed to have undergone some kind of mutation. When going all out, he had actually been able to firmly suppress Akaza. There was even a certain possibility that he could kill him. That kind of strength was nowhere near comparable to what he had shown when fighting Doma before. How had he grown so fast? Would Shirya become that person? Muzan's gaze flickered. He had no sun breathing, no mark, and no transparent world. Logically speaking, someone like that shouldn't have been worth a second thought. He should have been able to crush him casually. But Shirya was different. Without any breathing style, he could control both flames and trees. And that control wasn't ordinary strong either. That wood dragon coiling through the sky was something even Hantengu's hatred form, at full power, could not achieve. Someone had to deal with Shirya before he kept growing any further. A growth rate like this was already a serious threat to him. Doma? No. His personality was too erratic. Besides, he might not even have absolute confidence in taking Shirya down, and there was even a chance Shirya could kill him instead. Then there was only one option. Kokushibo would have to make the trip. These thoughts flashed through Musen's mind in an instant, and he turned his gaze toward Akaza. Although Shirya's sudden appearance had disrupted the plan, before Shirya had shown up, Musen had seen none of the role Akaza should have played. A dignified Upper Moon 3 had actually taken this long to deal with a single Hashira. As for Shirya, I can take it as your lack of strength. But before that, why couldn't you even kill one Hashira? Musen turned around, his rose-red eyes fixed tightly on Akaza. Akaza still gave no response. Back when he had failed to complete the mission, he had already known this moment would come. What I need is an Upper Moon who is useful, not an Upper Moon who comes back empty-handed. Do you understand, Akaza? Show me the value an Upper Moon should have. Otherwise, there is no need for you to exist. As Musen's words fell, several veins suddenly bulged around Akaza's eyes, each one like countless tiny snakes writhing beneath his skin. Those veins were like fine blood vessels in the dark, twisting across his pale face in an abnormally warped and vicious way. Their presence not only made Akaza's appearance terrifying, but also seemed to give off an indescribable sense of suffocation. Then fine cracks began to appear on Akaza's skin, as if hidden wounds were rapidly spreading. Those cracks started from the corners of his eyes and extended across his entire face, every one of them glowing with a blood-red sheen. As the cracks spread, bright red blood slowly flowed down each fissure, forming scarlet trenches that stained his original skin completely red. The bleeding did not stop. As if driven by some unseen force, it continued pouring from Akaza's wounds without end, dripping onto the ground with soft tapping sounds. Don't let those ridiculous thoughts of yours interfere with my plans again. Musen's light, airy words echoed through the room, as if leaving a deep brand on Akaza's heart. Once he finished speaking, Musen slowly turned back around, his cold gaze shifting away from Akaza. He reached out and casually pulled a book from the shelf, opening it calmly. Throughout the entire process, his expression remained peaceful, as if the one who had just flown into a rage had been someone else entirely. Half kneeling at the balcony, fresh red blood seeped from the corners of Akaza's eyes, and his expression froze at once. Ridiculous thoughts? Musen's words were like a sharp blade stabbing viciously into Akaza's heart. A trace of confusion and shock flashed through Akaza's eyes. He admitted that he had not fought the flame Hashira with his full strength, but that was because he had held a thought in his heart. He had wanted Kaijuro to become a demon, so that he could keep fighting an opponent that's strong forever. To him, that thought was a longing and respect for the strong. And yet Musen had called it a ridiculous thought? Akaza's fists clenched involuntarily, anger and unwillingness tangling together in his heart. He knew he should not show emotion in front of Musen, but at this moment he could no longer care about that. Musen's words kept echoing in his mind over and over. Ridiculous thoughts? To him, fighting the strong was not ridiculous. It was precisely the meaning of his existence and the source of his drive. Just as Akaza was about to speak and explain his thoughts to Musen, Musen impatiently waved a hand, as if Akaza's words were not worth hearing at all. Leave. Musen's voice was as calm and cold as ever, without the slightest trace of emotion. Akaza gritted his teeth. The emotions surging through him nearly made him lose control. His fingernails dug deeply into his palms, and blood seeped out between his fingers. However, he knew that any explanation in front of Musen would be futile. Unwillingly, he lowered his head, forcibly suppressing the emotions in his heart, then turned and leaped down from the balcony, his figure quickly vanishing into the night. The moment he left, the room returned to silence. Musen continued flipping through the book in his hand, as if the conversation just now had never happened. His face remained calm as usual, yet that suffocating pressure still lingered in the air. After leaving the villa, Akaza came to a forest. The anger in his eyes had not lessened in the slightest. His mind was filled with nothing but Musen's words. Ridiculous thoughts. After leaving the villa, Akaza moved with hurried steps, as if the fury in his heart had nowhere to go. He quickly passed through a stretch of forest. The fire in his eyes had not faded at all, and Musen's words, ridiculous thoughts, kept echoing over and over in his mind. The more he thought about it, the clearer Musen's voice became in his ears, like a blade constantly slicing across his heart. The injuries Musen had just inflicted were still there. Akaza chose not to heal them. He wanted to remember the pain in his body at this moment. But intense pain could not vent the resentment in his heart. It only made the fire of anger burn even hotter. Suddenly, Akaza came to a sharp halt. Facing a thick oak tree, the rage in his eyes burst out completely. Without the slightest hesitation, he slammed a punch into the trunk. With a loud bang, the oak tree, about as thick around as one person could hug, snapped cleanly in half at the waist, and the massive trunk fell straight across the ground in front of Akaza. But that still wasn't enough. The fall of a single tree was nowhere near enough to calm Akaza down. He charged violently into the depths of the forest, throwing punch after punch at every tree within sight. Thud, thud, thud. The dull impacts echoed endlessly through the woods. A long while later, Akaza slowly walked out of the forest. His red sleeveless vest was covered in wood chips. Faint moonlight filtered through the sparse branches and fell over him, revealing a miserable figure drenched in blood. The oak forest behind him was a complete wreck, devastated beyond recognition. Massive trunks lay scattered across the ground in all directions, like the wreckage left behind on a battlefield. The earth was stained with specks of scarlet, mixed together with mud and fallen leaves, giving off a thick, bloody stench. Akaza stopped at the edge of the forest. His chest heaved violently, and in the stillness of the night, his breathing sounded especially heavy. His arms hung at his sides, and his knuckles trembled slightly from excessive force. If before this, he had only been somewhat shaken by Shuria's words and had never truly intended to put them into practice, then now, he had genuinely begun to seriously consider what Shuria had said. What he wanted was to fight the strong. That was not some laughable idea. Perhaps Shuria was the one person who truly understood him. Abushiki Estate. Amain gently helped Yaozai sit up from the tatami, moving with the utmost care, her eyes full of worry. The two of them lowered their heads and looked at the Kasugai crow that had come to deliver a report. By now, most of Yaozai's face was covered in purple markings, making him look extremely frail. His body had grown weaker and weaker under the curse's erosion. The reason he was still able to sit up now, first because Amain was supporting him, second, because the message reported by the Kasugai crow made it impossible for him to continue lying down and resting. Invite Upper Moon 3 to join him? Yaozai covered his mouth and coughed as he sought confirmation from the Kasugai crow. His voice was somewhat hoarse, yet there was still something especially comforting in his tone. The Kasugai crow nodded and continued. Not only that, Shuriya-san's strength also needs to be reassessed. Flame Hashira-sama said that Shuriya's strength has already far surpassed his, and that even the Hashira in the core are most likely no match for him. He hopes Master will definitely take Shuriya seriously. Yaozai's brows drew together slightly. He had long noticed that Shuriya had changed, but he had never expected the change to be this great. He actually invited a demon to join him. Yaozai muttered in a low voice, his gaze growing even deeper. Then the relationship between him and the Demon Slayer Corps had to be reconsidered. Though Shuriya was powerful, his actions now were already in conflict with the Demon Slayer Corps' original purpose of exterminating demons, and this could not be ignored. Standing in opposition to Shuriya was clearly unrealistic. The Demon Slayer Corps already had to proceed with extreme caution when facing Kibutsuji Muzan, let alone Shuriya, who might even surpass Muzan in strength. Yaozai let out a bitter smile. If the other Hashira knew what he was thinking, they would probably feel he was worrying too much. After all, in their eyes, Shuriya had only fought 2 upper moons. How could his strength possibly surpass Muzan's? Kibutsuji Muzan's power far exceeded that of all the upper moons. But Yaozai did not think so. The more he understood Shuriya, the more certain he became of Shuriya's potential. 4 years ago, Shuriya summoned a whole realm of trees and forced back Upper Moon 2, Doma. That battle had shocked the entire Demon Slayer Corps and made Yaozai realize for the first time just how extraordinary Shuriya was. 4 years later, Shuriya had suppressed Upper Moon 3, Akaza, through close-quarters combat alone, and when the Wood Dragon appeared on the battlefield, Akaza had been utterly routed on the spot. A growth trajectory in strength like this made it impossible for Yaozai not to take Shuriya seriously. Moreover, through the Kasugai crow's description, Yaozai had discovered one especially terrifying point about Shuriya. From beginning to end, he had fought with complete composure. No matter how much strength Upper Moon 3 displayed, Shuriya had suppressed him with absolute ease. Without using that strange black flame, without using that miracle-like tree realm, and with only those scarlet, eerily enchanting eyes, he had defeated him effortlessly. Then how terrifying would Shuriya be if he went all out? Deep in Yaozai's heart, a thought so wild that even he found it insane quietly emerged. Could Shuriya's current strength already be comparable to Muzan's? Yaozai silently suppressed the thought. Now was not the time to be shocked by Shuriya's strength, but to consider how to handle his relationship with Shuriya. Not becoming enemies was beyond question. That was not only because of Shuriya's overwhelming power, but also because the Demon Slayer Corps' current situation did not permit them to create another formidable enemy. In addition, something just as important was that they could not be on friendly terms with him either. If the Corps members found out that the person they were close to had demons by his side, then once that news spread, The original conviction that brought them into the Demon Slayer Corps would collapse along with it. Every member of the Demon Slayer Corps had joined because they held the desire to exterminate demons in their hearts. If that belief wavered, the inside of the Corps would fall into enormous chaos and mistrust. By that point, the Demon Slayer Corps would not only have to face pressure from Muzan on the outside, but also deal with internal disputes and unrest. Caught between both sides, Yaozai did not believe the already disadvantaged Demon Slayer Corps could survive Muzan's counterattack. Under these circumstances, with the two premises of not becoming enemies and not becoming friends established, then their attitude toward Shirya gradually became clear. They could only ignore him and allow him to develop as he pleased. As long as Shirya did not threaten the Demon Slayer Corps' fundamental goal of killing Kibutsuji Muzan, there was no need to come into conflict with him. Sigh. It shouldn't have turned out like this. In the end, our Demon Slayer Corps also bears some responsibility. Yaozai let out a sigh and once again thought of how Shirya had been expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps over the breathing technique assessment. If that had never happened, he would not have to be suffering this headache over how to handle his relationship with Shirya now. Hearing this, Amain, who was beside him, patted Yaozai on the back. She knew what he was thinking, but she didn't know how to comfort him either, because anyone who saw what Shirya had become now would feel that the whole matter was absurd. At the same time Yaozai received this intelligence. The other Hashira also gradually received reports on the cause and course of the Mugen train incident. Yuzui Tengen, who was currently investigating in the entertainment district, crouched on a rooftop. A lavishly decorated Kasugai crow rested on his shoulder, the metal ornaments on its wings glinting faintly in the light. Tengen quietly listened to the crow's report, his brows lifting slightly as a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. A demon so strong that even someone like Rengoku couldn't defeat it. Yet this Shirya could handle it with ease? When Yuzui Tengen became the Sound Hashira, Shirya had not yet left the Demon Slayer Corps, but the two had never met. It was only when the former Flame Hashira suddenly started investigating Shirya that Tengen heard his name. Who would have thought that, after leaving the Demon Slayer Corps, not only had Shirya not faded into mediocrity, but his strength had instead skyrocketed all the way? 4 years ago, Shirya forced back Upper Moon 2. That incident had caused a massive uproar within the Demon Slayer Corps and become the hot topic on everyone's lips. And now, this same Shirya actually had the strength to easily defeat Upper Moon 3? Was it because this Upper Moon 3 was weak? Yuzui Tengen shook his head. He had never personally seen the strength of either Shirya or that Upper Moon 3, so he couldn't judge who was weak or strong. But he had sparred with Rengoku personally. Though Rengoku had joined the Demon Slayer Corps several years after him, his strength was in no way inferior to his own. Could an Upper Moon 3 who had beaten someone like Rengoku into severe injury possibly be weak? But after thinking it through like that, Yuzui Tengen froze. Then just how strong was Shirya now? Wasn't he that a little too flashy? What a pity. He still had never personally fought an upper-rank demon. Trying to estimate that kind of strength through imagination alone felt far too unreal. Could the demon lurking in the entertainment district be an upper rank? Yuzui Tengen murmured to himself, his gaze falling on the entertainment district, which seemed slightly cold and quiet in the daytime. It was peaceful here during the day, but once night fell, it turned into a place where demons roamed. The calm of the daytime entertainment district and the bustle of the night formed a sharp contrast. Tengen's eyes drifted across the rooftops as he considered all kinds of possibilities. The Flame Hashira Rengoku, the Mist Hashira Takedo, the Love Hashira Kenroji, these Hashira who had risen later than him had already made him feel a trace of pressure. And now, an even more terrifying Tokiya had appeared, making that sense of urgency in his heart even stronger. If this kept going, then he really wouldn't be flashy at all. At the same time, inside a Japanese noodle shop, Iguro Abanai rested his head on one hand, looking nervously out the window. Outside, the street was crowded with people, lively and bustling, but Iguro Abanai had no mind at all to care about the noise. All his thoughts were focused on Kenroji Mitsuri beside him. Next to him, Kenroji Mitsuri had her head down as she ate, with bowls stacked high at her side. Why did Iguro-san ask me out to eat and then ignore me? Oh no, this ramen is really, really delicious. Is there something outside the window? Iguro-san keeps looking out there. This sashimi is delicious too. Why does Kaburamaru keep staring at me? Is my eating posture kind of bad? If Iguro-san sees it, that one do. Just as Kenroji Mitsuri was worrying over her table manners, and Iguro was worrying over how to start speaking, 2 Kasugai crows flew in through the window. Seeing the current situation between Kenroji and the other one, the 2 Kasugai crows exchanged a glance. They were not surprised. They were used to it. When the 2 of them saw the Kasugai crows appear, neither had the mind to keep dwelling on their own little thoughts. Kenroji put down her chopsticks, and Abanai turned around as well. The Kasugai crows began reporting the news. When she heard that the Flame Hashira had encountered upper rank 3 and was being suppressed, with the situation becoming critical, Kenroji couldn't help covering her small mouth. As someone who had once been the Flame Hashira Tsuguko, she had very deep feelings for Rengoku. If even Rengoku-san had been suppressed despite his strength, then the power of an upper-rank demon truly was terrifying. Right after that, Kenroji Mitsuri heard that Tokiya had suppressed upper-rank 3 and then defeated him with ease, and her eyes widened slightly. So this was Tokiya-san, the one Iguro-san talked about so often? He could actually defeat upper-rank 3? But before Kenroji Mitsuri could feel relieved, she then heard that Tokiya had invited a demon to join him, and the expression on her face froze. Invited a demon to join? Who? Tokiya-san? Then didn't that mean Tokiya-san was now standing on the opposite side of the Demon Slayer Corps? Then Iguro-san. Kenroji Mitsuri secretly glanced at Iguro Abanai beside her. Among the 10 Hashira, if one had to say who cared most about anything related to Tokiya, it would be the Iguro-san sitting beside her. Without exaggeration, if Tokiya-san ran into trouble, Iguro-san would definitely be the first one to rush over. Some people in the Corps even said that the only reason the Serpent Hashira could stay in the Demon Slayer Corps was not for any other reason, but simply because he had promised Tokiya he would stay. Abanai was also stunned for a moment when he heard it, but he returned to normal in an instant. Tokiya-sama must have his own reasons for doing this. As long as Tokiya-sama did not devote himself to the demons, then he would not become his enemy. Seeing the change in Iguro Abanai's expression, Kenroji looked horrified. No way, Tokiya-san is practically going to be friends with demons, and Iguro-san is still supporting him this firmly? Could it be that Iguro-san likes Tokiya-san? The more Kenroji Mitsuri thought about it, the more possible it seemed. The horror on her face became even more obvious. If Iguro-san likes Tokiya, then what am I supposed to do? No, that's not right. Iguro-san and I don't have that kind of relationship. I can't interfere with what he thinks. But it still can't be like this. After the 2 Kasugai crows finished reporting the message, they flapped their wings and flew away. The noodle shop was left with just 2 people and 1 snake again. Iguro continued looking out the window, Kaburamaru looked at Kenroji, and Kenroji looked at the empty noodle bowls on the table. Now that she knew Iguro-san might like Tokiya, Kenroji's good appetite instantly shrank by quite a lot. The noodle shop fell into a brief silence. Then suddenly, Iguro Abanai reached out and offered a pair of green socks. Abanai still didn't turn his head. He didn't dare look at Kenroji Mitsuri, so he could only observe her reaction through Kaburamaru's line of sight. For you. Kenroji Mitsuri stared at the socks in front of her and abruptly looked up. What is this? Iguro-san. For you. Iguro did his best to keep his tone calm. Judging from Kaburamaru's view, Kenroji seemed pretty happy. That made his body relax slightly. For me. Iguro didn't speak, but Kaburamaru nodded instead. This snake was getting anxious to death. Seeing Kaburamaru confirm it, Kenroji took the long socks with a delighted face, and the downcast mood from just now was instantly thrown away. Long socks. These were long socks. Maybe Iguro-san didn't know what it meant to give a girl long socks, but she knew very well. It meant for a lifetime. I'm so happy. I'll definitely treasure them. No need to treasure them. How could that be okay? If they got damaged, what a waste that would be. So Iguro-san really doesn't know what it means to give long socks to a girl. It's fine. If they tear, I'll give you a new pair. As he spoke, Iguro Abanai turned his head slightly and looked at the socks in Kenroji's hands. Hearing that, a blush rose on Kenroji's face, and she nodded. A moment later, Kenroji thought again of Tokiya's figure and quietly said, Iguro-san gave me long socks, so what about Tokiya-san? If he finds out? Abanai was baffled. What did giving long socks have to do with Tokiya-sama? Tokiya-sama doesn't wear long socks. Wait, did he misunderstand what Kenroji meant? Was Kenroji asking what should be done now that Tokiya-sama had invited a demon to join him? Tokiya-sama has his own reasons for doing this. I believe in him. Okay. Sure enough, Tokiya-san is still in Iguro-san's heart. I really want to see what Tokiya-san looks like. Kaburamaru? Why does it feel like you two aren't talking about the same thing at all? While the Demon Slayer Corps and Muzan were both changing their attitudes toward Tokiya, Tokiya had already adjusted his schedule. Sitting on a stone stool in the courtyard, he thought about his current situation and his plans going forward. Roleplay progress, 315. This was everything Tokiya had gained from the Mugen train. Feeling the movement of his every action and the surging energy fluctuations inside his body, a trace of surprise appeared in Tokiya's eyes. He had originally estimated that his roleplay progress would need to rise to around 30 or 40 before he could kill Muzan. but after truly fighting Akaza, once his roleplay progress had risen to 30%, Tokiya realized that he had still underestimated just how terrifying Madara was. Judging from the chakra energy now overflowing inside his body, and the condition of his Mangekyo Sharingan, Tokiya felt that Muzan might be able to run away in front of him, but there was absolutely no way Muzan could be his opponent. During the fight with Akaza, although they had seemed evenly matched in taijutsu, Akaza had actually left Tokiya somewhat disappointed. Other than his close-range combat ability, Akaza was still somewhat weak. Of course, that also had to do with Tokiya not having a clear enough understanding of Madara's strength or Akaza's combat power. Fortunately, it did not affect his later plans. As his synchronization rate rose to 315, besides the further increase in the amount of chakra in his body and the strengthening of his ninjutsu, the changes in his Mangekyo Sharingan were also something Shirya was paying close attention to. Although his Mangekyo Sharingan had yet to evolve into the Eternal Mangekyo, Shirya could already vaguely feel it. At most another 1 or 2%, and the Mangekyo Sharingan would evolve into the Eternal Mangekyo. When that time came, even controlling the complete body Susanoo would become much easier for him. As for the Rinnegan, Shirya estimated he would need to raise his synchronization rate to around 40 or 50. Not far off. Once he killed Muzan, his synchronization rate would definitely rise above 50. And setting aside the still distant Rinnegan for now, even the reward right in front of him was enough to make Shirya look forward to it. Synchronization progress, 33. Reward claimable upon reaching 1/3 synchronization progress. Uchiha Gunbai weapon. The Uchiha Gunbai, forged from a branch of the divine tree, was a weapon Shirya had been looking forward to for a long time. Could even reflect Naruto's tailed beast bomb. Shirya didn't dare imagine how dumbfounded Muzan would be if that fan smacked him right in the face. He was still 15 points short in synchronization rate. He figured that once the matter of the entertainment district was over, he would be able to reach it. And with the Eternal Mangekyo about to evolve as well, he would let Muzan experience what true hell on earth looked like. Wait, Shirya once again gauged his current strength. Since he could already beat down Muzan, would the upper-rank 6 siblings, Jutaro and Daki, still be able to increase his synchronization rate? Shirya narrowed his eyes. Probably, right? Akaza had given him nearly 6%. After all, there was no way the Jutaro siblings wouldn't even give him 1.5%, right? Yoshiwara Entertainment District, Kaigaku House. A shapely figure walked leisurely along the roof beam. Her figure was graceful and alluring, and under the dim light, her slender waist looked especially soft and beautiful. The pink sashes behind her fluttered wildly, like colorful snakes dancing freely through the air with her movements. And below her, at the entrance of Kaigaku House, chaos had already broken out. Someone died. It looks like she suddenly fell from the sky. Isn't that the proprietress of Kaigaku House? Go get the owner. Quick. The proprietress is dead. How did this happen so suddenly? Did she offend someone? The owner of Kaigaku House, who had been called over, hurried to the scene. The moment he saw his wife's tragic corpse, his face turned deathly pale, as if all the strength had been sucked out of his body. His wife, Mitsu, lay on the ground with a twisted face, as though she had experienced extreme terror and agony before her death. The owner of Kaigaku House dropped to his knees and held Mitsu's cold hand as tears flowed silently down his face. His body trembled slightly. Along with grief was an indescribable terror, and a deep despair flashed through his eyes. The surrounding noise seemed to drift away from him, and the whole world fell into silence. His lips kept trembling as he muttered in a voice only he could hear. Why did you have to go looking for her? Mitsu, you knew she wasn't someone we could deal with. The owner of Kaigaku House clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. He knew who had caused Mitsu's miserable death, and precisely because he knew, he felt all the more pained and powerless. An Oiran who had lived for over 100 years and still possessed such a beautiful face. Could that really be human? He didn't dare think too deeply about it. Kaigaku House could only rely on him now. He could not die too. Without a word, the owner picked up Mitsu's corpse and walked back into Kaigaku House with numb eyes. Up on the beam, Daki watched it all with the corners of her lips slightly raised. Why insist on getting to the bottom of things? You could have continued getting along just fine. If only you had been as sensible as your husband, you wouldn't have needed to die either. What a pity. Old and faded, and the flesh doesn't even taste good. All I could do was kill you. After finishing her thoughts, Daki swayed her way back toward her room. She leaped down from the beam into the room, but the moment she landed, her body suddenly stiffened, taut like a string pulled tight. Her eyes quickly adjusted to the darkness, and she soon caught sight of a vague figure inside the room. That figure sat in the center of the room, elegant and composed. Before Daki could react, the figure's face gradually emerged in the dim light. Lord Musen? That aura. It's Lord Musen. Lord Musen was still as captivating as ever. At the thought, a flush instantly appeared on Dakia's face, her heartbeat quickening as blood seemed to rush to her cheeks. How have you been lately? Musen spoke with a smile, his voice low and magnetic, like a gentle breeze brushing softly past Dakia's ear. Lord Musen. Unable to suppress the excitement in her heart, Daki eagerly stepped forward and knelt before him. Her upper body leaned softly against Musen's legs. Her cheek pressed close to the skin-soft fabric as she breathed in Lord Musen's scent. Her heart was filled with reverence and worship, like a loyal believer standing before her god, and admiration flickered in her eyes. Lord Musen reached out and gently stroked Dakia's hair, the movement looking extremely indulgent. Daki closed her eyes and felt the warmth of Lord Musen's fingertips. The unease and vigilance from moments before gradually faded, replaced by an indescribable sense of satisfaction and peace. It seems you've eaten quite a lot of people. Compared to before, you've grown much stronger. Musen's voice remained gentle, but there was a trace of warning in his tone. But don't get careless. The more smoothly things go, the more vigilant you should be. Feeling Lord Musen's hand moving through her hair, Daki felt utterly content. This subordinate understands. There are experts in the Demon Slayer Corps again, fighters like the Hashira. They can easily see through our identities, but we cannot do the same. Aside from those with exceptional strength like the Hashira, we can hardly observe any difference at all. Musen's voice was low, carrying a trace of chill.
Daki.
Musen called her name, then slowly lifted Dakia's chin with his fingers. Dakia's skin trembled at the touch of Musen's fingertips. She obediently raised her head, her eyes full of dazed longing and expectation. Daki, I have tremendous expectations for you. You are the most beautiful, stronger than anyone else. 7 Hashira have already died by your hand, and I believe there will be many more in the future. Musen's words seemed to carry a kind of magic, making Dakia's pride and sense of glory swell without limit. Musen's fingers pressed slightly harder against Dakia's chin, and she felt a faint pain. But the expression on her face remained dazed. The pain was like a sweet torment, filling her heart with pleasure and dependence. In the future, you will become even stronger and more beautiful. You are the most special. Right now, there is a demon who has broken free from my control. I hope that if she appears here, you will kill her. Can you do that, Daki? The pain spreading from Dakia's chin became more and more intense. But at this moment, Daki had no mind to care about the pain in her chin. Because after Musen finished speaking, a stream of unfamiliar memory fragments surged into Dakia's mind. Those memories flooded into her consciousness like a torrent. She closed her eyes and endured the impact of those fragments. It was a girl with pink eyes, and a boy wearing Hanafuda earrings. Their figures surfaced in her mind, clear yet blurry, like a dream. These two. Were these the two who had upset Lord Musen? Having finished absorbing the memories, Dakia's eyes shimmered with excitement. She reached out both hands and carefully pressed them against Musen's hand. Her gaze dazed as she said, "This subordinate will definitely help ease your burdens, my lord." "Very good. I'll be waiting for your good news." After hearing the answer he wanted, Musen slowly withdrew his hand from Dakia's grasp. A breeze brushed past the window. When Daki looked up again, Musen's figure had already vanished. Daki stared blankly at her own hands. Had she really just touched Lord Musen's hand? That wonderful feeling. She wanted to experience it one more time. Within the dark shadows at the edge of the entertainment district, Musen's figure quietly emerged. His body was like a ghostly wisp, looking especially strange amid the brightly lit neon city. Musen silently gazed at the bustling, prosperous city before him, the neon lights casting blurred, shifting shadows across his face. Still no news of that Tokiya? Musen's voice carried a trace of impatience and faint anger. At this moment, there was no one around him. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would probably think Musen was some madman talking to himself. However, in the next instant, a hoarse, tearing female voice suddenly rang out from nowhere, breaking the silence of the night. For now, there's still no trace of him. Ever since the Mugen train, Tokiya left Kyoto City and disappeared without a word. The voice seemed to come from all directions, making it impossible to tell where it came from. The voice could be heard, but the speaker could not be seen. Musen's rose-red eyes narrowed slightly, and a thoughtful look flashed through them. He fell silent for a moment, as if weighing and considering something. The brilliantly lit city became blurry in his eyes. Only the deep night continued stretching out without end. Summon Kokoshibo to the entertainment district. Yes. Even though Tokiya had left the Demon Slayer Corps, every time the Corps made a big move he would always show up. The disturbance on Daki's side had already been discovered by the Demon Slayers. They would most likely send people over soon. Since Nakime could not find Tokiya's whereabouts, then he would have Daki make a bigger commotion and lure Tokiya over. But he did not like this kind of uncertain waiting. He had more important things to do, and no extra time to waste here. Let Kokushibo come deal with it. Zhang! A sharp biwa note suddenly rang out in the darkness. Kokushibo's figure seemed to emerge from thin air, appearing before Muzan out of nowhere. His arrival was like a drawn blade, bringing with it an aura of killing intent. When Kokushibo saw Muzan, he lowered his head slightly and said respectfully, "My lord, do you know why I called you here?" Muzan's voice was indifferent. Kokushibo shook his head, his expression calm. Seeing that, Muzan did not want to waste words. He directly transmitted the memories of Tokiya's battle with Akaza into Kokushibo's mind. Those memory fragments poured into Kokushibo's mind like a flood, making his body stiffen slightly. A moment later, Kokushibo slowly raised his head, and all 6 of his eyes showed surprise at the same time. He defeated Akaza? Muzan let out a cold snort, a trace of unease and wariness flashing in his eyes. Defeated? It was far more than that. It was a complete crushing defeat. If Tokiya hadn't let his guard down at the last moment, Akaza might already have ceased to exist. Muzan's voice was low, and it was hard to tell whether it was because of his dissatisfaction with Akaza, or because he feared the speed of Tokiya's growth in strength. Kill him. Can you do it? Kokushibo paused for a moment, rapidly judging Tokiya's strength based on the memories Muzan had passed to him. Within those memory fragments, the fierce clash between Tokiya and Akaza clearly appeared before Kokushibo's eyes. Akaza's attacks were as fierce as wind and rain, but before Tokiya's wooden dragon, he had no power to fight back at all. There was not much to see from his close combat techniques. They were not that different from his own. His speed was quite a bit slower than his. As for the wooden dragon he controlled afterward, although it carried tremendous momentum, due to the limitations of its enormous size, it was unlikely to trap him given his speed. So, based on the strength Tokiya had displayed in Lord Muzan's memories so far, the other party was not his opponent. Even if the other party was still hiding some of his strength, Kokushibo was confident he could take him down. After reaching his judgment, Kokushibo nodded. Seeing Kokushibo nod, Muzan's impatience eased somewhat, and a trace of satisfaction appeared on his face. These upper moons, while they disappointed him at times, could still be useful when it mattered. If he doesn't come, then keep an eye on Daki's side. If Daki is no match for them, there's no need for you to step in either. The upper moons have no need for trash. As long as you deal with everyone in the end, that will be enough. Understood. After arranging everything for the entertainment district, Muzan shifted his gaze from Kokushibo toward the district itself. You've disrupted my plans again and again, Tokiya. This time. Will you appear again? His eyes flickered, and Muzan's figure suddenly vanished into the night. Kokushibo's figure in the alley disappeared right after him. A person who could crush Akaza so thoroughly, huh? 3 days later. How about this? You get it now, right? Inosuke sat on the roof, wildly gesturing at Tanjiro with animated movements. With such a vivid demonstration, that Fishcake Tanjiro still could not imagine what that demon looked like. Damn it, Fishcake Tanjiro had to be too stupid. Tanjiro had his mouth open, looking completely confused. What exactly was Inosuke trying to show by curling his hand into something like a chicken claw? After trying several times, Tanjiro could only say he truly could not understand. Mr. Yuzui and Zenitsu should be coming for our regular contact soon. Maybe I already told you it looked like this. Inosuke suddenly threw his arms wide like a giant bird spreading its wings, still unwilling to give up on making Tanjiro understand the demoness appearance. Yeah, I got it. Tanjiro scratched his head and humored Inosuke. Zenitsu 1T be coming. Suddenly, Yuzui Tengen appeared on the rooftop. Inosuke's eyes sharpened. This guy. He was incredible. He had appeared without making a sound, and even the wind had not stirred. Because I was too worried about my wives. I made a lot of mistakes in my judgment of the entertainment district. Last night, I already realized Zenitsu had gone missing. The demon entrenched here is very likely an upper moon demon. You two need to leave at once. As for what comes next, I'll act alone. After saying that, Yuzui Tengen stood up. Mr. Yuzui, there's nothing shameful about this. Staying alive is victory. Don't miss your chance. After Yuzui Tengen finished advising Tanjiro and was about to leave, he suddenly saw Inosuke, beside Tanjiro, abruptly raise his hand and point in one direction as he shouted, "Red-eyed monster! A monster! A demon?" Tanjiro and Yuzui Tengen instantly became alert when they heard that. But wasn't he at daytime right now? How could a demon appear? Could the demon lurking in the entertainment district overcome sunlight? No, that was impossible. Even Kibutsuji Muzan still could not overcome sunlight, so how could any other demon do it? The two of them looked in the direction Inosuke was pointing with puzzled expressions. Tanjiro was surprised. Yuzui Tengen was confused. What red-eyed monster? That's Mr. Tokiya. Once Tanjiro saw Tokiya's face clearly, he corrected him helplessly. If Mr. Tokiya heard that, Inosuke was definitely going to get beaten up. So that's Tokiya? Judging from his appearance, he really is flashy. Hearing Tanjiro's words, Yuzui Tengen carefully sized up Shirya. A face like that growing on a man was truly rare. More importantly, this guy's strength was even more flamboyant than his own. Why did Mr. Shirya come to the entertainment district too? The red-eyed monster must have come to duel me. Inosuke. Noticing the three of them staring at him, Shirya lifted his head and glanced at Tanjiro's group. Then he lowered his head, regret showing on his face. What a pity. He was still too late. Originally, Shirya had wanted to try his luck and find Doma's headquarters to see if he could farm a bit more acting progress off him. If that didn't work, he could just kill Doma. That would definitely still raise his acting progress a little. In the end, he never found Doma's eternal paradise faith. On the way, he suddenly remembered that Muzan would appear before the entertainment district incident officially began. He immediately turned around and rushed back to the district. After all, no matter how much he farmed Doma, the upper limit of acting progress he could get from him was only so much. But Muzan was different. As the strongest existing boss in Demon Slayer, Shirya figured that if he fought him, no matter what, he should be able to raise it by more than 10, right? He hurried all the way back to the entertainment district, planning to give Muzan a surprise. But now that Tanjiro and the others had already arrived, that meant the incident had already started, and Muzan had most likely left. Shirya sighed. Since he was already gone, he might as well find a place to rest for a bit. Judging from Tanjiro's group, Zenitsu had probably already gone missing, and the fight should break out tonight or tomorrow night. But before Shirya had even taken a few steps forward, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Why was there still residual energy fluctuation here? Shirya stopped in front of an alley entrance. The buildings on both sides cast long shadows under the sun. The depths of the alley were dim. A trace of confusion flashed through Shirya's eyes. This residual energy fluctuation seemed pretty strong too. To make sure his senses weren't off, Shirya stepped into the alley. In the blink of an eye, the Mangekyo Sharingan quietly appeared, and the patterns in his pupils began to spin like whirlpools. With the enhancement of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Shirya clearly saw two lingering traces of energy fluctuation. One was strong, and one was slightly weaker. But no matter which one it was, both auras were stronger than Upper Moon 2, Doma, whom he had encountered before. A demon stronger than Doma in Demon Slayer? Then the identities of the owners of these two energy traces were practically obvious. The stronger one was Muzan, and the slightly weaker one was Kokushibo. Kokushibo had also appeared in the entertainment district? Shirya recalled the progression of the entertainment district arc in the original plot. He was certain Kokushibo had never been involved. Had the plot changed because of the changes he caused? Was Kokushibo's appearance in the entertainment district meant to deal with him? The corners of Shirya's mouth curled up slightly. He had originally thought that just fighting Upper Moon 6 might make getting the Uchiha Gunbai reward a bit uncertain. Now the reward was definitely in the bag. Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo's strength, was on a completely different level from the other Upper Moons. During the final battle in the Infinity Castle, with just a few moves, he nailed Takedo Muchiro, the Mist Hashira who had solo-killed Upper Moon 5 Gyakko, straight onto a pillar. That alone said enough. And at that time, Kokushibo still hadn't reached his limit. Once his weapon was released and his mark was activated, with those two together, he could fight 4 Hashira alone without falling behind. Unfortunately, in the end, he thought he was too ugly and killed himself. Otherwise, there would have been no need to wait for Muzan to recover. Kokushibo alone could have overturned the entire Demon Slayer Corps. For someone like Kokushibo, how much would Madara's acting progress rise? Shirya felt a bit expectant. Right now, while he longed to raise Madara's acting progress, he also longed just as much for battle against the strong. Even now, the thrill of his fight with Akaza was still vivid in his mind. As he thought about it, Shirya observed the faint energy fluctuations in the alley. Muzan's energy fluctuation had vanished directly, most likely because of Neikime controlling the Infinity Castle. As for Kokushibo's, it disappeared only after leaving the alley. What a pity. The time gap between when Muzan and Kokushibo had appeared here was too large. Otherwise, Shirya could have followed the energy fluctuations and found Kokushibo directly. But it didn't matter. Since Muzan wanted to deal with him, he would most likely leave Kokushibo in the entertainment district. When Tanjiro clashed with Jutaro later, Kokushibo would come out sooner or later. Don't disappoint me, Kokushibo. Now that he knew Kokushibo was in the entertainment district, Shurya's interest instantly rose. If he couldn't find Kokushibo, then he'd use the old method. Stakeout. Where was Daki again? Kaigaku house? Then he'd go there. If Kokushibo was at Kaigaku house, then he'd fight Kokushibo. If not, he'd fight Daki and Jutaro first, then wait for Kokushibo and fight Kokushibo after that. Perfect. Watching Shurya's departing figure, Tanjiro hesitated for a moment before speaking. Should we cooperate with Mr. Shurya? Mr. Shurya is very strong. Really strong. Hearing Tanjiro's emphasis, Yuzui Tengen turned around and looked at him in surprise. Shouldn't you hate demons a lot? He's someone who once invited demons to join him. Yuzui Tengen still remembered the background information about Tanjiro from the Hashira meeting. His entire family had died because of demons, and his only surviving younger sister had turned into something half-human, half-demon. Even after all that, he was still thinking about cooperating with Shurya? Tanjiro's eyes flickered. I don't understand Mr. Shurya's way of doing things, but my nose can smell the scent on him. The scent on him tells me that he doesn't want to stand on the demon side. He simply longs for powerful opponents and yearns for evenly matched battles. So even if I don't understand what he's doing, I won't develop any strange thoughts about him because of it. Yuzui Tengen was stunned. First, he hadn't expected Tanjiro's nose to be that sensitive. Second, he hadn't expected someone so young to separate things so clearly. Forget cooperation. Oyakata-sama's intention is to reduce unnecessary contact. And besides, the word cooperation doesn't sound flamboyant at all. But your ability to distinguish that Shurya's aura is pretty interesting. That can be passed on to Oyakata-sama. Wait, something's off. Yuzui Tengen suddenly thought of something. You said he longs to fight the strong? Yeah. Tanjiro nodded. Then why didn't I see even a trace of longing in the way he looked at me just now? Yuzui Tengen was a little confused. Not only had he not seen any longing in Shurya's eyes, he had instead seen indifference? This stuff the kid was saying about scent couldn't be made up, right? Seeing the puzzled look on Yuzui Tengen's face, Tanjiro pressed his lips together, wanting to say something but stopping himself. You said it yourself, he longs to fight the strong. And you're still asking. Not just you. Even when Mr. Shurya looked at Mr. Rengoku, his eyes were like that. Obviously it's because you're weak too. How can you not understand something so simple? Tanjiro didn't respond. Beside him, Inosuke picked at his boar nose and slowly spoke. Hearing that, Yuzui Tengen's puzzled expression froze. The next moment, his figure vanished from where he stood. Bang. Hearing the crisp sound beside him, Tanjiro swallowed. Thankfully, Inosuke had said it. Otherwise, the one getting hit would have been him. Enough fooling around. I'm going to investigate Kaigaku house where Zenitsu is. You two be careful. Even abandoning this mission is acceptable. After saying that, Yuzui Tengen saw the strange look in Tanjiro's eyes, and the corner of his mouth twitched as he flashed away. To be fair, that dumb pig was probably right. If Shurya was really like the intel said, easily suppressing Upper Moon 3, who had defeated Rengoku, then in Shurya's eyes, he really didn't count as some kind of strong fighter. But thinking that was one thing, getting Yuzui Tengen to willingly admit it was not easy. He was the most flamboyant one. No exceptions. It hurts so much. I'm going to duel you. Inosuke, slow to react by half a beat, clutched his head and shouted at the direction where Yuzui Tengen had disappeared. Damn it. The god of the mountains 1T take this lying down. A duel. We have to duel. After circling around for a while, Shurya arrived at Kaigaku house. It was still afternoon, so Kaigaku house was fairly quiet. There was almost no one inside. When the clerk saw Shurya walk in, surprise flashed through her eyes. She rarely saw anyone come to an Oiran house in the afternoon. Still, she respectfully stepped forward and asked what kind of service Shurya needed. When do the geisha come out to receive guests? In about one more shurchen. What about the Oiran? When the Oiran was mentioned, Shurya could clearly see her body tremble for a moment, as if she had recalled some unpleasant memory. As for the Oiran, they come out one more shurchen later than the geisha. And if you want an Oiran to serve you, sir, you have to meet her 3 times first. Hearing the clerk's reminder, Shurya nodded. 2 shurchen meant 4 hours. That wasn't too long. He could use the time to look over the situation in Kaigaku house. If Kokushibo was really in Kaigaku house, he would most likely be able to find his location. I understand. Just bring some tea and snacks. After dismissing the clerk, Shurya carefully observed the state of Kaigaku house. Kaigaku house had 3 floors in total. The first floor was the largest and was mainly used to entertain guests and host geisha performances. The second and third floors were about the same size, and most of the space consisted of rooms. Shurya glanced at the angle of the sunlight streaming in from outside. On the shaded side of the second floor stood a massive screen. Daki was most likely living on the shaded side of the third floor. TCH, just as expected. The demon aura on the third floor is the strongest. But compared to the two auras Shirya had encountered earlier, this one was on a completely different level, like the difference between a cup of water and a water tank. So he is not here? After confirming Daki's location, Shirya tried to search for Kokoshibo's aura. But obviously, Kokoshibo had never even come to Kaigaku house. Then I'll just wait slowly. It'll happen within these 2 days anyway. Shut up and get out. You are not allowed to bring up Zenko again. No one else is allowed to mention it either. Smack. Shirya had just picked up the tea that had been served when he suddenly heard a harsh scolding from the second floor and looked up. He saw a woman in a kimono kneeling outside the door of a room, and the voice that had just shouted came from inside that room. After that rebuke, the woman sighed, slowly closed the door, and walked downstairs. As soon as she came down, she was surrounded by the other girls, who immediately began chattering. Big sister, what did the boss say? Zenko has been missing for a long time. Are we really not going to look for her? The woman shook her head. Didn't you all hear it too? The boss won't let us bring up Zenko anymore. We're just letting it go like that? How many has this been already? Everyone who provoked her ended up like this. Do you think she might stop talking? We just need to do our own jobs. The woman hurriedly cut her off. As she spoke, she also turned back to glance toward the third floor. There were already fewer and fewer geisha in Kaigaku house. She did not want anyone else to disappear mysteriously like Zenko. That person also seems like he came specifically to see her. Should we warn him? The clerk who had served Shirya pointed at him. It's fine. With Warabiheim Oirin's temperament, she won't pay attention to someone she's meeting for the first time. The woman waved her hand. When there were a lot of people around, Warabiheim behaved like a proper Oirin. But in private, her arrogant nature was on full display. For a guest who asked to see her the very first time they met, Warabiheim would not bother with him at all. That was for the best too. If there was no contact, then nothing would happen. Otherwise, it would be a waste of that face. The sun gradually sank westward, and the lingering glow of the setting sun spilled over Yoshiwara. The golden light was like a thin veil, softly draping itself over the old-style buildings and winding alleys. The entire pleasure district gradually came alive. As the lanterns were lit one after another, colorful lights shone across the streets, creating a marvelous scene of interwoven light and shadow. The once deserted streets also filled with people. Under the glow of the lights, the signs of every kind of shop stood out especially clearly. Taverns, tea houses, and geisha houses were crowded with customers at their entrances, and noisy voices rose and fell without end. The geisha inside Kaigaku house also came out one after another to receive guests. After seeing Shirya's face, quite a few of them tried to become his companion for the evening, but they were soon driven back by Shirya's indifference and coldness. As night fell, the excitement of the pleasure district gradually reached its peak, and the noisy sounds inside the house turned into a chaotic blur. She's out? Shirya raised his head and looked at the figure slowly emerging from the third floor. That person gradually approached, and the lights shone over her body, outlining a dreamlike scene. It was none other than Warabiheim, the Oirindaki had transformed into. Warabiheim wore a gorgeous kimono embroidered with intricate and exquisite patterns. With every step she took, the silk shimmered under the lights with flowing, multicolored brilliance. Around her waist was tied a wide obi, bright and eye-catching, with golden threads on it flashing dazzlingly. The smile on her face looked as if it had been carved there. Warabiheim slowly walked to the railing and lowered her head to look at the scene inside Kaigaku house. As her gaze shifted, it carried a hint of lofty arrogance. After her appearance, Kaigaku house fell into brief silence. The guests were stunned by Warabiheim's beauty. As for the geisha of Kaigaku house, they were recalling one figure after another who had disappeared after clashing with Warabiheim. The silence lasted only a moment before the guests of Kaigaku house began shouting Warabiheim Oirin's name. The cries rose one after another, surging toward her like waves. Hearing the voices of the crowd, the smile on Warabiheim Oirin's face deepened. A trace of pride and satisfaction flashed through her deep eyes, and the slight curl of her lips revealed the pleasure in her heart. Although these men were nowhere near as charming as Lord Musen, she enjoyed this feeling of being surrounded and adored by everyone. Slowly walking down from upstairs, Warabiheim smiled at the crowd, every gesture carrying incomparable charm. With every step she took, the jewels and jade ornaments on her hairpin gave off crisp chiming sounds. The heated atmosphere in Kaigaku house intensified once again, and cheers, laughter, and shouts mixed together. Just as she reached the second floor, Warabiheim's steps suddenly paused. Her gaze landed on a somewhat familiar face. That person was. That somewhat familiar face, along with a reaction completely out of place with everyone around him, quickly drew Warabaheim's attention to Shirya. That calm and indifferent expression formed a sharp contrast with the surrounding commotion, as if he were in an entirely different world. He had no reaction at all to her appearance? Pretending? Playing hard to get? No, had she seen this face somewhere before? Something from a few years ago? The memories in her mind seemed to have touched a switch, and scene after scene surfaced. Shirya? The one who beat back Lord Doma? The flood of memory made Warabaheim narrow her eyes. This was the person Muzan had ordered killed. Why would he appear here? By coincidence? Or had he discovered her identity? Countless thoughts flashed through Warabaheim's mind, but on the surface, she still maintained that elegant and captivating smile. She slowly raised one hand and lightly adjusted the hair by her ear, her eyes carrying a trace of vigilance and doubt. If she could deal with this man, then wouldn't she earn praise from both Lord Muzan and Lord Doma? Daki narrowed her eyes and pretended as if nothing had happened as she continued walking down from upstairs. Now, she had no interest in listening to the crowd's cheers anymore. The only thing on her mind was how to get rid of Shirya. Being able to drive Lord Doma back was indeed impressive, but that depended on how he had done it. From the memory fragments of Lord Muzan, Lord Doma had been forced to retreat because of the appearance of sunlight. In other words, the main reason Lord Doma had been driven back was more because of the sun than this man's own strength. After learning that she was not completely without a chance of winning against him, Daki's thoughts immediately became active. Right now, the most urgent thing was to figure out why he had come here. If he did not know her identity and had simply come to Kaigaku house to rest for a bit, then she would be even more confident in dealing with him. If not, then she would need to be even more wary. After taking care of this man named Shia in front of her, she would then deal with the people who were with that yellow-haired brat. Tonight was really quite eventful. Daki walked to the first-floor hall. Originally, she did not need to parade through the streets or perform today. She had only planned to show herself briefly, then go deal with Oiran Koitsu. But now she had changed her mind. Compared to satisfying her own vanity, matters concerning Lord Muzan were clearly more important. She was seen leaning toward the attendant child following beside her and whispering something. After hearing it, the attendant hurriedly began making arrangements. The other geisha who received the news all wore strange looks. Oiran Warabaheim was going to perform on the first floor today? Why so suddenly? This was Oiran Warabaheim's first time performing on the first floor, right? Hadn't she always been resistant to any public performance other than the courtesan procession? Although the geisha did not understand, out of fear of Daki, they still hurriedly cleared out the performance area in the first floor hall. Noticing the movement in Kaigaku house, the guests present immediately became excited. Oiran Warabaheim was going to perform? On the second floor, the owner of Kaigaku house noticed the commotion outside and walked out of his room as well. Looking at Oiran Warabaheim preparing to offer a dance, his brows furrowed. Ever since discovering that Oiran Warabaheim might not be human, he had rarely made arrangements for her on his own. Usually, Warabaheim made her own decisions. But in the past, whenever Warabaheim was going to perform, she would at least go through the motions and inform him beforehand. So what was this about today? A spur-of-the-moment idea? Beside the owner of Kaigaku house stood the geisha who had been scolded that afternoon. The way she looked at Warabaheim was also full of confusion. Dancing in public all of a sudden? How could that be? Didn't she look down on these men? The geisha's gaze swept across the audience below. Wasn't that the person Sonoko had said wanted to meet Oiran Warabaheim? Why did he not look excited at all after seeing Warabaheim? Pretending to be aloof? That look did not seem like he was pretending to be aloof. It looked more like he was observing Warabaheim. It might sound a little outrageous, but the geisha really felt that the man was observing Warabaheim, not admiring her or anything else. Wait, did Oiran Warabaheim's sudden performance have something to do with this person? A thought suddenly surfaced in the geisha's mind, one that even she herself found hard to believe. Meanwhile, Oiran Warabaheim lightly stepped onto the stage. The originally noisy hall instantly fell silent, and everyone's eyes focused on her. The lights in the hall fell softly over her body, as if draping her in a layer of golden gauze. As the accompaniment from the geisha beside her began to sound, Warabaheim's body started to move like flowing water. Her movements were light and graceful, without a trace of unnecessary force. Every turn and every lift of her hand carried impeccable rhythm and cadence. Like a fluttering butterfly, she danced with elegant grace. With each spin and sway, her gorgeous kimono traced beautiful arcs through the air. Even Shia had to admit that although Daki was not very durable in a fight, it was hard to find fault with her appearance and dancing. At last, as the accompaniment gradually softened, Warabaheim's steps slowly came to a stop as well. She breathed lightly, then raised her head and fixed her gaze directly on Shia. At this moment, she seemed like someone who had just awakened from a dream, carrying a hazy, dreamlike beauty. Amid the crowd's warm applause and cheers, Warabaheim slowly stepped down from the stage. She gracefully walked to Shia's side, bent down close to him, and said in a voice so gentle it could make people sink into it, "This guest, would you honor me by sitting in my room for a while?" Daki's voice slid past his ears like silk, carrying an irresistible allure. With Daki's invitation, the atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. Everyone held their breath, their gazes shifting back and forth between Warabaheim and Shia. Very quickly, jealousy and confusion began to spread among the guests. Who is this kid? He actually managed to win Oiran Warabaheim's favor? Wasn't it supposed to take at least 3 meetings before an Oiran would personally receive someone? Had this kid met her before? This pretty boy does look decent enough. When will Miss Warabaheim invite me like that? Could it be that Oiran Warabaheim's sudden dance just now was not a whim, but because of this person? As soon as those words were spoken, quite a few people revealed stunned expressions. So they were part of Daki and this boy's play too, huh? Shia set down his cup, raised a brow, and looked at Daki. She knew who he was? Let him sort this out. Akaza had been able to recognize him on sight, and now Daki, Upper Moon 6, could recognize him too. But Enmu, who was Lower Moon 1, had not recognized him. In other words, Muzan had only told the Upper Moons about him? Judging from how restless Daki looked, she wanted to kill him? Was it because she did not know his strength? She did not know about what had happened to Akaza? Otherwise, how would she dare stand this close? I'm not interested in you. Hearing that, the smile on Daki's face stiffened. Damn it. I'm not interested in you either. If it were not for Lord Muzan's orders, she would not even spare this man a second glance. She was unhappy inside, but with so many eyes on her, Daki could not openly let her expression darken. Then what is Sir interested in? Your brother. The moment she heard those 2 words, Daki's face changed completely. He knew about her brother? Then this man definitely knew her identity. But how did he know? Everyone who had seen her brother should have died. Even Hashira had never left alive. He came for her? Then she could let him off even less. The exchange between the 2 left the nearby guests and Geisha completely confused. He said he was not interested in Oiran Warabaheim? Did I hear that wrong? He*s just pretending. I refuse to believe there is any man who wouldn't be interested in Oiran Warabaheim. What brother? Oiran Warabaheim has a brother? How come I've never heard of that? What brother would Oiran Warabaheim have? I've been at Kaigaku house for so long and never heard of any such thing. Then why was Oiran Warabaheim's reaction so strong? Even her expression changed. This. The geisha beside them was speechless for a moment. There really had been quite a few strange things about Oiran Warabaheim today. If not for the fact that her looks were right there in front of them, she would have thought Warabaheim had gotten mixed up with something unclean. At this moment, Daki had no mind to care about the murmurs around her. She narrowed her eyes at Shia, already calculating how to get rid of him as quickly as possible. She parted her lips slightly, just about to pretend to excuse herself and look for a chance to make a move in secret. Suddenly, a violent roar exploded in her mind, as if the whole world had frozen in that instant. That voice she knew so well, even adored, exploded beside her ears like thunder. Handle what I told you to do. He is not someone you can deal with. Someone else will take care of him. Daki suddenly froze in place, her heart nearly skipping a beat. Lord Muzan's voice? Muzan-sama actually sent a voice transmission to her personally? What was going on? Was this not something she could handle herself? Someone else would deal with him? What did that mean? Other than her and her brother, was there another upper-rank demon in the entertainment district? Which lord was it? A trace of dissatisfaction rose in Daki's heart. She was upper rank 6. She had personally killed 7 Hashira. So why was Muzan-sama so certain she would lose? Just as Daki's mind was full of confusion, Muzan-sama's voice gradually faded, as if it had never existed at all. But before Daki could think further, an unfamiliar memory fragment suddenly surged into her mind, like a bolt of lightning splitting open her consciousness. The image became clear in an instant, and it was as if she had been placed right into a world-shaking battle. It was a dark night. The moonlight was like a cold blade, slicing through the still air. The battlefield was a complete mess, the ground covered in deep cracks, as if the entire earth were bearing a force it could not withstand. She saw Shurya standing in the center of the battlefield, tall and straight, his expression just as calm as it was now. Standing opposite Shurya was none other than the figure who could make even her brother tremble. Akaza. Akaza's aura was like a towering mountain. A suffocating killing intent spread through the surroundings, and even the air seemed frozen. But in the very next moment, A massive wooden dragon appeared out of thin air in front of Shirya and charged at Akaza. All of Akaza's resistance was like punching cotton. In only a few moments, the wooden dragon had tightly bound his body. At that sight, Daki's pupils suddenly shrank. She could not believe what she had just seen. That was Akaza-sama, upper rank 3. Yet, under the wooden dragon summoned by this man before her, he had no power to fight back at all. Daki's mouth went dry, her heart pounding like a drum, and cold sweat seeped from her forehead. Akaza-sama was defeated in one move? When did that happen? How had she not heard a single thing about it? If someone could crush even Akaza-sama in a single move, then he really was not someone she could deal with. Even her brother would only end up getting beaten down in front of him. And a person like that had come looking for her? What was going on? Shirya looked at Daki, whose eyes had suddenly become much clearer, and a hint of confusion appeared in his gaze. What's going on? Why does it feel like Daki's killing intent toward me suddenly dropped by a lot? Did she remember what happened with me? Or did Muzan do something on his side? Whatever. He was not interested in Daki anyway. He also did not know when Jutaro would come out. His hands were already itching. You must be joking, sir. My brother died long ago. Since you're not interested in me, then I won't disturb you any longer. Shirya did not say a word. He only quietly picked up the tea on the table again. The attendant who had been standing beside Daki the whole time and watching her expression secretly clicked his tongue. Was this really the Daki he knew? She could endure this? If it had been one of the courtesans in Kaigaku house, her ears would have been twisted right off already. Had Warabaheim Oirin's temper gotten better? Or was it that the person before her was someone Warabaheim Oirin could only swallow her anger in front of? The attendant did not dare make wild guesses and followed behind Warabaheim as he left. So it really was because of him? The courtesan watching from the second floor widened her eyes. Do you know who that man is? The owner of Kaigaku house had not yet recovered from what had just happened. Hearing the courtesan's words, he asked instinctively. It was rare to see someone make Warabaheim suffer like that. Usually, anyone who provoked her would be gone by the next day. I don't know him either, but I heard from Sonoko that he came to the house very early this afternoon. It seemed like he was specifically waiting for Warabaheim. Waiting for Warabaheim? The owner had just been about to say something when he saw Warabaheim walk past with a cold expression, and he immediately fell silent. Pulling at her wide kimono, Warabaheim returned to her room on the shaded side. Facing the mirror, one piece of clothing after another slid from her body. Her beautiful figure appeared once more, but sadly, there was no one here to admire it. The pink sash behind her quietly crawled up Daki's body. Since Muzan-sama already had arrangements on Shirya's side, then there was no need for her to waste more time. She opened the window, and Daki's figure disappeared from the room. Sitting on the first floor, Shirya's body paused slightly. So tonight it was going to begin? Good. That worked out perfectly. Not long after Shirya and Daki left Kaigaku house one after the other, a black shadow flashed past the second-floor window of Kaigaku house. How are Zenko and Hinetsuru? Answer me briefly and directly. No asking questions back. The owner of Kaigaku house, who was in his room holding clothes and grieving his dead wife, instantly tensed up when he heard the voice. The cold sensation at his neck made his mind go blank. Who was this? He had clearly shut both the door and the windows tightly. So how had this person gotten in? For a moment, cold sweat poured down the owner's back. Zenko is gone. Hinetsuru got sick and went to the lowest grade room. Tell me every clue you can think of. Who seems the most suspicious? Trust me. Speak quickly. I will definitely kill that person and avenge you. As he spoke, the owner felt the blade at his neck slowly move away. It's an Oirin named Warabaheim. She's in the room on the shaded north side. She just came out not long ago and invited a young man to her room, but he refused. A young man? Be more specific. He was wearing a black robe with cloud patterns and had a handsome face. After saying that, the owner realized the tense atmosphere around him had suddenly vanished. He whipped his head around. There was nothing behind him, as if everything just now had only been his own illusion. It wasn't an illusion. Someone had really come to avenge Mitsu and all those who had disappeared. Holding Mitsu's clothes, silent tears flowed from the owner's eyes. On the third floor of Kaigaku house, Warabaheim's window was gently opened. Yuzui Tengen looked at the empty room and frowned. Not here. Did she go out to eat someone? But wasn't she just downstairs inviting someone a moment ago? And that person she invited. Black robe with cloud patterns, handsome face. That description seemed to be Shirya? After coming to the entertainment district, he came straight to Kaigaku house? A coincidence? Or did he know there was a demon here? Was he here to win the demon over? Or did he have some other purpose? If he really came to win over the demon lurking in the entertainment district, then this time he was going to be in real trouble. Takedo House. Sensing that something was wrong, Tanjiro hurried back and followed his nose to the place where the smell was strongest. Koinatsu Oiran's room. No mistake, it's here, Miss Koinatsu. He yanked open the window, and the scene before him made his pupils suddenly shrink. In the dim light of the room, a woman in revealing clothes stood there. Behind her, a long sash twisted like a snake. The surface of the sash was covered in strange patterns, giving off an evil aura. What shocked Tanjiro even more was that at the end of the sash was Koinatsu Oiran's head. Her body seemed to have been swallowed by the sash completely and had vanished without a trace. Only that head still hung at the end of the sash. Her face twisted in pain as she struggled and let out weak groans.
A Demon Slayer brat.
So you came, the woman suddenly said, her voice full of contempt and mockery. How many of you came? One of them is that ugly little yellow-haired brat, right? Did a Hashira come? Or is one still on the way? You're not a Hashira, are you? One look and I can tell you're weak. You're nothing compared to that Shirya I ran into just now. I have no use for anyone who isn't a Hashira. Do you understand? Daki's voice was cold, carrying a cruel delight. As she spoke, she admired the pained expression on Koinatsu Oiran's face. Sure enough, even a beautiful person's pained expression was incredibly pleasing to the eye. Tanjiro stared fixedly at Oiran Koinatsu's body. A normal person would already be dead if only their head was left, but judging from Miss Koinatsu's struggling appearance, she didn't look like someone on the verge of death. There was no bleeding, and no smell of blood either. Was there another space inside the sash? One that had swallowed Miss Koinatsu's body? I don't eat filthy old men, and I don't eat ugly freaks. After saying that, Daki slowly turned around, and the words in her blue-green eyes were plainly exposed before Tanjiro. Upper rank 6? Tanjiro's heart tightened. The overwhelming strength of upper rank 3 Akaza was still vivid in his mind. Although Mr. Shirya could easily defeat upper rank 3, that didn't mean Tanjiro had the right to look down on the upper rank in front of him with his own strength. But whether he had the power to deal with an upper rank wasn't what Tanjiro was thinking about right now. All he saw was Miss Koinatsu's pained face. Let him go. Tanjiro drew his Nichiren blade and pointed it straight at Daki. Daki froze for a moment. The humiliation of hitting a wall with Shirya had already left a fire of anger smoldering in her heart. Now, seeing that even a weak little demon slayer dared to yell at her, her gaze instantly turned as cold as ice. Who do you think you're talking to, you brat? Daki's tone was chilling. The sashes behind her writhed like venomous snakes before suddenly shooting out. Tanjiro barely had any time to react. His body, standing on the windowsill, was sent flying by a single lash of the sash. A dull boom rang out. Bang! Tanjiro slammed heavily into the roof next door, then fell to the ground like a ragged sack. His face was full of shock, and his head buzzed. The sash had moved absurdly fast, completely beyond the range of his vision. So this was the power of upper rank 6? The scene of Shirya fighting Akaza surfaced in his mind. Back then, he had at least been barely able to catch Akaza's afterimages. But now, why couldn't he even see the attacks of upper rank 6? Who should have been weaker than Akaza? No, that wasn't right. The only reason he had been able to see Akaza's attacks back then was because Akaza had been completely pinned down by Mr. Shirya. His limbs wouldn't obey him, and his body was tingling faintly. At that moment, Tanjiro gained a much clearer understanding of the strength of the upper-rank demons. So upper-rank demons were this strong? Then what about Mr. Shirya? Calm down. Now is not the time to think about that. Even if I can't see it, my body can still react. Otherwise, I'd already be dead. My limbs have no strength because I'm afraid. My body's numb because my back just took a heavy hit. You're still alive? You've got more backbone than I expected. Daki leaned on the window frame and looked at Tanjiro, who had already stood back up, surprise in her eyes. According to what she had expected, this brat should have died from that one strike. She hadn't expected him to still have the strength to stand. Nice eyes. Then I'll just dig out your eyeballs and eat them. Tanjiro set down the box on his back, one shoulder strap already broken, and after instructing Nezuko, he chose to attack first. Water breathing, fourth form, striking tide. With a loud shout from Tanjiro, winding deep blue water instantly surged from the Nichiren blade, crashing toward Daki like raging waves. Seeing this, Daki's lips curled slightly into a disdainful smile. A last struggle before death. How laughable. Before her words had even fully fallen, several sashes behind her lunged at Tanjiro like giant pythons. The blue current and Daki's sashes clashed violently in midair. Although Tanjiro's attack cut through quite a few sashes, they seemed endless. In the instant when his old force had not yet faded but his new force had not yet formed, the next wave of sashes had already come howling in. In just these few short breaths, Tanjiro was forced back again and again. In the end, under the crushing pressure, he was wrapped up by the sashes and violently dragged into the air. His body spun in midair, his eyes locked tightly on Daki. However, Tanjiro was not completely suppressed. While fighting, his gaze constantly swept over the patterns on the sashes, paying attention to the part where Miss Koinatsu's body was wrapped inside them. Suddenly, a harsh tearing sound rang out. Rip! Tanjiro's body crashed heavily to the ground from midair, stumbling unsteadily. Behind him was the section of sash that held Miss Koinatsu's body. How cute, just unbearably ugly. You're making me feel a little pity for you. Daki glanced at Koinatsu, who had been rescued behind Tanjiro, and raised a brow. It seemed this brat wasn't quite as weak as she had thought. Tanjiro looked at Daki and slowly calmed the tension in his heart. Even if Yuzui, Zenitsu, and Inosuke weren't here, he still couldn't shrink back. Tanjiro settled into a firm stance, tightened his grip on the Nichiren blade in his hand, and slowly raised the sword to point at Daki. Suddenly, Tanjiro saw Daki's pupils contract sharply, as if she had seen something absolutely terrifying. Those eyes that had originally been filled with arrogance and contempt instantly turned grave and wary, and there was even a faint sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. A good chance. Tanjiro's eyes lit up, and the blood in his entire body boiled in that instant. This brief moment of distraction might be his only chance to defeat upper rank 6. In a flash of thought, the strength beneath Tanjiro's feet suddenly exploded. His figure shot out like an arrow so fast that even the air let out a low whistle. The wind roared into Tanjiro's ears like a rising tide, and it was as if the whole world had frozen for this strike. His gaze locked tightly onto Daki. He saw it, the line of opening thread. A slender, translucent thread of light, like a glimmer flickering in the darkness, pointing straight toward the fatal point on Daki's neck. That was it. Joy surged through Tanjiro's heart. The edge of the Nichiren blade gripped in both hands gleamed with a cold light, and the blade was already closing in on Daki's pale, jade-like neck. The distance was so close. Everything was going according to plan. As long as this slash came down, he would sever this evil demon's head and end the battle. Just as Tanjiro felt victory was already in his grasp, a trace of doubt flashed through his heart. What exactly had upper rank 6 seen? Why would she zone out at such a critical moment in battle? And for so long at that? If this weren't such a crucial moment, he definitely would have turned around to see what it was that Daki had noticed. But at the very instant the Nichiren blade was about to touch Daki's skin, Tanjiro suddenly caught sight of the shock in Daki's eyes turning into a cold, sinister smile. That smile stabbed into Tanjiro's heart like a sharpened blade. The corners of her lips curved slightly, her eyes full of mockery and disdain. You really think you'd get a chance just because I was distracted? The one I'm wary of ISNTU. Brat. Her voice was cold as the dead of winter, enough to make even Tanjiro's heart stop for a beat. The moment her words fell, the translucent line of opening thread in Tanjiro's vision suddenly snapped apart, like a plucked string breaking in two. Impossible. Tanjiro's heart shook violently. Her neck wasn't her weak point anymore? How could that be? A demon's weak point was always the neck. Then why had the line of opening thread snapped? Did that mean his blade wouldn't reach Daki's neck at all? How could this be? He was clearly just a little bit away from reaching upper rank 6's neck. Just as Tanjiro was about to force himself to move faster, a sharp tearing sound suddenly came from below the ground. A pink sash shot out from the ground like a venomous snake, charging at him with lightning speed. The obi moved so fast it was enough to make one despair. Tanjiro only felt his vision blur before he was struck hard by the sash. His whole body was sent flying into the air, and even the Nichiren blade in his hand was knocked loose. Bang! A violent crash rang out as Tanjiro's body slammed heavily into the ground in the distance like a kite with its string cut. The massive impact left his bones feeling like they were about to come apart. Tanjiro lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Faster, faster, faster. Get my breathing back under control. He kept urging himself in his heart. There was only one belief in his mind. The fight was not over yet, and he could not fall here. Even though his body hurt as if it had been crushed to pieces, he still tried to use total concentration breathing to quickly recover his strength. As long as he could adjust his breathing, he would still have a chance. How could upper rank 6 possibly be so easy for me to defeat? Tanjiro silently blamed himself for being careless. His fingers trembled slightly as he tried to grip the ground and force himself back up. Panting, he lifted his head, ready to deal with Daki's next attack. If he relaxed even a little now, he could lose his life here. But the moment Tanjiro saw what was in front of him clearly, his expression froze. Upper rank 6 had not rushed over to finish him off. Instead, she stood not far away, her face full of gravity. You followed me, yet you're not making a move? So you really are lusting after my beauty after all? Followed her, not making a move. Tanjiro's heart jolted. Following Dakiya's gaze, he looked over and saw a figure sitting lazily on a roof beam with legs apart, as if the battle between them did not matter at all. Mr. Shurya? A trace of surprise flashed through Tanjiro's eyes, but that joy only stayed on his face for a brief moment before it quickly faded away like a receding tide. Mr. Shurya might not be here to kill demons. He might also be here to invite this upper rank 6. Whether he was enemy or ally was still unclear. Shurya said nothing. His eyes merely swept once around the area of Tanjiro and Dakiya's battle. His brows furrowed slightly. Where was he? They were already fighting. So why hadn't Kokoshibo shown up yet? Could it be that his guess had been wrong? Could Kokoshibo have merely been passing through the entertainment district? Wasn't he called here by Muzan to deal with him? TCH. He had actually been looking forward to fighting Kokoshibo a little. What a pity. Forget it. Better collect the roleplay progress from the one in front of him first. Lusting after your beauty? Didn't I already say it? I'm not interested in you. You're too weak. Call out the one inside your body. Shurya leaned lazily against the roof beam, his voice carrying undisguised disdain. Daki was stronger than lower rank 1. Enmu, but only by a limited amount. If he wanted to raise his roleplay progress through her, he might as well hope his own personality changed to resemble Madara a little more. But the speaker may have meant nothing by it. The listener took it to heart. Dakiya's face instantly turned ashen. Her alluring eyes narrowed sharply. The blood in her body churned, almost as if it were about to burst out through the top of her head. She wasn't weak. She was already upper rank 6. She had already killed 7 Hashira. What right did he have to call her weak? At this moment, Daki had already thrown Muzan's warning to the back of her mind. So what if he was stronger than Akaza-sama? She was upper rank 6. She was not weak at all. You deserve to die. Daki let out a furious roar. Tanjiro had just been wondering what was inside Dakiya's body when, in the next instant, his eyes widened abruptly. He saw countless sashes howling in from all directions, as if drawn by some irresistible force, all of them drilling into Dakiya's body. As more and more of the sashes poured in, Dakiya's aura rapidly swelled. Even the air around her seemed to distort. Tanjiro felt a tremendous pressure bearing down on him from all sides, as if even breathing had become difficult. Every sash was like burning blood being injected into Dakiya's body, gathering into a powerful energy. Dakiya's hair gradually changed from black to white, while the ends flashed with a strange green. Her entire figure looked like an evil ghost crawling out from the deepest depths of hell. If Daki had been fighting in this state from the start, then there was a high chance he would have been seriously injured by the very first strike. So this was upper rank 6's full strength? Mr. Shurya should be able to handle it, right? After all, he had easily beaten upper rank 3. So upper rank 6 should not be a problem either. Even while thinking that, Tanjiro still could not help but worry for Mr. Shurya in his heart. By the time all the sashes had merged into her, Dakiya's hair had completely turned white, with green at the ends. The overflowing power filling her body made the smile on Dakiya's face grow even wider. He said she was weak, then she would show Shurya her strength. Blood Demon Art. 8-layered obi slash. Several pink sashes shot out from behind Dakiya's transformed body. This time, the sashes were even faster. Tanjiro could only see blurry afterimages darting through the sky. In the next moment, the sashes crossed sharply in midair, rapidly weaving themselves into a massive net. The net expanded swiftly in the sky, blotting out the moonlight pouring down. Carrying terrifying power, it slammed down toward the house where Shurya was. The sashes rapidly tightened in the air, winding together like venomous snakes. The openings in the net, which had originally been large enough for several people to pass through, became airtight in an instant. The giant net covered the entire night sky, like an enormous beast trap trying to crush every living thing beneath it into powder. Every sash hung in the air like a suspended blade, glinting with cold light. The air itself was torn apart where they crossed, giving off sharp, piercing shrieks. Shurya still sat on the roof edge, his face calm. His figure looked exceptionally small beneath the shadow of the giant net. Yet there was not the slightest hint of wavering in him. So you won't come out unless Daki is killed. Jutaro inside Dakiya's body had heard what he said earlier, yet he still refused to come out even now. That meant he had also tacitly approved of Dakiya's actions. In that case, if Daki was not dealt with, then Jutaro would keep hiding. Then let us end this early. When Daki saw Shurya's figure disappear within her sashes, there was a trace of confusion in her eyes, but even more smug satisfaction. She did not understand why Shurya had not dodged. But as long as he had entered the range of 8-layered obi slash, then even a Hashira would die inside it today. Someone like this had actually managed to drive back Akaza and Lord Doma? Who knew what had happened there? His strength was only this much after all. Already picturing the miserable sight of Shirya being torn apart and cut to pieces, Dakiya's lips curled upward. This was the price for calling her weak. At the side, Tanjiro gripped his Nichiren blade tightly, overwhelmed with anxiety. He stared at the rapidly shrinking giant sash net, his heart full of shock and unease. Was the speed of these sashes fast? Fast. But they should not be faster than Akaza's fists, right? Why wasn't Mr. Shirya dodging? With Mr. Shirya's speed, avoiding this should not have been difficult, right? The openings in the net had already become unbelievably narrow. There was not even the slightest gap left. If he stayed where he was, death would be unavoidable. Even before Daki had recalled the sashes and absorbed them, their speed and power had already made Tanjiro suffer terribly. Now that Daki was using her sashes with full strength, their power would only be even more ferocious. If he still did not dodge, then Mr. Shirya might not have even the slightest hope of surviving. The giant net descended like a huge palm dropping from the sky, pressing down fiercely through the air. In the next instant, the giant net slammed heavily onto the abandoned house where Shirya was. Under that terrifying force, the entire house split apart without the slightest suspense. Rubble flew in all directions, and dust billowed into the air. The force of the giant net instantly crushed everything below it. The violent tremor spread through the ground, and Tanjiro felt like even the earth beneath his feet was trembling. Dust filled the air and blocked Tanjiro's vision, as if everything before him had sunk into darkness. Broken debris rolled across the ground, making low crashing sounds. Tanjiro's eyes widened, his breathing suddenly halted, and it felt as if something inside him had collapsed in that instant. Tokiya-san was killed just like that? How was that possible? Tokiya-san was obviously so strong. Even Akaza, Upper Moon 3, had been no match for him. So why would he be casually taken out by Daki, Upper Moon 6? Tanjiro refused to believe Tokiya-san had died just like that, but everything before his eyes was undeniable. Unless Tokiya-san could move through space, Tanjiro truly couldn't imagine how he could have survived under that giant ribbon net. As the dust over the ruins gradually settled, the scene fell into dead silence. Every sound seemed to have been swallowed up in that moment. Dakiya's smile slowly widened. She killed him. She really killed Tokiya. If Lord Muzan found out, he would definitely favor her even more. Just thinking about being touched by Lord Muzan's hand made Daki tremble with excitement. Calm down, Tanjiro. You have to calm down. It's not over yet. There's still a chance. There has to be. Tanjiro let out a long breath. Although Tokiya-san's death had dealt him a heavy blow, at least it had bought him a moment to catch his breath. Supporting himself on the ground, Tanjiro slowly pushed himself up. Power began gathering in his body as he raised his head, preparing to continue the unfinished battle with Daki. Suddenly, the moment he looked up, an irregular black shadow covered his vision. It was so fast that Tanjiro had no time to dodge. His body instinctively moved into a defensive posture, but the impact that hit him was nowhere near as violent as expected. On the contrary, it felt more like a splash of warm water across his face, with not the slightest bit of pain. But in the next moment, a strong smell of blood suddenly hit Tanjiro's nose. It was thick, sharp, and overwhelming, as if blood had exploded right in front of him. Tanjiro's heart tightened. That was the smell of blood, and demon blood at that? For a moment, countless thoughts flashed through Tanjiro's mind. There was only one demon beside him right now, and that was Upper Moon 6. Was it her blood? How was that possible? Hadn't she just killed Tokiya-san? Then how was she injured? Had Yuzu-san and the others arrived? Tanjiro instinctively reached up to wipe the blood from his eyes. And as he did, a voice entered his ears. Is it really that hard for you to admit you're weak? Tokiya-san. That was Tokiya-san's voice. He couldn't have heard wrong. Tokiya-san was still alive? Tanjiro looked toward the source of the voice, and his pupils abruptly contracted. Had he failed to wipe the blood away properly? What exactly had happened? Not far away, beside a collapsed house, Tokiya was standing there calmly and unhurriedly. One hand was holding the other wrist, lightly rotating it, as though shaking off the soreness after a fight. His posture was astonishingly composed, as if he had only done something utterly ordinary. And right beside Tokiya, Dakiya's body stood stiffly in place. Only now, the head on that body was gone. Blood was gushing from the empty severed neck, spraying out like a fountain with its switch flipped on. The blood cut through the air and splattered onto the ground, making crisp dripping sounds. Tanjiro's gaze followed the trail of blood to the ground, where he saw a mangled chunk of flesh off to the side. That was Dakiya's head. At that moment, Tanjiro instantly understood where the blood on his face had come from. Upper Moon 6 had her head smashed apart by a single punch from Tokiya-san. How had Tokiya-san escaped from beneath that giant ribbon net? And when had he appeared beside Upper Moon 6? Judging from Upper Moon 6's stiff body, when her head was blown apart by that punch, she had seemingly still been celebrating. She hadn't sensed Tokiya-san's appearance at all? Then Tokiya-san's speed. Tanjiro raised a hand and touched the remaining blood on his face. He could still feel the warmth in it, as if it were still pulsing with heat. It was precisely that vivid sensation that made his throat go dry. It was over just like that? Upper Moon 6 was dead? The Upper Moon 6 who had forced him into one retreat after another had been this utterly helpless in front of Tokiya-san. He had obviously trained so hard over the past few months, so why did it feel like the gap between him and Tokiya-san was only getting wider and wider? Roleplay progress. 316? Roleplay progress went up by 0.1? Sure enough, a pretty young lady was still more suitable for getting one punch to death. Tokiya hadn't even expected Daki to contribute any roleplay progress to him. After all, his current strength far surpassed hers by too much. She simply couldn't stir Madara's desire to fight at all. This counted as an unexpected bonus. Daki was taken care of, so now only Jotaro was left. Still maintaining the motion of loosening his wrist, Tokiya looked at Daki's body beside him. If you don't come out now, I'll make sure you stay inside forever and never come out. That indifferent voice made the dazed Tanjiro shudder and snap back to his senses. Who was Tokiya-san talking to? Upper Moon 6's body? Come out what? Wasn't Upper Moon 6 already dead? Was there still something inside her body? Tanjiro was completely baffled. But he still trusted Tokiya's judgment and gripped his Nichiren blade tightly, going on guard. I'm not weak. I'm not weak at all. I was clearly given a number. I'm Upper Moon 6. I'm not weak at all. Wah, that was Upper Moon 6's voice? Where was it coming from? Tanjiro's eyes darted around, then suddenly widened into circles. That chunk of minced flesh was talking? There was only a mouth left on that lump of flesh, and it could still talk? No, wait. Her head had clearly been smashed into pieces, so why wasn't she dead yet? Listening to the wailing cries coming from that grotesque chunk of flesh, Tanjiro was left stunned. Brother! A shrill and miserable scream tore through the night sky. With that cry, a black shadow suddenly stretched out from behind Daki's headless body, like an evil ghost crawling up from the depths of hell. Under the moonlight, that shadow slowly extended, carrying a twisted and eerie force. It writhed like a snake, gradually revealing a thin and sinister figure. Daki's body stood there stiffly and limply as that black shadow slowly crawled out from behind her. Tanjiro's heart pounded violently, as if seized tightly by an invisible hand, and his breathing turned ragged. He could only watch helplessly as that bizarre figure gradually appeared. Illuminated by the moonlight, the figure that crawled out finally revealed itself completely. It was a man, his skin pale and withered like a corpse, his body covered in black spots and scars. His hair was utterly disheveled, with the ends dyed a glaring green, sticking up in a wild mess like a clump of weeds. His body was gaunt and thin, making every bone on him stand out sharply. The instant Jotaro fully crawled out from behind Daki, his body instantly blurred into a black shadow and vanished into thin air. Tanjiro didn't even have time to warn Tokiya before he saw a streak of red light shoot straight at him like lightning. So fast it was unbelievable. However, almost at the very instant that red light made contact with Tokiya-san, the entire scene changed. Jotaro's full power strike felt like it had slammed into an invisible iron wall. The red light was suddenly sent flying backward. It traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily back to the ground. Bang! With a deafening blast, Jotaro's body smashed into the ruins like a cannonball. Bricks and stones flew everywhere, and dust billowed into the air. The ground split apart, and the whole scene instantly fell into chaos. Seeing this, Tanjiro felt his mind buzzing. After a moment, the cloud of dust gradually scattered, and Jotaro slowly struggled to his feet from the rubble. He first set Daki's body aside, then fixed his gaze tightly on the blood sickles in his hands, which were already covered in cracks. The cracks on the blood sickles spread like a spiderweb. Under the dim moonlight, they looked especially vicious. Jotaro's eyes were full of disbelief and heavy seriousness. This Tokiya had actually nearly shattered his blood sickles with nothing but his fists? Was this kind of strength really something a human could possess? No wonder Lord Muzan had told them not to deal with this Tokiya. This strength was simply too terrifying. Across from Jotaro, Tokiya still stood where he was, both hands in his pockets, his expression indifferent. His speed is decent, but his attack power is way too weak. Roleplay rate, 318. It went up by 0.2%. Barely passable, I guess. Way better than Daki, who got killed by one punch. If Jotaro hadn't been protecting his little sister Daki just now, That attack should have been even stronger. Beside Jotaro, Dakiya's body began to recover. At the severed opening on her neck, several fresh buds of flesh appeared. They twisted and grew like green shoots breaking through the soil, slowly wriggling as they filled the gap in her neck. Black blood vessels crawled upward like worms, condensing into new tissue. The flesh buds bloomed one by one, gleaming with a vivid red luster. They wrapped around her neck, intertwining non-stop, quickly forming solid cellular tissue. Within a few breaths, the newly grown flesh had already covered most of the severed opening, forming a new layer of skin. Dakiya's head slowly recovered, as if being recreated out of nothing. Her facial features gradually became clear. Eyes, nose, mouth. Everything was reconstructed as though pulled back from endless void. Finally, the recovery was complete, and Dakiya's familiar face appeared once more. Only now, Daki no longer had any of her earlier arrogance or smugness. When she looked at Tokiya, her eyes were filled with terror. Even now, she still had no idea how her head had been blown apart. When Tokiya appeared beside her, there had not even been the slightest warning, much less any chance for her to react. At the moment her head exploded, if not for the intense pain swallowing her instantly, she would probably still be immersed in the fantasy of receiving Lord Musene's favor. "I'll handle him. You go deal with that brat first," Jotaro said in a low voice. As absurd as it was, with his sister's strength, if she got involved in the battle between him and Tokiya, there would only be one outcome, getting her head blown off again. Even if he stayed by her side, he would not be able to stop it. That was how terrifying the Tokiya before him was. He had no idea who Lord Muzene had mentioned would deal with Tokiya. Why hadn't that person shown up yet? Jotaro let out a breath. Since the person Lord Muzene spoke of still had not arrived, then he would have to shoulder everything himself. He knew he was no match for Tokiya, but only by fighting did he still have a sliver of hope. If he fled on the battlefield, then he and his sister would die without question. After thinking for a moment, the cracks on the blood sickles in Jotaro's hands slowly repaired themselves. A fierce light flickered in his eyes, and his body shot toward Tokiya again like a savage beast. The battle between the two instantly began. Jotaro moved as swiftly as the wind, swinging streak after streak of bewitching red light with his blood sickles as they tore through the night sky. But no matter how Jotaro attacked, Tokiya always dissolved it with ease. Tokiya maintained that indifferent posture, as if he were merely taking a casual stroll. Jotaro suddenly swung up his blood sickles, carrying spiraling red light as he slashed toward Tokiya like a ghostly phantom. Tokiya only slightly turned his body and easily avoided it. Jotaro's attack missed by a hair, kicking up a sharp gust of wind. Roleplay rate 32. Roleplay rate 321. "I'm here. We made it. Just leave it to me." Lord Inosuke makes his flashy entrance. What a strong smell. Is it an upper moon? Hearing the voices, Tanjiro turned his head, his face lighting up with joy. Although the scene in front of him might not even need their help, the newly appeared Upper Moon 6 was being completely beaten down by Mr. Tokiya. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Uzui Tengen's arrival still gave Tanjiro a great sense of security. "Inosuke, Mr. Uzui, you're here too. The mountain goddess battle is about to begin." Inosuke shouted noisily, looking extremely excited. "Yeah. While we were searching the underground tunnels, we found the sash suddenly flying away, so we hurried over in that direction." "What's the situation now?" The moment Uzui Tengen finished asking, a black shadow suddenly flashed past his eyes at such speed that he could barely see it clearly. Before he could react, he only heard a loud bang as the black shadow crashed through several houses in a row, sending shattered tiles and splinters of wood flying everywhere. Uzui Tengen froze slightly, feeling confused. What was that thing that just flew out? A cannonball? Uzui Tengen thought to himself. Wasn't this supposed to be the place where they were fighting an upper moon demon? What was going on? Just as he turned to get a better look at what that black shadow actually was, an unfamiliar voice came from behind him. "Can you put a little more strength into it? Why are your hits getting weaker and weaker?" Uzui Tengen quickly turned around. Tokiya was slowly walking closer, his expression calm, carrying a trace of impatient boredom. "Tokiya is fighting here? Then who is the other one? A demon? Is it an upper moon?" At the same time, the black shadow slowly struggled back to its feet amid the battlefield full of rubble and ruins, gradually revealing its true form. Tengen's gaze locked tightly onto that figure. He saw Jotaro hunched over, holding twin sickles, slowly walking out of the wreckage. Blood slid from the corner of his mouth, and his face was covered in dust and blood, making him look incomparably battered. Jotaro's eyes revealed deep shock and gravity, and his body was covered in wounds. Although, as an upper moon, these injuries could recover in the blink of an eye, At this moment he did not dare let his attention drift to his own wounds at all. Is this Tokiya really still human? How can someone fighting barehanded be this strong? Jutaro frowned deeply. The attack speed he had always been proud of had no room to be used in front of the other side. As for landing a hit, there was no way he could land even one. But the beating he was taking, that was painfully real. Not only that, what terrified Jutaro the most was that even now, he still had no idea whether the other side had been taking him seriously at all, or how much strength he had actually used. This Tokiya was like he was just playing around. In his fight with Jutaro he had only used fists and legs. As for any of his other abilities, none had appeared so far. What about the wooden dragon that crushed Lord Akaza? Was it because he wasn't worthy? Thinking of that, Jutaro felt a burst of frustration in his heart. Yet he had no way to deny it. In Tokiya's current state, he could not even find an opening, much less force the other side to summon a wooden dragon. Catching sight of the blazing words Upper Moon 6, unlike Tokiya's leisurely ease, alarm bells instantly exploded in Yuzui Tengen's heart. His combat instincts activated at once, and every muscle in his body tensed up. Although Jutaro looked a little battered at this moment, the oppressive aura radiating from him was unmistakably real. So this was the demon lurking behind the entertainment district? As long as they could take down the upper rank 6 in front of them, the district could return to peace. Even though this was his first time facing an upper rank and he did not have much confidence, the duty of a Hashira did not allow him to retreat. He drew the two short Nichiren blades from behind his back, his body leaning slightly forward. It begins. Yuzui Tengen muttered inwardly. His feet suddenly burst with force, and he swung his Nichiren blades in a full arc as he slashed toward Jutaro. His figure carved a clear arc through the night, like an arrow shooting out. However, at that exact moment, Tanjiro's urgent shout suddenly rang out. Mr. Yuzui, watch out. Yuzui Tengen froze. Tanjiro's voice? Watch out for what? Wasn't he upper rank 6 in the direction he was attacking? Why should he be careful? Could there be another demon here? Before Yuzui Tengen could think further, in the next instant, before he even had time to react, a tremendous force struck from the side. It was like being hit by an incomparably hard steel pillar, sending his body flying viciously. Yuzui Tengen tried to twist his body and redirect the force to evade it. But this attack was not only overwhelmingly powerful, it was also unbelievably fast. He only felt a sharp pain in his chest, and then his body instantly lost control in midair and was blasted backward. At that instant, everything before Yuzui Tengen's eyes seemed to freeze. His world was left with nothing but that violent impact and a blank haze of confusion. The moment he was sent flying, he heard that cold voice again. Don't interfere. That was Shirya's voice? Yuzui Tengen's body traced an arc through the air and slammed heavily into the ground. The earth shook, dust billowed up, shattered rocks scattered everywhere, and the deafening crash echoing through the sky made everyone shudder. Inosuke looked at the figure standing in the middle of the field and swallowed hard. After not seeing him for a few months, that red-eyed guy had gotten even stronger. Yuzui Tengen rolled across the ground several times, and every impact with the earth brought searing pain. After he finally stopped rolling, Yuzui Tengen came to a difficult halt, his body lying still for a brief moment amid the ruins. It felt as if every bone in his body was protesting. Pain was everywhere. Only after barely steadying himself with his breathing technique did Yuzui Tengen push aside the stones and look at Shirya. His eyes filled not only with confusion, but even more with shock. What was going on with Shirya's speed and strength? He could not even sense the other man's presence at all? It had looked like he had simply been kicked flying by Shirya, but only he knew what had really happened. At the instant his body made contact with Shirya's leg, he had practically used every breathing technique and shinobi art he could muster. And even so, the other side had still kicked him away without the slightest suspense? Wasn't the strength a little too terrifying? It was not as if Yuzui Tengen had never considered that there was a gap in strength between himself and Shirya. After all, someone capable of driving back upper rank 3 and upper rank 2 would definitely be stronger than him. But he had never imagined that the gap between him and Shirya could be this huge. If the other side had actually meant to kill him, Yuzui Tengen felt that he probably would not have been able to withstand even a single move. Where the hell had this monster come from? He had still been wondering just now why the mighty upper rank 6 looked so miserable. Now he understood. Seeing Yuzui Tengen get kicked flying with one leg, the entire scene instantly fell into silence. Jutaro looked at Shirya, then looked at the Yuzui Tengen who had been kicked away. For some reason, he felt a little more balanced inside. This monster was brutal enough to hit even his own side this hard. In that case, the beating he had taken really was nothing. Tanjiro looked worriedly at Yuzui Tengen. Just now, when he saw Mr. Yuzui take on an attacking stance, He had already smelled a change in Mr. Shirya's scent. It seemed like he was somewhat displeased that someone was interfering in his battle. Tanjiro was not sure, but he knew one thing: if Mr. Yuzui made a move, nothing good would come of it. He had only just opened his mouth to warn Yuzui Tengen when Yuzui Tengen had already rushed out. Continue. Shirya did not even spare a glance for Yuzui Tengen, whom he had kicked away. He had not finished farming his roleplay progress yet, so when was it this guy's turn? Once his roleplay progress reached 33, he would be able to play with the fan. Thinking that, Shirya glanced at the panel. Roleplay progress. 328. Shirya raised a brow. If he remembered correctly, when he had sent Jutaro flying earlier, the roleplay progress should have been 327, right? What did that mean? Kicking Yuzui Tengen once could also raise his roleplay progress? Then, the moment Shirya suddenly turned and looked at him, Yuzui Tengen's hair immediately stood on end. What kind of look was that? It did not look like the craving for a strong enemy. It looked more like he had not had enough yet. Not had enough of what? Kicking him? Jutaro looked at Shirya not far in front of him, and a feeling of powerlessness welled up in his heart. There were quite a few Hashira who had died by his hands, but never had any Hashira felt as terrifying as the Shirya before him. A complete and utter crushing. This outrageous gap in strength was so overwhelming that just standing there, he exuded a suffocating pressure head-on. Lifting the twin sickles in his hands, Jutaro charged out somewhat numbly. After once again helplessly accepting the fact that he had been blown away, Jutaro suddenly discovered that Shirya's gaze had changed. It was no longer bored and dull. A trace of interest had risen in it, as if he had sensed something. Now this is more like it. Shirya turned around and looked toward the figure that had appeared under the moonlight at some unknown time, the corner of his mouth curling slightly upward. He had thought Kokushibo had already left and was preparing to end the battle, but he had not expected him to suddenly come out at this moment. Interesting. Against the dim background, a silhouette appeared atop the ruins to Shirya's front left. His back looked extremely imposing. Moonlight spilled over him, outlining a sharp profile and revealing an intense oppressive presence. Kokushibo wore a purple-black robe, the fabric fluttering gently in the breeze. His hair was wild and thick, and the crimson ends shimmered with a strange, eerie glow under the moonlight, like flames stained with blood. So the one Muzan-sama spoke of is you? Kokushibo's voice rang out faintly, carrying a trace of indifference and endless pressure. As his voice fell, he slowly turned around, revealing a face that was both horrifying and filled with authority. Kokushibo's face had sharp contours and deep-set features. 6 eyes, shining with golden light, were distributed across his forehead and cheeks. Every eye carried a cold, magnificent pressure, like the gaze of an endless abyss. The whites of his eyes were scarlet red, as if blazing with scorching flames, while the golden patterns in his pupils flickered with terrifying light in the darkness. On the eye in the center of his forehead were also engraved the 3 golden characters for upper rank 1, declaring his identity and status. Fine lines spread across his face like streams of dark flowing water. The moment Tanjiro saw Kokushibo, his heart pounded violently and his breathing turned rapid. His nose, which had always been extraordinarily sharp, now felt as if it had been blocked by some invisible force. That dense demon scent, so overwhelming it was suffocating, flooded his senses. This smell was far heavier than Akaza's, as if the very air itself had been compressed until it could no longer move. Kokushibo seemed like someone who had walked out of an endless abyss. Upper rank 1. There was another upper rank demon in the entertainment district besides upper rank 6? When facing upper rank 6 earlier, Tanjiro had already felt a power that was nearly impossible to overcome. And now, standing before him, was the even more terrifying upper rank 1. Tanjiro couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Mr. Shia. Mr. Shia could easily defeat upper rank 3. But what about upper rank 1? Yuzui Tengen felt that terrifying pressure too. His gaze seemed completely locked onto Kokushibo's figure, unable to move away. Kokushibo's face looked especially eerie under the moonlight. His sculpted features were sharply defined, yet they carried a disturbing sense of wrongness that made one's skin crawl. His 6 eyes were as cold as an abyss, as if they could see through everything, sending a chill straight into the heart. The existence of upper rank 1 was like a towering mountain, so oppressively heavy that it made it hard to breathe. Yuzui Tengen only felt his limbs gradually stiffening, as if he had fallen into an invisible swamp, his body and mind wrapped in overwhelming fear. That kind of pressure was something he had never felt before. It was practically the same fear as standing before death itself. Big eyeballs. Fish cake Hachitaro, did you see that? He actually has 6 huge eyeballs. Inosuke tugged at Tanjiro's sleeve and exclaimed in amazement. As expected, once the forest gets big enough, every kind of demon shows up. To be able to defeat Akaza, Your strength is indeed not bad. Are you willing to become a demon? Kokushibo's tone was calm, but beneath it was boundless confidence and disdain, as if victory already belonged to him. Hearing that, Shia tilted his neck and gave a cold smile. You still haven't figured out the situation you're in. Would release. Deep forest emergence. After finishing the hand seals, Shia slammed a hand onto the ground. A vast surge of chakra instantly poured into the earth, like an invisible ripple spreading out in a flash. As that power was released, the ground began to tremble violently, as if the entire world were answering Shia's summons. The originally flat and open land started splitting apart. Huge cracks spread outward from Shia's palm, as if countless earth dragons were churning beneath the surface. Right after that, verdant light burst from the fissures, and with a thunderous roar, colossal trees broke free from the ground like something smashing through its shackles from the depths of hell. These giant trees surged like a tide of life, instantly swelling and spreading before Tanjiro, Uzui Tengen, and Kokushibo's eyes. Thick trunks shot straight into the sky, and every branch was like a giant arm stretching wildly through the air, covering the entire battlefield. In an incredibly short time, the once open terrain had been completely covered by countless towering giant trees. Dense canopies blotted out the sky and sun, while moonlight filtered through the gaps in mottled patches. The ruined walls and broken debris on the ground were mercilessly swallowed by the giant trees. The roots of the giant trees were like countless massive pythons. They writhed across the surface, crossing over one another and locking the earth tightly under their control. Uzui Tengen raised his head and stared at the countless towering trees. His heart pounded like a drum, and it felt as if something had exploded inside his mind, leaving it completely blank in an instant. The giant trees before him rose into the clouds, their thick trunks like the arms of giants, blocking out the sky until barely a trace of light remained. He had never seen such a shocking sight before. The scene in front of him was dreamlike and unreal, so much so that he nearly doubted whether he was still in the real world. Did Shia summon this? Could a human really control this kind of power? Standing surrounded by that forest of giant trees, Uzui Tengen looked up at the trunks that nearly pierced the heavens, and his body instinctively felt small and powerless. Even though he had faced countless powerful enemies and gone through countless life and death battles, never had there been a moment like this, one that made him feel his own insignificance so deeply. The magnificent forest before him had already surpassed his understanding of power, and it had gone beyond everything he could imagine. Standing at the center of the tree realm, Shia slightly raised a hand, and the giant trees came crashing down toward Kokushibo's position. The falling giant trees came with a force like thunder itself, as if this whole patch of heaven and earth were trembling because of it. Those thick trunks were like gigantic warhammers, and with the roar of rushing wind, they smashed straight down toward Kokushibo's location. The earth was torn apart instantly, while shattered stone and dust flew everywhere, and the explosions were deafening. However, at the very moment the giant trees completely crushed Kokushibo's position, Kokushibo's shadow rapidly condensed behind Shia like a nightmare, as if it had silently grown out of the void itself, instantly turning into a streak of pitch-black form. From within the shadow, Kokushibo spoke with an icy presence. Not bad power, but your speed is too slow. A move that works on Akaza may not necessarily work on me. Before his words had even fully fallen, the Kaigaku Kamusuri in Kokushibo's hand was already gleaming with cold light as it thrust straight toward Shia's back. It was as if the air froze in that instant, the blade's gleam slicing through the night sky. Yet right at that critical moment, Kokushibo actually saw Shia turn his head and smile at him. That smile was unbelievably calm, as if everything were already under his control, even carrying a hint of playfulness. Kokushibo's body suddenly trembled, and a trace of unease flashed through his heart. He had never seen anyone smile so calmly in a situation like this. That calmness even carried a trace of something eerie. Normally, at such a life and death moment, any ordinary person would have already panicked, perhaps even shown fear. But Shia's reaction was the exact opposite. There was not the slightest trace of panic in his smile, only an unfathomable calm. That abnormal composure abruptly gave rise to an indescribable pressure in Kokushibo's heart, as if he were the one who had fallen into danger instead. Despite the countless misgivings in his heart, Kokushibo's hand did not pause in the slightest. The Kaigaku Kamusuri still shot toward Shia like thunder. Kokushibo believed his strike was flawless. Whether it was timing or angle, there was not a single opening. He would not give up such a perfect chance to attack just because of that strange smile from the other side. Clang! That muffled metallic collision seemed to tear apart the silence of the tree realm and echoed beneath the starry night sky. Kokushibo's arm holding the Kaigaku Kamusuri shook violently, and the intense vibration surged into his palm like a tide, all the way to the web between thumb and forefinger. His wrist, which had been as steady as stone, actually began to tremble slightly from that one blow. The hilt of the Kaigaku Kukamusuri suddenly felt cold and heavy, making Kokushibo instinctively feel a sense of unfamiliarity and unease. Kokushibo's gaze sharpened at that instant, and he stared at Shiya before him with full vigilance. According to Kokushibo's expectations, even if that strike couldn't kill Shiya, it should at least have caused him serious injuries. So what was going on now? Just as Kokushibo's gaze focused, a pale blue light suddenly surged around Shiya's body. It rolled like waves, filled with invisible power. The light rapidly condensed, and in almost the blink of an eye, it formed into the phantom image of a gigantic skeleton. That phantom was as tall as a mountain, like an ancient war god awakening from the void and looking down proudly at Kokushibo. Kokushibo's pupils shrank slightly. The enormous skeletal phantom was cold and emotionless, as if it had walked out from the abyss of time itself, carrying endless chill and deathly silence. Its bones flickered with an icy blue glow. Every inch of it was like solidified death, radiating a sinister aura in the night. The phantom's eyes were hollow and deep, like endless abysses swallowing all light, making Kokushibo feel an inexplicable pressure. What is this? Kokushibo muttered instinctively, his voice mixed with rare shock and disbelief. This sudden phantom made Kokushibo feel a power he could not resist, like the shackles of fate binding him in place. Kokushibo lowered his head to look at Kaigaku Kamui. The blade he had thrust out, that edge which had once cut through everything in its path, was now firmly blocked outside the skeletal phantom's bones, unable to advance even the slightest bit. That trembling sensation still echoed through his hand, so intense that it nearly numbed his wrist. He had never imagined that he would be shaken in battle by such a strange power. The feeling made Kokushibo extremely uncomfortable, yet he could not get rid of it. I never expected this tree world to take you down in one go. It was just to make it easier to find your position. As Shirya turned around, the skeletal phantom covering half his body turned with him. Roleplay rate 33. Roleplay progress has successfully reached 1/3 of the total progress. Reward weapon, Uchiha Gunbai, issued. Hearing the system's notification, Shirya extended a hand, and a uniquely shaped long fan, like a gourd, appeared in his grasp. Thick giant trees surrounded the area, matching the fan in Shirya's hand perfectly. Shirya lightly brushed the long fan, and his eyes grew even brighter. Second stage Susanoo, Uchiha Gunbai. Even if Musen came today, he'd still be finished here. Seeing the fan appear in Shirya's hand, Kokushibo narrowed his eyes. Using a fan as a weapon? That was a first. If it were anyone else using a fan as a weapon, Kokushibo would not have thought much of it. He would still kill them all the same. But Shirya was different. Even now, he still had not figured out what that terrifying skeletal phantom surrounding Shirya was. That overwhelming pressure still made him deeply uncomfortable even now. Would someone capable of producing such a phantom casually use an ordinary fan as a weapon? The answer was obviously no. While Kokushibo was still thinking about what exactly the fan in Shirya's hand did, he suddenly saw Shirya swing it toward him. Moon breathing, 8th form, Moon Dragon Ringtail. Kokushibo twisted his body and did everything he could to sweep Kaigaku Kamui out, rolling up wave after wave of blade light. That blade light drew elegant yet deadly arcs through the void like crescent moons. Countless tiny moon blades moved with it, silver radiance flashing without end, like a dragon's tail dancing in the air. The blade light surged like a tide, and endless moon blades covered the sky, as if a deadly storm were sweeping across the entire battlefield. The curved gleam of the moon blades flickered in the darkness, their bright silver light piercing through the night. Even the space around Kokushibo seemed to be torn apart by those countless intersecting arcs. But at the very moment Kokushibo's boundless moon blades collided with the gunbai in Shirya's hand, a massive clang rang out, drowning every other sound between heaven and earth. Flame-like wind from the fan roared forth, weaving together with the silver glow of the moon blades in midair, forming a dazzling light that illuminated the entire battlefield. In that instant, Kokushibo felt a powerful reactive force transmit from the blade. It was like an invisible wall, instantly blocking his full-force strike. The violent recoil made Kokushibo's wrist tremble sharply, and the strength in his grip on the sword was exhausted on the spot. His movement stalled, and Kaigaku Kamui could no longer move forward even a fraction, as if it had been bound by invisible shackles. What shocked Kokushibo even more was that this fan had not only completely blocked his 8th form, but had also gathered an extremely strong counterforce on its surface. By the time Kokushibo realized this, it was already too late to evade. All the force he had used to slash at the fan was reflected back in full. A terrifying power that Kokushibo could not resist sent his entire body flying. He was like a kite with its string cut, hurled into the distance by that force. Kokushibo's body slammed fiercely into the giant trees created by the tree world. The giant trees let out dull cracking sounds from the impact and collapsed one after another, with broken branches and scattered leaves flying everywhere. Only after smashing through several giant trees in a row did Kokushibo's backward flight finally slow. Lord Kokushibo got blown away by a fan? The moment Jutaro saw Lord Kokushibo appear, he knew he would not need to deal with Shirya himself anymore. Although he did not know why Lord Kokushibo had only appeared now, he, as the lowest-ranked Upper Moon, did not dare to recklessly guess what Upper Moon One was thinking. At the Upper Moon meeting more than 100 years ago, he had already seen this lord. To be honest, back then, forget Lord Kokushibo, even the pressure Lord Akaza gave him had been incomparable. By the end of that meeting, his back had been drenched in cold sweat. That suffocating atmosphere, so heavy it felt like it could drip water, had given him a clear understanding of his position as Upper Moon 6. When Lord Kokushibo appeared, Jutaro had even felt that Lord Muzan might have been taking Shirya too seriously. But now Jutaro had only one thought. That was that Lord Muzan might still not be taking Shirya seriously enough. Is this brat a monster? Those giant trees erupting just now had already shocked him enough. Yet the very next moment, Lord Kokushibo got sent flying by a single swing of a fan? Lord Kokushibo, the one ranked one among the 12 Kazuki, couldn't he even withstand one move from Shirya? Then just how terrifying was Shirya's strength? Comparable to Lord Muzan? The moment that thought appeared, Jutaro hurriedly suppressed it. But how could a thought in his heart be suppressed just because he wanted it to be? Once that thought took root in Jutaro's mind, it spread uncontrollably. Jutaro could only shift his attention away from Kokushibo and back to the handsome man in extravagant clothing before him. Not only did this man not have any marks on his face, he even had 3 wives. He really deserved to die. With his strength, didn't he deserve everything he had? Jutaro did not know whether he had gotten used to Shirya's terrifying strength or what. In any case, when he fought this Hashira named Yuzui, he could clearly feel the pressure drop sharply. When he had clashed with Yuzui Tengen for the first time, he had almost cried. This was the level a normal person should have. What kind of normal person could shatter his sickles with one punch? After several exchanges, he had already firmly suppressed Yuzui Tengen, and the poison had begun to spread through the other man's body. Before long, this Hashira and those other 3 brats would definitely die. But even if he killed them, would he and his sister really survive? Looking at the giant trees all around them, Jutaro's heart sank. Although he was Upper Moon 6, if someone said that joining forces with Lord Kokushibo would be enough to defeat the terrifying Shirya before them, he had absolutely no confidence in that. Even now, he had yet to see Shirya show the slightest sign of struggling. Better deal with the trouble in front of him first. Jutaro suddenly shot forward and once again became locked in battle with Yuzui Tengen. Facing Jutaro's rapid assault, Yuzui Tengen did not dare let his attention slip in the slightest. This wasn't he right. When he had watched this Upper Moon 6 fight Shirya just now, clearly hadn't he looked like this. Back then, Jutaro had obviously looked kind of dumb in front of Shirya. Sure, he had been fast, but every single attack had been sent flying away. So why was it different when it came to him? The speed of those slashes was so savage it felt like Jutaro wanted to chop him straight into minced meat. At first, seeing how easily Shirya handled him, Yuzui had thought he could do it too. Only after truly crossing blades with this Upper Moon 6 did Yuzui Tengen realize just how dangerous this demon was. With such outrageous attack speed, before he could fully complete his score, all he could do was barely keep up. Wait a second, wasn't he the way that Upper Moon 1 got blown away just now exactly what Upper Moon 6 had looked like earlier? Was Shirya the same no matter who he fought? Beating Upper Moon 1 the same way he beat Upper Moon 6? Equal treatment for all? No. Shirya's strength absolutely had to be reported to the master as soon as possible. Kokushibo dropped to one knee on the ground, gasping violently. It felt as if the impact just now had nearly torn his chest apart. He looked up in shock at Shirya, the one who had blown him away. The skeletal phantom of Susanoo still enveloped Shirya with imposing majesty, its cold posture like a war god from another world. Didn't he use the power of that phantom? Just that fan? Kokushibo was not surprised that Shirya had sent him flying. After all, that phantom Shirya had summoned was clearly not something to be trifled with. But the key point was that Shirya had not used the phantom's power, nor had he relied on the giant trees around them. He had sent him flying with nothing but a fan? What exactly was that fan made of? How could it be that tough? Could reflect his attacks? Kokushibo stood up and brushed the dust off his body. The calmness that had been in his gaze at first was gone, leaving only solemnity. Right now, he was a little curious how Akaza had managed to escape from someone like this. That attack just now had been his strongest strike in his normal state. Akaza might have been able to receive it, but he would definitely have ended up severely injured. Yet even an attack like that had not caused Shurya the slightest bit of harm. So how is my strength now? Shurya asked flatly while standing within Susanoo. Roleplay rate, 33.8. As expected of Kokushibo, second only to Muzan. Fighting him really did raise the roleplay rate by a lot. Just one exchange had raised it by 0.8, and this was only Kokushibo in his normal state. Once Kokushibo released his weapon and used his mark, wouldn't the roleplay rate rise by a lot again? 40? Probably a bit unlikely, but 37 or 38% should not be a problem. Kokushibo admitted it without any attempt to hide it. Very strong, but still not enough. He knew the gap in power between himself and Shurya, but he would never submit easily. Strong was strong. There was nothing to deny. The moment his words fell, Kokushibo's aura suddenly changed. A blazing power surged wildly out of his body. It was as if invisible flames had started burning in the air, and the temperature of the surroundings abruptly rose. On the left side of Kokushibo's forehead and the right side of his neck, a flame-like pattern suddenly appeared. That pattern was like real fire, rapidly spreading across his skin. These flame-like markings were not simple lines, but something almost alive, pulsing and spreading across Kokushibo's skin. They were like scorching fire snakes, continuously climbing and writhing, quickly covering large areas of his left forehead and right neck. At that same moment, Kaigaku Kamusuri in Kokushibo's hand seemed to receive a summons as well and began to change. On the blade, the eyeballs that had originally looked still and eerie began to glow faintly, flickering with a sinister light. A deep evil aura leaked from the pupils of those eyes, like the gaze of hell itself. As the power inside Kokushibo surged, the originally tight blade of Kaigaku Kamusuri was instantly stretched longer. It became slimmer and sharper, while the edges of the blade were pulled by an invisible force, as if something were trying to crawl out from inside Kaigaku Kamusuri. From a bulge to a new section of blade, it took only a few seconds. The extended blade sections spread around the main edge, turning Kaigaku Kamusuri from the appearance of an ordinary long sword into a bizarre deformed blade. The gleam from Kaigaku Kamusuri's edge reflected on Kokushibo's calm face, as if amplifying the killing intent in his heart. Gripping Kaigaku Kamusuri, Kokushibo felt the power flowing from the weapon into his palm, and his gaze gradually calmed. This was his full strength. If Shurya only had the strength he had shown in their exchange just now, then he was about to suffer. Kokushibo's thoughts turned over one last time before returning to stillness. At this moment, there was only one thought in his heart: destroy everything before him, and conquer all enemies. Kokushibo lifted his head and locked his gaze onto Shurya inside the blue skeletal phantom. Even though his strength had increased, the pressure brought by this blue phantom surrounding Shurya had not weakened in the slightest. But that did not affect his state of mind at all. As a true powerhouse, he understood one thing deeply: the strong remain strong, and they must never be shaken by anything. A powerful enemy could only make him more excited, not fearful. With that thought, Kokushibo exerted slight force through his calves, then kicked off violently with both legs, leaping high into the sky in an instant. Moon breathing, 16th form, moonbow, half moon. Along with that low shout, Kokushibo raised the deformed Kaigaku Kamusuri high above his head. Those several bizarre blades shone silver beneath the bright moonlight. They dyed the entire sky in a blinding white arc, as if the night itself had been torn open with a massive wound. Even the edges of that arc trembled faintly, radiating a chilling cold that made one's heart shudder. As Kokushibo's arm smashed downward, the void itself seemed to rip apart at that moment, and countless crescent-shaped slashes swept downward like a tidal wave. Every crescent slash was like crimson lightning, carrying apocalyptic power as it tore through the air straight toward Shurya. The crimson moon blades surrounded Shurya, making it seem like he was in a life-or-death instant. But not the slightest panic appeared on Shurya's face. Instead, his eyes were full of interest as he observed the crimson moon blades that were about to drown him. The strength really was far beyond Doma's. He could completely crush Doma. But that just made it interesting. Shurya shook his body lightly. Facing the crimson moon blades filling the sky, he gripped the Uchiha gunbai with one hand and held it sideways in front of himself. From this moment on, let Demon Slayer witness the fear of Madara. Kokushibo's attack collided with the gunbai. Unexpectedly, no violent crashing sound rang out. It was as if the crimson moon blades had been blocked by an invisible barrier, falling into a strange silence. Those moon blades remained locked outside the gunbai, continuously flickering, like crimson ghost fires desperately trying to break through the gunbai's defense and reach Shurya. Yet this seemingly light and flimsy gunbai was now like a towering wall. No matter how fiercely the crimson moon blades poured down, they could not break through its defense. Kokashibo's pupils shrank as he stared at the point where Shuria's weapon met his attack, and suspicion surged in his heart. It was not as though he did not know that this strange fan had the ability to reflect attacks, but Kokashibo believed that everything should have its limit. As long as his power was great enough, that fan would be powerless. Before releasing his weapon and activating his mark, Shuria being able to reflect his attacks could still barely be explained as the gap in strength between them being too great. But why could the other side still block his attack now? Had the mark and weapon release failed to narrow the gap between him and Shuria? Or was this fan simply that bizarre? The next moment, the corners of Shuria's mouth rose slightly, and his arms suddenly exerted force. That light gunbai seemed to be granted endless power as it instantly turned the crimson moon blades around, violently reflecting them back toward Kokashibo. The crimson moon blades whirled in reverse, stirring up a fierce gale as they charged at Kokashibo with even greater ferocity. Kokashibo's expression tightened. The scene before his eyes made a chill rise from the bottom of his heart. Every crimson moon blade reflected back at him was perfectly distinct, and their attack power seemed to have become even stronger. He reacted at once, swinging Kaigaku Kamusuri to block the fierce counterattack. But defending against an attack like a storm was far more difficult than launching one like it. Not to mention that the attack had grown much stronger. Every crimson moon blade carried destructive force, overturning Kokashibo's original understanding. Even in his current peak condition, facing these rebounding moon blades still made him look somewhat fragile. Those moon blades smashed toward him with an unstoppable force. Under their impact, the air let out a piercing howl, as if the entire night sky had been torn apart. Kokashibo gritted his teeth and swung his sword with all his strength at the crimson moon blades rebounding toward him, but the powerful recoil forced him backward all of a sudden. Several rebounding moon blades sent Kokashibo flying once again. Roleplay progress, 348. After fully unleashing his strength, just this one strike from Kokashibo alone gave Shuri a full 1% increase. Even if the roleplay progress from the later battle would keep shrinking as Shuri's strength rose, that was enough. With Kokashibo's current state, even without using Susanoo, he could still keep this going for a while. He wondered whether Muzan was paying attention to Kokashibo's situation right now. If he could make Muzan unable to sit still and come over personally, that would be perfect. Forget the final battle in the Infinity Castle later today. He would erect a tombstone for Muzan right here. Kokashibo clutched his chest and panted as he looked at Shuri. To be honest, his mind was a little muddled right now. Shuri's current strength reminded him of someone. A person he hated and missed at the same time, Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Just like Yoriichi, no matter how his strength changed, before him, Kokashibo was nothing more than a lightly brushed aside door. Yoriichi was clearly already dead. So why had another Shuri appeared? Why could they become this strong with those frail human bodies? It wasn't fair. Yoriichi was one thing, he had been born with the mark and the transparent world, but what was going on with this Shuri? The power he displayed felt incomparably unfamiliar to him, yet it was not the slightest bit weaker than Yoriichi's. If anything, it seemed even greater. Without using breathing techniques, without a mark, he could still easily defeat him. Then what had his hundreds of years spent living in the shadows amounted to? Yoriichi was dead, and yet he was going to live under another person's shadow again? He couldn't understand it. He truly couldn't understand it. He had already become a demon, so he should have become the strongest swordsman.
Come? Continue.
Let me see the power of Yoriichi Tsujikuni's older brother. Shuri crooked a finger at Kokashibo. As his roleplay progress rose, he once again felt signs of the Sharingan evolving. Soon, just a little more. Let him see the power of the eternal Mangekyo. Hearing that, Kokashibo abruptly raised his head and stared at Shuri. He knew his identity. How was that possible? Did the Demon Slayer Corps tell him? Impossible. That was already something from hundreds of years ago. Over these past few centuries, the Demon Slayer Corps had weathered storm after storm. It was already extremely difficult for them just to preserve their lineage without it being cut off, so how could they have spare energy to gather information about him? Then how did this Shuri know who he was? Kokashibo's astonishment lasted only for a moment before it was replaced by anger. He was Yoriichi Tsujikuni's older brother. Yet he had never truly been like Yoriichi Tsujikuni's older brother. An older brother should not be weaker than his younger brother. Yet he had never once defeated that younger brother. At this moment, Kokashibo turned sideways and raised Kaigaku Kamasari once again. The Kaigaku Kamasari that Shuri had broken in half with a strike to the middle recovered in the blink of an eye. The eyeballs on the blade gathered toward Shuri once more. Kokashibo's gaze gradually turned savage. Anger churned inside him, and he could no longer tolerate being toyed with by the young man in front of him. Shuri's provocation not only humiliated him, but also touched the deepest pain in his heart. All his life, he had been chasing the back of his younger brother, Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Even though Yoriichi Tsujikuni had long since died, that sense of pressure had never disappeared. Why? Kokushibo roared. Kaigaku Kamusari suddenly split the air, heading straight for Shiryi with a shrill screech. Shiryi raised an eyebrow. What was this? Why such a huge reaction all of a sudden? Just because of the name Yoriichi Tsujikuni? Shiryi stood where he was without moving. With a backhanded fan strike, he sent Kokushibo flying sideways, smashing heavily into a distant rock. But this time, Kokushibo did not stop to observe Shiryi. Instead, he charged forward once more, like a furious beast. He drew his sword again and rushed at Shiryi, the killing intent in his eyes even denser than before. This attack was even fiercer, but the result still did not change. Shiryi once again sent Kokushibo flying in an effortless manner. This time, he did not even use any real strength. He merely waved his hand lightly, and Kokushibo was blown dozens of zhang away. Kokushibo's body almost bounced off the ground. His anger had already surpassed reason. He recklessly kept charging at Shiryi, getting blasted away again and again, climbing back up from the ground again and again. Why can I never surpass Yoriichi? It was as if an invisible crack had formed in Kokushibo's heart. With every impact, that crack widened further, and his rage grew ever more violent. Yoriichi is already dead. I've lived in darkness for hundreds of years, experienced countless pains and hardships. But why? Why am I still not the strongest swordsman? Kokushibo's voice carried pain and unwillingness he could not suppress. His injuries no longer had time to recover, yet that unwillingness still made him stand up from the ruins again and again. Roleplay progress, 356. Roleplay progress, 361. Looking at the rapidly dropping roleplay progress, Shiryi frowned. Wasn't it dropping too fast? At this rate, Kokushibo would soon stop being able to provide much roleplay progress. Was it because of Kokushibo's current state? Looking at the somewhat deranged Kokushibo, his attacks were now chaotic and disordered, almost using whichever breathing style came to mind. And if nothing came to mind, then he would just come straight at him with Kaigaku Kamusari raised to slash. Did Yoriichi Tsujikuni really affect Kokushibo that much? Just one name had made Kokushibo end up like this? Watching Kokushibo crawl up from the ground yet again, Shiryi's expression turned a little dissatisfied. Kokushibo, upper rank 1, could not possibly provide him with only this little roleplay progress. With another wave of the war fan, Kokushibo's body was flung out like a torn sack, crashing heavily into the ruins. Kokushibo's body twitched in the ruins. A demon's powerful regeneration let most of his injuries recover within a few breaths. Gripping Kaigaku Kamusari, the fury in his eyes had now turned somewhat numb. This Shiryi was just like Yoriichi. With a casual move, he could crush him. Did he really still have any reason to keep going? What exactly was he angry about? Angry that after Yoriichi died, he still treasured the flute Yoriichi had given him? Or angry that after Yoriichi's death, another towering mountain had appeared? He didn't know. Supporting himself with Kaigaku Kamusari, Kokushibo prepared to rush at Shiryi once more. What I want is to fight the strong, not some pitiful wretch blinded by anger. The way you look now truly disgusts me. Kokushibo's offensive halted, and the Kaigaku Kamusari in his hand drooped weakly. The empty numbness in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a complicated emotion. His body lay half-reclined in the ruins, his gaze blankly fixed on Shiryi, as if he were thinking about something. His voice was hoarse and tired, carrying a pain that was hard to describe. In your eyes, do I count as strong too? Shiryi tilted his head, sincerity flashing in his eyes. First, yes. But now, no. You're too weak. You can't even control your own anger, so what right do you have to call yourself strong? Was Kokushibo strong? Of course he was. In Shiryi's eyes, Yoriichi was a genius who had descended out of nowhere and suppressed an entire era. But that felt too unreal. Kokushibo, on the other hand, was the very image of all those who struggled bitterly in pursuit of strength. He had chased after Yoriichi too much, that sun hanging in the sky, and forgotten that he himself was also a one-of-a-kind moon. Shiryi's words were like a sharp blade, stabbing deep into Kokushibo's heart. Kokushibo's body trembled slightly. The light in his eyes dimmed, as if all hope had been shattered at this very moment. That unwillingness and pain were still surging in his heart, but right now, he felt a kind of emptiness and despair he had never known before. Kokushibo's grip on Kaigaku Kamusari slowly loosened. The blade slipped helplessly to the ground with a crisp clang. It was as if the last trace of resistance in his heart had collapsed, and his body completely crumpled to the ground. Perhaps I was never truly strong. Kokushibo's voice was so soft it was almost impossible to hear. carrying endless loss and sorrow. Once, he had believed that as long as he defeated Tsujikuni Yorichi, he would become the strongest swordsman. But only now did he understand that he had always lived in his younger brother's shadow, and would never escape it. Seeing Kokushibo in this state, Shirya froze. What? He just completely lost the will to live? Wasn't he supposed to snap out of it after getting provoked and keep fighting me? What the hell is this? That's not how it goes in novels. Is it? Did I use the taunting tactic wrong? Come on, don't do this. I haven't finished grinding my role completion yet. Kokushibo's figure lay alone among the ruins, as if he had become one with the broken walls and wreckage around him. Get up, Kokushibo. Who said you could just fall here like that? Just as Shirya was thinking about what to do, a dark voice sounded inside Kokushibo's mind. Hizeo City. Moonlight shone beneath the eaves, and the chill seemed to seep into every single roof tile. Muzan sat in a dim room, the air filled with a faint medicinal fragrance. A precious herb was placed on the table, its texture delicate and its surface carrying a faint sheen. However, Muzan's attention was no longer on the herb. He slowly raised his head. His pale face was lit by the dim candlelight, and his eyes were full of gloom. Muzan's gaze pierced through the heavy walls and space itself, reaching Kokushibo far away in the entertainment district. He had been paying close attention to Kokushibo's situation the whole time. The moment he saw Shirya summon that terrifying blue skeletal phantom, he had already felt that something was wrong. Though it did not look very clear through the vision of the other demons, the terrifying pressure radiating from that phantom was undeniably real. This Shirya was even more troublesome than he had imagined. It was not realistic to expect Kokushibo alone to deal with him. A wave of unease rose in Muzan's heart. His fingers lightly tapped the tabletop, making faint sounds. But now, even if he rushed over, it would already be too late. Muzan glanced at the night outside the window. Before the sun rises, the night is at its darkest, and the darkness outside had already reached a point close to its deepest. He could not make it in time. But Kokushibo also could not just die like this. This upper-rank one, whom he had cultivated for several hundred years, had not yet completed the mission he was meant to fulfill. How could he stop here? A random battle and a few words from that brat were enough to completely shatter Kokushibo's mental defenses? Muzan found that hard to understand, and he could not allow such a thing to happen. Muzan's gaze grew even darker. Even if Kokushibo was going to die, he had to die with value. In the very last moment of serving him, he had to fulfill his mission to the greatest extent possible. Only then would he not waste all those years of Muzan's cultivation. At the moment the voice sounded in his mind, Kokushibo, still in the entertainment district, immediately recognized its owner. A trace of light flashed through his hollow eyes. Driven by the instinctive submission born from hierarchy, Kokushibo subconsciously seized back control of his body. But that state only lasted for a moment before Kokushibo gave up again. Deep inside, his heart had already been swallowed by despair. Though Muzan's voice had made him clear-headed for an instant, he still could not recover the fighting spirit he once had. Yorichi, Shirya. Those two names were like two mountains that could never be crossed. They pressed down on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. He had clearly become a demon several hundred years ago. He had never stopped training, never given up pursuing greater power. So why was it that when facing Shirya, he felt as powerless as he had back then when facing Yorichi? Stand up, Kokushibo. You should not stop in a place like this. You are upper rank one. You must be strong. If you give up now, then what meaning did your hundreds of years of cultivation ever have? Muzan's furious voice was like a heavy hammer smashing viciously into Kokushibo's heart. But Kokushibo's heart still wavered. The image of Shirya casually defeating him and Yorichi's back, forever impossible to catch up to, were like two sharp blades continuously carving apart his soul. His breathing grew heavy, but the light in his eyes remained dim. Seeing that his orders had no effect at all, Muzan, far away in Hizeo, suddenly narrowed his eyes. You want to die just like this? How could that be allowed? Muzan's voice echoed through the room, carrying deep killing intent. From the moment he had thrown himself into Muzan's service, Kokushibo had long ceased to be an independent individual. His body no longer belonged to Kokushibo alone. Since your heart is dead, then there's no need for you to control this body anymore. Muzan's rose-red eyes sharpened, and the precious herb in his hand was instantly crushed to pieces. Fine powder scattered through the air, carrying a strange fragrance. At the same time, far away on the battlefield, Kokushibo's consciousness was already gradually dissipating, and the scene before his eyes was slowly blurring. But his body did not stop because of it. Instead, under Muzan's will, it began to undergo a bizarre transformation. Kokushibo, who had already fallen, suddenly had his body jerk violently. His muscles seemed to be manipulated by some invisible force as they began writhing and twisting unnaturally. His once resolute face became savage and terrifying. The veins beneath his skin writhed like living creatures, as if searching for new places to settle. On his forehead, a long horn slowly protruded, tearing out from his skin like the mark of an evil demon and radiating a hair-raising aura. The horn's surface was covered in dense scales, with a dark red glow flowing through it, making it look especially sinister. Kokushibo's jaw began trembling violently. His skin split apart little by little, like old cloth being ripped open. From within the crack, a row of fine, sharp teeth slowly emerged. Under Musen's control, Kokushibo's body was revived. But this revived form was even stranger and even more terrifying than before. His eyes were completely hollow now. His lifeless gaze was like a bottomless black hole. Only his flesh remained, carrying out inhuman transformations according to Musen's will. His state changed. His consciousness is on the verge of vanishing, but his body isn't affected. Musen stepped in, staring at Kokushibo's transformation. Shirya revealed a hint of amusement in his eyes. When Akaza was beheaded by Tanjiro in the Infinity Castle and remembered his past, Musen had done the same thing. Remote control over Kokushibo's body. Huh? Interesting. He did not really care whether Kokushibo was dead or not. What he cared about was whether Kokushibo had become stronger now. Judging from the current situation, although Kokushibo's South combat awareness was close to zero, the power released by that deformed body was enough to make up for the lack of consciousness. The malformed Kokushibo extended his already twisted and distorted arm and grabbed Kaigaku Kukamusuri beside him. The instant his hand touched Kaigaku Kukamusuri, the blade began changing as well. The eyeballs that had originally been sparsely scattered across the blade now seemed to have been stimulated by some kind of evil power. A dense mass of eyes rapidly surfaced, completely filling in all the gaps that had been there before. Those eyes rotated across the blade like living things, brimming with a malicious aura. The next moment, the grotesque Kokushibo appeared behind Shiryi as if he had teleported. Bang! Shiryi did not move in the slightest. He slowly turned around and looked at the distorted Kaigaku Kamamusari that had struck his Susanoo, his brow lifting slightly. Even though that slash had failed to break through his Susanoo's defense, he could still feel the power carried within it. Kokushibo had become stronger now, and by far more than just 10%. A mindless combat machine? Seeing that the attack he was controlling from afar had failed to cause even the slightest damage to the phantom figure surrounding Shiryi, Musen's eyes narrowed. How was that possible? With Kokushibo in his current state, even Musen himself would not dare let that slash land on his own body. Just what exactly was that skeletal phantom surrounding Shiryi? He had lived for over 1,000 years, yet he had never heard of such a power before. What exactly was going on with this Shiryi? In the instant Musen was distracted, Shiryi raised the Uchiha war fan and sent the grotesque Kokushibo flying. The only use of Kokushibo's grotesque strengthening was to raise his role-playing rate. Role-playing rate, 3.72. Just the very first move after Kokushibo's mutation had already given Shiryi a 0.5 increase in role-playing rate. It looked like less than what he had gained at the beginning of their clash, but that was only because Shirye's own strength was rising as well. With Shirye's current power, even if Yoriichi Tsujikuni crawled out of his coffin, it would still be useless. Bang bang bang. Unwilling to accept it, Musen controlled Kokushibo's body and tried again. As he was blown away again and again, Musen's expression darkened. He suddenly understood why Kokushibo had fallen into despair. A battle with no suspense would not stir a person's fighting spirit. It would only wear it down until it vanished completely. Where exactly had this Shiryi come from? The defense of that skeletal phantom was downright absurd. Not to mention Kokushibo in his current state. Even if Musen came in person, he suspected that breaking through this defense would not be easy. Role-playing rate, 3.8. It's coming. Is it about to evolve? Shiryi closed his eyes and stopped paying attention to Kokushibo, who was hopping around like a flea trying to break through his defense. Unlike the intense, tearing pain from when the Sharingan had evolved into the Mangekyo before, this evolution was calm and restrained. But at the same time, it carried an incomparably powerful sensation. That power continued to solidify and gather within his eyes, gradually becoming full and abundant. Shiryi could clearly sense that the ocular power he had previously exhausted while using Amaterasu was being rapidly restored by this newborn strength. The exhaustion caused by using his dojutsu was melting away like spring snow under a warm sun. In its place came an incomparable feeling of fullness. When Musen saw that Shiryi had actually closed his eyes in the face of his attacks, he froze for a moment. Then veins began to spread across his face. He admitted that Shiryi had some strength, but he was still nowhere near qualified to ignore his existence so brazenly. Across the distance, Muzan caused the blood he had left inside Kokushibo to boil. Dark red patterns immediately surfaced across Kokushibo's body. Those patterns spread rapidly along his skin like man-eating venomous snakes, finally converging onto the Kaigaku Kamemusari in his hand. Bang! This time, the attack finally achieved some effect. The blade left a clear crack in the chest of the blue phantom Susanoo. Yet Muzan's expression remained ugly. This time, he had indeed slashed a crack into the chest of that blue phantom. But that crack was only the size of a thumb, and it vanished in the blink of an eye. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would have almost thought he had imagined it. He could not believe that by accelerating the collapse of Kokushibo's body, and even at the cost of gradually destroying Kaigaku Kamemusari as well, all he had gained was a ridiculous wound that could recover instantly. Had Shirye's strength already surpassed his? Just as unease rose in Muzan, Shirye's eyes slowly opened. Those eyes were like a crimson abyss, deep, cold, and reflecting scarlet patterns within. The grotesque Kokushibo met Shirye's gaze, and his body suddenly stiffened. Kokushibo's own consciousness could no longer reclaim control of his body. This pause happened because Muzan had seen Shirye's eyes. How could those eyes carry such terrifying pressure? Even from hundreds of li away, he could clearly feel the oppressive force of Shirye's eyes. Role-playing rate 3.86. A gleam flashed through Shirye's eyes. Now that his Mangekyo had also evolved into the eternal Mangekyo, the role-playing rate Kokushibo could provide was nearing its limit. Dawn was approaching. This battle should end as well. I hope next time we can observe each other with our own eyes, rather than through someone else's body. Hearing that, the Muzan who had been observing Shirye instantly felt uneasy. This Shirye knew of his existence? How was that possible? He had only temporarily taken control of Kokushibo's body through his consciousness. There should have been no aura leaking out at all. How had Shirye noticed? Muzan had no time to think deeper about it. Compared to the Shirye who had been passively taking attacks the whole time, the Shirye before him now felt even more terrifying. The next moment, Muzan saw the blue skeletal phantom that had been surrounding Shirye suddenly move. The enormous skeletal phantom slowly raised its arm and heavily smashed down toward Kokushibo's position. The punch looked slow, but Muzan felt an unavoidable pressure from it. Muzan hurriedly tried to control Kokushibo's body to dodge, but in the next instant he discovered that his control over Kokushibo had suddenly been stripped away. His consciousness was still inside Kokushibo's body, but it was as if the connection between him and that body had been severed by a pair of invisible hands. Kokushibo's body seemed petrified, unable to move at all as the blue phantom's fist drew closer and closer. Neikime, even after losing control, Muzan still refused to give up on Kokushibo's body. Even if Kokushibo had lost consciousness, this puppet body was still stronger than the existing upper moons. He could not just let it go like this. Zhang! A sharp biwa note suddenly exploded through the air. The ground beneath the grotesque Kokushibo abruptly changed into a wooden door. Inside the door were dim yellow lights and staggered buildings. Kokushibo's body fell into it, and the door swiftly shut, letting out a dull crack as the gap sealed closed. The ground returned to its original state once more, as if nothing had happened. Boom! Susanoo's fist came down hard on the spot where Kokushibo had originally been standing. Carrying destructive force, the blow smashed a massive crater into the ground. Rubble flew and dust billowed everywhere. However, Shirye's gaze did not remain on that crater. Instead, he frowned slightly and stared at the place where Kokushibo had vanished. Neikime? I almost forgot about her, Shirye murmured softly. If there was one demon who was the most troublesome, then it was undoubtedly Neikime who controlled the Infinity Castle. She clearly was not an upper moon, yet her ability was even more troublesome than theirs. In the original story, if Muzan had not insisted on showing off in front of Ubuyashiki Kagaya and ended up severely injured, Shirye really had no idea how Muzan could have lost with Neikime assisting him. Still, even though the unexpected Neikime had managed to seize an opening, saving someone from his hands was not something so easy. Although Susanoo's punch missed, part of its force still followed Kokushibo down into the Infinity Castle. As for whether Neikime could withstand that portion of the force, that was outside Tokiya's consideration. Now that Kokushibo had been crippled, only Muzan could provide him with roleplay progress now. TSK, had he shown a little too much strength? Muzan wouldn't just hide and refuse to come out, would he? While Tokiya was thinking, Jutaro froze on the spot when he saw what happened. Wait, that was it? They just left? Upper Moon only had Kokushibo here alone? Jutaro was already struggling to deal with the sound Hashira after the musical score had been completed, and from time to time he also saw Lord Kokushibo, Upper Moon 1, get casually swatted away by Tokiya like a rag sack. The pressure in his heart was beyond words. In the end, Neikime had only taken Kokushibo away? Jutaro couldn't help but stare blankly. Wasn't he an Upper Moon too? In that instant of distraction, Ubuyashiki Tengen's eyes sharpened. After completing the score, he could already keep up with the enemy's attack speed. Spacing out at a moment like this was basically suicide. The two short blades cut through the night sky, flashing a silver arc as they slashed at Jutaro's neck. The fatal threat made Jutaro snap back to his senses immediately, but by then Ubuyashiki Tengen's attack had already arrived, leaving him no room to dodge. Since he couldn't dodge, then he just wouldn't. Jutaro raised his blood sickles and thrust them toward Ubuyashiki Tengen's chest. As long as his sister wasn't decapitated, even if his own head was cut off, it could grow back again. But the brat in front of him couldn't do that. Once the blood sickles pierced his chest, along with the poison inside them, the brat was as good as dead. Jutaro made his judgment at once, but even now, his attention was still focused on Tokiya. This Hashira was easy to deal with. Tokiya was not. Someone who could beat a man like Kokushibo, someone who pursued strength with everything he had, into total despair was simply not someone Jutaro could handle. Rather than think about how to deal with the Hashira in front of him, it was better to think about how to survive Tokiya's hands. But when his vision flipped and landed on the ground, and Jutaro found himself face to face with another severed head, he froze. That was Daki's head? Daki's head had been cut off too? Ubuyashiki Tengen panted heavily. The glamour that had filled his face at the start was long gone, replaced by bloodstains everywhere. At last, they had cut off the head of Upper Moon 6. Clearly, he had been fighting the weakest among the Upper Moons, while Tokiya had been fighting the strongest. But the process of the battle had been completely reversed. Even now, Tokiya still looked calm, his breathing steady. Meanwhile, he and Tanjiro had nearly died at the hands of this Upper Moon 6. Wasn't this gap a little too huge? Wait, no, something was wrong. Ubuyashiki Tengen's heart suddenly clenched. He turned his head, his gaze locking tightly onto Jutaro's corpse. He could clearly feel that inside the headless body, some kind of violent energy was gathering at a terrifying speed, as if it was about to tear everything apart. The ground trembled faintly, and the air filled with scorching heat, as if even the dust around them was being drawn toward the power that was about to erupt. Tanjiro, go! Don't come over here! Ubuyashiki Tengen shouted urgently. But Tanjiro's condition wasn't much better. His swaying body looked like it could collapse at any second. His ears were still filled with the lingering noise of battle, making it almost impossible for him to hear anything around him. Ubuyashiki Tengen's heart turned ice cold. His eyes swept back and forth between Tanjiro and Jutaro's corpse, while cold sweat had already soaked through his back. His injuries made it difficult for him to move, and the situation before his eyes was slipping further and further out of control. Jutaro's corpse began to swell unnaturally. Cracks spread across the surface of its skin, and beneath those cracks flashed a deep crimson glow. It looked like a volcano on the verge of erupting, radiating deadly threat. Ubuyashiki Tengen's expression darkened, and the joy of killing Upper Moon 6 was completely washed away. But in the very next moment, he saw a huge blue phantom hand descend from the sky and press down on Jutaro's corpse. That hand carried an indescribable pressure. Within the palm, Jutaro's corpse seemed to be compressed in an instant. At a speed too fast to follow, there was only a muffled boom, like a massive boulder falling into an abyss, and everything around it was sealed within that palm. The shockwave of the explosion, the scorching airflow, everything was locked inside that hand, without even the slightest bit leaking out. Ubuyashiki Tengen was stunned for a moment. What he felt was not the destruction he had expected, but a strange stillness. Outside that massive hand, the air remained as calm as ever, as if nothing had happened. The tense nerves in Ubuyashiki Tengen's body suddenly relaxed, and only then did he realize he was already drenched in sweat. Looking at the all-too-familiar phantom arm in front of him, that enormous skeletal phantom instantly flashed through his mind. This wasn't Tokiya's. Ubuyashiki Tengen's heart jolted, and he immediately realized whose handiwork this really was. Before he could fully react, a casual voice sounded by his ear. I only changed into these clothes today. Don't get them dirty. Ubuyashiki Tengen turned his head blankly and looked at Tokiya, who patted his hands and slowly walked past him. His eyes were full of confusion. That was it? Just like that? The power of that explosion just now had been dozens of times fiercer than Jutaro's full-force strike. But it had been snuffed out with a single palm? If he hadn't seen wrong, when that phantom hand lifted just now, there didn't seem to be a single mark on its palm, right? It had suppressed an Upper Moon's self-destruction without a scratch? It wasn't like he didn't know Tokiya's strength was terrifying. After all, even Upper Moon 1 had been beaten around like a toy by Tokiya, but that easygoing battle had been nowhere near as shocking as witnessing it up close. Effortless. Ubuyashiki Tengen truly saw only one thing from Tokiya, effortless. It was the same against Upper Moon 6, and the same against Upper Moon 1. He even felt that even if Kibutsuji Musen, the Demon Slayer core ultimate target, showed up, Tokiya would still remain this calm. So this was Tokiya's strength? Wasn't it a little too flashy? Tokiya dismissed Susanoo and carefully felt the changes in his Mangekyo. There wasn't much change in his vision. The main difference was the increase in ocular power. Then there was the fact that Susanoo had become even more solid, and now he no longer had to worry about the drain on his eye power when using Kagutsuchi and Amaterasu. He wondered whether the strength he had displayed had scared Musen off or not. To keep Musen from hiding and refusing to come out, even when he had summoned Susanoo, he had intentionally never let Susanoo take the initiative to attack. Hopefully Musen wouldn't misunderstand his strength. If that guy really hid and refused to show himself, Tokiya honestly wouldn't have many ways to deal with him. He also wondered how things were going on Akaza's side. If Akaza could be persuaded, then even if Musen hid, he would still have a lead to follow, and if all else failed, he could just reduce his interference with the Swordsmith village and let the fact that Nezuko had conquered sunlight be exposed. Anyway, that trash Gyako and Hantengu probably couldn't raise his roleplay progress anymore. If Musen found out that Nezuko had conquered sunlight, he would definitely go all out. When that time came, Tokiya would only need to wait quietly by Nezuko's side. Tokiya turned his gaze toward the little potato who was detoxifying Ubuyashiki Tengen. Sensing Tokiya's gaze, Nezuko tilted her head and stared at him. Meanwhile, in Nikko City, Musen, who had directed Neikime to retrieve Kokoshibo's body, stood in a dim room with gloomy eyes and a livid expression. That sentence that filled him with endless humiliation kept echoing through his mind. I hope next time, we can observe each other face to face, instead of through someone else's body. Bang! Musen suddenly slammed his fist onto the table in front of him. The table, made from top-grade fragrant wood, instantly shattered into pieces, splinters flying everywhere. Musen's chest heaved violently. Rage and fear, buried deep within his heart, intertwined together. Emotions he had not experienced in hundreds of years swept through his entire mind. Shuri's figure surfaced in his thoughts once again. That indifferent gaze, that calm yet provocative tone, was almost exactly the same as Yorichi Tsujikuni 100 years ago. At that moment, Musen felt as if he had returned to that night when he had been chopped into hundreds of pieces and fled in miserable panic. For 100 years, he had never been able to escape that nightmare-like image. It was the greatest humiliation and fear of his life. Others did not know, but Musen himself knew it clearly. The reason he had still not completely wiped out the Demon Slayer core was precisely because deep in his heart, he feared Yorichi Tsujikuni. Yorichi Tsujikuni's existence had made him understand that even he was not truly invincible. Even as the king of demons, he still could not completely overcome that kind of swordsmanship and talent that surpassed human limits. And now, Yorichi Tsujikuni was dead. But another threat was gradually emerging. Shurya. The light flickering in those crimson-patterned eyes and that composed, unhurried attitude all signaled one thing. This was someone who, in the future, would be even more terrifying than Yorichi Tsujikuni. Damn it, that brat. Musen's voice was low and hoarse, filled with anger and agitation he could not hide. The blood-red color in his eyes grew even thicker, and his killing intent spread through the air as if it had substance. He could feel himself being steadily forced into an unprecedented situation. This uncontrollable development made him irritable to the extreme. Musen stood alone before the shattered table, his lowered hands trembling slightly. Everything around him seemed covered by an invisible pressure, and the air was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression. Among the demons under his command, not one of them could fight against Shurya now. Shurya's strength had far exceeded his expectations, almost reaching his own level. That feeling gave Musen a sense of threat he had never felt before. In the 100 years since Yorichi Tsujikuni's death, he had always stood above all others. Never had any existence come this close to his power. Now, even he could not guarantee that he could completely deal with Shurya. Without absolute certainty, that meant he would never appear before Shurya. The lesson from hundreds of years ago was still branded deep into his memory. The helplessness and fear of being pushed to the brink by Yorichi Tsujikuni was something he never wanted to experience again. Win Shurya over? The moment that thought appeared, he mercilessly rejected it. He clearly remembered that final exchange of glances through Kokoshibo's body. The icy, bone-deep killing intent in Shurya's eyes was still vivid. That was undisguised hostility, a gaze that looked ready to kill him at any moment. If he tried to recruit him, he would only die faster. But if he simply avoided the edge of the blade for now, a trace of unwillingness rose in Musen's heart. He was the mighty king of demons, yet he had to live like a rat in the sewers? That sense of humiliation only made the fire of rage in his heart burn hotter and hotter. Although to him, 100 years was no more than the flick of a finger, Musen was unwilling to be forced into hiding like this. He hated this kind of passive waiting, and he hated even more the fact that he could no longer control everything. The moment he figured out Shurya's true strength. As long as Shurya was even slightly weaker than him, he would appear without hesitation and kill him on the spot. At that thought, intense regret surged in Muzin's heart. When Shurya had faced Doma, his strength had clearly been nowhere near what it was now. If he had acted decisively back then and eliminated him before his strength had fully matured, none of this would have happened. Muzin clenched his fingers tightly. His nails dug deep into his palm, blood flowing down through the gaps between his fingers and dripping onto the floor. Neikime. Muzin suddenly let out a low roar, his voice echoing through the room. But Neikime, who always responded immediately, made no sound this time. A moment later, Muzin still had not heard the answering sound of her biwa, and his brows slowly furrowed. What's going on? Where is she? Shurya's appearance had made him extremely uneasy, and even his emotions had become abnormally sensitive because of it. Now that Neikime was not responding, the violent agitation in Muzin's heart flared up like fire. A cold light flashed through Muzin's eyes as his consciousness sank. Following the connection through blood, he forcefully pressed his will into Neikime's body, wanting to find an answer. His consciousness swiftly passed through the darkness and finally descended into the Infinity Castle. The moment Muzin's consciousness entered Neikime's field of vision, he froze, and every word of blame stuck in his throat. On the high platform, Neikime was still holding her biwa, but she was sprawled on the ground, her whole body looking abnormally weak. Bright red blood was continuously flowing out from beneath her body, staining the entire platform red. Her body twitched from time to time, and every twitch brought a wave of intense pain. Even the biwa she clutched tightly was letting out faint trembling notes because of the power she could no longer control. What is this? Muzin spread his consciousness around Neikime. It was not just Neikime. Even the Infinity Castle had undergone enormous changes. Cracks had appeared all across the buildings that had once been neatly arranged, as if they might collapse at any moment. Was it that brat's power? Didn't Neikime dodge it? Muzin was filled with shock and doubt. Was it the energy leaking from that punch? Just the leaking energy alone could damage the Infinity Castle to this extent? Neikime might not be able to fight the Upper Moon's head-on, but with control of the Infinity Castle, unless he used the bloodline connection, even he could not do much to her. And yet, even so, the power leaking from the other side's attack had still left Neikime on the verge of death. Then if someone took that strike from Shurya head-on, wouldn't they just die instantly on the spot? Actually, 100 years didn't seem that long after all. Maybe he should wait a little longer? At this moment, Muzin no longer had the luxury of anger. His consciousness instantly returned to reality. His figure vanished from Rizhao City, and a moment later, he appeared in the center of the Infinity Castle. He swept his gaze across the Infinity Castle as it was now, and his eyes finally stopped on Neikime, collapsed on the high platform. To Muzin, Neikime, who controlled the Infinity Castle, was just as important as the Upper Moon demons. In some situations, she was even more crucial. He slowly walked up to Neikime and raised one arm. That arm rapidly lengthened, turning into a massive black limb that hovered above her head. The giant arm slowly pressed down, as if it were about to force Neikime's entire body into the ground. The arm began to wriggle, and blood poured like a flood through that giant limb into Neikime's body. As Muzin's blood continuously flowed into her, Neikime's body began to convulse violently. Her face twisted in pain, and her fingertips scraped helplessly against the ground, producing a harsh grating sound. It was as if her body was about to be torn apart by this power. Yet miraculously, her wounds were slowly healing. As time passed, Neikime's convulsions gradually weakened, and the blood that had been flowing non-stop slowly came to a stop. Her breathing grew steady. Though she was still weak, that near-death state had already disappeared. At the same time, the cracks that had covered the Infinity Castle also began to heal in complete silence. The view shifted back to the entertainment district. Reinforcements from the Demon Slayer Corps had already arrived. The Corps members began handling the damaged buildings around them. Upper rank 6, huh? The lowest of the upper ranks. Even if it was only a 6, it still counts as taking down an upper rank. Truly something worth celebrating. Even if it was just a 6, I'll praise you for that much. Yuzui Tengen looked at the arrogant Iguro Abanai in front of him, and his face gradually darkened. Easy for you to say when you're not the one doing it. If you can do it, then go yourself. That was an upper rank. Its strength was completely different from a lower rank, okay? That mouth of yours is really something else. Will you die if you don't say something sarcastic? There's nothing to be happy about just because you praised me. Your left hand is gone. What do you plan to do from here on? This was only a fight against upper rank 6. How long are you planning to take before returning to duty? Before you come back, Who is going to fill your vacancy? Abanaya's tone was calm. I'm retiring. There's no way I can keep fighting like this. Losing just my left hand was already thanks to Shirya helping me. If I retire, who? You mean Lord Shirya? He was here too. He is not hurt, is he? Before Yuzui Tengen could finish speaking, Abanai cut him off. Looking at the man in front of him, who had suddenly gone from calm to agitated, Yuzui Tengen felt an intense sense of unfamiliarity. Just a moment ago, he clearly wasn't like this. I'm covered in injuries, and he didn't even ask how I was doing. How come the moment he hears Mr. Shirya's name, he reacts this strongly? So the rumors in the core about Abanai and Shirya were true? Watching Abanai look around everywhere, Yuzui Tengen suddenly felt the gap in the world all too clearly. Stop looking. He already left. Hearing that, Abanai stared at Yuzui Tengen for a moment before slowly saying, Did you cause trouble for Lord Shirya? Yuzui Tengen stared at Abanai in shock. No bro, how can a mouth at 36 degrees say something that cold? He had nearly been killed by upper rank 6. And you're asking me whether I caused trouble for him? Well okay, maybe a little. If he hadn't interfered back then, upper rank 6 probably would just been beaten to death by Shirya directly, and there wouldn't have been any turn for him to act. Shirya's strength really was dazzling. No matter who came, he would just pin them down and hammer them. If Shirya hadn't kept drawing upper rank 6's attention from time to time, losing a hand would been the least of it for him. No, this time, it wasn't just upper rank 6. Upper rank 1 was here too. Upper rank 1? Then was Lord Shirya injured? At this point, Yuzui Tengen felt like 10,000 alpacas were stampeding through his heart. As for the fact that he himself was injured, Abanai didn't ask a single damn thing. The only thing coming out of his mouth was whether Shirya got hurt. If Shirya had been injured, would he still be standing here perfectly fine? Seriously, unbelievable. I already said no. Not only was Shirya fine, he even beat the soul out of upper rank 1, if my perception wasn't wrong. Shirya's battle had been the main battlefield of this whole incident, and he had been keeping an eye on that side from time to time as well. Halfway through the fight, upper rank 1 had obviously lost the will to keep resisting. After that, it was completely being controlled by another kind of more mechanical consciousness. He guessed it was Kibutsuji Musen. Aside from the Demon King, he really couldn't think of anyone else who could control upper rank 1's body.
As long as Mr. Xiae is fine.
Abanai let out a sigh of relief. As for what Yuzui Tengen said afterward about upper rank 1, he didn't take in a single word. Seeing that, Yuzui Tengen rolled his eyes and swallowed back his speculation about upper rank 1. Damn it. Next time can they send a normal person for support? Why does it feel like in Abanai's eyes, there's only Shirya? If something really happened to both him and Shirya, he felt like Abanai wouldn't even spare him a glance before going straight to save Shirya. If you retire, who is going to take your place? So many members die halfway through already. Even if your strength isn't much, having one is better than having none. No replacement is needed. Those young people have already grown up. At this point, Yuzui Tengen paused, then continued, and besides, it seems we won't even need to act personally anymore. With that Lord Shirya you keep talking about around, demons don't seem all that terrifying anymore. The impression that skeletal phantom had left in Yuzui Tengen's heart had already surpassed everything else. Even if Kibutsuji Musen stood before it, Yuzui Tengen felt it would be nothing much. With someone like that around, Yuzui Tengen could no longer even find the meaning of the Demon Slayer core existence. Give Shirya some time to grow, and he felt Shirya could wipe out every demon by himself. Of course. Don't tell me you're delusional enough to think you can be the same as Lord Shirya? Yuzui Tengen took a long breath. Don't get mad. Don't get mad. If I get mad, it won't be flashy. Just wait until I recover. When Iguro Abanai saw that Yuzui Tengen had acknowledged his words, he nodded and left. The Kasugai crow that had been circling above them all this time, after confirming the rough details of this incident, flapped its wings and flew off into the distance. The Ubushiki estate. The Kasugai crow flew into the courtyard, landed on the corridor, and reported the situation inside to Ubushiki Kagaya. Ubushiki Kagaya was lying quietly on the tatami, slightly raising his head as he listened to the message brought by the Kasugai crow. At this moment, Kagaya's face was covered in purple patterns. Those patterns coiled around his skin like venomous snakes, nearly swallowing his entire face whole. His eyes had already lost their former radiance. The only thing left in them was deep exhaustion. Even the air around him seemed stained by his weakness, and the whole room was filled with an indescribable sense of decay. Amain sat quietly at his side, tightly holding his hand, feeling how weak Kagaya was at this moment. Amain's fingertips trembled slightly as she prayed in her heart that the Kasugai crow had brought good news. Otherwise, Kagaya's body was already extremely weak. If he had to endure another wave of bad news, the speed of the curse spread would definitely accelerate again, and he might even fall completely unconscious. The Kasugai Crow's low voice entered the room, its hoarse words seeming to blend with the wind outside. Upper rank 6 and upper rank 1 appeared at the same time. Before the Kasugai Crow could finish, Kagaya's body suddenly trembled. It was as if some force had appeared out of nowhere. He stubbornly braced himself with his arms and struggled up from the tatami into a sitting position. Every inch of his body resisted the movement. Pain came over him in wave after wave, and the purple curse patterns carved themselves even deeper across his pale face. But Abushiki Kagaya had no time to care about that. His eyes were full of anxiety and unease. A single upper-rank demon was already enough to throw the Demon Slayer Corps into chaos, let alone 2 appearing this time. And one of them was the strongest among the upper ranks. Kagaya's thoughts raced. Cold sweat seeped out at his temples and dripped onto his collar. Face after face flashed through his mind: Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Nezuko, and Yuzui Tengen. Although Shirya was in the entertainment district, his coldness and unreadable attitude made Kagaya unable to feel even the slightest confidence. If upper rank 1 and Shirya happened to reach some kind of tacit understanding or cooperation, Yuzui Tengen and the others would have almost no chance of surviving. That scene played over and over in his mind, making his heartbeat quicken sharply and his breathing turn uneven. Seeing Kagaya's face grow even paler and the anxiety in his eyes nearly overflow, the Kasugai Crow did not dare drag things out any longer and hurriedly continued its report. Upper rank 6 has already been killed through the joint efforts of Yuzui Tengen, Tanjiro, and the others. Upper rank 1 was crushed by Mr. Shirya and turned into a puppet that only knows how to fight. Those words were like a bolt of thunder striking Kagaya head-on. Kagaya's eyes flew wide open as he stared fixedly at the Kasugai Crow, somewhat unable to believe what he had just heard. Killed upper rank 6? His voice was weak, but the shock in it was plain to hear. Upper rank 1 also became a puppet? Yoya's gaze froze in midair for an instant, his eyes blank with the confusion of a lost child. The death of upper rank 6 did not merely mean the Demon Slayer Corps had achieved an unprecedented victory. It also meant the taboo that no upper rank could be defeated. A taboo that had lasted for hundreds of years had finally been broken. Whether it was the Demon Slayer Corps or Kibutsuji Musen, both would be thrown into new turmoil because of this sudden change. He quietly stared ahead, unable to calm the shock in his heart for a long time. His chest rose and fell slightly, although his body was still unbearably weak. A faint light seemed to reignite in those deep eyes. It's changed. It's finally going to change. So the Demon Slayer Corps really can kill an upper rank. Yoya murmured to himself, as if confirming that this moment truly existed. Perhaps, from this moment onward, the possibility of killing Kibutsuji Musen was no longer an unattainable dream. And then there was Shirya. He had already raised his estimate of Shirya's strength again and again in his heart. But every single time Shirya appeared, he shattered that estimate all over again. The strongest demon among the upper ranks had been crushed, and he had only barely escaped because of that suddenly appearing underground space. Every word was perfectly clear, yet when put together, the meaning they formed felt incredibly unfamiliar to Yoya. This information was like a puzzle piece that simply could not fit anywhere, leaving Yoya unable to process it for a moment. From the Kasugai Crow's tone, it sounded as if Shirya had not even used much effort. The whole fight had been a one-sided stomp. Then Shirya's current strength. Could it be that he was even stronger than Musen? For someone like that, was it really okay for the Demon Slayer Corps to just let him do as he pleased? Could Shirya become a second Musen? The only thing that gave him a little peace of mind was that, at least so far, Shirya had not done anything that directly harmed humans or the Demon Slayer Corps. Kaigaku? Who was that? After the excitement faded, the side effects of Yoya forcing himself to sit up from the tatami all came rushing in. Yoya suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark, clotted blood. It splattered across the tatami, staining a patch of it red. Amain hurriedly supported him from the side. Yoya's face did not show pain from vomiting blood. On the contrary, a trace of fanatic light flickered in his eyes, as if he had seen some grand future. He tightly grabbed Amain's hand. Amain, I'm here. Do you understand? Yoya's gaze grew even deeper, as if it pierced through reality and reached straight into the future. This is a sign. Fate is about to undergo a huge upheaval. This change will stir up monstrous waves, dragging everything around it into the current and setting off a violent upheaval. In the end, it will all crash down on that man. His voice grew lower and lower, as if he were foretelling some irreversible fate that was about to arrive. We will definitely be able to destroy Kibutsuji Musen in our generation, and wipe out the only stain on our clan. Cough, cough. As soon as he finished speaking, Yoya collapsed to the floor and began coughing violently, blood continuously spilling from the corner of his mouth. "You lot, hurry and boil water, and prepare medicine and towels. Quickly, Infinity Castle." Looking at the familiar dim yellow buildings around him, Akaza narrowed his eyes. A different dimension? Infinity Castle? Why had Neikime suddenly called him here? Then, as if he had thought of something, Akaza's pupils shrank. An upper rank meeting. Had one of the upper ranks died? Who was it? Doma? If he died, there was no need to hold an upper rank meeting just to celebrate, right? Zhang. Another biwa note rang out, and Akaza's vision shifted. Neikime, holding her biwa, appeared before him. Akaza had still been thinking about which upper rank had been eliminated just now. The next moment, his thoughts were interrupted, and all his attention was drawn to Neikime before him. Neikime? Akaza frowned slightly, his eyes fixed on her as a trace of doubt rose in his heart. Even within the 12 Kazuki, each member's aura was clearly distinct, and the boundary between upper ranks and lower ranks was even more obvious. As for Neikime, she was only a demon in charge of spatial transfer. Logically, her aura should not have been this powerful. Yet today, Neikime was radiating an aura that did not belong to her, an intense pressure that only an upper-rank demon should possess. That power was like invisible weight, as if even the air around her was being frozen solid. What was going on? A trace of vigilance appeared in Akaza's eyes. Why did Neikime have the aura of an upper rank? This kind of aura was extremely distinctive within the 12 Kazuki. The aura of upper-rank demons in particular often carried an indescribable majesty and pressure. What was more, Neikime was not even one of the lower moons, so why did she now have the aura of an upper rank? Had Lord Muzan given her a new number? If so, which upper rank-s position had she taken? Neikime's long black hair hung down, covering most of her face and hiding any possible rank engraving on her forehead in shadow. Her eyes were lowered slightly, as if she had no reaction at all to Akaza's stare. Akaza watched Neikime for a moment, feeling somewhat disappointed. Although Neikime had the aura of an upper rank, it was not especially strong. That meant the upper rank she had replaced was probably the lowest ranked one. What a shame. So it wasn't Doma. Doma? Zhang. Another biwa note rang out, and what appeared next was a vase. Gyako appeared on the wooden platform to Akaza's left. After appearing, the vase shook non-stop, and the faint sound of flowing water came from inside it. The next moment, four small hands with red-painted nails stretched out from the vase's mouth. Then those four little hands pulled at the rim of the vase, and a pale head slowly emerged. It was a face that looked as though it were wearing a huge white mask. On both sides of the face, where eyes should have been, there were mouths painted with green lipstick, while a single eye was embedded in the center of the forehead. This figure had an incredibly muscular upper body, while below the waist, his form became twisted and transformed into a black mist-like body that coiled together. It was connected to the vase's mouth, as if his body had grown directly out of the vase. Lord Akaza, it is good to see that you are safe and sound. We haven't met for 90 years. Have we? I thought you had been killed. My heart surged with emotion, no, with unbearable grief. Akaza ignored Gyako's provocative words and instead turned his gaze toward the corner of a dark staircase nearby. In that corner was a shadow curled into a ball, adding an eerie and oppressive air to the staircase's darkness. That figure kept muttering to himself, his voice full of panic. So scary, so scary. After not seeing each other for a while, Gyako can't even count properly anymore. The last time we were summoned was 113 years ago. As the words came out, the figure slowly emerged from the staircase's shadows, gripping the railing tightly with long, thin fingers. As his body moved, his face gradually came into view. Upper rank 4 of the 12 Kazuki, Hantengu. There was a fleshy lump growing from the top of Hantengu's head, and from both sides of that lump extended 2 sharp horns, making him look especially bizarre. His pointed ears stuck out from his head, as if even the slightest breeze would make them tremble. His complexion was a sickly pale white, and his eyes were filled with fear, as though he were trapped in terror at every moment. His cheeks were covered in fine wrinkles, giving off an anxiety he could not hide. Fear and panic were tangled across his expression, without the slightest bit of the dignity expected of an upper-rank demon. Numbers that 1t divide evenly. Unlucky odd numbers. Odd numbers. So scary, Hantengu muttered to himself, his voice rising and falling as if he were trying to comfort himself. As he spoke, he dug his sharp black fingernails into his own cheek. The nails sank deep into the flesh, carving out streak after streak of blood that made one's heart pound. Akaza's gaze lingered on Hantengu for a moment before he slowly turned his head. Gyako and Hantengu were both here. That meant the one at the bottom who had been replaced could only be the upper rank 6 sibling pair. What a pity. Biwa woman, has Muzan-sama not arrived yet? Muzan-sama has not yet graced us with his presence. As Neikime plucked the biwa once more, invisible ripples quickly spread out from around her body. The air trembled faintly with the sound of the biwa. Those ripples were like a thin veil, spreading outward from her body and carrying an inexplicable sense of pressure. Sensing this unusual power, Hantengu, who had been hiding in the shadows, and Gyako, who stood on the platform, both locked their eyes onto Neikime. Whether it was Akaza's question or Neikime's answer, neither could conceal the intense change in aura around her. It was the aura of an upper-rank demon. Upper rank? Since when did Neikime become an upper rank? What number was she? And what about upper rank 1? Don't tell me he got taken out? Akaza slightly turned his head and coldly voiced his question. Oh my, don't be so impatient, Akaza-dano. Aren't you even worried about me? Along with that teasing voice, a pale hand with purple nails silently rested on Akaza's shoulder. The fingers were long, and the nails were sharp. They looked fairly nice. I was worried sick about all of you. After all, every one of you is an important companion of mine. Not one of you can be missing. The voice carried a frivolous tone, with a trace of fake concern in its intonation. Akaza's eyes abruptly sharpened, and several veins around them instantly bulged out. What a shame this guy hadn't been killed. Doma-dano. With an arm around Akaza's shoulder, Doma waved at Gyako. Long time no see, Gyako. Is this your new pot? It's beautiful. That pot you gave me. I stuck a woman's head in it as a decoration. It's sitting right in my room. It wasn't made for sticking heads into. But that's not bad either. Gyako wanted to correct Doma's use of his pot, but then felt that using it to hold a head was not a bad use either. By the way, come visit my place next time. Take it off. Akaza suddenly said coldly, the expression on his face looking like he had reached the limit of his patience. Take your hand off. Doma's hand still rested carelessly on Akaza's shoulder, as if he had not noticed Akaza's warning at all. The next moment, Akaza suddenly exploded into motion. His right hand clenched into a fist and violently swung backward. Crack! A dull impact rang out. Doma's jaw was instantly smashed into a bloody mess. Blood sprayed out, drawing a narrow red line through the air. Doma's body swayed slightly, and in the next second, his facial expression showed a brief moment of stunned surprise. But that surprise lasted only a moment. The injury on his jaw instantly healed back to normal. Doma slowly turned his head, and there was not the slightest anger in his eyes. Instead, a trace of excitement showed. His rainbow-colored eyes glimmered with an inexplicable light, and the corners of his lips curved up slightly. That punch was pretty good, Akaza-dano. You've gotten a lot stronger than before. Doma was not mocking him. He had genuinely felt the change in Akaza's strength. There was still a considerable gap between Akaza and himself, but if Akaza was given a little more time, catching up to him would only be a matter of time. What happened in the years since I last saw Akaza-dano? Did your realm break through to a new level? Or did Muzan-sama give you more blood again? Upper rank 1 has been there the whole time. After speaking, Neikime raised her head and looked toward the high platform above the demons' heads. Hearing this, the demons all followed Neikime's gaze and looked over. In the next moment, the pupils of Akaza, Doma, and the other 2 demons suddenly shrank. It's over. Hantengu let out a shrill cry. His entire body sprawled on the ground, clutching his head as he trembled non-stop, as if he had seen something unimaginably terrifying. Akaza stared fixedly at the figure on the high platform. His orange-yellow eyes tried to pierce through Kokoshibo's back and understand his exact condition. He could clearly sense that it was the aura of upper rank 1, Kokoshibo. That pressure that could not be ignored, that suffocating power. Aside from Kokoshibo, no other upper rank could give him such a feeling. But precisely because of that, Akaza's face became filled with shock and suspicion. Although that figure gave off a powerful aura, what he saw with his own eyes was far removed from the Kokoshibo in his memory. That familiar back, that unquestionable aura, those were indeed the marks of upper rank 1, Kokoshibo. Yet the figure looked somewhat distorted. Rather than a demon, it looked more like a puppet being controlled. Those stiff movements, that dim luster devoid of life, there was none of the vitality that the former mighty and imposing upper rank 1 had. What was going on? He hadn't been beheaded, yet he had no sign of life? Did I really guess it right? The dead upper rank was Kokoshibo? Did Neikime take Kokoshibo's place? Impossible. Though Neikime's strength was fairly good, at most she had only reached the level of the lowest upper rank. Making her upper rank 1 directly would be no different from throwing her into certain death. Not a single upper rank demon would allow such an existence to stand above them, not even if it was arranged by Muzan-sama. And Muzan-sama would not kill Neikime for no reason either. After all, She controlled the Infinity Castle, which was an enormous help to Muzan-sama. Then what exactly is going on here? Akaza's thoughts were a complete mess. His gaze shifted slightly away from Kokoshibo's figure, only to realize that upper rank 6 still had not appeared. Wait, Akaza's heart shook, and a shocking thought surfaced in his mind. The dead upper rank wasn't just Kokoshibo alone? Could there be another upper rank as well? The moment that thought appeared, Akaza's eyes immediately filled with astonishment. What happened? How could both the strongest upper rank and the lowest upper rank die at the same time? If it had only been Jutaro and his sister who died, Akaza would not have felt much. At most, he would have been a little surprised by the strength of this generation of demon slayers. But Kokoshibo was different. From the very day Akaza became an upper rank, he had deeply understood the strength of that man. Ever since the 12 Kazuki was formed, he had been the undisputed upper rank one. Simply by standing there, he could bring incomparably heavy pressure to the other upper ranks. And yet now, Kokoshibo had actually died? He had turned into an empty puppet? Other than Muzan-sama, was there really anyone else who could reduce Kokoshibo to this state? Was this generation of demon slayers really that terrifying? Wait, a figure flashed through Akaza's mind. It didn't necessarily have to be a demon slayer. That person seemed capable of it too. Was it him? Was he the one who turned Kokoshibo into this state? Recalling those giant trees that covered the sky and the towering wood dragon, a flicker passed through Akaza's eyes. Other than Shirya, he truly could not think of anyone else who could have made Kokoshibo end up like this. So this is the world of the strong he spoke of. Doma put away the usual playful smile on his face. His brows lifted slightly as he stared intently at Kokoshibo's figure. Every demon present was an upper rank. Naturally, none of them were lacking when it came to sensing aura. If Akaza could detect the abnormality on Kokoshibo, then Doma naturally could as well. This pressure was undoubtedly Kokoshibo's, but that stiff, hollow feeling made people full of doubt. Could Kokoshibo actually be dead? That thought flashed through Doma's mind. Feeling the pressure spreading from that figure, Doma narrowed his eyes slightly. What had happened today really was more shocking than the last thing, one after another. Thinking back to 100 years ago, he had launched a blood battle for rank replacement and become the new upper rank too. At the time, it wasn't like he had never thought about becoming upper rank 1. In fact, before he met Kokoshibo, his goal had always been upper rank 1. But when he truly stood in front of Kokoshibo, all his ambition and grand dreams were crushed by cold reality. He still remembered the aura on Kokoshibo clearly. It was a kind of power so overwhelming it drove people to despair. That kind of strength made it impossible for him to summon even the slightest desire to fight when facing Kokoshibo. Yet now, that opponent he had once believed he could never defeat had actually died? Who did it? Did Kokoshibo anger Muzan-sama? Or had all the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps joined forces? Gyako glanced at the stunned and suspicious Doma and Akaza, opened his mouth, and wanted to ask what exactly had happened to Kokoshibo. Tap. Before Gyako could speak, a crisp droplet sound suddenly rang out through the Infinity Castle. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a fine needle piercing the soul, stabbing straight into the ears of every upper-rank demon present. Akaza's eyes snapped wide open, and his blanked-out mind was instantly dragged back. Right after that, the view above the demons' heads began to spin rapidly. The structure of the Infinity Castle overlapped like layers of illusion, and in the end, a new scene was revealed before them. A figure appeared before the demons. It was Muzan, Kibutsuji Muzan. In front of Muzan was an experimental table. He was observing the chemical reaction produced inside a test tube after blood had just been dripped into it. Jutaro is dead. Kokoshibo has been crippled. The upper moons are incomplete now. Muzan's voice was cold, echoing through the air as if wrapped in a layer of frost. Even though Muzan's expression was unusually calm at the moment, the fingers holding the test tube exposed his true emotions. A tiny crack spread along the finger touching the reagent bottle. He was very angry right now. Truly very angry. Really?
I am terribly sorry.
Jutaro was introduced by me. How should I atone for this? What do you think of me digging out my own eyeballs? The usual smiling, joking expression returned to Doma's face. His tone was frivolous, as if he hadn't sensed the fury hidden beneath Muzan's calm words at all. A dark glint flashed through Muzan's rose-red eyes, and his voice dropped, low and icy. What use do I have for your eyes? Before his words even finished, the test tube in Muzan's hand suddenly exploded, and the deafening blast shook the air. At the same time, Doma's body exploded with it. Blood and chunks of flesh rained down like a sudden storm, and the scene instantly turned bloody and gruesome. Muzan acted as if he saw none of it and coldly picked up another test tube to continue mixing. I had already expected Jutaro to lose, just as I thought Daki was a burden. but Kokushibo being crippled. That truly leaves me unable to understand it. He was easily defeated by someone with no breathing technique and no mark. And after only a few words, he lost his will to fight. How boring. Demons who retain too many human traits are losing one after another. But I no longer care. I hold no expectations for any of you. You're saying such hurtful things again. When have I ever failed your expectations? With only a single head left on the wooden platform, Doma still barely managed to force out a teasing tone. Muzan suddenly clenched his fist and turned around to stare straight at Doma's lone head. A trace of deadly killing intent flashed through those rose-red eyes. When have you ever failed my expectations? Do you know who defeated Kokushibo?
Doma's body jolted.
He could clearly feel the killing intent in Muzan's eyes, something that could not be explained by anger alone. Muzan-sama really wants to get rid of him. The smile on Doma's face faded somewhat. What? Kokushibo being crippled had something to do with him? How would he know anything about that? He had never even met that person. Wait, the one who defeated Kokushibo. Could it be Shirya? Doma's heart tightened. Impossible. He knew Shirya's strength very well. At most, Shirya could only fight him to a draw. There was no way Shirya could be Kokushibo's opponent. Then why was Muzan-sama looking at him with such murderous intent today? Taking his anger out on him? Seeing the change in Muzan's gaze, Akaza's eyes lit up slightly at the side. Muzan-sama was going to kill Doma? It was Shirya. Shirya, the one who survived because of your carelessness. Muzan spoke one word at a time, the pressure from his entire body focusing onto Doma. Doma froze. It really was Shirya? How was that possible? He had seen Shirya's strength with his own eyes. If Shirya were really that powerful, he should have shown it back when they fought. How could he have had such a hard time dealing with Doma? If things were really as Muzan-sama said, then Shirya should have been able to kill him in just a few moves with no suspense at all. No way. Shirya's strength. The smile on Doma's face turned somewhat stiff. Although several years had passed since his last fight with Shirya, Doma would never believe the gap between his strength and Kokushibo's could be bridged by a mere few years. If he couldn't do it, then how could Shirya possibly do it? Humph. Muzan let out a cold snort. At the same time, fragments of memory of Shirya defeating Kokushibo were transmitted into the minds of the demons. Sensing the unfamiliar memory fragments, Doma's voice gradually grew quieter. And when he saw the Susanoo Shirya summoned, he completely shut his mouth. What the hell was that? A god? A skeletal phantom? Just half of that phantom was already nearly as tall as a mountain. How huge would the whole body be? And the aura coming off that phantom. Wasn't it way too outrageous? That terrifying pressure crossed the barriers of time and space and slammed into him head-on, making Doma's breathing stop for a moment. Was this still the same Shirya who had struggled even while fighting him? How had his strength increased so much after just a few years apart? If it were him in that situation, wouldn't Shirya be able to kill him with a casual raise of his hand now? It wasn't just Doma who was dumbstruck. After watching the memory in their minds, the expressions on the other three upper-rank demons were exactly the same. Especially Akaza. Back when he fought Shirya, he had already felt that something was off. He had always felt like Shirya had hidden some of his strength, and he couldn't figure out just how strong Shirya really was. But at the time, he had comforted himself by thinking that even if the other side was stronger than him, it wouldn't be by much. That was why he had always hesitated over the world of the strong Shirya had spoken of. But only after seeing the moment Shirya killed Kokushibo did he realize how laughable that self-comfort had been. Throughout the entire process of defeating Kokushibo, Shirya never showed the slightest sign of struggle. That was more than enough to prove that Shirya's strength far surpassed Kokushibo's. Then what about him? When there was already quite a gap between him and Kokushibo to begin with, how much had Shirya held back in their last battle? Had Shirya done it on purpose? At that thought, Akaza's gaze turned complicated. As someone who longed to fight the strong, he should have been angry when faced with something like this. In his eyes, going all out was respect for both sides in battle, while toying with the weak was completely meaningless. But now that he himself had become the weak one, he suddenly didn't know how to react. Yako swallowed hard and lowered the lower half of his body deeper into his pot. What exactly had happened during these 100 years while he had just been messing around with pots? Was the monster in that memory for real? Wouldn't one slap be enough to smash a Yako? Thinking of that scene, Yuhu reached out with his tiny little hands and touched his own pot. He absolutely could not let that monster run into him. These were all his artworks. What's wrong? Is this what you meant by saying you had never once failed my expectations? Watching the reactions of the demons, Muzan grew more and more irritated. The lower moons had already proven useless and been removed by him. As for this bunch of trash, was there still any need for them to exist? Even now, you still haven't destroyed the Ubuyashiki clan? and you still haven't found the blue spider lily. Hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. And this task still hasn't been completed. I have already... Muzin's hands suddenly slammed down onto the experiment table in front of him with such force that it seemed as if he wanted to drive the tabletop into the ground. Under the pressure of his palms, the heavy wooden table let out a low creak. Fine cracks spread rapidly from beneath his hands like a spiderweb. The cracks crawled across the tabletop like countless snakes slithering through the wood grain, and even the glass walls of the droppers began to show tiny lines. I truly can't understand what meaning there is in your existence anymore. Bang, bang, bang. The glass instruments on the experiment table exploded one after another, and the glittering shards reflected the gloom on Muzin's face. Even now, the scene of Shirya defeating Kokushibo still surfaced in Muzin's mind from time to time. Every time it appeared, the unease in Muzin's heart deepened by another layer. As that unease piled up, Muzin became less and less confident in dealing with Shirya. With his own safety no longer guaranteed, everything he did now carried a trace of panic. He did not like this feeling. Sensing the fury in Muzin's words, Doma did not say anything. Sure, Yi being able to grow to this extent was indeed partly because of him, but back then, he had never imagined Shirya would become this strong. Please spare me, my lord. Hantengu was, as always, sprawled on the ground, only this time his body was curled up even tighter. Muzin-sama, I'm different from them. I've obtained a piece of information. It will definitely help you move one step closer to your ideal. Just now, before you who could finish speaking, Muzin's upside-down face appeared before his eyes. At some point, Yu Hu's head had already been sliced off and was now being held upside down in Muzin's hand. I hate change. Changes in circumstances, changes in the body, changes in emotion. In most cases, all change is deterioration. It is decline. I admire the unchanging, maintaining perfection until eternity. Even after having his head cut off, Yu Hu showed not the slightest panic. On the contrary, his face was full of satisfaction. Muzin-sama's hand had actually touched his head. What an amazing feeling! After more than 100 years, another upper moon has been killed. I'm in a very bad mood right now. Don't come rushing over excitedly to claim credit with information that hasn't even been verified yet. With veins bulging across his face, Muzin spoke while suppressing his anger. Then he flipped his hand. Yu Hu's head fell straight down from the high platform. From now on, you had better work even harder for me. Your status as upper moons is not a reason for me to indulge you. After saying that, Muzin began to look through the so-called information in Yu Hu's mind. The Swordsmith Village? The place that forges blades for the Demon Slayers? A place known only to the master of the Demon Slayers? Then Shirya won't appear on this mission again, right? His relationship with the Demon Slayers shouldn't be good enough for them to exchange information like this, should it? In that case, this really does count as rather good news. If I can find the location of the Swordsmith Village, then the location of the Abushiki clan probably won't stay hidden for much longer either. Since he was not confident in dealing with Shirya, then he would first wipe out the Demon Slayer side and deal with Shirya slowly in the future. Yu Hu, if this information is true, then you and Hantengu will go together. No, Doma, Akaza, you two will go as well. If for upper moons still can't complete this mission, then don't bother coming back. I have no use for trash here. As his words fell, dozens of folding screens pieced together from doors appeared in front of Muzin. As the final echoes of his voice faded, the screens also sank into darkness. How could it be like this? This was clearly information I got myself. So unreasonable. But that's exactly what's so great about you, he. Thinking of Muzin-sama's domineering manner, a blush appeared on Yu Hu's face. So Yu Hu, what's the information? Muzin-sama actually told 4 upper moons to go together. I'm really curious. Doma picked up Yu Hu's head and asked eagerly. It's about the location where the Demon Slayers forge their swords. Yu Hu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Since Muzin-sama had said they were going together, there was no point hiding it anymore. The sword-forging location? Be more specific? Tilting his head, Doma looked like an innocent child full of curiosity. But that expression obviously had no effect at all on the other upper moons present. Akaza even had the urge to punch him. It hasn't been confirmed yet. Once the information is verified, I'll tell you, Domadano. Alright then. After saying that, Doma tossed Yu Hu's head aside, then turned around and looked at Akaza with sparkling eyes. My Akazadano, this time we get to carry out a mission together. Akaza glanced at Doma. Where was Doma's Eternal Paradise faith based again? Miyamori City? How about telling Shirya this news? Letting him kill Doma outright would be fine. If Akaza had only been considering Shirya's proposal during this period, then now he truly had ideas about it. The moment he saw Shirya easily defeat Kokushibo, Shirya had already fulfilled every standard he had for the strong. Even Muzan did not fully meet that standard. Since he had decided to go see Shirya, then he had to show at least some sincerity. Doma would do nicely. Once the location is confirmed, contact me. After saying that to you who, Akaza leaped away. Kazadano. I'm not done talking yet, you. Before Doma could finish, Akaza's figure had already disappeared. Watching the direction where Akaza vanished, Doma's eyes flickered. Why did Akaza's final look at him feel so strange? Doma himself had no emotions, so he was especially sensitive to the emotions of others. That included changes in their gaze. In the past, Akaza had always ignored him completely whenever he tried to talk to him. And if he annoyed Akaza, Akaza would even get angry. But Doma liked seeing Akaza look angry and dissatisfied, so what he had just said was specifically to see Akaza's displeased expression. But what kind of look was that just now? Why did it feel like the pity one would show a dead man? Was he imagining it? 1.5 months later. Asakusa, Tokyo Prefecture. Shiryu stood in front of a silent villa, deep in thought. If the information he had obtained was correct, this was where Muzan's male form was staying. Here, Muzan operated a trading company under the alias Tsukihiko, using his contact with Rei to expand his network and search for the spider lily. During this period, Muzan had always disguised himself as a gentle and amiable husband and father, living together with his wife Rei and their daughter. Shiryu had come here to try his luck and see whether Muzan was still clinging to false hope and continuing to hide here. However, Shiryu had still underestimated just how cautious Muzan was. Forget Muzan, even Miss Rei's family had disappeared without a trace. With Muzan's personality, those people had most likely met with disaster. Shaking his head, Shiryu saw that the clue in Asakusa had been cut off, so he could only find another way. After the events in the entertainment district had passed, his acting progress had already reached 386. At his current proficiency, Shiryu could completely run wild across the world of Demon Slayer. As long as Muzan dared to show himself, there would be no need to use Susanoo. Just a single Uchiha war fan would be enough to make Muzan suffer badly. Once Muzan was dealt with, then the goal of bringing peace to the world of Demon Slayer would basically be accomplished. He just didn't know how much role compatibility he could get from him. Fighting Muzan would probably raise it by around 10 or so. If he fulfilled Madara's dream, no matter what, it should at least be 30 or 40, right? By then, who knew what level he could reach? Sage Mode Madara? Or 6 Paths Madara? After daydreaming for a bit, Shiryu shook his head. Thinking about that now was still too early. Finding Muzan was the key. If Muzan kept hiding, then even if he could crush him head-on, it would still be useless. It'd be great if he knew where the Swordsmith village was, Shiryu thought as he rubbed his chin. Even though there was no Muzan-related plot in the anime's Swordsmith village arc, Shiryu was still a little worried. After all, during the entertainment district incident, Kokushibo had shown up even though he wasn't in the original plot. What if something unexpected happened at the Swordsmith village too? An extra upper moon? Or Muzan personally going there? If that happened, then Tanjiro and the others would be as good as dead. By then, Nezuko might overcome sunlight one moment, only to get eaten by Muzan the next. Then what the hell would he even be looking for? Muzan could just drag things out and outlive him directly. At that thought, Shiryu hesitated. Should he go ask Ubuyashiki Kagaya? But how was he supposed to say it? That an upper moon was going to attack the Swordsmith village? Wouldn't that just make him sound insane? Suddenly, Shiryu's eyes sharpened as he looked toward the shadow beside him. The figure in the shadow was not surprised at all that Shiryu had noticed him, and slowly stepped out. Akaza? Shiryu's eyes lit up. Had he finally thought it through? If he could use Akaza to find Muzan's location, then why bother looking for the Swordsmith village? He could just cut down Muzan directly and speedrun Demon Slayer. Does what you said still stand? Akaza stared straight into Shiryu's eyes and spoke with feigned calm. Of course. But quite a bit of time has already passed. As the price for your hesitation, I need to see at least a little sincerity from you. For example, where is Muzan right now? Lord Muzan? I don't know. Usually only when he summons us or when we report something to him, do we know where he is. Akaza froze for a moment. Lord Muzan's location? Shiryu wanted to go straight to Lord Muzan? Could his strength really match Muzan's? Well, actually, not necessarily impossible. The thought instinctively rose in Akaza's mind as he speculated about Shiryu's strength. But the moment he recalled how effortlessly Shiryu had killed Kokushibo, every last bit of doubt vanished cleanly. If it were anyone else, he would think they were overestimating themselves. But if it was Shiryu, then it really was possible. Shiryu quietly watched Akaza's eyes. A moment later, he let out a sigh. Akaza's personality made him disdain lying, and there had been nothing strange in his eyes while speaking. What he said was probably true. Still, that made sense. With how cautious and paranoid Muzan was, there was no way he would casually reveal his location to the upper moons. Then what now? Akaza's side didn't work either. Did he really have to go ask Uchiha Kagaya? Seeing the visible disappointment on Shuria's face, Akaza grew a little anxious. He hadn't expected Shuria's appetite to be this huge, wanting to go straight for Muzan. Would the bargaining chip he had prepared still be useful? But I know where Doma is. His eternal paradise cult is in Gongsun City. Even if you go to Gongsun City and don't find him, the next mission will still have us acting together. When that time comes, acting together on a mission. What mission? Shuria raised a brow. Akaza and Doma carrying out a mission together? Why had he never seen that in the manga? Had he remembered wrong? Or had the plot changed again because of him? Gyako has found the location of the swordsmith village used by the demon slayers. Lord Muzan ordered the four of us upper moons, me, Doma, Hantengu, and Gyako to go destroy the swordsmith village. The swordsmith village? Shuria was stunned. Damn, this really was like searching high and low only to have it fall right into his lap. Ask and you shall receive? He had just gotten the swordsmith village's location like this? Muzan was really going all out. He actually sent 4 upper moons to the swordsmith village at once. Was he really that afraid of something going wrong? Where is it? In the back mountains of Nagano Prefecture. Nagano? This was the first time Shuria had heard that name. Uchiha Kagaya really had hidden the swordsmith village well. Yes. Gyako has already started urging us to move. Once we go back, we'll head to Nagano and prepare the plan. Got it. Shuria looked at Akaza and nodded. Although the current Akaza was of no help to him in terms of combat strength, he was still very useful as a way to observe Muzan's movements. Come here. Akaza walked forward at once when he heard that, without the slightest hesitation. Since he had chosen to appear before Shuria, he had already prepared himself for either death or survival. If Shuria agreed to him, then just as Shuria had said, he would gain even greater power. If Shuria refused, then with Shuria's strength, Akaza's chances of surviving were next to zero. When all initiative was completely in the other party's hands, any hesitation became meaningless. Shuria placed one hand on Akaza's shoulder and looked into his eyes. If he wanted to truly bring Akaza over to his side, then the first thing he had to do was remove Muzan's control over him. On this point, Shuria had already run some experiments on minor demons after the Mugen Train incident, and in the end, he had succeeded through would release. Breaking Muzan's control over other demons was both simple and not simple, difficult and not difficult. The key was either removing Muzan's blood from the demon's body, or relying on the demon's own will to transform Muzan's blood. Examples of the latter were Tamayo and Nezuko, who had escaped Muzan's control. But that method would not work for an upper moon like Akaza. Akaza's situation was especially unique. First of all, he had lost important memories, losing the most important emotional support buried deep in his heart. That made it impossible for his willpower to be as strong as Tamayo's or Nezuko's. If Akaza recovered his memories, then breaking free of Muzan's control actually wouldn't be difficult. After all, the reason Akaza was ultimately defeated by Tenjiro and Tomioka Ju in the Infinity Castle was precisely because he remembered his past. Feelings of attachment toward Koyuki surged in his heart, and in the end, he gave up resisting and chose to throw himself into Koyuki's embrace. For Shuria, awakening Akaza's memories was not difficult. After all, he possessed the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. With just the Mangekyo's Genjutsu, he could easily awaken those dust-covered memories and stir the emotional waves hidden deep in Akaza's heart. But now was not the time to awaken those memories. The moment Akaza's memories were awakened, once he realized everything he had done, he might choose suicide as a form of release. If that really happened, then Shuria's later plans for dealing with Muzan would collapse completely. Therefore, Akaza's memories had to remain sealed for now. At least until Shuria achieved his goal, he would not awaken them on his own. On top of that, the amount of Muzan's blood inside Akaza was far greater than what Tamayo and Nezuko had. Trying to make Akaza break free from Muzan's control through willpower alone, it was obvious how difficult that would be. At this point, the only method left was the former, removing Muzan's blood. However, while removing Muzan's blood sounded simple, actually doing it was anything but. Muzan's blood and Akaza's blood had already completely fused together. It was not something he could just remove partially whenever he wanted. And once too much blood was lost, Akaza's strength would be severely weakened. A weakened Akaza like that was unacceptable, whether to Shuria or to Akaza himself. Still, fortunately, Shuria possessed Wood Release. The powerful recovery ability of Wood Release could rapidly repair Akaza's body while the blood was being removed. Combined with Akaza's own powerful regenerative ability as a demon, this process would take time, but it was far from impossible. While Akaza was guessing what Shuria was about to do, His eyes suddenly contracted. Shuria's eyes had changed. Just moments ago they had been normal black and white eyes, but now they were a sheet of crimson, and the unique pattern within them sent a chill through Akaza's entire body. He did not know why, but just being stared at by those crimson eyes made him feel as if his body had been nailed in place, unable to muster even the slightest will to fight. Every single one of his thoughts became sluggish under that gaze, as if some invisible force was suppressing all his reactions. It was as if he clearly understood that beneath those eyes, any movement he made would be utterly ridiculous. That was right, ridiculous. Akaza did not feel that word was inappropriate at all in this moment. The Shurya before him was terrifyingly strong. That was Akaza's first instinct. The invisible pressure radiating from Shurya was even more intense than the oppression Muzan-sama gave him, to the point that Akaza almost could not breathe. How long had it even been? Akaza could not help but feel inwardly shaken. Logically speaking, the stronger someone was, the less room they should have left to improve, and the slower their progress should become. But with Shurya, that logic seemed to have been completely overturned. Compared to the Shurya he had first met, the Shurya before him now was not just a little stronger. If they fought again, Akaza felt Shurya would not even need to summon that wooden dragon. The Mangekyo in Shurya's eyes slowly turned. To make sure Muzan would not notice anything strange, he reinforced the genjutsu on Akaza, making it like a heavy curtain that completely concealed Akaza's mental fluctuations. After strengthening it, the energy of wood release flowed from Shurya's hand into Akaza's body. That energy was like a gentle stream flowing through Akaza's body, yet it carried an irresistible force as it gradually seeped into every inch of his flesh and blood. The power of wood release was extremely pure and carried a powerful life force. That life force formed a stark contrast with the strange, invasive blood of Muzan inside Akaza. The wood release energy advanced slowly, like a sharp surgical blade, precisely stripping Muzan's blood out of Akaza's body before quickly repairing the damage. With each flow of energy, part of Muzan's blood was removed and guided out of his body. Akaza's body trembled slightly. The process was somewhat painful, but not to the point where he would cry out. After roughly more than 10 minutes, the process of removal was nearing its end. After the blood of Muzan inside Akaza had almost been completely removed, Shurya deliberately left behind a thin trace of it. That trace of blood was like a thread, still connecting Akaza to Muzan. Though weak, it was enough to maintain the link between them. This small portion of blood would allow Akaza to continue lurking by Muzan's side and observe his movements. Even if Muzan noticed something, Akaza could use his own strength to force the remaining blood out of his body and completely sever his connection to Muzan. You know how to deal with the blood that's left. If that time comes, don't hesitate. Akaza nodded, and Shurya continued, these are some taijutsu techniques. As long as you train them well enough, even if Muzan finds out, he won't be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, Madara had not learned something like the 8 gates, or else Shurya would have given Akaza the 8 gates directly. Akaza's personality, combined with his blood demon art, made him the perfect candidate to cultivate the 8 gates. But that did not mean the taijutsu Shurya was giving him was weak. During the 4th Great Ninja War, after Madara was revived, he had relied on taijutsu to kick both Sai and Sage Mode Naruto away with a single strike. Although Akaza definitely could not reach Madara's level of physical strength, dealing with Muzan would still be easy. Akaza froze for a moment. Just as he was about to ask what kind of taijutsu it was, his vision suddenly blurred. Then, a mass of unfamiliar yet incomparably clear memories exploded into his mind. Every movement in those memories, every technique and every form, seemed to be vividly displayed right before Akaza's eyes. Shurya can even pass memory fragments to demons? But isn't he human? Before he could dwell on the question, Akaza's attention was drawn into the memories in his mind, and his eyes slowly widened. What strange techniques! Taijutsu that can be used without relying on a blood demon art? Not only did it not require a blood demon art, its power seemed to surpass disorder by quite a bit. And if he used it while in his destructive death state? That power! Shurya might not even need to make a move anymore. Once he mastered these taijutsu techniques, the first thing he would do would be to kick Doma to death. That's all for now. Digest it first. I'll wait for you in Nagano. If you can confirm Muzan's location, inform me immediately. After saying that, Shurya turned and left. If Akaza had come a little earlier, Shurya would have gone straight to Miyamori City to look for Doma right now. But after learning about the Swordsmith village and Doma's subsequent movements, there was no need for that at all. Not to mention that Miyamori City was quite far from Asakusa, and if Shurya went there, he might end up making the trip for nothing. Besides, even if Shurya found Doma with Doma's strength, it would already be the absolute limit if he could raise his role-playing progress by 0.5. There was no need to waste time going back and forth. It was better to simply wait quietly in Nagano for Doma to come. Akaza stood there blankly, watching Shurya's figure gradually disappear into the night. His heart was surging, and he could not calm down for a long time. The memories of the taijutsu were still echoing in his mind, as if everything that had just happened had been a dream. But the shock brought by that power and that set of taijutsu could not be ignored. The entire process of becoming stronger had been so simple that it far exceeded his imagination. As long as one mastered these taijutsu techniques, there was no need to rely on the power of a demon. A human body alone could unleash strength enough to contend with demons. Akaza could not stop himself from imagining what would happen if these taijutsu techniques were mastered by the demon slayers. What kind of situation would that create? Once these taijutsu techniques spread into the hands of the demon slayers, after several years of training or less than a year, if someone was talented enough, they would be enough to bring earth-shaking changes to the balance of power between humans and demons. By then, the ones hiding would no longer be the Ubuyashiki clan, but Kibutsuji Musen himself. Akaza's fist slowly tightened as he felt a strange mix of excitement and confusion. He understood better than anyone how powerful these taijutsu techniques were. But why had Shurya handed them over to him so easily? Was it because he did not understand how powerful they were? Akaza shook his head, rejecting that absurd thought.
Impossible.
Even the most ordinary person, after a short period of training, would realize how extraordinary these taijutsu techniques were. Shurya could not possibly not know. The reason Shurya could hand these taijutsu techniques to him so casually, was it because he was already so strong that he no longer needed them? Akaza's heart trembled. That was the most reasonable explanation, and also the one that shocked him the most. It was time to meet up with Doma and the others, or they would start to get suspicious. Akaza glanced at the now empty villa before him, and his tense body relaxed slightly. The gap between him and Musen did not seem to be as great as he had once imagined. Half a month later, Nagano Prefecture. Shurya walked along the street, observing the situation in Nagano Prefecture. It was a very ordinary little town. It was hard for anyone to imagine that hidden in the back mountain of the small county was the swordsmith village that provided weapons for the Demon Slayer Corps. This Gyaku's strength is average, but his ability to find people really isn't bad. He can even find a place this remote. Not bad. Should we go straight to the swordsmith village now? Shuryi rubbed his chin. Getting in wasn't hard. With his strength, he could go wherever he wanted. The hard part was having an identity that would let him enter openly and reasonably. Otherwise, if too much of a commotion broke out, then even with Akaza helping cover for him, the swordsmith village's plan would definitely still be affected. If Musen got scared and directly withdrew the upper four, then Nezuko overcoming sunlight might not happen after all. And Musen would keep hiding forever. As he was thinking, Shuryi's steps suddenly paused. He turned his head and looked toward the eaves of a dirt house not far away. There was a pitch-black Kasugai crow there. The Kasugai crow tilted its head and stared at Shuryi, its gaze slightly grave. Shuryi had appeared in Nagano? That was definitely not good news for the Demon Slayer Corps. When he saw the Kasugai crow flap its wings and fly away, Shuryi did not stop it. It was fine if Ubuyashiki Kagaya found out. He wanted to see Ubuyashiki Kagaya's attitude. If he was allowed in, then naturally that would be best. If not, then staying outside the village and watching the situation wasn't impossible either. Because of Nagano Prefecture's importance to the Demon Slayer Corps, the distance from Nagano to the Ubuyashiki estate was not far. The Kasugai crow did not even need to stop and rest before a sea of wisteria flowers entered its sight. Diving into the sea of flowers, several wing beats later, the Kasugai crow arrived at the residence where Ubuyashiki Kagaya was. The moment the Kasugai crow flew into the courtyard, Ubuyashiki Kagaya reacted. But because of his physical condition, he could only turn his head slightly to look at the crow. The Kasugai crow informed Kagaya about seeing Shuryi in Nagano Prefecture. Kagaya was startled. Shuryi had appeared in Nagano? Was it a coincidence? Or had the other party come specifically for the swordsmith village? Kagaya gently shook his chin. If one called this a coincidence, then it was a little too much of a coincidence, wasn't it? Out of so many prefectures and cities, Shuryi just happened to appear in Nagano? No matter how he looked at it, Kagaya did not believe it was a coincidence. Then was it because of the swordsmith village? Was he interested in Nichiren blades? Impossible. He knew Shuryi had a strange fan on him. Even Upper One could not cut through that fan. How could Shuryi possibly be interested in something like a Nichiren blade? Then what had he come for? Was something going to happen to the swordsmith village? This was not Kagaya making blind guesses for no reason. He could not figure out Shuryi's strength. But he did understand a thing or two about the pattern of his appearances. Judging from the way Shuryi had appeared in the past, it seemed that wherever he showed up, something would happen there. From the serpent demon at the beginning all the way to the upper moons now. Could he foresee things in advance? Or was he simply unlucky? Shiryi? Don't mind him. If he wants to enter the swordsmith village, then let him in. As long as he does not do anything that harms the swordsmiths, there is no need to bother with him. Kagaya's weak tone carried a hint of helplessness. Even if he wanted to do something about Shiryi, there seemed to be no Hashira who could restrain him right now. Have the serpent Hashira interfere with Shiryi through the power of bonds? Forget it. If the serpent Hashira saw Shiryi, it would already be good enough if he didn't directly follow Shiryi and leave. When he saw the Kasugai crow fly back, Shiryi stood up from his seat by the window in the izakaya. Now Ubuyashiki Kagaya knew he was in Nagano. Next, it was time to see what Kagaya's attitude toward him would be. After paying and leaving the izakaya, Shiryi made his way along the small path leading to the back mountain. The scenery around him gradually shifted from a bustling city to quiet mountain woods. As the elevation rose, the air became cooler, and the occasional cry of birds made the silent night feel even deeper. Along the way, Shiryi occasionally observed the Kasugai crow's movements. It only watched and did not stop him, so Ubuyashiki Kagaya was tacitly allowing his presence? Fairly sensible. The winding mountain path gradually became steeper and narrower. From time to time, wind brushed through the treetops in the dense forest, stirring a faint rustling sound. Shiryi's brows furrowed slightly. The complexity of the mountain road exceeded his expectations. Every rock in the forest and every turn in the path felt as if it had been specifically designed to confuse outsiders. If not for the insight of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he probably would have long since gotten lost in these mountains. He really did not know how Gyako had found this place. About half an hour later, the mountain path finally began sloping downward, and the view ahead suddenly opened up. After passing through the last barrier of forest, Shiryi's gaze landed deep within the valley. A cluster of ancient buildings appeared before his eyes, as if they were completely one with nature. The buildings were built along the mountain in an orderly scattered arrangement. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled across the roof tiles, casting a layer of golden brilliance over them. Talk about good timing. Shiryi muttered as he looked at the figure at the mouth of the valley, then walked straight into the swordsmith village as if no one else was there. The nearby corps member recognized it was Shiryi and swallowed the words of warning that had risen to his lips. The Shiryi before him had already been tacitly permitted by the master, and even if he wanted to stop him, he probably could not. Shiryi's great reputation had already spread throughout the Demon Slayer Corps. Someone who could casually crush an upper moon that had completely suppressed a Hashira was not someone an ordinary corps member like him could stop. Mr. Shiryi? The corps member beside him pretended not to see anything, but Tanjiro would not. He waved at Shiryi in surprise and delight. Wasn't this supposed to be the most secret place in the Demon Slayer Corps? Why was Mr. Shiryi here too? Had Mr. Shiryi returned to the Demon Slayer Corps again? Shiryi nodded and kept walking toward the back mountain of the swordsmith village without stopping. It was enough to leave the matters in the village to Hantengu. The matter of Nezuko overcoming sunlight mainly depended on Hantengu. His main role was to make sure Doma did not interfere with his plan. It was almost dark. Akaza's side was probably nearly done preparing too. Seeing that Shiryi did not respond to him, Tanjiro was already used to it. What was Mr. Shiryi doing at the swordsmith village? Did he also have a swordsmith forge weapons for him? The weapons on Mr. Shiryi seemed to be only a fan and the sickle connected to the fan. Was that also made by a swordsmith? The corps member beside him shook his head. Forget him. Even the master did not know why Shiryi had appeared here, or what his purpose was. He might have just happened to appear here. Noticing the helplessness in the corps member's words, Tanjiro suddenly understood. Most likely, once Mr. Shiryi appeared, the Demon Slayer Corps simply could not stop him. Was this the benefit that came with strength? He wondered whether Mr. Shiryi could turn Nezuko back into a human. He had forgotten to ask just now. If he ran into Mr. Shiryi again later, he definitely had to ask. Within a patch of shadow at the edge of Nagano, an exquisitely carved vase suddenly appeared out of thin air. A faint eerie glow shone from its body, as if some strange force were holding it aloft. As the lid of the vase slowly opened, several twisted little hands stretched out from the mouth of the vase and tightly grabbed its rim. The fingers were short and thick, yet full of strength, slowly pulling a figure out from inside the vase. This figure was sticky and twisted, like a mass of writhing mud, gradually taking shape. Its skin was smooth and damp, gleaming with an eerie luster, like the scales of some deep-sea monster. It was Gyako. His eyes peered through the shadows in front of him and swept across the surroundings. This should be the place, Gyako muttered in a low voice, hoarse and muddled, like water whispering between rocks. Once we confirm the exact number of people in the swordsmith village, we can make our move. Hantengu is in charge of the village. I'm in charge of the back mountain. He paused briefly, then looked up toward the shadows of the trees ahead. 3 figures were quietly crouched on the tall branches, as if they had merged with the night itself. Only their faint aura exposed their presence. How about Doma and Akazadano choose for themselves who makes a move? Gyako's voice carried a trace of hesitation. In his view, his and Hantengu's strength was already enough to complete this mission. He didn't understand why Doma and Akaza had to come along too. From what he had investigated, there were only 2 Hashira at the swordsmith village, right? Sending 4 upper moons for 2 Hashira was a bit too much. Still, since it was an order personally given by Muzan, Gyako had no choice but to obey. Among the 3 figures in the trees, Doma lightly waved the folding fan in his hand and let out a cheerful laugh. My, Gyako, you're amazing. You even thought of the plan ahead of time. Then I'll act together with Akazadano. How about it, Akazadano? Doma's voice was still light and breezy, like a gentle wind brushing across a lake. When Gyako on the ground heard Doma's words, a headache immediately started building in his heart. These 2 were about to start again. Gyako lowered his head, a hint of helplessness flashing through his eyes. He had already seen the subtle relationship between Doma and Akaza many times. Every single time, it ended with Akaza flying into a rage and beating up Doma. Not only was that kind of situation irritating, it also made the mission harder to carry out. Gyako secretly groaned to himself. If Kokushibo and Lord Muzan were here, maybe they could keep things under control. But if these 2 started fighting now, who could stop them? Just as he was about to speak up and mediate, he suddenly heard Akaza reply flatly, "Sure." That one sentence instantly shattered everyone's expectations. Gyako's words got stuck in his throat. Hantengu also raised his head slightly, a trace of shock showing through his curled-up posture on the branch. Akaza had actually agreed. This was a little unexpected. A strange glint flashed through Doma's eyes, and he narrowed them slightly. Ever since the upper moon meeting, he had sensed that Akaza seemed to have changed. That calmness carried an inexplicable pressure, as if Doma's teasing could no longer stir even the slightest anger in him, leaving only the indifference of someone looking at a dead man. Akaza looked at Doma. He stood straight, his posture steady and powerful. What? You don't want to? There was a faintly playful look in Akaza's eyes. Through the past half-month of physical combat training, he could feel that the gap between himself and Doma was visibly shrinking. Give him a little more time, and maybe Lord Shirya wouldn't even need to make a move. He would be able to deal with that annoying guy Doma himself. Doma smiled faintly. He lightly snapped his fan shut in his hand, his gaze meeting Akaza's. Of course I do. Being able to act together with Akazadano is simply my honor. Doma narrowed his eyes. And Akaza like this couldn't bring him any fun. Instead, it stirred a trace of unease deep in his heart. Had Akaza gotten stronger? Was he thinking of starting a blood battle for rank replacement? That shouldn't be possible. Unless Akaza could reach Kokushibo's speed and attack power, there was no way he could defeat him. Otherwise, destructive death was useless in front of him. And besides, if Akaza's strength had really reached Kokushibo's level, he would have already beaten Doma to death. Doma understood Akaza's personality very well. Gyako looked at Akaza in surprise. Although he had no idea why Akaza had agreed to Doma's invitation, not fighting was already the best possible outcome. Hantengu and I will scout the situation inside the swordsmith village. We'll leave things here to you two. Gyako stared at Akaza, a trace of astonishment flashing through his eyes. Even though he still didn't understand why Akaza had accepted Doma's invitation, the fact that they hadn't started fighting was already the best result for now. Hantengu and I will scout the situation inside the swordsmith village. We'll leave things here to you too. As soon as he finished speaking, Gyako's body collapsed onto the ground like a mass of slick mud, then quickly rolled into the nearby bushes and vanished into the shadows. At the same time, Hantengu also carefully slid down from the tree, his movements shaky and trembling, as if a gust of wind could blow him over at any moment. He was clearly terrified of getting dragged into the conflict between Akaza and Doma. As the two figures moved farther away, the night grew even quieter. In the shadows, only Akaza and Doma remained, and the atmosphere instantly turned subtle. Akaza stood quietly in place, his gaze calm. Doma, meanwhile, looked thoughtful, his rainbow-colored eyes faintly glowing. Akaza agreeing to his invitation so abnormally had stirred a trace of curiosity in Doma's heart. Just how much could this guy, who normally couldn't stand him, tolerate him? The corners of Doma's lips curved up slightly, and a crafty glint flashed through his eyes. His figure swayed, and in an instant he appeared behind Akaza. His movements were light as the wind, making almost no sound at all. Without the slightest hesitation, He reached out and placed his hand directly on Akaza's shoulder, his fingertips touching Akaza's cold skin. Does Akazadano have some kind of plan? I'll listen to whatever Akazadano says. Doma's voice was gentle, but his tone carried a hint of provocation. The last time he did this, Akaza had punched his jaw clean off. So what about this time? Akaza's eyes instantly turned icy, and a trace of chill flashed through his pupils. Sure enough, he still couldn't stand this guy touching him. He turned his head, his gaze sharp as a blade as he stared straight at Doma and said coldly, "You're going to die soon." Ever since witnessing Shirya's strength, Akaza had no idea how Doma was going to survive this time. Even if Muzan himself came, it would probably still be difficult, let alone Doma. But Akaza's words didn't provoke Doma's anger. Instead, they made his smile grow even brighter. Doma felt as if he had found something familiar again. Yes, this was the right feeling. This was the Akaza he remembered. Hearing Akazadano curse me like that really does make me a little sad. Doma put away his folding fan, the fan surface closing softly. He used the back of his hand to pretend to wipe at the corner of his eye, putting on an injured expression. Akaza forcefully slapped Doma's hand off his shoulder. The strength behind it was so great that it nearly numbed Doma's wrist. I'm serious. All right. Then I'll quietly wait for Akazadano's words to come true. Doma's smile didn't fade, but his gaze grew deeper. Watching Akaza's disappearing figure, Doma tapped his temple with the golden fan in his hand. The look in Akaza's eyes when he said that last sentence hadn't seemed like a threat spoken in anger. It had seemed more like the calm statement of a fact that was about to happen. A trace of doubt rose in Doma's heart. Could it be that over all these years, Akaza had really been secretly preparing something? But very quickly he tossed that thought aside. Even if Akaza had made preparations, Doma didn't care at all. Or rather, he simply couldn't feel an emotion like fear. The next day, Shirya walked along the small path on the back mountain of the swordsmith village, having more or less gotten a general grasp of the area there. Other than a few forge houses where people were focused on training and some hot springs, there wasn't really anything in the back mountain worth Shirya's attention. Akaza and the others' plan would probably happen within the next few days, so he wasn't in any rush right now. The village chief of the swordsmith village had also received orders from the master, so he didn't interfere too much with Shirya's movements. That made things convenient for Shirya. After observing the back mountain during the day, he could even go soak in the hot springs at night. As he walked, Shirya's ears suddenly twitched. You're getting a little annoying. Can't you stop while you still can? You're the annoying one. Arguing back and forth is just wasting time. I'm not giving it to you, so go away. And why do I have to give it to you anyway? Just because you're a Hashira? Stop making decisions for me. Shirya leaned back slightly and looked through the leaves of the dense forest at Michiro and Kotetsu fighting over the Yorichi puppet. Puppet? Shirya rubbed his chin. Probably wouldn't raise his acting progress, but Michiro seemed like he might increase it by a tiny bit. Being able to become a Hashira in 2 months and solo Upper Moon 5 Gyakko meant his strength was definitely real. Though in the Infinity Castle, because of Nakaime's ridiculous matchmaking, he got matched straight against the old ancestor and was taken care of in just a few moves. But if it was only to raise his acting progress a little, it should still be enough. Not asking for one, no matter what, he should at least be able to squeeze out 0.1, right? After thinking it through, Shirya stepped toward Michiro. Hand over the key. Michiro extended his hand, his expression calm. No, this is a treasure passed down by my ancestors. Kotetsu shielded the puppet behind him. This annoying seaweed head. Just because he was a Hashira he thought he was so amazing? At that moment, Tanjiro also stepped out from the bushes. Yorichi's puppet stirred up memories buried deep in his mind. Felt like he had seen this person somewhere before. Michiro asked Kotetsu a few more questions. Seeing that they still couldn't reach any agreement, he stopped wasting time. He reached out, wanting to shove Kotetsu aside. But in the next moment, the figure before him vanished, and all that remained was someone half a head taller than him. HM? What a fast speed. Who is this? What a pain. Don't want to think. Michiro's eyes widened slightly, but they quickly returned to normal. He just wanted to finish training with this wooden doll as soon as possible. Why did things have to be this troublesome? When Tanjiro saw Kotetsu get tossed away by Shirya, he hurried over and caught him. Mr. Shirya was as cold as ever. I don't want to waste any more time. A Hashira's time is far more important than yours. Michiro didn't know Shirya. Or rather, it wasn't that he didn't know him, he just couldn't remember. But since the other man had rescued Kotetsu, then he probably wasn't a Hashira. And if he wasn't a Hashira, there was nothing to be concerned about. It seemed there was still one person outside the Demon Slayer Corps he needed to pay attention to, but it didn't matter. He couldn't waste too much time here. My time is important too. Shirya tilted his head. Muchiro's half-dead tone made his hands itch a little. Then hurry up and hand over the key so I can finish my training. Muchiro remained as indifferent as ever, completely unaffected by Shuri's words. Training? I can do that too. You can too. Muchiro sized Shurya up from head to toe, then nodded after a moment of hesitation. From how the other man had rescued that kid from right under his hand, his strength shouldn't be bad. At the very least, in terms of speed, he was not inferior to Muchiro at all, possibly even faster. Fighting a living person like this, the results of the training probably wouldn't be worse than fighting that puppet. Since it was training, naturally he should pick the one with the better results. At the side, Tanjiro wanted to stop Muchiro. If Mr. Shurya really were a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, then fine, he might still hold back a little. But Mr. Shurya wasn't some Hashira. He was something even more terrifying than a Hashira. The scene from the entertainment district, when Shurya had kicked Mr. Yuzui flying with one kick, was still vivid in Tanjiro's memory. But when the words reached his lips, he suddenly couldn't remember the name of the Hashira in front of him. He only remembered that during the Hashira meeting among the 10 Hashira, there had been someone like this. Muchiro glanced at Tanjiro. Seeing that no more words followed, he drew his Nichiren blade and charged at Shurya. What were you about to say just now? Why didn't you finish? Kotetsu in Tanjiro's arms asked in confusion. Other than knowing that Seaweed Head was the missed Hashira, Takedo Muchiro, he didn't recognize either the one who had tossed him or the one who had caught him. I wanted to stop them. That person definitely isn't Mr. Shurya's opponent. Hearing the certainty in Tanjiro's voice, Kotetsu froze. He really hated the tone that Seaweed Head used when talking, but the guy was still a Hashira. That represented the highest combat power of the Demon Slayer Corps. And yet the person in front of him was saying that Seaweed Head wasn't that Shurya's opponent? How was that possible? Was that Shurya a Hashira too? Why didn't he remember him? Do you know who that Seaweed Head is? Kotetsu asked hesitantly. I've seen him before, but I don't know his name, Tanjiro answered, his eyes still locked onto the fight. Missed Hashira, Takedo Muchiro, Kotetsu filled in for him. Oh, so that's his name. Tanjiro nodded, but worry still showed in his eyes. So you still think he's not that Shurya's opponent? Kotetsu's voice held a trace of disbelief. The moment Kotetsu finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly swept past the corner of his eye. It tore through the air like lightning, so fast it was impossible to follow. Bang! A dull impact shattered the stillness around them. Kotetsu instinctively turned his head, and at the same time, a faint voice sounded in his ears. Is that all the strength you have? Following the voice, Kotetsu looked over and saw that Muchiro, who had just charged at Shurya with a blank expression, was now flying into the distance like a kite with its string cut, before smashing hard into the trunk of a thick tree. The tremendous impact drew a groan from the trunk itself. Leaves rained down as Muchiro's body slowly slid to the ground. Seeing this, Kotetsu's eyes went wide. What the hell was this? Shouldn't the one flying away have been Shurya? Why was it Seaweed Head? And wasn't Seaweed Head a Hashira? How could he not even withstand one move from the other side? But the other side wasn't a Hashira either, right? Had the Demon Slayer Corps promoted a new Hashira again? How had he not heard the uncles mention it? Kotetsu's mind seemed tied into a knot, his thoughts in chaos, unable to understand what was happening before him. Stiffly, he turned back to look at Shurya, who was rolling his shoulders. His expression was still calm as ever. Then he shifted his gaze back to Tanjiro. Tanjiro shrugged and gave Kotetsu a bitter smile. Now you know why he was so certain Muchiro wasn't Mr. Shurya's opponent, right? The gap between their strengths wasn't even on the same level anymore. And this was with Mr. Shurya not even using that terrifying skeletal phantom. If he used that, then even if a few more Hashira came, they'd probably still get beaten up. Leaning against the big tree, Takedo Muchiro's expression still didn't show much change. But if one looked carefully, there was still a trace of shock in his eyes. The other man's power had exceeded his expectations. It could even be said to have surpassed the level of the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps as he knew them. In that clash just now, Muchiro hadn't even seen clearly how the other man had kicked. In that instant, Shurya's attack had seemed to appear in front of him out of thin air, so fast that he hadn't even had a chance to react. That kind of speed could no longer be described with the word fast. It had surpassed the limits of what Muchiro could understand. And the other man's attack wasn't just fast, it also contained absurdly exaggerated power. Even though he had used his breathing technique in that instant to strengthen his defense, he had still been smashed into the tree. If not for using his breathing technique in time, the consequences would likely have been far worse. Who is this person? Muchiro tried to think, but in the next moment, his attention immediately drifted away again. Shaking his head, He decided that finishing the training was the most important thing. This person was so strong that he wouldn't need to hold back either. The training effect should naturally be even better. He took a deep breath. His eyes instantly sharpened, his body leaning slightly forward as his presence abruptly changed. Mist breathing, fifth form. Sea of clouds and haze. Before the words had even finished leaving his mouth, Michiro's figure seemed to blend into the air, turning into an afterimage as he vanished from where he stood. What followed was a mist-blue cloud of haze, rising around him like something out of a dream. The haze spread out and instantly wrapped both Michiro and Shirya inside it, as if sealing the two of them away in a world of their own. Within that blurred haze, countless fine flashes of cold light suddenly appeared, like hidden blades lurking in the fog, shooting toward Shirya from every direction with fierce killing intent. Concealed by the haze, the cold flashes came in at extremely tricky speeds and angles, as if they wanted to tear Shirya apart in an instant. Shirya's eyes lifted slightly, and the light reflected in his pupils carried a hint of boredom. Other than mist-breathing seventh form, obscuring clouds which could barely spark a little interest in him, the rest of the forms truly failed to interest him at all. Michiro's lashes rushed at Shirya, cold light falling like rain. Seeing Shirya standing in place without moving at all, confusion appeared in Michiro's eyes. Why wasn't he dodging? The blade speed of his fifth form was indeed very fast, but judging from the speed the other side had just displayed, avoiding this kind of attack should have been effortless. Just as confusion rose in Michiro's heart, he saw Shirya's hand suddenly move. That hand lightly traced several complex paths through the air. Michiro froze for a moment. Was that hand seals? A thunderous boom tore through the still air, shaking the ground slightly. Several massive, thick trees suddenly burst out of the earth in front of Shirya, carrying astonishing force and speed, as if they wanted to rip open the sky. The giant trees towered high, instantly blocking Shirya's figure from view. Bang! Michiro's fifth form slammed fiercely into one of the giant trees, and the violent impact echoed all around. But the giant tree did not move in the slightest. Instead, Michiro felt a powerful rebound force surge back from it and send him flying away. If it's only like this, then the training doesn't mean much. Shirya's calm voice came from behind the giant trees. As his words fell, those giant trees seemed to come alive, slowly stretching apart to both sides and opening a path for Shirya. The dense canopy and heavy trunks parted, revealing Shirya standing within. His figure was still straight and tall, and his expression was still calm. Looking at the acting progress that remained completely unchanged, Shirya's brows furrowed slightly. Had he overestimated Michiro's strength, or underestimated his own? After two exchanges, Shirya could say without exaggeration that he could hardly even feel the existence of so-called battle. If this kept up, whether the acting progress would rise or not, Shirya didn't know, but one thing was certain, quite a bit of time had already been wasted. Was it because Michiro had lost his memories, causing the power of his breathing forms to be lacking? Should he help him recover his memories? A thoughtful look appeared in Shirya's eyes. He was not the kind of person who meddled in other people's business. Anything he did had to be beneficial to achieving his own goal. Would helping Michiro recover his memories affect his later plans in the Swordsmith village? Probably not. Michiro solo-killing Gyako was basically a done deal. If his memories were restored ahead of time, then, at most, it would probably just make his speed in killing Gyako a little faster. It should not have much effect on Shirya's plans in the Swordsmith village. Then he would help him recover them. Otherwise, the time just now really would have been completely wasted. Don't move. Hearing that, Michiro's body, which had just been about to get up and continue fighting, suddenly stiffened. He blankly raised his head and looked toward Shirya. The moment he saw Shirya's bizarre scarlet eyes, Michiro instinctively wanted to look away and avoid meeting his gaze. But how could the Mangekyo's Jinjutsu be so easy to avoid? Michiro's consciousness began to sink, and the world before his eyes turned blurry and distorted. At the very last moment before losing clarity, one question was still lingering in his mind. Why was the other party doing this? With the absolute strength Shirya had displayed, there was no need for something like this at all. However, those thoughts only flashed by for a moment before Michiro was dragged by an irresistible force deep into his memories. Those memories he had long since sealed away, even forgotten, began to rapidly roll through his mind like a revolving lantern. Within a hazy blur of light and shadow, a figure identical to himself gradually became clear. Who was that? A trace of familiarity flashed through Michiro's heart, yet he could not identify him at once. That figure spoke, his voice carrying determination and a touch of stubbornness. I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps, Yuichiro. Yuichiro? So that person was called Yuichiro? But why did he look so much like himself? No. Another voice rang out. It was Yuichiro's voice. But Michiro seemed to feel that the person who resembled him was struggling, wanting to argue back. Before he could speak, however, a loud bang interrupted his thoughts. I said no. Yuichiro suddenly slammed the kitchen knife hard into the cutting board, and the sound of the blade biting into wood echoed in the air. Watching this scene, a strange emotion faintly stirred in Michiro's heart, as if some long-lost feeling were beginning to grow deep inside him. He did not understand why these two people, who looked so much like himself, were appearing in his mind, yet he had no impression of them at all. As the lantern-like memories continued to flash by, the horrifying scene of that night also surfaced. One night, a demon broke into their home and mercilessly severed Yuichiro's left hand with its claws. At that moment, Michiro, or rather, the heart within Michiro, erupted with a fury he had never known before. He had never felt such anger so intense that even he himself could not control it. When he regained his senses, that demon had already been pinned outside with timber and farming tools by his own hands. Not long after, dawn began to break. Sunlight fell on the demoness body, burning it into ash, and in the end, under Michiro's gaze, it turned to drifting dust and disappeared into the wind. Dragging his exhausted body, Michiro returned home, only to see the dying Yuichiro curled up in a pool of blood, weakly begging the heavens to save his little brother. At that moment between life and death, Yuichiro was still praying for his younger brother. He believed that he himself had blocked his brother's future, stopping him from going out to help others. The murmured voice was weak, yet carried a gentleness Michiro had never heard before. Michiro's Mui is the Mui of infinity. That final murmur exploded in Michiro's mind like thunder, shaking his entire body. It was as if an invisible force had completely torn apart the chains buried deep within his memories. That voice, carrying endless gentleness, echoed in his heart and refused to fade for a long time. Yuichiro. Michiro's eyes suddenly widened, and his thoughts surged like a rushing river. He finally remembered. The figure that had kept appearing in his memories was none other than his older brother, Yuichiro. Michiro's consciousness froze on the final scene of the revolving memories. Yuichiro's gradually rotting body. Yuichiro's figure gradually blurred, and at some point, crystal tears had already filled Michiro's eyes. Seeing this scene, Shirya touched his nose. He had been careless. Right now, didn't he seem like the best time to fight? With Michiro crying like this, Shirya really felt too embarrassed to make a move. But if they didn't fight, then wouldn't Michiro's recovered memories have been restored for nothing? Before Shirya could think too much about how to bring it up, Michiro wiped his tears and said to Shirya in a slightly hoarse voice, "Thank you." Michiro's tone still had no rise or fall, but Tanjiro at the side could clearly sense the difference in him now. His smell had changed, and changed a lot. It was his first time smelling a person's scent change so drastically. What happened? Wasn't it just that his body had stiffened for a moment? Shirya's eyes shifted. What he wanted wasn't thanks. Mist breathing, 7th form, Oboro. Michiro's figure vanished from where he stood. As he felt the mist-blue haze surge toward him again, Shirya's eyes lit up. Sure enough, it had awakened his memories. The power of this breathing form was clearly more than one level stronger than before. Now this was the kind of thanks he wanted. The mist-blue haze spread around the area like a gauzy veil. Michiro's figure seemed embedded within that vague and drifting cloud of mist. He stood in place, the blade in his hand trembling slightly, as if he were completely motionless. But in Shirya's Scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan, Michiro's form was far from that simple. That seemingly still figure was actually made up of countless alternating fast and slow movements, as if slices of different moments in time had been fused together into a dizzying visual illusion. Those flickering afterimages of varying speed kept changing in Shirya's field of vision like phantoms, disrupting his perception. At first glance, Michiro seemed like he had never moved at all. But if one looked carefully, those afterimages could be seen appearing and fading through space and time, blurring the boundary between real and unreal. Although those afterimages were trying to conceal Michiro's true movements, completely obscuring Shirya's Mangekyo Sharingan was obviously impossible. Still, Shirya had never expected Michiro to reach that level. He simply wanted to raise his compatibility a little. After all, even Muzan now had no way of hiding anything under the Mangekyo. The haze gradually thickened, concealing Michiro's figure even more thoroughly. That mist-blue fog slowly gathered in, swallowing Michiro's face within it and leaving behind only a vague outline. Within this hazy cloud, Shirya could only feel the beating of his own heart. It was as if the existence of the haze had cut off every sound from the outside world, and the world instantly became incomparably silent. Suddenly, an extremely faint sound of something cutting through the air came from the atmosphere. Whoosh! The blade arrived first, the sound followed after. At the moment that faint tearing sound reached Shuria's ear, a cold gleam had already flashed before his eyes, as if it had abruptly emerged from the void. Muchiro, carrying that flash of cold light, no longer had the dullness and confusion from before in his eyes. They were now filled with resolve. It was as if all his memories had flooded into his mind in this very instant. The return of his memories was like a torrent, replaying scenes of the past before his eyes. Those sealed-away events, everything he had gone through during his amnesia, now resurfaced one by one in his heart. As his memories returned, Muchiro's thoughts also gradually became clear. Not only did he recall his own past experiences, he also recognized the true identity of the man before him, Shurya. This name, to his amnesiac self, might have only been a vaguely familiar existence. But now, he clearly understood the power represented by that name. In Muchiro's mind appeared the reminder Oyakata-sama had given the Hashira when assigning them their missions. That voice seemed to still echo in his ears. Shurya, this man is obsessed with the strong and also with battle. He will not casually kill the weak, but he will also never have any interest in the weak. As for anything or anyone that can make him wary, none has yet been discovered. That was also the fundamental reason Muchiro had used the seventh form after recovering his memories. When he had not yet recovered his memories, he had not cared much about the other Hashira's affairs. But that did not mean he didn't know what the others had gone through. Repelling Upper Moon 2, defeating Upper Moon 3, crippling Upper Moon 1, and effortlessly crushing the self-destruction of Upper Moon 6. For the Demon Slayer Corps, these were feats that could be called nearly impossible achievements across 100 years. Yet in Shurya's hands, they had seemed as simple and ordinary as everyday routine. Did he really think he could beat Shurya with mist-breathing seventh form alone? How could that be possible? He simply did not want to let down Shurya's expectations in coming to find him. Chi! A faint sound of piercing rang out in the silent air. The giant tree before Shurya appeared once again like a massive shield, firmly blocking Muchiro's ghost-fast slash. Only this time, Muchiro was not sent flying by the enormous force generated by the giant tree. The Nichiren blade in his hand had actually broken through the tree's defense. Before Muchiro could feel any joy, he realized that after advancing less than 1 centimeter past the giant tree, it could go no farther. Not only that, the wound split open by the Nichiren blade healed back to normal in the blink of an eye. Muchiro had now fallen into an extremely awkward situation. His Nichiren blade could not continue pushing deeper, and it had even become unbelievably difficult to pull back out. The blade seemed to have been swallowed by the giant tree, firmly fixed within the wood. No matter how much force he used, the sword felt as though it had fused together with the giant tree, utterly unmoving. How was this possible? Although he had long realized that his strength was inferior to Shurya's, he had never imagined that he would struggle so much against just a single giant tree casually summoned by Shurya. Just nibbling away a tiny bit of the blade tip was enough to make the entire sword slip out of his control? Then what about that horrifying sight the other Hashira had once mentioned, tree world descent? Enormous trees spanning several kilometers descending upon the land like the gates of hell. What kind of despair would that be? Muchiro's heartbeat began accelerating uncontrollably, and the blood inside his body seemed to grow hot under that immense pressure. Only now could he truly understand why the Shurya before him had been able to defeat one powerful Upper Moon demon after another. It wasn't that the Upper Moons were weak. It was that the man before him was simply too strong. Not bad. Now that's more like it. Training ends here. Compatibility 3,875. It had risen by 0.15, a little more than he had expected. Not bad. As for future fights, any compatibility he could obtain from Muchiro would have to be calculated in 10,000s. There was no need to waste time. If he wanted major growth in compatibility, he still had to rely on Muzan. Hashira like Muchiro could only be farmed for small scraps. As for that Yorichi Type 0, Shurya glanced over at it. That single glance made Kotetsu, standing nearby, tense up. Before Shurya had fought Muchiro, Kotetsu had not thought much of him. Although he had kept a cold expression the whole time, he was handsome and didn't seem like some vicious evil person. But now, Kotetsu's impression of Shurya had already undergone a complete earth-shaking reversal. What expressionless face. This was clearly a monster. He could effortlessly crush even a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, let alone this broken-down puppet of his. If the other party also wanted to spar with his Yorichi Type 0, could Yorichi Type 0 even withstand a single hit? Fortunately, Kotetsu didn't stay anxious for long before he saw Shurya's gaze move away from Yorichi Type 0. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Kotetsu patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief. That expressionless guy looked even harder to deal with than Seaweed Head. If he asked him for the key and he refused, would the other party argue with him like Seaweed Head had? Probably not. If he refused, the other guy would most likely smack him with that giant tree. Shirya waved the giant tree away. Forget Yorichi Type 0. The main purpose of that thing was to train Tanjiro and help him find the Nichiren blade from the Warring States era. So now, there should be nothing left on the back mountain of the swordsmith village that he needed to pay attention to. He just had to wait for Akaza Esai to make a move. In that case, he might as well go take a look at the hot spring on this back mountain now. He heard it could treat hemorrhoids and anal fissures. He wanted to see for himself if it was really that ridiculous. Seeing the training end just like that, Muchiro froze for a moment, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. That was it? No more exchanging a couple more blows? Though even he knew he still probably couldn't break through the other side's defense. Noticing the change in Muchiro's expression, Shirya rubbed his nose. What was with those sparkling eyes? Weren't they supposed to be directed at Tanjiro? Other than helping Muchiro recover his memories, he didn't seem to have said anything else that should have moved him. Or was it that as long as Muchiro's memories were awakened, he would react like this no matter who did it? But Shirya wasn't interested in Muchiro anymore. Compared to him, Muchiro was still too weak. There was no need to continue the training. Shaking his head, Shirya turned and walked toward the depths of the back mountain. Seeing Shirya act like this, Muchiro lowered his head. In the end, it was still because he wasn't strong enough. If he were strong enough, he definitely would have been able to catch Mr. Shirya's interest. Shirya? You'd better mean the kind of interest I'm thinking of. Just as Tanjiro thought the training was over and was getting ready to take a good look at the Yorichi Type 0 that had brought back his memories, Shirya's cold voice suddenly came from behind him. What are you doing? Tanjiro, Muchiro, and Kotetsu all immediately stopped and turned toward the source of the voice. They saw Shirya slightly turn to the side, one hand gripping a swordsmith by the throat, slowly lifting him up with effortless ease. The swordsmith's legs kicked weakly in the air. The skin visible beneath his mask had already turned an abnormal crimson, obviously flushed from suffocation. Even so, the swordsmith's hand was still trembling. Stubbornly, it reached toward the Uchiha fan behind Shirya, as if that were his final hope. Let me touch it. The swordsmith's voice came out in broken gasps from lack of air, full of yearning. Mr. Haganazuka? Tanjiro cried out in shock. Haganazuka, who had been missing for so long, had suddenly appeared here. And the moment he showed up, he had provoked Mr. Shirya? Tanjiro's heart instantly leaped into his throat. Mr. Shirya wouldn't listen to their persuasion. If a real conflict broke out, would he even be able to protect Mr. Haganazuka? So this is Haganazuka? Shirya's ear twitched slightly as he examined the figure before him. At this moment, Haganazuka was already struggling to breathe and was practically half-conscious. But even so, his stubborn gaze remained locked on the Uchiha fan behind Shirya. That nearly fanatical desire made it seem as if he would risk everything for it. A trace of surprise rose in Shirya's heart. In that instant just now, he actually hadn't noticed Haganazuka approaching. That speed had been far too fast, so fast it was like Haganazuka had appeared behind him out of thin air. Had his perception malfunctioned? Or did Haganazuka really have some kind of bug? Thinking back on Haganazuka's performance in the story, whenever Tanjiro lost his sword, Haganazuka would transform into the Void Upper Rank 7. Looking at it now, this Haganazuka really did have something special. If he shattered a sword Haganazuka had forged and provoked his anger, would that raise his role-playing percentage? Probably not. For one, Haganazuka's speed wasn't stable. For another, his attack power was too poor. Forget it. There wasn't much point wasting time testing a swordsmith. Shirya loosened his hand and casually flung Haganazuka to the side. Haganazuka slammed into a nearby tree like a torn sack. Mr. Haganazuka, seeing that, Tanjiro cried out and hurried over to check Haganazuka's injuries. Even though he was anxious, Tanjiro also knew very well that if Shirya had truly been dissatisfied with Haganazuka, Haganazuka wouldn't have been merely thrown aside like this. After tossing Haganazuka away, Shirya had only just taken one step forward when his body paused, and he slowly turned back around. Can you let me touch it? Haganazuka had appeared again. His voice was still hoarse, but the yearning in his tone hadn't diminished in the slightest. His eyes remained firmly locked on the Uchiha fan behind Shirya. That expression, like a pilgrim on a holy journey, left people stunned. Looking at this Haganazuka rubbing his hands together like a fly, Shirya showed a rare trace of surprise. No, seriously, did this Haganazuka actually have a bug? He hadn't gone all out just now, but even if Muchiro had taken a hit like that, he still would needed a while to recover. What was going on with Haganazuka? Was he really some unkillable cockroach? A flicker passed through Shirya's eyes. The crimson eyes made Haganazuka freeze for a moment, but very quickly, his attention was drawn back to the Uchiha fan behind Shirya. He had forged Nichiren blades for decades and had long since seen all kinds of weapons. But the fan before him, just the faint glow it gave off, was enough to make him fall for it completely. Whether it was the choice of materials or the exquisite forging craftsmanship, this fan had reached a peak beyond anything he could imagine. If he could touch it with his own hands, even if only to glimpse a few details, it would be enough for him to die without regrets. The injuries from being thrown aside were still there. Shurya observed the condition inside Haganazuka's body. The impact just now had caused a certain degree of swelling and tearing in Haganazuka's internal organs. In the more serious areas, blood had even begun seeping outward. By all logic, injuries like that should have been enough to make an ordinary person pass out. But Haganazuka had forcibly held himself together through nothing but his fanatical obsession with the Uchiha fan, making himself appear in front of Shurya again. Shurya couldn't help raising an eyebrow. Deep in his heart, a rare trace of emotion stirred. The Haganazuka before him, though only a craftsman who forged blades, possessed a devotion to his craft and a pursuit of perfect weapons so obsessive it bordered on madness. Unexpectedly, Shurya found himself appreciating it. This fervor, while not the kind of strength he sought in the strong, was still another kind of power he had never seen before. Role-playing percentage, 39.75%. Shurya froze, subconsciously wanting to rub his eyes to see if he was imagining things. But although this role-playing percentage could be seen with his eyes, in essence it was still a projection in his consciousness. There was no such thing as misseeing it. In other words, this 1% increase in role-playing percentage was real. Why? Had he done anything just now? The role-playing percentage from sparring with Michiro had already been credited, so was this 1% because of Haganazuka? Because he had seen Haganazuka's fanaticism, been moved by it, and undergone a shift in mindset? That worked too. Shurya rubbed his chin and turned his gaze back to Haganazuka. It seemed he really had been focusing too much on raising his role-playing percentage through battle. In the early stages, that had been fine. But now, aside from fighting Muzan and opponents at an even higher level, battle had become very difficult as a way to increase his role-playing percentage. It was time to shift his attention back to Madara's ideals. Haganazuka had more or less reminded him of that. Should he let him look at the fan? 3 days later. Ever since that day when Shurya let Haganazuka touch the Uchiha fan, Haganazuka had stuck to him like a strip of dogskin plaster. Every day, he kept clamoring to touch the fan one more time. But fortunately, Tanjiro had finally come through. Today, he defeated the Yorichi Type 0 and obtained the Nichiren blade left inside from the Warring States era. That shifted Haganazuka's attention away, and in the end, he reluctantly left Shurya to help forge a new sword for Tanjiro. Could a rusty, ancient Nichiren blade really be more attractive than the Uchiha fan on Shurya's back? Definitely not. But when Haganazuka noticed the look in Shurya's eyes, he could tell it was already on the verge of losing patience. Combined with what Tanjiro had said about Shurya's deeds, even if he still desperately wanted another look at that war fan, he had to force himself to hold back for now. You had to stay alive before you could look at it. At last, that lunatic was finally gone. Shurya let out a breath. These past few days, every time he went to soak in the hot spring, Haganazuka had followed him around. It was driving him insane. If Tanjiro still didn't T-smash that broken puppet today, he had been ready to go over there himself. And maybe it was because of Madara's influence. But Shurya now really hated having people stand behind him. Luckily, Haganazuka still had enough sense. Aside from their first meeting, he mostly stood in front of Shurya afterward whenever he asked whether he could touch the Uchiha gunbai. That was also the main reason Haganazuka had managed to harass Shurya for 3 days without getting pressed to death by him. The sky gradually dimmed, and darkness quietly spread over the back mountain. Judging by the time, Akaza and the others should be making their move today, right? He had no idea what had been going on with Akaza these past few days either. The guy hadn't contacted him once. Was he afraid of being exposed? Whatever. As long as it didn't affect his plan, it was fine. That said, now that Abuyashiki Kagaya knew he was in Nagano, he wondered whether the Hashira being sent over would change. If there ended up being one extra Hashira, he would have to keep an eye on that too. He absolutely could not let it affect Nezuko overcoming sunlight. When helping Akaza clean up Muzan's blood, Shurya had once considered whether he could use would release to help Nezuko overcome sunlight. It was possible, but Shurya had no intention of doing that. Overcoming sunlight was not as simple as breaking free from Muzan's control. Shurya did not have 100% confidence in it. He would never recklessly act on something he wasn't sure of. Besides, whether Nezuko overcame sunlight or not was not important to Shurya. What he cared about was whether that news could reach Muzan's ears, and how Muzan would react to it. Dealing with Muzan was what Shurya cared about most. In front of that, everything else had to step aside. Better go soak in Tadeya's hot spring first, then wait for Akaza and the others to make their move. At the moment, Aside from his own appearance in Nagano, Muchiro recovering his memories, and the upper moons who came to the swordsmith village increasing to 4, everything else was developing normally according to the plot. He would not interfere with the plot. As for Muchiro, even if he solo killed Gyako, it would still take some time. The reason he had been able to kill Gyako so easily in the original story was because of the Demon Slayer Mark S boost. Who knew whether the mark could still be awakened this time? As for the 4 upper moons, Akaza was currently on his side. And Doma? If he wanted to interfere with the changes in the plot, he would first have to see whether Shirya was willing. As Shirya walked toward the mountain hot spring, he kept reviewing in his mind the possible changes that might happen in the swordsmith village. Suddenly, Shirya's eyes focused slightly, and he lifted his head to look at Gyako, who had appeared on the shaded forest path. Gyako's appearance was extremely bizarre. At first glance, it strangely looked like the pot didn't even have a lid. Its shape was somewhat similar to an ancient Chinese chamber pot, carrying a faint sense of indescribable absurdity. Several flowers were carved into the surface of the pot. Though the workmanship looked delicate, the whole thing gave off an eerie feeling. Vines twisted between the flowers, but the lines were stiff and crude, as if a child had scribbled them on at random. There was no artistic beauty to speak of. Back when he was reading the plot, Shirya had already thought Gyako's pot was ugly. Now that he saw it in person, all he could say was that it was even uglier. As for treating a pot like that as a work of art, Shirya truly had no comment. So, the swordsmith village incident was about to begin? Shirya did not stop walking. It was still far from dawn, and there was more than enough time to soak in a hot spring. Akaza was keeping an eye on Doma's side, so hopefully this Gyako had enough sense not to delay him. Just as Shirya slowly headed up the mountain, a swordsmith came down from the direction of the hot spring. The mountain path was narrow, and under the moonlight, the 2 figures gradually drew closer. The swordsmith's steps were light, and his face still carried the relaxed expression of someone who had just finished soaking in the hot spring, completely unaware of the lurking Gyako ahead. The 2 were walking along the same path. It was just that Shirya was much closer to Gyako than the swordsmith was. Hidden inside the pot, Gyako sensed the swordsmith Tai Wei gradually approaching from up the mountain. The smile on his face widened, and even the tiny hands beside his head began waving around wildly in excitement. It was as if he could hardly wait to swallow the prey that was about to arrive. It's coming, it's coming. As long as he devoured this swordsmith, he could use the man's body as raw material to create an unprecedented masterpiece of exquisite art. That work of art would surely shock the entire swordsmith village, making those ordinary fools bow down to him and worship him with reverence. Just thinking of that scene made Gyako unable to stop laughing. While Gyako waited quietly for the swordsmith to approach, he failed to notice the figure drawing near from farther down the path. Until don't block the way. The instant that unfamiliar voice sounded, Gyako, hidden in the pot, suddenly jolted. What was going on? Where did this person come from? Wasn't that swordsmith the only one on this path? When had this other person appeared? And when had this person gotten so close to him? Before he could sort through those questions, a huge force suddenly came from outside the pot. The impact was so strong that the entire pot shook violently, and Gyako could even feel the liquid inside his body churning hard. He only felt the world spin before his eyes, and then he crashed heavily into the dense forest. Bang! Gyako, hidden inside the pot, saw his vision flip wildly before slamming into the forest with a dull, heavy sound. Still couldn't he resist it after all. Shirya looked in the direction he had kicked Gyako and muttered to himself. If an ugly, round thing was sitting right by your feet, could you really resist the urge to kick it? At least he couldn't. It was just one kick. Probably wouldn't affect his plan, right? He hadn't even used much force, much less kicked Gyako with the intent to kill. As long as Gyako wasn't dead, it probably wouldn't matter. Mr. Shirya, the swordsmith Tai Wei, who had come down from the mountain, gave Shirya a respectful bow. Then his gaze lingered on the Uchiha gunbai on Shirya's back. This fan really was extraordinary. It was far superior to the Nichiren blades they forged. He wondered what it felt like to the touch. He had heard that Brat Haganazuka had even gotten to touch it once. Damn it! The matter of the missing Haganazuka following Shirya around had already spread all over the village during these past 3 days. And the Uchiha gunbai on Shirya's back had also drawn the swordsmith's attention. Even the village chief had come to ask whether they could borrow the gunbai to study it. But as for that request, Shirya had naturally refused without the slightest hesitation. Letting Haganazuka touch it once had only been for the sake of increasing his roleplay progress, much less those other swordsmiths he barely had any dealings with. Shirya nodded and continued walking up the mountain. Tai Wei looked at the Uchiha gunbai on Shirya's back and shook his head. Although the swordsmiths in the village were all extremely fanatical about forging, They still knew where to draw the line. Besides, the other party was not some Hashira from the Demon Slayer Corps who still needed them to forge weapons. He had heard the village chief say that this Mr. Shirya had once killed an upper moon. On that point alone, Taiwei did not dare be too presumptuous. Oh right, did Mr. Shirya just kick something away here a moment ago? When Taiwei had been coming down, he vaguely saw someone kick something flying away. But because of his mask, he had not seen it clearly. Taiwei looked around in all directions. Was he just seeing things? Perhaps the warmth of the hot spring had relaxed him too much, to the point that he started imagining things. Forget it. Better hurry back. There's still a whole pile of things to do tomorrow. Taiwei tossed his doubts aside, swaying as he walked, and headed happily back toward the village. Not long after Taiwei left, a gust of wind swept across the path, and a jade pot appeared out of thin air. Swish. The body of the jade pot trembled slightly, and then Gyako's misshapen form slowly emerged from the mouth of the pot. Several short little arms reached out from the opening, gripping the rim tightly to support his huge and grotesque head. Gyako's eyes shifted left and right as he scanned the surroundings, fury filling his gaze. Who kicked me? Baka. This is a pot, not a ball. Gyako was so angry that all the little hands around his body clenched tightly into fists. What kind of person was that? Fine. Seeing his artwork and not taking the time to admire it properly was one thing, but what was with running up and kicking it right away? Did his pot really look that much like a ball? Feeling a little unsure, Gyako glanced down at the pot beneath himself. No, not at all. Those stinking monkeys with no sense of beauty. He'd better not find out who kicked it. Gyako first looked in the direction down the mountain. That damn stinking monkey had kicked him from behind just now. Following the direction of the path, Gyako only saw a figure holding the towel around his neck. That was the swordsmith he had been waiting for just now? Not him. At the time, that man had still been in front of him. After staring at Taiwei for a moment, Gyako withdrew his gaze. He wasn't in the mood to capture Taiwei and turn him into one of his crafted pieces anymore. All he wanted now was to find that stinking monkey who had kicked him. Gyako turned around and looked toward the mountaintop. Through the gaps in the shade of the trees, Gyako vaguely saw a pair of calves standing right in the middle of the path. Gyako narrowed his eyes and recalled what he had heard when he had been kicked flying. Don't block the way? Then it was probably this stinking monkey. Just as Gyako was about to chase after him for revenge, his body suddenly paused. Wait, why could he clearly see that stinking monkey, yet he couldn't sense the monkey's presence at all? It had been the same when the monkey kicked him just now. If he hadn't heard the monkey's voice, he might not even have noticed the other person approaching him. Was this stinking monkey one of the Demon Slayer Corps Hashira? Or a Hashira especially good at hiding his presence? No, if it were a Hashira from the Demon Slayer Corps, he would have already slashed at him with a blade. Why would he kick him instead? If he wasn't from the Demon Slayer Corps, then what was going on with this brat aura? A normal person with some kind of special talent? Even though the guess sounded a little unreliable, Gyako still decided to chase after him and take a look. No matter who it was, he was definitely going to avenge that kick today. Gyako's body shrank back into the pot, and the pot vanished. The next moment, a pot appeared out of nowhere on a tree branch behind Shirya. Gyako stuck his upper body out and stared fixedly at Shirya. It was this stinking monkey who had kicked him. He was going to let this stinking monkey know that not everything could be kicked so casually, especially not his exquisite artwork. Why did this back look so familiar? Had he seen it somewhere before? Shaking his head, Gyako stopped thinking about it. Now wasn't the time for that. He was going to use the stinking monkey's body as nourishment for his pots. Gyako spread open the tiny hands that were wildly out of proportion with his body, and pots with different patterns appeared in all 8 hands at once. Blood demon art, 1,000 gliding slimefish. Just as Gyako's aura was rising, and he was about to use his slimefish to devour the stinking monkey, he suddenly saw the monkey turn his head. So he noticed, it's already too late. This is the price for kicking my artwork. The thought flashed through his mind, but the moment Gyako clearly saw the stinking monkey's face, all the momentum he had gathered vanished, and his pupils shrank sharply. This stinking monkey was Shirya? The air in the forest suddenly fell silent. Shirya looked at Gyako calmly without saying a word. As for Gyako, he looked like a clown fiddling with pots. The little pots in his hands froze in midair, and the slimefish inside them circled around their openings. Plop. In that stifling atmosphere, so oppressive it felt like water might drip from it, one slimefish slid out from the mouth of a pot. The slimefish flopped a few times on the ground. Seemingly realizing that this was not the right atmosphere for flopping around, the slimefish quietly settled down. Gyako glanced at the slimefish on the ground, then at Shirya, who had turned his head and was silently watching him. No, why was this guy here? If he'd known the one who kicked him was Shirya, he never would be chased after him. Gyako swallowed hard with difficulty. The person in front of him was someone who could even cripple Kokoshibo-sama, let alone him. This was partly his own fault too. If he hadn't made the pot too round, Shirya wouldn't have mistaken it for a ball. Right, so it wasn't entirely Shirya's fault. Then, was it still not too late for him to leave? The two little hands beside Gyako's head scratched at it. He really hadn't planned on fighting Shirya. Really? You mean these 8 pots? Aren't they just for playing around with? Gyako flipped over the jade pots in his 8 small hands and spun them around twice, like some kind of circus acrobat performance. While turning the pots, Gyako carefully watched for any change in Shirya's expression. Why was he still so calm? Give me some kind of reaction. What, are you expressionless or something? Did he really think Gyako had come here just to put on a show? Forget it. I won't bother arguing with you. Since you're not interested in my performance, I'll just leave. Gyako stared at Shirya as he quietly put away the pots in his hands, while his body slowly shrank back into the pot as well. No reaction, no reaction. Just a little more. As long as he got back into the pot, he could leave safely. At the very last moment, when Gyako had completely withdrawn into the pot, he saw Shirya slowly turn his head back forward. Gyako had just been about to sigh in relief when a muttering voice drifted into his ears with the breeze. What an ugly pot. Gyako! Gyako's body froze, and his little hands clenched tighter than ever before. Damn it all. He kicked my pot, then called my pot ugly, and the worst part is I can't even beat him. Retreating back into the pot, Gyako wrapped his little hands tightly around himself. It's fine da.
Ite se fine da. Ite se fine da.
Ha! Shirya slowly sank his whole body into the hot spring. Warm water wrapped around his skin, and that gentle, soothing touch made him let out a long breath. It was as if all fatigue and distracting thoughts had evaporated into the misty steam. The surroundings were quiet, with only the sound of the breeze brushing through the treetops and the soft ripples of the spring water. He narrowed his eyes and enjoyed this brief moment of peace, but he wasn't completely relaxed. From what had just happened with Gyako, their plan for the swordsmith village had already begun. There would probably be some fighting for a while yet. Now that Gyako knew he was here, Muzan would probably know soon too. Still, Shirya didn't think Muzan would withdraw the upper moons he had arranged just because of this little disturbance. He understood Muzan's personality well. Muzan himself feared death and was timid and cautious, but he was not the same when it came to his subordinates. Akaza and the other 3 were nothing like Kokoshibo. Even after his consciousness had dissipated, Kokoshibo's body was still stronger than most of the upper moons. If Akaza and the other 3 failed to accomplish anything in the swordsmith village and failed to show their value, Muzan would most likely let them fend for themselves. Just like how the lower moons had been mercilessly wiped out by Muzan after Rue's failure, he would never show leniency. As for Hantengu and Gyako, those 2 aren't something I need to worry about. Shirya pondered, and a cold glint flashed through his half-narrowed eyes. The only one he truly needed to keep an eye on was Doma. Muzan knew he was in the swordsmith village, but Doma might not know. When Doma saw him again, his expression would definitely be priceless. And within the dense forest of the back mountain, Muchiro had already started fighting Gyako. Damn monkey! You're all filthy monkeys that deserve to die. Every last one of you. Facing Muchiro, who had suddenly appeared to interfere with him, Gyako instantly found an outlet for all the frustration he had suffered from Shirya. Even though the person in front of him didn't look like Shirya, the way he looked at him was strangely similar. It was like he was watching some performing monkey. Damn it! Damn it! They were the damn monkeys. Shirya was one thing. Lord Kokoshibo himself wasn't his match. But what right did this Hashira have? He wasn't one of those useless lower moons. Quite a few Hashira had died by his hand. He would use his strength to tell this Hashira that not just anyone could look at him like that. Blood demon art. Octopus pot hell. Gyako's little hand suddenly flipped, and several dark, spotted pots abruptly appeared in his palm. The surfaces of those pots gave off a bizarre sheen, and with Gyako's furious roar, several massive octopus tentacles quickly burst out of them. The tentacles were incomparably thick, their surfaces covered in densely packed suckers. At first glance, the suckers looked as if each one had a strange eyeball embedded in it. Seeing this, Muchiro's steps paused. Was it just his imagination? Why did this upper moon seem really angry? Why? Was it because he had cut apart his pot earlier? He had originally wanted to kick it, but he was worried this upper moon would latch onto his leg. Thinking of that revolting image made Muchiro shudder inwardly, so he had chosen to use his sword instead. Still, anger wasn't a bad thing for him. On the contrary, it gave him plenty of chances to get in close and go for the neck. Let us end this quickly. I heard Mr. Shurya is soaking in the hot spring up on the mountain. I can't let this ugly thing ruin Mr. Shurya's mood. Mist breathing, sixth form. Lunar dispersing mist. Muchiro softly spoke the name, then leaped into the air. As Muchiro's blade swept through the air, the edge seemed like a sharp weapon splitting reality itself. Blue mist clouds quietly spread from the blade, like dreamlike thin fog, rapidly filling the space around him. The mist clouds were like immortal realm vapors, gently rippling with Muchiro's every breath. Those octopus-like tentacles plunged straight into that dreamlike mist without any obstruction. Their movements remained savage, as though they wanted to tear apart and devour everything. However, in the next instant, a series of tearing sounds rang through the air. Slice, slice. The sounds were rapid and dense, as though countless sharp blades were cutting through tough flesh at the same time. The mist clouds gradually dispersed, and the scene hidden within slowly came into view. The ground was littered with severed chunks of tentacles. Bright red blood splattered across the earth, mixing with split-open flesh into a gruesome mess. Those broken tentacle fragments looked like a horrifying sea of minced meat, giving off a fishy, terrifying stench. At this moment, Gyako had no mind to care about the miserable state of his tentacles, because as the mist clouds faded, that Hashira's figure had vanished as well. The odds of the other side running away were practically zero, so that meant the Hashira was preparing for his next attack. Where? Gyako swept his gaze around. Nothing? How was that possible? Vanished into thin air? If he had an ability like that, why would he even need to deal with his blood demon art? Swish! In an instant, Muchiro's figure appeared out of nowhere behind Gyako, his Nichiren blade flashing with cold light as it went straight for Gyako's neck. The corners of Gyako's mouth lifted. The sword was fast, but he was faster. In the next moment, Gyako's figure disappeared from where he stood. At the same time, a pot carved with branches and flowers appeared on the ground some distance away. Still not fast enough. The little hand beside Gyako's head waved up and down as it mocked Muchiro. What a pain. Is running away all you know how to do? I don't want to waste time on you. Waste time? Are you looking down on me? Muchiro looked at Gyako with somewhat unfocused eyes, then seriously nodded. After recovering his memories, Muchiro felt that his condition was extremely good. Even fighting Upper Moon 5 in front of him didn't put much pressure on him. The only problem was that the other side kept dodging, and that made him a little unhappy. Seeing how serious Muchiro looked, Gyako's expression froze. Wasn't this supposed to be trash talk? What was with that serious face? Did he really look down on him? Trying to provoke me? Too low level. You want to throw Lord Gyako's rhythm into disorder like that? Looks like you're really desperate to win. How pathetic. Muchiro turned around and reached out, pinching his chin as he sized Gyako up. His gaze moved from Gyako's body to the pot connected to his body. Your pot. What? Sensing Muchiro's gaze, Gyako waved his little hand. Had he finally realized how exquisite his pot was? Ha 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 ha. Even if he had now realized just how perfect his artwork was, Gyako still wouldn't show mercy. Still, praise that should be given was something he definitely wanted to hear. After all, praise from someone right before death was always the sweetest to hear. How would the other side praise his artwork? If only that Shurya were here too. Then he could see that not everyone had eyesight as bad as his. There were still people who knew how to appreciate his art. It's really ugly. And isn't it kind of misshapen too? Muchiro's expression was somewhat blank, as if he were sincerely asking Gyako. The smiles on the two mouths where Gyako's eyes should have been froze. Had he misheard? What did this brat just say? He said his pot was ugly? Filthy monkey. After realizing what he had heard, Gyako's body was instantly covered with bulging veins, and his eyes widened into circles. The ugly thing is your eyeballs. How is my pot misshapen? Blood demon art. 10,000 slippery fish. Gyako's voice carried rage he could no longer suppress. The little hand beside his head suddenly clenched into a fist, making crackling sounds. At the same time, several small hands beside him swiftly produced a few pots engraved with slippery fish patterns. The slippery fish carved on the pots looked lifelike, as if they would come alive in the next second. With Gyako's command, sloshing sounds came from inside the pots, and a thick fishy stench rushed forward. Immediately after, tens of thousands of slippery fish poured out from the pots like a flood. Their sticky bodies writhed in the air, making piercing scraping noises. With lightning speed, they quickly wove together into a black tide, carrying a slimy, foul stench as it surged toward Muchiro and blotted out the sky. This move had originally been meant for the person who kicked his pot, but who would have thought that person was Shurya? Then he would use it on this one instead. Not everyone could make him hold back the way Shurya did. Muchiro remained expressionless. facing the black tide rushing toward him. He showed no panic as he softly spoke. Mist breathing, fifth form. Sea of clouds and haze. The moment the words fell, misty blue haze spread rapidly from behind Michiro like smoke, instantly enveloping him within it. As the mist clouds churned, several flashes of blade light abruptly appeared within the fog. Swift as lightning, they instantly slashed toward the rapidly approaching slippery fish. Shing! The blade edge tore through the air, letting out a piercing whistling sound. Dozens of flashes of sword light flickered back and forth inside the mist clouds, so fast that their trajectories were nearly impossible to see. Every flash of the blade sent countless sludge fish being instantly chopped to pieces. The fish bodies broke into countless tiny fragments within the blade light, accompanied by foul-smelling blood splattering everywhere. Muchiro's movements flowed in one smooth sequence, as if the blade dancing within the misty clouds were an invisible dragon. Looking at the minced flesh and blood of the sludge fish piled up on the ground into a disgusting stretch of muck, Muchiro's brows furrowed slightly. To avoid being affected in any way by the blood of those sludge fish, the movements of his hands never stopped. Mist breathing, third form, scattering mist splash. He swung the Nichiren blade in his hand, and the mist blue haze immediately grew even denser, sweeping through the surroundings like a violent storm. Powerful airflow burst forth from his blade edge, blowing away the sludge fish flesh and blood on the ground together, turning them into sprays that filled the sky before scattering into the air. You just said we, didn't you? Looks like I'm not the only one who thinks that way. As he spoke, Muchiro revealed a fake smile. Normally, that fake smile would look stiff and awkward, but at this moment, its killing power against Gyako was maxed out. You damn midget, you and that. Gyako had just been about to curse Muchiro and Tokiya out, but when he thought of Tokiya's strength, the words at his lips paused for a moment as he looked around. You and that Tokiya, in a low voice, are just two stinking monkeys with no appreciation for art. Tokiya? You mean Mr. Tokiya? Muchiro's eyes lit up. Even though Gyako had lowered his voice, Muchiro still heard that name. He actually had the same thoughts as Mr. Tokiya. They really were on the same wavelength. How nice. He had also recovered his memories because of Mr. Tokiya. Could it be they were naturally fated? Seeing that the other party actually started smiling in the face of his insults, Gyako immediately narrowed his eyes. Every little hand on his body clenched tight. I'm insulting you. With that goofy grin on your face. Anyone who didn't know better would think I was praising you. Stinking monkey. You really are a stinking monkey. Not only do you have no sense of beauty, you only know how to piss people off. Gyako attacked again in rage, and Muchiro met him head-on. The expression on his face was clearly still immersed in the fact that he and Tokiya had said the same thing. At the same time, because Muchiro's mind was drifting, he did not notice in the slightest that his body temperature was rapidly rising. On the mountain path not far from where Gyako and Muchiro were fighting, two figures were watching the battle below. The mountain path was shrouded by the surrounding tree shadows. Moonlight could only spill through the sparse branches and leaves in mottled spots, reflecting on the ground like a shattered painting. Lord Akaza, aren't we going down to help Gyako? Doma sat cross-legged on the ground, arms wrapped around his knees, his body swaying slightly to a light rhythm. No need. Akaza, standing nearby, said coldly. Lord Tokiya has been in the hot spring for nearly half an hour. We just need to wait a little longer before taking Doma over there. But Gyako looks like he's already lost his mind. Feels like the situation isn't too good for him. No need to worry about him. This form isn't Gyako's peak form. True enough. Then are we just going to stay here and do nothing? If Lord Muzan finds out, he'll get angry, you know. Doma lifted his head and curiously looked at Akaza's profile. Because of Kokoshibo's matter, Lord Muzan was furious. Doma knew with his feet that if anything went wrong with this mission again, what kind of wrath they would face. Most likely, it would no longer be mere verbal scolding, but literal erasure. Of course not. We still have other things to do. Seeing Doma's reaction, Akaza glanced toward the hot spring. It should be about time. Other things? Are there other Hashira in the village? Doma first looked in Hantengu's direction in the village, then toward Gyako's position halfway up the mountain. There were other Hashira? Was Gyako's information wrong? Even if Gyako's information was wrong, why was Akaza the first one to know the information? Akaza was even worse than him at gathering information. Wasn't he? And if there really was another Hashira, why would Akaza bring him along? Couldn't beat him? Not strong enough? Since when did the Demon Slayer Corps have a Hashira this strong? One who could rival Akaza. Upper Moon 3? Too many suspicious points made Doma frown unconsciously. It was too abnormal. Akaza today was far too abnormal. Was he trying to harm him? Other than venting his anger, what benefit would there be? Lord Muzan could obtain their memories. If he found out Akaza had plotted against him, Akaza would also be erased. Lord Muzan would never allow a demon under him to exist as a threat like that. Then why was Akaza acting so abnormally? Was he overthinking it? Was there really another Hashira in the village? Had Akaza run into him by chance? That's right. That person's strength is far above these two Hashira before us. I'm afraid of slipping up. Sensing that Doma had grown suspicious, Akaza found a lousy excuse. Afraid of slipping up? Doma stared at Akaza's face, half believing and half doubting. Could barely be explained that way. If you don't want to go, then I'll go by myself. After saying that, Akaza, worried that something might show on his face, leaped toward the mountain. Watching Akaza's back, Doma slowly stood up. What ill intent could Lord Akaza possibly have toward me? Forget it. After changing into his own clothes, Tokiya glanced toward the doorway. They've already arrived? Perfect. Doma was also the only demon who had ever brought him a sense of threat. After Doma, because of the rise in his acting progress, very few demons could make him treat them as cautiously as Doma did. Muzan counted too, except either he never appeared at all or he kept hiding. By now, even if Muzan came out, it would have no meaning. He could only become part of Tokiya's acting progress. Doma had to stay here today, but the method of dealing with him still needed consideration. Akaza's identity should stay hidden if possible. Otherwise, after Nezuko conquered sunlight, Tokiya would not remember the exact timeline either, and there would be no source of information for when Muzan would make his move. If he wanted to deal with Doma without exposing Akaza's identity, he had to plant an illusion on Doma the instant Doma saw him, to block Muzan's observation of Doma's field of vision. That part was not difficult. Before evolving into the Mangekyo, he might have needed Doma to cooperate a little. After evolving, whether one was affected by illusion was no longer something Doma himself could control. A hot spring? Lord Akaza, are you sure it's here? Standing in front of a wooden hut, a trace of doubt flashed through Doma's eyes. Warm mist drifted from the roof of the hut, and the rising steam slowly lifted upward, condensing into white clouds in the cold night sky. There's a Hashira in here too? The sounds in the village weren't exactly deafening, but there was still quite a lot of commotion. At the very least, standing here, he could clearly hear the activity from down the mountain. The fighting outside was in full swing, yet someone here actually had the mood to soak in a hot spring? If there really was a Hashira inside, just how big would that person's nerve have to be to remain this calm at a time like this? With doubts in mind, Doma subconsciously raised the golden fan in his hand and gave it a light wave. A strand of cold air surged out from the fan, followed by a burst of ice crystals too subtle to be seen with the naked eye. Like dense snowflakes, they silently drifted toward that hot spring hut. First, the ice crystals encountered no obstruction in their flight, easily passing through the steam and heat outside the hut. However, the moment the ice crystal touched the outer wall of the hot spring room, something strange happened. With a faint hiss, the instant the ice crystal came into contact with the heat outside the hot spring room, it actually melted at once, turning into a patch of intangible mist that dissipated into the air. Doma's gaze instantly sharpened. His ice crystals were no ordinary chunks of ice. They had been strengthened by his blood demon art. Normal heat simply wasn't enough to melt them. There really is someone inside? Just wait here. Akaza glanced at Doma and gave no explanation. Sure enough, he really had to be a bit fiercer with Doma. Otherwise, Doma might not have followed him at all. Now that he had brought the person here, it was up to Lord Shirya to decide how to deal with him. A bit of a pity. He wouldn't get to deal with this annoying bastard with his own hands. Doma might be no pressure at all for Lord Shirya, but for him it was different. Although he had trained in martial arts, the results of martial arts training were not immediate. At this point, if he faced Doma himself, his chances of winning were not high. Wait here? Doma looked at Akaza's expression and found it a little strange. The look on Akaza's face was somewhat solemn, but not the kind of heavy seriousness of facing a great enemy. It was respect? Was he seeing things wrong? Had he really seen respect on Akaza's face? Even reverence? Other than Lord Muzan, Akaza would show this kind of expression to a Hashira? We meet again, Doma. Shirya had not shown himself yet, but his voice had already come from inside the room. Doma's rainbow-colored eyes narrowed slightly. Again, this person knows me? Why do I have no impression of him at all? Though this voice did sound familiar to him. Where had he heard it before? Unable to match the voice to an identity, Doma moved his fingers to his temple. Pucci. Doma's sharp nails stabbed into his own head without hesitation and began stirring around, searching through his memories. Suddenly, Doma's eyes shrank sharply. That voice is Shirya? Why is he here? As if to confirm Doma's guess, Shirya slowly pulled open the door at that moment. In the silent night, the hinge let out an almost inaudible creak. The chilly night wind, mixed with strands of mist, quietly surged out from the darkness behind Shurya. Shurya slightly raised his head. His scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan flickered with a strange red glow in the night. Like two blazing flames, they drove away the surrounding darkness. At that very moment, Doma-'s gaze abruptly met Shurya's eyes, as if crashing into an invisible barrier. Doma-'s body suddenly stiffened. The light that had been flowing in his rainbow eyes instantly dimmed, as if he had been deeply drawn in by those red pupils. Even his heartbeat seemed to stop for a moment. Within Shurya's eyes, the complicated and intricate patterns kept shifting in Doma-'s vision, layering over one another. It was as if they were weaving an invisible net, dragging his consciousness little by little into the abyss. It seems like it's gotten more complicated? That thought flashed through Doma-'s mind, but before he could think further, the next moment, all of his thoughts were suddenly ripped away as if by an invisible hand. The entire world was left with nothing but those scarlet eyes, domineeringly occupying all of his consciousness. However, that feeling of losing control lasted only for a brief instant. Doma suddenly snapped awake, alarm bells blaring in his heart as he inwardly cursed. He avoided meeting Shurya's gaze, focused his attention on himself, and rapidly examined his body and mental state. There was nothing abnormal with his body, and his mind showed no unusual fluctuation either. "I'm fine?" A trace of unconcealable confusion appeared in Doma-'s eyes. The Shurya before him was not the same Shurya who had fought him evenly for years. From Lord Muzin's memories, the current Shurya had the ability to utterly crush him. That was why Doma did not dare ignore a single one of Shurya's movements. And precisely because of that, Doma found it strange. He had clearly lost focus for an instant just now, so why had nothing happened at all? Or was it that those eyes only looked eerie, but actually weren't as powerful as he had imagined? Shurya's expression remained calm. The instant Doma had fallen into a trance, he had already planted a genjutsu in Doma-'s eyes. It was just that the genjutsu was aimed at Muzin. No matter how much Doma checked himself, he would never discover anything wrong. Now that the genjutsu had been planted, he could deal with Doma without worry. Lord Shurya's relationship with the Demon Slayers is better than we imagined. Huh? Don't tell me even Mr. Shurya being expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps was all just an act put on for us? Recovering from the shock of Shurya's appearance, Doma lightly waved his fan and looked at Shurya with feigned composure. He had never, ever expected the one appearing here to be Shurya. If it had been anyone else, no matter who, he believed he still could have remained calm. But if it was Shurya, the image of Kokushibo's half-human, half-demon appearance surfaced in Doma-'s mind again. Too ugly. He definitely didn't want to end up like that. No wonder Akaza said the person here was far stronger than the two Hashira outside. Forget two Hashira, even the two of them as upper moons were enough for Shurya to handle, okay? No. My relationship with the Demon Slayer Corps really is bad. The location of the Swordsmith village wasn't told to me by them. Not told by the Demon Slayers? A trace of confusion flashed through Doma-'s eyes. Given the difference in strength between him and Shurya, there was absolutely no need for Shurya to lie to him about something like this. But if the Demon Slayers hadn't told him, then could it be that Shurya just happened to pass by? How was that possible? How could there be such a coincidence? Wait, something seems off. It was like a current of electricity ran through Doma-'s brain. The location of the Swordsmith village wasn't known only to the master of the Demon Slayer Corps. The four upper moons knew it too. Gyako and Hantengu were still outside fighting. That left only Akaza, whose behavior had been completely unlike usual. Realizing it, Doma suddenly turned to look at Akaza. Akaza. Akaza still stood where he was. The respectful look on his face not only had not lessened, it had grown even stronger. Seeing that expression on Akaza's face, Doma-'s eyes trembled slightly. It really was Akaza who betrayed them. How dare Akaza do that? Wasn't he afraid Lord Muzin would kill him? The blood inside the upper moons was enough for Muzin to cross spatial distance and kill them instantly. Akaza. Was he trading his life for another life? You figured it out? A little late. Shurya raised a brow as he looked at Doma-'s expression. This Doma still instinctively revealed some emotions, but his own perception of emotions was relatively weak. So right now it's 1 against 2, am I right? Akaza's betrayal had shocked Doma greatly, but connecting it to the abnormal behavior Akaza had shown before, Doma accepted it very quickly. There was already no hope of survival in the current situation. Shurya alone was enough to reduce his chances of surviving to below 1%, let alone with Akaza, another upper moon, having defected too. Fight? Do you think a fight can even happen between you and me? Disdain appeared on Shurya's face. His current strength and the strength he had when he first met Doma were worlds apart. The current him was fully confident he could finish Doma in one move. How is someone getting instantly killed qualified to talk about fighting? Doma-'s mouth twitched, his gaze complicated. There was dissatisfaction and anger at being looked down on, but also surprise toward Shirya. The other party's personality seemed to have become even more flamboyant. Although his expression was as calm as ever, the confidence and arrogance beneath that calmness simply could not be concealed no matter what. Is it because your strength has improved? Being looked down on really does feel unpleasant. Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Shirya. Doma crossed his hands, the golden fan in his hand covering most of his face, revealing only those rainbow-colored eyes. Blood demon art. Mist ice sleeping lotus bodhisattva. As his voice fell, a bodhisattva sculpted from ice crystals rose up from behind Doma. Doma clearly understood his own situation. He opened with the trump card he was best at. The moment the sleeping lotus bodhisattva took shape, one of its palms, which had originally been pressed together in prayer, pulled away and turned into a hand blade that slashed toward Shirya. But that wasn't all. While the sleeping lotus bodhisattva launched its attack, Doma didn't dare stay idle either. The golden fan in his hand suddenly pressed downward. Blood demon art, frozen cloud. In an instant, misty ice crystals surged like a tsunami, instantly swallowing Shirya's figure. Those dense ice crystals wove together in midair into an airtight net, sealing off every possible route of retreat. Freezing mist spread out, turning the entire space into a deathly still, frozen silence. At the same time, the hand blade of the sleeping lotus bodhisattva also chopped down. At this moment, Doma's gaze became incomparably focused. He knew clearly that if it were anyone else, even the other upper-rank demons, it would be difficult for them to retreat unscathed under an attack like this. However, facing Shirya before him, Doma didn't dare be careless in the slightest. This man had once crippled Kokushibo with ease. If he were really so easy to hit, then he wouldn't have survived until now. Within that prison constructed from ice crystals and mist, Shirya's figure seemed to have been completely buried. Boom! At the instant Doma focused his mind, a deafening sound rang out. The ice crystals and mist were shattered at the same time by a powerful force, turning into countless fragments that splashed out in all directions. Immediately after, an azure tide surged violently out from around Shirya with an unstoppable momentum, swallowing everything around it in an instant like a monstrous wave. Within that tide, a tall and imposing skeletal phantom slowly emerged. That phantom seemed like an ancient war god, its entire body radiating an unshakable pressure. What is this? Doma subconsciously tightened his grip on the golden fan in his hand. His heartbeat sped up, and a cold chill shot from the soles of his feet straight into his heart. In his memory, the figure that had effortlessly defeated Kokushibo slowly overlapped with the skeletal figure before his eyes. Even though he had heard of it and knew about it, when he actually saw it with his own eyes, Doma's mind still went blank for a moment. This feeling of being as insignificant as an ant was something terribly unfamiliar to him. After shattering Doma's attack, the skeletal phantom quickly stepped forward, and that enormous palm pressed down on Doma like the heavens collapsing. Doma's pupils shrank violently, but before he could react, that giant hand had already firmly seized him in its palm. With a muffled sound, the skeletal phantom suddenly clenched its fist. Terrifying force erupted instantly, and Doma's body was crushed directly like fragile porcelain. His flesh and blood burst apart in an instant, turning into countless chunks and sprays of blood that splattered everywhere, dyeing the surrounding air red. Blood flowed down through the gaps between the fingers of the skeletal phantom like a miserable rain of blood. In that instant, violence and death were displayed mercilessly right before Akaza's eyes. Akaza, standing nearby, felt only a chill piercing straight into the depths of his heart. His body froze in place, and even breathing became difficult. Everything happening before his eyes left Akaza utterly stunned, like a scene from a dream. But the blood splashed onto his cheek was so real, reminding him of the boundary between reality and dreams. Is this Lord Shirya's strength? Akaza muttered to himself, his voice carrying shock and awe he couldn't suppress. He had seen many strong people before, such as Kokushibo, and such as Lord Muzan, who had once seemed invincible in his eyes. But at this moment, the power Shirya displayed had already surpassed his understanding and knowledge of what it meant to be strong. What had just happened couldn't even be called a battle. It was more like divine punishment delivered by a god upon a mortal. One move, no. Couldn't even be counted as one move, and upper-rank Tudoma had been crushed alive? And that skeletal phantom. So this was the power it showed when it truly took action. In Muzan's memories, when Kokushibo faced this godlike phantom of Shirya, he had been defending the whole time and had not revealed much of its true power. At this moment, Akaza felt it. The heavens collapsing and the earth splitting apart. There was no exaggeration in that at all. Roleplay progress. 405. Shirya narrowed his eyes slightly. Doma going all out had raised it by 0.75? Not bad. During these years he hadn't seen Doma, his strength had improved quite a bit. If he'd known, he would let Doma keep yapping for a few more lines. Maybe he could farmed a little more roleplay progress. But there were no takebacks after making a move. The longer Doma stayed alive, the more suspicious points he would leave behind. The illusion he had planted would also become more troublesome. It wasn't worth risking problems with Muzan, who was the real big catch, just for this tiny bit of improvement. Now use your strongest power to attack me. Shirya turned around and crooked a finger at Akaza. Since he had planted the illusion, then the act had to be carried through to the end. Doma was dead, yet Akaza, who was weaker than Doma, remained completely unharmed. Forget Muzan, even Akaza himself would become suspicious. Akaza had to get hurt a little too. Only then would it look believable. After that, he also had to pretend that he had exchanged blows back and forth with the two demons. Otherwise, if he really scared Muzan so badly that Muzan kept hiding and refused to come out, then Shirya would be screwed. Compared to Muzan, the only thing Shirya lacked confidence in was enduring longer than him. Akaza, who had been standing to the side with a dazed look in his eyes, came back to himself when he heard that and looked at Shirya in confusion. Attack Shirya? Although he hadn't fully processed it, Akaza still did as told. After seeing the strength Shirya had displayed, Akaza's heart was now burning hot. This was the power he had always dreamed of. His step shifted sideways, and a snowflake-shaped technique rapidly spread out beneath Akaza's feet. Icy blue patterns spread outward at high speed with Akaza as the center. Those patterns looked like frost engraved into the earth itself, flickering with a ghostly light. As the technique unfolded, the air around Akaza abruptly turned ice-cold. Destructive kill. Final form, blue-silver chaotic afterglow. With a loud shout from Akaza, the technique under his feet began trembling violently as well. Immediately after, countless cyan blue light bullets surged into existence around Akaza. Every single light bullet carried a dazzling cold light, like stars falling from the sky. The light bullets quickly gathered around Akaza, forming a massive sphere of light impossible to ignore, completely surrounding him. The light bullets were like icy blue meteors, radiating brilliant cold light and carving dazzling trails through the darkness. The instant the light bullets formed, Akaza's figure moved as well, his body instantly piercing through the air. He shot out almost in sync with the light bullets, his figure and the light bullets weaving together into a blur of afterimages. In an extremely short span of time, he charged fiercely toward the skeletal phantom. Boom, boom, boom. The instant the light bullets made contact with the skeletal phantom, they erupted with dazzling brilliance, and violent explosions rang through the sky. Each light bullet exploded the moment it slammed into the skeletal phantom. Cyan blue waves of energy spreading out as if they were about to tear the entire space apart. Under the impact of the explosions, the skeletal phantom swayed slightly, and low cracking sounds echoed from between its bones. At the very instant of the explosion, Akaza's figure leaped out from within the blast of the light bullets. In a flash, he appeared behind the skeletal phantom. Shia, his eyes locked onto the rib area of the phantom skeleton, felt his fighting spirit reach its peak in an instant. What Shia had just done, killing Doma, had not only shocked Akaza, but also ignited his battle intent. Destructive death. Leg type, crown splitter. At this moment, Akaza gathered all the power in his body into his right leg. He suddenly kicked upward, and the air around his leg let out a sharp, piercing screech. This kick was heavy and fierce, aimed straight at Shia's head. The tip of his foot tore through the air with a shrill whistling sound as it smashed viciously toward the rib area of the skeleton phantom. Seeing this, Shia slightly raised his brows. Akaza's improvement was stronger than he had expected. Huh? It had only been less than half a month since he gave him taijutsu, right? If another 1 or 2 years passed, maybe the boost in roleplay percentage Akaza brought him would be even greater than Muzan's. Maybe not. In 1 or 2 years, by then, his Rinnegan might already be awakened. Even if Akaza hit his absolute limit, it would probably only be a boost of 0.something%. He still had to start with Muzan. Akaza's attack slammed into the Susanoo. Under Shia's deliberate control, a slight crack appeared on the surface of the Susanoo. Immediately after, the Susanoo grabbed Akaza's leg and flung him away. The air howled past Akaza's ears. Even while flying backward, Akaza's gaze remained fixed on the crack in the skeleton phantom. His eyes were full of complicated emotions. That phantom body looked like it was swaying like a tide, as though it could be passed through at any moment. But the actual feeling of kicking it was nothing like that. From that kick just now, Akaza felt as though his leg had struck 10,000-year cold iron. If Shia hadn't suddenly loosened the phantom's defense, the one that would have broken would definitely have been his leg. A full power strike not only failed to injure the other side, it nearly crippled himself instead. Wasn't this Phantom S defense a little too outrageous? I'll leave the rest here to you. If there's any new movement from Muzan S side, tell me immediately. Shia dispelled the Susanoo and flashed in front of Akaza. The Mangekyo in his eyes spun as he adjusted the Genjutsu. If Muzan was going to use Akaza's memories to learn what had happened in the Swordsmith village, then what he would see was only Doma and Akaza running into him by chance and fighting him together. During the battle, Doma was defeated first and died, while Akaza was left to fight alone. In the end, after causing him a bit of minor trouble, Akaza fled in defeat. Although there were still quite a few suspicious points in it, this was already the best solution for relaxing Muzan's vigilance for now. Yes, Akaza had already guessed the meaning behind what Shia was doing, but he was still somewhat puzzled. With strength like this, far surpassing Muzan, why was he still spending effort on Muzan? Akaza's expression suddenly froze. Why hadn't Muzan acted personally? Why was Lord Shia restraining his own strength? Was it because Muzan was afraid of Lord Shia? Thinking back to Muzan's furious appearance during the Upper Moon meeting, Muzan's image in Akaza's heart began to collapse. Even after defecting to Shia's side, Muzan had still remained in a high position in Akaza's eyes. Although Muzan did not understand his ideals, in Akaza's heart, words like cowardly and fearful had never matched Muzan. Because what Muzan had shown in front of all the demons was only unfathomable power and ruthless coldness. But at this moment, Akaza suddenly understood. So during that Upper Moon meeting, Muzan had not been angry because of Jutaro and Kokushibo, but because of Shia's appearance? Lord Shia's appearance had made Muzan feel unease and fear? So that was it. Thinking of it that way, Akaza instantly felt much more relieved. Muzan was not someone who could let him pursue greater strength in battle. Lord Shia was, Lord Akaza, you'll be coming to keep me company soon too, you know? A familiar voice suddenly came from Akaza's left. Akaza froze, then turned his head toward the source of the voice. The source was a mangled, incomplete head, or more accurately, only a mouth and a small part of a chin. That ruined head stubbornly writhed on the ground, moving in Akaza's direction in a bloody mess. It looked incomparably bizarre. On that remaining half-head, blood slowly flowed down the shattered skin, while the surviving buds of flesh continuously grew outward, dragging strands of blood with them as they squirmed like disgusting maggots. Akaza looked at the scene with a slight frown. Although the flesh buds on the head were desperately regenerating, another powerful force was mercilessly suppressing the process. The flesh buds grew frantically while at the same time being pressed down by an invisible power, making it impossible for them to continue spreading. Akaza could feel that the suppressing force was far stronger than the regenerative one. It would not be long before even this mouth and chin disappeared. And yet, even so, that mouth was still smiling. A smile horrifying enough to make one's hair stand on end. Akaza stared at that mouth, his eyes turning cold. This bastard still wasn't he dead? Lord Akaza, do you think we'll go to heaven? The voice from that half-head remained frivolous, as though it did not feel death approaching at all, but was instead discussing some trivial little matter. There was even a trace of anticipation and curiosity in that tone. I wonder what heaven is like. If, just as Doma began imagining what heaven would be like, a flash of disgust passed through Akaza's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he lifted his foot and stomped down hard on that constantly babbling mouth. The words cut off abruptly. The smile still hanging at the corner of the mouth was crushed to pieces under Akaza's force. Sure enough, even when you're about to die, you're still just as disgusting. Akaza stomped Doma's mouth and chin into a bloody paste, sending blood and bits of flesh flying everywhere. As that kick came down, the regeneration of Doma's half-head finally stopped completely. The flesh buds that had once grown madly withered in an instant, like leftover leaves in the wind. In the blink of an eye, they turned into black smoke and gradually dissipated into the air. Upper Moon 2, Doma, dead. After dealing with Doma, Shia looked at the sky. Dawn was almost here. He had to go check on Nezuko's side. Nezuko overcoming sunlight was the top priority. He just didn't know the exact location. Probably wouldn't be too far. Walking in the direction of the rising sun should not be wrong. Bang, was that sound from up ahead? Shia's ears twitched. That should have been the sound of trees collapsing. Muchiro and Gyako's battle should be over. Then that sound was most likely caused by Tanjiro chasing Hantengu for half the day. The direction he was heading in was right. Mr. Shia? Just as he was about to keep moving toward the sound, Shia was called out to. Shia paused and turned his head. He saw Kanamori and Kotetsu supporting Muchiro as they staggered out from the dense forest. And the one who had called Shia's name was Kotetsu. Hearing Shia's name, Muchiro, who was almost unconscious, suddenly lifted his head. When he saw that it really was Shia, His eyes immediately lit up. It really is Mr. Shia. What a coincidence. Kanamori, who was supporting Michiro, was stunned. Wasn't he practically dying just now? What was with that expression? A final burst of energy? Shia looked at Michiro as he raised his head and narrowed his eyes. The thing on his face. Was that a Demon Slayer mark? The patterns on Michiro's face and neck had already faded, but Shia could still tell at a glance from the red traces left behind after the mark receded. Did remembering the memories ahead of time mean Michiro still needed to awaken his mark to fight Gyako? Or was it because he had to protect Kanamori and Kotetsu? What Shirya didn't know was that there were two reasons Michiro awakened his mark. First, Gyako had been provoked on his side, so he came in going all out from the start, putting a lot of pressure on Michiro. Second, Michiro realized that Shirya's thoughts actually matched his own, and the excitement triggered it. Shirya nodded. Although he was a little surprised that Michiro had awakened his mark, it was only surprise. With his current strength, even if the mark, the red blade, and the transparent world were all activated together, it would still be useless. Seeing that Shirya only responded coldly and then stopped paying attention to him, Kotetsu couldn't help but curl his lips. That deadpan face is so cold. The moment he said that, Kotetsu suddenly felt a chill crawl up his spine, and his whole body shivered. What's going on? It's still early before winter, isn't it? Kotetsu subconsciously turned his head and saw Michiro staring at him with a dark, lingering gaze. What's wrong? Kotetsu looked confused. When he had just helped this seaweed head. That seaweed head's eyes definitely hadn't looked like this. Who are you calling cold? I'm talking about Mr. Kanamori. Kotetsu had just been about to point at Shirya and say his name when he saw Michiro take back the hand resting on Kanamori's shoulder and place it on the hilt of his Nichiren blade. He instantly understood the reason for Michiro's strange gaze. The words at the tip of his tongue immediately changed, and his finger followed, pointing at Kanamori instead. No, weren't you half dead just now? Where the hell did the strength come from? Seeing Kotetsu identify him, Kanamori rolled his eyes. Seriously, what a pair of weirdos. The direction Mr. Shirya went seems to be the east side of the village. Should we go after him? There's still another upper moon in the village. The battle on Tanjiro's side isn't over yet. We should go help too. Cough cough. Without Shirya, Michiro's body weakened again. Kotetsu? After a few flashes of movement, Shirya arrived at a cliff less than 10 meters high. He stopped at the edge and looked over the plain stretching for several miles below him, the breeze stirring the hem of his clothes. This should be the place, right? Shirya looked at the surrounding terrain and muttered. If he remembered correctly, this was nearby where Tanjiro had fallen down together with Nezuko and Hantengu. Nezuko had fallen unconscious. Hantengu wanted to eat people to recover his energy, and Tanjiro intercepted him. Just as Shirya was recalling this, a rustling sound came from the dense forest to his left, interrupting his thoughts. The sound was faint but hurried, like something swiftly cutting through grass and branches. Shirya lifted his eyes and saw pink flames surge out of the forest like a tide. Then Hantengu, wrapped all over in pink flames, and Tanjiro, gripping his Nichiren blade tightly, came crashing out from within. The instant the two of them burst out of the forest, their feet slipped, and both of them fell off the cliff. Nezuko, who had been trying to save Tanjiro from behind, fell along with them. Bang! One human and two demons slammed heavily into the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust and shattered stone. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Shirya looked down at the scene below, his black eyes completely unmoved. Judging from the current situation, everything was proceeding according to the plan he had expected. Very good. Hiss! After falling off the cliff, the violent impact left Tanjiro's brain lagging for a moment. A short while later, pain swept through his body as if he had been torn apart. It hurt badly. As his senses returned, so did Tanjiro's consciousness. Tanjiro struggled to lift his eyelids. It wasn't over yet. That demon wasn't dead. He couldn't just pass out like this. He gently shook his head, and the blurred view before his eyes gradually became clear. That demon stood back up? No, he had to get up quickly too. Only by killing this core demon could he help relieve Miss Kenroji's pressure. Don't run. Hearing him, Hantengu, whose arms had both been severed, glanced at Tanjiro and ignored him. His current condition was extremely bad. Why would he obediently listen to a brat's orders? He had already seen several swordsmiths hiding behind rocks. As long as he ate them, he would have enough strength to kill this brat. Hantengu's line of thought was clear, but when he was about to pull his gaze back from Tanjiro, his body suddenly trembled. That person looks so familiar. Is that Shirya? Why is he here? With his strength, if he's here, is there even any point in trying to run? Wait, the commotion in the village definitely wasn't small. Where are the other three upper moons? Gyako might have been tied down by that Hashira who got blown away by Karaka's fan. But what about Lord Doma and Lord Akaza? Why still haven't they appeared? This time, that lord was unusually enraged. The several upper moons were basically tied to the same rope. If something went wrong on his side, the other upper moons wouldn't have it easy either. Waiting for a chance? It's almost dawn. What's the point of waiting for a chance now? Then does that mean all the other upper moons are dead? At that thought, Hantengu's throat bobbed with difficulty. If things had really been like the information Gyako investigated at the start, then no matter how cowardly and fearful Hantengu was, he never would have had such a thought. Because with only 2 Hashira, the fact that they could stop him and Gyako at all already meant they were among the stronger Hashira. But this time it wasn't just him and Gyako who came. There was also Doma and Lord Akaza, who were even stronger than them. With the strength of the 4 of them, completing a mission in a swordsmith village guarded by only 2 Hashira should have been no difficult task. But when the man before his eyes appeared, Hantengu suddenly felt that all those impossible thoughts from before now had a chance of becoming reality. Not for any other reason. Only because the man before him had easily defeated Upper Moon 1, Kokoshibo. That exaggerated, terrifying skeleton phantom, combined with this man, made Hantengu almost unable to see any hope of their victory. The fact that the other party could stand here meant the other 3 Upper Moons were most likely dead. Then was there even any need for him to run? Zohakuden had consumed most of his body's power, and Zohakuden wasn't even here. In his current crippled state, not to mention Shurya, even that annoying brat behind him, once his body recovered, would be able to kill him easily. To Shurya, killing him now would be as easy as crushing an ant. And besides, even if he could survive and escape from Shurya's hands, would Lord Muzan let him off? As he thought that, Hantengu's eyes turned gray with despair. The hopelessness of certain death, whether he went forward or back, made his legs lose all strength and go slightly numb. Maybe that's enough. Since there was no way he was going to live anyway, maybe he should just let that brat chop off his head. Hantengu turned back and looked at the swordsmiths hiding behind the rocks, his steps growing slower and slower. Seeing this, Shurya froze. No, what the hell is this situation? Was there a part like this in the plot? Why did he stop? Did I remember it wrong? At a time like this, shouldn't Hantengu desperately need to eat people to replenish his strength? Those swordsmiths are right in front of him, so why isn't he moving? Is this because of me again? Damn it, I only came over to make sure no one interfered with Nezuko's side, and now I became the one interfering? Looking at Tanjiro, who had already stood up, Shurya's brows furrowed slightly. This won't do. If this keeps going and Tanjiro catches up to Hantengu, Nezuko might get a chance to return to the shadows. By then, the matter of conquering sunlight would go down the drain, and Muzan would have no reason to come out either. No, I have to think of a way. Tanjiro. Hearing the voice, Tanjiro looked toward the surrounding cliffs. Suddenly, a flash of cold light lit up from the dense forest on the left cliffside, then traced a streak through the air and plunged straight into the ground in front of Tanjiro. Tanjiro, use it! Use that sword! Muchiro shouted loudly, but the moment he finished, Haganazuka, half his face soaked in blood, grabbed him by the collar from the side and cursed, "Give it back! Are you kidding me? I've only sharpened that sword to the first stage. You're not allowed to use it, or I'll kill you." Ignoring Haganazuka beside him, Muchiro kept shouting, "Tanjiro, Dawn's almost here. The demon is going to run. You brat." Haganazuka raised a fist the size of a sandbag and smashed it onto Muchiro's head. Already extremely weak, Muchiro took the blow and his body toppled to one side. As his vision tilted upward, Muchiro suddenly saw Shurya standing by the cliff not far away. At once, he seemed to show signs of a last burst of vitality. His eyes lit up as he looked at Shurya. It's Mr. Shurya again? What a coincidence. Kotetsu? Didn't you just tell us to follow him? At this moment, Muchiro had no mind to listen to Kotetsu. Leaning against Kanamori's shoulder, he smiled toward Shurya. Mr. Shurya must have seen that moment when I threw the sword just now, right? Seeing how hard I worked, would Mr. Shurya feel gratified? It was because of him that I recovered my memories. His share of credit is in that throw too. If Mr. Shurya knew, he'd definitely be happy too, right? Why is Mr. Shurya's gaze so cold? Is he just used to looking cold and ruthless? It's fine. He doesn't care about that. Shurya stared fixedly at Muchiro. That sword throw from Muchiro just now had truly scared him. If Muchiro's target had not been the ground in front of Tanjiro, but Hantengu, who had gradually come to a stop, then more than likely he could have pinned Hantengu completely in place. If that had happened, his entire plan would have been ruined. And after all that, Muchiro still had the nerve to smile at him. If he had known earlier, he would have given him 2 more slashes. So annoying. Still, fortunately, he still had room to operate. Looking at Hantengu, who had stopped, turned around, and was staring at him with hollow eyes. Shuria's gaze flickered. The scarlet Mangekyo replaced the black and white clarity of his eyes and occupied both of Shuria's pupils. Since he couldn't count on Hantengu anymore, then he would do it himself. Struck by Shuria's illusion technique, Hantengu's head suddenly snapped backward. Then, deep within those pure blood-red eyes, a tiny pattern flickered in and out of sight. Because the one receiving Shuria's illusion was Hantengu's clone, hatred, rather than the main body, cowardice, hiding inside hatred's heart. This caused cowardice to sink into deep despair, unable to pull himself out, while hatred instead turned around under Shuria's control and pounced toward the swordsmiths. Cowardice, noticing the abnormality, froze. What's wrong with hatred? Didn't he already give up resisting? Cowardice tried to communicate with hatred and take back control over him. In the past, this would have been nothing more than a flicker of thought from cowardice. After all, he was Hantengu's main body and core, and the other clones rarely refused his orders. But right now, hatred was like a maddened bull. Their mental connection was completely severed, and he paid no attention to him at all. A final desperate struggle? What was even the point anymore? Cowardice curled himself tightly into a ball, arms wrapped around himself. He was afraid of death too. He wanted to resist too. But Shuria's appearance had left him unable to see any hope of survival. No, wait. Cowardice suddenly turned his head tremblingly and looked through hatred's body toward the man standing by the cliff. Shuria didn't seem to have any intention of making a move? Cowardice blanked out for a moment. Could it be that he really still had a chance to live? Even if he survived, there was still Lord Musen. At that thought, cowardice no longer interfered with hatred's actions. He would leave it to fate. After being controlled by Shuria, Hantengu's hatred ran without caring at all about the pain in his body, quickly making up for the time lost from stopping earlier. Not far behind him, Tanjiro let out a long breath, a few sparks scattering from the corner of his mouth. Total concentration. Hinakami Kagura. Enbu flash. The next moment, gripping his Nichiren blade, Tanjiro launched forward, carving a straight trail of flame across the plain as he slashed toward Hantengu in the middle of his run. Bang! With only a single slash, Tanjiro cut off hatred's head without the slightest resistance. Headless, hatred's south body swayed in place. Seeing this, Shuria's heart tightened, and his foot shifted slightly forward. Once hatred was decapitated, he could no longer control hatred's body. And cowardice was hiding inside hatred's heart. So he couldn't cast an illusion on cowardice through hatred's body. In other words, he had now lost control over Hantengu's body. If Hantengu still had no will to survive like before, then once Tanjiro recovered even a little more stamina, Hantengu wouldn't last until the moment Nezuko came out. Do I still have to make a move myself? Shuria narrowed his eyes. Before he could wait any longer, Shuria rushed down from the broken cliff, only to see that hatred, even without a head, merely swayed for a moment before continuing to run toward the swordsmiths. Shuria froze. The target of the illusion had died, and yet the body could still keep moving under control? No, that wasn't right. The illusion had already lost its connection, and he wasn't controlling hatred's body anymore. If it wasn't him, then that meant cowardice was controlling hatred's body? Still afraid of death after all, huh? Shuria let out a sigh of relief inwardly. By sheer accident, he had managed to steer the plot back onto the right track. A pale white glow spread along the horizon, and then the light of the sun swiftly crossed the mountains and rivers, stretching toward the plain. Sensing that sunrise was imminent, Tanjiro no longer had the time to care why the demon in front of him still hadn't turned into black smoke and vanished even after being decapitated. His mind was full of only his little sister, Nezuko. Nezuko was a demon too. If the sunlight hit her, Nezuko would die. Shade. He had to quickly find shade for Nezuko to hide in. Just as Tanjiro turned and ran toward Nezuko, as if she had seen something urgent, also began running toward Tanjiro. When he saw that Nezuko had actually run out from the shadows to face the rising sun, panic seized his heart. Don't come out. Nezuko, you'll die. Tanjiro opened his mouth, wanting to tell Nezuko to run, but the sound stuck in his throat and would not come out no matter what. It's over. My vocal cords are damaged. I can't make a sound. Tanjiro could only stagger forward and keep running toward Nezuko. The brother and sister embraced. But while Tanjiro was worried about Nezuko and used his back to cast shade over her, Nezuko paid no attention at all to the steadily approaching sunlight. Both her hands waved toward behind Tanjiro. Noticing something was wrong, Tanjiro's pupils shrank. That demon I decapitated still isn't dead? Wait, the character on the tongue of the head I cut off just now was hatred, but this demon's true body should be cowardice. What I killed wasn't the main body. No, I have to stop him. I can't let him keep going. Tanjiro instinctively let go of Nezuko, preparing to kill the demon whose tongue bore the character for cowardice as well. But just as he had taken 2 steps forward, the sunlight suddenly spilled over the hill and poured across the plain. A pained, delicate cry suddenly came from behind Tanjiro. He turned his head. He saw Nezuko struck by the sunlight. Her fair skin turned bright red, and black smoke rose from her body as if she were being roasted over a rack. Nezuko tried to block it with her kimono, but the sunlight pierced through every opening. It wasn't something a kimono could stop at all. Nezuko? Curl up, quick. Shrink your body. Tanjiro held Nezuko tightly, trying to stop her body from getting worse. But as the sunlight grew harsher, the injuries on Nezuko's face became more and more severe. The sun had not even fully risen yet, and it was already this bad? Tanjiro's face was full of panic as he turned back to glance at Hantengu, who was still chasing several swordsmiths. Under the sunlight, Hantengu's body was also gradually turning into black smoke and dissipating. But at this moment, Hantengu had already caught the swordsmiths. Before his body completely disappeared, he could still fully devour several of them. What should he do? What should he do? On one side was Nezuko. On the other were the lives of several villagers. Was there anyone else? Could someone go save those swordsmiths? Tanjiro wanted to ask for help, but everyone else was too far away. There was no way they could make it in time, until he saw that familiar figure. Mr. Shirya? Tanjiro looked toward the figure standing by the cliff. His eyes filled with pleading. He knew very well how Mr. Shirya acted. He most likely would not care about a request from a weak person like him, but Tanjiro still held onto a sliver of hope. What if, with Mr. Shirya's speed, he should be able to stop that demon? But as the seconds passed and their gazes met, Tanjiro's heart slowly sank to the bottom. Mr. Shirya's eyes remained completely calm. He had no intention of making a move. Holding Nezuko's burning hot body, Tanjiro's arms trembled. No, he really could not do it. He could not make the choice. He had joined the Demon Slayer Corps because of Nezuko. If Nezuko died, then what meaning would his own existence still have? Could Mr. Shirya really not help him? Just once. Just this once. Tanjiro gasped for breath. This feeling of helplessness made his chest swell with pain. Yet there was no way to ease it. His struggle reached its peak, but in the very next moment, Tanjiro's body suddenly lifted into the air. The pain in his abdomen, along with Nezuko's legs stretching out from the ground, made Tanjiro instantly understand what had happened. His eyes widened at once. Nezuko? You'll die like this. Tanjiro looked at Nezuko as she faced the sunlight directly, and he could not help reaching out, wanting to pull her back into his arms. But that was only Tanjiro's own wish. Nezuko faded from Tanjiro's sight, and Shirya by the cliff entered his vision. Tanjiro looked at that still unmoved figure and pressed his lips together. Why could people be so cold? Nezuko was going to die. But just as Shirya was about to fade from Tanjiro's sight, Tanjiro suddenly saw Shirya's mouth move. Because of the distance between them, Tanjiro could not hear anything at all and could only guess based on the shape of his lips. Fa! After flipping once through the air, Tanjiro landed steadily on the ground. At this point, whatever Mr. Shirya had said no longer mattered. He could not hear it clearly, and he had no time to. In his field of vision, there was only the swaying figure of Hantengu's headless body. Tanjiro did not dare look back. He was afraid of seeing Nezuko being burned alive into black smoke by the sunlight. Since it was already too late to go back and save Nezuko, then he would properly carry out the final decision Nezuko had made for him. Closing his eyes, Tanjiro forced back the tears hovering in his eye sockets. Calm down. Smell out that demon's scent. He definitely had not escaped far yet. If the real body had suddenly fled far away, he should have been able to notice through scent. Right near that demon, his form and his smell. Inside that demon, the invisible scents gathered into strands of airflow and flowed into Tanjiro's breathing. Most of these were the scent of the headless evil demon, while the scent of the main body was pitifully faint. Fortunately, as Tanjiro continuously closed the distance with the headless demon, the aura of the main body demon also became stronger and stronger. When he was only 20 or 30 meters away from the headless demon, Tanjiro's pupils shook. An incomparably distinct scent flooded into Tanjiro's nose. Found it. It was still inside this demon, and its location was the heart. This time, I won't let you go again. After confirming the location of Hantengu's coward body, Tanjiro leaped forward and slashed at it. Seeing this from the cliffside, Shirya withdrew his gaze. Tanjiro had found the position of Hantengu's main body, so the ending was completely settled now. The only possibility for Hantengu to survive was if Muzan had Neikime make another move. But Shirya had learned from last time. If they still wanted to save someone right under his nose, it would not be that easy. The aura from the Infinity Castle when it appeared last time was still firmly etched in Shurya's mind even now. As long as Nakeheim dared to act, then it would not just be Hantengu appearing in the Infinity Castle. He would be there too. For the other Hashira, the difficult part was how to find a way out of the intricate Infinity Castle. But Shurya had no such concern. Could not find the way? Then just destroy the Infinity Castle directly. The path would naturally appear. Shurya did not believe that a mere Infinity Castle could withstand the energy of a complete Susanoo. But for the sake of a Hantengu, Muzan most likely would not take that risk. So there was no need to keep paying attention to Hantengu's side. Compared to that, Shurya was more concerned about and curious about Nezuko overcoming sunlight. There were many reasons why Nezuko could overcome sunlight. Eating the blue spider lily, which Muzan had dreamed of obtaining, as if it were wild vegetables, Tamayo's help, her own willpower, and so on. However, Shurya felt that having eaten the blue spider lily was the most important reason. Even if Muzan were beaten to death, he would never have imagined that the blue spider lily he had searched for over 1,000 years actually bloomed during the day. The sun rose, and the sunlight now shone on Nezuko's body without any obstruction. Patches of flame-like sunburn spread across Nezuko's skin, and bright red blood seeped out from beneath her skin with sizzling sounds. Even though Nezuko was curled up into a ball, she still could not escape the scorching pain. Nezuko's tender white skin was gradually swallowed by terrifying sunburn. Seeing this, Shurya narrowed his eyes slightly. Why was there still no sign of improvement? Had something gone wrong with the plan again? Was Nezuko still unable to overcome sunlight now? Or was he being too impatient? Wait a little longer? Shurya silently stepped one step closer to the cliff. At this moment, half of 1 foot was already hanging over empty air. Nezuko was the most important part of his plan. Whether it was because of role completion or some other reason, there was no way he would let Nezuko die just like this. When Nezuko's exposed skin had completely turned dark red, and Shurya was preparing to make a move, the condition of Nezuko's sunburn suddenly stopped worsening, as if the spread of the injury had reached some kind of peak, then rapidly receded. The fiery red burned areas gradually scattered like sparks blown out by a strong wind. The scorching red slowly faded, revealing what the skin beneath the charred surface had originally looked like. As the fiery color gradually disappeared, the surface of Nezuko's skin began to squirm, tiny movements as if it had a life of its own. That layer of charred black injury seemed to be slowly smoothed away by some invisible force. During the recovery process, the surface of her skin kept flowing, gradually changing from dark red back into healthy pale softness like liquid, revealing a delicate and smooth texture. Each squirm brought obvious changes, and the damaged skin was gradually replaced by fresh newborn tissue. The scars were like black filth being pulled away, completely disappearing from Nezuko's skin. Shurya let out a breath of relief. He knew Nezuko had to push her body to some extreme under sunlight in order to overcome it, but he had not expected it to be this close. Now that Nezuko had overcome sunlight, there was nothing left for him to do here. Muzan, now it all depends on whether you can resist the temptation that is Nezuko. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Shurya suddenly saw that Nezuko, who had mostly recovered, actually turned around and looked at him. Blinking, Shurya paused. To avoid any accidents with Nezuko overcoming sunlight, he had rarely, practically never, interacted with her. But why was Nezuko looking at him? Shurya glanced at Kotetsu and the other two on the other side, as well as Genya, who was struggling to climb down the cliff. Compared to him, Nezuko should have been much more familiar with the others. Even if the one she was looking at wasn't Tanjiro, it should have been someone else. So what exactly had gone wrong? Was it because he hadn't agreed to Tanjiro's request just now? So she had developed hostility toward him. Didn't seem like it? That look didn't seem like hostility. Even Shurya couldn't describe the look in Nezuko's eyes right now. But one thing was certain, it definitely wasn't any kind of negative emotion like hostility or hatred. Nezuko opened her mouth, and the bamboo in it fell to the side. She stared at Shurya's foot hanging in the air and nodded. Then she opened and closed her mouth a few times. But after a long while, nothing came out. Shurya's eyes flickered. Not understanding what she meant, he decided to let it go. As long as Nezuko had overcome sunlight, that was enough. Such a tiny change probably wouldn't have any effect. Seeing Shurya turn and leave, Nezuko's little face showed some panic. She made sounds for a long time without managing to say anything, and in the end, she could only pout. Chi. As the figure that had exposed Nezuko to the sunlight turned into black smoke and completely dissipated, the breathing technique circulating inside Tanjiro's body also collapsed along with it. The demon was dead, but Nezuko was gone too. Then what meaning did his existence have? Tanjiro's body swayed. Then he dropped to his knees on the ground. The hand gripping his Nichiren blade bulged with veins. Nezuko, I kept going all this time to turn Nezuko back into a human. That's the whole reason I held on until now. Tanjiro's voice trembled. As he spoke, his body twitched slightly, and crystal-clear tears kept sliding from his eyes, soaking his cheeks. Why did it have to be like this? As they watched Tanjiro lower his head and cry in anguish, the swordsmiths were just about to step forward and comfort him when they saw Nezuko, who should have burned under the sunlight until not even bones remained. At this moment, she was standing under the sunlight completely unharmed, and she was even slowly walking toward them. Kamado-sama, Kamado-sama. Hearing the somewhat urgent calls from the swordsmiths around him, Tanjiro thought something had happened again. Enduring the grief in his heart, he sniffled and raised his head. The swordsmith in front of him pointed behind Tanjiro, and Tanjiro instinctively looked in the direction of that finger. Under the golden light of the morning sun, Nezuko was like a dazzling pearl, giving off a soft glow. Her waist-length hair fluttered lightly in the morning breeze, like gentle ripples across a shimmering river. Looking at that dreamlike figure standing alive right in front of him, Tanjiro held his breath for a moment, his eyes wide open. Nezuko isn't dead. And Tanjiro wanted to call Nezuko's name to confirm whether what he was seeing was real, but because of his injuries, those simple words just wouldn't come out. Gee, good morning. She talked. With the support of the swordsmiths beside him, Tanjiro threw his arms around Nezuko. Nezuko, who should have turned to ash and smoke and vanished, was actually still alive? Not only that, Nezuko had overcome sunlight and could even speak, while he had been killing upper rank for what had happened behind him. Had Nezuko overcome it on her own? Or had Mr. Shirya stepped in? What exactly had Mr. Shirya said at the end? Before Tanjiro could sort out any of these questions, darkness flooded his mind, and his consciousness slipped out of control. It's great that Nezuko is okay. That was Tanjiro's final thought before he fell unconscious. Inside a certain wealthy man's villa, a refined middle-aged woman with an outstanding temperament walked up to the second floor with a maid. Knock, knock, knock. The woman gently knocked on the door, her voice soft yet carrying a trace of authority. Jungwa, I'm coming in. The moment she pushed the door open, the sight before her made her freeze. The room should have been spacious and tidy, but now it was in complete disarray. A bookshelf had collapsed, chairs were overturned, and books were scattered all over the floor, as if someone had been urgently searching for something. The woman steadied herself and walked into the room. She saw her son Jungwa standing in the middle of the room with his back to her, gripping a book tightly in his hand. His shoulders trembled slightly, as if he were desperately suppressing something. Jungwa, what happened to you? Why is everything such a mess? There was confusion in the woman's voice. Are you looking for something important? Or can't you find the book you want? I'll help you look. The woman tried to walk closer and calm Jungwa. But before that, take a break and have some tea. As she spoke, the maid tacitly stepped forward, carrying an exquisite tea tray and respectfully offering it over. However, it seemed as though the woman's words had never reached Jungwa's ears. His fist clenched even tighter. His head lowered slightly, his shoulders trembling more and more visibly, and his voice revealed excitement that had been suppressed for a long time. Finally, a demon that can overcome sunlight has appeared. Well done, Hantengu. What's wrong? The middle-aged woman asked. Finally what? Did you find the book you wanted? Finally, a demon that can overcome sunlight has appeared. Well done, Hantengu. Muzan raised a trembling hand and pressed it against his face. His rose-red eyes were filled with excitement, so much so that veins began bulging across his face. You seem very happy, Jungwa. Are you talking about a storybook you like? Sensing Jungwa's joy, the woman smiled as well. But the moment that smile appeared, her head suddenly vanished. Blood sprayed out. The cut at her neck was smooth and clean, as if some sharp blade had sliced through it in a single stroke. The blood instantly dyed her kimono red and spilled onto the floor, forming a scarlet pool. The maid standing to the side completely froze at the sight. The agreeable smile she had worn while speaking with her mistress was still hanging on her face, and for a moment, she didn't even realize what had happened. Staring blankly at the head that had rolled to the window, her voice trembled. Madam, what happened to your head? Then, as if suddenly waking from a dream, Madam, are you okay? Muzan remained unmoved, his tone full of ease and relief. Now I need to keep searching for the blue spider lily. It's been far too long. But this is exactly why, over these 1,000 years, I kept increasing my kind, even though I never wanted to. As he spoke, Muzan dug his nails into the side of his face, embedding them deep into the flesh. But Muzan showed no reaction of pain. Instead, he revealed an almost sickening excitement. Right after that, Muzin's body began to swell. The veins beneath his skin writhed like snakes, glowing with a faint red light, tearing apart the white shirt he had been wearing. Before long, the figure of a young man appeared in the maid's field of vision. This is a rare constitution that has never appeared even among the 12 Kazuki. She can truly be called a heaven-chosen demon. Once I devour and absorb that girl, I too will be able to overcome sunlight. When that time comes, I'll have much more confidence in dealing with that Shirya as well. Muzin narrowed his eyes. The moment he thought of that brat-esque figure, his original excitement faded somewhat. Again and again, Shirya had ruined his plans, yet he still had no choice but to be wary of the other party's strength. If this trend continued, sooner or later, Shirya would become the next Yoriichi Tsujikuni. He would have to lie dormant in the darkness for decades, maybe even over 100 years again. No matter what, that was something he absolutely could not accept. Fortunately, fate was still favoring him. As long as he devoured that girl who had overcome sunlight, a large part of his strength would rise again. Even Akaza had been able to break through the defense of that strange skeleton phantom. As the demon king who would overcome sunlight, he should naturally be even stronger. As long as he broke through that brat-esque skeleton phantom technique, that brat would be nothing more than clay in his hands. The more Muzin thought about how he would no longer have to be restrained by some damn brat and could live freely under the sun, the more excited he became. Murder! Murder! A monster! When she saw that the young master she had always served had actually turned into a long-haired young man, the maid finally realized what had happened before her eyes. Young Master Jungwa, no, this monster killed Madam. Master! Master! Ma! The maid wanted to seek the master's help, but after only shouting twice, her voice came to an abrupt stop. Pfft, with a muffled sound, blood splattered across the floor again, staining the wooden boards red. The tea tray in the maid's hands crashed to the ground, letting out a clattering series of metallic sounds. Noisy. After dealing with the voice that had annoyed him, Muzin adjusted his clothes, took out the black dress shirt and white slacks he had prepared long ago, and slowly put them on. Then he gently opened the door and stepped out. A demon who had overcome sunlight had appeared. Finding that demon and devouring it was the most important thing right now. The Ubuyashiki clan? The demon slayers? Shirya? He would settle it all in this round. Inside a dark cave deep within the forest on the outskirts, Akaza stood quietly before the cold cave wall. His eyes were fixed on the uneven stone surface, as if waiting for something. There was only faint light inside the cave. Dampness and a chilling aura filled the surroundings, and every now and then, the sound of dripping water broke the silence. In the Swordsmith village incident, 4 upper moons had gone in and 3 had died. He was the only one left alive. Based on Akaza's understanding of Muzin, once Muzin learned of it, he would probably kill him too for failing the mission. If he could think of that, Lord Shirya should have been able to think of it as well. But then why had he still been told to return to Muzin's side? Was it intentional? Was he being sent to his death? With Lord Shirya's strength, there was absolutely no need for that. And right now, Akaza wasn't all that afraid of Muzin anymore. In fact, just thinking about fighting Muzin made him feel a faint excitement. He was only somewhat puzzled by Shirya's decision. He won't kill you. Thinking back to Shirya's certain words before leaving, Akaza's eyes flickered. Why had Lord Shirya been so sure? Had something happened on Muzin's side that he didn't know about? What kind of matter could make Muzin spare someone like him, who had repeatedly failed to carry out his orders? After thinking for a while, Akaza shook his head and temporarily cast those thoughts aside. This was not something he could control. Some time had already passed since the Swordsmith village incident. Muzin should already know the full story. Whether he intended to punish him or not, he would summon him back soon enough. At that time, everything would become clear. If Muzin did not act as Lord Shirya had said and chose to kill him, then naturally he would not just sit there and wait for death. If the opposite happened, then he would continue lying low and provide Lord Shirya with information. As an invisible wave locked onto him, Akaza slightly raised his head. "Is here." Neikime was confirming his location. Only when Muzin convened an upper moon meeting could he sense this fluctuation. But what made this upper moon meeting different from before was that only 3 people remained. Zhang. A crisp biwa note echoed through the cave, and Akaza's figure instantly vanished from the darkness. Then he appeared on a wooden platform in the Infinity Castle. In an instant, the scenery around him shifted from the dark cave to the layered structures of the Infinity Castle. His gaze swept past Neikime, who was holding her biwa in front of a distant window, before he observed the situation on the surrounding high platforms. Neikaime's ability excelled at control. If she wanted to kill him, she was still far from capable. His focus still needed to stay on Muzin. "Akaza, are you looking for me?" The moment that familiar voice appeared, Akaza immediately felt a roar in his ears, and veins bulged across his forehead and around his eyes. Clenching his fists, Akaza lowered his head. Sure enough, there was still quite a gap between his strength and Muzin's, but it was nowhere near as large as before. He could already adapt to this pressure very quickly. Soon, it would not be long before he could face him head-on. But right now, it was still a bit forced. That would depend on how Muzin chose to act. The matter at Swordsmith Village was this subordinate's failure. Akaza did not kneel on one knee as usual. One reason was that his mindset had changed, and the other was that it would be inconvenient if he had to fight in a moment. If this were before, there would have been no need to summon you back at all. But this time, because of that Shurya, I want to pursue it. However, there will not be a next time. Upper moons without value, just like useless trash such as Gyako, have no need to exist. Muzin stood atop the highest wooden platform, looking down on Akaza from above. Now that he had found a demon capable of overcoming sunlight, he would not allow another of his kind to exist in this world. But not now. Since Akaza had absorbed his blood and grown to this extent, would it not be a waste not to make proper use of him? And Neikime as well. Muzin glanced at the figure holding the biwa. There only needed to be one demon in the world who could overcome sunlight, and that was him. Yes. Akaza was briefly stunned, then slowly forced down the Muzin blood that had gathered in his throat. That was it? Just a verbal reprimand? What exactly had happened to Muzin? The last time, when two upper moons ended up with one dead and one crippled, Muzin had been so furious he had even thought about killing them both. But now 3 upper moons had died, and he had only said a few words to him? Does Lord Shurya have the ability to foresee the future too? Tell me about Shurya, especially that skeleton phantom. His hardness is extremely high. Doma's ice crystals couldn't penetrate it, and I could only rely on a full-power surprise strike to barely break through its defense for a few brief instants. When he spoke of breaking the defense, Akaza's gaze very noticeably shifted away in discomfort. Even after all this time, lying still felt a bit awkward. Muzin did not pay attention to Akaza's abnormality. For an upper moon demon to lie in front of him was no different from courting death. Then compared to Shurya, how strong am I? Muzin's rose-red eyes stared fixedly at Akaza. What Akaza had said was more or less no different from what he had seen himself, and held no real meaning. And the scenes he had observed through Akaza's perspective were far less real than what Akaza had personally experienced. So the only way was to use Akaza's description to further refine the difference between his own strength and Shurya's. Akaza froze. The Muzin blood he had just swallowed surged up again. Maybe he should just rebel after all. Yes, Muzin's strength still gave him considerable pressure. But if he was being compared to Lord Shurya, then they were completely not on the same level, okay? Forget one Muzin. Akaza estimated that even if another stack of them showed up, it still wouldn't be enough for that skeleton phantom to smash. How could someone ask a question that humiliating on his own initiative? No. If something went wrong on his side, Lord Shurya's plans would most likely be affected. He would just play along with Muzin one more time. Of course, my lord is still superior. After saying those few short words, Akaza looked as if he had used up all the strength in his body. For the first time, Akaza actually felt a bit nostalgic for Doma. If that guy were here, he probably wouldn't even need to answer. That guy would rush to answer first. I don't want to hear flattering words. Akaza, do you understand? Muzin's gaze was calm. Understood. Your power is definitely the strongest. Akaza gritted his teeth as he forced the words out. Beside him, Neikime raised her head and looked at Akaza in confusion. Did she just hear a creak sound? It seemed like it came from Akaza's mouth. Did Lord Akaza have an instrument in his mouth too? Muzin narrowed his eyes slightly. The whole time Akaza was speaking, he had been observing the fluctuations in his heart. There were no abnormalities, and no signs of lying. But why did it feel like Akaza was suppressing something? Was it just his imagination? I understand. There's one more thing. A demon that has conquered sunlight has already appeared. There's no need for you to keep looking for the blue spider lily anymore. Once Neikime finds Ubushiki's location, we'll wipe them all out in one move. Akaza forcibly endured the discomfort from lying just now, and his pupils trembled. A demon that could conquer sunlight had really appeared? No wonder Muzin hadn't shown any intent to kill him. So that was why. You may leave. As he spoke, before Akaza could ask anything, the sound of the biwa echoed through the Infinity Castle. A moment later, Akaza's figure vanished. After Akaza left, Muzin's gaze slowly swept across the room, finally stopping on Neikime. Even though Neikime had already become an upper moon, Muzin was still dissatisfied with her strength. He decided that before the final battle about to begin, he would give her more power. Muzin extended his hand. The skin on his palm gradually twisted and split apart, turning into a thick giant arm. This giant arm was dozens of times larger than an ordinary arm, looking exceptionally heavy and full of oppressive force. Muzan controlled the giant arm and suddenly pressed it down onto Nakaima's head, like a massive mountain of darkness crushing down on her. As the blood flowed in, the muscles of the giant arm began to contract violently, as though it were continuously extracting Nakaima's life force. Nakaima's body trembled violently on the wooden platform. The blood around her kept spreading along with her struggle, staining the entire floor red. After the blood transfusion was complete, the giant arm slowly withdrew, and Muzan turned and left. The only one left in the room was Nakaim, lying alone on the blood-stained wooden platform. Her convulsions slowly came to a stop, and her breathing was weak. Her fingers weakly fumbled across the ground, and at last, they grasped the biwa that belonged to her. The wooden platform had already been dyed a sheet of bloody red, and blood dripped onto the floor, forming grim bloodstains. As the sun rose, Swordsmith Village, no longer disturbed by the upper-rank demons, began recovering in an orderly manner. Tanjiro, are you okay? With Kotetsu supporting him, Muchiro walked over to Tanjiro. After recovering his memories, aside from Tokiya, the other person Muchiro had become relatively interested in was Tanjiro. Because that warm strength on Tanjiro made Muchiro see a shadow of his father. Takedo, I'm fine. Thank you for that sword. No need. If Mr. Tokiya hadn't helped me recover my memories, I wouldn't be like this either. If you want to thank someone, thank Mr. Tokiya. Kotetsu, tucked under Muchiro's arm, raised his head at those words. Even with the mask on, it was obvious how unbelievable he found this. No, wait, this counts as his credit too? Alright. Speaking of Mr. Tokiya, Takedo, I want to ask you something. What is it? Was it Mr. Tokiya who helped Nezuko conquer sunlight? Muchiro shook his head. No, Nezuko conquered it by herself. I see. Tanjiro lowered his head slightly. Right now, his feelings toward Tokiya were very complicated. The other man was the strongest person he had ever seen, and had even indirectly saved him. Just now, he had even been imagining that Nezuko conquering sunlight was because Mr. Tokiya had stepped in. But when he heard Muchiro's answer, Tanjiro suddenly felt lost. It seemed Tokiya had never truly helped them in any real sense, even when they were on the verge of life and death. Did he still deserve that much respect from him? Muchiro noticed Tanjiro's emotions and reached out to press a hand on his shoulder. There's a reason, Mr. Tokiya didn't act. Tanjiro, don't overthink it. When I was fighting that demon Gyako at the back mountain, there were also upper-rank presences appearing from the mountaintop, and there wasn't just one. The fluctuations from those two upper ranks were much stronger than Gyako's. At the time, Mr. Tokiya was the only one soaking in the hot spring up there. All you saw was that Mr. Tokiya didn't save you and Nezuko, but you didn't see those two upper-rank demons that had never shown themselves. Hearing Muchiro's words, Tanjiro straightened up, his eyes widening. There were two more upper-rank demons at the back mountain? No way. If that was the case, Tanjiro suddenly understood why Mr. Tokiya hadn't acted. Silently dealing with two upper-rank demons, Mr. Tokiya's condition must have been hanging by a thread at the time too. In that kind of state, how could he still have had the strength to help bring Nezuko back into the shade? He had wronged Mr. Tokiya. I wasn't sure at first, but Gyako, the one I fought, mentioned it too. He said 4 upper ranks came to Swordsmith Village. At this point, Muchiro's tone turned somewhat puzzled. Because when that demon Gyako spoke of those 2 upper ranks, there wasn't any smugness on his face. Instead, he looked somewhat worried about those 2 upper ranks. It was almost as if he thought something might happen to them. What accident could possibly happen to 2 upper ranks who were even stronger than Gyako? He had probably just seen it wrong. No wonder. I almost wrongly blamed Mr. Tokiya. Yeah. When I threw the Nichiren blade in front of you, Mr. Tokiya even looked at me. Maybe he was glad I showed up. As he said that, Muchiro scratched his head, his face full of happiness. It felt great to receive Mr. Tokiya's acknowledgement. Hearing Muchiro emphasize it again and again, Tanjiro's eyes gradually lit up. Sure enough, Mr. Tokiya was the type who looked cold on the outside but had a warm heart. He wasn't as indifferent as Tanjiro had thought. The next time they met, he definitely had to apologize to Mr. Tokiya. Seeing that under Seaweed Head's persuasion, Tanjiro was also gradually showing signs of becoming one of Tokiya's brainless fans. Kotetsu silently moved the hand Muchiro had resting on his shoulder away. This stuff couldn't be contagious, right? By the way, what's going on with Nezuko? Just as Tanjiro was about to answer, an extremely resentful aura suddenly shot into the sky from the side. Where's the sword? Where's my sword? I'm asking you, where's that sword from just now? Haganezuka pointed at Tanjiro and demanded an answer. Then, in the very next moment, he appeared in front of Tanjiro at a speed so fast that even Muchiro couldn't see it clearly. Mr. Haganazuka? The sword. When I was fighting the demon just now and then I passed out, the sword broke again, right? Haganazuka rudely cut him off and jabbed Tanjiro's face hard. The swordsmith behind Tanjiro held up the sword and said in a small voice, "The sword is here. I'm gonna kill you." After a brief chase, Haganazuka collapsed under Tekken's tickling assault. Everyone, Big Sis Kenroji? Panting heavily, Tanjiro turned his head and looked at the figure with the braided hair. The corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted. We won. We're all still alive. That's great. Kenroji ran in front of everyone and pulled them all into her arms. That's wonderful. At that moment, with her eyes curved into two crescents, Nezuko smiled and said that to Kenroji. Kenroji, crying tears of joy, didn't react for a moment. Then she suddenly let out a scream and staggered back again and again. Nezuko's voice. But wasn't he at daytime right now? Looking at Nezuko standing right in front of her, alive and well, Kenroji's tears burst out once again. Alive! Nezuko is alive. Tanjiro? Kenroji looked to Tanjiro for confirmation. But before he could respond, she pulled Nezuko into a tight hug. Nezuko, thank goodness. Even though she had no idea what was going on, Nezuko really had overcome sunlight. That's wonderful. Maybe this is what Oyakata-sama always meant by finding life in the face of death. Yeah, that's what, huh? Tanjiro froze. Finding life in the face of death? Was that what Mr. Shirya had said back then? The mouth movements matched exactly. Mr. Shirya had known from the start that Nezuko could overcome sunlight, so that was why he hadn't saved Nezuko. He was wrong. He had truly wronged Mr. Shirya. Several days later, at the foot of the snowy mountain, Saburo was sorting the firewood and charcoal by his door. The weather was gradually turning colder, so preparing early for autumn would save him a lot of trouble. He was getting old now, and too much physical labor no longer suited him. After stacking the wood neatly, Saburo sat down on the porch at the entrance to rest for a bit. The moment he lifted his head, he saw a figure appear near the foot of the mountain beyond the fence. The figure carried a uniquely shaped fan on his back, and at the end of the fan was a sickle attached. The way he was dressed stood completely out of place from the surrounding villagers, making Saburo think his eyes were playing tricks on him. He rubbed them and looked again, but this time when he opened his eyes the figure was gone, as if he really had just imagined it. I really am old. Saburo shook his head and withdrew his gaze. Looking at the charcoal not far from his feet, he began to drift off in thought. He wondered how that little Tanjiro was doing. He had heard that the boy's family had all been killed by demons. Good thing he had made him stay that night. But thinking about it, Tanjiro, the only one who had survived, was probably the one suffering the most. He had no idea where the boy had gone afterward. He only hoped he was still alive and well. On the mountaintop, if Saburo had been here at this moment, he would have known that his eyes had not deceived him just now. A figure really had appeared at the foot of the mountain. So this is the place? Shirya looked at the house before him and murmured. The house was in ruins, partly because no one had repaired it, partly because of natural collapse. There was also a large patch of old blood at the front door. Shirya stepped forward, shifted the crushed door slightly aside, bent over, and entered the house. This was the place where Tanjiro had once lived. The reason Shirya had come here was simple. The Yorichi Type 0 in the Swordsmith village had reminded him that the only one who could greatly raise his synchronization rate was not just Muzan. There was one more person. Yorichi Tsujikuni. Yorichi Tsujikuni's strength was the true ceiling of the Demon Slayer world. In battle, the synchronization rate he could bring Shirya would definitely far surpass Muzan's. The only problem was that Yorichi Tsujikuni had died back in the Warring States period. It was impossible to make Yorichi appear alive and well. But Shirya knew the impure world reincarnation. As long as he could find Yorichi Tsujikuni's grave, reincarnating him should not be too difficult. As for whether Yorichi even had a grave, and whether his corpse was actually inside it, after thinking it over again and again, Shirya still felt there was most likely one. The one who had seen Yorichi Tsujikuni for the last time was Kokoshibo. Even though Yorichi had shattered all of Kokoshibo's fantasies after becoming a demon with a single slash, filling him with boundless rage. After Yorichi died naturally, Kokoshibo had split his body in two. But after Yorichi's death, the broken flute in his bundle had also awakened some of the few memories Kokoshibo still had of Yorichi. When Shirya fought Kokoshibo, he had also seen Yorichi's flute. So Shirya felt that after killing Yorichi, the chances that Kokoshibo had erected a grave for him were extremely high. It was just that Shirya had very little idea where that grave might be. Kokoshibo had already been turned into a puppet, and his consciousness had dispersed. So Shirya could only start with other people who had direct or indirect ties to Yorichi. Aside from Kokoshibo, The one with the deepest connection was naturally Muzan. Back then, Yorichi had chopped him into minced meat. Muzan probably would never forget Yorichi for the rest of his life. Even the reason he still had not gone all out to wipe out the Demon Slayer Corps after all these centuries had something to do with Yorichi. But now, because of Shirya, Muzan had hidden himself away again, so Shirya could only search elsewhere. After roughly organizing his thoughts, Shirya settled on about 3 directions. The first was the place where he was now, the house where Tanjiro had lived in this era. Tanjiro's ancestor, Tanjiro, had once met Yorichi and learned the Hinakami Kagura. Maybe he had left some clues here. Then there were Kaijiro Rengoku's father, Rengoku Shinjiro, and Lady Tamayo. Yorichi Tsujikuni had once sent a letter to the ancestor of the Rengoku family. In that letter, Yorichi explained to the Rengoku ancestor why he had failed to kill Muzan. Shirya wanted to use that letter to gather more clues related to Yorichi's grave. Lastly, there was Tamayo. As someone who had personally witnessed Yorichi Tsujikuni/Muzan apart and sent him scattering in all directions, and who had also survived from the Warring States period until now, she should know far more than he did. At first, Shirya had wanted to go directly to Tamayo, but her whereabouts were just as hard to find as Muzan's, so he could only start with the other 2 easier directions first. If that still led nowhere, then he would deal with Tamayo's side later. Before the Infinity Castle began, Tamayo would head to headquarters after receiving an invitation from Ubuyashiki. That would be Shirya's chance to act. As he walked into Tanjiro's house, the furnishings inside were extremely simple. A few moldy tatami mats, a rusted iron pot, a bamboo basket with holes in it, and cobwebs spread throughout every corner of the room. Shirya waved his hand. These places clearly were not where any clues about Yorichi Tsujikuni would be hidden. Books, or special pattern symbols, those were what Shirya wanted. He walked farther inside. This was a storage room without windows. Shirya raised a hand, and a burst of firelight appeared in his palm. The sudden light made the residents living in the storage room scatter in all directions. Shirya turned slightly to the side, letting the rats and bats dart out through the doorway. Only after the storage room had completely fallen silent did Shirya begin to carefully inspect it. An unfinished basket. A water jar covered in dust. Seeing this, Shirya frowned slightly. That shouldn't be right. He had already searched most of the house, top to bottom. This was the only place left. The outfit Kamado Tanjiro had worn when performing the Hinakami Kagura should be here. So where was it? Surely Tanjiro hadn't taken it with him? That shouldn't be possible. Tanjiro had only carried a single wooden box with him from head to toe, and that wooden box had been given to him by his trainer, Urokadaki Sakanji. Had he overlooked some spot? Shirya was just about to leave the storage room and check elsewhere when the corner of his eye suddenly caught something. There seemed to be something behind the old water jar. After moving the jar aside, Shirya saw a somewhat damp and moldy bundle. The bundle was black, and it had been placed in the shadow behind the water jar, so it was no surprise Shirya had not noticed it at first glance when he came in. Holding his breath, Shirya picked up the bundle. It had probably been left here for who knew how long. The moment Shirya exerted a little force, rip, with a tearing sound, a piece of cloth with the character for flame written on it slipped out from the bundle. There were also 2 strips at the top of the cloth. The moment he saw that piece of cloth, Shirya narrowed his eyes. Even though the cloth had already darkened with age, and even the character for flame was something Shirya could only barely make out, he still recognized it at a glance. This was the thing Kamado Tanjiro had worn on his face when performing the Hinakami Kagura. What he was looking for should be in here. Picking up the cloth, Shirya supported the bottom of the bundle and walked out of the room. He could have checked the bundle inside as well. The dim lighting did not affect Shirya's vision, but the damp, rotten smell in there was something Shirya truly could not stand. When he reached the doorway, Shirya patted the bundle, and fine dust puffed off it. After untying the bundle, he found that besides the clothes Tanjiro used when performing the Kagura dance, there was also a notebook with yellowed corners inside. Shirya first unfolded the Kagura outfit and examined it for a while. There was nothing special about it. It was just a set of clothes used for ritual purposes. The reason Tanjiro had been able to drag his sick body out into the snow and dance was probably mainly because of the Hinakami Kagura itself. Then that only left this diary-like thing? After folding the clothes neatly, Shirya opened the diary. The handwriting inside had mostly yellowed from being stored too long and from the dampness. Shirya could only barely make out fragments here and there. Just as Shirya had guessed, this really was a diary. And it was an extremely old one at that, passed down from the generation of Tanjiro's ancestor, Sumiyoshi. It recorded Sumiyoshi's daily life, as well as his encounter with Yorichi. The diary was not thick, and Shirya finished skimming through it before long. Closing the diary, Shirya rubbed his nose. There were indeed records related to Yorichi in it. There was even a note about Yorichi instructing Sumiyoshi in the Kagura, along with a brief summary of Yorichi's personality. But it did not mention the information Yi wanted most. That was where Yorichi had come from, and where he had gone afterward. Looks like he still had to start with Rengoku Shinjuro and Tamayo. He put the folded clothes and notebook back into the bundle the way they had originally been, then returned it to its place. Although he had not gained much and had wasted a bit of time, Yi did not really mind. There was originally still some time before Muzan would learn about Nezuko and begin the Infinity Castle final battle. And with Yi's appearance added into the mix, the time when Muzan launched the decisive battle would only be later than in the original story, never earlier. Since there were no clues on Tanjiro's side, then he would just search one by one, slowly. Next, he would go to Rengoku Kaijuro's place. He wondered whether, now that Kaijuro had not died, Rengoku Shinjuro's bad temper had changed. If it had not, Yi was not going to indulge him. It would not end without a beating. Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Inside the spacious room, 7 Hashira were already in place. Seated in the main position was the stone Hashira, Himejima Jyomiai, his hands clasping prayer beads as he quietly waited for the remaining 2 Hashira. As the cries of 2 Kasugai crows rang out in the courtyard, the Hashira in the room straightened their backs. The crows' voices meant that the Wind Hashira and Serpent Hashira had returned from their mission, so the long-prepared Hashira meeting was about to begin. Looks like we're the last to arrive. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Although the Wind Hashira said that, the stiff expression on his face did not show the slightest trace of embarrassment. The Serpent Hashira followed closely behind. The 2 of them knelt down respectively in the 2nd and 3rd seats to the right of the stone Hashira. No matter. You've worked hard on your mission. It was fine, I guess. I heard Kenroji and Takedo fought an upper moon? Hearing the Wind Hashira's question, Abanai glanced at Kenroji. Aside from her head, she did not seem to suffer any serious injuries. It was amazing. I even felt like I couldn't win anymore. It was all thanks to everyone working together. Right, Muchiro? Sai, how come I never run into an upper moon? Kaburamaru tilted his head at Shinazugawa. You can tell he really does want to run into an upper moon, hiss. The world is unpredictable. What one does not encounter cannot be forced.
Kanroi Tokito.
How have your physical conditions been since then? Thank you for your concern. I'm already much better. Kenroji nodded heavily, her eyes shining as she looked at Abanai. Abanai was concerned about her. Did that mean that in Abanai's heart, she was more important than Mr. Yi? Me too. Though I still haven't recovered to normal yet. Although the recovered Michiro had become a bit more cheerful after regaining his memories, it was obvious that there were still clear limits on who that cheerfulness was directed toward. If we lose any more Hashira, the Demon Slayer Corps will be in danger. Eliminating 2 upper moons is truly no small feat. Your injuries recovered with unusual speed this time. Did something happen? Shinobu Kocho looked curious. Kane's presence meant Shinobu no longer kept up her pretense of restraint and had become more lively. What Oyakata-sama wants to say should include this matter as well. Just as Ju finished speaking, Amain walked into the room. Thank you all for waiting. Today's Hashira meeting will be presided over by me, Ubuyashiki Amain, in place of Ubuyashiki Kagaya. In addition, due to the worsening of his illness, the head of the family, Kagaya, will no longer be able to appear before you all in the future. He sincerely asks your forgiveness. At those words, the expressions of the Hashira immediately filled with concern. It seemed Oyakata-sama's condition was far worse than they had imagined. Understood. We sincerely pray that Oyakata-sama's flame of life will burn long without end. And we also hope Lady Amain will stay strong in facing this. Amain bowed in thanks. My heartfelt gratitude to all of you Hashira. I believe you have all already heard that a demon who has overcome sunlight has now appeared. Kibutsuji Muzan will definitely desperately try to obtain her, because he wants to overcome sunlight himself as well. A large-scale full-out war is about to break out. According to reports, Upper Moon 4, Upper Moon 5, and the 2 upper moons of unknown rank Mr. Takedo mentioned all appeared in the Swordsmith village at the same time. 2 upper moons of unknown rank? Why was there no mention of them in the intelligence sent by the Kasugai crows? The stone Hashira froze for a moment and looked up at Amain as he asked. That information was provided by Mr. Takedo alone. It had not yet been confirmed at the time, so it was not told to everyone. But today, we confirmed traces on the mountaintop left behind by the death of 1 upper moon. Through comparison, the dead upper moon was identified as Doma, the former upper moon 2. Doma? That demon who controlled ice crystals? Shinobu froze for a moment and exchanged a glance with her sister. Although 5 or 6 years had already passed, the strength of that demon had still left a deep impression on them. If not for Yi's appearance back then, Kane would most likely have died at Doma's hands. Now that demon had appeared again, and died? Who killed him? Kane's mind instinctively formed Shirye's figure. Could it have been him? Yes. Doma's death proves that Mr. Takedo's perception was not mistaken. Other than Doma, there should have been one more Upper Moon. Upper Moon 1 was turned into a puppet by Mr. Shirye. We suspect the other Upper Moon was most likely Akaza Upper Moon 3, who appeared in the Mugen train incident. And based on the traces left from the battle at the scene, the final result of those two Upper Moon demons fighting Mr. Shirye was one dead and one fled. When Shinazugawa heard that, his breathing stalled. He fought two of the highest-ranked Upper Moons, and the result was one dead and one escaped? Why did that make it sound so easy? Then why did it sound so hard when he heard Rengoku, Kenroji, and the others talk about fighting Upper Moons? Upper Moon 1 and Upper Moon 6 also seem to be because of this Shirye, right? Was this Shirye really that strong? Now I really want to trade hands with him and see for myself. Shinazugawa rolled his neck. You're not a match for Lord Shirye. You're not a match for Mr. Shirye. The two voices spoke in perfect unison, making Shinazugawa's movement stiffen. Shinazugawa slowly turned his head and looked at Abanai and Takedo beside him, his face full of confusion. Abanai was one thing. He knew that in Abanai's eyes, Shirye was practically like a god. But what was going on with Takedo? And what was with the matching looks of agreement on Rengoku, Kane, and Shinobu's faces? Their lord should still be Ubuyashiki Kagaya, right? Not necessarily. Shinazugawa turned his head back and muttered that gloomily, his face full of unwillingness. They were obviously on the same side, so why was everyone speaking up for that Tokiya? Damn it, definitely. Takedo looked at Shinazugawa's back and added flatly. Shinazugawa's body stiffened. No, come on, I already flashed the white flag. There's no need to keep chasing me down to kill me, right? He knew it well himself too. There was probably quite a big gap between him and that Tokiya in terms of strength. After all, the power of the Upper Moons had been proven one by the Hashira he knew. But still, wasn't he that just something he said casually? Why take it so seriously? Meanwhile, the serpent Hashira, Abanai, standing behind Shinazugawa, did not continue piling on. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Michiro with a rather strange expression. Why was this guy suddenly defending Lord Tokiya? Wasn't he usually dumb as a rock? How did he suddenly wise up today? Was it because you couldn't see clouds inside the house? Or did something happen between this guy and Lord Tokiya in the swordsmith village? At that thought, the way Abanai looked at Takedo immediately gained a trace of inexplicable hostility. He was Lord Tokiya's most steadfast supporter. Beside them, Kenroji covered her small mouth, her gaze darting back and forth between Abanai and Takedo. What's going on? What's going on? Why is Iguro-san suddenly looking at Takedo-san so affectionately? Could it be that besides Tokiya-san, I also have Takedo-san as a love rival? This is bad. This is bad. As for the matter concerning Tokiya-san, we have no way to interfere, nor can we interfere. However, in the battle involving Miss Kenroji and Mr. Takedo, unique marks appeared on both of you. I hope the two of you can offer some guidance on the conditions for the appearance of those marks. Amain spoke, and the Hashira immediately fell silent. Marks? During the Warring States period, the swordsmen who used the original breathing styles once drove Kibutsuji Musen into a desperate corner. It is said that similar marks, like demon crests, appeared on all of their bodies. Since this has only been passed down orally, not many people know of it. This is my first time hearing about it. Why was this kept from us before? Many people in the past became deeply disheartened because they failed to manifest the marks, and some even walked down the road to ruin. Because of that, it was decided to conceal this matter. There are many vague and unclear aspects regarding the inheritance of knowledge about the marks. It may be because the marks were not yet valued at the time, or it may be because the Demon Slayer Corps has repeatedly come close to destruction up to now, and the inheritance was severed during that process. Only one sentence remains clearly preserved in the records. Amain paused, then continued. As long as one marked person appears, the people around that person will also manifest marks, as though resonating with them. After saying that, Ubuyashiki Kiriya, standing beside Amain, promptly raised an old, worn book. These are the words left behind in the journal of one of the swordsmen who used the original breathing styles. Among the current generation, the first person to manifest a mark was not a Hashira-level member. Kamadu Tanjiro. He was the first person to possess a mark. But he himself was completely confused about how it had appeared, so this matter was temporarily set aside before. This time, after him, two more Hashira have awakened their marks. So please offer some guidance, Miss Kenroji, Mr. Takedo. Yes, it was like this at the time. I remember my body feeling really light, and then let me think, and then, It came all at once with a bang. And then all of a sudden, gah! My heart was pounding like crazy. And my ears got way sharper too, and then swish 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 I just got stronger. Looking at Kenroji gesturing wildly, question marks slowly seemed to pop up across everyone's faces. Was that description serious? Sensing the strange atmosphere around her, Kenroji immediately reacted and lowered her head in shame. Seeing that Kenroji's description was far too abstract, Michiro spoke calmly. Then I'll explain. I didn't notice the appearance of the mark myself, but when I looked back on that battle, there were indeed several things that were different from usual. As long as these conditions are met, marks should likely appear on all of you as well. I will now tell everyone these methods. Before the last battle, because of Mr. Tokiya, I recovered my memories, and my grasp of breathing techniques improved. So when I first faced Upper Moon 5, I was not under too much pressure. Only later, during our exchange in the midst of battle, when I learned that I shared a certain similarity with Mr. Tokiya, I involuntarily began to grow excited. Under the double escalation of emotional excitement and combat pressure, my heart rate rapidly rose. At the time, it should have exceeded 200. My body was also blazing hot, like a bonfire. My temperature should have exceeded 39 degrees. Can someone even still move in that kind of state? This concerns one's life. Shinobu Kocho, at the side, voiced her doubt. Indeed, so I believe that is the selection criterion. Whether someone can survive under those circumstances is very likely the dividing line for whether a mark can appear on that person's body. Excitement? Why is the temperature 39 degrees when the heart rate exceeds 200? Amain continued asking, probing deeper into the details. Because when I was receiving treatment from Kocho, I had a fever. The thermometer measured my temperature at 39 degrees, the same as my body temperature when the mark appeared. TCH, so it's that simple. Shinazugawa curled his lip. I truly envy that simple mind of yours that can think this matter is simple. Ju Tomioka at the side said flatly. What did you say? Nothing. Then the top priority for the Hashira is to make the marks appear. Understood. We will definitely do our utmost to achieve it. Please inform the Lord and tell him not to worry. Thank you, everyone. However, regarding the mark training, there is one thing I must tell you all. Please go ahead. If a mark appears, then there will no longer be any room for choice. Once a mark appears, one generally does not live past the age of 25. Hearing that, the expressions of the Hashira grew much more solemn. In addition, aside from the matter of the marks, before the final battle begins, we will also try to communicate with Mr. Tokiya one more time. With his strength, he could greatly ease the pressure we face when confronting Kibutsuji Musen. Mr. Rengoku, a message has come from the Kasugai Crow. Mr. Tokiya is currently within the Rengoku family estate. We hope you can try communicating with him to understand Tokiya's attitude toward the final battle, and whether there is any possibility of winning him over. Kaijiro was stunned when he heard that. In his own home? Since when? Right now, only his younger brother and his father, whose temper had somewhat mellowed after the Mugen train incident, were at home. He was not worried about his younger brother, Kaijiro. The main concern was his father. With that temper of his, he would most likely clash with Tokiya. Since he was not there, would anything happen? Kaijiro first agreed to Lady Amain's request. Then his large eyes showed some anxiety. Hopefully father can control his temper. Otherwise, if they start fighting. Within the Rengoku family estate. Are you sober now? Yes. Yes, I'm sober. Rengoku Shinjiro swallowed with difficulty. He had never imagined that the Tokiya he met a few years ago could now have become this strong. He had also heard Kaijiro talk about Tokiya before, but that was all just hearsay. He had never had any concrete concept of it in his mind. Now he did. He was completely on a different level from him, no, from every Hashira he knew. In front of the current Tokiya, Shinjiro had not even gotten the chance to use a breathing technique before the other man appeared in front of him, as if out of thin air, and lifted him up with one hand. No power to resist at all. Absolutely no power to resist. Shinjiro had never thought that those words could actually be used on a retired Hashira like him. This brat was practically a monster. If they hadn't expelled him from the Demon Slayer Corps back then, why would they still be so overwhelmed over Musen's matter now? Senjuro, who had both hands out as if trying to stop the two from clashing, froze in place. It was over just like that? Father had been suppressed? And with only one move? Who was this person? Even if father had drunk quite a bit and his mind was a little muddled, there was no way he should have been defeated in a single move, right? Could it be that his eyes were playing tricks on him? When he had gone out to receive the visitor just now, the man's attitude had been a little cold, but judging from his appearance, he didn't look like someone overwhelmingly powerful. And yet, the moment he brought him in and told father someone had come to visit, father didn't even turn his head and merely waved him off. Go, go, go. Don't bother me. He had just been about to apologize to this man. But when he turned around, he found that the man had already walked toward father. And then things had developed into the situation before him. It's good that you're awake. I came this time to ask about sun breathing. Shirya let go of Makijuro's collar and patted his hands as he spoke. Was it impolite to beat someone up first and then ask them questions? Before coming here, Shirya had originally intended to be polite with him, but it was obvious that Makijuro had no intention of being polite. In that case, things became much easier. Sun breathing was inseparable from Yorichi. The reason Shirya had come this time was to look for clues about Tsujikuni Yorichi from Makijuro, who knew at least a little about the matter. Sun breathing? Makijuro's expression stiffened, and rejection involuntarily appeared on his face. As flame breathing, which had branched off from sun breathing, was far inferior to the latter in power. On top of that, because the Rengoku family's ancestor had disliked Tsujikuni Yorichi, the people of the Rengoku family all held no small amount of resentment toward both Tsujikuni Yorichi and sun breathing. Makijuro was no exception. That's right. Why do you want to know about it? With your current strength, there's no need for you to learn a breathing style at all, is there? Makijuro sized Shirya up. When Shirya had subdued him in one move just now, he hadn't sensed the power of any breathing style at all. And then Makijuro recalled what Kaijuro had reported while he himself had been drowning in alcohol. A forest descending over dozens of kilometers? A phantom of a martial goddess skeleton as massive as a mountain? No matter which one it was, neither was something a breathing style could accomplish, right? Not even sun breathing, the original breathing style. So what was the point of Shirya asking about sun breathing? To other demon slayers, sun breathing was a top-tier breathing style they could only dream of. But for Shirya, learning it would instead feel like lowering his own strength. Not to learn it. I want to know about Tsujikuni Yorichi. You even know about Tsujikuni Yorichi? Makijuro raised a brow. Back in the Warring States era, it would have been difficult for any demon slayer not to know the name Yorichi. But after he was expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps, due to the Corps intentionally or unintentionally covering things up, along with the pressure from Muzan, only a handful of people knew that name. So can you tell me about Tsujikuni Yorichi now? A trace of impatience appeared on Shirya's face. Although he had plenty of time, it wasn't meant to be wasted on meaningless small talk here. Makijuro shook his head. Most of what I know was passed down orally through the family. It's nothing more than how Yorichi failed to kill Muzan, which caused our ancestor's dissatisfaction. On top of that, Tsujikuni Yorichi's overly strange personality and overwhelming strength at the time made our ancestor even more displeased with him. That's all? Makijuro nodded. The family has been somewhat dissatisfied with Tsujikuni Yorichi through every generation to begin with, so there are very few related records. Do you know where your ancestor met Yorichi? Or where Yorichi went after being expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps? I don't know where he went, and there's no record of it. As for where my ancestor encountered Yorichi, it was mentioned once in the third volume of Flame Breathing, but I forgot. Shirya held out a hand and asked Makijuro for it without the slightest politeness. Makijuro was briefly stunned, then waved for Sanjuro to bring over the third volume of Flame Breathing. As for whether Shirya might secretly learn Flame Breathing, that didn't even enter Makijuro's consideration. Even if sun breathing were placed right in front of him, Makijuro guessed Shirya wouldn't even spare it a glance, much less flame breathing. It didn't take long for Sanjuro to bring over the books recording flame breathing. When he handed them to Shirya, Sanjuro stared at his face, his eyes filled with curiosity. After his older brother had returned from the Mugen train battle, Father's drinking had improved somewhat, but not to the point where he could speak gently to him and his brother. So why had Father's attitude changed so much toward this person in front of him? Someone even younger than his brother? Was it only because of strength? Sanjuro felt it was more than that. There were 3 volumes that recorded flame breathing, but there were 5 volumes in total concerning flame breathing and other related matters. Most of the contents in the 3 flame breathing volumes had been damaged because of Makijuro, making them impossible to work through. Shirya glanced at Makijuro. The damaged parts had better not contain the information he wanted. Seeing Shirya's look, Makijuro guiltily avoided his gaze. Shirya roughly skimmed through the 3 flame-breathing volumes. As expected, they did not contain what he wanted. Most of what was written there concerned breathing forms and the theory of total concentration breathing. Picking up the remaining books at the side, Shirya continued reading. While Shirya was flipping through them, Makijuro glanced at the wine jug a few meters away from him, then looked at Shirya again. Forget it. This brat really does dare to hit people. I'll deal with it after he leaves. After about 10 minutes, Shirya's gaze suddenly fixed. Taki? What was recorded in the book was not where the ancestor of the Flame Hashira had met Yorichi, but that demon slayers within the Corps had tracked a demon S trail to Taki and encountered Yorichi there. Yurichi had been brought into the Demon Slayer Corps by Demon Slayers after the deaths of his wife Yuta and his child. Because of that, the book marked Yurichi's place of residence as Taki. The place where he had lived with Yuta? Did Kokushibo know about this place? Would he have placed Yurichi's grave there? Shirya didn't know. But Taki wasn't far from where he currently was, so there was no harm in going there to take a look. Seeing that Shirya had found the information he wanted and was preparing to leave, Makajuro could not help but sigh with emotion. You've really changed a lot over these years. Who would be thought that someone who once fought back and forth with a snake demon that wasn't even one of the lower moons could grow to the point where even Demon King Muzan is wary of him. The reason his attitude toward Shirya was different from how he treated ordinary people. One was because of Shirya's strength, and the other was because Makajuro felt that Shirya leaving the Demon Slayer Corps back then had something to do with him as well. Shirya looked at Makajuro, and something stirred in his heart. Likewise, the Makajuro in my memory wasn't someone who would drown himself in alcohol all day after his wife's death and vent his resentment on his own children. Makajuro's expression stiffened slightly at those words. Shirya turned sideways and continued in a low voice near Makajuro's ear. Do you know? If I hadn't been there at the time, Kaijuro would have died. Is this how you're keeping your promise to your late wife to take care of him? Just after Shirya left the Rengoku family, he ran into Kaijuro on the road as Kaijuro came hurrying back in high spirits. The moment he saw Shirya, Kaijuro's expression grew a little tense. Coming from this direction, had Shirya already come out of his house? There hadn't been a conflict with father, right? Or had there already been one, and it was already over? Kaijuro rose onto his toes and looked past Shirya. The situation should still be within a controllable range. At the very least, the house was fine. Mr. Shirya? HM? Did you need something from father? I came to learn some things about Tsujikuni Yurichi. Tsujikuni Yurichi? Kaijuro froze for a moment. The name sounded familiar, like he had once heard father mention it before, but father's situation was more important. Then did you find what you were looking for? Father didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Found it. Your father? His attitude was pretty good. I asked him for it, and he had Sanjuro bring it to me. Hearing that, Kaijuro froze. Could Shirya have gone to the wrong house? Was he really talking about his own father? Shouldn't father have waved him off with a face full of impatience and told Shirya to get lost? How could he have Sanjuro bring him the item instead? Could it be father didn't drink today? Kaijuro murmured softly. That was the explanation he found most likely. He drank, but he sobered up afterward. Even though Kaijuro was muttering under his breath, Shirya could still hear him clearly from 2 meters away. It wasn't because Shirya had especially good hearing. It was simply because Kaijuro's muttering was no different from loudly plotting. He sobered up? How could that be? Kaijuro blinked his owl-like big eyes, his gaze full of confusion as he looked at Shirya. Was the father he knew really the same person as the one Shirya was describing? Forget it. Something else probably happened that he didn't know about. He could go back and ask Sanjuro. As long as father and Shirya hadn't gotten into a conflict, that was already the best possible outcome. Alright, I'm leaving. Shirya lifted his foot, preparing to head for Longjing. As the only lead Shirya currently knew of, Longjing still gave him a bit of anticipation. Even if the chances of Yurichi's grave being there were extremely low. Wait, Mr. Shirya. There's still something I want to tell you. HM? You already know about Nezuko, right? Shirya nodded. This matter was an important part of his plan to kill Muzan, and he had personally taken part in it. So of course he knew. Nezuko is now the demon Kibutsuji Muzan wants most desperately to obtain. For Nezuko's sake, Kibutsuji Muzan will most likely launch a large-scale war. Lady Amain asked me to invite you to deal with Kibutsuji Muzan together. Not interested. Before he had even finished speaking, Shirya had already refused. Kaijuro was stunned. He rejected it just like that? Did the other party not want to eliminate Kibutsuji Muzan? That was an evil demon responsible for countless deaths. Why? Besides, this wasn't a matter of being interested or not, was it? They were exterminating demons. Shirya completely ignored Kaijuro's baffled look. He was going to deal with Kibutsuji Muzan, but he alone was enough. Why would he cooperate with anyone else? Especially a group far weaker than himself? Wait, a thought suddenly turned in Shirya's mind. Maybe cooperating with the Demon Slayer Corps once wasn't impossible. Although Muzan was being watched on that side by Akaza, if Muzan moved too suddenly while he was still outside searching for Yurichi, he might not make it in time. But if he cooperated with the Demon Slayer Corps, it would be different. The Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps were a bit too weak for him, but Ubuyashiki Kagaya himself still had some value. Voluntarily exposing his location to Neikime and luring Muzan into the Ubuyashiki estate. Everything about that proved that Ubuyashiki Kagaya was not a fool. If Ubuyashiki could tell him when he intended to leak the headquarters location, then Shirya would have a few more chances of meeting Muzan. On top of that, he could also learn Nezuko's location, further increasing the probability of killing Muzan. If his search for clues about Yorichi at Longjing came up empty, he could also use the Ubuyashiki family to obtain Tamayo's whereabouts. 1 move, 3 gains. Thinking about it that way, cooperating with the Demon Slayer Corps did have some merit. I'm not interested in what you said about joining forces to defeat Muzan. You people are too weak. But I am interested in Nezuko and the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. When he heard the first half of Shurya's words, Kaijuro immediately wanted to refute him, but when he remembered Shurya's past feats, he found himself unable to speak. Then he heard the second half, and his expression instantly turned vigilant. Nezuko and the location of headquarters? Why did Shurya want to know that? Humans didn't need to overcome sunlight, so getting Nezuko would be useless. And if he really wanted to take Nezuko, then why hadn't he acted back at the swordsmith village? At that time, Muchiro and Kenroji had almost no strength left to resist after the battle. That should have been the best opportunity to seize Nezuko, right? And then there was the headquarters location. Was Shurya interested in that because he wanted to make a move against the master? Noticing Kaijuro's vigilance, Shurya raised a brow and said flatly, I'm not interested in your master or in Nezuko. What I want is Kibutsuji Muzan's movements. Muzan's movements? Surprise showed in Kaijuro's eyes. He didn't understand. Since the other party's goal was also Kibutsuji Muzan, then why had he rejected his request to cooperate just now? Then why just now? You said cooperate to kill Muzan? Wasn't my meaning clear enough? You're too weak. There's no need for cooperation. Understand? Kaijuro fell silent. There was no contempt or disdain at all in Shurya's tone when he said they were weak. It was as if he were simply stating a fact. But precisely because of that, Kaijuro felt even worse inside. A dignified Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps had been told to his face that he was too weak, and he had no power to refute it. In exchange, I can help your master ease his curse. Shurya wasn't sure whether release could remove the curse inside Ubuyashiki Kagaya's body, but even if it couldn't remove it, extending Ubuyashiki Kagaya's life a bit was definitely possible. When he heard that Shurya could help ease the master's curse, Kaijuro snapped back to his senses and looked at Shurya in shock. Shurya also had healing abilities? Wasn't that a little too all around? If he could ease the master's curse, then Lady Amain and the other Hashira would probably be very happy to hear that news, right? And as the price, they only needed to tell him the locations of Nezuko and headquarters? Kaijuro felt this was a very worthwhile deal, because he couldn't think of any reason Shurya would commit evil acts against Nezuko or the master. If the other party was really after Muzan's movements, then this trade would benefit them in every way and harm them in none. However, although Kaijuro personally felt this deal was feasible, he didn't agree to it on the spot. This wasn't his decision alone. He still had to go back and discuss it with the Hashira and Lady Amain. Understood. I'll have my Kasugai Crow report this to Lady Amain at once, and we'll contact you afterward. Shurya nodded. If Ubuyashiki Kagaya agreed to share information, naturally that would be good. But if he didn't, Shurya wouldn't lose anything either. At worst, he could just go look for Yorichi's grave afterward. He glanced at the Kasugai Crow on Kaijuro's shoulder, then turned and left. By the time he had arrived at the Rengoku family, he already knew the Kasugai Crow had been observing him. Combined with the time it had taken Rengoku to return from outside, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was probably not too far from here. But not too far didn't mean easy to find. The best could only serve as a fallback option if Kagaya refused to share information. Watching Shurya's figure disappear from sight, Kaijuro turned to return to headquarters together with the Kasugai Crow. Cooperating with Shurya was no small matter, so if he could report it in person, then he would do so in person. But considering the situation at home, Kaijuro said, Tell Lady Amain about my conversation with Mr. Shurya. I'll arrive shortly after. The Kasugai Crow nodded, then flapped its wings and flew away. Kaijuro hurried toward the house, and the moment he stepped inside, he saw Sanjuro sitting by the veranda, holding a pile of books and flipping through them. Sanjuro, this is. At a glance, Kaijuro spotted the 3 volumes of flame breathing among the books beside Sanjuro. Had Sanjuro started wanting to practice flame breathing again? But Sanjuro's aptitude. Walking over, Kaijuro placed a large hand on the back of Sanjuro's head. Reading about breathing techniques? Sanjuro shook his head. No, I'm looking through information about Tsujikuni Yorichi. Tsujikuni Yorichi? Why are you suddenly interested in him? Sanjuro looked up. Brother, did you know? Someone came to our house today. He was really amazing. Amazing? How do you know? Didn't Shurya say the conversation with father went very smoothly? If they didn't fight, how did Sanjuro know Shurya was amazing? They could tell Shirya was amazing because of the aura he gave off every moment. But Sanjuro was an ordinary person. Logically, he shouldn't have been able to sense Shirya's strength. With one move, he completely suppressed father and sobered him up. As he spoke, Sanjuro's face was full of longing. No matter when he thought back on it, he always felt that man's figure looked incredibly cool. So they did exchange blows? Kaijuro's expression stiffened. No wonder Shirya said father sobered up afterward. So that was his way of sobering someone up? Then what does this have to do with you looking up Yorichi Tsujikuni's records? At that, a flash of light appeared in Sanjuro's eyes. Father said that man had never learned breathing techniques, and didn't he need them either. Just with his own ability alone, he could overwhelmingly suppress the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. So I want to help him find more information about Yorichi Tsujikuni. That way, he can teach me how to become stronger without learning breathing techniques. Kaijuro looked at his highly motivated little brother. The words of discouragement reached his mouth, then were swallowed back down. Was Shirya qualified to be Sanjuro's master? Of course he was. If even Shirya wasn't qualified, then no one was. But becoming master and disciple required both sides to agree. With Shirya's cold attitude, it was probably unlikely that Sanjuro would be able to learn anything from him. Still, this was the most spirited his little brother had been since failing to learn breathing techniques. Let Sanjuro try on his own. Good luck. The person you're talking about is called Shirya. He is the strongest person I've ever seen. Hearing that, Sanjuro's hands moved even faster. If even his brother said he was the strongest, then he absolutely had to learn from Mr. Shirya. Whereas father, still in his room. He drank a little more just now. I understand. Kaijuro stood up and pushed the door open as he walked toward the room. Father's room faced the sun, and Kaijuro paused at the doorway. Father already had a habit of heavy drinking, and on top of that, he had just been defeated by Shirya in a single move. His emotions were probably very unstable right now, so Kaijuro needed to prepare himself. Who? Father, I'm back. Pushing the door open, Kaijuro looked at Shinjuro, who was facing the courtyard with a sake bottle in hand, and spoke loudly. Shinjuro didn't respond. Shirya's words were still replaying in his mind. He was thinking if Kaijuro really had died on the Mugen train, then what would things be like now? Seeing no response from his father, Kaijuro was already used to it, and simply reported on his trip to headquarters for the Hashira meeting. Even after the report was finished, Shinjuro still didn't react. Kaijuro gave a bow. Also,
I invited Mr. Shai over.
I now need to inform the other Hashira and Lady Amain of my conversation with Mr. Shirya. Father, please take care of yourself. After saying that, Kaijuro stepped back, preparing to leave. From the look of it, Father's emotions were still stable. That alone was already very good. Wait, Kaijuro froze for a moment, stopping where he stood. In his mind, he had already predicted what Shinjuro was about to say next. Most likely something like how learning breathing techniques was useless, and no matter how much he trained, it would all be the same. But this time, things seemed a little different. After saying wait, Shinjuro fell silent. He looked at the sake bottle in his hand, then slowly turned around, looking at the figure before him that resembled himself by 80 to 90%. His lips moved, but he still said nothing. Not hearing anything, Kaijuro raised his head in confusion. Seeing his father hurriedly turn his head away and avoid eye contact only made him more puzzled. The master wants to win Shirya over? Yes. It's just that Mr. Shirya doesn't want to cooperate with us. He said we're too weak. But he wants to use the price of curing the master's curse in exchange for information on Nezuko and the location of headquarters. Nezuko? The demon who conquered sunlight? Yes. He seems to want to deal with Kibutsuji Musen alone. Sounds like something he would do. Shinjuro nodded, and father and son once again fell into silence. Then I'll be going first? After a while Kaijuro asked. There was some confusion in his gaze as he looked at his father's figure. Father seemed to have changed. Even though he had been drinking, not only had he not belittled him, he was even asking about the details of the report. What had happened? Before attending the Hashira meeting, father had not been like this. Was it because of Mr. Shirya? What had Mr. Shirya done? Hearing that, Kaijuro withdrew. At the very last moment before he shut the door, he heard a faint voice. Be careful when carrying out missions. The door closed tightly, but Kaijuro froze where he stood. His hands rested on the doorknob as he blankly lost himself in thought. Had he heard wrong? What had he just heard? His father's concern? Not blame, not discouragement, but long-lost concern? Had father drunk fake alcohol or something? That absurd thought flashed through Kaijuro's mind. He had changed. Father had really changed. It was as if he could vaguely see the father from before mother passed away, the father who had been full of fighting spirit every single day. That was the father in his memory. But after mother died, everything changed. Father became more and more despondent, and his temper became incomparably violent. Until today, the father from his memory seemed to have returned. Was it because of Mr. Shirya? For a moment, Kaijuro seemed to understand why Takedo and Abanai supported Shirya so fiercely. There really did seem to be some kind of magic about this person. 2 days later, Shirya returned from Taki. Yorichi Tsujikuni really had stayed in Taki for several years, and there really was a grave for him. But through observation with the Mangekyo, Shirya discovered that the grave beneath Yorichi's headstone was an empty tomb. There was no Yorichi's corpse inside, only some scattered belongings, such as clothing and a few ornaments. There were no signs that the grave had ever been disturbed either. Shirya guessed that after his wife Yuta died, Yorichi had most likely set up a grave for himself. As for why Yorichi had not buried his own clothes together with Yuta, was it because guilt still lingered in his heart? Shirya had no way of knowing. Overall, the trip to Taki yielded almost the same information as what he had learned at Tanjiro's home. There were a few clues, but none of them were the key clues Shirya wanted. According to Shirya's thinking, after Kokoshibo killed Yorichi, he most likely took Yorichi's body back near the family's old grounds. But after Yorichi left home, he rarely mentioned matters related to his family. So when it came to the location of Yorichi's family, there were very few records passed down, whether in Tanjiro's household or within the Rengoku family. He still had to find Tamayo. The possibility of getting clues about Yorichi from her was the greatest. He just didn't know whether Ubuyashiki Kagaya had found Tamayo's location by this time. If he hadn't, then the matter of Yorichi would have to be put aside for the time being. There was also the matter of the earlier deal. He didn't know what the Demon Slayer Corps had decided. Lifting his head to glance at the Kasugai crow observing him, Shirya continued walking toward the Rengoku residence. As for this deal, the other Hashira might be wary of Shirya's demands. But as long as Ubuyashiki Kagaya's brain hadn't been eaten away by the curse, he would clearly understand which side this trade truly benefited. When he arrived at the Rengoku family residence, Shirya saw a little owl waiting for him at the entrance from a long distance away. Shirya assumed Sanjuro had been sent by Kaijuro to greet him, so without thinking much about it, he directly passed by Sanjuro and headed for the inner rooms. "Wait, Lord Shirya." Sanjuro timidly called out to Shirya. He had originally been ready to tell Shirya about the clues he had found regarding Tsujikuni Yorichi, but the moment Shirya actually looked at him, Sanjuro's body tensed up uncontrollably. I found some clues about Tsujikuni Yorichi." Shirya was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look Sanjuro over. Clues about Tsujikuni Yorichi? What did that have to do with Sanjuro? Was he helping because he had overheard his conversation with Rengoku Shinjuro? Shirya shook his head. He didn't think his personal charm was that great. Condition. For a moment, Sanjuro didn't understand what Shirya meant. "Tell me the condition for getting the clue in your hands." No need. Sanjuro had wanted to ask Shirya to teach him how to become stronger without relying on breathing techniques, but faced with Shirya's attitude, he shrank back. Then forget it. Seeing Shirya turn around and leave without the slightest hesitation, Sanjuro froze in confusion. This was completely different from how he had imagined it would go. Wasn't he Mr. Shirya looking for clues about Yorichi? How could he just give up on them like that? Just because he hadn't stated a condition? But wasn't free information even better? Seeing that Shirya truly had no intention of stopping, Sanjuro hurriedly blurted out, "Make me stronger. I want to help my brother." Hearing that, Shirya stopped in his tracks. "Now tell me about your clue. Let me judge whether it's worth it." Sanjuro's eyes lit up at once. He jogged over to Shirya and pulled out a crumpled sheet of paper. There were a bunch of symbols on it that made even Shirya frown the moment he saw them. "This was a clue? From the conversation between you and father earlier, Shirya-sama, I realized that what you cared more about was Yorichi's whereabouts, not sun breathing. So I went through all the books passed down in our family and roughly sorted out some of Yorichi's movements. Ishikawa, Mie Prefecture, Yamaguchi, Taki, Kochi Prefecture." Watching Sanjuro point out one by one what each symbol on the paper meant, Shirya raised a brow. First, he hadn't expected these symbols to actually be a map. Second, he hadn't expected Sanjuro to really piece together Yorichi's movement trail, and even explain the basis and source behind every single location. Those sources weren't just the books Sanjuro had brought over that day. There were also books completely unrelated to flame breathing. He had gone through all those books within 2 days. This Sanjuro was pretty interesting. Still, there were simply too many locations Sanjuro had marked. If he really went through all of them one by one, Muzan would probably have already been killed by Tanjiro by then. When the time came, he would just check a few places on the map with the highest likelihood. His main source of clues still had to be Tamayo. Not bad. Come here. Sanjuro hesitantly walked up in front of Shirya. Even though Shirya had praised him, and this was probably about teaching him how to become stronger, Sanjuro still remembered his lack of talent with the sword. He was afraid he would have no talent on Mr. Shirya's path either. Shirya placed a hand on Sanjuro's shoulder and briefly sensed his aptitude. It really was a bit poor, but it wouldn't affect cultivating ninjutsu. Lift your head. Sanjuro did as told, but the moment he raised his head and saw Shirya's Mangekyo, his mind went blank. Blood-red eyes. Was this still Mr. Shirya? Weren't his eyes black just now? While Sanjuro was still dazed, Shirya patted him on the shoulder. All right, I've already given you the method to train. Just keep refining the energy I sent into your body. After saying that, Shirya walked into the house. The clues Sanjuro had provided were indeed useful, but Shirya wasn't going to waste his own time teaching him over just that much. Besides, Sanjuro only wanted to become stronger so he could help Kaijuro. With the chakra Shirya had left in Sanjuro's body, along with a few fire-style ninjutsu, as long as he trained for half a year to a year, forget helping Kaijuro, even surpassing him wouldn't be impossible. That was it? Feeling the new energy flowing through his limbs and bones, Sanjuro scratched his head. He had thought the process of becoming stronger would be very complicated. In the end, all it took was a pat on the shoulder and one look into each other's eyes. Sanjuro didn't doubt Shirya at all, because the new energy inside him made him clearly and directly feel his body growing stronger. That kind of visible change couldn't fool anyone. He really could become stronger now without using breathing techniques. As soon as Shirya entered the house, he saw the figures of Kaijuro and Shinjuro. You arranged this? Kaijuro shook his head. This was Sanjuro's own idea. Shirya waved a hand. Whether Sanjuro's actions had involved Kaijuro and Shinjuro or not, he didn't really care. As long as the clue was real and now in his hands, that was enough. What did your master say? Master is willing to share information with you, but the condition has to be changed. How changed? You no longer need to treat Master's curse. Instead, before Kibutsuji Musen starts the final battle, help train all of the Hashira. At that point, Kaijuro's emotions visibly grew more complicated. Between his own life and the Demon Slayer core goal, Master had chosen the core goal. That left Kaijuro feeling somewhat uncomfortable inside. Guilt? Maybe. If they had been strong enough to deal with Kibutsuji Musen, Master would have had no need to do this at all. Training? Shirya's eyes flickered. A man with one foot already in the grave was still thinking about the Demon Slayer core? That was a little beyond Shirya's expectations. But after thinking it over, it also made sense. Only a Ubuyashiki Kagaya like this could make all the Hashira sincerely submit with nothing but the power of an ordinary man. Yes, fine. But I'll only train them for 7 days. And after the training is over, I want to meet Ubuyashiki Kagaya in person. All right. When Kaijuro immediately agreed the moment he finished speaking, Shirya glanced at the owl-like seriousness on his face. He agreed without discussing it with the other Hashira or with Ubuyashiki Kagaya. Just how much authority had Ubuyashiki Kagaya given Kaijuro? Still, this kind of straightforward deal suited Shirya's tastes pretty well. When does the training start? Whenever it fits your schedule. Then let us start tomorrow. The next day, sunlight filtered through scattered wisteria petals and spilled across the courtyard. Several figures in the yard had clearly already been waiting there for some time. Only when Takedo Michiro and Tomioka Ju entered the courtyard did Shinazugawa finally lose patience enough to speak. We're really going to let that Shirya guy train us? He's not even part of the Demon Slayer Corps. We only need to follow Master S arrangements. Himejima Jyomiai said steadily with his palms pressed together. Jyomiai didn't resist the idea of Shirya training them. After all, the fact that Shirya had killed upper moons one after another had already proven that his strength far surpassed theirs. However, Jyomiai was still very curious about the gap between his own strength and Shirya's. He had never encountered an upper moon before. He wanted to know what kind of result he would have if he ever faced one himself. This training was the best opportunity to understand Shirya's strength. Abanai, stop looking. The courtyard's only this big. If that Shirya comes, we'll definitely spot him right away. Stop turning your head around looking for him. Shinazugawa rolled his eyes at Abanai's behavior. What kind of magic did this Shirya have? He wasn't even here yet, and Abanai was already this worked up? He saved Abanai's life. Actually, he really had. Hearing that, Abanai reined in his movements a little, but Kaburamaru on his neck was still flicking its tongue, probing Tokiya's scent. Shinazugawa only told him to stop. He didn't say anything about Kaburamaru. Let Kaburamaru keep looking. Standing beside Abanai, Kenroji covered her mouth, her eyes turning a little wet. Sure enough, Was Iguro-san's true love still Tokiya-san? Should she be wishing them happiness instead? Ugh. Her heart hurt so much. I don't think there's any problem with Tokiya-san coming to train us. He is strong enough. Muchiro spoke as if he had only just processed what Shinazugawa had said. If it's Tokiya-san, my sister and I have no objections to the training. Shinobu Kochu raised her hand as she spoke, and Kane nodded along as well. Seeing that his words hadn't received any support, Shinazugawa turned his head away. He'd better really be as strong as you all say, or I'm not training under him. Ju Tomioka turned his head and looked Shinazugawa over. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "What exactly is going on inside your head? What did you say?" Shinazugawa was already irritated to begin with. Hearing Ju's sudden puzzled remark only made him more annoyed. Why was this guy able to say such infuriating things in such a calm tone? After speaking, Ju turned his head back, as if those words hadn't come from him at all. At that, Shinazugawa's breathing immediately grew rougher. This bastard, he was always like this. He would say something that pissed people off, then ignore them afterward like punching a ball of cotton. What an annoying guy, Shinazugawa muttered while staring at Ju Tomioka's profile. He had thought this would end the same way it always did. But what Shinazugawa didn't expect was that Ju Tomioka suddenly turned his head back and stiffly stared right at him. Shinazugawa wasn't scared of that. He had been worried Ju would ignore him anyway, so he glared right back. Noticing that the atmosphere between the two was starting to grow tense, Shinobu Kochu wanted to say something. Suddenly, Ju Tomioka said one word at a time, I'm not annoying. Huh? The momentum around Shinazugawa stalled. He had been ready to throw hands, and this was what you gave him? Was that really the thing to focus on right now? That's just what you think. The truth is, all of us find you pretty annoying. Ju's eyes trembled, and he shook his head to himself. I'm not disliked. The corner of Shinazugawa's mouth twitched. Was this guy insane? What he wanted was to piss Ju off and use that chance to start a fight. Who was discussing whether or not he was disliked with him here? Shinobu pressed a hand to her forehead, looking helpless. Sure enough, Tomioka-san really did seem strangely sensitive to the word disliked. It had been the same during the Spider Mountain mission last time. He had completely ignored the main point of what she said and only cared about whether he was disliked or not. Shinobu, you seem to treat Tomioka-san a little differently. Kane suddenly leaned close to Shinobu's ear and teased her softly. Sis, what nonsense are you talking about? I only didn't want them to start fighting. The tips of Shinobu's ears reddened as she tried to explain herself, but Kane's amused look made her helplessly shut her mouth. Forget it. The more you explained this kind of thing, the messier it got. Tomioka-san was a little special, but not to the point of liking him. Absolutely not. Just as Shinazugawa was about to try provoking Ju into fighting him again, Kaburamaru suddenly raised its body and stared at the courtyard gate. Sensing Kaburamaru's abnormal reaction, Abanai also straightened up. It had been almost 6 years. At last, he was finally going to see Tokiya-sama again. Kaburamaru's movement naturally didn't escape everyone's notice. But why was it that none of them sensed anyone approaching, while Kaburamaru did? Creak. Tokiya pushed open the door, glanced at the people in the courtyard, then slowly walked onto the veranda in front of the Hashira. Entrusted by your master, I'll be training you for the next 7 days. Before the training starts, I'll first lay out a few rules. Tokiya had only gotten halfway through his sentence when Shinazugawa suddenly interrupted in a prickly tone. So you're the one who killed upper rank too? Then his strength, before Shinazugawa could finish, Tokiya's gaze fell on him. There wasn't the slightest ripple in his eyes. They were calm like a pool of dead water, yet they carried an oppressive force that was impossible to resist. The next moment, Shinazugawa, who had still been trying to question him, suddenly vanished from the Hashira's sight. Even the final syllable of his sentence was abruptly cut off in midair. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted behind everyone. The Hashira all whipped around, only to see the rock garden behind them explode in an instant, kicking up a cloud of dust. A huge hole had appeared right through the center of it, as though some terrifying force had shattered it from within. Rule number 1. Don't interrupt me while I'm speaking. Looking at the giant hole in the rock garden, then hearing the flat voice in their ears, the Hashira were all stunned for a moment. The thing that flew out just now, that was Shinazugawa, right? The stone Hashira turned his head, his pure white eyes fixed blankly on Tokiya as he stated the first rule. Had Tokiya moved just now? Though he was blind and couldn't see others' movements, it was precisely because of that his other senses had been honed to an extraordinary sharpness. Maybe not as outrageous as Tanjiro's sense of smell or Zenitsu's hearing, but not far off either. At the very least, none of the other Hashira could do something like this right in front of him. The moment Tokiya appeared, Jyomi's senses had locked onto him. Jyomi was certain that within the range of his perception, Tokiya had remained on the veranda the entire time. But if that was the case, then what had happened to Shinazugawa? The only reasonable explanation was that the Tokiya before them had moved faster than Jyomi's senses could lock onto. After sending Shinazugawa flying, he had returned to stand before them again. Just how fast was that? Jyomi lightly rolled the Buddhist beads in his hand. If the gap between his strength and Tokiya's was that vast, then there was no meaning in trying to judge the outcome of his own battle against an upper rank through this training. Defeating someone in a single move simply didn't reveal how strong Tokiya truly was. Standing off to the side, Kenroji swallowed as she stared at Tokiya. So this was the Tokiya-san Iguro-san liked? Shinazugawa-san got sent flying instantly? So scary. Maybe she really should give up on Iguro-san. If Tokiya-san found out about things between her and Iguro-san, what if he beat her up? She couldn't beat Tokiya-san. But just imagining giving up on Iguro-san made her chest ache. She should watch a little longer. In contrast to Kenroji's expression, Takedo Michiro and Iguro Abanai were both staring at Tokiya with shining eyes. Tokiya-sama has gotten even stronger. Abanai murmured softly, his voice carrying complicated emotions. Excitement, but also some worry. The excitement came from reuniting with Tokiya after 6 years. But the worry came from the fact that Tokiya was now too strong. It seemed he still didn't have the qualifications to follow Tokiya. Among all the Hashira aside from Kenroji, Shinazugawa was probably one of the people he got along with best. The two also had some understanding of each other's strength. In Abanai's view, Shinazugawa should be a little stronger than himself. And yet, even so, before Tokiya-sama, he had been utterly unable to withstand a single blow. Abanai hadn't even sensed the slightest bit of disturbance in Tokiya-sama's aura. Kaburamaru stared at Tokiya and shrank its neck back a little. It didn't even flick its tongue anymore. It hadn't made a sound just now. At this moment, Shinazugawa also leaped out from the rubble of the shattered rock garden, shook the debris off his head, and stared at Tokiya with shocked suspicion in his eyes. To be honest, if Shirya hadn't stated the rules himself, he still wouldn't have been sure whether Shirya had been the one to make a move just now. If he had moved, then Shirya's figure had been standing on the terrace the entire time and hadn't disappeared from his sight for even an instant. But if he hadn't moved, then what was going on with him and this rockery? From beginning to end, Shinazugawa had only felt a terrifying force suddenly send him flying. Other than that, he hadn't sensed anything at all. Was Shirya's speed absurdly fast or what? Unable to gauge Shirya's strength, Shinazugawa reined in his thorny attitude quite a bit and no longer intended to interrupt him again. He was arrogant, but he wasn't stupid. That invisible attack just now had sobered him up a lot. Just based on that speed alone, the other party was not someone he could afford to provoke. Rule number 2. Because my time is limited, all of you will train together. Rule number 3. During training, you will unconditionally obey my training instructions. These 3 rules will do for now. Before training begins, you may raise your questions. After Shirya finished speaking, the Hashira still remained silent. The relationship between Shirya and the Demon Slayer Corps was rather strange. A former low-ranking Corps member who had once been expelled had suddenly turned around and become the one training them. For a moment, they didn't know how to begin. Abanai used Kaburamaru's eyes to glance at Takedo. This was a great chance to prove himself to Lord Shirya. Opening his mouth, Abanai wanted to set an example. But before he could make a sound, Shinazugawa's loud, careless voice rang out from behind him first. We train in breathing techniques. You rely on your own unique ability. Even if we tell you our problems, you won't be able to deal with them. It wasn't as if Shinazugawa knew nothing about Shirya. Back when Shirya's name had spread throughout the Demon Slayer Corps, he had specifically looked into why Shirya had been expelled. It had actually been because of the breathing technique assessment. Although other people had interfered in the middle, Shirya really had failed his first 2 assessments. That proved the Shirya before him truly had no talent when it came to breathing techniques. That was also why Shinazugawa disliked the idea of Shirya coming to train them. How was he supposed to train them? By teaching them that terrifying, unheard-of ability of Shirya's? If that kind of thing could be taught so casually, then what need would there even be for the Demon Slayer Corps to exist? Or was a person who couldn't even use breathing techniques himself supposed to guide them in cultivating breathing techniques? Wasn't that just ridiculous? With this kind of time, he'd be better off training quietly by himself. What I asked for are questions, not meaningless doubts. Shirya's gaze once again landed on Shinazugawa, his eyes calm and still like an ancient well. Looking into Shirya's eyes, a chill rose up along Shinazugawa's back. This Shirya really gave him a bizarre feeling. It felt like he could die at the other man's hands at any moment. It was a feeling Shinazugawa had never experienced in his entire life. Even so, not a trace of what he was thinking showed on his face. Instead, he shook his body a little and curled his lip. Then take a look at what's wrong with this form of mine. Shinazugawa drew his Nichiren blade and pointed it at Shirya. The next moment, Shinazugawa appeared in front of Shirya in a low stance. Wind breathing, sixth form. Black wind mountain mist. Shinazugawa swung his Nichiren blade upward from below toward Shirya's chin. He didn't hold back in the slightest with this strike. Part of it was venting over being blasted away earlier, but more than that, he felt this strike most likely wouldn't be able to hit Shirya anyway. If it really had been Shirya who had sent him flying just now, then forget the sixth form. Even if he used all his forms at once, he still might not be able to touch him. However, if Shirya really thought he could dodge the strike just by shifting backward a little, then Shirya was underestimating him too much. He was the dignified Wind Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. How could his strength be limited to only this much? Shinazugawa's movements did not stop. Just as the path of the Nichiren blade was about to reach its endpoint, a burst of black blade aura spread out from the blade. Seeing that, a trace of slyness flashed through Shinazugawa's eyes. At this point, unless Shirya could vanish into thin air right there in the courtyard before his eyes, then even if he could avoid the Nichiren blade itself, he wouldn't be able to avoid the blade aura scattering in every direction. The blade aura did less damage than the blade directly, but making Shirya look a little miserable would be enough. That image rose in his mind, and the corners of Shinazugawa's mouth unconsciously lifted as well. Clang! A jarring impact suddenly came from the tip of the blade, so strong that Shinazugawa nearly let go of the Nichiren blade in his hand. The shock traveled all the way up Shinazugawa's arm, making even the way he held the blade look a little awkward now. Are you feeling proud? The voice came from above his head. Shinazugawa, whose mind had been dazed by the impact, instinctively raised his head and looked toward the sound. He saw Shirya still calmly looking at him, as though nothing at all had happened. But how could nothing have happened? He had just used one of his breathing forms with full force. Right, his breathing form. Shinazugawa's gaze slowly moved downward. His Nichiren blade was only about 4 inches away from Shirya's chin. The reason it could not cross that 4-inch distance was because a jade-green tree branch lay between the Nichiren blade and Shirya's chin. This was what had blocked his attack. Shinazugawa stared blankly at the branch in front of him. Just from the surface, Shinazugawa couldn't see any difference at all between it and an ordinary branch. If he had to say something, then maybe the moss on this branch was a little thicker, but that still shouldn't have been enough to block one of his breathing forms. Forget black wind mountain mist. With his current strength, even a casual strike from him could cut down an entire giant tree. How could he possibly be stopped by a single branch? So this was Shirya's ability? His full force strike hadn't even broken the bark on this branch? No way. No, wait, even if his Nichiren blade had been blocked. What about the dispersed blade aura? Shinazugawa's eyes shifted as he looked over Shirya's body. No wounds. Not even a wrinkle? How was that possible? That branch was only about the thickness of an arm. How could it have blocked every single strand of blade aura? Was Shirya's ability to control trees really that strong? After the shock, Shinazugawa frowned. But what did this have to do with training? He admitted Shirya's strength really was powerful. So powerful that even if he gave it his all, he might not be able to break through Shirya's defense. But what use did that have for improving breathing techniques? Were they supposed to slash at branches? Would that really do anything? Let us put aside whether I'm feeling proud or not. Did you see the problem with my breathing form, Mr. Shirya? Shinazugawa said each word slowly and clearly. Just because he could use some special ability to block his attack, that meant he could train him? What a joke. There are many problems. Shirya spoke flatly. He wasn't saying it to provoke Shinazugawa. Shirya had genuinely seen a lot of problems. With the observation power of his Mangekyo as it was now, one glance was enough for him to completely imprint Shinazugawa's black wind mountain mist in his mind. And he could continuously correct the problems within it until he could use it in a refined and masterful way. Hearing that, Shinazugawa couldn't help but freeze. Did this guy even know what he was saying? Many problems? How could he even say that out loud? Black wind mountain mist did have issues. That was because during training, Shinazugawa had always felt that something was still lacking, and that the power of the blade aura should still be able to become greater. But because his own training had not yet reached that point, Shinazugawa could only feel his way across the river by groping for stones. But just because Shinazugawa couldn't find the cause didn't mean his direction was wrong. He could vaguely feel that he was just one step away from breaking through. As long as he found the key issue, he could break through at any time. But what had Shiryi just said? A lot of problems? He wanted to see exactly what problems this guy was talking about. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Shiryi to point them out. Shinazugawa bit down especially hard on the words point them out. At this point, it wasn't him making things difficult for Yi anymore. Yi had delivered himself right to his door. The moment after Shinazugawa finished speaking, he suddenly saw Yi raise a Nichiren blade and casually spin it in his hand. Why did the Nichiren blade in this guy's hand look so much like his own? No, not look like it. It was exactly the same. Shinazugawa subconsciously wanted to raise his hand and compare the differences between the two blades. Only, there was no trace of a Nichiren blade in his hand anymore. It was already completely empty. Seeing that, Shinazugawa's pupils contracted sharply. The one the other side was holding was his blade. When had that happened? As the Demon Slayer core essential weapon for killing demons, the Nichiren blade was equivalent to their second life. But now, something as important as their lives had been taken away without a sound? Watch closely.
Shiye girip et Shinazugaya se Nichiren blade.
And a cyan stream of light spread from the hilt across the entire blade. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly froze. At this moment, it wasn't just Shinazugawa. Even the other Hashira around them unconsciously held their breath and silently watched Shirye's movements. The flowing light on the blade grew denser and denser, and just as it was about to reach its peak, Shirye lightly flicked his wrist. He swung out the pressure that had been building on the blade for so long. When Shinazugawa saw Shirye's movement, he froze, not moving his body. Then how was the still black wind mountain mist? Wouldn't the opponent dodge when they saw the attack coming? The moment that doubt arose in Shinazugawa's heart, he immediately saw that Shirye's slash had directly split the ground in the courtyard apart. The crack spread all the way to the corner wall. And that still wasn't the end. Around the split ground, black blade aura spread outward. Unlike the surging, overwhelming blade aura Shinazugawa used, this black blade aura was instead abnormally restrained. But it was precisely because of that restrained aura that the expressions in the Hashira's eyes turned especially grave. Wasn't the power of this blade aura a little too outrageous? Was this really the power of just a casual swing? They watched as the blade aura spreading from around the split ground drew a black scar through the air. Its trajectory was clearly visible to the naked eye, but in the blink of an eye, the blade aura had covered everything within 10 meters of the crack. Within the area enveloped by the blade aura, whether it was pebbles embedded in the ground or green plants, everything was crushed into powder the instant it was touched. Looking at the destruction Shirye had caused, Shinazugawa's whole body trembled. Black Wind Mountain Mist. This was the real Black Wind Mountain Mist, not the kind he would obtain after taking that final step and breaking through, but the final form of Black Wind Mountain Mist itself. If he compared this to the Black Wind Mountain Mist he used, then what Shirye said about there being many problems was indeed completely accurate. Wait, no, was now the time to be worried about that? Shouldn't the real issue be why Shirye could use wind breathing too? Hadn't Shirye not even been able to pass the breathing style assessment? How could he use a Black Wind Mountain Mist more refined than his own? The Hashira present also realized this issue. Shirye could use a breathing style? Then why had they never seen him use it before? You can use breathing styles? Shinazugawa asked in astonishment. After this whole string of actions from Shirye, he genuinely didn't know which part he should be shocked by first. Did I ever say I couldn't? Then why didn't you use it?
Shiye voiced Shinazugaya se confusion allowed.
Shinazugawa nodded stiffly. Too weak. Weak enough that I never had any spare thought to use it. Shirye revealed a disgusted expression. Once you've become Madara-sama, who still learns breathing styles? Even dogs wouldn't learn this stuff. Breathing styles are weak. Shinazugawa, the stone Hashira, and the others all froze. As a demon-slaying weapon just as important as the Nichiren blade, breathing styles were so essential to members of the Demon Slayer Corps that calling them indispensable wouldn't be an exaggeration. Without breathing styles, forget slaying demons. The Demon Slayer Corps would have been wiped out by Kibutsuji Musen in one sweep hundreds of years ago. And yet now Shirye was actually saying that breathing styles were so weak he couldn't even be bothered to learn them? Wasn't that a bit too exaggerated? Shinazugawa instinctively wanted to say something to refute Shirye, but when the words reached his lips, he remembered the wooden beam from earlier that had blocked his full power strike. Using only a single wooden beam, Shirye had completely intercepted his attack. Then if Shirye used the wood release they had mentioned, deep forest emergence. Could the breathing style he wanted to defend really contend against that kind of power? Even with Shinazugawa's personality, he had no choice but to admit that there was almost no room for comparison between the two. Shirye truly did have the qualifications to judge breathing styles like that. Back to what we were talking about earlier. Did you notice the problem I mentioned? Shirye casually tossed the Nichiren blade back to Shinazugawa. I think I noticed it. Shinazugawa looked at Shirye and answered hesitantly with a serious expression. He could see the similarities and differences between the Black Wind Mountain Mist he used and the one Shirye used, as well as the problems on his side. But if you asked him to watch it once and then use a Black Wind Mountain Mist as refined as Shirye's, that was a completely different matter. This wasn't something he could just copy by imitation and casually learn. It required insight gained through repeated training. I think? Then that means you didn't learn it? How stupid. Shirye frowned, the confusion on his face completely undisguised. Seeing that, Shinazugawa's face twitched. No, wasn't this perfectly normal? Who could learn a breathing style just by watching it once? If he had that kind of ability, why would he need the Demon Slayer core? He would have gone to pick a fight with Kibutsuji Musen by himself. But no matter how speechless he felt inside, Shinazugawa still didn't say anything in rebuttal. It was one thing that he couldn't beat him in strength, but now even in breathing styles he had been thoroughly outclassed. He couldn't find any basis to argue with Shirye. Could this guy have deliberately learned wind breathing just to wait here for him? Did he know he would be the one to stir up trouble? But he and Shirye shouldn't have met before, right? What part exactly? The dispersed blade aura? Shinazugawa hesitated for a moment before speaking. There were actually other problems too, but the most fundamental difference was still in the blade aura. The Black Wind Mountain Mist Shirye used was much more restrained, and its power was many times greater than his own. If that kind of blade aura hit a body, it would be even more terrifying than being cut by the blade itself. Shirye walked in front of Shinazugawa and raised his hand. He tapped a spot about 2 finger widths below Shinazugawa's chest cavity. Your breathing gathers here, and then erupts out in one burst. Remember, when it erupts, pay attention to controlling your chest cavity. Make the form burst, but not the spirit. Compress the blade aura. Besides that, there's also a change in mindset you need. Wind breathing doesn't have to be flamboyant. Silent wind doesn't mean harmless. Just like the eye of a tornado, it has no wind. Shinazugawa listened carefully, repeatedly turning Shirye's words over in his mind. He lifted his Nichiren blade and began adjusting his breathing according to Shirye's guidance. With one deep breath after another, he gradually concentrated his breath at the point Shirye had indicated, and his entire chest cavity seemed to be guided by an invisible force. When his breathing truly gathered at that point, Shinazugawa felt a strong change, and his eyes widened slightly. Even though he still hadn't actually used Black Wind Mountain Mist, just this concentrated state alone was enough to make him realize that this next attack would be much stronger than before. Clang, as the Nichiren blade swung, a sharp tearing sound split the air. The blade aura burst forward like a beast released from its cage, rapidly striking ahead. The air was carved apart beneath the slash, leaving behind clear trails one after another. The power of the blade aura tore through the surrounding air and stirred up gust after gust of violent wind. Beside the crack that Shirye had cut open, a originally narrow fissure was shaken apart, and in an instant expanded into an even larger gap. Seeing the destruction his attack's blade aura had caused around him, Shinazugawa's eyes lit up. This guy really did have something. If he had trained by himself, who knew how long it would have taken him to push Black Wind Smoke Mist to this level? But now, Shirye had only casually said a few words and pointed once, and his breathing form had already improved this much. Although he was still a little unhappy about Shirye calling him stupid earlier, for the sake of this breathing technique, he wouldn't argue with him. Looking at the destruction Shinazugawa had caused, Ju narrowed his eyes. How long had it even been? 10 minutes? Or just a few minutes? And Shinazugawa's breathing form had already improved this much? Was Shirye's guidance really that amazing? Then what about water breathing? Could the other party train that too? Originally, Ju had only planned to meet Shirye and then leave the training, because even with Tanjiro's persuasion, he still believed he had only become the water Hashira because of Sabito. He felt he wasn't qualified to train together with the other Hashira. But now, Ju suddenly hesitated. He didn't know whether it was because of what Tanjiro had said, or because of Shinazugawa's change before his eyes creating some strange chemical reaction. Ju felt that he might finally have a chance to fulfill Sabito's last wish. If he could cultivate water breathing to its absolute limit, then he would no longer have a knot in his heart over his identity as the water Hashira. It was just that. Did Shirye know water breathing? And could he master it as skillfully as wind breathing? Ju wasn't sure, but Shirye's appearance had let him see a glimmer of hope. So the words about withdrawing from training were silently swallowed back down, and he decided to observe a little longer. Once one method is understood, all methods will become clear. As long as you sort out the problem with your third form, your other breathing forms will naturally improve as well. Go train at the side for now. Shirye waved his hand. If Shinazugawa had awakened the Crimson Blade and the Demon Slayer mark, he might still have been interested in exchanging a few more moves with him. Maybe that would raise his role-playing progress a little. But Shinazugawa in his current state? Forget it. Next. Who's coming? Shirye looked toward the other Hashira. The expressions of the remaining Hashira all varied, but most were still shocked by the destruction Shinazugawa had caused. Abanai had just come back to his senses. He had barely stretched out a hand to raise it when he saw the stone Hashira, Himejima Jyomiai, take a large step forward and block the space between him and Lord Shurya. The hand he had started to raise was completely hidden by the mountain-like frame of the stone Hashira. And it wasn't just the stone Hashira. Abanai also noticed movement from the flame Hashira and the flower Hashira, but the stone Hashira had been faster. Why was everyone suddenly so proactive? No. The next person to receive Lord Shurya's training had to be him, Mr. Shurya. Jyomiai stepped out from the line. First, he pressed his palms together and bowed to Shurya, then said, I want to strengthen the power of stone breathing, fourth form, volcanic rock, rapid conquest. Shurya nodded and waited for Jyomiai to demonstrate stone breathing, fourth form. But Jyomiai mistakenly thought Shurya himself would use the fourth form, so he didn't move. The other Hashira were also staring at Shurya, waiting to see what difference there would be between the fourth form he used and the stone Hashira's own fourth form. Among them, Ju's gaze was especially focused. If Shurya could use even stone breathing as skillfully as wind breathing, then water breathing would definitely be no problem as well. And so, with both sides holding expectations toward the other, time passed second by second. Finally, in the midst of this silent staring contest, Shurya's patience gradually wore away. What's the point of just standing there crying at me? Hurry up and use your fourth form already. Are you preparing something? Shurya frowned and asked. Without the transparent world set of 3 among all the Hashira, only the stone Hashira might be able to raise his role-playing progress a little. So Shurya did have a certain amount of tolerance toward the stone Hashira. But tolerance had its limits. I was waiting for you to use stone breathing as fourth form so I could compare it and find the problems with my own technique. The stone Hashira also seemed a little slow to react for a moment and answered blankly. Hearing that, Shurya's brows relaxed. So the other party thought he knew stone breathing? No wonder several Hashira had been staring straight at him. But hadn't he already said it earlier? As for breathing techniques, he couldn't be bothered to learn weak ones. I don't know any fourth form. I need you to demonstrate it first so I can tell where the problem is. Faced with Shurya's frank admission, the Hashira were all stunned. Even the wind Hashira, who was training nearby, paused his movements. Just as expected, this bastard had come specifically for him. He had deliberately learned wind breathing and was waiting here just for him. He'd better not let him find a chance. You don't? Jyomiai came back to his senses. His feet unconsciously took a step back, wanting to give the training opportunity to the other Hashira. After all, if Shurya didn't know stone breathing, then trying to point out the flaws in his breathing form through observation alone was obviously unrealistic. But if he simply stepped back like this, then Mr. Shurya would probably misunderstand again. Forget it. He would just treat it as a chance to display the results of his own training. Jyomiai took a deep breath and drew out his weapon. It was a long iron chain with a flail on one end and a broad axe on the other. This could be considered the most uniquely shaped Nichiren blade of them all. Mr. Shurya, be careful. Jyomiai bowed once more. Seeing this, the other Hashira all moved back. Compared to Shinazugawa's black wind smoke mist, the stone Hashira's fourth form clearly had a much wider attack range. If they didn't move, it would seriously affect the power of the stone Hashira's fourth form when unleashed. After Jyomiai spoke, the iron chain in his hand began spinning at high speed, and the flail and broad axe at both ends immediately let out air-rending whistles. The chain traced afterimage after afterimage through the air. As the rotation speed steadily increased, the outline of the weapon became nearly impossible to make out. The spinning chain drove the air into violent turbulence, and the whole scene seemed to be shrouded in a blurred whirlwind. Jyomiai raised his head, and his eyes were no longer shedding tears. Since he couldn't receive the other party's guidance, then he would at least let him see the gap between them. The flail shot toward Shurya like an arrow released from a bow, carrying a roar that tore through the air. As the Hashira watched this attack, they all clicked their tongues inwardly, once again feeling the might of the stone Hashira. This kind of strength wasn't only in terms of physical power, but also in his control over his breathing technique. Everyone present was a Hashira. They were all highly sensitive to the fluctuations produced when others used breathing techniques, and naturally, the fluctuations from the stone Hashira's fourth form could not escape their perception. The stone Hashira's breathing form could be said to have minimized the consumption of breath to the absolute lowest level. Yet the power of the attack had not decreased in the slightest. That level of control was extremely terrifying, because it meant that if his opponents were any of them, then the stone Hashira could completely rely on his control over breathing techniques to slowly wear them down to death. The shadow of the flail loomed over Shurya. Shurya still did not move. Watching from the side, Abanai unconsciously clenched his hand nervously. Why still not use that ability to manipulate trees? If he didn't use it now, it would be too late. Abanaya's anxiety lasted for only a brief instant before he saw the stone Hashira's flail suddenly freeze in front of Shirya. Logically speaking, if an attack like that slammed into something, it should definitely have triggered a thunderous explosion. But at this moment, it was as if all sound had been stripped away from the entire grounds, as though time had frozen in this instant. All they saw was Shirya calmly extending one hand, as if completely ignoring the violent force carried by the flail. He easily caught the flail's high-speed momentum. The huge, heavy weapon stopped in his palm, hanging steadily in midair. That attack, which should have caused the earth to quake and the mountains to shake, failed to release even the slightest leftover force. In Shirya's palm, the entire weapon was as light as a feather. The moment they clearly saw what was happening around Shirya, all the Hashira's gazes froze. He caught it, and with his bare hand? Was this for real? That was a flail forged from the same material used to make Nichiren blades. In terms of hardness, it was several times tougher than ordinary iron. And even if it were just a normal iron weapon, at the speed the stone Hashira had swung it just now, there was no way a person could catch it barehanded, right? Was Shirya's hand made of iron or something? Standing to the side, Shinazugawa swallowed hard. The scene before him was far more shocking than when Shirya had used the wooden beam to block his attack earlier. That wooden beam was Shirya's ability. They more or less understood it and knew how powerful it was. But what Shirya was showing now was genuine physical ability. Using his hand to forcibly take Jyomiya's strike? That was something Shinazugawa would never even dare imagine. Yet it had actually happened? Thinking about it that way, Shirya probably hadn't even needed to summon the wooden beam to stop his attack earlier, because his attack probably couldn't even break through Shirya's defense. The stone Hashira's hand holding the chain trembled slightly. Had his perception been wrong? How had he sensed that Shirya had caught his flail with one hand? Was it just an illusion? Jyomiya tugged on the chain, only to find that the flail head seemed to be jammed into something immovable, not budging in the slightest. His perception hadn't been wrong. His flail really had been grabbed in Shirya's hand. How was that possible? Even with his current body, if he took that blow head-on, he would still suffer serious injuries. So how could Shirya? You held back your strength? Why? As the Hashira were still in shock, Shirya moved the flail aside, revealing his face as he spoke in puzzlement. Had the power he displayed earlier still not been enough? Why did Jyomiya think an attack like that could threaten him? Faced with Shirya's confusion, Jyomiya was speechless. He had seen that Shirya still hadn't summoned any trees, so near the end of the attack, he had withdrawn some of his strength. But by then, the attack was already close, and the amount of strength he could pull back was very limited. Yet Jyomiya had never imagined that his nearly full power strike would be caught barehanded by Shirya. What kind of monstrous body was this? My problem? Having more or less understood where the issue was, Shirya shook his head and pulled Jyomiya's weapon into his own hand. Sensing the movement in the chain, Jyomiya instinctively tightened his grip, trying to hold onto the sliding chain. But in the next moment, he was yanked into a stagger by the immense force coming from the other end of the flail. By the time he reacted again, his weapon was already in Shirya's hand. Seeing this, Jyomiya's expression instantly turned grave. Perception could be mistaken, but raw strength like this could not be faked. This Shirya, who looked thin and frail, actually had even more strength in his body than he did. The instant he noticed it, he had practically used all his strength. And yet not only had that failed to slow the chain from sliding out of his hand, it had actually sped up. Not only that, throughout the whole process, the force coming through the chain had remained steady the entire time. He could already picture Shirya calmly pulling the chain away with a peaceful expression. Right, what had Shirya just said? He had found where the problem was? But hadn't he said he didn't know stone breathing? Then how had he found the problem? Jyomiya quickly recalled the scene of himself using fourth form just now. Other than pulling back a little strength near the end, he couldn't find any difference for the moment between that and his full power fourth form. So what problem had Shirya found? Or was it really possible that just by watching, Shirya had discovered what was wrong with the fourth form Jyomiya had practiced? Jyomiya lightly shook his head. How could that be? Was he trying to force it and point out some trivial issue? Thinking of that, Jyomiya's impression of Shirya dropped slightly. He did not like people who talked big. It's obvious your body is much stronger than the other Hashira's, but I didn't see that advantage reflected in your flail. The speed of your chain's swing should complement your physical strength instead of being treated separately. Like this, the moment Shirya's words fell, his movements had already begun. He raised his hand and smoothly began to rotate the chain. The chain traced arcs through the air. At first, the slow rotation seemed completely unremarkable. But very soon, the Hashira's eyes were drawn in by that power. After only 3 or 4 rotations, They realized their eyes could no longer catch the outlines of the flail and broad axe. The chain's speed gradually increased. Friction in the air produced streak after streak of white ripples, as if the surrounding air were igniting on its own from the violent change in speed, giving off a faint scorching heat. Gust after gust of fierce wind spread outward with Shiryi at the center, lifting the corners of the Hashira's clothes and bringing with it an intense sense of pressure. Standing to the side, Gyomei sensed the scene before him. His mouth opened slightly, and the shock in his heart was impossible to describe. The feeling was like a giant monster with a blood-filled maw suddenly bursting out from a calm sea, leaving no way to avoid it. Shiryi's movements looked the same as his earlier opening stance, but the force they produced was completely different, as if the scale of power had been raised to an entirely different level. Was this still the fourth form he remembered? Everything was clearly so similar, so why was the might so vastly different? Was it because of the gap in strength between him and Shiryi? No, Shiryi had clearly done it on purpose, suppressing his strength to the same level as his. It had been the same when he dealt with the wind Hashira just now. Otherwise, Gyomei didn't even dare imagine how terrifying Shiryi's black wind smoke mist would be at full power. Boom! Now it was no longer just the courtyard. Even the entire headquarters could clearly feel a violent tremor run through the ground. Quite a few core members even went on alert, thinking something abnormal had happened during the Hashira's training. In the courtyard, the Hashira stared at the destruction caused by the flail, their minds completely shut down. The flail's diameter was roughly 70 to 80 centimeters. Adding the spikes on top, it barely reached 1 meter. Yet this flail of only about 1 meter had directly smashed nearly half the courtyard's ground into collapse. What kind of terrifying power was this? They had to remember, this was the place where the Hashira trained. The equipment, the ground, and everything else had all been specially reinforced. If they remembered correctly, wasn't the first meter beneath the ground paved with rock sand? And it could still be smashed into collapse like this? Forget whether the stone Hashira could cause this kind of destruction. Even among the other Hashira, not necessarily any of them could achieve something like this. Was this still a breathing form? More likely, Shiryi had added some other kind of power into the fourth form. Ignoring the looks from the other Hashira, Shiryi looked at Gyomei. Do you understand now what I meant? Gyomei clenched his calloused hands and stared blankly at Shiryi. So this was the true power of the fourth form? Unlike the other Hashira, who questioned whether Tokiya had used some other kind of power, Gyomei was absolutely certain that this was what it looked like when his own power was used to perform fourth form perfectly. But why was Tokiya the one using it? Hadn't he said he didn't know stone breathing? Why was his stone breathing even stronger than Gyomei's own? Was he deliberately hiding his abilities? Forgive his stupidity, but Gyomei truly couldn't figure out what the point of Tokiya deliberately holding back would be. Was he just messing with them? But with that impatient look on Tokiya's face, he really didn't seem like someone with the time to toy with him. Could it really be just as Gyomei had guessed, that Tokiya had learned stone breathing fourth form after watching it only once, and then used it even more skillfully than he did? Gyomei felt that guess was absurd, but he had no choice but to admit it was the most reasonable explanation. I understand now, but Mr. Tokiya, didn't you just say you didn't know stone breathing? The stone Hashira still couldn't suppress the confusion in his heart. After a pause, he finally spoke. I didn't know it just now, but didn't you demonstrate it once? As long as you're not too stupid, you should be able to learn it, right? Is this thing hard? Puzzled look appeared on Tokiya's face. Compared to Naruto, Demon Slayer counted as a low martial world. In a world like this, wasn't it perfectly reasonable for the Mangekyo's one-glance copying ability to replicate and refine it further? Hearing that, all the Hashira felt a stab in their chests, as if they had been insulted for no reason at all. Yet they couldn't even refute it. They weren't stupid, but they definitely couldn't learn stone-breathing fourth form in a single glance. I understand. Gyomei carried his flail off to the side, and tears began streaming down uncontrollably. This time was different from his usual sorrow. Tokiya had genuinely made him cry. As for figuring out the gap between himself and Tokiya, Gyomei had stopped thinking about that the moment Tokiya caught the flail barehanded, and after Tokiya used fourth form, the thought vanished completely. Spar with Tokiya first to get a read on upper moon strength? He didn't know whether he had figured out the upper moon strength or not, but he did know that right now he was genuinely pretty sad. Alright, next. As Tokiya spoke, he raised his head and glanced at the sky. At this pace, he should be able to train all the Hashira once over in a single day. Once today's training was done, the training afterward would be much easier. After these Hashira had more or less absorbed his guidance, he could spar with them again later. Maybe he could even raise his roleplay percentage a bit more. Perfect. The moment Abanai saw the stone Hashira step aside, he knew it was time for the next person. The instant Tokiya's words fell, Abanai raised his hand. Me, hearing his own voice ring out first among the 7 Hashira, Abanai glanced at the others, a trace of delight in his eyes. But when he turned back, ready to walk toward Tokiya, his face darkened. He saw that, at some point, Tomioka Ju had already appeared opposite Tokiya, one hand pressed against his sword hilt, poised and ready. He was the one who had spoken first, so why wasn't he anyone following the rules? How could this guy just walk up there without saying a word? And hadn't this guy refused to train with them earlier? Why was he training with them now that Lord Tokiya had arrived? Could it be the same as that Muchiro guy? Shinazugawa was right. He really was an annoying guy. Abanai clenched his fists and said unhappily. Kaburamaru around his neck also chimed in, hiss, exactly. How about I go catch a dead rat tonight and stuff it into his blanket? That won't be necessary. Seeing Ju silently walk onto the terrace, Tokiya waved a hand at Abanai. It didn't matter which Hashira went first. It wouldn't delay things by much. Among the Hashira, Ju ranked near the top in strength and was one of Tokiya's key targets for increasing his roleplay percentage. If he trained him well, then when Ju used his self-created water-breathing 11th form, Dead Calm, it would definitely increase Tokiya's roleplay percentage. As for how much, that was hard to say. 0.2 would probably be the absolute limit. Problem. Ju silently held his sword hilt, and after a while he said, everything has problems. I think all of my water breathing has problems. Tokiya raised a brow. It looked like Ju at this point still hadn't completely shifted his understanding of his own identity, and still harbored doubts about his own ability. Then use your self-created breathing form and let me see it. At those words, the Hashira present all showed different expressions. Ju's self-created breathing form? Even Ju's eyes showed some surprise. His self-created 11th form was mostly used for killing demons. And every demon that had seen that form was dead. So how did Tokiya know about it? That wasn't what he should be thinking about right now. Ju rolled his shoulders and drew the Nichiren blade from his waist. Since Tokiya could learn stone breathing 4th form just by watching the stone Hashira demonstrate it once, then his self-created 11th form probably wouldn't be a problem either. Thinking of the changes in the stone Hashira and wind Hashira, Ju's gaze gradually turned firm. As long as his strength kept improving, and he could live up to the title of Hashira, then he wouldn't have failed Sabito's request. The Nichiren blade Ju drew was not aimed at Tokiya. Instead, both his hands lowered slightly, and the tip of the blade lightly touched the ground. Water breathing, 11th form, Dead Calm. Ju's voice was like a deep current of water, carrying a heavy kind of strength. There was not the slightest trace of impatience in his tone, only quiet focus. As the last word fell, the tip of the blade trembled slightly, like ripples spreading across a water's surface. A deep azure ripple began spreading outward from the tip of Ju's blade. At first, the ripple was like soft silk, slowly expanding around the blade tip. As it spread, the entire scene gradually became enveloped in a deep, clear blue. The blue ripples were like shifting reflections on water, and within their shimmer was a hint of chill. The ripples continued to spread, and Tokiya's figure too was swallowed by that azure radiance. The spreading ripples made no sound, yet every tiny fluctuation contained immense pressure. The atmosphere in the entire courtyard grew silent. Ju's gaze locked onto the ripples at his blade tip. His eyes focused. The azure ripples looked like streams of clear spring water flowing endlessly from the blade tip. Tokiya examined the azure water patterns beneath his feet. Compared to the other breathing forms, Ju's self-created form had a visual impact that felt like it existed on a completely different dimension. These water patterns did not look like a breathing form. They looked more like a domain. The official description of Ju's 11th form was that, in this state, any attack that entered the attack range of Ju's blade would be rendered null. Nullified? That was getting close to a conceptual ability, and it had actually been created by someone who believed he wasn't worthy of being a Hashira. Just thinking about it made Tokiya feel it was a little outrageous. Still, nothing was absolute. This nullification only applied within the world of Demon Slayer. Madara didn't count within that, as he thought that Tokiya saw Ju's figure vanish. By his ears came the sound of footsteps lightly stepping across water, yet Ju himself was nowhere to be seen. Clang! A piercing flash of cold light suddenly burst out from the azure ripples, driving straight at Tokiya. The cold gleam carved a brilliant arc through the air. Tokiya's expression remained calm. He raised a hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, then lightly swept them forward. In an instant, that blinding cold light was casually forced downward by Tokiya's motion, as though pressing down a horizontal beam. The cold light was instantly forced to change trajectory, scattering streams of radiance everywhere, as if blocked in midair by an invisible wall. At the same time, The azure ripple domain beneath Tokia's feet also underwent a violent change. The blue radiance began to twist violently, and the rippling surface spread outward as fast as ripples on water. Cracks extended from the center of the domain, rapidly forming spiderweb-like fractures. These cracks spread through the blue ripples, completely shattering the stability of the glow. The entire domain looked as if it were being torn apart and warped in the process. The azure ripples became even more unstable under the influence of the cracks, with light and shadow flickering. Looking at Tomioka Ju emerging from the water-like ripples, Shirya slowly lowered his hand. Ineffective? That could only mean the firepower wasn't enough. As long as the attack could be pushed to the limit, nothing was truly ineffective. Not bad breathing form. Your mentality is just a little lacking. Seeing his breathing form broken, Ju was not particularly surprised. Neither the wind Hashira-S nor the stone Hashira-S attacks had caused any harm to Shirya, so how could his be any different? What truly surprised him was that he hadn't understood how Shirya had broken his breathing form. Momentum, maybe? You think you're not worthy of being a Hashira? At those words, Ju, who had been deep in thought, trembled. Sure enough, Mr. Shirya had also seen that his strength wasn't enough for him to stay here. That made sense. There had always been quite a gap between his strength and the other Hashira-S. Training here was just a waste of time. When Shirya saw Ju lower his head, he continued, "Why? Although to me all of you are weak, among this group of weaklings you count as slightly stronger. All weak. Among the weak, slightly stronger." Ju repeated Shirya's words. As the pieces connected and he understood what Shirya meant, his eyes gradually lit up. Mr. Shirya wasn't saying he was weak. He was saying all the Hashira were weak, and he counted as slightly stronger among them. Didn't that mean he was qualified to stand alongside the Hashira? This wasn't something Tanjiro or anyone else had said. This had come from Shirya himself. Others might have only been being polite, but Shirya had no reason to brush him off. In Shirya's eyes, he was far too weak for that. The other Hashira looked at Ju, whose eyes were shining with excitement. "No, what are you so happy about? He's calling you weak." Noticing the strange looks from the other Hashira, the joy on Ju's face restrained itself quite a bit. The other Hashira still hadn't received Mr. Shirya's acknowledgement. If he acted this happy, he might end up being disliked. He, Tomioka Ju, would not be disliked by anyone. Looking at Tomioka Ju staring at him with gleaming eyes, Shirya froze for a moment. That look felt so familiar. Hadn't he seen it somewhere before? Right, on Michiro and Abanai. What had he just said? If he remembered correctly, it should have been something belittling, right? What kind of strange thought process was that? Forget it. He could think whatever he wanted. Shirya was still counting on Tomioka Ju to help raise his role-playing progress. Other than the issue with your mentality, there are also some minor flaws in how you use your breathing technique. The moment Shirya finished speaking, he didn't even need to make a move himself. Ju directly tossed the Nichiren blade in his hand to Shirya. Since he couldn't keep it anyway, he might as well be self-aware about it. Shinobu Kocho rubbed her chin, a trace of puzzlement appearing in her purple eyes. Why did it feel like Tomioka-san had changed a little? Was it just her imagination? Shirya took the Nichiren blade from Ju, his arm hanging naturally at his side. Among all breathing techniques, the only one that could stir even a bit of Shirya's interest was Tomioka Ju's breathing form. This power wasn't as fierce as sun breathing, but the fact that it touched on conceptual ability was very interesting. Conceptual abilities produced completely different effects depending on the user. With Ju's strength, using 11th form to block Akaza's full-power blood demon art was already the limit. But if it were in Shirya's hands, it could completely touch the level of rules to a certain extent. At the very least, in the world of Demon Slayer, Shirya's use of 11th form could be comparable to absolute defense. Your 11th form mainly focuses on defense, but as something similar to a domain, defense alone isn't enough. The moment he finished speaking, blue ripples instantly swept across the entire courtyard, like a transparent curtain of water enveloping everyone. The ripples spread out from beneath Shirya's feet, quickly covering the entire space. Shimmering blue light swayed before their eyes, as if they had been dropped into a deep underwater world. The surrounding scenery changed in an instant. The familiar courtyard seemed to vanish, replaced by a boundless blue world. The sudden change in scenery made the Hashira begin examining this different world before them. This was Tomioka Ju's self-created breathing technique? How was it so different from what Ju had just used? The stone Hashira pressed his palms together, tears flowing once more. If he had still held doubts before about whether Shirya had learned wind breathing and stone breathing beforehand, then after seeing Shirya use Ju's self-created 11th form, all those doubts instantly vanished. They themselves hadn't even known about Ju's self-created breathing technique, much less Shirya, who had only met Ju for the first time. A person who could learn their breathing forms just by looking once had actually been expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps because of a breathing technique assessment. No matter how tolerant and compassionate Gyomii was, even he felt that this matter was simply too absurd. Ju lowered his head and looked at the ripples spreading at his feet, the water gently swaying. At this moment, he no longer cared about Shurya's acknowledgement at all. His eyes were filled only with shock at the ripple domain beneath him. The same breathing form, used in the same way, so why was the domain Shurya created with it so huge? When he used 11th form, covering even half the courtyard was already his limit. But in Shurya's hands, with a casual motion, he pulled even the area around the courtyard into the domain. Not only that, Tomioka Ju could clearly sense that the domain he was now standing in was qualitatively different in power from his own. It was as if within this domain, Shurya was a godlike existence. Was this really still his familiar 11th form? Shurya stood at the very center of the blue world of water ripples, like a water god descending, his figure blending into the surrounding waves. His voice seemed to come from all directions. Still water and calm seas. The key lies in stopping. Controlling every movement within the domain is crucial. If your control is steady enough, both offense and defense become things that happen with a single thought. Like this, Shurya casually spun the blade in a flourish, and the edge traced an arc through the air. The gleam of the blade spread like ripples across water. With a single swing, the blue ripples surged forward as if summoned. Before the Hashira could even react, they felt a trace of coolness across their necks, as if a drop of icy water had slid over their skin. In that instant, time itself seemed to freeze. The chill on their necks was cold to the bone. Their minds snapped back at once, their heartbeats quickening, their breathing growing sharp. In an instant, they understood what had happened. Their eyes turned wary on instinct, and fine beads of sweat seeped out from their temples. If what had brushed across their necks just now had not been water, but an actual blade, would they still be alive right now? That damp, icy sensation still lingered on every one of their necks, as if reminding them what they had just experienced. Shurya could kill every single one of them in an instant. That was the first thought that appeared in the Hashira's minds after the chill at their necks jolted them awake. As for Shurya's strength, whether it was the Flame Hashira and Flower Hashira, who had seen it with their own eyes, or the Wind Hashira and Love Hashira, who had only heard of it, all they knew was that Shurya was very strong, capable of repeatedly defeating the upper moons. Naturally, his strength should be above theirs. But there was a limit to that. If they trained for a few more years, they should be able to catch up. That thought had always existed deep in their hearts. Even when Shurya had just used the breathing forms of the Rock Pillar and Wind Pillar, that thought hadn't weakened. At most, it had only been buried a little deeper. But now, all the Hashira found that thought in their hearts rather laughable. A being who could wipe out all of them with a casual wave of his hand, was that kind of gap really something that could be made up with just a few years of training? They wanted to indulge in wishful thinking one more time, but the reality before their eyes gave them no hope at all. In the eyes of the Hashira now, even if Kibutsuji Muzan himself appeared here, they still felt that Shurya was stronger. Could Muzan wipe them all out in a single move? Maybe he could defeat and kill them one by one, but wiping them all out at once was obviously unrealistic. If Muzan really had that kind of power, how could the Demon Slayer Corps have survived to this day? And yet, something even Muzan couldn't do had just been done by someone here. And on top of that, there wasn't even the slightest sign of strain on Shurya's face. This still wasn't Shurya's full strength. Thinking of that, the way the Hashira looked at Shurya became noticeably more respectful. Calling them weak? That was only natural. In front of Shurya, the word weak wasn't shameful at all. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Ju nodded. Although it was clearly impossible for him to instantly reach the level of Shurya's 11th form, after watching Shurya use it, he had gained a rough direction for improvement. That direction alone was enough for him to train on for several days. The breathing form you created yourself is very good. Don't let a pearl be covered in dust. Ju, who had turned to leave, suddenly paused. The corner of his mouth twitched. For some reason, whenever Shurya's words entered his ears, they always gave him a strange kind of strength. Maybe he really could become the Water Hashira. Quit training? No. He wanted to train together with Mr. Shurya. After receiving recognition again and again, Ju walked down from the terrace, his expression noticeably more relaxed. But just as Ju was about to begin training on his own, he suddenly remembered something. His footsteps turned, and he walked straight up to Abanai. Looking at Ju's calm face, Abanai raised a brow. What? Want to fight? He hadn't even gone after Ju yet for sneaking up there earlier, and now this guy had come to him first? Even though Ju had just received Lord Shurya's guidance, Abanai still felt no fear at all. In the years since leaving Lord Shurya's side, he hadn't dared slack off in his training for even a moment. all for the sake of catching up to Lord Shirya's footsteps. If he went all out, he was confident he could suppress anyone other than the stone Hashira. I said it already. I don't dislike it. You're the one who reacted too slowly. Ju spoke word by word, then walked over to the training ground at the side. The expression on Abanai's face froze. His heterochromatic eyes stared at Ju's figure, unable to process it for a moment. Kaburamaru hiss. The other party has withdrawn a battle request. Is something wrong with him? Abanai muttered to himself inwardly. What was all that about dislike or not dislike? Was he sick in the head? No, wait. Why am I even thinking about that guy? Lord Shirya's side is what matters. He turned his head and looked toward the terrace, his face darkening. Tomioka Ju, you really are annoying. Not only had he stolen his spot earlier, now he had even said some weird nonsense to distract him, letting the flame Hashira, Rengoku Kaijuro, go up. Damn it. Seriously, damn it. Let us begin. Shirya beckoned at Kaijuro. The wind, stone, and water Hashira were considered among the stronger Hashira. The flame Hashira was at an above-average level. After improving his strength, there was also a certain chance his role-playing progress could increase. So Shirya naturally wouldn't treat him any differently. The flame Hashira's problem lay in his esoteric form. Calling it an esoteric form was true enough, but it was still far from the true esoteric meaning of flame breathing. On top of that, when using the esoteric form, the flame Hashira would unconsciously draw on his life force. While that strengthened the power of the esoteric form, it also unknowingly consumed a large amount of unnecessary life. The training method for this was simple. Separate the use of the esoteric form from life force, dividing it into two different modes. Shirya had once seen Kaijuro's opening stance for the esoteric art on the Mugen train, so he still had some impression of it. Because of the courtyard's limited space, Shirya did not fully display the esoteric meaning of flame breathing. But even the scene he did create was enough to shock the mentally prepared Kaijuro. After the flame Hashira's training ended, it was Abanai, whom Shirya knew well. Compared to the previous four Hashira, Abanai didn't look like he had come up for training. He looked more like he had come to attend Shirya's fan meeting. The way he was looking at him even made Shirya feel a little creeped out. Don't do this. Kenroji is still waiting behind you. Even though Shirya wasn't very used to Abanai's gaze, once the training truly began, Abanai's performance clearly made Shirya's eyes light up. With Kaburamaru's coordination, Shirya even felt that the Abanai before him could rival Himejima Jyomiai. Had his strength become much greater than in the original story? Was it because of my appearance? Not bad. Candidate number 1 for increasing role-playing progress. After Abanai came the flower Hashira and Shinobu Kocho. The flower Hashira's strength surprised even Shirya. She was actually not far off from the wind, stone, and water level. It was just that when Shirya defeated her using her own breathing form, Kane's gaze became a little resentful. Shinobu Kocho's strength was fairly ordinary, and she could be considered the weakest among the current Hashira. As for Shinobu's training, all Shirya could do was help her improve as much as possible, because Shinobu's true talent lay mainly in the application and control of poison. Compared to improving her breathing style, Shirya felt that Shinobu had more potential in the development of poison. Shinobu clearly understood this herself. After Shirya finished her training, she bounced right off the terrace. Her mindset during training was actually the most relaxed among all the Hashira. Then came Muchiro. The moment Muchiro stepped onto the terrace, the expression on his face seemed to turn into that of a completely different person. Mr. Shirya. Looking at the mist Hashira, Takedo Muchiro smiling and waving, several Hashira training nearby were stunned. Was this really Muchiro? The wind Hashira wore a serious expression. I don't care who you are, but you'd better get out of Muchiro's body right now. Abanai narrowed his eyes. As expected, there's definitely something wrong with Takedo. Kenroji tilted her head, deep in thought. I like Iguro-san, Iguro-san likes Mr. Shirya, and Takedo-san also likes Mr. Shirya. So does that make Takedo-san and me allies? Start the mark training. Shirya nodded and spoke. Hearing that, the other Hashira were startled. Mark training? It wasn't that they were afraid Shirya wouldn't be able to handle Muchiro after he activated his mark. With Shirya's strength, let alone Muchiro activating his mark, even if all of them activated their marks together, they still might not be Shirya's match. It was just that Lady Amain had once said that those who awakened the mark would all die before the age of 26. Muchiro was still so young. He couldn't afford to activate his mark even during training. If his life was overdrawn too much, there was a very high chance Muchiro wouldn't even make it to 26. Although Abanai was unhappy that Muchiro was being so enthusiastic toward Shirya, he still knew how to judge the importance of this matter. However, before Abanai and the others could say anything to stop it, flame-like patterns spread across Muchiro's face. Almost the instant Shirya finished speaking, Muchiro activated his mark. Even though he didn't know why Shirya wanted him to activate the mark during training, he trusted Shirya. Seeing this, Abanaya's heart tightened. Takedo usually looked quiet and unassuming, but at a critical moment he was really going all out. He couldn't seriously let himself get outdone by this guy. Could he? Mark, he was going to awaken his mark too. On the terrace, Muchiro, who had activated his mark, raised his hand and immediately used mist breathing, 7th form. Obscuring clouds. Shirya casually received Muchiro's attack, his gaze falling on the system panel for role-playing progress. After a moment, a trace of disappointment flashed through Shirya's eyes. Even Muchiro with his mark activated still wasn't enough? What a pity. It seemed that if Muchiro wanted to provide him with more role-playing progress, he would need to awaken the transparent world first. One step at a time, there would always be a chance. After demonstrating the proper way to use obscuring clouds once, Shirya watched as Muchiro gave him a bow. The meaning written all over his face couldn't have been more obvious. Great training. I'm coming again next time. Wait. Shirya walked up to Muchiro and pressed a hand onto his shoulder. Would release energy flowed into Muchiro's body. Activating the mark consumed life energy? Then he would just fill his energy to the brim and forcibly remove the side effects. Feeling the strange energy pouring into his body, Muchiro's eyes went blank for a moment, but he said nothing. He didn't know what kind of energy Shirya was sending into him, but judging from the way it flowed, it should be beneficial to him. That alone was enough. After Muchiro stepped down, the only one left who hadn't received training was Kenroji. When Kenroji met Shirya's gaze, she took a deep breath, as if she had made some major decision. It was coming. She absolutely would not just hand Iguro-san over to Shirya-san like this. Kenroji, you can do this. Looking at Kenroji as she walked onto the terrace, Shirya frowned. What was with that expression on Kenroji's face? Why did she look both timid and hostile at the same time? This should count as their first meeting, right? Wait, this girl. Shirya recalled the look Kenroji had given him when Muchiro went up earlier. It seemed pretty much the same as the one she had now. She puffed out her cheeks and looked at him, but the moment he turned his eyes toward her, Kenroji hurriedly lowered her head guiltily. She thought of him as a love rival. No, hold on. Did you just assume Madara was into men? No wonder you're the love Hashira. With a love brain like that, what training would you even need? After figuring out the reason, the corner of Shirya's mouth twitched. Explain it? No normal person would even think in that direction. Explain my ass. Better to just finish the training quickly and get it over with. As for Kenroji's training, Shirya's attitude toward her was pretty much the same as when he dealt with Kocho Shinobu. Kenroji's body density was indeed different from the other Hashira, and even far superior in some ways. But that advantage alone wasn't enough to place her in the first tier among the Hashira. Even putting her in the second tier was a bit of a stretch, so it was probably impossible for her to provide him with any role-playing progress. Still, when it came to the training he was supposed to give, Shirya didn't slack off in the slightest. Kenroji also knew the gap between herself and him, so the moment she stepped up, she activated her mark. Abanai tried to stop her from the side, but he couldn't hold her back. With her mark activated, Kenroji's strength rose a little, but in Shirya's eyes, it was like an ant growing just slightly bigger. He felt nothing from it. Thank you for the training. After hearing Shirya's training advice, Kenroji gave him a deep bow, then said with a solemn expression, even so, I still won't give up so easily. Shirya was speechless for a while. Right now, he really wanted to give Kenroji a thumbs up. Kid, you're truly unbeatable. 7 days later, in a crude training courtyard some distance away from headquarters, there were barely any facilities in the yard for training, and quite a bit of the wall plaster had even peeled off. If it had any advantage at all, it was that the courtyard was big enough. It was fully 2 or 3 times larger than the yard where Shirya had first started training. At this moment, in the center of the courtyard, Shirya lightly moved his fingers, and towering giant trees burst from the ground, surrounding him. Appearing together with those giant trees were the figures of the 9 Hashira being sent flying backward. Role-playing progress, 408, how should he put it? The increase was a bit low, but it was still within Shirya's expectations. Among the current 9 Hashira, the only ones who possessed one of the 3-piece set were Kenroji and Muchiro, and although both of them counted among the stronger batch of Hashira, relying on the current 9 Hashira to provide him with role-playing progress was indeed a bit of a stretch. However, the training wasn't completely without results. This 0.3 role-playing progress was the result of Shirya training the Hashira over these 7 days. If the 9 Hashira cultivated for a while longer, the effect on raising role-playing progress might become better. But Shirya had already lost the patience to keep spending time on this training. The direction for the 9 Hashira-S improvement had already been set. All that was left was time. Rather than wasting time here, it would be better to continue searching for clues about Tsujikuni Yorichi. The training was already over. It was time to meet Abuyashiki Kagaya. Alright, that's enough for training. Too weak. Practicing over and over like this isn't interesting at all. Shirya yawned, waved his hand, and left. Hearing this, the Hashira-S expressions remained calm. After these past few days of training, there might still be many things they didn't understand. But when it came to Shirya's strength, they had gained an extremely deep understanding of it. Unfathomable. That was their only thought. No matter how much they improved, Shirya was like a towering mountain standing across from them, one they could never shake. In 7 days of training, whether they fought him individually or together, they had never once broken through Shirya's defense. Instead, Shirya had strolled about with ease and casually crushed them. If something like this happened once, it would be shocking. But if it kept happening over and over for 7 straight days, then all that remained was numbness. Not to mention Shirya, if they put themselves in his position, they would also find it boring. Too weak. When those words came from Shirya's mouth, it truly didn't stir even the slightest dissatisfaction in them. After leaving the courtyard, Shirya stopped. He raised his head and looked at a patch of black flying over from the distant horizon, a flicker passing through his eyes. The news that the training had ended today had most likely already reached Kagaya. Then the other party should also be prepared for the meeting that came next. Shirya didn't care how Kagaya's condition was at the moment. But to say he wasn't interested in the intelligence network Kagaya had in hand would be a lie. It had now been nearly 3 months since the Swordsmith Village incident ended. Presumably, Kagaya's side should have already grasped Tamayo's location. Would there be clues about Tsujikuni Yorichi on Tamayo's side? Shirya wasn't sure. But if even Tamayo had no clues about Yorichi, then there was no need to mention anyone else. The black shape in the sky gradually became clear. It was a Kasugai crow. This Kasugai crow was somewhat different from the others Shirya had seen. Throughout the entire process of landing, it didn't let out any shrill cries. Its appearance was also more mature than the other Kasugai crows, and the tuft of crow feathers between its brows added a trace of steady composure to it. Mr. Shirya, please come with me. The Kasugai crow landed on a tree branch, bowed slightly toward Shirya, and spoke. A Kasugai crow exclusive to Ubuyashiki Kagaya. Huh? Even its gaze looks much deeper. No idea how they trained it. Shirya gave the crow a look, then nodded and followed behind this unique bird. Neither the man nor the crow said what exactly they were going to do, yet both of them understood it perfectly well. That was what made Ubuyashiki Kagaya the most comfortable person for Shirya to deal with. Talking to smart people was always much easier. He passed through the wisteria forest and went deeper inside. A moment later, a house that could only be described as completely ordinary appeared before Shirya's eyes. As Shirya looked at the house in front of him, a trace of understanding flashed through his eyes. During training, he had already observed the arrangement of the nearby buildings. Since this was where the Hashira stayed, Ubuyashiki Kagaya probably wouldn't be too far away either. But what Shirya hadn't expected was that Ubuyashiki Kagaya seemed to have truly made no effort at all to guard against him. His residence was absurdly close to the training grounds. With just a lift of his foot, Shirya could appear inside Ubuyashiki Kagaya's courtyard. This attitude of being utterly certain that Shirya would not make a move against him made Shirya a little displeased, but it also saved him quite a bit of trouble. At the very least, when it came to exchanging information, Kagaya had always been straightforward. He pushed open the courtyard gate, and the first thing that came into view was a huge artificial rock formation. Because of the cover of the wisteria trees, the light in the courtyard was somewhat dim, but it did not affect visibility. I'm very happy to meet you, Mr. Shirya. A gentle voice passed through the wisteria trees and softly entered Shirya's ears. Though light, that voice carried a calm and resolute power. Hearing it, Shirya's brows rose slightly. Ubuyashiki Kagaya's physical condition should already have been close to death. Yet his voice was still as steady as ever, without the slightest trace of weakness. Shirya could not help but become somewhat interested. To still keep his voice this steady in such a state was indeed no simple feat. Ubuyashiki Kagaya's ability seemed to be making people feel comfortable just by speaking. Even Shirya had to admit that whether it was the volume, the tone, or that natural magnetism, everything was just right. Shirya stepped across the small bridge in the courtyard. The flowing water beneath it murmured softly, as if further highlighting the quiet stillness of the place. The house stood right in the center of the courtyard. Its paper door was wide open, letting the entire interior come into view at a glance. Ubuyashiki Kagaya was currently lying on the tatami, covered with a plain thin blanket. Light filtered in through the gaps in the paper windows, shining across his pale face. His hands, and even every patch of skin exposed to the air were covered in deep purple markings. Those purple marks were like poisonous vines spreading across him, covering every inch of his skin and sinking deep into what had once been fairly handsome features. He looked utterly haggard, as if the vitality inside his body was slowly being devoured by those markings. The room was silent. Beside him, Lady Amain quietly held a bowl of medicinal soup made from unknown herbs. Her hands were extremely careful, and her expression was full of worry. Her eyes never left Uchiha Kagaya for even a moment, as if she was always ready to do something for him, yet powerless to help. Even after Shirya entered, most of Amain's attention remained focused on Kagaya. The bowl of medicine gave off a bitter scent mixed with the fragrance of herbs. It was most likely meant to ease the pain of the curse. I truly must apologize for letting Mr. Shirya see me in such a state. Kagaya turned his head slightly, a faint apologetic smile appearing on his pale face. His gaze was still calm, as though he had long since grown used to this torment, but his body still trembled involuntarily. As his words fell, intermittent coughing rose from his chest, and a hoarse sound came from deep in his throat. Along with the violent coughing, a streak of bright red spilled from the corner of his mouth, staining the white collar of his clothes. If that's the case, then why change the price of our last deal? The Hashira don't know, but you should know who my target is. Shirya looked at Kagaya, whose mouth Amain was hurriedly wiping clean, and spoke slowly. The other Hashira did not understand or were even wary of his request to trade for information about headquarters because they did not know the full picture. But as the one who had always been watching from behind the scenes, Uchiha Kagaya could not possibly be unaware. As long as one connected the changes in Shirya over the past few years with what had happened on the Mugen train, in the entertainment district and his general style of action, it was not hard to see that his goal was very simple, to fight the strong. And now, with Shirya's current strength, the Hashira and the upper-rank demons no longer counted as strong in his eyes. That meant there was only one possible target left. Muzan. He knew Shirya would definitely join the final battle against Muzan, yet he still gave up treatment without hesitation and chose to train the Hashira instead? Did he not believe in Shirya's strength? Or was he overestimating Muzan's power too much? I have never once doubted Mr. Shirya's strength. From the moment I received the report from the entertainment district, in my eyes, Mr. Shirya had already surpassed Muzan. The reason I changed the condition to training the Hashira is because the original purpose of the Demon Slayer Corps has always been to exterminate demons. Even if you may take action in the final battle, the task of slaying demons for the Hashira and the Corps members will not change. This body of mine is already at the end of its life. Rather than treating me, it is better to strengthen those children and increase their chances of survival. Shirya understood. That did sound like something Kagaya would do. As for Kagaya's words, Shirya did not feel much about them. In the end, it all came down to one thing: the Demon Slayer Corps was still too weak. If Muzan got serious, the Corps would be pushed into a passive position. But Shirya would not consider such things. As long as his own strength was great enough, he could knead this world into whatever shape he wanted, including Muzan. Mr. Shirya, you didn't come this time just to visit a dying man like me, did you? Letting Amain wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, Kagaya slowly sat up with her support. During the process of sitting up, his face twitched a few times involuntarily. The movement had pulled at his frail body. You seem to know what I came here for? Listening to Kagaya's calm tone, a trace of amusement appeared in Shirya's eyes beneath his scattered hair. It seemed this Uchiha Kagaya was far more troublesome than he had imagined. I have some guesses. Clues about Tsujikuni Yorichi? Or perhaps clues about Lady Tamayo? Correct. Since you know, then do you have them here? For Uchiha Kagaya to state his purpose so precisely, he likely knew about his search for Yorichi's clues in the Rengoku household. It was not hard to conclude that he had been looking for clues about Yorichi. But for Kagaya to bring up Tamayo as well made Shirya think more highly of him. He had never told the Rengoku family what his next move would be. Even so, Uchiha Kagaya had still managed to connect him with Tamayo, someone who seemed completely unrelated. That was enough to show how sharp he was. The clues I have here regarding Lord Yorichi are not much different from what the Rengoku family has, so I doubt they would be of much help to Mr. Shirya. But when it comes to Lady Tamayo, I can offer a small bit of assistance. As it happens, I was planning to send a Kasugai Crow to communicate with Lady Tamayo about joining forces to deal with Kibutsuji Muzan. If Mr. Shirya wishes to find her, you may go together with my Kasugai Crow. After Kagaya finished speaking, the Kasugai Crow in the tree flew down and landed in front of Shirya. Seeing that he had obtained the information he wanted so easily, Shirya could not help but think even more highly of Kagaya. The other party could have easily used this information to bargain for a chance to have his curse treated. But he didn't. Instead, he gave him this information for free. Playing hard to get? Shiryi didn't care. We leave tomorrow. After saying that, Shiryi turned and left. Watching Yaozai leave so cleanly and decisively, he himself looked calm and composed, but Tianyin at his side seemed somewhat disappointed. She knew Mr. Shi had a way to treat curses. She had originally thought that since Yaozai had taken the initiative to share information, the other party would help treat Yaozai. But she hadn't expected him to leave so decisively. It's fine. Everyone has the right to do what they are willing to do and what they are unwilling to do. We can't force them. The moment Yaozai finished speaking, the wooden board beside his hand suddenly split apart, and a twisted branch drilled out from inside. Before Tianyin and Yaozai could react, the twisted branch was already pressed against Yaozai's forehead. A rich green energy, so dense it was visible to the naked eye, flowed along the branch into Yaozai's body. The mark is disappearing. Just as Tianyin was about to grab the branch, she discovered that the mark on Uchiha Yaozai's face was actually beginning to fade. In the blink of an eye, more than half of it had vanished. We're even. Shi's emotionless voice came from outside the courtyard. The next evening, as the sun sank westward, this should be the place, right? Standing in front of a stretch of woods, Shi spoke to himself. The forest before him looked loose and ordinary at first glance, but in Shi's eyes, it was as if this forest were covered by a massive curtain. What lay behind the curtain was the forest's true appearance. The setup of the curtain wasn't particularly ingenious. Could even be called crude. Shi could notice the abnormalities in this area without even using the Sharingan. But for ordinary concealment, it was more than enough. Besides, no one would have guessed that Tamayo had actually run off to such a remote place. If not for the Kasugai Crow guiding him, forget a few months, even after a few years, Shi might not have been able to find Tamayo. Yes, Mr. Shi. Shota, the Kasugai Crow perched on the branch, nodded, its wings twitching slightly. This Shi didn't treat it like a crow at all. His travel speed was faster than a fired cannonball. If he hadn't still needed it to lead the way, then even if it flapped its wings until they broke, it still wouldn't be able to keep up with Shi's speed. It was already an old crow, yet it still had to suffer like this. Let us go. Shi walked toward the forest, and the instant he stepped in, a ripple spread out from the place where Shi entered the woods, and then his figure disappeared, like a drop of water falling into a pond and blending into it. After entering the forest, Shi turned his head and glanced at the drastically changed scene behind him. Yashiro's blood demon art? It does have a similar effect to Genjutsu, though Yashiro is a bit too weak. He hasn't brought out this illusion's full power. Turning back, Shi's gaze landed on the house in the middle of the woods. It was a small two-story villa. The faint light on the second floor made its presence especially conspicuous. This is the place. Shi's figure flashed. Shota let out a sigh. Forget it. It was already used to this. Inside the warm yellow light on the villa's second floor, Tamayo was sitting sideways by the window, recording today's experimental data. Nezuko had overcome sunlight. Presumably, that evil ghost Musen wouldn't be able to sit still much longer. The speed of developing the medicine would have to be accelerated further. And that person who stood apart from the Demon Slayer Corps, would he make a move this time? At the thought of that person, Tamayo's pen paused, and the ink spread into a black blot on the paper. If he could participate, then this time would definitely be their best chance yet to kill Musen. But Tanjiro had once said that person had invited Upper Moon 3. If he treated Musen the same way, then the entire situation would completely collapse. If that person joined forces with Musen, the Demon Slayer Corps would have no chance of victory. If only she could see this person with her own eyes and figure out his stance. Tamayo shook her head, pulled her thoughts back, and was just about to continue writing. Suddenly, the sound of wings flapping came from the nearby window. Tamayo's body stiffened, and she turned to look. Good evening, Miss Tamayo. Shota forcibly restrained the urge to gasp for breath and said in a lowered voice, leaving the window open at night is a very dangerous thing to do, though the moon really is beautiful tonight. This is our first meeting. I am Uchiha Yaozai's messenger. While searching for you, Uchiha has already become unable to move. How did you find this place? Tamayo looked at the Kasugai Crow with a trace of vigilance. Only one Kasugai Crow? Did any Hashira come? Through human connections. I found the original owner of the house you purchased. And during the daytime, I seized Yashiro's vision. Though I have undergone training, in the end I am only a crow. People naturally don't guard themselves too much against me. I have no intention of harming you, so please rest assured. Then what is your purpose in coming here? I can tell you distrust me very much, which is understandable. It would be difficult for me to be like Tanjiro and get to the point. Cut the nonsense. A cold voice interrupted Shota's words, and it also startled Tamayo, who had been watching the Kasugai Crow the whole time. That voice came from beside her? How had she not noticed all this time? Tamayo stiffly turned her neck, only to see a tall young man with deep eyes casually holding and flipping through the experimental notes she had written. When had he appeared? Tamayo's gaze grew solemn. If he had been far from her, that would be one thing. Her strength wasn't great, so failing to sense him would have been normal. But right now, this person was standing right beside her hand, and she still hadn't sensed his presence at all. Even now, while looking at this person with her own eyes, Tamayo still had the illusion that he might disappear at any moment. Very strong. Was he a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps? Hearing that, Shota glanced at Shiryu. His beak moved slightly. It now had a clear understanding of what it meant to be too angry to speak and too cowed to act. Because that was probably exactly what it looked like right now. To get back to the main point, there is also someone within the Demon Slayer Corps who is proficient in the physical structure of demons and pharmacology. We wish to ask you to investigate together with her, including the matter of Nezuko's transformation. In order to eliminate Kibutsuji Musen, are you willing to assist us? Please come to the Ubuyashiki estate. Tamayo froze. At this moment, she no longer had the spare attention to think about when Shiryu beside her had appeared. Only the Kasugai Crow's words echoed through her mind. Ubuyashiki wanted her, a demon, to go to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters? Was this a trick? Lure her into the Demon Slayer Corps and kill her there? It didn't seem necessary. Her location had already been exposed, and there was also a presence beside her that seemed to be on the level of a Hashira. If they wanted to kill her, there was no need to go through all this trouble. Yashiro had some strength, but against a Hashira, he had almost no chance of winning. Which meant Ubuyashiki really was inviting her. Then was the person beside her here to pressure her? If I refuse, you'll forcibly take me away. One to you? Tamayo cast a glance at Shiryu behind her, her tone somewhat displeased. This doesn't seem like the attitude a polite invitation should have. Seeing Tamayo's look, Shota realized she had misunderstood something. It opened its beak, just about to explain, when Shiryu cut in. You all? Don't lump me together with those weaklings from the Demon Slayer Corps. I came here for another purpose. As he spoke, Shiryu closed Tamayo's experimental notebook. No idea what kind of stuff was written in that notebook, but it sure looked impressive. Those weaklings from the Demon Slayer Corps. Tamayo looked at Shiryu in astonishment, then turned with equal astonishment to look at the Kasugai Crow, Shota. The meaning in its eyes was obvious. He's already talking about the Demon Slayer Corps like this, and you're not going to react at all? Shota opened his beak again, then silently closed it in the end. What could it even say? Even the Hashira were like chicks in front of Shiryu, let alone a single Kasugai Crow like it. Seeing the Kasugai Crow's reaction, Tamayo froze again. What did this mean? Was it just defaulting to this man belittling the Demon Slayer Corps? Who was this person? If he wasn't with the Demon Slayer Corps, then who else could speak of them like this while the Corps didn't even dare to argue back? All the confusion in her mind gathered together, and a figure subconsciously appeared in Tamayo's thoughts. Shiryu. Only that Shiryu could speak such words with that kind of confidence. Mr. Shiryu? Tamayo asked tentatively. If it really was Mr. Shiryu, then this was also a good chance for her to find out what Shiryu's attitude toward Musen was. Shiryu nodded and said, I want to know the location of Yoriichi Tsujikuni's grave. Seeing Shiryu admit it, a trace of realization appeared in Tamayo's eyes. So it really was him. But after hearing what Shiryu said next, Tamayo's body could not help but stiffen. Lord Yoriichi's grave? Why did Shiryu want to know that? As someone who had once been saved from Musen's hands by Yoriichi, Tamayo had always been grateful to him. Even though Yoriichi saving her back then had only been something he did in passing, Tamayo still deeply appreciated his help. Many years after Yoriichi passed away, she had even carefully searched for his grave. In the end, she found Yoriichi's grave on the back mountain of the Tsujikuni family. There were only 6 words on the gravestone. Younger brother, Tsujikuni Yoriichi. The identity of the person who erected the monument for Yoriichi was all but obvious. Even after hundreds of years had passed, Tamayo still kept the habit of visiting Yoriichi's grave every year. First, to thank him for saving her life. Second, to pray to Yoriichi's spirit in heaven that someone would appear in this world who could destroy Kibutsuji Musen. Now, as Tamayo looked at Shiryu's figure, she pressed her lips together. Had her prayer come true? Would Mr. Shiryu be that person? What are you trying to do? Before she understood Shiryu's exact purpose, Tamayo still remained wary of him. You don't need to know the reason. Tamayo frowned when she heard that. Then forgive me, but I can let him briefly see the light of day again, and deal with Kibutsuji Musen. See the light of day again? Who are you talking about? Tamayo's pupils contracted. She hadn't heard wrong. Had she? What had Shiryu just said? Let him see the light of day again? Who was this him referring to? Lord Yoriichi? How was that possible? Lord Yoriichi had died hundreds of years ago. How could he possibly see the light of day again? Did this Shurya even know what he was saying? She knew how powerful the figure before her was. He could easily crush Upper Moon One. His strength spoke for itself. But now this touched on the matter between life and death. Could he control life and death? Impossible. How could such a being exist? It was not just Tamayo. Even the Kasugai crow on the windowsill suddenly widened its eyes. As the most intelligent among the Kasugai crows, it naturally understood the meaning behind Shurya's words. And it was precisely because it understood that Shota was so shocked. Mr. Shurya can even bring the dead back to life? Even someone from hundreds of years ago. What kind of terrifying ability was that? If what Mr. Shurya said was true, then the Demon Slayer Corps would have to reevaluate Mr. Shurya's worth all over again. Who else could it be besides Yoriichi Tsujikuni? You can bring the dead back to life? You think you can fool me? Shurya glanced at Tamayo and curled his lip. If I'm going to lie, I'd at least lie to someone valuable to me. You? What do you have that's worth me deceiving you over? The Demon Slayer Corps needs you because they're weak. Do you think I do? Those blunt words made Tamayo pause. Though they sounded somewhat harsh, there was nothing wrong with them. With his strength, there was absolutely no need for him to deceive her. Don't waste my time. Tell me the location, and I'll help you deal with Muzan. It benefits both of us. Seeing Tamayo fall silent, Shurya continued. Lady Tamayo, Lady Tamayo. Yashiro rushed into the room while shouting loudly. When he saw the situation in the room, he immediately pulled Tamayo behind him and stared at Shurya and the Kasugai crow with full vigilance. A Kasugai crow from the Demon Slayer Corps? Then this man. Yes, with the Demon Slayer Corps too. A Hashira? This is bad. I have to get Lady Tamayo out of here first. Don't be rash, Yashiro. This is Mr. Shurya, and the messenger of the Ubuyashiki family. Tamayo patted Yashiro on the shoulder in front of her. If the person before them truly had any ill intent toward them, then even hundreds or thousands of Yashiros would be useless. It would be better to speak openly with Shurya. After all, the reason Shurya had given was deeply tempting to her. If Shurya joined the battle, then their chances of defeating Muzan really would increase by a geometric rate. And killing Muzan was the only long-cherished wish she had clung to for hundreds of years. Now the opportunity was right in front of her. There was no way Tamayo could not be tempted. After hearing the name of the man before him, Yashiro's body did not relax because of Tamayo's pat. Instead, it became even stiffer. So this man was Shurya? The one who had killed several upper moons in a row? Then he really couldn't act impulsively. If he did, whether he could still be alive right now would already be a question. Lord Yoriichi once showed me kindness. Before I know whether what you want to do will benefit him, I will not tell you the location of his grave. Benefit him? Of course it will benefit him. After being revived through impure world reincarnation, Yoriichi's personality should not be too different from when he was alive. If Shurya rashly made him fight him, then with Tsujikuni Yoriichi's temperament, which did not like fighting, there was a high chance he would refuse Shurya's request for a battle. But to Shurya, that was not really a problem. Didn't he want to fight? Then what if Tsujikuni Yoriichi was given another chance to see Muzan? 100 years ago, Muzan escaped from his hands. He failed to avenge his wife's death, and Yoriichi died in pain. Now that the ages had turned, if the revived Yoriichi only needed to fight one battle with him in order to see Muzan again, would Yoriichi refuse? Absolutely not. To Shurya, impure world reincarnation was a method for increasing his roleplay progress. But to Yoriichi, it was the final chance to make up for a life that had ended with nothing accomplished. And how am I supposed to believe your words? Tamayo was not moved by Shurya's verbal promise alone. Seeing this, Shurya suddenly let out a cold laugh, his distinct fingers lightly pressing against the desk beside him. I'm not discussing this with you. Understand? As soon as Shurya finished speaking, a tremor came from the floor of the room. Before Tamayo even realized what Shurya meant, a horizontal beam of dark green would burst through the floor and tightly wrapped around Yashiro in front of her. Sharp branches pressed against Yashiro's throat. The sudden change made Tamayo instinctively take 2 steps back. Looking at the scene before her, she could not help but clench her hands. The reason I was willing to talk to you properly just now was because you're too weak to make me interested in taking action. It does not mean you're qualified to negotiate with me. As Shurya tapped his fingers on the desk, he stared at Tamayo with cold eyes. One last chance. Tell me the location of Yoriichi's grave. By the bed, Shota was stunned when the situation in the room suddenly took a sharp turn. Wasn't his attitude pretty good just now? How did it suddenly change like this? No, if this keeps going and everything falls apart, then Lady Tamayo will most likely die here today. I have to persuade Lady Tamayo. Why not try to persuade Shurya? If you try to persuade Mr. Shurya, there might be one more crow dead here today. Miss Tamayo, when it comes to deals, you can completely trust Mr. Shurya. He won't deceive us, and there's no need for him to deceive us. Tamayo glanced at the Kasugai crow trying to ease the tension, then looked at the tree thorn hovering at Yashiro's throat. There was a trace of panic in her eyes. Shuria's sudden change in attitude made her feel like the situation in front of her could collapse at any moment. After a moment of silence, Tamayo still chose to compromise. Kanna. Lord Yorichi's grave is in Kanna. The exact location. Enter the northern outskirts of Kanna City. The fourth mountain from the left. Halfway up the slope. Very good. I hope you didn't lie to me. Otherwise, even if you've reached a cooperative relationship with the Demon Slayer Corps, I can still deal with you. Shuria's gaze was calm. As expected, Tamayo really did know where Yorichi's grave was. This trip had not been in vain. Kanna? Shuria seemed to have some impression of that place name. Near Asakusa in Tokyo, it counted as a moderately developed city. Not exactly desolate but not prosperous either. Sanjuro had also mentioned this name among the clues he had found. Looking at it this way, what Tamayo said was most likely true. It would take an estimated 1 day to get to Kanna. Adding the return trip and the time needed to fight Yorichi, 3 days at most. Muzan probably wouldn't launch the final battle for at least another 10 days or more, so there was more than enough time. This time, let Muzan meet his old friend first. Shuria waved his hand. The dark green branches receded, and his figure disappeared from the villa as well. Yashiro fell onto the floor, guilt in his eyes as he looked at Tamayo. Not only had he failed to protect Lady Tamayo, he had instead become the leverage Shuria used to threaten her. It's all right, Yashiro. Seeing Yashiro's expression, Tamayo shook her head and comforted him. She had more or less figured one thing out as well. If Shuria really wanted to do something harmful to Lord Yorichi's grave, she had no way to stop him. The only difference between the two outcomes was whether she obediently spoke up now, or Shuria killed Yashiro first and then got the answer anyway. Was she afraid of death? She wasn't. What she feared was dying so casually before killing Muzan. The vengeance for her family and her children had not yet been taken. How could she die just like that? Lord Yorichi, please forgive my selfishness. Miss Tamayo, please don't worry too much. Although the master still hasn't fully figured out Mr. Shuria's temperament even now, you can rest assured when it comes to the truthfulness of his words. Also, I hope what happened tonight won't affect your judgment of the Demon Slayer Corps. We look forward to your positive reply. With that, the Kasugai crow, Shangtai, flapped its wings and flew out through the window. Seeing that only the two of them were left, Yashiro hurriedly said, "Let us move, Lady Tamayo." No. Tamayo slowly walked to the windowsill and pulled the window shut. After Nezuko conquered sunlight, something began to change. No. Perhaps the change had already begun even before that. The upheaval that happened that day has finally brewed into a tidal wave. Perhaps. As she spoke, the scene from 100 years ago surfaced in Tamayo's mind. The first time she had stood behind Kibutsuji Muzan and met Lord Yorichi. Then Tanjiro's face and Mr. Shuria's face flashed through her mind one after another. The upper moons, who had not fallen in nearly 100 years, had died one after another in just a little over a year. That alone already proved that the tide was no longer on Kibutsuji Muzan's side. Did this situation appear merely because Nezuko had conquered sunlight? No. Perhaps from the moment Mr. Shuria appeared, these changes had already begun surging in secret. She had only realized it now. Lady Tamayo, we still have to move, but this time it's different from before. I'll immediately organize all the research results I've gathered so far. Yashiro, come help too. This may be our last relocation. We're going to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, to the Abuyashiki estate. Tamayo looked at the crescent moon outside the window, her gaze gradually becoming firm. Now that it was confirmed Mr. Shuria would participate in the final battle, the situation had suddenly become clear. Although it was still uncertain whether Mr. Shuria could stand against Kibutsuji Muzan, this was the closest they had come in 100 years to eliminating Kibutsuji Muzan. Looking at Tamayo, who had already made up her mind, Yashiro took a deep breath. Understood. The following afternoon, Kanna City Station. Passing through the crowded flow of people, Shuria walked to the station entrance and studied the district map of the Kanna region. Before preparing the impure world reincarnation, he had to find a sacrifice in advance. Someone who could serve as the vessel for the reincarnated person. Pick some random person off the street as a sacrifice? Shuria was not cold-blooded enough for that. But if he found someone no better than a beast to use as the sacrifice, Shuria would feel no burden at all. There had been plenty of beast-like people even in Shuria's own era, let alone in the world of Demon Slayer, where bladed weapons were not strictly controlled. The restraints of the law here were extremely limited, so people like that naturally sprang up like endless chives, one crop after another. In the slums beyond the reach of official power, there were more than enough of them. Abanaya's family was not an exception. just a microcosm of this world. After finding the place in the northern outskirts of Kana with the worst infrastructure, Shurya turned and left. At the edge of the northern outskirts lay a slum district, a place that seemed forgotten by time. The streets were filled with dilapidated houses and garbage. In the silence, there was endless decay and chaos. In the narrow alleys, a few stray cats rummaged through trash piles, and now and then, sharp yowls from fighting could be heard. In one shadowy alley, the crumbling walls were covered in black mildew, while the ground was layered with dust and trash. A man in ragged clothes, greed written across his face, stood in front of a little girl whose clothes were still fairly clean. In his hand was a broken knife mottled with rust. The light was dim. A few flickering bulbs cast a sickly yellow glow over the alley. The blade reflected a cold gleam in the shifting light and shadow, making the girl's body tremble involuntarily. The man's gaze was locked onto the bundle in the girl's hands. He had personally seen the girl put the food she bought inside it. It wasn't exactly a feast, but it was definitely enough to fill a stomach. The girl's hands trembled slightly as she clutched the food. Reason told her that giving up the bundle was the best possible outcome. But when she thought about how this was nearly a month's worth of food for her family, her hands simply could not let it go. Seeing this, the man slowly approached the little girl, his breathing heavy. When he reached her, he suddenly shoved her hard, making her stagger and fall heavily to the ground. Her body slammed into the alley wall with a dull thud. Her head struck the wall, and the intense pain made her vision blur for a moment, a ringing buzzing in her ears. Snatching the bundle away, the man opened it and glanced at the food inside, a flash of delight appearing on his face. Wouldn't he have guessed it? This little brat actually managed to buy this much food. Not bad. When the girl saw the food being taken, tears immediately began streaming down her face. The man, who had been about to leave just like that, suddenly paused and looked more carefully at the girl's face. Tears slid down her cheeks, leaving 2 damp trails. Those tear tracks exposed the fair skin on her face. I didn't look too closely at you before. You little brat. You've actually got a pretty nice face. Hearing that, the girl hurriedly lowered her head, her hands nervously rubbing at the corner of her clothes. The man looked at the girl's panicked expression, then turned to glance at the alley entrance. His throat bobbed involuntarily. No one. Then today, he'd be getting more than just a full stomach. The man tossed his bundle aside and walked toward the girl. Hearing his footsteps getting closer and closer, the girl held back her tears and tried to run. But the moment she forced herself to stand, her mind spun, and her body collapsed with it. Seeing this, the last shred of the man's reason completely vanished, and he pounced on her. Don't touch me. MMPH. Help. The man covered the girl's mouth, and his hand reached toward her collar. Found you. Not bad luck. Suddenly, a voice that sounded almost like an off-screen narration drifted into the girl's ears. The instant it rang out, the girl felt the hand covering her mouth loosen. The man on top of her suddenly went limp and collapsed onto her. The girl froze, then hurriedly pushed the man off her and leaned against the wall, staring at the unconscious man. What happened? Whose voice was that just now? The girl turned her head and saw a figure appear in the alley. The figure walked closer step by step, and his face gradually emerged from the shadows. Looking at that strikingly handsome face, the girl's mind went completely blank. Having received little education, she only had one adjective in her head. So pretty. Combined with the clean white clothes on the man, the girl felt like she was looking at a god descending from heaven. Was he really a god? The girl didn't know. She could only stare blankly at Shuryi. She saw Shuryi walk over to the man, grab him in one hand, then glance at her before vanishing from where he stood. Seeing Shuryi's figure suddenly disappear, the girl hurriedly looked around everywhere. She wanted to get up and search for him, but the pain in her head struck again, and she dropped to her knees. Looking toward the dim yellow end of the alley, she murmured softly, "At least let me know who you are." Grabbing the man, Shuryi rushed all the way toward the northern outskirts. The mountainside of the 4th mountain from the left? Shuryi's gaze passed through gaps in the branches in the dark of night, then gradually settled. Now he could basically confirm that what Tamayo had said was true. On the way here, Shuryi had passed by a village. Although the buildings in the village were badly dilapidated, judging from their structure and the care in their interior layout, this village should once have been very prosperous. On top of that, Shuryi had seen a stone monument carved with the words Jigwa inside one of the buildings. It wasn't hard to determine that the former Jigwa clan had once lived here. In that case, it was only natural for Yorichi's grave to be in the back mountain behind this village. According to Shuryi's guess, Kokushibo would most likely also have wanted to bring Yorichi's grave back to the Jigwa clan, except he had no way of finding where the Jigwa clan was located. As Shiryi approached the fourth mountain, he could vaguely see small mounds in the soil underfoot. These might be graves, or they might have been caused by geological changes. Shiryi's footsteps made harsh crunching sounds against the dry yellow leaves, sounding especially abrupt. In the end, Shiryi arrived at a grave that was completely different from the others. There were obvious traces of cleaning around the grave, and the most recent cleaning should not have been long ago. Kokushibo had been useless as early as a few months ago, so the only one who could have come here was Tamayo. Cleaning Yorichi's grave? That was something the plot had never mentioned. Looking at the grave, Shiryi's eyes flickered, and scarlet became the dominant color in his sockets. His fingers brushed across the ground, sensing the faint vibrations beneath the soil layer. Through the soil, he vaguely saw the outline of that corpse and confirmed his guess. That's right. Shiryi muttered to himself and casually threw the captured man to one side. Shiryi began preparing the ritual for impure world reincarnation. He carefully lifted the soil layer and placed the prepared sacrifice in front of the corpse. Then he began forming hand seals. Impure world reincarnation. The aura in the air abruptly changed, becoming incomparably heavy and viscous. The leaves around them suddenly rustled and trembled in the windless night, as if some invisible force were gradually gathering. The ground beneath their feet began to shake slightly, and a strange energy slowly rose from underground, as if something deep in the darkness were being awakened. The air before the sacrifice twisted slightly. As the power deepened, that force from the underworld grew stronger and stronger. The soil before the grave began to churn violently, as though it were being overturned by a pair of invisible hands. Gray dust swirled in the air, forming a vortex that wrapped around the man's body. Then, the dust on the man's body seemed to come alive, rapidly attaching itself to the summoned back soul. The corpse that had been buried for many years gradually emerged from the soil, and dust slowly covered it, forming a figure that seemed to overlap between illusion and reality. As time passed, the figure became clearer and clearer until, at last, a form no different from when he had been alive appeared before Shiryi. The figure of Jigwa Yorichi gradually took shape, his eyes shut, the expression on his face calm and solemn, as if he had never left and were only in a deep sleep. The dust seemed alive, winding around his body. It gradually restored his appearance. Muscles and even clothing appeared one by one. Shiryi stared at Jigwa Yorichi before him, his heartbeat quickening, the scarlet in his eyes growing even deeper. Although Jigwa Yorichi brought back through impure world reincarnation was definitely weaker than when he had been alive, no matter what, he would still be stronger than Muzan. The boost in roleplay percentage he could provide would definitely be the biggest one besides killing Muzan. At last, the roleplay percentage wouldn't have to rise like squeezing toothpaste anymore. It wasn't for nothing that he had searched everywhere for clues about Yorichi's grave. As the last trace of underworld power poured in, Jigwa Yorichi's eyes suddenly snapped open. Who are you? Jigwa Yorichi's voice carried a hint of hoarseness, as if it were a summons from another world. Shiryi? Shiryi? But haven't I already died? Yorichi looked at his palm, covered in cracks, his eyes full of confusion. In his memory he knew exactly how he had died, which was why he found this so puzzling. He had come back to life? Why? And what was with the stiffness in his body, and this sense of obedience toward the person before him? This body of his looked like it was under his control, but Yorichi knew very clearly in his heart that the true control still rested in the hands of the man before him. Yes, but by my own methods, I've let you live again for a short while. Come, attack me with everything you've got. Shiryi beckoned to Yorichi. After working so hard for so long, it was finally time to harvest the rewards. He wondered how much roleplay percentage Yorichi brought back through impure world reincarnation could provide. 10%? Probably unlikely. 7 or 8%. Or even lower. The main issue was that Shiryi had no idea just how strong Yorichi really was. In the original work, Muzan had absolutely no power to resist in front of him, so there was no real basis for comparison. But presumably, he should be stronger than all the Hashira and Muzan combined, right? Please don't disappoint him. Looking at the eager Shiryi, Yorichi's newly restored consciousness, which had already been somewhat stiff, grew even duller. Attack? Shiryi had resurrected him just to pick a fight with him? Yorichi turned back to glance at his own grave. Dig up someone else's grave just to fight? So this was what they meant by not letting you go even after death. After a moment of silence, Yorichi shook his head. I don't like fighting. Even knowing that this body had to obey Shiryi's orders, Yorichi still chose to refuse. Because he had been born with the transparent world and those marks. He was different from ordinary people. He knew his strength far surpassed everyone else's. He didn't want to be that odd one out, and it wasn't that he truly disliked fighting. So even though the muscle density of the Shirya before him looked just as terrifyingly strong as his own, Yorichi still refused. As expected, the corner of Shuria's mouth lifted. I can take you to Kibutsuji Musen. Hearing that, Yorichi suddenly raised his head, his gaze trembling. Musen? That demon still wasn't he dead? After several hundred years, the Demon Slayer Corps still hadn't he eliminated him? Then what was his current strength now? Had he already recovered from the damage dealt by that slash of mine? For a moment, Yorichi's thoughts became unusually active. It was hard for many things to stir his interest. But Musen was different. Demons had killed his wife, Yuta, and his older brother had also become a demon. The root cause of all that tragedy was Musen. 100 years ago, failing to kill Musen had been one of the greatest regrets in his heart. Now that he had come back to life and heard that Musen was still alive, even Yorichi's calm state of mind could not help but ripple slightly. This time, he would not let Kibutsuji Musen escape again. Looking at Shurya, Yorichi did not ask how Shurya could take him to find Musen, because the answer had already been given earlier. Fight him. Yorichi's gaze swept over Shurya's body, a trace of surprise in his eyes. First, he had still been somewhat unaccustomed to this body, and even his observation through the transparent world had felt somewhat obstructed. But now that the transparent world had almost fully adapted, Yorichi finally realized just how absurd Shurya's body was. Compared to ordinary people, Shurya's muscle density was exaggeratedly powerful. Not only that, it also contained a kind of power Yorichi had never seen before. That power spread around Shurya's entire body, surging with immense force. But when it reached the area around Shurya's eyes, that power suddenly calmed down again. It was as if it were being suppressed by an even higher level force. Yorichi's gaze landed on Shurya's eyes. There seemed to be an even more terrifying power there. Something that even the transparent world could not see through. Were people of the new era already this strong? Then why had they still failed to eliminate Musen? He didn't know about others, but as far as the Shurya before him was concerned, one look was enough to tell that his strength should be above Kibutsuji Musen's. So why was Musen still alive? What exactly was this man's relationship with Musen? Yorichi shook his head and suppressed all those doubts. With the condition of his current body, aside from fighting the other party, there was no better option for now. Pressing down on the scabbard, Yorichi lowered his body, his expression solemn. Since he had chosen to fight, there was no need to hold back his strength. Shing. The sound of the blade leaving its sheath blended into the wind, and Yorichi's figure appeared in front of Shurya. The instant he swung his blade at close range, Yorichi's eyes darkened. Something underground was surging outward at a terrifying speed. After quickly comparing his own speed with that thing's speed in his mind, Yorichi decisively gave up the opportunity right before him. The Nichiren blade in his hand instantly changed direction and slashed toward the thing about to burst out of the ground. Clang. The violent impact made Yorichi's face tremble slightly. What was this thing? Metal? How could it be this hard? No, even if it were metal, with his strength, he should have been able to snap it easily. Yorichi turned his head and looked at the object still swelling beneath the soil, his eyes shrinking. A tree trunk. The thing underground was a tree trunk? How was that possible? How could an ordinary tree trunk be this hard? That strike of his had nearly cut the entire trunk in two. But Yorichi's expression did not relax because of that. Because through the soil, he saw thousands upon thousands of tree trunks just like it. Without using a breath form attack, he actually couldn't even cut through a single tree trunk. Yorichi froze for a moment, somewhat unaccustomed to it. Roleplay progress, 4.18%. When Shurya saw the long-absent increase on the panel, his eyes lit up. Finally, the increase was more than 1%. Ever since his roleplay progress had reached 1/3, gains like this had almost never appeared again. As expected of Tsujikuni Yorichi, the combat ceiling of the Demon Slayer world. From just one exchange, his extraordinary strength was already obvious. And this wasn't even the strongest he had been in life. The impure world reincarnation did weaken him to a certain extent. Even so, he had still provided a little over 1% of roleplay progress. Looking at it this way, Yorichi's strength really did seem to be on a completely different level from everyone else. Was this a problem with Demon Slayer's power scaling? Whatever. The stronger Yorichi was, the more it benefited Shurya. There was no downside. Come on. Let me see the strength of the man called the strongest of the Warring States era. A proper fight after so long raised Shurya's interest quite a bit. One giant tree after another rose from the ground. The slash Yorichi had used to suppress them became meaningless, and both man and blade were flung high into the sky. Overlooking the ground that had turned into a sea of trees in the blink of an eye, Yorichi's expression remained calm, but his heart was already in turmoil. What was this? Was there even such a breathing style? And even if there was, it shouldn't be this absurd, right? Could it really control the power of trees? One had to know that the attribute of a breathing style was only a prefix, representing the form that this power manifested as. It did not mean the user could actually control that attribute. For example, the sun breathing he used himself, though powerful, was nowhere near the level of actually wielding the power of the sun. But what was going on with this Shurya? Could he really control trees? Was this some new way of using a breathing style? Using physical objects to enhance a breathing style? Yorichi lifted his eyes and glanced at the pitch-black night sky, then silently lowered his head. Even if he wanted to test that theory now, there was no way to do it. Taking a deep breath, Yorichi used the giant trees sweeping around him as leverage and charged at Shurya once more. Roleplay progress, 4.25%. Roleplay progress, 4.34%. Roleplay progress, 4.39%. Within the sea of trees, Shurya's attention remained fixed on the panel. Yorichi was strong, but breaking through the sea of trees would still take some time. Taking advantage of that, Shurya could observe the pattern behind the increase in roleplay progress. Yorichi's basic attacks had now dropped to 0.3% per hit, and the breath forms before the 7th form had dropped to around 0.7%. Let me farm him a little longer. Up in midair, Tsujikuni Yorichi, who was being relentlessly entangled by the sea of trees, gradually had something go wrong with his expression. From calmly looking for an opportunity at the start to now having a faintly numb look on his face, only dozens of exchanges had passed. What the hell were these trees? Being absurdly hard was one thing, but what was with this endless growth speed? At this rate, forget getting close to Shurya. He could be worn to death by these giant trees alone. Had Kibutsuji Musen become this strong after 100 years? Were all the opponents being fought now at this level? Seeing the somewhat blank look in Yorichi's eyes, Shurya shrugged. We Uchiha are like this. Roleplay progress, 4.71%. Roleplay progress, 4.72%. A little over 7%. Huh? Looking at the roleplay progress, whose rate of increase was gradually slowing down, Shurya raised an eyebrow. This was about what he had expected, but he felt this still wasn't all of Yorichi's strength. It was recorded in the databook that when Tsujikuni Yorichi fought Musen, he had used the 13th form of sun breathing, and now Shurya had only seen the first 12 forms. Was it because the Edo Tensei body limited his ability to use it? No, that wasn't right. To put it bluntly, the 13th form was just using the previous 12 forms in rotation, creating a cycle that formed the 13th form. During that process, Edo Tensei might have some effect, but nowhere near the point of making it unusable. Was he looking for an opening? The moment that thought rose in Shurya's mind, he heard Yorichi let out a low shout. Sun breathing, 3rd form. Raging Sun Red Mirror. Yorichi gripped his Nichiren blade, and the blade traced 2 afterimages through the air, like flames shimmering with flowing light. The blade light carried an intense scorching aura as it chopped straight into several giant trees ahead. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the massive trees were cut apart as easily as tofu. The huge crashing sound echoed through the night sky, and the roar of collapsing trees was deafening. Seeing this, Shurya's eyes lit up. Sure enough, there was still more to squeeze out of him. Just now, when Yorichi used the 3rd form, Raging Sun Red Mirror, cutting down one giant tree had already been his limit. Now he was cutting several in a row, which meant he was most likely preparing for the 13th form. Just thinking about it was a little exciting. As the wood chips fell, Yorichi's figure swiftly leaped onto the shattered tree stumps. In an instant, he turned into a stream of light like blazing fire, while the blade drew dazzling trails through the air. Sun breathing. Solar Halo Dragon Head Dance. Yorichi flashed rapidly through the sea of trees, and every landing came with violent waves of flame. The glow of the Nichiren blade turned into an enormous fire dragon that coiled around him. Roaring, the fire dragon devoured every tree blocking his path. Scorching air currents surged through the atmosphere, and shattered branches scattered under the searing flames. Yorichi did not stop. After the earlier exchange, he was all too clear on the recovery ability of this sea of trees before him. It looked like he was cutting through the giant trees in front of him like a hot knife through butter, removing more than half of them, but only he himself knew the truth. The moment he paused even slightly, these giant trees would instantly recover as if nothing had happened. He had to get close to Shurya before the sea of trees recovered. The Nichiren blade in his hand grew slightly hot. Yorichi shot forward. Sun breathing. Beneficent radiance. The blade carved spiraling, burning slashes through the air. Flames coiled around the edge, and the blazing radiance was as dazzling as the sun. Every swing of the blade light seemed to tear through the night, cleanly slicing apart the surrounding trees and obstacles. With several sun-breathing forms used in succession, The distance between Shurya and Yorichi was suddenly shortened by nearly half. There was a chance. Although the effects of those breathing forms were far below Yorichi's expectations, at least they let him see a sliver of hope. His clash with the sea of trees just now had nearly numbed him senseless. For a moment, he had even started wondering what the meaning of his resurrection was. Fortunately, the skills, mark, and other abilities he had possessed in life were gradually returning to their best state, helping him recover some of his rhythm. Even if he was not a match for the Shurya before him, Yorichi would never give up just like that. Roleplay percentage, 477. Roleplay percentage, 479. This should already be Yorichi Tsujikuni's full strength. The highest roleplay gain brought by the breathing forms was only 2. Once his roleplay percentage increased a bit more, it might even drop some. But that tiny bit of roleplay percentage didn't matter anymore. The real highlight still depended on the boost brought by Yorichi's 13th form. Detected. Uchiha Madara roleplay percentage is about to reach 50%. Progress past halfway. Milestone reward. Rinnegan. Seeing the sudden notification that popped up on the system interface, Shurya straightened up slightly. The Rinnegan? It was already here? The Rinnegan was known as the loftiest ocular power, the eye that controlled life and death. It was the ultimate dojutsu born from the Otsutsuki clan and the chakra fruit of the divine tree. A wielder of the Rinnegan controlled yin and yang, possessed at least 6 nature transformations of chakra, and had extraordinary abilities. He could be a creator god with the power to create worlds, or a destroyer god with the power to end them. Once he unlocked the Rinnegan, calling Shurya's strength a qualitative leap would be putting it lightly. He would practically become a different person altogether. With the Rinnegan, Shurya could easily deal with his previous self. With one bug-level ability after another like Limbo, Border Jail, Sealing Technique Absorption, Planetary Devastation, and Heavenly Obstruction Quaking Star. Shurya could already imagine how spectacular Musen's expression would be when he saw planetary devastation descending from the sky. Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. The real Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. If 50% roleplay meant Rinnegan Madara, then 100% roleplay should correspond to complete form Lord Madara, right? 6 Paths Madara? At that thought, the way Shurya looked at Yorichi became much gentler. Whether he could reach 50% today depended entirely on Yorichi Tsujikuni. With his current roleplay percentage, if he missed this chance, he could only improve it during the final battle with Musen. Even with another 2 months of training, the combined strength of the 7 Hashira would not raise his current roleplay percentage much. Yorichi Tsujikuni, please do your best. Sensing something strange in Shurya's gaze, a layer of goosebumps rose on Yorichi's arm. What kind of look was that? Was there something on his face? Why did Shurya's gaze seem so ambiguous? The word felt somewhat inappropriate here, but that was truly how Yorichi felt. Compared to this look, Yorichi was actually more used to the way Shurya had looked at him earlier, like he was looking at trash. Sun breathing. Burning bones. Summer Sunday sun breathing. Sunflower thrust. The first 12 forms of sun breathing flowed through Yorichi's hands as naturally and smoothly as running water. The blade light seemed like a fusion of flame and sunlight. Even Shurya could not find any fault with any of those breathing techniques. An intense aura of battle spread through this world dyed red by flames. The final move, setting sun transformation, tore through the darkness. The sharp blade light, carrying scorching flames, surged straight into the sky as if it meant to rip apart the heavens. With the completion of this final form, Yorichi's aura suddenly changed. The red broken strands of hair at both sides of his forehead fluttered wildly with the eruption of his breathing. The aura around his entire body rose sharply, to the point that even the surrounding air became burning hot and distorted. A flame, almost pure white with a crimson tint, slowly ignited from Yorichi's hands and spread all the way along the Nichiren blade, as if the sword itself had turned into the core of the sun. The flames danced, flashing with blinding brilliance. Yorichi slowly raised his head. The first 12 forms had already cleared away every obstacle between him and Shurya, leaving an unobstructed view before him. If even the 13th form still could not defeat Shurya, then he had no other options left. Dark red marks gradually emerged across Yorichi's cheeks, covering half his face, and together with the burning white flames, they reached their peak. The flames seemed to tear through the air. The entire blade burned violently, and its white radiance was dazzling and shocking. Yorichi's body suddenly moved, instantly turning into an afterimage and vanishing from where he stood. At this speed, even Shurya only caught a flash of white fire before his eyes. The next moment, Yorichi had already appeared directly above Shurya. The Nichiren blade split the air, carrying a sharp whistling wind as it turned into a blazing white arc, chopping down at Shurya's head with destructive force. Clang! A recoil force, both familiar and unfamiliar to Yorichi, struck him once again. It was familiar because the impact felt broadly the same. The Nichiren blade had struck the surface of something hard, creating a rebounding force. It was unfamiliar because this recoil was far stronger than the impacts from those horizontal tree trunks before, as if the blade had slammed into an iron wall as immovable as a mountain. He could still break through the defense of those giant trees just now, but the thing currently in contact with his Nichiren blade. He didn't feel even the slightest sensation of cutting into it. In other words, after all that build-up and that full power slash, he hadn't even broken through the other side's defense? What kind of ability was this now? Giant trees? Hadn't he just finished cutting those down? As the smoke from the collision slowly dispersed, Yorichi's gaze gradually focused on Shirya. He saw several faint blue phantom ribs appear around Shirya, like a massive illusory shield, completely enclosing him within. The expression on his face gradually stiffened into a question mark. No, what kind of ability was this now? Don't tell him this had somehow developed into some kind of bone breathing now. What kind of messed up abilities were these? One was controlling a sea of trees, another was summoning bone phantoms. Couldn't they just fight properly? Could Musen even die against something like this? So, was that still the Musen he knew? He couldn't have mutated, right? Roleplay rate 50. Shirya looked at the progress bar finally frozen on the panel, and the corner of his mouth lifted. The decision to use impure world reincarnation on Tsujikuni Yorichi had truly been a wise one. A single battle had raised his roleplay rate by almost 10%. This level of strength completely crushed both humans and demons in Demon Slayer. It was definitely a setting issue. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to rise this much. Before he could explain anything to the dazed Yorichi, Shirya suddenly found his vision surrounded by a layer of profound darkness. This darkness was not a real obstruction, but a kind of invisible pressure that gradually swallowed up his sight. Shirya's eyes slowly closed, and he felt a power unlike anything before surging within them. It was different from every previous evolution. As the eternal Mangekyo evolved into the Rinnegan, it felt as if countless tiny sensations were lightly moving across his eyeballs, instantly wrapping around his vision. The scene before him began to blur, and in the darkness, a pair of invisible giant hands vaguely appeared. Those hands seemed to close in from every direction, gently pinching his eyeballs. Each squeeze came with a subtle tremor, and Shirya could clearly sense that his eyes were being remolded. It felt as though an invisible hand was compressing them, tearing them apart, then shaping them anew. Every bit of change felt so real and so intense. During this reshaping process, Shirya could clearly feel his ocular power steadily increasing. He could sense every part of his eyes continuously swelling and expanding, power constantly accumulating. That power surged like the tides of the sea, endlessly pushing Shirya's perception to new heights. As this newborn power appeared within his eyes, memories related to the abilities of the Rinnegan also surfaced one by one in Shirya's mind. When the final wave of power finished surging, Shirya slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes were no longer his original pupils, but had transformed into deep, profound Rinnegan. Within his eye sockets, pupils like a galaxy gradually emerged. The black pupil at the center resembled a bottomless abyss, carrying a kind of awe-inspiring mystery. Around the pupil, countless fine gray concentric rings overlapped layer upon layer, spreading outward from the center like ripples across water. These ring patterns were extraordinarily intricate. Every line looked as if it had been carefully carved, radiating a grand and majestic aura. The ripple-like concentric circles seemed to be constantly expanding, as if displaying some kind of invisible fluctuation. The gray ripples were as deep as the sea, carrying an indescribable solemnity and authority. At this moment, Shirya felt better than ever before, even feeling as if he were an omnipotent god. Looking at the surroundings, which now seemed as exposed and unobstructed as a bare skeleton, Shirya murmured softly, "Now I finally look a bit like Madara-sama." But Tsujikuni Yorichi, standing in front of Shirya, was even more dumbfounded. The instant Shirya opened his eyes, Yorichi experienced for the first time what it meant for his mind to go completely blank. What kind of eyes were these? Not being able to see the power within them was one thing, but why did they also make him feel like an ant? It was as if the sky above his head had suddenly opened a pair of eyes. That feeling of smallness and helplessness was the truest reflection of his current state. Wasn't the battle supposed to be over already? Why did he have to switch to another form now? This version of Shirya was obviously countless times stronger than the Shirya with the blood-red eyes just now. Did he really have to die? Then what was the point of reviving him? Wait, could he be dreaming? Could dead people dream too? The thought was a little absurd, but compared to the godlike Shirya in front of him, Yorichi found it easier to believe that dead people could still dream. feeling the power surging endlessly within his body. Shirya looked at Yorichi and raised a hand. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly lowered it again. Forget it. The recovery ability of Impure World Reincarnation was weak to begin with. If one move ended up directly killing Tsujikuni Yorichi, that would be a complete loss. Better to let Muzan come instead. He could regenerate and take a beating better. Suppressing the urge to make a move on Yorichi, Shirya let out a long breath. He had already harvested almost all the roleplay rate he could from Yorichi. All that remained was Muzan. The roleplay rate gained from fighting Muzan would probably be pitifully little, but what Shirya cared about was the boost he would get after killing Muzan and fulfilling Madara-sama's ideal. That would be far greater than the gains from battle. In the anime, when Muzan initiated the final battle and stepped into the Ubuyashiki estate, he could practically be described as walking with the wind at his back. But this time, the moment he pushed the door open, he'd see his father, Tsujikuni Yorichi, and after turning around, Rinnegan Madara Shirya. Seeing Shirya slowly lower the hand aimed at him, Yorichi actually let out a breath of relief without realizing it. If this fight continued, Yorichi felt that he could lose his life at any moment. Even if Yorichi truly didn't care about life and death, when faced with that kind of pressure pressing against the line between life and death, he still felt a little tense. You're very strong. I know. Time passed quietly without notice. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, in the courtyard closely adjoining the Ubuyashiki estate, Yorichi looked at Shirya, who was sitting on the terrace with his eyes closed in rest, hesitated for a moment, then asked, "So, when can I see Muzan?" After finishing their fight with Shirya, he had been brought here by him. Here, he had seen all kinds of breathing styles derived from sun breathing. As for the Hashira representing those breathing styles, Yorichi had actually been somewhat surprised upon first meeting them. They seemed far weaker than he had expected. Actually, it couldn't really be called weak. Compared to the era when Yorichi had still been alive, the strength of this generation of Hashira was clearly much greater. The reason Yorichi found them weak was because the impression Shirya had left on him was simply too deep. It had made him mistakenly think that the strength of people outside now, even if they weren't as strong as Shirya, shouldn't be too far off. Only after seeing things with his own eyes over the past few days did he realize that it wasn't that the era had changed, but that Shirya was simply too monstrous. That was good too. At the very least, it meant that Muzan was still the Muzan he knew. With his current strength, he could still defeat Muzan. But several days had already passed now, and there was still no news of Muzan at all. Yorichi was starting to get restless. Although he could be considered revived now, Yorichi could sense that his current resurrection was still far from a true revival in the real sense. It was only being sustained by a gradually dissipating breath within his body. Once that breath fully scattered, this so-called resurrection of his would lose all meaning. Some of that breath had been consumed during his battle with Shirya, and now there wasn't much left. Soon. Didn't you already sense that aura a few days ago? At most, in another 3 days, Muzan will deliver himself right to our door. Aura? You mean that eyeball demon? When Shirya brought it up, Yorichi remembered the eyeball he had seen on the roof one night. The words on the eyeball seemed to say upper rank 3. That familiar demonic aura had made Yorichi immediately judge that the owner of that eyeball definitely had no small amount of Muzan's blood in his body. Just as he was about to make a move, Shirya stopped him. That eyeball was later cut apart by the water Hashira, Tomioka Ju, who discovered it afterward. As for why Shirya had stopped him, Yorichi understood it later too. It had already been several hundred years, and Muzan was still that afraid of him? No way, right? Hadn't he escaped back then? Besides, compared to him, shouldn't Muzan be more afraid of the person right in front of him? Muzan already knows where Ubuyashiki is. Giving in to Nezuko's temptation will happen within these few days. Muzan doesn't know where you are. Will he really make a move? Me? Maybe the current Muzan still thinks I'm not his match. Shirya shrugged. To be honest, even he didn't really understand it. Logically speaking, Muzan had seen fragments of him crushing several upper moons. Although he had acted a bit at Akaza's side in the end, it should still have had some deterrent effect. But based on the information Akaza reported, for some reason, Muzan always felt that he could handle him. Shirya was naturally happy to see that happen, and even had Akaza belittle him a bit more in front of Muzan. And honestly, it really worked. According to Akaza, Muzan had already started preparing to begin the final battle. And this timing was less than 5 days slower than in the original story. In other words, in Muzan's eyes, the sense of threat Shirya gave him was only worth those 5 days. Was Kibutsuji Muzan this arrogant and unruly now? Yorichi was getting more and more curious about the current Muzan. Shirya wasn't his match? Yorichi felt that just that one sea of trees alone could drain him to death. Demons had strong vitality and recovery. No matter how strong, could they be stronger than those giant trees? And at this point, it was no longer a matter of whether they were opponents or not. In Yorichi's view, only when both sides were evenly matched or at least had hope of winning, was there any need to call each other opponents. But compared to Shirya, aside from one-sided slaughter, Yorichi couldn't imagine any other possibility for Muzan. To put it bluntly, Yorichi was too embarrassed to call himself Shirya's opponent, much less Muzan. Arrogant and unruly? Maybe a little, but I think once he sees you in a few days that'll be gone. Shirya opened his eyes and looked at Yorichi with amusement as he spoke. If they were only talking about deterrence against Muzan, maybe even 10 of him wouldn't compare to Yorichi. That one slash from Yorichi had made Muzan hide in fear for several hundred years, and even now he still had lingering fear from it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had such a huge reaction when he saw Tanjiro wearing the same earrings as Yorichi. Yorichi didn't quite understand what Shirya was referring to, but knowing that the final battle would be within these few days, his expression calmed quite a bit. Then should we go prepare near that Nezuko? Although he knew Muzan had no hope at all against Shirya's strength, Yorichi still wanted to make every possible preparation. This time, they absolutely could not let Kibutsuji Muzan, who treated lives like toys, escape again. No. Shirya raised a finger and shook it. Although Muzan is very afraid of you, he never thought much of the Demon Slayer Corps. In his eyes, getting Nezuko would be as easy as reaching into a bag and taking something out. So he wouldn't go directly to Nezuko. Instead, he'll first put on a big show in front of Ubuyashiki Kagaya. Shirya's eyes flickered as he recalled the scene before the Infinite Castle final battle, where Muzan had nearly blown himself half-crippled through sheer suicidal stupidity. At first, when he had seen that part of the plot, it had felt like they were forcibly weakening Muzan's combat power. But now that Shirya was actually in this situation and understood Muzan's mentality, it instead felt perfectly reasonable. From beginning to end, the only one Muzan feared was Tsujikuni Yorichi. As for the Demon Slayer Corps, which came from the same lineage as Yorichi, he had never feared them, nor had he ever taken them seriously. If not for Nezuko's appearance, Shirya estimated Muzan would have let the Demon Slayer Corps continue struggling on for a while longer. Put on a big show? Yorichi froze. It was another phrase he didn't understand. Over these past few days he had already heard quite a few from Shirya, and he still wasn't used to them. You can understand it as showing off before others. Yorichi shook his head. He still didn't quite understand why Muzan would do that. But hearing how certain Shirya sounded, he also felt for no reason that it wasn't impossible. Then what do we do now? Wait, it's almost time. As soon as he said that, Yorichi heard knocking at the courtyard gate and instinctively turned his head. The one who came in was the current head of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ubuyashiki Kagaya. At this moment, Ubuyashiki Kagaya's complexion could not be called rosy, but the cursed marks on his face had clearly faded a lot. He no longer needed a mane and the children to support him. He could walk on his own. Mr. Shirya. Ubuyashiki Kagaya walked up to the two of them, gave a slight nod, and spoke with a gentle voice that carried a trace of respect. Everything is ready. One of the people before him was someone who had existed hundreds of years ago and now returned from death, and the other was the one who had made all of this happen and had shown him kindness. No matter which one it was, both deserved his respect. Shirya nodded, stood up and looked at Yorichi. Let us go. Time to give Kibutsuji Muzan a tiny little shock worth 100 million points. Inside the Infinite Castle, Muzan, dressed in a suit, lowered his eyes toward the raised platform by his feet. On the platform sat Neikime, holding her biwa. Have you confirmed it? The location we tracked several times was all the same place. That's where the Ubuyashiki family is. What about Shirya? We haven't found his whereabouts, but he's most likely also at the Demon Slayer's headquarters. Neikime had not found Shirya's whereabouts, but judging from the conversations she had overheard, Shirya was very likely also at the Demon Slayer's headquarters. When Muzan heard that, his brows drew tightly together. Since he was most likely at headquarters, Muzan simply treated it as if Shirya was at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. So he joined forces with Ubuyashiki Kagaya, wanting to get rid of him together? If that was the case, things would be somewhat troublesome. He could ignore those Hashira, but Shirya was not someone he could overlook. The memory fragments of several upper moons fighting Shirya were still swirling through his mind even now, effortlessly crushing upper rank 1, killing upper rank 2 right under upper rank 3's nose. Once Shirya joined the battle, there would be no small amount of resistance to his plan to obtain Nezuko and wipe out the Demon Slayer Corps. Even so, Muzan had no intention of giving up. Neikime had found the location of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, so Ubuyashiki must also have sensed him. If he hesitated any longer and gave the Ubuyashiki family a chance to relocate, then obtaining Nezuko would become a distant prospect. As he thought this, Muzan lowered his head and looked beside Neikime. Akaza, who had been standing quietly to the side gathering information, sensed Musen's gaze and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Damn it. Again? What was he going to ask this time? Ask how strong Lord Shirya was? Or ask whether that blue phantom that day had just been made of paper? For days now, it had gone back and forth over nothing but these questions. On the surface, it looked like Musen wasn't that afraid of Lord Shirya. But Akaza could very clearly sense the unease in Musen's questioning. That meant Musen was afraid. If he truly wasn't afraid, he would never act like this. Once the battle begins, Akaza, you will go stop that Shirya. Musen said this, his tone a little lacking in confidence. Even he felt this request was a bit outrageous, but among the forces under him, only Akaza was left as his strongest combat power. That Black Death Mao puppet was far too unstable because its consciousness was hollow, and fighting without consciousness was too stiff. Dealing with those Hashira was fine, but if it came to stopping Shirya, Akaza's chances were much higher. As long as Akaza could keep Shirya tied down until he got Nezuko, then every problem would be solved with ease. The moment Akaza heard Musen's words, he jerked his head up. Anyone who wasn't blind could read the meaning in his eyes. Are you serious? You want him to stop Shirya? No. Even if he was a demon and his body temperature was a little low, that didn't mean he could say something this cold, right? What was he thinking? Knowing it couldn't be done and still deliberately insisting on it? How was this stopping Shirya? This was clearly forcing him to defect as fast as possible. Good thing he had already defected long ago. Suppressing the speechlessness in his heart toward Musen, Akaza quickly adjusted his expression. These past few days of fake flattery had developed a bit of his acting talent. This subordinate will definitely do his utmost. Hearing Akaza's answer, Musen nodded in satisfaction. Good, Akaza was still the most reliable. Even knowing he would die, he still agreed without hesitation. Of course, Musen also knew the gap between the two, so he wouldn't let Akaza go die for nothing just like that. Actually, Akaza dying in battle itself would not affect Musen in any way. At most, there would be the slightest emotional fluctuation. But he needed Akaza to create enough value for him. Stopping Shirya was the value Akaza ought to display. You don't need to be too nervous. I'll give you some more of my blood to help raise your strength. Seeing Akaza's body trembling a little, Musen thought Akaza was afraid of fighting Shirya, so his voice softened slightly. Toward a demon who was about to die for him, Musen would not be stingy with a little comfort. But just when Musen thought his consolation should be having an effect, he suddenly realized Akaza's body was shaking even harder. Seeing this, Musen's eyes turned cold. He could be afraid, but the upper moon he created absolutely could not be afraid. He was only being told to deal with one brat, yet he was scared to this extent? Was this still the bearing an upper moon should have? Just as Musen was about to speak and express his dissatisfaction, Akaza suddenly said, "Thank you, my lord." After saying that, Akaza lowered his head and took a deep breath. His body stopped trembling, but in his heart he was cursing Musen to hell. Give him some blood? Even if Musen fucking let him eat him, there was still no way he could stop Lord Shirya. Okay? Did the things he'd been saying these past few days really make Musen think he actually had a chance? Yeah, there was a show. Tonight at the circus. The show was yours. Seeing Akaza's emotions instantly calm down, Musen froze for a moment. Had he misunderstood? Akaza hadn't been afraid just now. But excited? Forget it. There was no time now to think about such minor issues. Neikime, where is the thing I told you to prepare? Neikime lightly plucked her biwa. As the sound of the biwa rang out, the screen at Musen's lower left suddenly dissipated like mist. Replacing it, hundreds of demons of different forms surged out like a tide. Their bodies were twisted, their faces savage, like lumps of rotting mud, instantly covering the terrace below Musen and releasing a nauseating stench. Musen lowered his head and looked down at these demons, obvious disgust showing in his eyes. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his fingers unconsciously tapped against the edge of the experiment table, as if searching for an outlet for his dissatisfaction. These pieces of trash he looked down on had become tools he had no choice but to rely on, making him deeply displeased. Thinking of this, Musen's dissatisfaction with Shirya deepened even more. If not for that brat, he wouldn't even need to personally act against the Demon Slayer Corps. Is this all? Musen asked with a frown. These are all the demons that can be gathered over here. The demons in other places still need some time to be transported. How can there be so few? He himself had already lost count of how many demons he had used for experiments over the years. There were definitely tens of thousands. So how could there be only these few hundred? Neikime fell silent for a moment before saying, "A few years ago, Shirya slaughtered demons on a large scale." Before she could finish speaking, Musen waved his hand. He remembered now. At the time, he had been immersed in searching for the blue spider lily and conducting experiments. On top of that, because he had looked down on this trash, he hadn't paid much attention to it. He hadn't expected that a few years later, it would come back to screw him over. Shurya. Again this Shurya. Kaza, I'll leave that brat to you. After speaking, Muzan paid no attention to whether Akaza responded or not. He stretched out his hand and clenched it into a fist. His sharp nails pierced his skin, and bright red blood, like dripping vermilion, slid down through the gaps between his knuckles and finally fell into the demon horde. In an instant, the demon horde, which had been trembling in fear under Muzan's pressure, began to churn violently like dust swept up by a gale. The demons that came into contact with the blood underwent astonishing mutations in an instant. Some of their bodies swelled and twisted, their muscles bulging as if scorched by blazing flames, letting out low roars. Some became even more hideous, their mouths stretching enormously wide, exposing blade-sharp teeth, as if craving even more blood. Even the surrounding air became distorted by the berserk changes in these demons, as though reality's edges were being torn apart. Seeing the changes in the beast horde, Muzan's eyes were full of disdain. Eat well. Grow stronger. Don't disappoint him. 3 days later, after nightfall, the wind brushed past the Ubuyashiki estate, and the wisteria flowers swayed with it. Under normal circumstances, Ubuyashiki Kagaya would have already gone to rest early. His cursed body could not support long hours of work. But now, Ubuyashiki Kagaya was staring at the top of the courtyard wall with bright, alert eyes. He should be coming. Kibutsuji Muzan should be coming. Today was the day his premonition was strongest. Hundreds of years, a full hundreds of years, and they would finally be able to eliminate Kibutsuji Muzan and break the curse of the Ubuyashiki clan. The goal of the Demon Slayer Corps would be achieved in his generation. It was impossible for Kagaya's heart to remain unmoved. There's a smell of gunpowder down there. As Kagaya's thoughts drifted beyond the courtyard, Yorichi sniffed the air and said in confusion, the Ubuyashiki clan was the organizer of the Demon Slayer Corps, and the Corps Master had always been inherited through the Ubuyashiki bloodline. So no matter which generation of Master it was, the Master's residence was always extremely secret and safe. But the gunpowder hidden underground at this moment was a little beyond Yorichi's expectations. Using gunpowder to strengthen the defenses? Wasn't he that a little too dangerous? If any accident happened with the condition of the Ubuyashiki clan's bodies, there would be absolutely no possibility of survival. Yes, I don't want any accidents tonight. Kagaya smiled, his voice gentle as he spoke. Yorichi froze for a moment, not understanding what Ubuyashiki Kagaya meant. What did he mean by accidents? He wants to use those explosives to blow Muzan half to death first. Sitting on the terrace, Shurya explained to Yorichi while calculating how to deal with Muzan later in a way that would maximize his gains. Yorichi definitely had to slash him first. He had promised Yorichi that, but he could only slash once. If Yorichi directly killed Muzan, then Shurya would suffer a huge loss. Yorichi hadn't been able to kill Muzan with a single strike when he was alive, so with his current Edo Tensei body, he probably couldn't do it either. As for the increase in roleplay progress from fighting a weakened Muzan after that one strike, there would definitely be less but only some scattered acting points. After the battle with Yorichi, even if Muzan was at his peak, it would at most go up by 3 or 4%. It might even be less than that. So Tokiya was more focused on dealing with Muzan, as well as the improvement he would gain in this battle from imitating Madara-sama's words and behavior. Those gains were far greater than anything he could get from fighting Muzan directly. Blowing Muzan up? Kibutsuji Muzan was not only fast, but also very cautious. It would not be easy to lure him into a blast like that unless it was an instant explosion. But if it was an instant explosion, then as Yorichi spoke, he suddenly noticed Kagaya's gentle smile and reacted. The other party had never intended to walk out of this courtyard alive. He would use himself as bait to lure Kibutsuji Muzan in. As long as the two of you need it, I will certainly do everything in my power. I only hope that after I die, you can send Kibutsuji Muzan down to keep me company. Kagaya kept a smile on his face the whole time, even when speaking of his own life and death. No need. I can handle him. Yorichi's gaze toward Kagaya was extremely firm. This was not only to fulfill Kagaya's request, but also to settle his own regret. And with Tokiya here, Yorichi did not feel much burden in his heart. During these days in the Demon Slayer Corps, he had realized that whether it was the Hashira or Master Ubuyashiki Kagaya, their understanding of Tokiya seemed somewhat limited. They knew Tokiya was strong, but they did not know exactly how strong. They were actually worried about whether Tokiya could defeat Kibutsuji Muzan, a question with no suspense at all. Did that even need thinking about? If Muzan could withstand even one move from Tokiya, then back then, the one who should have run would have been him. But after thinking it over carefully, Yorichi could understand it. Even he himself had not figured out Tokiya's true strength. much less those Hashira who were far inferior to him. When Mr. Tokiya fought them, he probably had not even used 10% of his strength. Sensing that something was a little off, Tokiya narrowed his eyes as he looked at the two of them acting like old friends. Why were they suddenly getting all fired up? Could it be that, when the time came, Yorichi might really break out and chop Muzan to death with a single slash? No, he absolutely could not allow that thought to exist. And the explosives prepared by Ubuyashiki Kagaya had to be moved as far away as possible. If that explosion really went off, and with Tamayo's follow-up double strike added on top of it, Yorichi really might be able to kill Muzan with one slash. I do not want anyone interfering in my battle. Do you understand what I mean? Tokiya gave a cold reminder, and Kagaya immediately nodded. He was not some madman either. If Muzan could be dealt with without anyone dying, then naturally that would be the best outcome. But if some accident happened during the fight, then even if Tokiya tried to stop him, he would still detonate the bomb without hesitation. Kibutsuji Muzan had to die here tonight. The sky gradually darkened, and black clouds slowly wrapped around the moon, adding an even deeper shade to the already pitch-black night. In the courtyard, Yorichi stopped talking and raised his head to look at the night sky. Ubuyashiki Kagaya had not sensed wrong. That guy had come. At the same time, on the other side of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, a biwa note rang out, and Muzan, wearing a top hat, appeared out of thin air within a patch of shadow. His figure was tall and slender, and beneath his elegance was a trace of excitement. Muzan tilted his head as he looked at the headquarters of the Demon Slayers before him, his eyes flashing. I'll go meet that Ubuyashiki. Neikaim, you go find Nezuko's location. He spoke to the seemingly empty surroundings. Muzan leisurely walked toward headquarters, his leather shoes striking against the pebble-covered ground with crisp yet grating sounds. He could have controlled that attention-grabbing noise, but there was no need. Not long after Muzan left, several hurried biwa notes rang out again in the night. That urgent melody seemed to carry a summoning power in the still air, seeping into every corner. Several terrifying demons surged out from the surrounding dense forest, their bodies twisted, their limbs writhing unnaturally, giving off a horrifying aura. Aside from that, dozens of eyeballs streaked with blood vessels rolled toward the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters as well. As he entered the forest of wisteria flowers, Muzan frowned. Although the flowers posed almost no real threat to him, their pungent scent felt like it was deliberately invading his sense of smell and ruining his good mood. His footsteps sounded especially clear in the silent forest. With each step he took, the shadows of the wisteria seemed to writhe around him, making the pressure in the air grow heavier and heavier. As he continued walking toward Ubuyashiki's location, Muzan's pace slowly began to ease. It sounded a little ridiculous, but at this moment he actually felt somewhat unwell. A heavy pressure came in waves from his chest, and the rhythm of his heart was unknowingly speeding up. It was as if something invisible was pressing against his breathing, making the air difficult to draw in. Was it because of the wisteria trees? No, that was not right. It was a feeling. What was this intense sense of unease? The closer he got to the Ubuyashiki residence, the stronger that feeling became. That was right. Why had he not seen a single Hashira on the way here? He had not concealed his aura at all. Was this a trap? Muzan furrowed his brows, but his steps did not stop. Whether it was a trap or not, he still had to go meet Ubuyashiki. Tonight, he would definitely get Nezuko. When he finally strolled to the gate of the courtyard engraved with the Ubuyashiki name, Muzan's gaze flickered. After a moment, he slowly reached out his hand. Creak. The unique sound of a wooden door rang out with Muzan's movement, and the door was pushed open with ease. Muzan stood at the entrance without moving, sensing the quiet atmosphere within the courtyard. Someone was there. A few ordinary people. Although there were ornamental rocks and green plants blocking the entrance, that did not affect Muzan's perception of the situation inside. He was certain that only weak ordinary people were in the courtyard, and precisely because of that, Muzan found it strange. It would have been one thing if there were no Hashira along the way, but he had already arrived at the residence of the Demon Slayer's master, and there were still no Hashira? That was simply far too absurd. Could the Hashira be hiding nearby, beyond his ability to sense their presence? No, that was not right. His perception was different from that of other demons. He sensed through blood. There could not possibly be any oversight, unless whoever was hiding was far stronger than him. Far stronger than him? How could that be? Aside from that man, how could there still be someone in this world far stronger than him? That man was already dead. Nothing to worry about. Tokiya? That kid was stronger than him? Muzan narrowed his eyes, feeling that was unlikely. If Tokiya were really that strong, then it would not be him coming to their doorstep. Had he used some special method to hide his presence? After hesitating for a moment, Muzan took a step forward and entered the Ubuyashiki courtyard. He surveyed the surroundings. There were no unusual changes and no traps. Muzin's body relaxed, and his earlier unease receded like a falling tide. At least for the moment, there seemed to be no danger. As for whether Tokiya was lying in wait, Muzin no longer cared that much. He still had 2 cards in hand, Neikime and Akaza. Even if Tokiya was hiding in the courtyard, making a move would still take time, would it not? As long as one move did not kill him, then Neikime could pull him into the Infinity Castle. At that point, he could just leave it to Akaza to handle. Akaza? After sorting through the possible developments in the courtyard, Muzin let out a breath. He adjusted the small cape on his shoulders and casually smoothed his hair back into place. Now that there was no fatal threat, it was time for him to display the elegance befitting the Demon King. Raising his head, Muzin fully released his presence and strode forward. The chilly evening wind stirred Muzin's cloak as he kept both hands in his pockets. Step by step, he walked toward the courtyard terrace, white streams of air swirling around him. Crossing the small bridge, the presence in his perception turned into a clear scene before his eyes. The moment he saw what was on the terrace, Muzin froze. This was the Demon Slayer Core Master? Wasn't it said that the current master was already gravely ill and bedridden? Who gathered that intel? Wasn't he sitting there just fine, drinking tea? That complexion didn't look like someone on the verge of death at all. Whatever. Even if the information was wrong, it changed nothing. To him, whether a frail ordinary human recovered or not made no real difference. Either way, it was a one-move matter. Rose-red eyes, cat-like pupils. Yes, just like the books described. I knew you would definitely come, Muzin. There was a trace of excitement mixed into Kagaya's calm voice. You must still hate me and the Abushiki clan to the bone, right? After all, our Demon Slayer Corps has interfered with you for nearly 1,000 years. Hate you to the bone? No, you think too highly of yourselves. Dealing with you is nothing more than something I do in passing. Muzin was also very calm. Arguing for verbal advantage with someone about to die. There was no need and no point. You're the one who doesn't know your place. To actually dare appear before me alone. Do you know what price that will bring? I do. And I still did it. All because I have only ever wanted one thing, to defeat you, Kibutsuji Muzin. As he spoke, Abushiki Kagaya grew faintly agitated. Oh, then you're empty. Illusory dream is about to shatter, because you're about to die by my hand. Muzin's face was full of disdain. He had heard those words far too many times already. They could no longer stir even the slightest ripple in his emotions. You may not know this, but you and I originally came from the same lineage because you were born 1,000 years ago. What's the point of saying that? To delay your death a little longer? Or do you think I'll go easy on you because of it? I don't need your mercy. Kagaya stressed the words. For Muzin to show him mercy would be the greatest insult. Because of you, our clan was cursed. Every child born into our family was weak and sickly, and died not long after. Just as our bloodline was about to be cut off, we received guidance from a Shinto priest. As long as we devoted the full strength of our clan to defeating you, our bloodline would not end. In addition, every generation of our family took wives from priestly families, and because of that, our children were not so likely to die young. But even so, none of us could live past 30. Muzin looked impatient. So what you mean is that I'm the reason for your tragedy? How pitiful. If that were really true, then why haven't I suffered any divine punishment? Could it be that the heavens forgave me? Besides, I don't believe in gods or Buddhas. They can't decide our fate either. Abushiki shook his head. So that's how you think. But I have my own thoughts as well, Muzin. I know what beautiful dream you've been chasing for the past 1,000 years. Eternal life and indestructibility, right? Yes, you're right. Although I'm still a little ways away from achieving that dream, it won't be long now. As long as I eat the demon who conquered sunlight, that dream will become reality. Hearing Muzin admit it, Abushiki Kagaya smiled. That dream of yours will never come true, Muzin. What gives you that confidence? Tokiya? Or those Hashira? As he spoke, Muzin swept his gaze around, trying to find the hidden Tokiya, but found nothing and could only give up. No, neither. Eternity is the undying will possessed by humanity. After 1,000 years, the Demon Slayer Corps still remains because of that. As for me personally, I am not important to the Demon Slayer Corps, a form of organization sustained by human will. That's something you could never understand, is it? Because once you die, every other demon will inevitably be buried with you as well. Correct? Muzin's pupils shrank. Whether it was because he could no longer stand Abuyashiki's nagging, or because Abuyashiki had struck a sore spot, even he himself did not know. You seem quite shaken. Did I hit the mark? Shut up. With a loud shout, Muzin decided that since Abuyashiki had no intention of living properly, he would grant him his wish. After observing the surroundings once more, Muzan walked toward Kagaya. As the distance closed, Muzan noticed that Ubuyashiki Kagaya's smile was growing brighter and brighter. It wasn't just Ubuyashiki Kagaya. The woman standing beside him and the two children beside her were also all smiling. The strange scene made the unease that had just faded from Muzan's heart surge back again. I truly wanted to kill you with my own hands. Unfortunately, Mr. Tokiya would not allow it. Ubuyashiki said it lightly, but the disappointment in his tone was strikingly genuine. Tokiya? So he really was here? The moment that thought rose in Muzan's mind, he heard movement coming from the shadows behind Ubuyashiki Kagaya. Hearing it, Muzan's outstretched hand froze in midair as he turned to look. Was it Tokiya? Why was it red hair? Wait! Long dark crimson hair emerged from the darkness like blood, and the distinctive earrings glimmered faintly under the dim yellow light. Half of that figure stood bathed in the warm, yellow glow, while the other half remained hidden in the deep shadows. Just that half-visible outline was enough to make Muzan's mind go blank in an instant. This man, the man deeply carved into his memory. Even after several hundred years, he could still recognize him at a single glance. The slash from 100 years ago, that blade-like flash of light and shadow, appeared in Muzan's mind once again. Tsujikuni Yorichi? How was that possible? How could he still be alive? Muzan clearly remembered that Tsujikuni Yorichi had long since been dismembered by Kokushibo. More than that, he even knew the exact location of Yorichi's grave. More than once, he had thought about simply destroying Yorichi's corpse completely. But each time he forced down the idea. Kokushibo had personally buried Yorichi. If he rashly interfered, it might create a rift between them. More importantly, deep in Muzan's heart was a profound fear. He was afraid Kokushibo had lied to him. Even though he could peer into Kokushibo's memories, he still could not fully trust it. He was afraid Yorichi had only faked his death, waiting for him to walk into a trap. He was afraid Yorichi might suddenly come back to life, crush him again, or even kill him. Even now, Muzan still refused to go near the area where Yorichi's grave lay. That place seemed shrouded in invisible terror. Even after 1,000 years, the shadow Yorichi cast over him had only faded slightly. It would never disappear. The half-visible figure before him seemed to carry every bit of fear and unease from the past as it came straight at him. Muzan's heartbeat suddenly sped up. The scene before his eyes overlapped with the images in his memories, leaving him unable to tell reality from illusion for a moment. He had already lived in fear for several hundred years, so why was Yorichi still alive? Could Kokushibo have lied to him? Or was Yorichi really some reincarnation of a god or Buddha? No, that wasn't he right. If Yorichi had truly lived until now, then how could he possibly have allowed Muzan to use human lives for experiments all these hundreds of years? Recalling that furious roar from 100 years ago, Muzan's body trembled slightly. What do you take life for? Would a man like that really watch everything he had done in silence, hiding in the dark the entire time? How could that be? There was no explanation that could make that possibility reasonable. So that Tsujikuni Yorichi before him was fake? Something Ubuyashiki was using to frighten him? How did he know what happened that night? Ancient records passed down through the generations? Or Tamayo? Muzan's thoughts were a tangled mess. Fake. The Yorichi Tsujikuni in front of him was fake. Muzan kept repeating that to himself. That man had died hundreds of years ago. There was no way he could appear again. Muzan tried to convince himself. As long as he got that demon who had overcome sunlight, everything would be resolved with ease. He couldn't lose his nerve. If he really retreated just like this, it would be exactly what this Ubuyashiki wanted. Muzan kept consoling himself in his heart, trying to use those comforting thoughts to calm himself down. But no matter what Muzan thought, the trembling of his rose-red vertical pupils could not be concealed. There was no reason at all to prove that the Yorichi Tsujikuni before him was real. In that case, he would trust his own judgment. Muzan slowly let out a breath. Fake. It was all fake. With just one casual strike from him, he could shatter this false inner demon that had plagued him for 100 years. While Muzan was stabilizing his emotions, Yorichi slowly turned around. The instant he clearly saw Yorichi Tsujikuni's face, Muzan vanished from where he stood and spun around to run toward the courtyard gate. The elegance of the Demon King in front was completely gone. He even somewhat regretted that he was wearing leather shoes. They were a bit inconvenient for running. No, still no. Nezuko's matter couldn't be rushed right now. He still had to make long-term plans. Anyway, Nezuko was a demon. She wouldn't die even after a few hundred years. Then he would just wait another few hundred years. He had already endured the past few hundred years. So what did a few more hundred years matter? The more Muzan thought about it, the more reasonable it felt, and his determination to escape Ubuyashiki's mansion grew firmer. He swept past the greenery, and the view blocked by the artificial hill instantly opened up. When Muzan saw the scene at the courtyard gate, he suddenly stopped, and his eyes narrowed sharply. At the gate, a figure was sitting boldly on the steps, one arm resting casually on his knee, his gaze cold. That face instantly overlapped with the face in Muzan's memories. Shirya? So you really are here. As Muzan spoke, he also watched the movement behind him, checking whether that Yorichi had followed. Muzan, do you also want to dance? Shirya slightly raised his head and unconsciously said that. Under Muzan's gaze, his black and white eyes gradually transformed into concentric ring Rinnegan. Dance? Muzan frowned. Dance? What did that mean? Dancing? Here? What was going on with Shirya's eyes? Weren't they blood red with bizarre patterns? Why had they changed? They seemed even more unfathomable now. Countless doubts gathered in Muzan's mind. However, before he could think further, his body suddenly stiffened. A piercing chill came from behind him. It was as if some kind of switch had been touched, and cold sweat instantly poured down from his temples like rain. Muzan glanced behind him, his heart pounding wildly. The source of this chain of reactions was not Shirya, but the fact that Muzan sensed the Yorichi behind him had actually started moving. This time it was not a simple twist of the neck, but real movement in the true sense. Muzan's heart felt as if it had been pierced by an icicle. This Yorichi was real. The reason he had immediately turned and run just now was because the shadow Yorichi left on him had already been carved deep into his bones. Combined with those familiar red eyes, the mental defense Muzan had just built had collapsed in an instant. But he had still held onto a trace of wishful thinking regarding whether the Yorichi before him was real. And now, this Yorichi had actually moved. Then whether he was real or fake, there was no way Muzan could continue staying here. Run. Run now. Get lost. Between a brat with some skill and a being who had chopped him into minced flesh 100 years ago, Muzan chose the former without the slightest hesitation. No matter how strange Shirya's eyes were, could they be stranger than Yorichi? If this brat dared block him, Muzan wouldn't mind digging those eyes out and having a good taste of them. Seeing this, Yorichi was stunned. Kibutsuji Muzan really dared to do it. Caught between him and Shirya, Muzan had actually chosen Shirya without hesitation? Didn't he know that only under Yorichi's hand did he have even the slightest chance of surviving? No, that wouldn't he do. If Shirya really made a move, then what meaning would Yorichi's resurrection have? Personally ending Kibutsuji Muzan. He had waited far, far too long for this day. Yorichi's figure instantly blurred and disappeared, then appeared between Muzan and Shirya. The moment Yorichi's figure appeared, Muzan abruptly stopped. Looking at the figure before him, aside from some cracks on his skin, he was no different from the man in Muzan's memories. Muzan suddenly felt as if the sky had collapsed. He could move, and he could cross space in an instant with that speed. How could this Yorichi still be fake? Yorichi's movement erased the last trace of luck in Muzan's heart without leaving a shred behind. Yorichi Tsujikuni. That man had really come back to life. He died. He had been waiting here for Muzan's arrival all along. Muzan's feet shifted slightly backward. The scene from 100 years ago made his head ache faintly. But even now, he could not control the images surfacing in his mind. Impossible. How could you? Yorichi slowly drew his Nichiren blade and looked at Muzan, speaking word by word. I originally thought that /100 years ago would make you restrain yourself somewhat and face the preciousness of human life. But I was wrong. Your evil is carved into your bones. Even if another 1,000 years pass, you still will not change. 100 years ago, I failed to kill you. That became the regret of my entire life. 100 years later, I was fortunate enough to meet Mr. Shirya, allowing me to see the light of day again and meet you. I will not let you escape again. Listening to Yorichi's calm words, a trace of stunned confusion spread through the fear in Muzan's eyes. He had heard too many warnings and threats like these. Even though his fear of Yorichi was etched into his bones, Muzan would not feel remorse just because of a few words from him. He was only afraid that he would die here. But what did Yorichi mean by that last sentence? Shirya let Yorichi see the light of day again? Was it what Muzan thought it meant? Shirya had revived Yorichi Tsujikuni? Revived someone from 100 years ago? Had Muzan misunderstood? Or did Shirya really possess such an ability? With great difficulty, Muzan tore his gaze away from Yorichi and looked toward Shirya behind him. Shirya still maintained that casual sitting posture. If Shirya really possessed such a heaven-defying ability, then Shirya's strength, no, impossible. Couldn't he be true resurrection? There had to be limits. Otherwise, if someone could control life and death, how could Akaza have broken through his defense? Were the cracks on Yorichi's body related to those limits? Muzan's mind was still clear enough. He roughly guessed the relationship between Shirya and Yorichi. But being able to guess the reason for the current situation did not mean Muzan had any intention of fighting Yorichi here. Not only did his desire to flee not waver in the slightest, it became even firmer. The reappearance of Yorichi, this nightmare that had not faded after 100 years, had already left Muzan with no desire to fight. Not to mention there was also Shurya, whose limits he could not read at all. Sun breathing, 11th form, solar halo dragon head dance. As Yorichi finished speaking, towering flames wrapped tightly around the Nichiren blade, as if they were alive, radiating blazing light. Yorichi's figure flickered in and out within the courtyard, as if blending into the air itself. A long tail of flame dragged out a trail of black smoke as it twisted toward Muzan, like a furious dragon rolling through the sky, its roar carrying an aura of destruction. Alarm bells blared in Muzan's heart. More than anyone, he knew just how powerful the man before him was. Tsujikuni Yorichi, even now, 100 years later, that name still filled him with lingering fear. Because of that, from the very beginning, he had never planned to confront the other man head-on. But Yorichi was too fast. So fast that even though Muzan had kept his full attention on him the entire time, he still couldn't completely avoid colliding with him. There was no time to dodge. Muzan's first thought was to reduce his damage as much as possible. Several fleshy whip-like tendrils spread out from his hands and back, lashing toward the firelight in front of him. Over the past 100 years, Muzan's strength had not remained stagnant either. Even if he still couldn't face Yorichi head-on, it wasn't to the point where he would be chopped to death in a single slash. The barbed whips were smeared with Muzan's blood. Once the infectious properties in that blood touched Yorichi's skin, they would rapidly invade his body. Even if it couldn't immediately turn him into a demon, it would still affect him. Yorichi's furious dragon-like attack collided with Muzan's barbed whips in midair. Flame and flesh intertwined, releasing a piercing hiss. At the moment of collision, Muzan's face instantly turned deathly pale, and fear once again surged into his eyes. He could clearly feel that overwhelming power, just as unmatched as it had been 100 years ago. Muzan's barbed whips had no power to resist before the flames. Like ice and snow melting instantly in a blazing fire, they couldn't even provide the slightest bit of obstruction before being completely devoured. The moment he realized the enormous gap between them, Muzan no longer cared about figuring out what limits Tokiya's revival of Yorichi had. His body exploded on the spot, turning into thousands of chunks of flesh that scattered and fled in every direction around the courtyard. The fire dragon instantly burned the flesh chunks along its attack path into ashes. But compared to the total amount of flesh Muzan had blown apart, that was not much. Watching from the veranda, Ubuyashiki Kagaya clenched his fists, tension in his eyes. Yorichi's strength was already beyond question. It was obvious from Muzan's expression when he saw Yorichi, and from the completely one-sided battle. But that was not all Kagaya wanted. He wanted Kibutsuji Muzan dead. The children of the Demon Slayer Corps who had died needed Muzan's death to honor them. There could be no accidents today. Ubuyashiki Kagaya had already begun hesitating over whether he should detonate the explosives. But just as that thought arose, Kagaya noticed Tokiya's calm gaze fall on him. Even though there was not the slightest emotional fluctuation in Tokiya's eyes, Kagaya felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet to his heart, as if a basin of icy water had instantly extinguished the impulse in his chest. Even the movement of his hands froze in place. Don't move. That was the meaning Kagaya read from Tokiya's eyes. There was no room for discussion. So much so that Ubuyashiki Kagaya felt that if he continued what he was doing, he might die before Muzan did. Seeing this, Kagaya's fingertips trembled slightly, then slowly relaxed. It wasn't that he feared death. From the moment he was born, as the head of the Ubuyashiki family, he had long since placed life and death aside. It was just that at this moment he chose to trust Tokiya. Tokiya's target was the same as his Kibutsuji Muzan. There was no way he would let Muzan escape at such a critical moment. Since Tokiya was this calm now, he must already have a foolproof plan in mind. If he was this calm, then he should have a way to deal with it. In the courtyard, when Tsujikuni Yorichi saw what Muzan was doing, his eyes narrowed. This was the most troublesome part about dealing with Muzan. In his eyes, Muzan's strength was not especially great, but this method of escape was extremely troublesome. After Muzan escaped that night, he had replayed over and over in his mind how to destroy all those hundreds and thousands of flesh fragments at the same time. Recalling the countermeasure he had come up with, Yorichi leaped into the air, the wind brushing past his ears. He knew that whether this move could completely kill Muzan was still unknown, but this was the method he could think of that had the highest chance of success. If even this didn't work, Yorichi's gaze swiftly swept past Tokiya behind him, and the agitation in his heart gradually settled. Run? How could Muzan possibly get away? Even now, Muzan still had not realized who the most terrifying person he would face today truly was. Destroying every chunk of flesh at the same instant might be troublesome for Yorichi, but for Tokiya, it was no issue at all. With someone there to cover the bottom line, the doubts in Yorichi's heart were greatly eased. As his conviction solidified, crimson gold flames rose around his body. The flames were as scorching as flowing magma, circling around him and growing fiercer with his movements. Then, with a thunderous boom, the crimson flames rippled outward. The crimson flames wrapped around all of Musen's flesh chunks that were scattering in all directions. The moment some of the flesh chunks came into contact with Yorichi's attack, Musen knew that escaping like he had 100 years ago was no longer very possible. But it wasn't completely hopeless. Neikime still hadn't made a move. If she pulled part of his flesh body, along with Yorichi and Tokiya, into the Infinity Castle, then after he recovered a little, she could have him transported elsewhere. Escaping would not be difficult. But could Neikime and Akaza really hold out until the moment his flesh body regained its strength? Originally, Tokiya alone had already made him hesitate again and again. Now Yorichi had been revived as well. Even if Akaza wanted to stall for time, it would be useless. Did he really have to take the risk and gamble on it? After hesitating for a moment, the crimson flames devoured more flesh chunks. Sensing that his control over his body was growing weaker and weaker, Musen no longer cared about anything else. If he kept hesitating, Neikime would only come collect his corpse. No, Yorichi would never leave him a corpse. In that case, let Neikime and Akaza offer up the last of their strength. If it really came to it, then Neikime could directly transfer a small portion of his flesh body elsewhere. Although that would likely mean he would need decades, or even over 100 years, to recover, at least his life would be preserved. Only by staying alive could he obtain Nezuko, Lord Master. At the same time, the 9 Hashira stationed nearby all rushed over as well. They knew Musen would launch the final battle during this period, so their nerves had been stretched taut. The moment they heard movement from the courtyard, they had already started rushing toward the Ubuyashiki estate. However, the moment they entered the courtyard, the 9 Hashira all froze at the same time. Where was Kibutsuji Musen? Did they hear wrong? Hadn't there just been a shriek from the courtyard? Where was the demon? Looking at the unharmed Ubuyashiki Kagaya, then at the crimson flames rising in the neighboring courtyard and the charred black block-like unknown objects being burned, the 9 of them wore bewildered expressions. Was this disturbance caused by Mr. Yorichi? Was this not an attack by Kibutsuji Musen, but a spar between Mr. Yorichi and Mr. Tokiya? But Mr. Yorichi had his back to Mr. Tokiya. Kibutsuji Musen. At the moment the 9 Hashira were stunned, an angry roar came from the side. This was Tanjiro, who had arrived one step later than the 9 Hashira. Pointing at the flesh chunks gradually being devoured by the crimson flames, Tanjiro's eyes widened round. Finally, he had once again seen the true culprit who had killed his mother and his younger brothers and sisters. Although what lay before him was only several hundred chunks of flesh, not the image of the young man he had seen that day in Asakusa. Tanjiro's impression of Musen's scent was unbelievably deep. He was absolutely certain that these flesh chunks were Musen. Hearing Tanjiro's shout, the 9 Hashira instinctively became alert. But just as they took up fighting stances, preparing to subjugate Kibutsuji Musen, when they saw the scene before them, the movements in their hands could not help but stiffen. It looks like they don't even need to step in. Kibutsuji Musen clearly had no intention of fighting. He was dead set on running away. If they rashly joined the battle, they might even get caught in Mr. Yorichi's attacks. So what were they supposed to do now? Just watch? With more than half of Musen's flesh already gone, the weight in Yorichi's heart gradually lifted. At this rate, Musen would definitely die by his hand today. His revenge was finally at hand. Once Kibutsuji Musen died, his life would no longer be nothing but regret. Sizzle. The sound of flesh being seared made Yorichi's gaze grow incomparably firm, and the offensive in his hands intensified once more. Another wave of scarlet flames spread out from the Nichiren blade. Clang, clang. A heavy biwa note suddenly rang out, dull and deep, like an iron hammer smashing against mountain stone. The sound waves spread through the air like an invisible pulse of energy, instantly covering the entire courtyard. Sensing something wrong, Yorichi sped up his movements again, trying to completely finish Musen off before that strange wave could take effect. But things did not go as he wished. Just as Yorichi's blade was about to touch Musen's shredded flesh, a pitch-black passage suddenly appeared out of nowhere beneath several chunks of meat. The passage was as dark as an abyss. Deep inside, a faint yellow light could be seen, illuminating the outlines of crisscrossing doors, windows, and houses. Musen's flesh seemed drawn by that mysterious force, falling one after another toward the passage. The instant the flesh entered, the passage snapped shut like a phantom and vanished from where it had been. The green lawn returned to normal, and Yorichi's attack naturally missed. A demon that could control space? One of Musen-'s subordinates? Yorichi's thoughts raced, and then a pitch-black passage appeared beneath his own feet as well. Not just Yorichi, aside from the master and the four around Amain, the same thing happened beneath everyone present. Faced with the sudden feeling of weightlessness, the 9 Hashira quickly reacted and began observing the structure of the Infinity Castle, searching for a way to descend steadily. Yorichi's eyes flickered. There was still a chance. Musen had to die today. Tokiya remained as calm as ever, only straightening his seated posture slightly. At the final instant before falling into the Infinity Castle, Tokiya softly murmured, "My turn." The sky before his eyes faded away with the closing of a small door. In its place was another world, bathed in dim yellow light. This world was layered upon layers, like countless houses crossing and overlapping together. If it were any other time, Tokiya might have had the mood to observe the Infinity Castle a little. After all, this was a spatial ability. Even in the world of Naruto, that was an extremely rare attribute. Yet it had appeared in the world of Demon Slayer. But now was not the time. Abuyashiki Kagaya and Tsujikuni Yorichi didn't want to let Musen go. Neither did he. Musen wanted to use the Infinity Castle to transfer his body away. But Tokiya was not about to let him have his way. They had finally waited for Kibutsuji Musen to show himself. There was no way he would let him escape just like that. Trying to rely on Neikime to buy time? Still in free fall, distortion appeared in Tokiya's eyes, and the concentric rings trembled slightly. Susanoo, activate. A vast wave of energy burst from Tokiya's body like a raging storm. Azure chakra rapidly condensed, like blue flames burning in the air, forming wave after wave of pressure. Every flow of chakra seemed to carve tiny cracks through the air, producing shrill humming sounds. As the chakra continued gathering, the form of Susanoo gradually emerged. At first, it was only a vague outline, but with the flowing chakra, it became clearer and clearer. A massive skeleton rapidly took shape around Tokiya, each bone shining with an icy blue light. Then muscles and armor swiftly covered the frame, forming a colossal giant. Tokiya did not know how large the Infinity Castle really was, but from Akaza's description, accommodating the first 3 stages of Susanoo should not be difficult. If the first and second stages of Susanoo weren't enough, then what about the complete body Susanoo? It might be able to withstand Susanoo's size, but could it withstand Susanoo's immense chakra energy? At the same time, on a high platform elsewhere in the Infinity Castle, several pieces of Musen's flesh writhed and fused together, forming a deathly pale young Musen. Musen panted heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. The fear still lingering in his eyes showed just how dangerous the situation he had just gone through was. Ignoring the recovery of his fleshly body for the moment, he stared at Neikime seated before him. "Now, send me back to my residence immediately." Musen's face twitched slightly. Leaving the Infinity Castle had once been something that took no more than a single thought for him. But after taking that slash from Yorichi, Musen was no longer able to control his own abilities flexibly. "Yes." Neikime lightly nodded and slowly raised her fingers, preparing to pluck the strings. Suddenly, her body stiffened violently in place. At that instant, time itself seemed to freeze, and a strange silence spread through the air. Then, incomparably crimson blood began to flow from within Neikime's black hair. It wound down her pale face and dripped onto the floor, making a terrifying tapping sound. The blood was so vivid it seemed ready to dye everything in sight red. When he still didn't hear anything after a long moment, Musen raised his head in surprise, and his pupils suddenly shrank. What happened to Neikime? Doubt surged in Musen's heart, thought after thought flashing through his mind. Blood burst? But he hadn't applied any pressure or used any other means on Neikime, so how could this happen so suddenly? Transferring his injuries onto herself? Impossible. For Neikime, all it took was plucking the biwa once to complete a transfer. It wasn't difficult at all. Then what was the reason? He desperately recalled everything that had just happened. Had pulling too many people into the Infinity Castle at once exceeded the castle's capacity? But he had only told Neikime to transfer Yorichi and the others. He hadn't done anything to them, so how could a problem like this appear? No, as Musen watched Neikime, his eyes suddenly widened. Neikime's life force was rapidly fading. Neikime was about to die. Realizing that, Musen no longer cared about his own weakened body. He still needed Neikime's power to escape this place. To him right now, Neikime was his only chance of survival. He absolutely could not let her die so easily. Musen stepped forward and pressed a hand against Neikime's head. He sent the little blood he still had left into her body. Though the blood was thin, it should have been more than enough for an ordinary demon to recover from injuries. But the method that had always worked without fail before now showed not the slightest effect. Not only that, Neikime's condition worsened once again. Crimson cracks suddenly spread across her pale skin, like countless tiny snakes slithering over her body. The cracks kept widening, and blood poured out from them like floodwaters breaking through a dam. Drop by drop, the scarlet liquid quickly soaked her clothes and dripped onto the floor. Seeing this, Muzan froze. No effect? How could there be no effect? His blood was an enormous tonic to demons. How could it have no effect at all? And even now, Muzan still couldn't understand what had caused Nakaim to end up like this. How could she suddenly be dying? He hadn't even seen anyone attack her. Wait, there seemed to be one more way to kill Nakaim without attacking her. Destroy the Infinity Castle. The moment this thought rose in Muzan's mind, the Infinity Castle began to tremble violently, as if confirming his idea. The entire space started shaking violently, as though waves of quaking force were surging up from the deepest parts of the Infinity Castle. Countless dense cracks suddenly spread across the layered buildings of the Infinity Castle. Like a spiderweb, they expanded at terrifying speed, covering nearly his entire field of vision in an instant. Muzan's gaze swept across his surroundings and saw those cracks rapidly widening across the walls, ceiling, and floor, as if the entire world were being torn apart in the blink of an eye. The buildings began shaking violently, and the massive wooden beams in the ceiling let out overloaded creaks. Then they crashed down with a thunderous roar, kicking up dust and debris. The structure of the Infinity Castle collapsed completely along with them. One building after another caved in, falling like dominoes in succession. Huge chunks of stone and wooden beams smashed down from above, producing deafening booms, and the entire space was filled with the sound of shattering and collapse. Those once intricate corridors and rooms disappeared in an instant, leaving behind only a chaotic field of ruins. Muzan looked up at the rapidly collapsing Infinity Castle, his mind going blank. His mind went blank. He had actually guessed right. Someone really had destroyed Nakaim's Infinity Castle. How had they done it? In terms of combat power, Nakaim was nothing compared to the other upper moons, but when it came to stalling and controlling people, all the other upper moons combined still couldn't compare to Nakaim alone. Even Muzan himself, if he couldn't rely on bloodline control, would find dealing with Nakaim extremely troublesome. But now the Infinity Castle had actually been broken? Who did it? Yorichi? No matter how strong Yorichi was, he couldn't have destroyed the entire Infinity Castle in just a few dozen seconds. Could he? Had he underestimated Yorichi's strength? Or was there someone else? Muzan didn't dare think too deeply about it. If there really was someone even stronger than Yorichi, then this time he truly had no chance of surviving. A piece of trash who couldn't even gather clear intelligence deserved to die anyway. He casually tossed Nakaim's half-dissolved body, now reduced to only the upper half, aside, his face filled with fury. One defeat after another had pushed Muzan's emotions to the brink of collapse. He urgently needed a demon to bear the blame for his mistakes in judgment, and dead Nakaim was a pretty good choice. Looking at the cracking Infinity Castle above him, Muzan leaped upward. Without Nakaim, once the Infinity Castle vanished, everyone would be sent back to the surface, near the Ubuyashiki estate. He had to leave this place before Yorichi, Shurya, and the others could react and seize that sliver of hope for survival. Just as Muzan, still clinging to luck, leaped out of the Infinity Castle, the clear moonlight was suddenly swallowed by a shadow. The shadow was unimaginably huge, like a lightless curtain wrapping around his entire field of vision. The dark blue tide before his eyes made Muzan's movements halt. What was this? Why did it feel strangely familiar? It was like he had seen this kind of tide somewhere before. Where do you think you're going? A slightly playful voice suddenly came from above Muzan's head, and his whole body shook. He raised his head in the direction of the voice, and the sight before him nearly robbed him of the ability to breathe. Above that dark blue tide, an enormous figure gradually appeared. It seemed to rise from some endless abyss, towering straight into the heavens. Muzan's gaze slowly moved upward and saw that colossal body, like a towering mountain shrouded beneath the night sky. This is... Muzan's memories rushed backward, and the skeletal war god that had defeated Kokushibo last time surfaced in his mind. But the figure before him was far larger than the one in his memory. Last time it had only been half a body. At most, it had merely been the size of a small mountain. But this figure before him seemed almost as if it stood between heaven and earth. If the night sky tonight hadn't been fairly clear, with no dark clouds, Muzan wouldn't even have been able to make out the outline of its upper body. Did that brat Shurya make this? No way. Was he seeing things? How could something this absurd possibly exist in this world? Muzan blinked, trying to pull himself out of this non-existent illusion. But the wave of energy surging straight at him completely shattered that thought. It was real. The figure before him was real. Then that voice just now. Muzan continued looking upward. and he saw the figure that filled him with despair. Shurya stood on the forehead of the skeletal war god, looking down at him from above. His eyes were still just as they had been in the courtyard, full of calm. Meeting Shurya's gaze across the air, Muzin's expression turned complicated. It seemed he had made a mistake. He had mistaken who the most terrifying person really was. What Hashira? What Yorichi? What did they amount to in front of the figure before him? If Yorichi made him feel incomparable fear, then the figure before him made him feel helplessness from the bottom of his heart. The Hashira and Akaza, along with the others, were teleported out one after another. Before they could wonder what had just happened inside the Infinity Castle, their attention was drawn to the blue skeletal war god before them. What is that? A god? Big sis, is this the skeleton phantom they were talking about? Shinobu shook Kane's arm beside her and asked blankly. She had heard about this skeleton phantom from the other Hashira, but compared to the phantom they described, Shinobu had always felt that the sea of trees descending out of nowhere was more shocking. But now, when that phantom truly appeared before her eyes, Shinobu instantly changed her mind. For no other reason than its towering size alone, it was far more shocking than that sea of trees. What was more, the fluctuations radiating from the skeletal phantom had already condensed into substance. What kind of concept was that? Even when going all out, she could only barely condense the power in her body into a tangible outward form. But this skeletal phantom was merely standing there, and the surging energy around its body automatically gathered into waves and spread in all directions. The gap between the two was obvious. After just a few years apart, has Mr. Shurya really become this strong? Probably. Kane slowly nodded. Her eyes were filled with shock, but there was also a trace of disappointment. Even before Shurya's strength had fully grown, he had never had any intention of returning to the Demon Slayer Corps. Now, wanting to keep Shurya in the Demon Slayer Corps was even more impossible. Then after defeating Kibutsuji Muzan, where would Shurya go? Would they ever meet again? Shinazugawa, weren't you shouting about wanting to fight Mr. Shurya one more time? Go on. Mr. Shurya is right there. Muchiro turned his head to look at Shinazugawa and spoke in a calm tone. Shinazugawa forcibly dragged his eyes away from the blue phantom and looked at Muchiro, a question mark appearing on his face. The hell is wrong with you? I meant that kind of fight. The kind where Shurya isn't serious. How the hell was he supposed to fight this form of Shurya? If he charged up there, wouldn't he get stomped to death in one step? Muchiro looked honest enough, so how was he this black-bellied? There was a time and place for fighting too. Did this look appropriate right now? Shinazugawa turned his head away. He wasn't going to lower himself to a kid-s level. Ju Tomioka stared at Shinazugawa's face, paused for a moment, then suddenly said, "You're scared." Looking at Tomioka Ju, who sounded like he was merely stating a fact, Shinazugawa took a deep breath. No shit. Who wouldn't he be scared? During training, although they had all lost to Shuryi, every one of them had been defeated in a single move. There was simply no way to tell how deep his strength really went. They only knew he was strong, but Shinazugawa had never imagined Shuryi could be this strong. To him, the figure before his eyes was no less than a miracle descending upon the human world. Or rather, in his eyes right now, Shuryi was no different from a god. The gaps in physique, breathing techniques, and movements could all be overcome sooner or later through day after day of harsh training. But ability was a different matter. Even if he were given another 100 years, 10,000 years, he still would never be able to summon such a terrifying blue skeletal phantom. So, being scared was a pretty normal thing, right? He had already said it that clearly, so did Tomioka, that annoying bastard, really have to translate it so bluntly? What is it to you, annoying bastard? Humph. The moment he heard the word annoying, Tomioka immediately got anxious. I was helping explain the reason, and before that I even brought you the ohagi you like to eat. You said, MMPH. Realizing what Tomioka was about to say, Shinazugawa's face instantly turned red as he clamped a hand over Tomioka's mouth. You're not annoying. Not annoying at all. Just shut up. That brat Tanjiro had no idea where he had heard the news that Shinazugawa liked eating ohagi. He had dragged Tomioka Ju along and carried a box of ohagi, pestering him about it the whole way. Even though Shinazugawa had coldly refused him, that guy Tanjiro was like sticky glue, impossible to shake off. In the end, he still accepted that box of ohagi. Ugh. It tasted pretty average. I know. I'm not annoying. Moving Shinazugawa's hand aside, Tomioka Ju said it with a completely matter-of-fact expression. Seeing that, Shinazugawa's fist slowly clenched. Fine, fine. You're not annoying. Later, he was definitely going to beat that brat Tanjiro up. He glanced around at the other Hashira and let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, all of the Hashira's attention was focused on Shuryi. No one was paying attention to their side, so no one else should know what he liked to eat. On a rooftop not far from the Nine Hashira, Yorichi gazed up at the blue phantom. His eyes, which had always held little emotion, were now filled with incomprehension. He had not only seen that tide of power before, he had personally cut through it. It was just that. Wasn't the difference in size between this one and the one from that day a little too huge? The few ribbone phantoms from that day were not even as big as the toe of the phantom before him. They were worlds apart. And even those ribbone phantoms from that day had easily blocked his full-power sun-breathing 13th form. Could the defensive power of the complete phantom before him really be weaker than those ribs from back then? How could that be possible? Yorichi shook his head, looked at the tiny, insignificant Musen before the blue phantom, and let out a sigh. It looked like he would not be the one to personally finish off Musen today. That was a little regrettable, but at the same time, the heavy stone in Yorichi's heart had finally dropped. Since Shi had made his move, then today there was no possibility whatsoever that Musen would walk out of here alive. Yuta, do you see it? After tonight, there will be no more demons, and no more innocent lives will be slaughtered. The scene shifted back to Musen. I regret not personally killing you after Doma failed. Musen's tone was full of remorse. If he had known back then that Shi would grow to this point, he would have personally eliminated him without the slightest hesitation. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as if in this world. No one could have imagined that the immature young man from a few years ago would now be able to summon a war god that stretched across heaven and earth. This body definitely could not escape now, but the chunks of flesh he had blown apart were far more than just the ones currently on him. He understood very well that you could not put all your eggs in one basket. Naturally, he would not transfer all of his flesh chunks into the Infinity Castle either. He sensed the 3 chunks of flesh he had hidden in shadowy corners during the self-destruction. They had already escaped several li beyond the Ubuyashiki estate. Very good. Now that he knew he would not die, Musen relaxed quite a bit. Relaxed as he was, the moment the energy tide from the figure before him touched his body again. Musen's face immediately turned incomparably bitter. He had run again. Run again. He hated using the word miserable to describe himself. But Musen truly could not think of a more fitting word for his current state than miserable. He would have to hide for another several decades. No, the man before him, this Shi, was far more outrageous than that guy Yorichi. Maybe his lifespan would be much longer too. 200 years? At the thought of spending another 200 years hiding and skulking around, a trace of numbness appeared in Musen's eyes. That tone sounds a little off. Shi controlled Susanoo and dragged Musen in front of himself. Musen instinctively tried to struggle free, but the phantom's power felt as if it had been welded onto his body. There was simply no way to resist. Let me guess. Do you think no one noticed your little trick? Hearing that, Musen's body stiffened, and he stared blankly at Shi. What did he mean? Had Shi discovered the flesh chunks he had hidden? How was that possible? Even Yorichi hadn't noticed. The moment that thought appeared, Musen's face turned deathly pale. What did he mean? Even Yorichi hadn't noticed, so how could Shi have noticed? Shi was far stronger than Yorichi, and Shi's eyes had always been strange to begin with. It was only natural that his eyesight would be beyond ordinary people. Musen's throat bobbed, but he said nothing. He was not sure whether Shi was talking about what he thought he was talking about, so he could only respond with silence while making the flesh chunks move even faster. The corner of Shi's mouth lifted. Since that was the case, then he would completely cut off Musen's hope. Then the Hashira, Yorichi Tsujikuni, and Musen all saw it. The blue war god phantom drew a warrior's blade nearly 1,000 meters long. Then it swung toward the mountain range far off to the left of the Ubuyashiki estate. Wrapped in a blue tide, the blade tore through the darkness of the night sky, as if the whole world had been split in two. Where the blade passed, a bone-piercing chill spread through the air. Even the stars dimmed in that instant. As the blade came down, a deep azure sword aura roared out like a violent gale, sweeping up dust and broken stone from the ground and forming a bolt of lightning that shot straight into the heavens. In the darkness, the sword aura carved out a dazzling trail, like a giant dusky blue dragon leaping through the night sky, rushing toward the distant mountain range with unstoppable force. Illuminated by that sword aura, the mountain range looked especially savage and enormous, like a sleeping giant beast awakening. Seeing this, a chill shot straight to Musen's scalp. His pupils suddenly contracted, and the calm on his face could no longer be maintained. That direction. Was it a coincidence? Or did Shi really know? The place the sword aura was rushing toward was precisely the direction his backup flesh chunks were escaping to. The blue sword aura surged through the night, producing peals of thunderous roaring, as if heaven and earth themselves were trembling in that very instant. Where the sword aura passed, the air itself seemed to be torn apart, leaving behind twisted traces. Musen's breathing quickened. He could feel the boundless might contained within that sword aura, and terror flooded his heart like a rising tide. He knew. Shiryu definitely knew. Run. Faster. I can't die. I can't die just like this. But the screaming in Musen's heart could not add much speed to the fleeing flesh chunks. That tiny increase in speed was laughable before the deep azure blade light. Like a child who had just learned how to walk, Musen could only watch helplessly as the distance between the two kept shrinking, his eyes widening more and more. Then, at last, boom! A heaven-shaking boom rang out as the blade aura slammed fiercely into the mountain range, instantly erupting in a blinding flash of light. The mountain range split apart with a thunderous crash under the impact, massive cracks spreading like a spiderweb as shattered stone and dust burst outward like rain. The chunks of flesh Musen had hidden were torn apart completely before that unstoppable blade aura like tofu, not even a trace left behind. No! In his panic, Musen's body began to swell faintly, as if something were gathering and surging inside him. After swinging his blade, Shiryu did not even bother to look back. Forget the chunks of flesh Musen had split apart. Even a full-strength Musen would die with hatred if he took that slash head-on. For something with no suspense at all, Shiryu was far more interested in Musen's current condition. Because of the Rinnegan, Shiryu could clearly see the changes happening inside Musen's body. His blood flow suddenly accelerated, and at the same time, the power throughout his entire body began gathering toward his chest. Shiryu raised a brow. Was this Musen's unnamed blood demon art? In the original story, after Musen could no longer split apart, this was the technique he used, his strongest defensive move. It was a large area, powerful shockwave released with himself at the center, and it also possessed extremely strong physical destructive power. Even in Musen's weakened state after aging 9,000 years, it was still able to throw the entire human nervous system into chaos, causing spasms, rendering people unable to move, and killing them. During the final battle in the Infinity Castle, Musen used this blood demon art to knock Iguro Abanai unconscious, and throw Tanjiro's entire nervous system into disorder, leaving him unable to move. When the sun rose, Musen used this blood demon art once again. He blew Sanemi Shinazugawa and Iguro Abanai away, and instantly crushed one of Tanjiro's hands into a spray of blood. The fact that he was using this blood demon art meant Musen was truly getting desperate. But not only did Shiryu show no sign of panic, the interest on his face only grew stronger. Originally, by his calculations, fighting Musen should have earned him at least some roleplay progress. But Yorichi came in and in just 2 moves beat Musen so badly, he fled like a stray dog in utter panic. As a result, from the moment Shiryu made his move to the moment he captured Musen, the roleplay progress on the system panel had not increased in the slightest. Now that he saw a chance to raise it, Shiryu naturally would not let it go. Wool was wool no matter how you sheared it. Shiryu looked at Musen and did not move a muscle, letting him use his technique freely. Dense red veins surfaced across Musen's skin, like red-hot wires threading through his muscles, radiating scorching heat. Since every path to survival had been cut off, then he would stake everything on one final fight. He had hidden himself for hundreds of years for the sake of living better, and now that his life had reached the edge of hell, Musen did not want to give up. So even knowing he was no match for the Shiryu before him, Musen still refused to wait for death. What if he could escape from Shiryu's hands? Musen gritted his teeth hard, veins bulging, the muscles in his face twisting from excessive strain as if he wanted to gather all his strength into this very instant. D. With that furious roar, Musen's body suddenly swelled, his muscles rapidly bulging, his bones cracking sharply as though something was about to break through the restraints of his skin. A surging energy burst from within him, as unstoppable as a volcanic eruption. The energy exploded from his chest and spread rapidly through his limbs. In the end, it condensed around his body and formed a massive shockwave. With Musen at the center, the shockwave spread outward at high speed, crushing everything in its path. The ground beneath Musen's feet cracked apart instantly under the wash of the shockwave, fissures spreading out like a spiderweb. But this attack, which could instantly scour the ground into a wasteland, had the exact opposite effect when it struck the giant phantom hand gripping Musen's body. When the shockwave crashed into the giant hand, it only produced a muffled sound. Then the phantom hand trembled slightly before returning to stillness, as if nothing had happened at all. Seeing this, Musen froze, his eyes widening, disbelief filling his gaze. No effect at all? Other than trembling a little, it had no effect at all? He did not even feel the slightest bit of looseness in the body wrapped by the giant hand. All of his power before this giant hand was like a clay ox entering the sea. Teach this. How is this possible? Musen muttered. A person shouldn't. At the very least, they shouldn't. Roleplay progress. 515. Roleplay progress. 517. After glancing at the jump in roleplay progress on the system panel, Shirya shifted his gaze back to Muzan. That's it? Muzan going all out only raised it by 17? That was way too little, wasn't it? If he had known, he would have stopped Yorichi from hitting so hard. The current Muzan was so weak he barely seemed like a demon at all. Cough, cough. Muzan, already in despair to begin with, could not help but feel his throat itch when he heard that, and he coughed up some blood. It would have been one thing if Shirya were mocking him, but Shirya's tone was not mocking at all. He was genuinely dissatisfied. Dissatisfied with what? Dissatisfied with his strength? Muzan took a deep breath. This suffocating feeling was even more disgusting than fighting Tsujikuni Yorichi. Shinazugawa glanced at the destroyed ground beneath Muzan's feet, then looked at the skeleton phantom that had not changed in the slightest. His throat bobbed a few times. An attack from dozens of meters away that could blast the ground into a pit more than 10 meters deep had not injured the skeleton phantom in the slightest. Just Shirya's earlier slash had already left Shinazugawa's mind half numb. An attack from several thousand meters away, that was something he would never have dared to imagine in this lifetime. If Shirya wanted to, what Demon Slayer core, what Hashira, in front of him, all of them would be settled with a single slash. Their strength and Shirya's strength were not on the same dimension at all. No wonder Shirya's expression had looked so sour during training. At the time, he had thought Shirya was just too arrogant, but now, after seeing the power Shirya had displayed, only then did Shinazugawa understand how restrained Shirya had been back then. If it were him, having to take care of a group of people who, in his eyes, were not even as good as babies, his expression would only have looked worse. Thinking of the sparring Tomioka Ju had brought up earlier, Shinazugawa shook his head. How could he spar with someone who had guided him? That was way too rude. He absolutely could not keep having thoughts like that. That guy Tomioka Ju would not tell Shirya about this, right? If it were before, Shinazugawa never would have worried about something like that. Tomioka was a silent type who barely spoke to anyone in the Corps. But the current Tomioka Ju was different. Ever since training ended, that guy had faintly started trending toward Abanai and Michiro. He paid exceptional attention to anything involving Shirya. Getting beaten up could increase favorability? What kind of weird fetish was that? As he thought that, Shinazugawa glanced at Tomioka Ju beside him, only to see Tomioka staring at the skeleton phantom with shining eyes. This guy really might tell Shirya. So strong. So very strong. In the Ubuyashiki Estate's courtyard, Kagaya murmured absent-mindedly as he looked up. The Wind Hashira and Serpent Hashira had encountered matters related to the Infinity Castle while out on missions. To make sure nothing went wrong tonight, Ubuyashiki Kagaya had started investigating and gathering information about the Infinity Castle early on. Although the information passed down was extremely scarce, through what could be obtained, Kagaya had roughly come to understand what the Infinity Castle was. A layered alternate space, controlled by one of the demons under Muzan. That demon could freely alter the positions within the space and drag both humans and demons into it. When Yaoya saw a passage appear beneath everyone's feet, he had already begun preparing to throw himself into this battle. He had been thinking that, in the shortest time possible, he would use the Kasugai Crow entering the Infinity Castle to obtain information on the situation inside and provide intelligence for Shirya and Yorichi. But just as he sat down, ready to display his ability to strategize and command the overall situation, the Infinity Castle was shattered. Shattered in an incomparably savage way. Shirya had forcibly blown the Infinity Castle apart with that terrifying skeleton phantom. Seeing that skeletal war god before his eyes, for the first time, Yaoya felt such a powerful longing for strength. It wasn't that Yaoya had never longed for power before. It was just that, because of the curse, that thought had gradually been worn away. On top of that, as the Demon Slayer core grew stronger and stronger, Yaoya came to realize that being able to control the bigger picture and make the right decisions was also a form of strength. As time passed, Yaoya accepted that version of himself as well. That way of thinking had continued until today. The moment he saw that skeletal war god rise from the ground, the conviction in Yaoya's heart wavered. What control of the overall situation? What decision-making ability? In the face of absolute power, all of it seemed unbearably weak. When someone could casually cut through a mountain range, you wanted to talk to him about decision-making. Fortunately, he had chosen to trust Shirya back then. Those explosives might have been useful support in his own eyes, but to Shirya, they were completely unnecessary. For a Muzan who could be captured with a casual move, would he really need explosives to help? Next, it would depend on how Mr. Shirya planned to deal with Muzan. Yaoya held Amane's hand tightly and murmured softly. The entire battlefield seemed to be dominated in numbers by the Demon Slayer core, but in truth, control of the battlefield had always been in Shirya's hands. Whether Shirya wanted the battle to end or continue, it was all determined by a single thought from him. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. What remained was to see what kind of attitude Mr. Shirya had toward Muzan. Shirya had once told them that his target was Muzan, but he had never said whether he intended to kill Muzan. If Shirya wanted to pull Muzan into his own camp, then today's battle wouldn't count as over. Thinking of this, Yaoya glanced at Tsujikuni Yorichi and gave a bitter smile. Not over? What right did they have to decide the outcome of this battle? Even if Mr. Yorichi joined them, for Shirya, it would only be a matter of whether 1/2 was needed. He could only pray things would not develop the way he imagined. High in the sky, as Muzan looked at Shirya above him, an unprecedented dark emotion gradually spread through his eyes. He didn't want to die. As a one-of-a-kind life form in this world, he could not die just like this. But at this moment, he had no say at all over his own life. Whether he lived or died was entirely in the hands of this young man nearly 1,000 years younger than him. The feeling was extremely subtle. It was different from the fear he felt toward Tsujikuni Yorichi. What Muzan felt toward Shirya was more a reverence that rose from the depths of his heart. The wind howled by his ears, as if mourning his fate. Muzan's entire body was tightly wrapped within that enormous skeletal palm, and the pressure around him made it nearly impossible to breathe. He looked up. Under the moonlight, Shirya's figure appeared especially cold, and those icy eyes seemed capable of seeing straight through to the depths of his soul. The power Shirya was displaying at this moment had already transcended the bounds of humanity. He was more like one of those vague, ethereal gods or Buddhas. Was that guy Uchiha Yaoya telling the truth? Was Shirya really the belated curse meant for him? While he was thinking, Muzan suddenly felt the giant hand gripping him tighten slightly. The crushing pressure instantly made his gaze tense. Was he going to die? A strong unwillingness surged in his heart. He still hadn't conquered sunlight. He still hadn't achieved his ultimate goal. How could he die like this? Damn mouth. Say something already. What did Shirya need? Power? The kind of power Shirya wanted wasn't something he could provide. Lifespan? Did the other party need that? Muzan wasn't sure, but this was his only bargaining chip left. Don't. Just as he opened his mouth, Muzan heard Shirya mutter to himself. There's nothing else left? Muzan froze, not understanding what Shirya meant. Nothing else left? Can you use that shockwave from earlier one more time? Holding to the principle of squeezing everything possible out of him as long as he wasn't dead yet, Shirya was trying to make the most of Muzan's remaining value. Judging by the power of the shockwave Muzan had used earlier, the role-playing percentage should still be able to rise just a tiny bit more. After hearing Shirya's words, Muzan subconsciously mobilized the energy within his body. The moment a small cluster of energy gathered inside him, it quietly dispersed like smoke in the next instant. And no more. But give me some time, and I'll be able to recover. After saying that, fearing Shirya would be dissatisfied, Muzan hurriedly added, I can also give you an infinite lifespan. Shirya stared at Muzan, a thoughtful look in his eyes, as if considering Muzan's proposal. Below, Yorichi, Yaoya, and the others all felt their hearts tighten. Could it be that Shirya would waver at the very last moment? Was Muzan really going to survive after all? From the Warring States period until now, the allure of the word immortality had never diminished. Would Mr. Shirya be the same? Yorichi and Yaoya did not care about immortality. They cared more about what they themselves could accomplish. But that did not mean they failed to understand just how tempting it was to others. Sensing Shirya's attention on him, the rose-red light in Muzan's eyes brightened slightly. Did this mean there was still room for a turnaround? Could he still survive today? That made sense. Compared to everyone else, Shirya didn't seem to have any reason he absolutely had to kill him. Your strength is great, but you still can't resist. Muzan's voice carried a trace of temptation as he tried to add one more push and fight for a little more chance of survival. However, before Muzan could finish speaking, suddenly, the giant hand clenched sharply. A tearing sound rang through the air. With a loud bang, Muzan's body exploded directly inside the giant hand, chunks of flesh flying everywhere. Blood fell like rain, streaking red arcs across the air. A bloody mist spread out, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Just as those chunks of flesh were about to hit the ground, several masses of black flames rose out of nowhere around them and wrapped them up. The black flames blazed fiercely, giving off a searing glow as they instantly swallowed Muzan's flesh. The firelight was deep and dark, as if it were about to set the entire night sky ablaze. Muzan's flesh rapidly burned and carbonized in the flames, letting out sizzling sounds as it turned into wisps of black smoke that drifted upward with a faint scorched stench. As the wisps of smoke scattered away, Muzan's body, which had been crushed to pieces, completely turned to ash and drifted to the ground. The ashes floated in the breeze, as if declaring Muzan's complete extinction. A thin layer of ash lay scattered across the ground. As the gentle wind brushed past, The ash danced with it, like the final lingering trace dispersing into the air. At this moment, time itself seemed to freeze as everyone witnessed Musen's death. The remnants of the flames flickered on the ground, their faint glow gradually dimming. Detected that Kibutsuji Musen, the source of chaos in the Demon Slayer world, has been eliminated. In theory, Uchiha Madara's ideal of world peace has been achieved. Calculating rewards. Looking at the prompt that popped up before him, Shirya casually waved away Susanoo and slowly descended. The reason he had spaced out earlier was not because he had been tempted by Musen's proposal. It was because he was confirming whether Musen truly could no longer unleash that shockwave. After seeing the energy inside Musen gather again and again only to disperse, Shirya was finally sure that there was probably nothing left to squeeze out of Musen anymore. Once he had no more value, Shirya had no reason to keep Musen alive. Wait for Musen to recover? He wasn't that idle. As for immortality, it really wasn't all that attractive to Shirya. Wood release might not be able to remove the weakness of being unable to face sunlight after turning into a demon, and Shirya had no intention of taking that risk. Besides, with the life energy of wood release inside Shirya's body, he didn't need to worry about lifespan for nearly 100 years. He also had no idea how much his role-playing percentage would increase from killing Musen. At the very least, he had fulfilled Madara's ideal in another world, so the increase shouldn't be too small, right? As for the rest, Shirya rubbed his chin. He really had no clue. Wanting to raise Madara's role-playing percentage all the way to 100% just by killing Musen was definitely unrealistic. So how was he supposed to raise the remaining percentage? In the Demon Slayer world, there was already nothing left that could help him increase his role-playing percentage. Imitate Madara's words and behavior in front of a bunch of people weaker than himself. The moment that thought appeared, Shirya shook his head. That was way too lacking in style. It didn't fit Madara's character at all. Change his own way of thinking based on his impression of Madara? Shirya frowned. That actually did have some feasibility. But Shirya only knew Madara through anime. He had never truly experienced Madara's whole life. If he wanted to raise Madara's role-playing percentage through that path, it would probably be very difficult. Reward settlement complete. Distributing rewards. Role-playing percentage, 90. More than 30%. When Shirya saw the system panel prompt, he was just about to calculate how much the role-playing percentage had increased. The power inside his body suddenly surged violently, as if an uncontrollable torrent were rampaging wildly through every part of his limbs and bones. Power spread through his entire body like electric current, finally gathering in Shirya's eyes. The swelling power poured in, causing his ocular power to rise at an astonishing speed. Why did it feel like he was evolving again? Sensing the abnormality in his eyes, Shirya froze for a moment. Above the Rinnegan was the Rinne Sharingan. Shouldn't that require absorbing the God Tree before it could evolve? A memory about the Rinnegan flashed through his mind. No, that wasn't right. When the Mangekyo evolved into the Eternal Mangekyo, it didn't need to fuse with another pair of Mangekyo either. So in other words, as long as the role-playing percentage was high enough, it could evolve. As Shirya thought that, a trace of understanding flashed in his eyes. At 90%, he unlocked the Rinne Sharingan. Then what about Madara at 100%? As he thought that, Shirya felt a strange sensation in the center of his forehead, as if something were slowly forming there. As his perception deepened, the pain in the middle of his forehead gradually intensified, eventually turning into a burning, stabbing sensation. Shirya couldn't help frowning. The skin on his forehead felt as if it were being torn open, with hot blood surging beneath it. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed from the center of his forehead. The light gradually condensed, forming a new eye. At first, this eye looked like an ordinary Rinnegan, with 6 black tomo carved into its deep crimson iris. But very quickly, the patterns within the eye began to rotate, and the tomo slowly turned. 6 circles gradually emerged, shaped like 6 concentric rings layered one inside another, carrying a mysterious power that made one's heart tremble. The eye at the center of his forehead gradually took shape, deep and full of oppressive force. The light slowly withdrew, and an eye that did not belong to any human appeared on Shirya's forehead. This Rinne Sharingan emitted a deep crimson glow, while also giving Shirya another angle of vision. Floating in midair and feeling the power inside his body gradually settle down, a trace of astonishment flashed through Shirya's eyes. So strong. Really so strong. He didn't know whether gods and demons truly existed, but at this moment, he felt that he himself was a god. Looking at the full moon above his head, Shirya's gaze flickered. Infinite Tsukuyomi? Should he try it? After hesitating for a moment, Shirya suppressed the impulse in his heart. Forget it. Infinite Tsukuyomi itself was a scam. There was no point in using it. Detected that the progress of the Demon Slayer world has been completed. The next world will be open soon. Detected that Uchiha Madara's role-playing percentage has reached 90%. Reward obtained. 1 chance to draw a character from the myriad worlds. The next world will open in 7 days. Please prepare, host. Hearing the system's 2 consecutive notification sounds, Shurya's eyes lit up. Sure enough, raising the role-playing percentage wasn't limited only to the Demon Slayer world. That meant he had enough time to raise Madara's role-playing percentage. Wait, not necessarily. If the combat power of the next world was too low, then increasing the role-playing percentage wouldn't be easy either. What was the next world? Shurya looked further down the prompt information, but he didn't find what he wanted. Did he have to wait until 7 days later to know exactly which world it was? Forget it. As long as there was a path to raise the role-playing percentage, that was enough. He didn't care what world it was. With Shurya's current role-playing percentage, unless he was sent to a world where gods and demons were locked in chaotic war, he would still have a certain ability to protect himself. As for this suddenly appearing reward, the chance to draw a character from the myriad worlds, Shurya was a little hesitant for a moment. Madara, as the first character he had role-played, had given Shurya too high a starting point. If the second character he drew was weak but had interesting abilities, that would be fine too, like some kind of conceptual god or something. But if he drew a character who was weak and whose abilities weren't strong either, and had to role-play that character, Shurya really felt like he wouldn't be able to adjust. It was easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury back to simplicity. And besides, Shurya raised his head and glanced at Yorichi and the Hashira walking toward him. Now wasn't a good time to draw a card either. Better wait. The Rinna Sharingan at the center of his brow quietly closed, and the tiny crack disappeared back into Shurya's skin. From the outside, there was no visible trace of anything unusual, as if everything just now had only been an illusion. Mr. Shurya. Yorichi walked up to Shurya and looked at the center of his brow with a complicated expression. Everyone present had personally witnessed the drastic change in energy inside Shurya's body just now, and without exception, all of them had felt that heart-palpitating power. And as the strongest person there aside from Shurya, Yorichi's perception of that power had been especially clear. He could distinctly feel that the power inside Shurya's body seemed endless, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, inspiring awe in anyone who sensed it. Ever since getting to know Shurya, Yorichi had raised his estimation of Shurya's strength again and again in his heart. From very strong to unfathomable to now, someone so far above that he could only look up and not even see his figure. At this moment, Yorichi didn't even know how to describe Shurya's strength. The skeletal martial god Phantom, 100 zhang tall, stood before him, radiating endless pressure. That massive figure was like a deity, looking down on everything. And behind that martial god Phantom, another slit had opened at Shurya's brow, and a strange I had quietly been born, that I had not yet displayed any ability, but merely by existing, it made fear rise in Yorichi's heart. The eye's cold gaze was like a full moon hanging in the night sky, radiating an icy and inviolable presence. As Yorichi looked at that eye, he felt as if he were staring into a descending full moon. That pressure felt almost tangible, causing every muscle in his body to tense involuntarily. He could even feel that the power contained within that eye could erupt at any moment and crush him into dust. HM? Thank you. After a long silence, Yorichi suddenly smiled, as if a heavy burden that had been pressing on him for a very long time had finally been lifted. Kibutsuji Musen was dead. Though he had not died by his hand, being able to witness the death of this sworn enemy with his own eyes meant his second life had not been wasted. As soon as he finished speaking, the cracks on Yorichi's body let out faint sounds. The cracks kept spreading, and earthen particles slowly fell from the fissures, like fine sand slipping through an hourglass, signaling the passage of time. Seeing this, Shurya was stunned for a moment. Had the time limit of the impure world reincarnation arrived? How could it be such a coincidence? After observing the condition inside Yorichi's body, Shurya raised an eyebrow. Yorichi's current state was very good, far from the point where the impure world reincarnation should end. What was this? Shurya raised his hand, and the Rinna Sharingan at the center of his brow faintly showed signs of opening again. Now that he had the Rinna Sharingan, using Samsara of Heavenly Life technique to truly revive Yorichi was not difficult. Seeing Shurya's movement, Yorichi shook his head at him. His eyes were full of relief. He did not know exactly what Shurya intended to do, but he could roughly guess that Shurya simply wanted to let him live a little longer. However, to Yorichi, there was no need for that anymore. Kibutsuji Musen was dead, and his only obsession had completely vanished along with him. Yuta, I'm coming to find you again. Yorichi silently murmured in his heart, and a trace of tenderness and anticipation flashed through his eyes. Only this time was different. It seemed he had found the meaning of living. His whole life had not been utterly worthless. As Yorichi's thoughts continued to drift, the vessel of the impure world reincarnation kept cracking apart as well. The fissures gradually spread across his entire body, and earthen particles fell away one after another, like dust dancing in the wind, slowly dispersing into the air. At the final moment before Yorichi's soul vanished, he controlled his body and gave Shirya a slight bow. His body bent downward mechanically, the movement slow and deliberate. In the end, his figure froze there forever, like a statue, offering his gratitude to Shirya. A faint sense of sorrow and solemnity filled the air. Yorichi's figure gradually blurred, and in the end, it turned into a wisp of smoke and scattered into the wind. Yorichi's soul had already been freed. He would follow his beloved Yuta toward endless peace. Gone? Shirya murmured softly, slowly lowering his raised hand. Yorichi had chosen to end his obsession. This was a release of his own will, and Shirya had no reason to interfere. Besides, letting Yorichi continue living might have been an even deeper kind of pain for him. He had the talent of one chosen by heaven, yet he had never truly succeeded in accomplishing a single thing. Such experiences and thoughts would only make Yorichi sink into deep self-blame every moment, unable to escape. Tanjiro stood to the side, his gaze fixed tightly on Yorichi's gradually fading soul, his hand unconsciously clutching the corner of his clothes. Time and time again, he had turned the tables in desperate situations, and the Hinakami Kagura he relied on had come from the legendary figure before his eyes. To him, or rather, to the entire Kamadu family line, Yorichi had an irreplaceable kindness and grace. Watching that figure, who so often appeared in his dreams, disappear before his eyes, an indescribably complicated emotion surged up in Tanjiro's heart. Thankfully, Tanjiro could smell the sense of release coming from Yorichi. To Yorichi, death felt more like a kind of liberation. Liberation? He did not understand it, but he respected it. Thank you for stepping in, Mr. Shirya. Mr. Shirya's strength truly is terrifying. Surrounded by the Hashira, Oyakata-sama slowly walked out. After giving Shirya a bow, he spoke. Although he did not understand why Shirya had suddenly erupted at the end, the result was good. Kibutsuji Musen was dead, and the heart he had been holding up all this time could finally settle. There seems to still be a demon over by Rengoku, an upper moon. While everyone was still sighing in shock at Shirya's strength, Sanemi suddenly pointed behind Shirya and spoke. A demon? There's still a demon? Kibutsuji Musen was dead. The other demons should have died along with him too, so why was there still a demon? Could it be that Musen had not truly died? Oyakata-sama looked at the calm expression on Shirya's face and silently shook his head. There was no need for Shirya to put on an act of Musen faking his death for them to see. Musen was most likely truly dead. This demon before them was probably somewhat special. This is Upper Moon 3? Everyone looked in the direction Sanemi was pointing. They saw Rengoku Kaijuro standing on full alert, staring at Akaza. Rengoku had fought Akaza before and knew very well how strong he was. So after the Infinity Castle was shattered, his attention had never left Akaza. However, Akaza's state was very strange. When he saw Mr. Shirya capture Kibutsuji Musen, not only did he show no intention of stepping forward to help, he even looked eager to make a move. Eager to do what? Capture Musen? Wasn't he one of the Upper Moon demons? Unable to figure out Akaza's purpose, Rengoku could only wait and watch. But when even Musen had been killed and Akaza was still alive and well, Rengoku was stunned. Akaza didn't he die? How was that possible? When Akaza saw everyone's eyes fall on him, his expression did not change. He turned his head and spat out a mouthful of murky blood. This was the last of Musen's blood left inside him. The moment this pool of blood left his body, it meant Akaza had completely severed all ties with Kibutsuji Musen. But just as Akaza was about to say something to Shirya, a sudden buzzing rang out in his mind. All kinds of strange noises and electric crackling came uninvited, as if they were about to tear his thoughts apart. Akaza's brows instinctively drew together. What was going on? Akaza's heart tightened. He clearly no longer needed Musen's blood to maintain his life, so what was this? He lowered his head and pressed both hands tightly against his temples, trying to suppress the chaotic noise. No, that wasn't he right. His body showed no signs of collapsing or dying. It seemed that only something in his mind was changing. He felt unfamiliar yet familiar memories begin to grow in his mind. Ugh. Saying they were growing was not accurate. It was more like that segment of memory had been sealed away, and now the chaotic noise had awakened it. This is... Akaza murmured under his breath, his gaze gradually growing unfocused. A series of flashbacks began to appear in his vision, flickering with fragments he had once forgotten. Who is this? He saw Master Keizo's kind face, Koyuki's gentle smile. One name after another took shape within Akaza's flashing memories, like a scroll long left unopened, slowly unfurling before him. He remembered. The memories surged forth like a tide, and Akaza's eyes gradually grew wet. It was as if he could see the self who had once shielded Koyuki from the wind and snow, standing in the snowfield. He could see Hakuji, humbly seeking guidance before his master. These memories stirred wave after wave in his heart, impossible to calm. Master, and Koyuki, what do I do? His voice trembled lightly, almost inaudible. He had become very powerful now, but what meaning did that power have? Koyuki had already gone to heaven. His strength could no longer protect her. Tears blurred Akaza's vision, and it felt as if an invisible hand were clutching his heart tightly. That unfamiliar memory seemed to carry him back to the past, letting him feel once more everything he had once cherished. Watching Akaza's appearance, Shurya seemed to guess something and lightly drifted toward him. Only then did everyone realize that Shurya had actually been floating in midair the entire time. The tips of his feet were only a few centimeters from the ground, but that state of hovering without touching the earth looked exceptionally natural, as if it were how he was always meant to be. Just now, because the distance had been too close, no one had noticed anything strange about him. Now, as Shurya moved, everyone finally noticed it, and the same trace of astonishment flashed through their eyes. Mr. Shurya can fly? The phantom of the blue martial god had once dragged Shurya through the air. That scene had been shocking, sure, but no one had found it too unbelievable. They had only thought it was the power of the martial god phantom. But now, Shurya hadn't summoned any phantom at all, and was floating in the air just by relying on his own power. The hand rock pillar had pressing on his Buddhist beads tightened slightly, and his knuckles let out a faint creaking sound. His gaze stayed locked on Shurya's back, and his eyes couldn't calm down for a long time. In his sight, Shurya's back gradually overlapped with the image of the gods and Buddhas he worshipped, as if Shurya himself were a god or Buddha descending into the world. At this moment, Rock Pillar already had an answer in his heart to the question of whether gods and Buddhas existed in this world. Of course they do, brother. Isn't there one right in front of us? When he arrived in front of Akaza, Shurya stared at him for a while, then said, "Have you remembered?" In the original story, Akaza regained his memories during his battle with Tomioka Ju and Tanjiro. In the end, he chose to kill himself. But now, because Shurya had appeared, the storyline had changed, and Akaza no longer had the conditions to recover his memories. Logically speaking, this part of the plot shouldn't have happened anymore. So what was going on now? Because he had vomited Musen's blood. Had that triggered some strange change even Shurya didn't know about? Akaza nodded, but didn't raise his head. He didn't know what he should do now. He missed Koyuki very much, but he couldn't go to her side. His hands were stained with too much blood. Someone like him didn't deserve to stay with kind-hearted Koyuki. But to keep following Shurya and become even stronger? What would be the point? Before this, the reason he had always been able to hold firmly to his belief in growing stronger was because deep in his heart, there had been an unseen, indescribable force supporting him. But now, after recovering his memories, he understood what that force was. It was the desire to protect Koyuki for his entire life. Now Koyuki was gone, and his conviction to grow stronger had gone with her. Akaza, or rather Hakuji, no longer wanted to become stronger. So what is your choice? Shurya's expression was calm. The one he admired was Akaza, who longed to grow stronger and yearned to fight the strong, not Hakuji, who had regained his memories and sunk into grief. If Akaza chose Koyuki, it wouldn't affect Shurya anyway. When he came to this world, he had been alone. When he went to the next world, he ought to be the same. The patterns on Hakuji's face and body faded, and he slowly raised his head a little. What he saw made Hakuji's pupils suddenly contract. In his blurred vision, it wasn't just Shurya's calm face waiting for an answer. There was also a tearful figure gazing at him with deep emotion. It was Koyuki. She was still as beautiful as she had been in his memories, with a gentle light in her eyes. Her figure seemed to tremble slightly, but her smile was still as warm as a spring breeze, as if it had crossed time and space to reach the very depths of Hakuji's heart. Koyuki. Is that you? Hakuji's voice trembled, carrying disbelief and deep longing. Koyuki nodded gently. Tears slid from the corners of her eyes, but she wore a relieved smile. She slowly reached out her hand, as if trying to cross that invisible barrier and touch Hakuji's soul. Welcome back, husband. Hakuji's heart felt as if something had slammed into it hard. His lips trembled slightly, and the tears in his eyes finally fell. He softly murmured Koyuki's name, as if calling out to the lover from his dreams. Koyuki. His hand trembled as he reached into the air, trying to touch that familiar and beloved figure. Seeing this, Shurya turned around. That soft call was already enough to show Hakuji's choice. At the instant Hakuji's hand met Koyuki's, Akaza had already died. The wind blew gently, carrying a touch of tender coolness. Hakuji's fingers touched Koyuki's fingertips, and in that instant, he felt a long-lost warmth, the temperature he had once known better than anything. With that touch, Akaza's body began to gradually collapse. The collapse was so subtle, yet irreversible, as if grains of sand were constantly scattering in the wind. His body slowly turned into countless tiny points of light, and those specks drifted through the air, glittering like stars. Even the wood-release energy Shiryi had left inside Hakuji's body couldn't stop this collapse. As if this were an ending decreed by fate. The story ends.